The man has been in the Tang Dynasty for 6 years, but he is locked in a valley by the system. All the outside world knows is that a living deity lives in this valley. The small counties outside the valley had all received 2 seasons of high-yield hybrid rice sent out of nowhere by Qin Xiao, with a yield of 1,500 jin per mu. Inside the valley, a 3-story modern villa is brightly lit year-round, with a generator humming and the floor tiles so shiny they almost reflect a person's image. At this moment, Qin Xiao slumped on the leather sofa, staring at the cold system panel in front of him. His anger, which had been building up for 6 years, surged to the top of his head. In the 6 years since I transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, the system has forced me to master all of my skills, including music, chess, calligraphy, painting, swordsmanship, medicine, construction, agriculture, and commerce. Qin Xiao's internal energy was so great that he could shatter 1,000 armies with the sound of his zither, and his dragon gallant silver spear was unstoppable. But the system had completely locked the mountain gate, not allowing him to take even half a step outside. I've been living alone for 6 years, without a single living person to talk to. If I stay locked up any longer, I'm really going to go crazy. The system's mechanical voice slowly announced, "This evening, Princess Pingyang, Li Xiuning, will lead a large army through this area. Capture her and make her your wife to unlock your travel privileges." Qin Xiao sat bolt upright. Li Xiuning? She was the #1 female general of the Tang Dynasty. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao immediately mounted the Akaltech horse that the system had given him and galloped away. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiao arrived in Chang'an City and then headed towards Luoyang along the official road. By this time, it was already getting dark. Not far away, an army was setting up camp, and the cooks had already begun preparing food. Qin Xiao did not approach directly, but instead rode his horse into the forest. He found a big tree, sat down with his back against the trunk, and took out the fruit that the system had rewarded him with, and started eating. Qin Xiao ate fruit while waiting for the army to fall asleep. Time quickly passed to midnight. Qin Xiao quietly arrived at the military camp and quickly found Li Xiuning's tent. He knocked out the 2 female guards standing at the door. He went straight into the tent, picked up the sleeping Li Xiuning, and walked outside. Then, Qin Xiao leaped onto his horse and spurred the Akaltech steed away at full speed. Upon hearing the sound of hooves, the other sentries quickly arrived at Li Xiuning's tent. Finding 2 sentries at the entrance unconscious, they immediately reported the incident to the general. Upon receiving the news, the general quickly ordered the war drums to be sounded, and all the soldiers immediately assembled and headed towards Chang'an. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao had already embarked on his journey to Lantian County. Li Xiuning, whom he was holding in his arms, had also woken up. Upon smelling Qin Xiao's masculine scent, Li Xiuning immediately became shy and pretended to continue sleeping. "Your Highness, now that you're awake, let's have a chat," Qin Xiao said. "You scoundrel, you kidnapped me in the middle of the night. Where are you taking me? What do you want to do with me?" Li Xiuning asked weakly. "I just don't want to see the most beautiful woman in the Tang Dynasty die, so I plan to save you. However, I have one condition," Qin Xiao said. "Can you really cure the poison in my body? Just name your price. Promotions and titles are no problem," Li Xiuning said excitedly. "I have only one condition. You must become my wife. If you agree, I will treat you," Qin Xiao said. "Shameless. I absolutely disagree. I already have a husband," Li Xiuning said angrily. "Your marriage to Qin Xiao was purely political. You had absolutely no feelings for each other. Besides, Qin Xiao abandoned you back then. What use is a husband like that?" Qin Xiao rebuked angrily. Soon after arriving at the villa, Li Xiuning couldn't help but ask, "Where exactly is this place?" "Wife, take this antidote pill first, then I'll clean your wound," Qin Xiao said, taking out the pill. "Don't call me wife, or I'll beat you up. When my father finds this place, even 10 heads won't be enough to chop you off," Li Xiuning threatened. "Hurry up and take the pills. Even if 1,000 troops came, they wouldn't be able to break through here," Qin Xiao said, deliberately raising his hand. "Why are you being so fierce? You have no manners at all." "I'll clean the wound myself," Li Xiuning said shyly. "All right then, I'll take you to the bathroom. You can clean yourself up. I'll cook you a bowl of noodles later," Qin Xiao said considerately. Just as Qin Xiao finished cooking the noodles and was about to bring them to the dining room, a scream suddenly came from the bathroom. Qin Xiao quickly put down the bowl and rushed over. What met Qin Xiao's eyes was a vast expanse of white, which made him stare blankly. But the next second, a bucket of cold water was poured directly at him, instantly extinguishing his passion. "Get out. Who gave you permission to barge in without my consent?" Li Xiuning hurriedly covered herself up and down, squatting on the ground as she spoke. I heard you scream just now and thought something had happened to you. I was worried about your safety, so I rushed in. The hot water I just released was too hot, and I was startled, which is why I screamed. Oh, then hurry up and wash up. The noodles are cooked. Come out and eat later. After unexpectedly feasting his eyes in the bathroom, Qin Xiao was even more satisfied with Li Xiuning and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that their family's genes were indeed excellent. After taking a shower, Li Xiuning applied the ointment and put on the women's underwear and pajamas that Qin Xiao had prepared for her. She had never seen this kind of underwear before and had no idea how to wear it, but fortunately there were pictures to explain it. Back at the restaurant, Li Xiuning picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. She had initially thought it was just an ordinary bowl of noodles, but she hadn't expected it to taste so delicious. Hey, young man, why are your noodles so delicious? I have a name, Qin Xiao. I'm a disciple of a deity, and everything I make incorporates ingredients and seasonings from the celestial realm, so of course it tastes delicious. You've been here for so long, haven't you noticed that none of these things in the house are from the Tang Dynasty? Yes, that's true. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. None of these things you have here are available in the Tang Dynasty. Then would you like to marry me? Isn't it said that immortals can't marry? Besides, I'm just a mortal. Who told you that immortals can't get married? I'm not a monk. Besides, I'm not a real immortal. That won't do either. I am a married woman. How can a woman serve two husbands? As long as you write a letter of divorce, I'll send it to Qin Xiao for you, and all the problems will be solved, won't they? It's not impossible for me to agree to marry you. As long as you can beat me in a fight or outwit me in military strategy, I'll consider writing a letter of divorce. What's so difficult about that? Just be my wife obediently. Don't just talk the talk, walk the walk. All talk and no action is useless. Looks like it's time for me to assert my authority as a husband. Tomorrow morning, we'll have a military strategy drill first, and I'll show you how powerful your husband really is. Huh? What does husband mean? It sounds like a eunuch in the palace. When I say husband, I usually mean a husband or a man who grows old with his wife. After tidying up the guest room, Qin Xiao switched the air conditioner to heating mode. Although it was early spring, the temperature on the mountain was still a bit low. Li Xiuning was filled with curiosity about the man in front of her who was even younger than herself, because everything here was something she had never seen before. At this moment, she could clearly feel that the poison in her body had completely disappeared, leaving only the wound that was still throbbing slightly. She had heard that only immortal beings could refine true elixirs. By now, Li Xiuning was beginning to believe what Qin Xiao had said before. He might very well really be a disciple of a deity. Filled with doubts, Li Xiuning finally succumbed to the overwhelming weariness and gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Qin Xiao got up early and practiced his kung fu for half an hour as usual, before returning to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Aside from the villa and its various facilities, everything Qin Xiao eats daily, whether it's rice, wheat, or other grains, is obtained by completing system tasks. This is also where the system's power lies. If the issued task cannot be completed, Qin Xiao can only wait to starve to death. Today, Qin Xiao plans to make soup dumplings and millet porridge, both of which are his favorites. He believes his future wife will definitely like them too. You're up so early? What are you making? Good morning, honey. I'm making soup dumplings. Have you washed up yet? Not yet. I heard a noise in the kitchen, so I came to check. Li Xiuning no longer cared that Qin Xiao called her wife. Over the years, Li Xiuning has been fighting on the frontier, her mind almost never truly at ease. This peaceful and tranquil life she enjoys now is something she has always dreamed of. Come on, I'll teach you how to brush your teeth with a toothbrush and toothpaste. The soup dumplings are steaming now, and we can eat them in a little while. Thank you. Without you, I might be dead. We're all family. Saying thank you is too formal. You're so shameless, and you have such a sweet tongue. Have you fooled a lot of girls before? I have never left Lantian County. If I hadn't consulted a divination last night and predicted that you would be in danger, I definitely wouldn't have gone out. You can even do divination? This young master can do everything except give birth. About 15 minutes later, Li Xiuning returned to the hall and found Qin Xiao standing next to a sand table, so she walked over out of curiosity. She saw that the sand table was filled with small red and blue flags, and even the mountains and rivers were clearly displayed on it. Young Master Qin, what is this? Why are the mountains and rivers on it exactly the same as the real ones? This is called a military sand table. I made it based on the terrain of Lantian County. We can simulate military formations on it. We can have a competition here later. Come on, let's go have breakfast first and see how my cooking is. If you like it, Your husband will cook for you every day from now on." When Li Xiuning first heard Qin Xiao say that, her face would involuntarily flush. Although she was still a little shy, she no longer blushed so easily as she had the night before. Qin Xiao asked Li Xiuning to sit at the dining table first, while he went into the kitchen and brought out the steamed soup dumplings, and then went in to serve 2 large bowls of millet porridge. Li Xiuning picked up a soup dumpling and took a bite. The soup inside immediately splashed out from both sides, startling her. "My bad, I forgot to tell you beforehand. When eating soup dumplings, you should first bite a small hole on the side to test if the soup inside is hot before you can eat it in big bites." Wow, I never knew there were so many rules about eating. I've really learned something new today. Chapter 4. While Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning were still immersed in their peaceful and sweet days, Chang'an City was already in complete uproar. Everyone knew that Princess Pingyang, the female warrior of the Tang Dynasty, had been kidnapped and her whereabouts were still unknown. Li Xiuning personally led troops to search for 2 days and 2 nights, but still found nothing. At this moment, with dark circles under his eyes, he was gathering everyone in the Prince of Qin's mansion for a meeting. He looked at Cheng Yaojin and the others, and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, where will the imperial sister be taken? And what exactly do the kidnappers want?" Cheng Yaojin spoke first. "Your Majesty, today is the 3rd day. Based on my experience, this person kidnapped the princess not for money." Li Xiuning frowned and said, "If it's not for money, then what is it for?" Qin Xiong's expression was solemn. "Abducting women is nothing more than for money or lust. If there is still no news in 2 more days, I'm afraid." "Absolutely impossible." Li Xiuning was furious on the spot. "My elder sister is already married. There are so many young women in Chang'an. Why would he kidnap her of all people?" Fang Xianling said helplessly, "Who can fathom the thoughts of a robber?" Cao Cao of the 3 kingdoms had a penchant for married women, so perhaps this man is just like that. Li Ji raised a more crucial question. "This person must be an absolute master, capable of taking Princess Pingyang away silently amidst a vast army. I doubt any of you here could do that." Everyone fell silent. Li Xiuning was a skilled and courageous female general, and the military camp was heavily guarded, yet the opponent could come and go without a trace. His strength was truly terrifying. Cheng Yaojin sighed. "Since the bandits are so skilled, it's not difficult for them to evade the soldiers. If we continue this large-scale search, we probably won't find them." Li Xiuning could only tell everyone to go back and continue to think of a solution, and to report back immediately if they found any clues. After everyone left, he returned to his study alone, his mind increasingly troubled. Li Xiuning was his most respected elder sister. When Li Yuan wanted to marry her to Qin Xiao, he strongly opposed it. But at that time, he was of low status and his voice was no match for that of Crown Prince Li Jianqing, so he was powerless to change the marriage. He always felt that Qin Xiao was not worthy of his sister. Later, when Qin Xiao abandoned Li Xiuning and came to join him alone, Li Xiuning became even more convinced that this man was a coward and hated him intensely. Now that his elder sister has been struck by a poisoned arrow, he has sent out a large number of people to search for the renowned physician Sun Simiao, but there has been no news. Empress Zhang's son entered the study and asked softly, "Second brother, is there still no news of my elder sister?" Li Xiuning shook his head and sighed. 3 groups of people and tens of thousands of soldiers searched everywhere, but it was as if they had vanished into thin air, without even the slightest trace. Empress Zhang's son pondered for a moment and then gave her judgment. "The person who could easily abduct my elder sister, who is highly skilled in martial arts, is no ordinary person. The fact that he has not asked for money or made any demands so far suggests that he may not care about high-ranking positions and generous salaries at all." Li Xiuning asked, "How do you know that, Guan Yinbi? If he cared about these things, he could have cured my sister and sent her back, or sent a message to us. For my sister's sake, father would surely be willing to grant his request." Li Xiuning said, "Perhaps my sister's injuries are too severe, and the other party is still receiving treatment." Empress Zhang's son nodded. "That's not impossible. For now, we can only wait and see, and wait for the other party to reveal their true intentions." Just then, the eunuch Gao Zhang hurried in and bowed. "Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed that you come to the imperial study for a meeting." Li Xiuning asked, "Do you know what it is about?" Gao Zhang cautiously replied, "It must be related to the eldest princess. Consort Chai has been waiting in the palace for quite some time." Li Xiuming's heart skipped a beat, and he whispered, "Could it be that there's news about my elder sister?" Empress Dowager Chang's son urged, "Since Qin Xiao has entered the palace and father has summoned you urgently, there must be a reason. Go and see for yourself." Li Xiuning stood up and said, "All right, I want to see what that brat Qin Xiao is up to this time." Empress Dowager Changsun quickly reminded her, "Although you don't approve of this brother-in-law, the marriage is already arranged. You shouldn't talk about it in front of outsiders, lest someone with ulterior motives seize on it." Li Xiuning laughed and said, "Don't worry, I will only complain a little in front of the person I love." Empress Zhongsun blushed slightly and said reproachfully, "We're an old married couple, and you're still so improper." Soon, Li Xiuning rode a fast horse to the imperial study in Taiji Palace. There were already quite a few people inside, including Crown Prince Li Xiuning and his son-in-law Qin Xiao. After he bowed to Li Yuan immediately had a eunuch hand over a letter of divorce, saying expressionlessly, "Xiuning, take a look and see if this was written by Xiuning herself." Upon hearing the divorce agreement, Li Xiuning immediately recalled Empress Zhongsun's speculation. The kidnappers didn't want money, only Li Xiuning. Things were clearly not that simple. He carefully examined the letter, growing increasingly alarmed with each reading. The letter vehemently criticized Qin Xiao for being cowardly and abandoning Li Xiuning in a moment of crisis, and also mentioned that Qin Xiao secretly kept 5 or 6 concubines. Furthermore, Qin Xiao neither wrote a letter to inquire about Li Xiuning's condition nor visited her during her serious injury. Therefore, she resolved to divorce Qin Xiao and made no other demands in the letter. Li Xiuning recognized that the handwriting was indeed from his sister, and that the strokes were vigorous and powerful, indicating that her injuries had clearly improved considerably. He cupped his hands and said, "Father, this letter of divorce is indeed in my elder sister's handwriting. Judging from the strength of the handwriting, her injuries have improved considerably." Li Xiuning only confirmed the handwriting and did not say anything more. He had just arrived and was unaware of what the others had discussed. Qin Xiao hurriedly knelt down and pleaded, "Father, I do not wish to divorce Xiuning. Please grant my request." Li Yuan sighed, "My poor daughter. How can you face Xiuning with all the terrible things you've done? Since she has made up her mind, then do as she wishes." Qin Xiao, unconvinced, quickly argued, "Father, this cannot be entirely blamed on me. Xiuning still refuses to share a room with me. Men always have those needs." "You scoundrel!" Li Yuan roared in anger. "Why doesn't Xiuning want to share a room with you? Haven't you reflected on your own actions?" Qin Xiao said in a low voice, "She said she would wait until I assisted Father Emperor in establishing the Tang Dynasty and made great contributions." Li Yuan was utterly disappointed and said coldly, "There's no need to say anything more. Tomorrow, I will announce your divorce to the world. As for you, your title will be promoted 1 rank. From now on, make good contributions to the Tang Dynasty." Li Xiuning looked at Qin Xiao and asked softly, "Young Master Qin, have you already sent my divorce papers to Qin Xiao?" Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Don't be so formal, call me husband. The divorce papers have been given to Qin Xiao, and I believe there will be a result soon." Li Xiuning wasn't immediately happy. Instead, she looked at him seriously and said, "You didn't approach me because of my status, but at my age, I'm considered an old woman by other people's standards. What exactly do you like about me?" Qin Xiao shook his head. "Old? I don't think so at all. We're both 26, in the prime of our youth. As for what I like about you, it's not just your appearance, but also your personality, your temperament, and you as a person." Li Xiuning couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "You look at most 16 or 17 years old, and you say 26 is the prime of youth? When Changsun Wugo married my brother, she was only 13 years old. That's what you call young. If I had gotten married and had children at that age, I would be almost a grandmother now." Qin Xiao patiently explained that people in this era generally don't live long, which is why they get married early. But if people can live to be 70 or 80 or even 100, why would they feel old at 26? Li Xiuning looked incredulous. How could someone live to be 100? Even 70 or 80 years old was extremely rare. Qin Xiao then mentioned Sun Simiao, telling her that the divine physician's son was at least 70 years old. Li Xiuning naturally knew of Sun Simiao, but she hadn't expected him to be so old. Seeing Qin Xiao's certainty, she asked the question that concerned her most. "After you marry me, will you take concubines? Will you go out and seek out other women?" Qin Xiao put away his joke and solemnly swore. From this day forward, he will cherish their bond, love her, protect her, share her joy and her sorrow. No matter how smooth or difficult the road ahead, he will stay by Li Xiuning's side, never leaving her, and remaining with her for life. She would be the only beloved partner in his life. These words of love, which he had never heard before, completely melted Li Xiuning's heart, which had been sealed for many years. Her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. "Husband, thank you for coming into my life, and thank you for being so good to me. I don't want anything. I just want to quietly stay by your side." Qin Xiao wiped away her tears and told her that Li Xiuning would be his only wife from now on. Once her injuries had fully healed, the two would hold a wedding ceremony, making her the true mistress of the house. Li Xiuning revealed a rare, feminine side, saying sweetly, "It's all up to you. I'll listen to you." Qin Xiao immediately declared that he would start decorating the wedding room the next day and that she couldn't back out, or he would spank her. Li Xiuning, embarrassed and annoyed, scolded him, saying he was always so irresponsible. Qin Xiao replied, "Women don't love men who aren't a little bad." Li Xiuning, on the contrary, defended him, saying that a truly bad man is one who takes a dozen or so concubines when he has a little money, yet has no ability to make those women happy. Qin Xiao, for example, doesn't qualify as bad at all. Just as the two were tenderly embracing each other, a system notification suddenly appeared. Li Yuan has announced that Li Xiuning and Qin Xiao have divorced. Immediately following, a new task was issued: marry Li Xiuning within a week. The reward was 20,000 white rabbit milk candies, but the punishment for failing the mission was to become a eunuch in the palace. Qin Xiao immediately panicked and questioned the system with his mind, asking why it had to use such a cruel punishment on him when they were all supposed to be one. The system bluntly stated that it was simply bored. Furthermore, they weren't truly one entity. Qin Xiao was nothing without the system, while the system could easily find an even more powerful host without him. Qin Xiao refused to accept this, declaring that he was now all-powerful and could still thrive in the Tang Dynasty even without the system. The system sneered, saying that if Qin Xiao was truly angered, it would activate the Great Formation here, trapping him here to live out his days in solitude. Although he could still enjoy some time alone with Li Xiuning, how long could he survive without food? Qin Xiao immediately backed down, calling the system Big Brother and begging it not to leave him. The system was finally satisfied, but then reminded him that it had no gender and was neither an older brother nor an older sister. It assured him that as long as he obediently completed his tasks, it wouldn't treat him unfairly. Qin Xiao couldn't help but complain again. The system had just said it had no gender, and the next second it was calling itself I, or the one who is old. What puzzled him even more was the purpose of the reward of 20,000 white rabbit candies. The system replied matter-of-factly, "Weddings are all about eating wedding candies. Don't you even know that? You're such a newbie." Qin Xiao both loved and hated this unreliable system, yet he was powerless against it. Fortunately, although the system had a sharp tongue, it had indeed taught him countless skills. With his current abilities, even if he returned to the modern world, he would be more than capable of becoming a high-ranking person. Li Xiuning suddenly thought of another worry. "Husband, what if father sends a large army to force us to go back, or forbids us from being together?" Qin Xiao said without hesitation, "If my father-in-law really does that, I'll beat him up too." Li Xiuning hurriedly advised him not to act recklessly. The palace was different from other places. It was heavily guarded, and even the most skilled martial artist could not easily enter or leave. Qin Xiao, however, told her that the so-called kung fu of this era was nothing more than techniques plus strength. His skill was truly such that even falling petals and leaves could kill, and taking the head of a general from among 10,000 soldiers was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Li Xiuning was shocked and couldn't help but ask him, if he's really that powerful, wouldn't he be the greatest war god of the Tang Dynasty? Qin Xiao, however, said he had no interest in fighting and killing. He preferred children. He suggested that after they got married, they would have a child to play with. Li Xiuning was both amused and annoyed, saying he lacked ambition. A man should have aspirations beyond his hometown. Besides, children aren't born to play with. They need to be seriously educated and nurtured. Qin Xiao, however, didn't care at all. With his abilities, how could his child be anything but excellent? Plus, with Li Xiuning as his mother, who was skilled in both literature and martial arts, it would be difficult for the child not to be outstanding. Li Xiuning shook her head helplessly, saying that he was always just being cheeky. But she also admitted that she always felt she and Qin Xiao had known each other in a past life. Because when she was with him, she felt no pressure or worries, as if everything was perfectly natural. Qin Xiao then said that they were lovers in their past lives. He came to find her in this life specifically to rekindle their romance. Otherwise, why would he appear and cure her poison when she needed him most? Li Xiuning found some of the reasoning in his words, but she still refused to believe it entirely unless Qin Xiao could provide evidence. Suddenly, Qin Xiao grabbed her hand and pressed it against his chest. Li Xiuning panicked immediately and tried to pull her hand back, but no matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. Qin Xiao's strength was astonishing. She asked, embarrassed and anxious, "What do you want to do?" Qin Xiao said seriously, "I'll prove it to you. Feel my heartbeat, and you'll know if I'm lying. Words can lie, but the body doesn't." Li Xiuning was both embarrassed and annoyed, and could only say with a red face, "Okay, I believe you. Is that all right?" These past few days, Qin Xiao had been busy decorating the villa almost all the time, except for eating on time. Fortunately, Li Xiuning still had 10 taels of silver left, which he took directly to the system shop in exchange for decorations and a lot of snacks. The shop also offered a chance to exchange for bright red velvet cloth, so Qin Xiao used his master-level tailoring skills to personally sew their wedding attire, leaving Li Xiuning stunned on the spot. But she quickly got used to it. After spending so many days with Qin Xiao, even the most bizarre things seemed perfectly normal to him. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and today was their wedding day. Qin Xiao got up early and put on the groom's clothes he had made himself. It was his first time getting married in 2 lifetimes, and he couldn't help but feel excited. At the same time, Li Xiuning heard that Lantian County had a high yield of grain, so he specially brought Empress Zhang Sun and a group of civil and military officials from the Prince of Qin's mansion to investigate. The group changed into civilian clothes, posing as students traveling for study. It was only March, and the hybrid rice in the fields showed no signs of success yet, so they had to ask the local farmers. Li Xiuning saw an old man planting rice seedlings and approached him, asking, "Fellow villager, I've heard there's a high-yield crop here. Is that true?" The old man cautiously inquired about their identities, and Li Xiuning explained that they were just students passing by who had come out of curiosity. The old man then nodded. "Indeed, there is such a thing as hybrid rice. It yields over 1,500 jin per mu and can be grown twice a year." Li Xiuming's heart skipped a beat, but he deliberately pressed on. "Such an auspicious omen. Why didn't you report it to the court? The emperor will surely reward you handsomely if he finds out." The old man smiled bitterly. "It's not that I didn't want to report it, it's that I dared not. These grain seeds were a gift from the immortals. Without their permission, who would dare to make a decision on their own?" Li Xiuning didn't believe in immortals, but the old man said that immortals had delivered grain seeds to every household in the middle of the night and left behind planting methods. Wang Ergu from the village had personally witnessed the immortal carrying countless sacks of grain, leaving the seeds, and then leaping to another house. It was no ordinary feat. As for the planting method, every family treasures it. The schoolteacher said that such paper had never been seen in the Tang Dynasty, and the calligraphy on it was something even Kong Yingda and Yu Shurnin might not have been able to write. Li Xiuning took out 20 coins and asked the old man to take them to find Wang Ergu to see the calligraphy left by the immortal. The old man refused the money. Since they started planting these grains, every household in the village had their granaries overflowing, and some even had to build additional houses to store the grain. Li Xiuning appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Even the most fertile fields in the Tang Dynasty yielded only 500 jin per mu, yet here they were producing 1,500 jin. If such seeds could be planted throughout the Tang Dynasty, how could the people possibly starve? The imperial court had no fear of wartime food shortages, nor did it need to be subject to the manipulation of grain prices by the 5 clans and 7 noble families. The group followed the old man to Wang Ergu's house, where they saw a young man of about 20 years old about to go to the fields. The old man explained his purpose, and Wang Ergu recounted what he had seen that night. The immortal left the seeds and flew away. The next morning, every household in the village had grain seeds in front of their doors. Li Xiuning asked to see how to plant them, but Wang Ergu immediately reminded him, "You can look, but don't break them. This is my family heirloom." After entering the room, he carefully brought out a sheet of snow-white paper and handed it to Li Xiuning with both hands. Li Xiuning froze the moment he saw the words on it. While the military generals like Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiao were all right, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and others were all speechless, stunned by the calligraphy. Du Ruhui exclaimed, "Only Wang Shiji himself is qualified to compete with this person in the Feibai style." Li Xiuning also sighed, saying that his years of hard work in practicing the Feibai style were simply insignificant in front of this master. Empress Zhang Sun reminded him that if the one who wrote the calligraphy was an immortal, how could a mortal possibly surpass him? Li Xiuning then came to his senses and became even more curious about the immortal. He hurriedly asked Wang Ergu where the immortal's abode was, and just as Wang Ergu was about to answer, the old man quickly stopped him, fearing that he might offend the immortal. But Wang Ergu felt that even if he told them, these people might not dare to step into the immortal's abode. Li Xiuning immediately took out one tael of silver and asked him to lead the way. Wang Ergu accepted the silver and led the group forward. After walking for nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived at Qin Xiao's villa. The house before them was completely beyond their comprehension. No words could describe their shock. Wang Ergu didn't even dare to say goodbye, turning around and hurriedly leaving. Qin Xiao was still busy inside the villa. A red carpet was laid out on the floor, the wedding march was playing on a loop, and the character, sheep, double happiness, was prominently displayed everywhere. Li Xiuning stood there, staring at him without blinking. She was both excited and conflicted, even a little scared. After all, she was still a young girl. Suddenly, the system spoke up. "Congratulations, Qin Xiao. Finally someone has come to bless your wedding. Hurry up and go greet the guests." Qin Xiao was taken aback. "System, where did this guest come from in this deep mountain forest? Don't try to fool me." The system retorted without hesitation. "Believe it or not, you have legs. Can't you go out and see for yourself?" Qin Xiao said helplessly, "There are 3 great joys in life: meeting an old friend in a foreign land, passing the imperial examination, and the wedding night. I can't do the first 2, but today I'm the groom. Can't you be a little more polite?" The system snorted coldly. "This is my attitude. Do whatever you want. If you're so capable, don't get married. I'll make you a father-in-law tomorrow." Helpless, Qin Xiao arrived at the gate, pushed open the heavy bronze door, and saw a group of well-dressed people standing outside, with a stunningly beautiful woman in the group. He inquired about their purpose, and the young man at the head of the group clasped his hands in greeting, introducing himself as Li Xiuning, and saying he wished to visit the immortal master here and asked him to introduce him. Qin Xiao appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. This man was actually the future emperor of the Tang Dynasty, a figure renowned throughout Chinese history. He refused to admit his identity, saying that he was the only one living in the courtyard and that they must have come to the wrong place, and that the immortal master might live elsewhere. Seeing that he was dressed in festive attire, Li Xiuning said that he and his party had been traveling for more than 2 hours and were hungry and thirsty, and wanted to come in and ask for a cup of celebratory wine. Qin Xiao refused outright, saying it was his wedding day and his bride was too shy to receive guests. However, he agreed to drink, turning back into the house to retrieve several bottles of erguo tu, a type of Chinese liquor. When the transparent glass bottles were handed to Li Xiuning, everyone was stunned. Such precious glass, used to hold liquor? Li Xiuning refused the gift, saying only that his wife was weak and could barely hold on, and hoped to come inside to rest. Qin Xiao's mind immediately went on high alert. If Li Xiuning entered and saw Li Xiuning, how could their marriage proceed? If he fails to complete the mission, does he really have to follow him into the palace to become a eunuch? Sheng Yaojin saw that he refused to give way, glared at him and shouted angrily, saying that it was his good fortune that the king of Qin was willing to be his guest, and that he should not refuse a toast only to suffer a penalty. Qin Xiao glared at him coldly and replied without any politeness that today was his big day and he didn't want to argue. He added that if the man dared to yell again, he would beat him so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Yu Qigong scoffed, saying Qin Xiao was just a pretty boy and shouldn't be so arrogant just because he's a groom. Qin Xiao retorted, calling him a black devil, and even directly pointing out his past as a blacksmith, saying he could take him down with one hand. Sheng Yaojin immediately fanned the flames, declaring that if Yu Qigong could defeat this pretty boy, he would acknowledge him as his sworn brother. However, Sheng Yaojin already sensed something was amiss. He had stepped forward earlier to support Li Xiuning, but now that Yu Qigong had stood up, he naturally didn't want to be the first to stick his neck out again. Having his past exposed, Yu Qigong clasped his hands in a fist and demanded a fair fight. Qin Xiao simply replied with a "okay," standing still and waiting for him to make his move. Yu Qigong clenched his fist and rushed forward, delivering a punch to Qin Xiao as soon as he arrived. Qin Xiao casually raised his hand and met the attack with a punch of his own. The 2 fists collided, and Yu Qigong flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground a dozen steps away. Qin Xiao, however, remained unmoved, still standing there smiling. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Yu Qigong was now the #1 war god of the Tang Dynasty, yet he couldn't even withstand a single punch from Qin Xiao. No one could accept this result. Qin Xiao glanced at everyone and asked calmly, "Anyone else want to spar?" A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. Apart from Yu Qigong's groans, no one dared to speak or step forward. Just then, a woman's voice came from inside the courtyard. "Husband, why have you been out for so long? We're about to have our wedding ceremony." Seeing that Qin Xiao hadn't returned after taking the wine out, Li Xiuning couldn't help but go out to check. She happened to witness Yu Qigong being sent flying backwards, and finally understood how powerful the kung fu Qin Xiao had mentioned was. Li Xiuning and Empress Zhongsun exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Royal sister. They never expected that Li Xiuning, whom they had searched for 10 days without any news, would be here wearing a wedding dress, about to marry a strange man. Qin Xiao hurried forward, pulling Li Xiuning along as they prepared to enter the house for the wedding ceremony and bridal chamber. Li Xiuning, however, happily called out to Li Xiuning, asking why he had come. She had assumed Qin Xiao had invited them to his wedding banquet, but Qin Xiao immediately denied it. "Since we're all on the same side, let's go inside and talk." Li Xiuning glanced at Yu Qigong lying in the distance, hesitating to speak. Qin Xiao patted his chest and assured him that Yu Qigong was all right, and would recover after he had his blood circulated properly. As the group entered the hall, they were once again stunned by the sight before them. Gray and white tiles, strange wall panels, and a huge crystal chandelier overhead, all things they had never seen before. Li Xiuning introduced the two parties. Qin Xiao was about to become her husband. Li Xiuning was her second younger brother, the Prince of Qin of the Tang Dynasty, and Empress Zhongsun was the princess consort of Qin. Li Xiuning, however, was anxious. The marriage could only proceed with his father's approval. He then tried to pull Li Xiuning away, but Qin Xiao immediately blocked their way, coldly telling them to leave on their own. There was no way they could take his wife away. Li Xiuning was unconvinced and asked what could be done if he insisted on taking his sister away. Qin Xiao's face darkened completely. He stated bluntly that if they came to offer their blessings, he would certainly treat them to the best food and wine. But if they came to cause trouble, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Empress Zhongsun quickly whispered a message to Li Xiuning to stop. This man was said to be mysterious and unpredictable, possibly even a deity in the eyes of the people of Lantian County. To truly anger him would be a disaster for the entire Tang Dynasty. Li Xiuning eventually relented and instead inquired whether the hybrid rice seeds from Lantian County were provided by Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao made him call him brother-in-law, then admitted that he had indeed given him the seeds, and asked if he wanted them too. Li Xiuning was puzzled, wondering why such a high-yield grain wasn't immediately promoted, so that fewer people in the Tang Dynasty would starve to death. Qin Xiao coldly stated that he had never stopped the promotion, and they could do whatever they wanted with it. It was none of his business. Then, he impatiently urged everyone to hurry up and prepare the betrothal gifts, as he and Xiuning still needed to complete their wedding ceremony. After Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning finished their wedding ceremony, they were supposed to be led to their bridal chamber, but instead of leaving immediately, he asked Li Xiuning to stay and entertain the guests. Looking at the room full of guests, he said directly, "Are you going to give me the wedding gift money or not? Don't say you didn't bring any. I can pay on credit. It will all be recorded in the gift book. The more generous the gift, the deeper our feelings are." Everyone fell silent. They had never seen a groom solicit betrothal gifts in public. But seeing the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone laid out on the table, everyone knew he wasn't joking. Li Xiuning was the first to stand up. "On behalf of my father, I will present 100 taels of gold and a pair of white jade ruby scepters. I myself will present 50 taels of gold and a pair of dragon and phoenix jade pendants." Qin Xiao took notes, and even added the character Chang, "Oh," at the end. Everyone was about to laugh, but they were all stunned by his handwriting. The characters were elegant and unrestrained, seemingly natural, and several civil officials' eyes lit up. They hadn't expected calligraphy to reach such a level. Yu Qigong then presented a gift of 1,000 strings of cash, while Cheng Yaojin and Changsun Wuji each contributed 30 taels of gold. The others each gave at least 500 strings, though most of them owed it to him. Li Xiuning looked at her husband with eyes full of admiration. With just a few words, Qin Xiao persuaded these high-ranking officials to willingly hand over large sums of money as gifts. Afterwards, Qin Xiao instructed Li Xiuning to entertain the guests while he went into the kitchen to cook. He had only intended to have a candlelight dinner with Li Xiuning, but who knew so many people would come? Fortunately, the refrigerator was well stocked. With his masterful culinary skills and modern recipes, he worked for nearly an hour, preparing more than 20 dishes. Everyone had only eaten dry rations for lunch and was starving. Now, looking at the table full of fragrant dishes, their mouths were watering. Li Xiuning first picked up a piece of beef and put it into Empress Zhongsun's bowl. Just as he was about to take a bite himself, Li Xiuning suddenly reminded him, Second brother, this is beef. Li Xiuning immediately frowned. Brother-in-law, the Tang Dynasty has a clear decree that killing cattle is forbidden. As the son-in-law of the emperor, how can you lead the way in breaking the rules? Qin Xiao sneered. What's the big deal about a plate of beef? Even Cheng Yaojin's ox can commit suicide. Does that mean only his ox is allowed to jump off a cliff, but mine isn't allowed to hang itself? You're not even emperor yet, and you dare to talk to your brother-in-law like that? When you really become emperor, do you still want to chop off my head? Li Xiuning quickly advised, Husband, if this gets to father emperor and the crown prince's ears, Xiuning will be in trouble. Qin Xiao dismissed it. Besides my wife and me, everyone here is your second brother's man. Who would spread this around? It seems you and this brother really have a good relationship. Li Xiuning nodded, saying that the 5 siblings shared the same father and mother. After Li Xuanba's death, she was closest to Li Xiuning, while her eldest brother, Li Jianxing, doted on Li Yuanji. Qin Xiao then said, Since you like this younger brother, I will definitely help you in any way I can in the future. Li Xiuning smiled sweetly. Thank you, husband. Li Xiuning asked curiously, What does husband and wife mean? Li Xiuning explained, Husband is my husband, and wife is my wife. Qin Xiao continued, Husband and wife hold hands and grow old together. As the years go by, the man becomes a grandfather and the woman becomes a grandmother, but they still stay together and never abandon each other. That's what makes a husband and wife. Empress Changsun clapped her hands repeatedly upon hearing this, saying, What a fitting phrase, holding hands and growing old together. Qin Xiao, however, looked at her and suddenly asked, Wugo, does your family have any hereditary illnesses? Empress Changsun was shocked, not understanding how he knew. Qin Xiao directly pointed out that this disease was passed down to women, not men. She would live to be 36 at most, while Lizzie would only live to be 22. Li Xiuning panicked and immediately begged Qin Xiao to save the person, offering to agree to any conditions. Li Xiuning laughed and said that he was just worried and confused. Since Qin Xiao dared to ask, he must have a way. She then told Li Xiuning that Qin Xiao had cured her of the poisoned arrow wound she had suffered. Qin Xiao then said, I can cure both Wu Go and Li Ji's illnesses. I will write a prescription tomorrow. After 3 months of medication and 3 acupuncture sessions, they will be fully recovered. Empress Changsun immediately rose to greet him, but Qin Xiao told her to sit down. We're all family. No need to be so polite. I don't care about status when making friends. Even a beggar is fine with me. But if I don't approve, what about the emperor? He then instructed Li Xiuning not to tell Li Yuan about what had happened here. He didn't want things to get too tense with his father-in-law, and he didn't want Li Xiuning to be caught in the middle and suffer. At this moment, Empress Zhongsun picked up another piece of braised pork and couldn't help but ask what kind of meat it was. Qin Xiao told her that this was pork, what the nobles called cheap meat. Li Xiuning almost vomited upon hearing this, thinking how could pork be served on the table. Qin Xiao, however, said that pork was delicious, and offal was even more exquisite. It was just that pigs raised by ordinary farmers weren't bladdered, which was why they had a urinous smell. Empress Changsun tasted it carefully and found that it indeed had no strange taste. On the contrary, it was surprisingly fragrant. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Qin Xiao announced that no one should go back tonight and should stay here to rest. There weren't enough rooms, so they were to share one room each, and they were to decide their own arrangement, with no one disturbing Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning's wedding night. Qin Xiao carried Li Xiuning into the bridal chamber, where Li Xiuning took a white cloth from the wardrobe and carefully spread it on the bed. Qin Xiao found it strange, but didn't ask any further questions. After the two finished drinking the nuptial wine, commotion soon broke out in the room, even alerting the people next door. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but mutter to himself, Qin the prince consort is indeed formidable. No wonder he could defeat Big Black with a single punch. Even I might not have been able to match him back then. Empress Zhongsun listened for more than an hour, and seeing that the noise had not stopped, she couldn't help but ask Li Xiuning if they weren't tired at all. Li Xiuning advised her to rest, but the noise was really bothersome. Empress Zhongsun coaxed her a few times, and Li Xiuning could only reluctantly agree. The next morning, Li Xiuning first shooed Qin Xiao out of bed, then carefully put away the white cloth stained with red flowers. Qin Xiao then realized that she had previously been a young girl. At the same time, a system notification sounded. He had completed his mission, and the reward had been sent to his inventory. Not long after, the civil and military officials got up one after another. Half an hour later, Li Xiuning walked out with dark circles under his eyes, his legs trembling slightly. On the contrary, Empress Zhongsun, who followed behind, was full of energy and showed no signs of fatigue, which made everyone look at him strangely. Qin Xiao had already prepared breakfast and had been busy in his study for a long time before handing a blueprint to Li Xiuning. Li Xiuning looked at the blueprint with a puzzled expression. Qin Xiao told him that this thing was called a curved plow, which was lightweight, easy to turn, and could be pulled by an ox or a person to plow the land. Li Xiuning was overjoyed. The Tang Dynasty strictly prohibited the killing of oxen precisely because the old-style straight plow required 2 oxen to pull it, making oxen extremely precious. Qin Xiao allowed him to arrange the production himself and also gave him a secret recipe for baijiu, Chinese liquor. He promised to take only 20% of the profits as long as the production followed the instructions. Li Xiuning quickly thanked him, then leaned closer to Qin Xiao and whispered, asking him why he was so skilled in marital relations. Qin Xiao bluntly replied that he was already so weak at such a young age. What would happen when he had many concubines in the future? Would he leave them all alone in their rooms? The quickest way to improve one's constitution is to take medicine, but that only treats the symptoms. The most reliable way is to exercise, but the truly permanent solution is to cultivate pure yang internal energy. Li Xiuning was immediately intrigued and couldn't wait to learn. Qin Xiao, however, said that the sect had rules. Those with impure hearts would not be taught, and those without a sense of righteousness would not be instructed. They must be observed first. Li Xiuning could only agree, promising to perform well. Qin Xiao then took out 2 more tonic pills, giving one to Li Xiuning and the other to Qin Xiao. He told Li Xiuning that Qin Xiao was already suffering from both qi and blood deficiency, and his old injuries had been left untreated for too long. If he didn't receive treatment soon, his body would be ruined and his lifespan would be short. Li Xiuning was extremely grateful, but Qin Xiao said that there was no need to repay him, and then revealed an even more astonishing secret. Next July, Li Yuan will go to Renji Palace to escape the summer heat, accompanied by Li Xiuning and Li Yuanji, while Crown Prince Li Jianqing will remain to oversee the state. After Wei Zheng returns to his hometown to visit his family, Li Jianqing will follow his wife's wishes and send General Zhu Huan and Colonel Qiao Gongshan to secretly escort new armor to Yang Wengan, the governor of Qingzhou. However, when the two passed through Binzhou, they would suddenly report to the local officials, accusing Li Jianqing and Yang Wengan of plotting rebellion. The local officials dared not neglect this and would send the two to Renji Palace. Upon learning of this, Li Yuan would surely send Li Xiuning to Qingzhou to quell the rebellion. At that time, Li Yuan might even promise to depose Li Jianqing and make Li Xiuning the crown prince. But Qin Xiao warned him that such a promise should not be taken seriously. Li Yuan was indecisive and easily swayed. If Pei Ji and the 2 concubines persuaded him, Li Xiuning might end up with nothing. Qin Xiao revealed this matter in advance so that Li Xiuning could prepare early and avoid being disappointed later, which would also spoil his mood. Li Xiuning was increasingly shocked as he listened, and couldn't help but ask Qin Xiao if he was truly the immortal the people of Lantian County spoke of, capable of foreseeing the future. Qin Xiao laughed and said, "I wouldn't call myself a god. I'm just slightly better at divination than Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. Li Xiuning has already witnessed my martial prowess, and my medical skills are slightly better than Sun Simiao's. As for other abilities, I'm second to none. The only thing I can't compare to women in is probably childbirth." Li Xiuning burst into laughter, praising his abilities as comparable to those of a deity. Qin Xiao then invited everyone to eat milk candy, saying that each person should take 10 caddies back with them. Li Xiuning immediately urged everyone to eat breakfast first, as the snacks her husband made were guaranteed to be even more delicious than the milk candy. Qin Xiao brought out baskets of soup dumplings from the kitchen, along with pumpkin pancakes, pan-fried buns, and other breakfast items. Everyone had never tasted such delicacies before, and they immediately devoured them. Even the usually dignified and virtuous Empress Changsun was taking more food as she ate, afraid someone would snatch it all away. After the meal, Li Xiuning handed Qin Xiong the 10-ingredient tonic pill. Qin Xiong was overjoyed to learn that his old injuries could be healed and his physique could be restored to its peak. He had originally thought that he would never be able to go to the battlefield again, but now he had the opportunity to return to the battlefield and continue to charge into battle with his brothers. Li Xiuning then instructed Li Xiuning to return to her women's army and order his deputy to bring 150 men over, as she had other uses for them. Li Xiuning agreed, but then asked how to explain things to Li Yuan. Li Xiuning intended for him to pretend he had never seen her. Qin Xiao immediately stopped him. No secrets stay hidden forever. If Li Xiuning and his group could find this place, so could others. If someone used this as an excuse, Li Xiuning and his associates would be accused of deceiving the emperor. Li Xiuning worried that Li Yuan would come in person and forcibly take her away. She didn't want to be separated from Qin Xiao, but Qin Xiao reassured her that Li Yuan would come, but might not be able to take her away. He also asked Li Xiuning to send 10 caddies of milk candy and 2 caddies of tea to Li Yuan as a small token of respect from his son-in-law. Before leaving, Qin Xiao gave the wine bottles to everyone and 2 jin of liquor to each person. Everyone thanked the prince consort in unison. After seeing Li Xiuning and the others off, Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning continued their newlywed life. It was their first marriage, and they cherished each other dearly. Aside from meals and conversations, they spent their days together in the villa. The betrothal gifts sent by Li Xiuning and his officials were also delivered by servants. After counting them, Qin Xiao found that there were more than 35,000 strings of cash. He immediately purchased barracks from the system and settled them 2 miles away from the villa. He then bought rifles, crossbows, carbon fiber armor, camouflage uniforms, and a large amount of training equipment, spending 20,000 strings of cash in one go without a second thought. 3 days later, Li Xiuning's capable lieutenant, He Panren, led 150 soldiers to the villa. He Panren bowed to Li Xiuning first, and Li Xiuning then introduced him. "This is my husband, Qin Xiao." He Panren glanced at Qin Xiao and, seeing his handsome appearance, immediately retorted sarcastically, "He looks like a pretty boy. Is he all looks and no substance?" The soldiers burst into laughter, but Qin Xiao remained calm and said indifferently, "General He, take back what you just said. Even if the god of war of the Tang Dynasty stood in front of me, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous, let alone you." He Panren was even more disdainful. "Don't think that just because you're the son-in-law of a great general, you can act arrogantly in the army. The army is about strength. Whoever has the strongest fist is the boss." Li Xiuning was about to stop him, but Qin Xiao stopped her with a look. Looking at the crowd before him, Qin Xiao asked directly, "A total of 150 of you?" He Panren nodded, and Qin Xiao immediately said, "Since you want to see our strength, I will challenge all of you who are armed with armor, barehanded." In the face of true strength, numbers and weapons are meaningless. Don't cry and whine when you lose. These words thoroughly enraged the soldiers. They were willing to die on the battlefield, but they couldn't tolerate such contempt. If Qin Xiao hadn't been of special status, he would have already charged forward to fight to the death. Qin Xiao looked at He Panren and deliberately asked, "What, General He, are you afraid?" He Panren angrily replied, "Afraid of you, my foot. Please allow the contest, General." Li Xiuning looked at Qin Xiao and finally nodded. "All right, I agree. You may begin." Everyone was stunned. No one had expected Li Xiuning to agree to let her newlywed husband fight 150 fully armed soldiers alone. At He Panren's command, all the soldiers charged out at the same time. But the moment they set off, Qin Xiao also rushed into the crowd. His figure darted through the crowd, and with each punch and palm strike, weapons shattered or soldiers were sent flying. Screams erupted one after another. The once fierce 150 people couldn't stop Qin Xiao at all. Li Xiuning stood rooted to the spot, almost in disbelief. She knew Qin Xiao was strong, but she never imagined he was this strong. In less than 15 minutes, everyone on the training ground except Qin Xiao was lying on the ground groaning in pain, and He Panren was no exception. Moreover, Qin Xiao had clearly taken special care of him. While others would have fallen after taking one punch or one slap, He Panren had taken 2 punches. Both punches landed squarely on his eye sockets, leaving He Panren with black eyes, his anger completely gone. Li Xiuning looked at the broken weapons scattered on the ground and couldn't help but ask, "Honey, you destroyed all their weapons. How are they going to train now?" Qin Xiao laughed and said, "Don't worry, I never cared about these miscellaneous weapons anyway. I destroyed them because I had already prepared better equipment." Li Xiuning immediately became interested and urged him to lead the way. Qin Xiao pointed ahead. The military camp is just 2 miles away, and it has all kinds of training equipment. He Panren was supported by 2 soldiers, and the other soldiers also supported each other, limping behind. In fact, Qin Xiao's attack was very measured. He only inflicted severe pain on them, without damaging their internal organs or fundamental health. Upon arriving at the military camp, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The 3-story barracks were tall and neat, large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people, and filled with things they had never seen before. Qin Xiao patiently introduced the various training equipment and personally taught them how to use it. After the battle, all the soldiers were filled with admiration for him. Afterwards, Qin Xiao led everyone into the armory, showing them the spears, crossbows, and carbon fiber armor. He then had them change into camouflage uniforms in the warehouse and assemble at the drill ground. Qin Xiao looked at the group and immediately reprimanded them. Practice your formation first. Look at the way you are now, standing and sitting improperly. What's the difference between you and ordinary people? Soldiers must stand like pine trees, sit like bells, walk like the wind, and act with swiftness and efficiency. The drill is divided into starting, marching, and running. Now, I will demonstrate. Li Xiuning also took the initiative to join the training in order to cooperate with her husband. Qin Xiao then began training the team entirely according to modern military methods. Although the group found it novel, they trained extremely diligently. Qin Xiao then reorganized the troops, dividing them into 5 platoons of 10 men each. There's no need to worry about food. The warehouse is well stocked with pork, chicken, and sheep, as well as plenty of vegetables and fruits. Qin Xiao plans to first lay a foundation using ordinary army training methods, and then conduct special training for those with outstanding abilities after screening them out. By then, these people would be divided into different branches such as reconnaissance, infiltration, assassination, and spies, becoming a true elite force. Meanwhile, the people of Lantian County heard news from Li Xiuning that the immortals on the mountain had married Princess Pingyang, Li Xiuning, the first female general of the Tang Dynasty. People flocked to offer their congratulations, bringing chickens, ducks, eggs, and grain. The procession stretched into a long line, forcing Qin Xiao to halt training and have his soldiers help with the reception. Meanwhile, inside the Chang'an Palace, Li Yuan was furious to learn that his most beloved daughter had secretly married without his knowledge. No matter how angry he was, Li Xiuning was still his own flesh and blood. As a father, he had to show his support for such an important matter, so he immediately summoned Pei Ji, Gao Shilian, and Xiao Yu to discuss the dowry. Li Xiuning was born to Li Yuan's principal wife, Lady Dou, and was of extremely noble status. Even though it was her second marriage, she could not lose the dignity of the royal family. In the end, everyone agreed to bestow upon her 2,000 taels of gold, 1,000 bolts of silk, a number of luminous pearls and jewels, and grant her 2,000 mu of land in Lantian County as her fief. The next day, the imperial court would send a wedding procession with an imperial edict to Lantian County to celebrate Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning's marriage. When this news reached Qin Xiao's ears, he was furious and secretly vowed to take revenge on Li Xiuning and Qin Xiao. Originally, he was a supporter of Li Xiuning, but now he decided to switch allegiance to Li Jianqing. Li Yuan sent an imperial edict with a handwritten letter, which contained no imperial authority, only a father's concern for his daughter. He told Li Xiuning and Qin Xiao to go back to Chang'an to live, saying that he felt bad because they hadn't told him about their marriage. But since it was already a done deal, he wouldn't pursue it any further and only hoped that the family could be reunited. After reading the letter, Li Xiuning was filled with remorse. She hadn't told her father about her divorce from Qin Xiao, and now she hadn't reported her remarriage either. She was indeed somewhat unfilial. Qin Xiao, however, immediately asked the system if Li Yuan's personal invitation meant he could finally leave Lantian County and go to the capital to develop his career. The system immediately denied this, stating that Li Yuan had only invited him as a family member and had not granted him any official position. Neither Li Yuan nor the future Li Xiuning could freely enter the capital without a second-rank official position or noble title. Qin Xiao was unwilling to give up and asked if he could go somewhere else. The system told him that if he wanted to go somewhere, he had to gain the approval of the local people first. For example, if the approval rate of the people of Chang'an reached 80%, he could enter Chang'an even without an official position. If he could gain the approval of the grassland tribes, he could also go to the grasslands. Qin Xiao immediately had an idea. Since Li Yuan approved of this son-in-law, he would first make some achievements and then go to see his father, the emperor, with dignity. Li Xiuning reminded him not to always call him father-in-law, then curiously pressed him for details on how he intended to help the Tang Dynasty. Qin Xiao blurted out that he wanted to buy large quantities of wool from the Turks. Li Xiuning frowned. The Turks were already enemies of the Tang Dynasty. Buying large quantities of wool would be aiding the enemy. Qin Xiao didn't rush to explain, but instead asked her why the foreign tribes were so powerful and why they always raided the borders in winter. Li Xiuning, as a general, naturally understood. The grassland people were trained in horseback riding and archery from a young age, and were frequently harassed by eagles and wolves. Almost everyone was capable of fighting. As for border incursions, it's because the harsh winters on the grasslands cause large numbers of livestock to freeze to death, making it impossible for tribes to survive. That's why they risk going south to burn, kill, and plunder. Qin Xiao nodded. To the foreign tribes, wool from the grasslands is just trash. It's either burned or buried after being sheared. In his hands, wool could be made into sweaters, wool pants, scarves, socks, gloves, and wool blankets, which he could buy at extremely low prices and then reprocess into high-priced goods for sale. This was only the first goal, to make money from wool and build his own industry. His second objective was even more ruthless. If people lived a life of wealth and comfort every day, who would be willing to risk their lives to rob? Li Xiuning instantly understood. The Li family's uprising back then wasn't simply driven by ambition. On one hand, Yang Guang listened to slander, forcing the Li family into a desperate situation. On the other hand, the world was in chaos, and inaction meant certain annihilation. It was Li Xiuning who proposed raising an army, which ultimately led to the establishment of the Tang Dynasty. Qin Xiao said that the foreign tribes were all capable of fighting and would invade the borders in winter, which ultimately boiled down to one word: suffering. He wanted to use the wool trade to gradually enrich the various tribes of the grasslands and let them get used to a life of luxury. Once every household has a stable life, if the tribal chief wants to conscript them to invade the Central Plains again, they may not be willing to obey. Even if they reluctantly send troops, they will no longer have the same ruthless determination as before. Li Xiuning's eyes lit up. This tactic was even more effective than direct military action. It used money to gradually erode the will of the foreign tribes, turning the fierce grassland warriors into people content with pleasure. Qin Xiao smiled and praised her for applying what she had learned, explaining that warfare can be broadly categorized into military invasion, cultural invasion, and economic invasion. What he was doing now was economic invasion. Li Xiuning then pressed for details about cultural invasion, to which Qin Xiao explained that since the other races lacked a mature cultural system, this tactic was not suitable for them at the moment. Unless the Tang Dynasty completely conquers the grasslands in the future and teaches them Chinese characters, language, and culture, true assimilation cannot be achieved. The more Li Xiuning listened, the more she felt that her husband was a treasure bestowed upon her by heaven. Qin Xiao then arranged important matters, instructing her to send as many people as possible to the grasslands to purchase wool and transport it back to Lantian County. Those who remained here continued their training according to the training manual. They first sought a location to build a wool processing plant, and once the wool returned, they would immediately process it into products. Li Xiuning agreed. There was no war now, and even if there were, it wouldn't be her women's army's turn to go to war. But she still asked Qin Xiao if he really wasn't going to see his father. Qin Xiao replied that he couldn't go now. They would discuss it after they achieved some results. If she wished, she would first return to Chang'an to see Li Yuan. He himself needed to build a batch of four-wheeled carriages to facilitate transporting wool back from the grasslands in the future. Li Xiuning decided to return to Chang'an the next day. Filial piety could not be forgotten. She said that although her father had many concubines, her mother had passed away early, and those people in the harem might not truly understand him. Despite being the supreme ruler, Li Yuan was actually just a lonely old man. Qin Xiao told her to go without worry, that he would handle things in Lantian County, and also told her to come back soon, as he would miss her. Li Xiuning said she might have to stay for 7 days, and told him to take good care of himself and not to mess around while she was away, as she would check on him when she returned. Qin Xiao readily agreed, promising to stay in Lantian County and not wander off, but reminded her to be wary of Chai Xiao, worried that the other party might do something malicious in secret. Li Xiuning nodded, then offered to take Qin Xiao's chasing wind cavalry back to Chang'an. Qin Xiao agreed without hesitation. The next morning, Li Xiuning entered the palace alone, while Qin Xiao continued with his plans. The women's army sent 20,000 men, and Qin Xiao took out 1,000 taels of gold, sending 10,000 of them to the grasslands to buy wool. The rest of the men began building factories, the first being a wool processing plant, followed by soap and perfume workshops. Whether the soldiers stayed behind to work or went to the grasslands, Qin Xiao paid them all their wages. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the wool processing plant was finally completed. Qin Xiao then exchanged some water-powered spinning machines from the system and set them up on the banks of the Wei River. The people who went to the grasslands to collect wool hadn't returned yet. To get the machines running as quickly as possible, he first sent people to Chang'an to buy wool from Turkic merchants. At the same time, he also bought 200 sheep to reward everyone for their hard work these past few days. That day, Qin Xiao stood by the roadside, watching the people plant rice seedlings in the fields. Suddenly, a child covered in blood stumbled over, So thin he was just skin and bones, and looked no more than 11 or 12 years old. He rushed to Qin Xiao, knelt down with a thud, and kowtowed desperately. "My God, please save me. I'm willing to be your servant." Qin Xiao frowned and asked, "Who are you? What happened?" The child raised his tear-streaked face and choked out, "I am Li Xiuning, from Xiaodu Village, Lantian County. A few days ago, he and his sister took the hybrid rice seeds given to them by Qin Xiao to Chang'an to sell. Unexpectedly, his sister was targeted by Wang Jianren, the second young master of the Wang family, one of the 5 clans and 7 noble families, who brought 2 servants to harass her. Li Xiuning chased the man away with a carrying pole, thinking the matter was over. But today, Wang Jianren led dozens of thugs to his home. They not only killed his sister, but also beat his parents to death for trying to stop them. Li Xiuning was planting rice seedlings in the field when he rushed home and saw his parents being brutally beaten. He desperately rushed forward to fight back, but he was no match for so many people. In the end, it was only because his father risked his life to protect him that he was able to escape. Li Xiuning kept kowtowing, and blood quickly appeared on his forehead. "I beg the gods to help me. As long as I can get revenge, I am willing to be your slave." Qin Xiao was shocked. This child was actually named Li Xiuning. Others may not have heard of this name, but Qin Xiao knew that this person would be no ordinary figure in the future. The historical Li Xiuning once led 120 elite cavalry in a surprise attack on the Prime Minister Xian Wang of Tiuan, severely damaging 30,000 enemy troops and killing 3 of their brothers. Such a person actually appeared in Lantian County and even knelt down in front of him. Ma Sanbao quickly whispered a reminder. "Son-in-law, the 5 clans and 7 noble families are not to be trifled with. Even the princess and his majesty have to show them respect." Qin Xiao said calmly, "If you're afraid, just stand aside and watch. I'll handle this today." Ma Sanbao wanted to persuade him further, but an arrogant voice came from ahead. "Hey kid over there, hand over that child right now. If I'm in a good mood, I'll reward you with a few taels of silver." The man who came was Wang Jianren, followed by a group of thugs wielding knives and clubs. Ma Sanbao's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, "Young master, he is the son of the Wang family patriarch. He has committed all sorts of evil deeds and harmed countless people. Even the government doesn't dare to do anything about him. Please don't get into trouble." Qin Xiao coldly said, "Shut up. If I want to teach someone a lesson, even the heavenly king himself can't protect them. This mere Wang family, do they really think there's something special?" Seeing that he wouldn't back down, Wang Jianren pointed at Qin Xiao and angrily said, "Boy, I'll count to 3. If you don't hand over the person, I'll wipe you out too." Qin Xiao laughed instead. "A piece of trash dares to be arrogant in front of me? I'd like to see what you have to offer." Wang Jianren immediately flew into a rage, waving his hand. "Kill him. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." Ma Sanbao quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Young Master Wang, this is the consort of the princess. You must not be rude." Wang Jianren was taken aback at first, then his face was full of sarcasm. "So you're the wild man Li Xiuning has been longing for day and night. For you, she even gave up Qin Xiao. Seeing is believing, and you're nothing more than a male concubine. Kill. How dare you?" Ma Sanbao roared. "How dare you address the princess by her name?" But the wicked servants ignored him and charged at Qin Xiao with their knives and clubs. Before Ma Sanbao could even draw his sword, Qin Xiao had already leaped forward, charging directly into the crowd. His speed was astonishing. One punch after another, dozens of thugs fell to the ground, never to rise again. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiao was already standing in front of Wang Jianren, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him into the air. Wang Jianren kicked wildly, desperately trying to pry Qin Xiao's fingers off, his face flushed red. The 2 servants tried to rush forward to save their master, but Qin Xiao, without turning his head, said, "Those people on the ground are already dead. Do you think you're more powerful than them? I'm keeping you alive only so you can collect your master's body and then go back to report to the Wang family." Wang Jianren wailed pitifully, "Your Highness, spare my life. I'll never dare to do it again." Qin Xiao looked down at him, his voice icy. "Those people you killed begged you before they died. Did you spare them? When Li Xiuning's sister and parents begged you for mercy, did you spare them? He who kills will be killed. Li Xiuning, this beast is yours to deal with." Li Xiuning kowtowed heavily. "Thank you, master." The 2 servants were already trembling with fear, and Ma Sanbao was completely stunned. He never expected that his seemingly easygoing son-in-law was such a top-notch expert. Li Xiuning picked up a knife from the ground, a smile on his face, and walked step by step toward the semi-conscious Wang Jianren. Wang Jianren, already disoriented from blood loss, instinctively tried to crawl backward. Shi Junmai, showing no fear, swung his knife, severing Wang Jianren's other arm. The excruciating pain jolted Wang Jianren awake. He was about to beg for mercy when Shi Junmai's second blow landed. He didn't kill Wang Jianren immediately, but instead severed both of his legs. Only when Wang Jianren was completely powerless to struggle did Shi Junmai decapitate him. Qin Xiao nodded. Good, that's a true man. He looked at the two servants and said, "Take your young master's body back and tell the Wang family patriarch. I, Qin Xiao, am the one who killed Wang Jianren. Let them come at me." The next morning, a fierce argument suddenly broke out outside the villa, the loud voices waking Qin Xiao from his sleep. He went to the door and saw a dark-skinned young man arguing heatedly with a sentry. He immediately asked irritably, "What's all this noise so early in the morning? Who are you? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up for causing trouble?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the four men outside the door knelt down in unison, shouting, "Master, please accept our bow." Qin Xiao was stunned. "When did I say I wanted to take on disciples? And who are you?" "Three of you are as dark-skinned as charcoal sellers." One of them quickly introduced himself. His name was Cheng Chumo, and his father was Cheng Yaojin, who had once accompanied the king of Qin as a guest here. The other was Qin Huayu. His father, Qin Xiong, had become increasingly strong after taking the tonic pill given to him by Qin Xiao, so he was extremely grateful to Qin Xiao. The remaining two burly young men were Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baoqing, the sons of Yuqi Gong. Qin Xiao then understood and said with a smile, "Your fathers are indeed heroic figures, but who can say for sure what kind of people you will become in the future?" Qin Huayu bowed respectfully. "It is precisely because we did not know that our elders instructed us to become your disciples." Qin Xiao did not immediately agree, but instead looked at Shi Junmai standing beside him. "Junmai, would you be willing to become my disciple?" Shi Junmai was both surprised and delighted, but somewhat incredulous. "Master, I am just a commoner, and now I am a homeless orphan. Am I really qualified to become your disciple?" Qin Xiao said directly, "I never consider social status when accepting disciples. I only consider character. As long as someone is upright and honest, I will accept them." Shi Junmai immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Disciple Shi Junmai greets master." Qin Xiao nodded to him to get up, then looked at Cheng Chumo and the others. "I just killed Wang Jianren of the Wang family yesterday, and now I have a blood feud with the 5 clans and 7 noble families. Aren't you afraid they will take their wrath upon you if you become my disciples?" Qin Huayu answered without hesitation, "Since I have decided to become your disciple, I will never regret it. If the 5 clans and 7 noble families dare to seek revenge, they will have to step over my dead body first." Cheng Chumo and the Yuqi brothers also declared in unison that they would not back down. Qin Xiao then deliberately asked Cheng Chumo, "I heard that your mother is the eldest daughter of the Cui family of Qinghe. The 5 clans and 7 noble families are of the same blood. You still dare to become my disciple?" Cheng Chumo raised his head and said, "My father is a troublemaker, and I am a little troublemaker. Once I've made up my mind, I will never change it, especially since my mother agrees. The Wang family has only lost a spoiled brat. Their foundation remains intact, and they haven't harmed the interests of other powerful families. They might not make a big fuss over something like this." Qin Xiao smiled upon hearing this. In the end, everyone in the world comes and goes, and it all boils down to self-interest. Cheng Chumo seems to have a clear understanding of this. So he formally accepted the 4 as disciples and casually named his sect the Qinquan sect. Shi Junmai was temporarily the eldest disciple, Qin Huayu the second, Cheng Chumo the third, Yuqi Baolin the fourth, and Yuqi Baoqing the youngest. However, Qin Xiao explained in advance that Qinquan sect disciples were divided into 3 ranks: outer disciples, inner disciples, and personal disciples, with outer disciples being the lowest and personal disciples the highest. They are currently only outer disciples. They will first report to General He and train with the others. Only after passing the assessment 3 months later can they be promoted to inner disciples and learn more powerful skills. As for the position of senior disciple, it is not based on age or order of entry, but on whoever has the strongest skills is qualified to sit in that position. After arranging these things, Qin Xiao casually asked, "Have you had breakfast yet?" The group shook their heads in unison. Qin Xiao then remembered something else. "By the way, what about your apprenticeship gifts?" Shi Junmai looked troubled and admitted that he really couldn't afford them. Knowing his predicament, Qin Xiao directly waived his apprenticeship gift. Cheng Chumo, however, was prepared and took out several packages, each containing 50 taels of gold, totaling 200 taels. Qin Xiao accepted the gift with satisfaction and immediately returned the favor. Then I'll treat you to breakfast, and I'll also give each of you 10 caddies of white rabbit milk candy. The group followed him into the villa's dining room, and were immediately stunned by the breakfast laid out before them as soon as they sat down at the table. Rice noodles, rice cakes, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, large meat buns, dumplings, pumpkin pancakes, and more than 10 other kinds of food filled the entire table, their aromas so enticing that they made the group's mouths water. Qin Xiao had gone to wash up and hadn't returned yet, so no matter how hungry they were, they dared not touch their chopsticks. In their view, heaven, earth, ruler, parents, and teacher were the foundation of society, and disrespecting their master would be condemned. When Qin Xiao finally returned, he saw them drooling with envy and couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you eat first? The Qiankuan sect only requires you to respect your master from the bottom of your heart, and not to betray or sell out the sect. Other rules are up to you. The group immediately agreed, and Qin Xiao waved his hand. Let's eat. Those two words were like heavenly music to them. The four of them immediately started wolfing down the food, wishing they had more mouths. Qin Xiao understood. After all, these were classic breakfast dishes from later generations, and it was normal for them to be so excited about eating them for the first time. Since Li Xiuning sent over 30 female soldiers, Qin Xiao's life had become much easier. He taught them how to make breakfast and cook, and even kept the place spotless. At the same time, he also took the time to teach them management, marketing, and intelligence gathering skills, preparing them to run restaurants in various places and turn them into intelligence stations for future planning. These female soldiers had followed Li Xiuning since childhood and were extremely loyal to her. Since Qin Xiao was Li Xiuning's husband, they naturally obeyed unconditionally. Qin Xiao originally only wanted to hide in this secluded paradise and live a peaceful, carefree life. But ever since he stole Li Xiuning as his wife and was discovered by Li Xiuning, he knew he had been drawn into the royal family's turmoil. His future days were destined to be anything but peaceful. Even if he wanted to be a carefree person, he could only be a lively, energetic one. Just as Qin Xiao was handing out milk candy to his disciples, the Wang family of Chang'an was holding a core meeting to discuss how to avenge the death of Wang Jianren. My nephew cannot have died in vain. Even if Qin Xiao is the husband of the princess, we, the Wang family, cannot swallow this insult, Wang Guangliang said through gritted teeth. Wang Guanyue echoed angrily. A life for a life. This is an unchanging principle since ancient times. Qin Xiao must pay the price. Clan chief Wang Guangming reminded everyone that the two servants who had escaped said Qin Xiao was highly skilled in martial arts, killing dozens of people in the blink of an eye, and was also capricious, acting entirely on a whim. Wang Guangming dismissed this, saying, if he can kill dozens of people, how could he possibly kill hundreds or thousands? No matter how powerful he is, it's just the bravery of a brute. At this moment, Wang Gui spoke up, analyzing that although Qin Xiao was only a prince consort, he had Li Xiuning, who commanded 100,000 troops, standing behind him. If the Wang family were to kill Qin Xiao directly, and the eldest princess were to lead her women's army in a desperate revenge, the Wang family might not be able to withstand it. Wang Guangming nodded in approval and asked him what his plan was. Wang Gui immediately proposed a three-pronged approach. First, write a memorial to Li Yuan detailing Qin Xiao's crimes and the Wang family's demands. Then, send all the Wang family members in Chang'an to the palace, each kneeling and pleading for justice with a petition in hand. Finally, the Wang family controlled Chang'an's grain supply. Unless Li Yuan gave a reply, grain prices would rise by 20% daily until the court yielded. Wang Guangming applauded this, convinced that Li Yuan, under such pressure, wouldn't dare disregard the Wang family's demands. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was telling Li Xiuning about her childhood anecdotes when the eunuch Qin Bingji burst in, flustered. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Li Yuan frowned and scolded. What's the panic? Has the sky fallen? Qin Bingji quickly reported that the Wang clan members had gathered outside Xuanwu Gate, each kneeling with a petition, claiming that the princess's husband, Qin Xiao, had killed Wang Jianren, the second son of the Wang family. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was immediately at a loss. He could only order the guards to look after the Wang family and send them some tea and pastries. At the same time, he summoned Li Jiancheng, Li Ximen, Li Yuanji, and several important ministers to the imperial study for a meeting, and dispatched Li Junming to Lantian County to investigate the truth. Although he had never met Qin Xiao, He knew from Li Xiuning that his daughter greatly admired this husband, and that Qin Xiao had easily defeated Yu Qigong, demonstrating extraordinary strength. Because of this affection for Qin Xiao, Li Yuan was unwilling to easily convict him. However, the Wang family belonged to the 5 clans and 7 noble families, with influence extending throughout the court and among the common people. If they were to unite and launch an attack, the very operation of the Tang Dynasty could be affected, and Li Yuan would have to give them an explanation. Just as he was hesitating whether to tell his daughter about the matter, Li Xiuning sensed something was wrong and asked, "Father, what exactly happened?" Li Yuan could only tell her about the Wang family's appeal for justice and reminded her to control her emotions and listen more and speak less during the meeting. The father and daughter arrived at the imperial study ahead of time, where Li Yuan found Wang Gui's memorial among the memorials. The memorial stated that Qin Xiao had harassed a respectable woman, and when Wang Jianren witnessed it and intervened, Qin Xiao became enraged and not only killed Wang Jianren and more than 20 of his followers, but also exterminated the entire family of the woman in question. Li Yuan grew increasingly furious as he read the memorial, convinced that such a thing was absolutely impossible. Li Xiuning, upon receiving the memorial, was equally trembling with anger. She knew very well that before Qin Xiao met her, his household didn't even have a single servant, let alone suddenly become a lecherous and indiscriminate killer. "Father, Wang Gui is framing the current imperial son-in-law. He must not be let off easily." Li Yuan sighed. Wang Gui dares to be so reckless precisely because he relies on the power of the Wang family. Soon after, the crown prince, the Prince of Qin, and other high-ranking officials entered the imperial study. Li Yuan recounted the Wang family's accusation against Qin Xiao for the murder of Wang Jianren and asked everyone to offer their opinions. A moment of silence followed, and still no one spoke. Everyone knew that the Wang family and the eldest princess were not to be trifled with. Rashly taking sides would only bring trouble. Finally, Li Jianxing spoke first. The Wang family is one of the 5 noble families and 7 prominent clans. They wouldn't frame a commoner without any official rank without cause. The contents of the memorial may not be entirely true, but most of it should be. Just then, Chun Bingji rushed in to report that grain prices in Chang'an had risen by 20%. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan could only sigh. This Wang family is indeed no pushover. Li Yuanji immediately stepped forward, echoing Li Jianxing's opinion that Qin Xiao should be severely punished to give the Wang family an explanation. Just then, Li Junming requested an audience. Upon entering the imperial study, he immediately explained that he had investigated the matter thoroughly. It turned out that Wang Jianren had seen Shi Juanmai's sister on the streets of Chang'an and attempted to forcibly abduct her in broad daylight. After being chased away by Shi Junmai, he harbored resentment. The next day, he led a group of wicked servants to the Shi family for revenge. They not only took turns humiliating Shi Juanmai's sister, causing her tragic death, but also murdered Shi Juanmai's parents and grandparents. Shi Junmai fought his way out and sought Qin Xiao's help. Upon learning the truth, Qin Xiao, in a fit of rage, killed Wang Jianren and the others. After hearing Li Junming's report, Li Xiuning slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed, "Well done. These beasts deserve to die." Pei Ji exclaimed excitedly. The Wang family is of such noble status, while Shi Juanmai's family is nothing but a bunch of lowly commoners. Even if tens of thousands die, it wouldn't compare to the death of the Wang family patriarch's son. The most important thing to do now is to capture Shi Junmai and tear him to pieces, to show the Wang family the court's stance. Li Xiuning was furious. Is the Wang family more noble than the royal family? Why should we give them an explanation? Without those common people, where would Pei Ji's family get their food, clothing, and shelter? Li Yuanji disagreed, saying that people are born into different classes, and the lowly are just that, lowly. Did they really give him their offerings for free? Li Xiuning countered. If the common people really gave them their offerings for free, what would they eat? Why was Emperor Yang of Sui overthrown? It was precisely because the people were forced to starve that they rebelled. Seeing the argument growing increasingly heated, Li Yuan interrupted everyone in a deep voice, saying, "Today we won't discuss anything else, only the matter of Xiaoning's husband, Qin Xiao. Everyone, please share your opinions." Li Jianxing immediately volunteered to send troops to arrest Qin Xiao and hand him over to the Wang family for processing. A commoner with no background dared to be so arrogant. He needed to be taught a lesson. Even acts of bravery require resources. Moreover, Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning's marriage was recent and illicit, so the royal family had no need to acknowledge it. They could find Li Xiuning another suitable match later, and even consider reconciling with Qin Xiao. Li Xiuning was furious, directly accusing Li Jiansheng of lacking any princely demeanor, shamelessly serving the Wang family, and simply a lackey of the Wang family. Li Jiansheng, his face turning ashen from the scolding, immediately rebuked Li Xiuning for her treason and ordered her imprisoned. Li Xiuning immediately scoffed. Li Jiansheng is only the crown prince now. Does he really think of Li Yuan as a mere figurehead? Li Xiuning was right. He had almost completely disgraced the imperial family. If Li Jiansheng were to ascend the throne, would the Tang Dynasty be ruled by the Li family or the Wang family? Would even an imperial edict require the Wang family's consent first? Li Yuan finally flew into a rage, ordering Qin Bingji to send the eldest princess back to Ningfeng Pavilion, forbidding her from leaving without his permission. Li Xiuning asked incredulously, "Father, are you going to imprison me?" Li Yuan turned away, leaving only two cold words, "Take her away." As she was led away, Li Xiuning was filled with regret. Qin Xiao had long warned her that Li Yuan was indecisive and often drew conclusions without distinguishing right from wrong. Now she finally believed him completely. Seeing this, Li Jiansheng continued to suggest issuing an imperial edict to Qin Xiao, ordering him to voluntarily surrender to the palace. If he dared to disobey, it wouldn't be too late to send troops to suppress him. Li Yuanji immediately agreed, insisting that the Wang family must be given an explanation. Grain prices had already risen by 20%, and if this continued, the people of Chang'an would inevitably panic. The foundation of the Tang Dynasty could not be shaken because of one Qin Xiao. Li Xiuning, however, firmly opposed it. Qin Xiao was Li Xiuning's husband and Li Yuan's son-in-law. If he were to abandon even his own son-in-law, wouldn't the world laugh at the Li family for fearing the Wang family? Li Yuan, however, ordered him to shut up and commanded Li Xiuning to return to his residence and reflect on his actions for a month. He entrusted the matter entirely to the crown prince, who was determined to quell the Wang family's anger. Li Xiuning received the imperial decree and withdrew. Upon returning to the Prince of Qin's residence, he immediately summoned his trusted civil and military officials and recounted everything that had happened in the imperial study. He then dispatched Cheng Yaojin to inform Qin Xiao. Du Ruhui stated bluntly that no matter the cost, Qin Xiao's husband must be protected. He believed that Qin Xiao, a near-divine figure, would undoubtedly become the Prince of Qin's greatest asset in the future. Fang Xinling agreed, acknowledging Qin Xiao's undeniable abilities. If the Wang family were to harm him, it would be an irreparable loss for the Tang Dynasty. However, Yu Qigong felt that the others might be overthinking things. With Qin Xiao's skills, he couldn't possibly be unprepared, much less be so easily driven into a corner. And indeed, Yu Qigong's prediction came true. When Cheng Yaojin arrived at the villa in Lantian County, Qin Xiao was leisurely playing the zither on the rooftop. Recently, Qin Xiao has become obsessed with the Guqin. His rendition of the pure heart and universal benevolence mantra was serene and melodious, as if the turmoil in Chang'an had nothing to do with him. Cheng Yaojin, panting, rushed over and said urgently, "Prince Consort Qin, you still have the mind to play the Guqin? The palace is in complete chaos." Qin Xiao looked up and smiled. "Brother Yaojin, what brings you here? Perhaps Cheng Chimo's apprenticeship gift was too small, and you felt bad, so you came personally to add more." Cheng Yaojin stamped his feet in frustration, yelling, "Add more my ass. Something terrible has happened. The princess has been placed under house arrest by the emperor, and the Prince of Qin has been punished by being confined to his residence for a month to reflect on his actions for speaking up for you." Qin Xiao was stunned. Just because he killed a spoiled brat from the Wang family? Did they really not care about the royal family's reputation? Cheng Yaojin sighed and explained, "The power of the 5 clans and 7 noble families is too great. The Wang family sent countless people to kneel and protest before Xuanwu Gate. Grain prices in Chang'an rose by another 20% today, and the crown princess happens to be a member of the Wang family. To protect you, the eldest princess publicly berated the crown prince, enraging Li Jiansheng, who nearly imprisoned her. The emperor, left with no other option, could only place her under house arrest. The Prince of Qin was also punished for speaking up for you. He sent me, Cheng Yaojin, to let you hide first, avoid the limelight, and wait for the people of the Qin prince's mansion to come up with a plan." Qin Xiao nodded after hearing this, confirming that he hadn't misjudged him. The people of the Qin prince's mansion were indeed loyal. However, he wouldn't leave, much less abandon Li Xiuning. He would personally go and rescue his wife. Then, Qin Xiao suddenly asked Cheng Yaojin if he wanted to make a bet. Cheng Yaojin immediately perked up. What are we betting on? I, old Cheng, love to gamble. I've never been afraid of anyone, Qin Xiao said calmly. I bet no one in the world can do anything to him. Even if an army of 100,000 came, they wouldn't be able to budge him an inch. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened, and he patted his chest, saying he'd bet, but he wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. He only asked what the stakes were. Qin Xiao smiled and asked, Is white rabbit milk candy delicious? Cheng Yaojin nodded repeatedly, saying it was sweet and fragrant, and his family all loved it. Qin Xiao then said that if he lost, he would give Cheng Yaojin 100 caddies of white rabbit milk candy. If Cheng Yaojin lost, he would have to bring 50 taels of gold, and his food and lodging for the next few days would be on him. Cheng Yaojin immediately agreed, saying he accepted the bet, and anyone who went back on their word was a coward. Reporting, Master. The Wang family's private troops are heading this way. Cheng Chumo ran up breathlessly to report. Qin Xiao, however, remained calm and said indifferently, A man must be composed. Even if Mount Tai collapses before you, you must not lose your composure. Don't tarnish your father's reputation as a troublemaker. Cheng Yaojin also asked, How many people has the Wang family sent? About 3,000 soldiers. They should arrive within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Cheng Chumo answered truthfully. Qin Xiao immediately ordered, Notify He Panren and Ma Sanbao that everyone retreat and not resist. Cheng Chumo obeyed and left. He Panren led his men to retreat, while Ma Sanbao ordered his soldiers to continue building the factory, as if they didn't take the crisis seriously at all. Qin Xiao had the female soldiers set up a table next to the zither platform, cooked a few dishes, and then took out some white wine, filling his and Cheng Yaojin's glasses. Cheng Yaojin stared at the transparent glass, his face full of shock. The Qin prince's mansion only has one pair of these luminous cups, and you're using them for drinking? Brother Cheng likes them. I'll give you a pair when I go back. Qin Xiao smiled, then asked, I heard your wife comes from the Cui family of Qinghe. Now that you're openly on my side, aren't you afraid the Wang family will unite with the 5 clans and 7 noble families to cause you trouble? Cheng Yaojin raised his wine cup, his tone bold. I, Cheng Yaojin, have achieved what I have today by killing enemies and making meritorious contributions. I will never let a woman control me. The 5 clans and 7 noble families can check and balance the court, but they cannot check and balance me. He told Qin Xiao that nowadays, the economy, food, ancient books, printing, and papermaking of the Tang Dynasty are almost entirely controlled by the 5 clans and 7 noble families. With a single word, they could control the price of grain in Chang'an, and poor scholars, lacking access to classical texts, had no chance of advancement. Most officials in the court were their protégés, naturally putting the emperor under constant control. However, Cheng Yaojin, having no assets to be manipulated, was naturally unafraid of threats. Qin Xiao suddenly understood, but deliberately teased, I believe you're not afraid of the 5 clans and 7 noble families. But I heard you're afraid of your wife. Aren't you afraid she won't let you sleep with her? Cheng Yaojin glared anxiously. I'm not afraid. I'm just worried about my wife. I'm not afraid of the enemy's thousands of troops, so why would I be afraid of my wife? As he spoke, he looked at Qin Xiao, who was calmly drinking, and said with admiration, I admire 3 people in my life. The king of Qin, second brother Qin, and you. With a great enemy at hand, you can still drink with me. I definitely couldn't do that. Qin Xiao said meaningfully, You have a good eye for following Shimen. You will definitely be proud of this decision in the future. Cheng Yaojin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Prince of Qin can really sit on that throne? Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but mutter to himself. Qin Zhao's words were just like those 2 old Taoist priests, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. Qin Xiao sighed. He had only wanted to live a secluded life in the mountains, marry, have children, and live a life free from worldly strife. But he had married a female general, the emperor's most beloved eldest daughter, making it impossible to remain uninvolved. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding. Mission issued. Defeat the invading enemy. Reward. 10,000 boxes of Friends of Women. Penalty for mission failure. Struck by lightning 10 times. Meanwhile, Wang Guanyue had already led 3,000 private soldiers to the scene in a grand procession. These men, wielding swords and carrying bows and arrows, exuded a murderous aura and appeared like ferocious beasts to ordinary people. But in Qin Zhao's eyes, this group of private soldiers was not even as strong as the weakest army in the Tang Dynasty, and their combat power was even inferior to that of bandits. When the 3,000 men arrived outside the villa and saw the magnificent house before them, they were all stunned. Just as Wang Guangyue was about to order the door to be smashed down, Qin Xiao's voice suddenly came from upstairs. "Are you the people sent by the Wang family?" Wang Guangyue looked up and shouted angrily. "I am the younger brother of the Wang family patriarch. You are Qin Xiao, who killed my nephew. Good eye? Your nephew committed murder and arson and did all kinds of evil. His death is a service to the people." Wang Guangyue flew into a rage, pointing at Qin Xiao and roaring, "Everyone, listen to my command. Whoever kills Qin Xiao will be rewarded with 100,000 strings of cash." Qin Xiao, however, calmly replied, "Calm down. Let me play a tune of ambush from 10 sides for you all to liven things up. Play my ass. Kill." Seeing the private soldiers charging towards them, Qin Xiao took out 2 wads of cotton and handed them to Cheng Yaojin. "Brother Cheng, put these in your ears so you don't get hurt." Despite his doubts, Cheng Yaojin did as instructed. The next moment, Qin Xiao plucked the strings of his zither. The music wasn't loud, but it seemed to penetrate directly into everyone's minds. The 3,000 private soldiers froze on the spot, feeling as if their heads were about to explode. With each vibration of the strings, their heartbeats quickened and their headaches intensified. Cheng Yaojin, sitting beside Qin Xiao, felt his mind in turmoil. Fortunately, he had cotton in his ears, which mitigated the disturbance. Qin Xiao's fingers moved faster and faster, the music becoming increasingly urgent. The private soldiers downstairs finally couldn't bear it any longer, throwing down their weapons and rolling on the ground, clutching their heads, their screams filling the air. This was no ordinary piece of music. Qin Xiao had infused the strings with his inner strength, using the chilling intent of ambush from 10 sides to directly assault everyone's minds. Hearing the music from afar, Cheng Chumo and the others felt their hearts race and a nameless panic rise within them, instinctively covering their ears. Before the piece was even finished, all 3,000 private soldiers had collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Even Wang Guangyue was not spared. Qin Xiao, seeing that the time was right, stopped playing. If he continued, all 3,000 men would die in front of his door, and he didn't want his gate to be piled high with corpses. After the music stopped, the men lying on the ground stared blankly, their expressions wooden, clearly their minds shattered, rendered mentally impaired. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened, his mouth agape, unable to recover for a long time. Qin Xiao picked up his wine cup and said calmly, "Brother Cheng, it's over." Cheng Yaojin then snapped out of his daze, his face filled with horror. "Prince Qin, what kind of method was this? You played a few notes on the zither, and you wiped out 3,000 men." Qin Xiao explained, "Kung Fu is divided into external and internal skills. You practice external skills, while I practice both. Just now, I infused my internal energy into the strings of the zither and then used the imagery of ambush from 10 sides to impact their minds." This piece originally depicts the desperate situation of Xiangyu, the king of Chu, being surrounded by the Han army at Gaixia. It is extremely murderous. People with weak wills will easily have their minds collapse after hearing it, and eventually they will become fools. Cheng Chumo ran over excitedly. His master was amazing. He hadn't even made contact with the enemy, yet he had scared them senseless just by playing the zither. He wanted to learn that skill too. Qin Xiao smiled and asked him if he understood music. "You want to fly before you can even walk?" he asked. "First, solidify your foundation. If you don't pass the assessment in 3 months, your master-disciple relationship will be over." Cheng Chumo quickly assured him that he would definitely pass the assessment. Qin Xiao, however, wasn't buying it. Anyone could boast. In the end, results mattered. Cheng Chumo then asked what to do with the people who had become mentally impaired. Qin Xiao instructed Ma Sanbao to send them back to Chang'an City. These people were merely mentally impaired and wouldn't harm anyone. At this moment, He Panren rushed over, saying that grain prices in Chang'an had risen by 40%, and the Wang family was clearly using grain prices to put pressure on the imperial court. Qin Xiao told him to go to Qin Xiao to get money and collect grain from the villagers of Lantian County in his own name. He first inquired about the original price of rice and learned that it used to be 10 coins per dough, but had now risen to 14 coins. Qin Xiao immediately ordered that the grain be purchased from the villagers at 9 coins per dough, a unit of dry measure, and sold at 10 coins per dough, and that large quantities be purchased. Over the years, he had provided hybrid rice seeds to the people of Lantian County. The villagers respected him and dared not sell them without permission. Now that each household had stockpiled a large amount of grain, it was time for them to make a profit. However, Qin Xiao specifically emphasized that only rice could be sold, absolutely no paddy rice. He certainly wouldn't sell the rice to the 5 clans and 7 noble families, letting them use it for seed research. Cheng Yaojin worried. What if the 5 clans and 7 noble families bought up large quantities of rice and then resold it to the common people at high prices? Qin Xiao didn't care at all. The grain stored up in a county for 6 years, while not enough to supply the entire Tang Dynasty, was enough to fight the 5 clans and 7 noble families. Cheng Yaojin was relieved, but reminded him that the grain price was just the beginning. Li Xiuning had already entrusted this matter to the crown prince. And since the crown princess came from the Wang family, the crown prince's intention was to first imprison Qin Xiao and then hand him over to the Wang family for further handling. Qin Xiao calmly replied that Li Xiuning was Li Xiuning's elder brother and also his brother-in-law. If the other party acknowledged this kinship, he would naturally respect it. If they turned their backs on him, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Cheng Yaojin left behind a debt of 50 taels of gold, preparing to return to report to the king of Qin. Qin Xiao then instructed Cheng Chumo to find Xiao Lan and bring 50 caddies of white rabbit milk candy for Cheng Yaojin to take away. After everyone left, Qin Xiao sat down alone in deep thought. Although Li Xiuning was temporarily out of danger, she was under house arrest in Chang'an, and he couldn't swallow this insult. However, the system restricted him from leaving Lantian County, so he had to find another way. Just then, the system notified him that the mission was completed perfectly, preventing the stench of blood from polluting the landscape, and awarded him 20,000 boxes of Friends of Women. Qin Xiao was annoyed. What use was this stuff? Was he supposed to open a specialty store for it? In the end, he could only keep it for his wife and female soldiers. Meanwhile, Ma Sanbao and his men were already wielding whips, herding Wang's 3,000 private soldiers, along with Wang Guangyue, towards Chang'an like livestock. When the news reached the Prince of Qin's residence, a guard reported that the 3,000 private soldiers the Wang family had sent to deal with Qin Xiao had all been turned into fools and were being escorted back to the city by Ma Sanbao. Li Xiuning was shocked and demanded to know if they had any wounds or bloodstains. The guard replied that there was no blood, but everyone was disheveled, their clothes covered in mud, as if they had rolled on the ground. Li Xiuning grew increasingly curious about what had happened in Lantian County. Fang Xianling could only say that the truth would only be known upon Cheng Yaojin's return. The crown prince's residence was also in chaos. The head guard reported that 3,000 idiots had suddenly appeared on the streets of Chang'an, including Wang Guangyue, the crown princess's own uncle. These men were urinating in the street, even fighting with dogs for food. Zhuke Avenue was in complete disarray. Li Jianxing couldn't understand why Wang Guangyue, who had clearly led troops to Lantian County, would appear in Chang'an, with all 3,000 men turned into fools. He immediately ordered a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, at the Wang family residence, the steward rushed in, shouting that something had happened. Wang Guangming, already annoyed, immediately began to curse. The steward, his face contorted with grief, reported that the 3,000 private soldiers brought by Third Master Wang Guangyue had all gone mad and were now racing to see who could take off their pants the fastest on Zhuke Street, utterly disgracing the Wang family. Wang Guangming was furious and ordered his men to bring them back immediately. However, the steward said these men were completely uncooperative and could only be taken away by 2 men each. The Wang family currently only had 5,000 soldiers. Sending them all out would expose their true strength. Wang Guangming angrily cursed him for being stupid, who said he had to bring them all at once. He could just have his servants go and capture them in several trips. All of this, in fact, was already part of Qin Xiao's plan. Killing all 3,000 people would only pollute their own territory, requiring a lot of effort to bury them. It wasn't worth it at all. Now, turning them into fools not only completely crippled the Wang family's 3,000 fighting force, but the Wang family would also have to provide for their food, drink, and lodging, an expense that would surely cause the Wang family considerable pain. In Li Xiuning's residence under house arrest, her personal maid rushed in excitedly, saying she had some incredibly good news. Li Xiuning laughed and scolded her for being so impulsive, wondering how she would ever get married. The maid replied that she wouldn't marry, only wanting to serve the princess forever. She then told Li Xiuning that the 3,000 private soldiers sent by the Wang family to Lantian County had all appeared on Zhuke Street, and they had all become mentally impaired, filthy worse than beggars. Li Xiuning immediately asked if they had any blood on them, and the maid said no. Li Xiuning instantly understood that this must have been Qin Xiao's doing. Her husband had many methods. What were 3,000 soldiers? Lantian County had at least 5,000 soldiers, but Qin Xiao hadn't used any of them, clearly using his own methods. Chapter 18. Your Majesty, the 3,000 private soldiers the Wang family sent this morning to capture Prince Consort Qin have returned, Gao Zhang reported, bowing. Li Yuan frowned and asked, how is Qin Xiao? Has he already been captured and brought back to the Wang family? Gao Zhang's expression was strange. Prince Consort Qin's situation is unknown, but the 3,000 private soldiers led by Wang Guangyue have all become idiots and are currently taking off their pants and urinating in public on Zhuke Street. Li Yuan's face darkened. Was it Xiaoning's men who did it? It shouldn't be. Those people were just covered in dust and dirt, with no wounds or bloodstains, and they weren't missing any men. They didn't seem to have been in any fighting at all. Now Li Yuan was even more puzzled, and asked if the imperial edict sent by the crown prince to Lantian County to arrest Qin Xiao had been delivered. Gao Zhang replied that the crown prince had already sent men before the Wang family's private troops returned, and they should be arriving in Lantian County soon. Li Yuan immediately ordered, go, summon the crown prince. I have questions for him. Gao Zhang acknowledged the order and withdrew, but Li Yuan remained seated, his heart filled with increasing unease and a growing sense of foreboding. In this matter, he had clearly sided with Li Xiuning, and indeed, he was far too wary of the Wang family. Of his several legitimate children, Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji were on one side, while Li Xiuning and Li Xiuning were on the other. This time, however, he sided with Li Jianxing without hesitation. Li Yuan was well aware that while the fall of the Sui dynasty was partly due to Yang Guang's extravagant spending and waste of resources, the 5 prominent families and 7 powerful clans also played a significant role in its demise. Now that the Tang Dynasty has just been established, everything needs to be rebuilt, and the court relies heavily on the support of powerful families for many things. It simply doesn't have the strength to completely break with the 5 clans and 7 noble families. If it were to offend them too severely, at best the court would be paralyzed, and at worst the throne would change hands again. Therefore, he could only wrong Li Xiuning and Li Xiuning, and as for Qin Xiao, he could only be used as a sacrifice to appease the Wang family's anger. Li Yuan had never seriously considered that if a country is constantly threatened and chooses to yield, when will it ever truly become strong? Meanwhile, the eunuch Qin Bingji, leading a large entourage of ceremonial guards and 300 imperial bodyguards, headed towards Lantian County. Upon learning that Qin Xiao lived in a valley, requiring more than an hour's walk and a trek over mountains, the group's initial enthusiasm instantly waned. Except for the palace guards who were still physically fit, the rest of the pampered people were exhausted from the journey. More than an hour later, they finally arrived outside the villa, panting heavily. They had no interest in admiring the magnificent mansion. They only wanted to quickly deliver the imperial decree back to the palace to report. Qin Bingji shouted in a shrill voice, Imperial decree. Qin Xiao, Prince Consort Qin, come out immediately to receive the decree. The sound reached the villa, and everyone inside should have heard it, but despite his repeated shouts, there was no response. The crowd was furious, their faces turning ashen, but they were powerless against the 2 heavy, tightly closed bronze doors, and could only join in the shouting. Just as their voices were nearly hoarse and they were about to return to the palace to lodge a complaint, the large bronze doors slowly opened. A dozen female soldiers, clad in armor and armed, stood in neat rows on either side of the entrance, exuding an imposing aura. Qin Bingji, suppressing his anger, shouted, Qin Xiao, kneel down immediately to receive the imperial decree. Qin Xiao looked at him and smiled faintly. So this is what eunuchs look like. I've truly seen something new today. Neither male nor female, their voices sound like chickens crowing. No wonder they're so disliked. Qin Bingji flew into a rage. How dare you? I am the head of the emperor's palace. Today, I am delivering the imperial decree on behalf of the emperor. Your insult to me is an insult to the emperor. Qin Xiao retorted without any politeness. You damned eunuch, don't try to intimidate me with the emperor. The emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. What about you? If I gave you a woman, could you handle it? The female soldiers around him blushed, but still couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Bingji trembled with rage, but could only suppress his fury and directly unfurl the imperial edict. Qin Xiao, receive the edict. It is decreed. Qin Xiao, the consort of the princess, has killed Wang Jianren, the second son of the Wang family, and more than 20 others. The country has its laws, and the family has its rules. The emperor is subject to the same laws as commoners. Therefore, he is hereby imprisoned in the imperial prison to await judgment. This is the imperial decree. He didn't care whether Qin Xiao knelt or not. He only wanted to complete the task assigned by the crown prince as soon as possible. Qin Xiao coldly replied, "Take it back. I will not accept the imperial decree." Shun Bingji shouted, "How dare you? You dare to disobey the imperial decree?" Qin Xiao laughed. "I am indeed quite bold. I even stole my wife. Go back and tell Li Xiuning that if he considers me his brother-in-law, I will acknowledge him as my brother-in-law. But if he wants to take my life to curry favor with his wife and the Wang family, then he may very well become the second Wang Guanyue. You'd better not mess with me, or you'll face the consequences. And tell my cheap father-in-law to stop wavering all the time. I've already solved the food crisis for him. Treat my wife well, and I'll find time to bring her back. Now, you can get out of here." Shun Bingji flew into a rage. "You have no respect for the emperor, no respect for the law. Disobeying the imperial decree is a capital offense. Threatening the crown prince is an even greater capital offense. 10 heads wouldn't be enough to chop off your head, and you'd have to execute your entire family." Qin Xiao's eyes turned icy. "You damned eunuch, dare to say another word, and I'll bury you here." Seeing that he wasn't threatened, Shun Bingji immediately shouted, "Men, seize this criminal." Li Xiuning had anticipated Qin Xiao's resistance and was even more worried about Li Xiuning's men intervening, so he specifically dispatched 300 imperial guards to accompany him in the arrest. Upon hearing the order, the imperial guards drew their swords and stepped forward. Several female soldiers quickly stepped in front of Qin Xiao, but he waved them off, completely disregarding them. "You all step back. Today I'll show you how your son-in-law beats them up. Open your eyes wide and learn from them. Once you've mastered your skills, then come and protect me." The imperial guards were furious. They were all elite soldiers, each capable of taking on 10 men, yet Qin Xiao treated them with such contempt. "Today, I'll show you what real kung fu is." The words had barely left his lips when Qin Xiao charged into the crowd like lightning. His figure weaved through the throng, and wherever he went, not a single imperial guard could withstand a single blow. They were all sent flying. Qin Xiao had already held back, using only 60% of his strength. Otherwise, there would have been hundreds more corpses here. Shun Bingji, seeing the imperial guards lying on the ground, was so frightened he wet himself, his previous arrogance completely gone. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and when he saw Qin Xiao looking at him, he collapsed to the ground, nearly fainting from fright. Qin Xiao coldly said, "Now you can get lost. Don't come to my house again unless it's absolutely necessary. I'll beat you every time you do. You damned eunuch. Beating you would only dirty my hands. Get lost." Chapter 19, A Powerful Counterattack. Cheng Yaojin rode swiftly back to Chang'an, heading straight for the Prince of Qin's residence without even entering his own home. At that moment, the civil and military officials in the residence were still waiting for news of him. Upon seeing him return, Yu Qigong quickly pressed him for details. "Yaojin, what's going on with the Wang family's 3,000 private soldiers? Why are they all acting so crazy?" Cheng Yaojin exclaimed excitedly. "It's all the work of Prince Consort Qin. It's such a pity you didn't see it. Your Majesty, you are an expert in music. Have you ever heard of music killing people?" Li Xiuning was stunned and shook his head, saying, "I've never heard of that. Why do you ask?" Cheng Yaojin immediately explained that the reason why the Wang family's 3,000 private soldiers had become like that was because Qin Xiao had played half of the song, Ambush from 10 Sides. Qin Xiao also said at the time that it was fortunate that he only played half of the song. If he had played the whole song, the people downstairs would not have gone mad, but would have all turned into corpses. Li Xiuning frowned in thought. Ambush from 10 Sides seemed to be the story of Xiang Yu being besieged by Han Xian at Gaixia and at his wit's end. But there really was such a piece of music in the world. Cheng Yaojin had no idea about any of this. All he knew was that Qin Xiao had given him 2 white cloth balls beforehand to plug his ears. He took out a cotton ball and said, "When Prince Consort Qin played the zither, even though I plugged my ears, my heart was still beating much faster than usual." That tune was truly eerie. Li Xiuning recognized that these were kapok flowers presented as tribute from the kingdom of Gaochang, and so they were planted in the imperial garden. Cheng Yaojin immediately said that this was a good thing. Qin Xiao said that kapok could be used to make winter clothes and quilts, which were extremely warm, and could also be made into various kinds of clothes and pants. Li Xiuming's eyes lit up. If that were the case, he should send someone to Gaochang to purchase the goods and then hand them over to Qin Xiao for production. Du Ruhui, however, reminded him that there was no need to make a special trip to Gaochang. As long as he proposed an acquisition plan to the merchants, they would naturally be willing to bring business to his door. Li Xiuning became increasingly pleased with the thought. As long as he could buy the seeds and plant them in the fields of the Tang Dynasty, he would have a continuous supply of kapok flowers the following year. Given Qin Xiao's abilities, if he says he can do it, then it's definitely not just empty talk. Qin Xiao smelled the alcohol on Cheng Yaojin and couldn't help but ask him if he had been drinking. Cheng Yaojin didn't hide anything and admitted that he had just had a few drinks with Qin Xiao, his tone full of enjoyment. He said he never imagined that he would be sitting on the rooftop balcony drinking with Qin Xiao, watching 3,000 of the Wang family's private soldiers charge down below. Qin Xiao remained unfazed, and with a few words of laughter, he played a tune on the zither, turning all 3,000 enemies into fools. Cheng Yaojin still finds it hard to believe, but the facts he has witnessed with his own eyes leave him no choice but to believe them. What pained him even more was that he had made a bet with Qin Xiao and lost 50 taels of gold for nothing. Fortunately, Qin Xiao was generous and gave him 50 caddies of white rabbit milk candy, and also prepared 50 caddies for Lizzie so that he could take them back to Chang'an. Li Xiuning laughed on the spot. Cheng Yaojin actually dared to gamble with Qin Xiao. He was indeed quite bold. He reminded Cheng Yaojin, "Have you forgotten that Qin Xiao once knocked Yu Qigong away with a single move? Knowing that the other party's skills are extraordinary, you still dare to offer up a bet?" Cheng Yaojin retorted defiantly. "If Qin Xiao said he would personally go down and wipe out 3,000 people, I definitely wouldn't gamble. But who would have thought that Qin Xiao would say he could defeat the enemy just by playing the zither? No one would easily believe such a thing." Changsun Wuji nodded in agreement, saying that if Cheng Yaojin hadn't said it himself, he wouldn't have believed such a method existed either. Fang Xianling then brought up another matter. Cheng Yaojin actually sent 12-year-old Cheng Chumo to Lantian County to become Qin Zhao's apprentice. Was he really willing to do that? Cheng Yaojin, on the contrary, was quite pleased with himself, saying that Cheng Chumo had gone willingly on his own. As long as that kid is willing to endure hardship and learn skills from Qin Xiao, even 10 of me wouldn't be a match for him in the future. Of course, he quickly added, no matter how powerful his son is, he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on his father. After hearing this, everyone started to make their own plans. If Qin Xiao truly possesses such abilities, sending one's own child to become his apprentice might not be a bad way out. Meanwhile, Chen Bingji returned to the palace with his imperial guards, looking disheveled, to report back. Li Jiansheng was talking with Li Yuan in the imperial study. Seeing everyone in such a disheveled state, Li Yuan frowned and asked, "Chen Bingji, what happened to you all?" Chen Bingji immediately put on a mournful face and complained that Qin Xiao was treasonous, disobeyed the imperial decree, and even assaulted and injured the imperial guards. Li Yuan's first thought was of Li Xiuning's subordinates, since the imperial guards were all experts who could easily take on 10 ordinary soldiers. Chen Bingji, however, said aggrievedly that the women's army had not been mobilized at all. It was Qin Xiao who defeated all the guards by himself. As for the dozen or so female soldiers around Qin Xiao, they simply stood behind and watched the show without making a move. Li Jiansheng immediately cried out in shock. How could one person defeat so many imperial guards? Li Yuan snorted coldly. Li Xiuning was proud and arrogant. If Qin Xiao didn't have real skills, why would she look up to him? Moreover, when Li Xiuning was hit by a poisoned arrow, even the imperial physicians were helpless, and it was Qin Xiao who ultimately cured her. Li Jiansheng then realized that he had indeed underestimated his brother-in-law. Qin Xiao is brave, resourceful, and possesses amazing medical skills. If he hadn't offended the Wang family, he would have been a great help to the Li family. Li Yuan then pressed for details, asking if Qin Xiao had left any other words. Chen Bingji stammered, saying that he did have it, but he didn't dare to say it. Li Yuan directly ordered that he be pardoned and allowed to tell the truth. Chen Bingji could only relay Qin Xiao's words verbatim. Qin Xiao told him to tell Li Jiansheng that if Li Jiansheng treated him as his brother-in-law, he would acknowledge him as his brother-in-law. However, if Li Jiansheng wanted to use his life to please his wife and the Wang family, then Li Jiansheng might very well become the second Wang Guanyue. Qin Xiao also warned Li Jiansheng that he had better not provoke him again, or he would have to bear the consequences. Li Jiansheng was furious. Qin Xiao dared to threaten the crown prince in public. He was simply courting death. Chen Bingji quickly knelt down and complained, saying that he had also reprimanded Qin Xiao in the same way. But Qin Xiao didn't take it seriously at all. As soon as he ordered the arrest, all the imperial guards were beaten to the ground. Li Yuan, with a stern face, asked Qin Xiao again if he had sent him any messages. Chen Bingji dared not hide the truth and could only bite the bullet and say that Qin Xiao had asked him to tell his father-in-law. Tell Li Yuan to stop wavering. Qin Xiao will solve the food crisis for him. As for Li Xiuning, Li Yuan should treat her well, and Qin Xiao will personally go to pick her up when he has time. Li Yuan was so angry that his beard trembled. Qin Xiao not only called him his cheap father-in-law, but also dared to lecture him on how to do things. He gritted his teeth and said that he wanted to see how Qin Xiao would solve the current food crisis in the Tang Dynasty. Meanwhile, in Lantian County, the people were already busy with their own affairs. The rice seedlings had already been planted, and everyone was worried about having nothing to do when they suddenly heard that the women's army was ordered by Qin Xiao to purchase a large amount of grain in the county. The people were so excited they couldn't speak. In the past 6 years, besides farming, they had been building granaries to store grain. Now that they can finally exchange grain for real money, everyone is as happy as if it were New Year's Day. To improve efficiency, Qin Xiao even redeemed 2 large water-powered rice milling machines from the system. As the machines started running, the speed of grain processing suddenly increased dramatically, and a counterattack against the food crisis officially began. Chapter 20. The War of Food. The next morning, before dawn, the people of Lantian County had already gathered, loaded bags of grain onto the 4-wheeled carts invented by Qin Xiao, harnessed horses, and set off in a grand procession for Chang'an. The price of the grain had already been agreed upon by the people. They would only accept 3 copper coins per bushel. This was their trust in Qin Xiao and their most sincere way of repaying him. Qin Xiao did not refuse and readily accepted it. He knew very well that what followed would be a tough battle. If the Wang family lowered the price of grain back to the original price, or even sold it for only 8 coins, while he still bought grain for 9 coins, he simply couldn't afford to drag things out with the Wang family for long. Ever since Qin Xiao turned Wang Guangyue and his 3,000 private soldiers into idiots, the Wang family has been plotting revenge. But after much deliberation, they couldn't find a way to deal with Qin Xiao, so they finally decided to target grain prices. On that day, the Wang family's grain price surged by 80%, from 10 coins to 18 coins per dough. But Qin Xiao was prepared. For someone from the future, publicity and promotion were no problem at all. He ordered his men to write out a large number of leaflets, and then sent his soldiers into Chang'an to post and distribute them everywhere. The 10,000 boxes of printer paper that the system rewarded him with were of fine white color and were particularly eye-catching in the Tang Dynasty. Although grain prices have skyrocketed, people still need to eat. At first, the Wang family's grain shop was still bustling with customers, and the manager and his assistants thought they had a sure thing this time. As more and more people saw the flyer and rushed to the address, the Wang family's grain shop was quickly emptied of customers, leaving only the shop assistants standing there, looking at each other, wondering what had happened. After realizing what had happened, the steward hurriedly sent someone back to the Wang family to report the news, and at the same time sent someone to the place where Qin Xiao was selling grain, hoping to find out the other party's background. "Chief, something terrible has happened." The servant rushed in, panting heavily. Wang Guangming frowned and said impatiently, "What's the matter that you're in such a panic?" The shop assistant quickly reported that another large grain merchant had suddenly appeared in Chang'an City, selling grain in several bustling markets at the same time, with each bushel costing only 10 coins. Wang Guangming was stunned. The 5 families and 7 clans had always been closely connected, and other merchants dared not easily offend the Wang family. Who on earth dared to go against them at this time? The steward whispered a reminder. Could it be Qin Xiao? After all, Qin Xiao is very popular in Lantian County, so it wouldn't be surprising if he wanted to get a large amount of grain. Wang Guangming's face darkened, and he immediately ordered Steward Wang to summon the clan elders. After receiving Li Jianxing's message yesterday, they had already called back all the clansmen kneeling outside Xuanwu Gate, and now was the perfect time to discuss countermeasures. Half an hour later, everyone except Wang Guangyue, who had become an idiot, had arrived. Wang Guangming didn't waste any words and went straight to the point about grain merchants appearing in Chang'an and threatening the Wang family's business. Wang Guangliang, however, felt that this might not be a bad thing. Their goal was to raise grain prices, force the emperor to eliminate Qin Xiao, and avenge Wang Jianren. As long as the other party also sold grain at 18 coins, things would not get out of control. Wang Guangming slammed his fist on the table in anger. That's the problem. They're selling it for 10 coins, the price before the price increase. They're clearly going to fight the Wang family to the death. At this moment, Wang Gue slowly spoke, proposing a 2-step plan. First, find out who this grain merchant really is. Second, buy up all of his grain at all costs. As long as Qin Xiao runs out of grain, Chang'an will remain the exclusive domain of the Wang family. At that point, The price per dough, a unit of dry measure, whether it's 20 or 30 coins, or even higher, will be entirely up to the Wang family. As long as Qin Xiao lives, they will never restore the original price. Wang Guangming was overjoyed upon hearing this and repeatedly praised Wang Gui for being a strategist worthy of the crown prince's office. He immediately ordered that the matter be handled in accordance with this method. The Wang family immediately mobilized all its members, sending almost all their servants to collect grain, while their own grain shops were all closed. The entire city of Chang'an became even more bustling than usual because of this grain price dispute. Meanwhile, Cheng Yaojin rushed into the Qin king's mansion, excitedly shouting, "Your Majesty, the prince consort Qin has made his move." Li Xiuning looked puzzled and quickly pressed Qin Xiao for details. Cheng Yaojin then remembered that he had forgotten to mention something important yesterday. Before leaving, Qin Xiao instructed He Panrin to go to Lantian County to collect large quantities of grain, clearly indicating that he had long been preparing to wage a grain war against the Wang family. Cheng Yaojin did the math. Lantian County grows hybrid rice, which can be planted twice a year, with a yield of up to 1,500 jin per mu. For 6 consecutive years, it has not been sold to outsiders, and the county still has at least 10,000 mu of fertile land. With so much grain accumulated, the quantity was astonishing. The Wang family thought they could monopolize the grain market in Chang'an, but they had no idea that Qin Xiao held a real granary in his hands. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuning was immediately impressed and ordered Cheng Yaojin to collect 1,000 taels of gold from the accounting office, which he then personally delivered to Qin Xiao as support for the grain war. Li Xiuning is not short of money these days. Ever since he obtained the liquor recipe from Qin Xiao, he has allowed those who accompanied him to the villa to invest, with each person taking half a share, Qin Xiao taking 20%, and himself taking 30%. Don't underestimate the mere 30% alcohol content. Even the best Sanlijiang from the Tang Dynasty was only 20 degrees, while Qin Zhao's baijiu far surpassed that. Li Xiuning then sold it in 3 grades, high, medium, and low, making a fortune every day. Cheng Yaojin immediately accepted the order, promising to personally escort the gold to Lantian. Fang Xianling, however, couldn't help but ask Li Xiuning how this grain war would ultimately end. Li Xiuning said without hesitation that Qin Xiao would definitely win. There was no doubt about that. However, he couldn't guess what methods Qin Xiao would use to defeat the Wang family. Fang Xianling analyzed that the Wang family was wealthy and backed by 5 prominent clans and 7 influential families, making it impossible for Qin Xiao to compete with them directly in terms of money. His only advantage was the support of the people of Lantian and the continuous supply of grain. More importantly, Qin Xiao possesses strategic planning and command abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people. This battle, seemingly a struggle over grain prices, actually involves politics, economics, and personal connections, making it no less complex than a real large-scale war. Li Xiuning praised Fang Xianling for his thorough analysis, and recalling Qin Zhao's ability to manipulate events at will yesterday, he was convinced that Qin Xiao had already devised a way to defeat the Wang family. Du Ruhui nodded in agreement, saying that although the Wang family was wealthy, they lacked truly capable people. With Prince Consort Qin's wisdom, dealing with them would be effortless. Li Xiuning became increasingly excited as he spoke. In his view, it was far too easy for Qin Xiao to make money. Everyone had already witnessed the power of baijiu, and the appearance of the curved plow was nothing short of a stroke of genius. Chapter 21. Rescue of Li Xiuning. The Wang family finally discovered that the person secretly opposing them was Qin Xiao, so they immediately gathered people and bought up large quantities of grain. On this day, 10,000 caddies of rice were transported from Lantian County. The locals bought more than 6,000 caddies, and the rest were all swept up by the Wang family. They were only able to buy more because they were slow to react. In Lantian County, 2 rice milling machines run day and night. Bamboo weavers are busy weaving baskets, and carpenters are busy building carts. Everyone is so busy that their feet barely touch the ground, but they always have smiles on their faces. The next morning, 30,000 jin of rice was piled up in front of Qin Xiao, filling him with emotion. When the system initially rewarded him with 100,000 hybrid rice seeds for mastering his kung fu, he wasn't particularly interested. He only seriously studied it because he respected the old man Yuan from his previous life. Later, he delivered rice seeds to villagers door to door, and now he has finally received his reward. The villagers sold each bushel of rice for only 3 coins, a price that was enough to drag Wang's grain shop into a quagmire. Moreover, Li Xiuning had Cheng Yaojin deliver 1,000 taels of gold. At Qin Xiao's command, the convoy loaded with grain headed straight for Chang'an, where people along the way gathered around and bought the grain in an orderly fashion. Yesterday, some people were skeptical that rice they had never seen before, sold so cheaply, must not taste very good. But after buying it and cooking it, I found that the hybrid rice was fragrant, soft, and delicious, much better than the grains sold by the Wang family. Most of the people from Chang'an who came today are here to stock up on grain, fearing that grain prices will continue to fluctuate and eventually rise to the alarming levels seen at Wang's grain shop. Qin Xiao had long ago instructed Ma Sanbao that grain must be prioritized for supplying the people. Now that even the imperial palace has begun purchasing rice from Lantian County, the Wang family was caught completely off guard. There are over 100,000 people in the palace. If each person eats half a jin of rice a day, the consumption would be tens of thousands of jin. Upon learning this, Qin Xiao gritted his teeth and bought 8 water-powered rice milling machines from the system. Each machine costs only 10 strings of cash, and all the workers earn 50 coins a day, instantly increasing efficiency by more than 10 times. Over the past 6 years, Lantian County has stored 12 million jin of grain. With such a substantial reserve, Qin Xiao can finally have a proper showdown with the Wang family. He sent his female soldiers to transport 20,000 caddies of rice to Chang'an, specifically to sell to the Wang family, and then transported another 50,000 caddies to Luoyang for sale. After the four-wheeled carriages were fitted with rubber tires, their transportation efficiency increased dozens of times compared to the past. Qin Xiao's strategy was a comprehensive plan targeting the north. The south had ample food supplies, and there was no food shortage problem at all. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Rescue Li Xiuning tonight, and you'll be rewarded with 10,000 family buckets of fried chicken. Fail the mission, and you'll have to be a father-in-law for 3 months. Meanwhile, Li Xiuning was having a meal in the palace. After tasting a mouthful of rice, she asked Xiaolan in surprise why today's rice tasted even better than the rice in the palace. Xiaolan told her that this was hybrid rice sold in Lantian County, and it tasted much better than the Wang family's rice. Li Xiuning immediately became proud, saying that the rice seeds were originally given to the people of Lantian County by her husband, and that when they returned home, they would be able to eat even better rice every day. Xiaolan looked on with admiration, saying that she had heard outside that Qin Xiao not only defied the imperial decree yesterday, but also single-handedly defeated hundreds of imperial guards. Li Xiuning was not surprised. Given Qin Xiao's personality, he would never surrender so easily. Her father and the crown prince had miscalculated. Her husband had clearly begun his counterattack against the Wang family. Xiaolan became more and more excited as she spoke. Qin Xiao first turned the 3,000 members of the Wang family into fools, then dealt with the imperial guards, and even warned the crown prince that if the crown prince dared to treat Li Xiuning badly, he would become the second Wang Guanyue. Li Xiuning couldn't help but laugh. The only person in the world who could anger the crown prince like this was probably Qin Xiao. Xiaolan added that the prince consort dared to warn even the emperor and referred to the emperor as his cheap father-in-law, which was incredibly audacious. Li Xiuning sighed. Qin Xiao had thoroughly offended the emperor and the crown prince this time, and it would probably be difficult for them to get along in the future. It would be better for her and her husband to try not to go to the palace again. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qin Xiao's voice came from outside the door. Who said they weren't coming? The world is vast, there's no place they can't go, and no one has the right to interfere. When Li Xiuning saw Qin Xiao, she didn't care that Xiaolan was still beside her and rushed up to hug him. She couldn't understand how Qin Xiao had gotten into the heavily guarded palace, especially after beating so many guards yesterday. Qin Xiao told her with a smile that for ordinary people, the palace was an impregnable fortress, but for him, it was nothing more than a facade. Li Xiuning guessed that he flew in, and Qin Xiao immediately praised her for guessing correctly and rewarded her with a white rabbit milk candy. Seeing that Li Xiuning had lost some weight, he asked if the food in the palace was not good. Li Xiuning nodded without hesitation. She used to think that the dishes in the imperial kitchen were the best in the world, but after eating Qin Xiao's cooking, she now found it hard to swallow these dishes. Qin Xiao immediately wanted to take her home so that they wouldn't miss each other while they were apart, and they could even have a baby together back home. Li Xiuning blushed with embarrassment and asked him if she could take Xiaolan with her when they flew away. Qin Xiao naturally agreed. How could a man say no? But Li Xiuning remembered that Juefeng was still in the palace, and she was determined not to abandon him. Qin Xiao then asked her if she had a xiao or dizzy vertical flute, saying he could play a tune called Requiem to temporarily subdue the guards and allow Li Xiuning and Xiaolan to ride away on Juefeng. Li Xiuning's eyes lit up as she listened, saying that she also wanted to learn this skill. After all, she had heard that Qin Xiao had used the sound of his zither to turn the Wang family's 3,000 private soldiers into idiots. Qin Xiao promised to teach her when he got home, and told them to plug their ears with cotton flowers. Even Jue Feng had to, because they were going to eat chicken that night. Li Xiuning pleaded for her father, saying that the Tang Dynasty was newly established and everything needed to be rebuilt. Many things were controlled by powerful families, and her father had no power to confront them directly. Qin Xiao said he understood everything and did not blame Li Xiuning. He just felt that Li Xiuning was too indecisive and could only be a ruler who maintained the status quo at best. Li Xiuning nodded and asked Xiaolan to bring the jade flute. Now that they've decided to leave, they're setting off. Chapter 22. Raising prices for taking on apprentices. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The princess has gone missing. Qin Bingji rushed into the imperial study in a panic and reported to Li Yuan. Li Yuan was furious on the spot. How could Xiuning not be seen? The palace is heavily guarded. Without my permission, who would dare to let her out? Qin Bingji hurriedly said. Even the princess's personal maid, Lan'er, is missing. Should we immediately seal off the palace and search for her? Have Li Junming take the guards to search, but don't make too much of a commotion. The palace was in chaos, while Qin Xiao had already returned to the villa with Li Xiuning and Lan'er. He had also stored all the system rewards in his underground warehouse. The villa appeared to have only 3 floors on the surface, but it had 3 more underground levels, perfect for storing the supplies awarded by the system. Qin Xiao left a few buckets of fried chicken, and had Yi Panren take the rest down the mountain to distribute to the soldiers and civilians working overtime. Honey, come and eat some chicken. You've never had this before. Lan'er, take a bucket and have some too. Each of the female soldiers in the family received a portion. They had never tasted such a delicacy before, and they quickly finished it all. It seems these girls all have the potential to become foodies. After finishing their fried chicken, Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning returned to their room. He even thoughtfully took out a woman's best friend, a type of oral sex toy, and taught Li Xiuning how to use it, making her blush with embarrassment. The next morning, the two slept until late morning. Meanwhile, Chang'an had already received 50,000 jin of rice, and other cities were receiving it one after another, 20,000 jin per city per day. Qin Xiao was clearly determined to completely fill the northern grain market. If the market becomes saturated, the grain acquired by the Wang family will become unsellable. Rice paddies can be stored for a long time if they are kept dry, but once they are turned into rice, they will become infested with insects within 2 months at most, and the longer they are stored, the greater the loss will be. Although Li Yuan tried his best to keep the news of Li Xiuning's disappearance a secret, nothing stays hidden forever. The next day, the nobles of Chang'an learned of the matter, and Li Xiumin's faction knew even better that she had been taken away by Qin Xiao. They already knew Qin Xiao was incredibly strong, and finally admired Cheng Yaojin and the others' foresight in sending their children to become his disciples in advance. So, these people immediately prepared clothes and gifts for the apprenticeship, urging their sons to go to Qin Xiao's place. Qin Xiao was having a special breakfast with Li Xiuning when his subordinates suddenly came to report that several people had arrived outside and had been waiting for more than an hour. Upon hearing Feng Yiai's name, Qin Xiao couldn't help but recall the infamous first cuckold king. Legend has it that when Princess Gaoyang and the monk Bianji were having a secret rendezvous, Feng Yiai was responsible for keeping watch outside. Of course, some believe this is a deliberate slander by later generations, but regardless of its truth, the story is shocking enough. Qin Xiao still had them invited in. The guests were all descendants of powerful and influential figures in Chang'an, including Changsun Chong, the eldest son of Changsun Wuji, Feng Yiai, the second son of Feng Xianling, Du He, the eldest son of Du Ruhui, as well as Niu Jiangwo and Li Zheng. Greetings, Your Highness, and Prince Consort Qin. No need for formalities, Li Xiuning said, raising her hand. Qin Xiao deliberately put on a stern face. What are you little rascals doing here so early in the morning? Changsun Chong quickly answered on behalf of everyone. Your Highness, we have come to formally become your disciples, and the formality gifts have been prepared. How much have you prepared? 50 taels of gold. Not enough. The price has gone up. It's now 100 taels. Feng Yiai was immediately puzzled. Cheng Chumo and the others clearly only paid 50 taels, so why do we have to pay 100 taels? Qin Xiao sneered. The day before yesterday, the Wang family's grain was 10 coins per dough, but yesterday it rose to 18 coins. I'm currently waging a grain war with the Wang family, and everything costs money. After you become my disciples, you'll eat my food, live in my house, wear my clothes, and use my weapons and equipment for 3 years. Is 100 taels of gold a lot? If you don't want to learn, get out and stop wasting your breath here. Chang Sun Chong quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Your Highness, Feng Ye, I didn't mean that. He just felt that Cheng Chumo arrived 2 or 3 days earlier than us, but paid half less, and he had some doubts. Even if you want to become my disciples, I might not accept you. Even if the Wang family brings 10,000 taels of gold, it still depends on whether I'm willing. Besides, becoming my disciple isn't easy. Cheng Chumo and the others are only temporary disciples. If they fail the assessment after 3 months, they'll go back to where they came from. Upon hearing this, the group immediately knelt down and said, Master, please accept our bow. Seeing that their attitude was quite decisive, Qin Xiao nodded and said, All right, good intentions. Put 50 taels of gold on the table, and each of you write an IOU for the rest. Come and have lunch when you're done. He didn't care about the money at all. What he really wanted was an attitude. Things gained without paying a price are often not appreciated, and he didn't want to go through the trouble of raising a bunch of useless people. After writing the IOUs, the group entered the restaurant. As soon as they tasted the food, they devoured it as if they had been starving for a long time, wishing they could eat their way back all the 100 taels of gold. After dinner, Qin Xiao had the female soldiers take the group of government officials' children to Heponran's army, while he continued to spend time with Li Xiuning. Honey, have you missed me lately? Of course I wanted to. Otherwise, why would I risk breaking into the heavily guarded palace to bring you out? Li Xiuning laughed and said, For others, this is of course as difficult as climbing to the sky, but for you, rescuing us is as easy as turning your hand. I heard you were being held under house arrest by your father-in-law. I was worried about you, so I want to see you in person. My husband is so good to me. Li Xiuning leaned closer to him and whispered, I'm thinking of taking you a concubine. What do you think? No need, you're enough. I'm not a stud. So my father, my brother, and my younger brother all have several wives? According to you, they are all studs. Qin Xiao quickly explained, That's not what I meant. I just want monogamy, for 2 people to love each other and live a good life together. If you don't like it lively enough, just have a baby for me. But women have their periods of inconvenience every month. What will you do then? I've managed to live alone. Why would I be afraid of those few days? Don't think of me as someone without self-control. Li Xiuning then asked, So, do you prefer a son or a daughter? Of course, it's my daughter. A daughter is her father's little cotton-padded jacket, the most intimate. What if you have a son? I love both my son and my daughter. I will raise my son to be well-rounded in both literature and martial arts, and my daughter to be a talented woman who is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Li Xiuning, her face beaming with happiness, softly said, My husband is so good to me. You must keep up the good work. In the days that followed, Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning lived like a blissful couple. They played music and expressed their love every day. Their relationship quickly blossomed, and they even worked hard to create their own child. Meanwhile, Chang'an City needed 200,000 caddies of rice every day, while the Wang family continuously purchased 80,000 to 100,000 caddies from Lantian County. 10 days later, they had already bought more than 1 million caddies of grain, spending over 1 million won. This sum of money was nothing to the 5 prominent families, but after a large amount of grain was transported back, problems arose with the granaries, guards, and manpower. Unfortunately, no one in the Wang family realized the crisis. Everyone believed that as long as they monopolized the grain supply in Lantian County, they could dictate the prices. The Wang family members were immersed in their dreams of getting rich, laughing as if it were an early New Year celebration, unaware that Qin Xiao had already laid a trap, waiting for them to walk right into it. Li Xiuning and his advisors saw through the scheme, but none of them truly understood the economic implications. They could only continue to observe how this game would unfold. Just then, Lantian County welcomed its first batch of wool transported from the grasslands. Hundreds of vehicles lined up for miles, creating a spectacular scene. In fact, the wool products factory had already purchased Turkic wool from Chang'an more than 20 days ago and officially started production. Now that it is springtime, it is not suitable for mass production of clothing, so the factory mainly produces towels and socks. Perfume, soap, and other goods had already been stockpiled and were finally ready for sale today. As for the exquisite glass bottles for the perfume, Qin Xiao had redeemed them directly from the system. Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning went down the mountain specifically to package perfume, soap, towels, and socks into a set and sell it as a luxury item to the nobility, hoping to make a profit from them first. Qin Xiao asked, Wife, What do you think would be a suitable price for these 4 items sold together, specifically to nobles? Li Xiuning thought for a moment and said, these things are the easiest to tempt women. Most noblemen have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Those wives are afraid of losing favor, so they will definitely dress up and try their best to please their husbands. As long as they can achieve their goal, they will not care about money at all. They will not think it is too expensive to wear a set for 100 guan. Qin Xiao immediately agreed. Okay, we'll do it your way. Will they like the lingerie I made for you? Li Xiuning blushed immediately. How embarrassing. How could you ask such a shameful question? You bad husband. Qin Xiao, however, said in a serious tone, it's just the 2 of us here, and we've been married for so long. What's there to be shy about? You old man. Li Xiuning glared at him irritably. Aside from the time spent in the palace and before the wedding, we've only been together for less than a month. Qin Xiao smiled and said, but have you noticed that we always have a sense of déjà vu? Maybe we were husband and wife in a past life. Li Xiuning stopped fooling around with him and instead analyzed seriously. Underwear is something that has never existed in the Tang Dynasty before, so it will definitely be very attractive. My idea is to give a set to the wives of officials of the 3rd rank or above for free first. If they like it, they will naturally continue to buy it, and will also show it off to the noble ladies in their circle. At that time, we won't need to promote it. People will be scrambling to buy it. Qin Xiao was completely stunned after hearing this. The idea of wealthy women voluntarily helping to advertise had actually come from the mouth of a Tang Dynasty person. He immediately praised her. Wife, you're amazing. You're practically a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. Li Xiuning was a little embarrassed by the praise, and Qin Xiao added, send a set to each of your father's concubines as well. After all, he is the father who gave you life and raised you. There is no need for me to cause you and your father to turn against each other. Li Xiuning was deeply moved. My husband is the best. I didn't make a mistake in choosing you. Qin Xiao teased her on purpose. You were originally my wife whom I kidnapped, so of course my taste is top-notch. Li Xiuning retorted, you really think you're a bandit leader? You're the only one in this huge stronghold, yet you claim to be doing righteous things every day. What kind of bandit are you? Qin Xiao laughed and said, I am a righteous bandit who robs the rich to help the poor. As for why I am the only one in the stronghold, it's because I didn't choose a good wife before. Now it's lively, isn't it? Li Xiuning said softly. Then why didn't you kidnap me sooner? You made me wait so long, and now I'm a married woman. Luckily, I was still a virgin when I married you. Otherwise, I would really feel sorry for you. Qin Xiao put away his joke and explained seriously, my master instructed me that I must not leave Lantian County before I have mastered my skills. The reason I rushed to save you last time was because I knew you had been hit by a poisoned arrow. However, I don't care whether you're a young woman or a married woman. Even if you have someone else's child, I won't mind. What I like is you as you are. Li Xiuning's eyes reddened with emotion, but she deliberately asked, do you often use these words to coax other girls? If you hadn't saved me back then, who else in Chang'an could have saved me? How long could I have lived? Qin Xiao shook his head and said, if I knew how to charm other young girls, I wouldn't still be a bachelor at 26. What I want to find is someone I'm compatible with, someone I can grow old with, and you are my ideal partner. To tell you the truth, there is no doctor in Chang'an who can cure your poison. Besides me, perhaps only the divine physician Sun Simiao could do it, but at the time, no one knew where he was. If you hadn't received timely treatment, you wouldn't have lived for more than 3 months, which is why I risked everything to bring you back. Li Xiuning, tears streaming down her face, held his hand tightly. If you do not betray me, I will not betray you. If you betray me, I will still not betray you. Qin Xiao wiped away her tears. Silly girl, you're already moved to tears? There will be plenty of other things that will make you cry in the future. But remember, smile more often and be happy every day. Li Xiuning nodded, then instructed Ma Sanbao to deliver the goods to the noble women, preparing for their official sale in Chang'an the next day. Qin Xiao then asked him to send more to the Qin prince's residence, mentioning that Li Xiuning had recently worried about his cash flow problems and had specially sent Cheng Yaojin to deliver 1,000 taels of gold. Li Xiuning said with emotion, my younger brother is indeed very understanding. He helped me out of many battles in the past few years. My sister-in-law is equally virtuous. She married Shimin at the age of 13 and has now given birth to 2 sons and a daughter for him. She has always assisted him without complaint and is a true virtuous helper. Qin Xiao looked at his wife, his tone full of pride. My wife is even more outstanding than her. She is elegant in public and skilled in the kitchen. She is equally adept in the bridal chamber and on the battlefield. In the entire Tang Dynasty, there is no one else like you. You are one of a kind. Chapter 24. The Lady's Madness. The outer packaging of this set is made entirely of mahogany, with the words, "Blooming flowers bring wealth," specially carved on the front, making it look extremely luxurious. Actually, its cost is not high. The materials and production cost only about 100 coins, and the whole set costs less than 500 coins. 100 strings of cash is equivalent to 100,000 coins. Selling a set for 100 strings of cash would generate an astonishing profit. Following Qin Xiao's instructions, Ma Sanbao delivered the sets of clothes to the mansions of various nobles and officials in Chang'an. When the ladies heard that it was a gift from Princess Li Xiuning, they were overjoyed and warmly welcomed Ma Sanbao, even offering him return gifts. In their eyes, Li Xiuning was already the most admirable woman, and now that she had married a man who could enter and leave the palace quietly, these noble women were even more curious about her. They quickly found out where to buy it, and luckily the set included an instruction manual, saving Ma Sanbao a lot of trouble. In Li Xiumin's residence, Empress Zhongsun, holding perfume and towels, exclaimed with delight, "Second brother, my brother-in-law has come up with something wonderful again. These things are fatally tempting to women. We'll sell them tomorrow, one set for 100 strings of cash." Li Xiumin remarked, "I heard that officials of the third rank and above in Chang'an have been given these gifts for free, and our household has received 50 of them at once." Empress Changsun did the math. 50 portions would amount to 5,000 strings of cash. With so many officials in Chang'an, this expense would be no small sum. But Li Xiumin didn't believe Qin Xiao would be so generous to everyone for no reason. He knew that his brother-in-law was not afraid of the royal family, didn't care about his noble status, and had no desire to enter officialdom. Empress Zhongsun saw things clearly. While others considered wool trash, Qin Xiao could craft it into soft, precious towels. Such a person, if willing to assist Li Xiumin, would be far more valuable than 1,000 soldiers. Li Xiumin certainly wanted to win over Qin Xiao, but Qin Xiao was unruly and would never obey anyone. However, among his siblings, Qin Xiao was indeed the best to them. Empress Zhongsun then advised him to spend more time with Qin Xiao and to consult him on matters he was unsure about. At this point, Li Xiumin couldn't help but recall Qin Xiao's warning. His father was taking them to escape the summer heat, and the day of the Crown Prince's rebellion seemed ever closer. If things were truly as Qin Xiao said, would he still have a chance to make amends? Empress Zhongsun told him not to overthink it. Qin Xiao had told him in advance so that he could be prepared and to just let things take their course. Li Xiumin then mentioned the 10-ingredient tonic pill. Since taking it, he felt energetic every day and even stronger than before when charging into battle. Empress Zhongsun suddenly asked him if a powerful man like Qin Xiao would ever take another concubine. Li Xiumin was certain, but Empress Zhongsun refused to believe him and directly proposed a bet. If she wins, Li Xiumin will have to obtain her consent before taking any concubines in the future. If she loses, she will be at Li Xiumin's disposal. Li Xiumin laughed and said, "Then let her have 10 or 8 more children." Empress Zhongsun was immediately embarrassed and angry, scolding him for treating her like a pig, and the couple started arguing. But at this time, the upper-class circles of Chang'an were already in complete uproar. The wives of the noble families all received gifts from Li Xiuning, but the concubines received nothing. Since noble families often had multiple wives and concubines, these women couldn't sit still and immediately sent their maids to inquire everywhere. Soon, they learned that these treasures came from Lantian County and would be sold in Chang'an the next day. Every lady had her own savings, and they all started raising money, preparing to snatch these treasures that could please their husbands the next day. In the Crown Prince's residence, Crown Princess Wang Yuyan held the set, her mind filled with doubt. We've already offended Xiuning so much. Why would she still send such an expensive gift? Li Jiancheng guessed that perhaps Li Xiuning and Qin Xiao felt they had lost, so they deliberately sent this to demonstrate their power. Wang Yuyan also thought it was possible. Qin Xiao's actions were completely unpredictable. He dared to offend even the Wang family, and then he offended the Crown Prince and the Emperor. He even dared to secretly take Li Xiuning away. Even more strangely, Wang Yuyan's third uncle and 3,000 private soldiers were rendered mentally impaired by Qin Xiao, and the Wang family dared not make any rash moves. Naturally, Li Jiancheng was even less willing to take action rashly. What he truly couldn't understand was why Lantian County had so much grain. At least 200,000 to 300,000 jin were sold there every day, and the Wang family was buying 100,000 jin daily. When would they ever finish buying it all? Wang Yuyan, however, believed that as long as they bought up all the grain in Lantian County, they could still control the grain price. They could then resell it at a higher price and make a fortune. Li Xiuning repeatedly praised her intelligence, saying that she was his wise and capable wife, and that he relied on her to come up with solutions to many problems. Wang Yuyin also told him that the 20% share his father had promised was still valid, and that their share of the money would naturally be sent over once the grain was sold. Li Xiuning nodded in satisfaction and promised to buy her new clothes and jewelry as soon as the money arrived. Wang Yuyin smelled the perfume and touched the soft towel, her face full of joy. She said she would send someone to buy a few more tomorrow to give to her father and the others. In the palace, Consort Zhang ran up to Li Yuan with a bottle of perfume and excitedly asked him to smell it. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan said smugly, "Li Xiuning still has a conscience. She knows she made a mistake and tries to please his concubine with gifts, which can be considered an indirect way of apologizing." Consort Zhang, however, spoke up for Li Xiuning, saying that this set was worth 100 strings of cash, and the palace had received 50 sets, totaling 5,000 strings of cash. Li Xiuning was clearly still loyal to the emperor. Li Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Li Xiuning was like a boy since childhood, with a straightforward and generous personality. She would always be filial to her parents when she had something good, and she was also willing to share with her brothers and sisters. Consort Zhang added that Li Xiuning's husband was indeed remarkable, capable of producing so many fine things, yet he never used his status as a princess to ask the emperor for an official position. Li Yuan chuckled. This prospective son-in-law, how could he care about an official position? He completely disdains officialdom. To this day, I haven't even seen his true face. Chapter 25, Scamming the Rich. The next morning, Ma Sanbao led his soldiers to Chang'an early. Li Xiuning had made great military achievements, but because she was a woman, she could not be granted an official position. Li Yuan could only compensate her with money and property. In the most prosperous area of Chang'an, Li Yuan bestowed upon her more than 20 shops in one go. 10 of them continued to sell rice, while the rest were used to sell perfume sets. The noble women had already found out the location and sent servants to guard the door before dawn. Ma Sanbao thought he had arrived early enough, but to his surprise, the door was already packed with people. Even the soldiers couldn't squeeze in, but luckily Qin Xiao had given Ma Sanbao a megaphone beforehand. He picked it up and shouted, "Everyone, line up properly and stop pushing. There's plenty of stock today. Everyone gets a share." The sound was amplified through the loudspeaker, startling everyone. They immediately made way and formed a long queue. Ma Sanbao then announced that there were 2 ways to buy perfume today. The first option is to buy a set for 100 strings of cash directly. The second option is a membership system, which sounded interesting to everyone, and they all pricked up their ears to wait for his explanation. Ma Sanbao took out 3 exquisite plaques, a gold plaque, a silver plaque, and a bronze plaque. A gold plaque member would receive 1,000 strings of cash and would enjoy a 30% discount on all items produced by the princess. Silver members pay 800 strings of cash and enjoy a 20% discount. Bronze members pay 500 strings of cash and enjoy a 10% discount on all products. As soon as the rule was announced, a third of the people in the queue left. Those who left weren't short of money. On the contrary, they were the most astute. They understood perfectly well that the princess would never sell only perfume in the future, as these were all consumables. By obtaining the gold medal first, they could save a lot of money on future purchases. As for the servants who remained, they were secretly pleased, as fewer people ahead meant they could buy the goods faster. Moreover, these people all brought gold and silver to trade. 100 strings of cash are equivalent to 100,000 copper coins, which is impossible to carry around. This is exactly the situation Qin Xiao wanted to see. If only copper coins were accepted, the transportation, storage, and guarding would require a huge amount of manpower, and enormous warehouses would also need to be prepared. The troubles saved by trading with gold and silver are immeasurable. The so-called gold, silver, and bronze membership badges were actually coded badges that Qin Xiao redeemed from the system, each costing no more than 10 coins. However, the badges were exquisitely crafted, with flowers and birds engraved on both sides, giving them a very luxurious appearance. Before long, all 1,000 perfume sets were sold out. Many people bought 10 or more sets at a time, feeling that the glass bottles alone were worth 100 guan. However, those servants who were only concerned with buying perfume and forgot to report the news in time were not only not rewarded when they returned to the mansion, but were instead severely punished by the mistress. Immediately afterwards, the wealthy women sent people back to snap up membership cards. Membership cards alone sold for 500,000 strings of cash, leaving Ma Sanbao and the others utterly impressed with Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao was equally generous to his soldiers, paying ordinary soldiers 100 cash a day, with the pay increasing according to rank. Ma Sanbao, on the other hand, earned 1,000 cash a day, which amounted to 30 strings of cash a month, more than the salaries of many officials in the imperial court. With no danger, good benefits, and regular pay, the soldiers were naturally highly motivated. The women's army was always personally commanded by Li Xiuning, and there had never been any instances of embezzlement of pay. So even without famous generals like Qin Xiao and Cheng Yaojin leading the way, this team was still incredibly fierce and daring on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Wang family steward rushed into the house. Clan leader, something terrible has happened. Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning are selling large quantities of perfume sets again. Wang Guangming frowned and asked, "Is it the kind of perfume that Madam just bought?" The steward nodded quickly and said that it was indeed the perfume that Madam had chunner buy, costing 100 strings of cash for a set. If you become a gold member, you can get a 30% discount on purchases. It is said that the glass bottles used to hold the perfume are worth 100 strings of cash each, and if you can buy them in bulk and stockpile them for a few years before reselling them, the price will definitely increase several times over. Wang Guangming was intrigued by this. This is indeed a way to make money. How much usable capital do you have at home? The steward replied, 200,000 strings of cash. Take 50,000 strings of cash to buy perfume, and use the rest to buy more grain. Grain is the real business. Wang Guangming thought he had seized a chance to make a fortune, but little did he know that he had already stepped into a trap set by Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao will soon build a glass factory and begin producing glass. The glass that is now regarded as a treasure and is priceless will immediately become worthless once it can be mass-produced. Scarcity drives up value. The more Wang Guangming hoards, the greater his losses will be later. Qin Xiao then had Ma Sanbao send someone to deliver a gold card to each of Li Xiumin's subordinates. Li Xiumin himself received nothing, not even a silver or bronze card, which greatly frustrated him. He couldn't help but complain to Empress Zhang's son. "Guan Yinbi, what exactly does my brother-in-law mean? Everyone under my command has a gold card, but I don't even have a single bronze card. Is he deliberately looking down on me?" Empress Zhang's son thought Li Xiumin had misunderstood. She said, "My brother-in-law only sent 5 cards to my elder brother. My father, like us, doesn't have any gold cards either. Only outsiders need to spend money to buy cards and need discounts. True friends don't need to buy anything or get a discount. The fact that my brother-in-law gave us the same amount as my father shows that he considers us his closest people." Li Xiumin suddenly realized his mistake and said with shame, "Guan Yinbi, you are truly my wise and capable wife. I have misunderstood my brother-in-law. It seems that my vision and perspective are still insufficient and I must continue to improve." Empress Zhang's son reminded him that he must remain calm in the face of adversity and that many things cannot be judged solely by appearances. Qin Xiao's journey began with rescuing Shi Junmai and taking him as his disciple, but ended with him killing Wang Jianren and offending the Wang family. From his feud with the crown prince and his conflict with Li Yuan to his current selling of grain and perfume, every single thing seems to be part of a carefully planned scheme, not just a spur-of-the-moment decision. After careful consideration, Li Xiumin also felt that there were suspicious points everywhere, but he couldn't figure out what Qin Xiao was ultimately planning to do. Empress Zhang's son, however, said that no matter what his purpose was, it was currently all beneficial to them. She then brought up an even more astonishing matter. Qin Xiao had said that Li Jiansheng would rebel when he assumed regency in June, but would ultimately remain the crown prince. He also told Li Xiumin not to overthink things, lest it affect his mood. Empress Zhang's son grew increasingly shocked. Did Qin Xiao mean to help Li Xiumin ascend to the throne? Chapter 26. The Infant's Beauty. The next morning, Qin Xiao, as he had requested, secretly gathered several kiln workers and began experimenting with glassmaking. Nowadays, the people of Lantian County are almost never idle. They are either building factories or producing all sorts of novel goods. Qin Xiao enjoys extremely high prestige here. Even the county magistrate probably doesn't have such influence over him. Meanwhile, Li Xiumin was still reflecting on his actions in his residence. He said to Empress Zhang's son that his punishment period had not yet ended, so why not let her take Lizzie to see her sister and brother-in-law? Chang's son Wugo then remembered that her brother-in-law had Cheng Yaojin send back white rabbit milk candy. Even though there were 2 sons, Cheng Xian and Qin Ke, Qin Xiao had specifically instructed that the candy be left for Lizzie. Li Xiumin guessed that perhaps Qin Xiao knew that Lizzie had a qi ailment, which was why he doted on this little girl so much. Empress Zhongsun also exclaimed that her sister's house was so comfortable. It had heating, she could take a shower anytime, and the house was clean and bright. The lamps were countless times brighter than oil lamps. She even hoped that she could live in a house like that. Li Xiuning reassured her that as long as she maintained a good relationship with Qin Xiao would be willing to help even if they didn't ask. The two then mentioned that the Wang family had spent over 50,000 strings of cash the previous day to buy a large number of perfume sets. Empress Zhongsun suspected that the Wang family intended to resell the perfumes to various regions. Li Xiuning, however, felt that what the Wang family really wanted to do was to invest a large sum of money in grain and take the opportunity to hoard grain for profit. He was certain that the Wang family would ultimately suffer a crushing defeat. Empress Zhongsun nodded and decided to take Lizzie to Lantian County, firstly to visit her sister, and secondly to test Qin Xiao's attitude. Escorted by guards, Empress Zhongsun carried the 1-year-old Lizzie to Lantian County. Little Lizzie had just learned to walk and talk, and everything along the way was new and exciting to her. She looked around with her big, round eyes, and would turn her head from time to time to ask her mother all sorts of questions in her unclear voice. After inquiring, the guards learned that Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning were inspecting the factory, so Changsun Wugo took Lizzie to find them. Qin Xiao took one look at the exquisitely beautiful little girl and immediately took a liking to her. He smiled and teased her. "This little beauty is so cute. Let your uncle guess who you are." Lizzie pouted and said in a childish voice, "Then you guess. Your name is Lizzie, right?" The little girl's eyes widened immediately. "Yes. How did you know? You're amazing. And who are you? What's your name?" Empress Zhongsun quickly instructed her. "Lizzie, don't be rude. This is your uncle and your aunt. Greet them quickly." Lizzie immediately bowed obediently. "Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. I am Lizzie." Li Xiuning looked at her with delight. When Lizzie was born, she was away at war, and this was the first time she had truly met her niece. She finally understood why Qin Xiao always said their daughter was fun. The child was so adorable that it melted anyone's heart. Qin Xiao immediately wanted to take Lizzie home, saying that there was nothing else to do here, and it would be a good opportunity to take the little girl back to the villa to play. A step path has now been built from the villa down the mountain. Qin Xiao originally wanted to wait until the cement was laid before building a wide and smooth cement road, but this matter couldn't be rushed. On the way, Li Xiuning asked Changsun Wugo what business she had come here for. Empress Changsun smiled and said that she mainly came to see them and also to let Lizzie meet her aunt and uncle. She also thanked Qin Xiao for sending back the milk candy, which made Lizzie very happy. Qin Xiao lowered his head and asked Li Ji, "Uncle will give you something good to eat later, okay?" Lizzie immediately nodded. "Okay, thank you, uncle." However, Lizzie is too young and usually eats soft food. Her teeth haven't fully grown in yet, and her stomach is weak, so she can't eat many things. But this was no trouble at all for Qin Xiao, who had a system. He originally wanted to buy cow and sheep milk from the grasslands, but the journey was too far and the weather was getting hot, making it inconvenient to transport fresh milk. He could only wait until after summer to make arrangements. Back at the villa, Qin Xiao immediately redeemed 2 cans of milk powder and a baby bottle from the system and personally prepared milk for Lizzie. The 2 women watching from the side were astonished. Who would have thought that Qin Xiao, a grown man, could take such meticulous and skillful care of a child? Qin Xiao picked up Lizzie and coaxed her gently. "Lizzie, my little beauty, come and drink some milk, it's delicious." Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but sigh. Qin Xiao was even more meticulous in taking care of the child than she was. Her sister had truly found a good husband, and she would surely enjoy a life of happiness after having children. Li Xiuning laughed and said that Qin Xiao always liked to pester her, and that he liked children the most, especially daughters. Therefore, she also hopes that their first child will be a daughter. Empress Changsun had an idea and immediately suggested that since Qin Xiao liked Lizzie so much, why not let them become Lizzie's godparents so that the child would receive more love? Li Xiuning hesitated. After all, this was no small matter. Empress Zhongsun had not yet discussed it with Li Xiuning. If Li Xiuning was unhappy, it would damage their relationship. Empress Zhongsun was quite certain that Li Xiuning would only be happy to know. Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning are so capable, Lizzie will definitely learn a lot from following them. Qin Xiao also smiled and said, "Xiuning, don't try to persuade us. It's not like we're having Lizzie adopted, it's just about her recognizing godparents. Xiuning won't object. As long as Lizzie is willing, I will train her to become the most talented woman in the Tang Dynasty, mastering all the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting." Empress Zhang's son was overjoyed and immediately had Lizzie kowtow to her godfather and godmother. Xiao Lizzie scratched her head, looking confused, and asked, "Mommy, weren't they aunt and uncle just now? Why are they godfather and godmother now?" A child's innocent remark immediately made Qin Xiao burst into laughter. Empress Zhang's son patiently explained that she would understand when she grew up, and that as long as she remembered, her godparents would love her just like her father and mother. Li Lizzie nodded as if she understood, then obediently knelt down and kowtowed to pay her respects. Seeing how adorable she was, Qin Xiao directly redeemed a giant panda doll from the system, which was twice the size of Li Lizzie. The little girl's eyes lit up instantly when she saw the panda doll, and she hugged it and happily rolled around on the ground. Chapter 27. Watching TV together. Now that we've recognized Lizzie as our goddaughter, this is a joyous occasion, and we must throw a few tables to celebrate. What do you think, Xiuning's wife? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Li Xiuning immediately agreed. Of course we should do it. Let's invite He Panren and the others to come and have some fun. We'll set up 18 tables. Empress Zhang's son quickly advised, "Second sister, brother-in-law, so many tables are too expensive and extravagant. Why not just have one table to show our appreciation?" Li Xiuning said proudly that Qin Xiao is not short of money now. The factory's towels and socks are all made of wool, and wool sweaters and trousers are also being rushed into production, ready to be sold as soon as autumn and winter arrive. The purchase price of wool from the grasslands is only 5 or 6 coins per kilogram, but the profit is astonishingly high. If they ever need money in the future, they should just ask. Changsun Wugo was puzzled. In the eyes of the grassland people, wool was waste, and they would even spend money to have it sheared and buried. Why would they spend money to buy it? Moreover, those who are not of our kind are bound to have different intentions. If we send money to the tribes of the grasslands, and they become rich, wouldn't they have even more power to invade Han Chinese territory? After listening, Li Xiuning smiled and asked her, if a person has a lot of wealth, would they still become a bandit, steal and rob, or even risk losing their head to harm others? Empress Zhangsun shook her head without hesitation. Who would give up a good life to do such dangerous things? Li Xiuning then asked, why can men, women, and children of the nomadic tribes of the grasslands all become warriors? And why can everyone ride horses and shoot arrows? Empress Zhangsun replied that they lived a nomadic life, with wolves roaming the grasslands and eagles circling in the sky. In order to survive, everyone had to learn to ride and shoot. Then why do they always invade the central plains in winter? Empress Zhangsun quickly realized that because the winters on the grasslands were too cold, countless cattle and sheep would freeze to death. Lacking supplies, they could only survive by plundering the Han people's food and wealth. Li Xiuning nodded. But if they could make money through trade and their lives improved, would they still be willing to risk their lives to rob? By then, even the tribal chief might not be able to easily mobilize them. Wealth and status are the easiest things to erode a person's fighting spirit. Many people, after becoming wealthy, only know how to enjoy themselves and have long lost the courage to fight. Empress Zhangsun seemed to be deep in thought. If things continued like this, the nomadic tribes of the grasslands would gradually lose their original ferocity. That's right, Li Xiuning laughed. The wolves that once roamed the grasslands will eventually become lambs. That's what you call money invasion. Empress Changsun gasped in shock. This method was terrifying. Without firing a single shot, killing without shedding blood, and making the Tang Dynasty rich, it was no less than Zhuge Liang's strategy. Her exclamation startled Li Lizzie. The little girl quickly ran over and asked her mother with concern if she was hungry and if she wanted to drink her milk, emphasizing that it tasted especially good. Li Xiuning couldn't stop smiling and kept praising her precious daughter for being so cute. Seeing this, Qin Xiao simply asked Li Lizzie if she wanted to watch the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Li Lizzie immediately nodded and agreed. Qin Xiao plugged the USB drive into the TV and picked up the remote to turn on the screen. The next moment, a group of sheep walking on 2 legs appeared on the screen. Empress Zhangsun was startled, and Li Lizzie was even more stunned, her eyes glued to the screen. Qin Xiao brought her a small leather stool so she could sit and watch at her leisure. Empress Zhangsun asked in astonishment, "Brother-in-law, what kind of magical thing is this? How can a sheep walk on 2 legs like a human?" Qin Xiao could understand her reaction. The first time Li Xiuning watched TV, she was so scared that she jumped onto him. It's normal to feel fear and curiosity when faced with something you've never seen before. He patiently explained that this was called a television set. First, an instrument captures the image, and then it's played back on the television. Although she might not understand the principle, the people and animals on the screen were all fake. Empress Zhangsun was relieved, but then became excited again. She said this thing was so interesting that even Lizzie was mesmerized by it, and asked if she could have one installed in her house too. Qin Xiao helplessly replied that it was truly impossible to do so now. This television was a gift from his master, and there was only one in the world. Moreover, like the light bulb, it required an energy source called electricity to operate. Although Empress Zhongsun was disappointed, she still earnestly instructed him that he must inform her immediately if he found any in the future. Such a miraculous treasure was probably one of a kind in the entire Tang Dynasty. Qin Xiao nodded. There was indeed only one unit available at the moment. However, whether it could be widely adopted in the future depended on whether his father-in-law was wise enough and whether his future successor could shoulder the responsibility. Empress Dowager Changsun suddenly asked, Qin Xiao has already offended Li Xiuning quite a bit, and has also made a blood feud with the crown princess's family. Aren't you worried that the crown prince will settle scores with him after he ascends the throne? Qin Xiao looked at her and laughed. You little rascal, are you trying to trick me into revealing information, or do you want me to help your husband rise to the top? Empress Zhongsun blushed immediately and quickly explained that she had no such intention. Qin Xiao, however, made his stance clear. The capable should rise, and the mediocre should step aside. If he had to choose between Li Xiuning and Li Xiuning, he would definitely choose Li Xiuning. Li Xiuming's magnanimity and breadth of vision were unmatched, and the fact that so many civil and military officials were willing to assist him speaks volumes about his personal charisma. As for his overall strategic vision, that requires time and experience to develop. Many things can only be truly understood by doing them and experiencing them firsthand. Don't advise others to be kind if you haven't suffered alongside them. Empress Zhongsun expressed her gratitude and said she would convey these words to Li Xiuning. Li Xiuning interrupted the two of them. All right, don't listen to your brother-in-law's nonsense. Let's go eat first. I'll treat you to some fine wine today. Chapter 28. The Birth of the White Tiger. Crystal clear, exquisitely beautiful. This luminous cup filled with wine is truly stunning. How can there be something so beautiful in the world? Empress Changsun exclaimed, holding the wine cup with eyes full of amazement. Li Xiuning laughed and said, Don't sigh. We have plenty at home. If you like, I can give you 10. Qin Xiao continued. This luminous cup is actually worthy of a poem. Brother-in-law, tell me quickly. Empress Changsun immediately became interested. Qin Xiao recited aloud. Fine wine in a luminous cup. I long to drink, but the pipa urges me on. Do not laugh at me, drunk and lying on the battlefield. How many have returned from ancient battles? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall of soldiers cheered in unison. Li Xiuning was even more excited, believing that the poem perfectly captured the fate of soldiers. Empress Zhongsun remained unsettled for a long time. She had only known that Qin Xiao was incredibly skilled in martial arts and had exceptional strategic abilities, but she hadn't expected him to be so outstanding in literature as well. Qin Xiao simply smiled and said that he had only achieved something occasionally, and it was nothing special. Empress Changsun was immediately helpless. Others might not be able to write such a masterpiece even if they devoted their entire lives to it. Yet he was so humble. Qin Xiao urged everyone to eat, and then said that wine could beautify the skin and encouraged Li Xiuning and Changsun Wugo to drink more. Empress Zhongsun hesitated. She still needed to take care of Li Lizzie and had to go back later, so she couldn't get drunk. Li Xiuning simply suggested that she and Lizzie stay here for a few days, and that someone be sent back to inform Li Xiuning. However, Empress Zhongsun felt guilty thinking that Li Xiuning was being punished by Li Yuan and was confined to his home for a month to reflect on his mistakes, while she was enjoying herself outside. After listening, Qin Xiao said that they rarely went out, except for the occasional trip to Lantian County for business. They mostly stayed at home. Whether traveling or staying at home, the most important thing is never the scenery or the place, but the people around you. Even the most beautiful scenery is nothing more than a desolate painting if you don't have a loved one to appreciate it with. Even the warmest house lacks life without a close companion. Therefore, the people we should cherish most are always those right in front of us. Empress Zhongsun wholeheartedly agreed, saying that no matter how good something is, it can't compare to family and love. True happiness comes from sharing it with the most important people. Li Xiuning again urged her to stay, adding with a smile that Qin Xiao had once said, Distance makes the heart grow fonder. Changsun Wugo finally nodded, but specifically emphasized that she absolutely could not live next door to them. Li Xiuning was puzzled. Living closer would make it easier for them to look after each other. Changsun Wugo leaned close to her ear and whispered a complaint that their noise at night was too loud, making it impossible for her to sleep. Li Xiuning blushed instantly and quickly retorted. Empress Zhang's son, however, was unabashed, stating that the voice was clearly hers. Helpless, Li Xiuning could only arrange for them to stay upstairs. Qin Xiao, with his profound inner strength, heard their whispers clearly, but could only pretend not to hear and continue feeding Li Lizzie egg drop soup spoonful by spoonful. Li Lizzie was very well behaved and was enjoying her meal when suddenly the roars of wild beasts came from the back mountain. The hall fell silent instantly. Li Xiuning's expression changed slightly, and she said the sound resembled the roar of a tiger. Qin Xiao nodded, telling everyone to continue eating and drinking, and went to check out the back mountain. Li Xiuning was worried about the ferocity of the tiger and didn't want him to take the risk. Qin Xiao smiled and comforted her, saying that he could wipe out the Wang family's 3,000 private soldiers with a flick of his finger, so why would he be afraid of a tiger? After saying that, he rushed towards the back mountain. When Qin Xiao arrived at the place where the sound came from, the scene before him surprised him. A giant python, over 20 meters long, was tightly coiled around a snow-white tiger. The white tiger was over 2.5 meters long, as strong as a calf, its gaping maw gripping the python's neck, its sharp claws deeply embedded in the snake's body. But it was clear that it could no longer hold on. Most of its bones had been broken by the giant python, and its injuries were so severe that even Qin Xiao was powerless to save it. Beside the white tiger were 2 cubs, one of which was a real white tiger cub, and the other, also with snow-white fur, had no tiger stripes and a slender body, resembling a small leopard. Qin Xiao immediately recalled the records in ancient books. Tigers usually give birth to only 2 cubs at a time, but if they give birth to 3, one of them may be named Biao. Tiger cubs are born weak and lack the black stripes of tigers. They are often considered superfluous by their mothers and are not only left unfed but also abandoned in the wilderness. They suffer abuse from wild animals from a young age, and most do not survive the nursing period. But if it survives, the leopard will transform in countless battles, becoming ferocious and incredibly powerful, even more terrifying than ordinary tigers and leopards. Seeing that the white tiger was about to be strangled to death by the giant python, Qin Xiao did not hesitate at all. He rushed forward instantly and punched the python's head, which was even bigger than the tiger's head. The giant python, in pain, immediately released the white tiger and turned to flee into the forest. But Qin Xiao had no intention of letting it go. He knew very well that snakes were extremely vengeful, and if he let it recover from its injuries and escape, it would definitely come back for revenge in the future. Chapter 29, Easily Annihilated. Without hesitation, Qin Xiao rushed forward and grabbed the tail of the giant python, which was thicker than his thigh. The giant python, its forward charge blocked, suddenly turned around and opened its blood-red maw to bite Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao flicked his right hand up and down, and the snake's head that was lunging at him was instantly flung away. Before the giant python could react, he flicked it a dozen more times. The giant python, which had been incredibly ferocious just moments before, lay sprawled on the ground as if it had no bones, its entire body shattered and completely still. Qin Xiao looked at the mother white tiger again and found that she was already dead. That desperate attack just now was merely the mother tiger's instinct to protect her cubs before she died. 3 white tiger cubs, only a few days old, surrounded their mother, howling and pushing her with their tiny paws, hoping she could stand up again. Qin Xiao guessed that the tigress had just given birth and was at her weakest, which is why the giant python took advantage of her. Otherwise, the white tiger's combat power far exceeds that of an ordinary tiger. Even if it couldn't kill the giant python, it wouldn't have been killed by it. He redeemed an entrenching tool from the system, dug a hole to bury the mother tiger, found 3 bags, put the white tiger cub in them and hung them around his neck, then carried the giant python and headed towards the villa. This giant python has 2 large bumps on its head and has lived for at least several hundred years. If it continues to evolve, it might truly become a legendary dragon. Suddenly, the system spoke up. "Host, would you like to sell this giant python to me?" Qin Xiao immediately became alert. How much money? Or what are the benefits? The system has always been unreliable, but now it has taken the initiative to reclaim it, clearly because it has its eye on the value of this giant python. 10,000 taels of gold, or 2 marrow cleansing pills. Qin Xiao sneered. "System, tell me honestly, is this thing particularly valuable?" The system sighed and could only reveal the truth. It's not a python at all, but a golden dragon. If it eats the white tiger today, it might evolve into a dragon. Qin Xiao exclaimed in shock. How could there possibly be dragons in this world? That's completely unscientific. The system countered. If even something like it has appeared, what else is impossible? Have science truly explained all those inexplicable mysterious places and ancient ruins? Qin Xiao was too lazy to argue and asked directly, what are the benefits if I take it back and cook it? The system refused to say, only offering to raise the price to 15,000 taels of gold or 3 marrow cleansing pills. Qin Xiao wasn't fooled at all. I'll earn the money myself, and I don't care about the marrow cleansing pill. If you don't want to talk about it, fine. I'll take it back and eat meat. The system then set its sights on the 3 white tiger cubs and proactively offered prices. 2 ordinary white tiger cubs were worth 20,000 taels of gold or 2 marrow cleansing pills, while the weakest of the 3, the leopard cub, was worth 50,000 taels of gold or 5 marrow cleansing pills. After hearing this, Qin Xiao was even less likely to sell and directly refused. No, I'll raise them myself. The system was seething with anger. For 6 years, it had been tormenting Qin Xiao, but today it was Qin Xiao who was in control, and it was helpless to do anything about it. Qin Xiao was in high spirits, humming a little tune as he hurried home. With his strength, he could carry the golden dragon with ease. For an ordinary person, let alone carrying such a huge creature, they might not even be able to get out of the deep mountains. Along the way, many wild animals came to snatch the blood and try to eat it, but Qin Xiao casually chased them away, scaring them into scattering and running away. More than half an hour later, he finally returned to the villa. Li Xiuning, Changsun Wugo, and the others were already waiting at the door. When they saw him carrying a giant snake back, they were all speechless with shock. Li Xiuning couldn't help but ask, "Honey, did you kill such a big snake?" Qin Xiao nodded. "Let me show you these little ones first, then I'll tell you what happened." He threw the golden dragon on the ground, put down the bag, and pulled out 3 white tiger cubs. At first glance, everyone mistook them for 3 kittens. Li Xiuning asked curiously, "Did you pick this up from the forest?" Qin Xiao laughed and said, "What are you thinking? They are the true kings of beasts, and rare white tigers at that. The smallest one is even a legendary leopard." Everyone was immediately shocked. White tigers were already rare, and leopards existed only in legends. Qin Xiao then explained what had happened. The mother of the 3 white tiger cubs had been killed by the golden dragon. After killing the golden dragon and burying the mother tiger, he brought the cubs back. Li Xiuning then realized that the roars from the mountains earlier had come from the mother tiger. Seeing the white tiger cub curled up in a ball, clearly starving, she quickly went to get some milk. Qin Xiao then instructed He Panren, "Have someone skin the golden dragon and make inner armor from it. This thing is impervious to swords and spears, and immune to water and fire. Keep the inner core for me as well. We'll all eat dragon meat together tonight." He Panren excitedly accepted the order and immediately arranged for people to take action. Changsun Wuji couldn't help but ask, "Brother-in-law, according to the records in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, the Golden Flood Dragon already belongs to the Dragon Clan and should be about to undergo tribulation and ascend to immortality. Why did you kill it so easily?" Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, "It's fair to say that it and the White Tiger were both severely injured, and I got a good deal. If they were both at their peak, I might not have been able to defeat them, let alone end the battle so quickly." Changsun Wuji suddenly realized what was happening and could only marvel at Qin Xiao's incredible luck. Qin Xiao then said that he would bring Li Xiuning over after dark so that he could also taste the dragon meat. After all, this thing was highly nutritious and could enhance physical fitness. It was definitely a rare and precious treasure. Not long after, He Panren came over with the dragon's inner core in his hands, and everyone was stunned again. The inner core was even bigger than a pig's head. Even Qin Xiao hadn't expected it to be so exaggerated. He immediately took the inner core to the basement, exchanged it for a large vat and hundreds of kilograms of high-quality liquor, soaked the inner core in the liquor, and then sealed the vat tightly. When Qin Xiao returned to the courtyard, Li Xiuning and her daughter, Changsun Wugo, were feeding 3 white tiger cubs. Qin Xiao quickly built a nest for them in a corner of the courtyard. He has decided to nurture these 3 tiger cubs carefully. The fact that the system is willing to offer such a high price indicates that they are no ordinary creatures and could very well become his powerful generals in the future. Qin Xiao even suspected that they might possess the bloodline of the white tiger, one of the 4 ancient divine beasts. Chapter 30. Selling 4-wheeled vehicles. Days passed by, and another month went by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Qin Xiao continued to sell food and perfume sets. Rice is being sold out every day, and the Wang family buys it all without hesitation, continuing to purchase it until now. They have stockpiled 5 million caddies of grain. Such a large amount of grain had to be stored in sturdy and spacious warehouses, which inevitably increased the Wang family's expenses. In the Tang Dynasty today, the family with the most grain is probably not Li Xiuning, nor the Ministry of Revenue. Apart from Qin Xiao, it would be the Wang family. That day, the Wang family held its monthly summary meeting as usual. The steward, Wang Yukai, stepped forward first to report. Clan leader, all 150 newly built granaries are full. If we continue to collect grain, we will have to build more granaries. Wang Guangming frowned. Is there any vacant land left? Wang Yukai shook his head and said, no. All the usable open spaces have been used to build granaries. The fields are damp and cannot be used for construction at all. Wang Guangliang was a little worried. Brother, why don't we sell some of the grain first, or suspend the purchase? We absolutely cannot stop. Wang Guangming immediately rejected the idea. More than a month of preparations cannot be wasted. We also cannot sell grain in Chang'an. Here, a bushel costs 10 coins. Selling it here will not only not generate profit, but will actually result in a loss. Wang Gui said, in that case, let's transport the grain to other places for sale first, and continue to purchase it here in Chang'an to alleviate the pressure on storage. Wang Guangming nodded, but then faced a dilemma. Transporting grain over long distances would consume too much manpower and financial resources. Transporting it closer to home would mean lower grain prices. Wang Yukai then said, Clan Chief, four-wheeled carts have recently appeared in Lantian County. Each one can carry 1,000 to 1,500 caddies and is more than 3 times faster than ordinary carts. If we can buy one, the time for transporting grain will be greatly reduced, and expenses will also be saved a lot. Wang Guangming's eyes lit up. Since there are such good cars, let's buy them quickly. As long as they don't exceed 100 guan each, we'll buy as many as we can. Wang Guangliang immediately patted his chest and said, leave this to me. I guarantee I'll get it done. In fact, during this past month or so, in addition to producing glass and perfume, Qin Xiao also had carpenters continuously build four-wheeled vehicles. His goal was clear, to build his own logistics team. Wang Guangliang led his men to Lantian County, found out the location of the car factory, and rushed there. He naturally couldn't see Qin Xiao. The person in charge of receiving him was Pingyang, the head of the car factory. Pingyang was originally a very eloquent person in the women's team, and after training, he was assigned to the factory to be in charge of operations. Qin Xiao had given prior instructions that the 5 surnames and 7 prominent families would buy carriages for a minimum of 80 strings of cash, while the Wang family would start at 100 strings of cash. Wang Guangliang entered the factory without greeting anyone, only inspecting the newly manufactured four-wheeled vehicles. Pingyang, however, stepped forward with a smile and bowed, saying, greetings, sir. My name is Pingyang, and I am the general manager of Lantian Automobile Factory. Is there anything I can help you with? Wang Guangliang frowned. What is a general manager? I've never heard of that. Pingyang patiently explained. It's equivalent to a supervisor. May I ask your identity, sir? The attendant beside him immediately chimed in. Listen carefully. This is the second master of the Wang family, the clan leader's younger brother. Wang Guangliang raised his head. Pingyang, right? I'm here on behalf of the Wang family to buy four-wheeled vehicles. I'll take them all. Just name your price. Pingyang calmly explained. These four-wheeled vehicles are only found in Lantian County throughout the entire Tang Dynasty. The tires are made of rubber, which helps to absorb shocks, and they run more than 5 times faster than ordinary horse-drawn carriages. There are 3 types of vehicles. Hardwood-bodied vehicles can carry more than 1,000 caddies and are priced at 100 guan. Cast iron-bodied vehicles can carry more than 1,500 caddies and are priced at 150 guan. And there are also box-type vehicles that can carry both people and goods and are not afraid of wind and rain, priced at 200 guan. Wang Guangliang exclaimed in surprise. Why is it so expensive? Pingyang smiled and said, you get what you pay for, and we're honest with everyone. We currently have a total of 1,000 vehicles in stock across all 3 types. If you'd like to buy one, we can deliver it to your door. Many wealthy families in Luoyang have placed orders with us. Our products are of high quality, and we never have trouble selling them. Wang Guangliang had just boasted that he would take as much as he could get, but he was immediately put in a difficult position. The Wang family's current liquid assets were only 100,000 strings of cash, and this time, they only gave him 20,000 strings. Even if 1,000 carriages cost only 100 strings of cash each, that would still amount to 100,000 strings of cash, which he simply couldn't afford. Wang Guangliang's tone immediately softened. General Manager Chun, could you lower the price? A regular carriage is only 5 strings of cash. Chun Yang's expression darkened slightly. Master Wang, Isn't it absurd to compare the Wang family's mansion with the common people's thatched hut? I have already made it clear that the rubber tires alone are worth 100 strings of cash. Our master is kind, which is why he is willing to sell them at a low price. Wang Guangliang could only suppress his anger. I bought more, so surely you can give me a little discount. Even if it's 10,000 vehicles, let alone 1,000, it will only be reduced by half at most. Wang Guangliang remained silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I brought 20,000 strings of cash with me today. Give me 5 vans, and the rest should all be ordinary hardwood vans, to be delivered to the prince's residence. Pingyang accepted the money and immediately arranged for people to harness horses to the vehicle and deliver the 4-wheeled vehicle that Wang Guangliang had bought to the Wang family. This is also the first business deal the car manufacturer has made since its establishment. Qin Xiao had already planned to keep the factory running. Even if not a single vehicle sold, he could keep these 4-wheelers for himself to use in the future to establish a logistics company. Chapter 31 Logistics Company. Ma Sanbao came to report that Wang Guangliang of the Wang family spent 20,000 guan today to buy a 4-wheeled vehicle. Qin Xiao laughed after hearing this. The Wang family had a bumper harvest this time, and their warehouses were probably overflowing. The scouts reported that the Wang family had nearly 500,000 bushels of grain, and indeed had nowhere to store it. So they had to urgently transport the grain out of the country. They bought the 4-wheeled vehicle because they wanted to sell their grain to other places and make a profit from the price difference. Qin Xiao then inquired about the status of grain distribution in various regions. Ma Sanbao replied that apart from Luoyang, which transports 50,000 jin daily, other places are transporting 20,000 jin daily, which is basically saturated. Qin Xiao nodded, instructing him to continue transportation while also starting to establish a logistics company. Ma Sanbao was taken aback, not understanding what a logistics company was. Qin Xiao explained that logistics is about making goods circulate faster, similar to a security escort agency. They can set up locations in various places, and customers can pay for shipping based on volume, weight, and distance if they want their goods delivered to a specific location. Ma Sanbao then asked, what should be done if the goods are damaged or lost? Qin Xiao told him that the customer needed to pay an extra insurance fee, and if there were any problems with the goods, they would compensate him according to the value of the goods. However, you must carefully inspect the goods upon receipt before repackaging them to prevent someone from taking already damaged items and trying to extort money from you. Ma Sanbao listened with increasing admiration and couldn't help but sigh that the Wang family was truly blind to oppose Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao told him to stop flattering him and handed him the logistics manual, instructing him to set up the company as soon as possible according to its contents. The first route is from Yumen Pass to Chang'an City, while purchasing must not be interrupted. After Ma Sanbao left to carry out his orders, Li Xiuning asked curiously, why is Yumen Pass so important? Qin Xiao did not answer directly, but asked her where the greatest threat to the Tang Dynasty came from. Li Xiuning said without hesitation that the nomadic tribes of the grasslands are the most dangerous, but the Baiwe people of Lingnan should not be underestimated either. Qin Xiao nodded. The north must be guarded against in advance, especially the Turks. We must not let our guard down. Li Xiuning felt a warmth in her heart, realizing that Qin Xiao was wholeheartedly helping the Li family's empire and was truly devoted to the imperial court. Qin Xiao sighed deliberately, saying that he had no choice but to worry about the Li family's daughter-in-law since he had married into the family. Li Xiuning immediately acted coquettishly, asking him if he regretted it or if he had other ideas. Qin Xiao asked in a serious tone, can the goods still be returned? Li Xiuning immediately grabbed his ear and told him that the goods had been sold and were non-refundable for life, so he shouldn't even think about it. Qin Xiao feigned a pitiful state, saying that he had impulsively snatched a wife back, never expecting her to be the #1 female tiger in the Tang Dynasty. Li Xiuning pretended to be angry and scolded him for being itchy-skinned, forbidding him from entering the room that night. Qin Xiao immediately brought up his daughter as an excuse, asking her if she didn't want to have a daughter as lovely as Lizzie. Li Xiuning certainly wanted to, but he was immediately rendered speechless by what he said, and could only curse him as a deadbeat in embarrassment and anger. After playing around, Li Xiuning suddenly thought of business. With perfume sets selling like hotcakes these days, would business be even better if we opened a place that caters specifically to women, selling lipsticks, lingerie, eyebrow pencils, and face powder? Qin Xiao agreed wholeheartedly. Li Xiuning's business acumen was indeed quite good. He proposed opening a high-end women's club, where only women would be entertained, and where female soldiers would learn massage and makeup techniques. The club operates on a membership system, exclusively serving the wealthy ladies of Chang'an City. Its business is sure to be booming. Moreover, when wealthy women gather together, there are naturally many rumors and gossips, so it's not difficult to find out anything. Li Xiuning asked excitedly whether the club should be located in Chang'an City or the safer Lantian County. Qin Xiao believed that although Lantian County was safe, business was far less profitable than in Chang'an City. Chang'an, after all, is the capital city, with a population of over 3 million, and is a gathering place for noble ladies. It is the most suitable place. Li Xiuning, however, worried that Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji would deliberately cause trouble, making it impossible for the club to operate. Qin Xiao said that he was not afraid of the two men, but they were Li Xiuning's brothers after all, so he couldn't really go all out. The safest approach would be to bring Li Xiuning into the fold. With the Prince of Qin backing him up, no one else would dare to go too far. Li Xiuning thought his explanation was comprehensive and immediately agreed. Then, Qin Xiao took out a pair of walkie-talkies, saying that these devices could be used to communicate directly within a range of 20 or 30 miles. Even if it runs out of power, you can put it in the sun to dry, and it will still work. Li Xiuning was both surprised and delighted. She was just about to go to the Prince of Qin's residence and immediately wanted to try it out. She wanted to ask Qin Xiao to go with her, but he refused. He instructed Li Xiuning to send a gift of lipstick and other items to Changsun Wugo, and then take the opportunity to discuss cooperation on the club. Qin Xiao personally taught her how to use the walkie-talkie, but he felt somewhat helpless. He has been in this era for more than 6 years, but has never been to Chang'an. He certainly wanted to see this first city of the era with his own eyes, but the system wouldn't allow it. The system would only allow him to enter the palace as a eunuch if he was willing to do so, a condition that greatly frustrated Qin Xiao. Li Xiuning ran outside and played with Qin Xiao on the walkie-talkie for a while. After confirming that they could really communicate, she happily took Lan'er and set off. She rode her horse, King Ma, all the way to the Qin prince's mansion, occasionally speaking to Qin Xiao via walkie-talkie. Upon arriving at the Prince of Qin's residence, the servants immediately went in to report. Li Xiuning was discussing matters with his civil and military officials when he heard that his second sister had arrived, so he rushed to the door to greet her. Since eating the golden dragon meat, his body has become stronger and stronger, even surpassing that of Yu Qigong. Empress Zhangxuan's illness has improved a lot, with fewer attacks, and she no longer faints like before. Therefore, Li Xiuning had genuine respect for his sister and brother-in-law. Apart from Li Yuan, only they could make him personally go out to greet them. Li Xiuning asked Li Xiuning why she had suddenly come to visit, and why her brother-in-law had not accompanied her. Li Xiuning said that Qin Xiao was busy with something, and that she mainly came to see Changsun Wugo this time, and the gifts she brought were all women's items. Upon hearing that Empress Zhangxun was in the backyard, Li Xiuning quickly led her inside. Just then, Li Xiuning raised the walkie-talkie and shouted into it, "Husband, please respond if you hear me." Soon, Qin Zhao's voice came from the small black box. "Received. You've arrived at the Qin prince's residence." Li Xiuning replied with a smile that she had just arrived. This scene immediately stunned Li Xiuning and all the civil and military officials present. No one could have imagined that Qin Zhao's voice could come from a small, dark box. Chapter 32, Women's Club. Li Xiuning stared at the thing in Li Xiuning's hand, his face full of surprise. "Second sister, what is this called? How come I can hear my brother-in-law's voice coming from inside? Could it be that my brother-in-law has come too?" Li Xiuning smiled smugly and said that Li Changqing was still at home. This was called a walkie-talkie. Although it couldn't transmit sound over 1,000 miles, it could be used to talk anytime within 30 miles. Li Xiuning immediately saw its value. If walkie-talkies were used on battlefield scouts, they would not need to run back and forth after discovering enemy activity. They could directly transmit messages, making intelligence faster and more accurate. Li Xiuning was also reminded that if every military commander were equipped with one, troop deployments on the battlefield could be executed at any time, which would be nothing short of a war artifact. Li Xiuning immediately asked Li Changqing how much he had left and whether he was willing to spend money to buy it. Li Xiuning immediately pressed the intercom and called out, "Husband." Li Changqing responded quickly, praising Li Xiuning for his military foresight after learning that Li Xiuning wanted to equip the army with walkie-talkies. He also mentioned another war artifact, the telescope. Upon hearing that there were telescopes, Li Xiuning became even more excited and immediately asked how much each one cost. Out of consideration for their family, Li Changqing quoted the cost price, 10 strings of cash per unit. Li Xiuning walked to the side and muttered a complaint. "Since we're family, why charge us?" Li Changqing told her, "Things must reflect their value. If you give something away for free, the recipient may not appreciate it and may even take it for granted over time. Even close brothers should keep clear accounts. Occasional gifts are fine, but frequent gifts can breed resentment. After listening, Li Xiuning understood and then turned to tell Li Xiuning that 10 strings of cash was the lowest possible price. The price for selling to outsiders should be at least 100 strings of cash per unit. Li Xiuning readily agreed, saying he would personally go to his brother-in-law to buy it the next day, and also mentioned that the Wang family had spent 20,000 strings of cash to buy a four-wheeled vehicle yesterday. Li Xiuning said that the Wang family was, after all, a prominent family, and Li Chongqing even increased the price by 20%. Even if the four-wheeled vehicle wasn't sold, it wouldn't matter, because Li Chongqing had already started setting up a logistics company and needed a large number of vehicles. Li Xiuning was curious about what a logistics company was, and Li Xiuning explained that it was similar to a Baojit escort agency, but more sophisticated and much faster. Li Xiuning immediately wanted to invest in the logistics company, but Li Xiuning said she couldn't make that decision. However, the other business she brought today would be just as profitable as logistics, and might even be many times more so. Li Xiuning hurriedly pressed for details, but Li Xiuning told him to first bring out Empress Zhang's son. This business specialized in making money off women, and his sister-in-law understood women best, so she naturally knew best whether it was profitable. Soon, Empress Zhang's son handed Li Lizzie over to a servant and hurried out. Upon seeing Li Xiuning, she was both surprised and delighted. She mentioned that after eating the dragon meat that night, she only had one attack of the disease in a month, and it was just a brief chest tightness that passed quickly. The effects of the dragon meat were truly miraculous. Li Xiuning said that Li Chongqing had mentioned long ago that dragon meat was a highly nourishing food that could strengthen the body and regulate health. She then showed the samples she had brought to Changsun Wugo. Lipstick, face powder, face masks, moisturizing lotion, shampoo, shower gel, whitening serum. Everything was new and exciting. As for underwear, it was a private item. I'd take a closer look in the room later. Empress Zhang's son was dumbfounded. A single set of perfume was worth 100 strings of cash. What price would all these things cost? She couldn't even maintain her usual composure. The civil and military officials nearby listened with shining eyes, eager to invest immediately. This kind of deal was clearly a surefire way to make a fortune. Li Xiuning told everyone not to rush, and then revealed her plan. She planned to open a women's exclusive club in Chang'an City, with private rooms dedicated solely to wealthy women and young ladies. The club offers professional female massage therapists, beauty and skincare specialists to do makeup for guests, and female waitresses to serve tea, water, fruit, and snacks. The service is divided into 3 levels: Supreme, Premium, and Standard, all of which are membership-based. Those without a membership card are not permitted to enter the club. Moreover, the club only caters to women, and no men will be present inside, which can put the husbands of those wealthy women at ease. The VIP full service is priced at 2,000 strings of cash, the premium service at 1,000 strings, and the basic service at 500 strings. Upon hearing this, Empress Changsun immediately pressed for details about the potential profit margin. Li Xiuning casually stated that the profit margin was at least double that of baijiu, Chinese liquor. Changsun Wugo no longer hesitated. Such high profits were practically robbery, and only a fool wouldn't cooperate. She immediately asked how much she should invest and what percentage of the shares she should own. Li Xiuning proposed a condition: 3,000 taels of gold, plus one of the most prosperous shops in Chang'an. The shop needs at least 2 acres of land, with Changsun Wugo holding a 50% stake. Li Xiuning will be responsible for arranging the renovation, and she will also provide all the products needed thereafter. Empress Zhang's son turned to ask Li Xiuning for his opinion, and Li Xiuning directly stated that his second sister's arrangement was very reasonable and he had no objections. The 2 parties immediately agreed to cooperate, with Empress Zhang's son promising to work with Li Xiuning to prepare the gold in shops as soon as possible. Li Xiuning reminded them that the sooner the club opened, the sooner they would make money. These things are extremely attractive to women, and the noble women of Chang'an will surely vie to become members. Then, money will flow in continuously. Li Xiuning looked at the civil and military officials around him and said generously that they were all brothers who had fought alongside him in the north and south. Since he was eating meat, he should naturally let everyone have some soup too. He decided to take 20% of his shares and give them to everyone. As for how to distribute them, he said, this business was guaranteed to make a profit. Cheng Yaojin was the first to jump out and pledge his loyalty, declaring that he was willing to follow the king of Qin to the death. The others also thanked Li Xiuning. Empress Zhang's son could no longer contain herself and pulled Li Xiuning towards the inner courtyard. What she wanted to see most right now was that mysterious lingerie. Chapter 33, A Paradise on Earth. Qin Xiao and the dozen or so others were all shrewd individuals. After discussing it, they directly divided up the 3,000 taels of gold that Li Xiuning was supposed to pay, and Li Xiuning only needed to contribute the shop. Empress Zhongsun pulled Li Xiuning into the room, eager to see the underwear. When Li Xiuning took out the barely there bra, her face turned as red as a persimmon. She then understood why Li Xiuning dared not take it out in the lobby. This kind of thing was clearly only meant for her husband to see. Second sister, this is too small. It's so embarrassing. How am I supposed to wear it? Changsun Wugo asked softly, her head lowered. Li Xiuning smiled and asked her to take off her outer clothes first. She patiently taught her how to put on a bra and explained the uses and steps of the cosmetics one by one. After tidying herself up, Empress Zhongxuan's entire demeanor changed. Li Xiuning took her hand and said with a smile, "Come on, let's go out and let your husband see if he can still recognize you." Empress Zhongxun hesitated, feeling embarrassed by the crowd outside. Li Xiuning reassured her, saying that the bra was for her husband to see, but the makeup was for everyone to admire, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. The two returned to the hall hand in hand, and everyone was stunned when they saw Empress Zhongxun. No one had expected that simply changing her clothes and makeup could make her so stunningly beautiful. Li Xiuning, in particular, felt a strange yet intense attraction to his wife, whom he had married early in life. Guanyanbi, you are truly extraordinary today. I have studied for so many years, yet I don't know how to describe you. Li Xiuning was full of amazement. Empress Zhongxun was extremely embarrassed and complained that he had spoken nonsense in front of outsiders. Empress Zhongxun Wuji couldn't help but sigh. In the more than 20 years that they had been siblings, he had never seen his sister so stunning. The things that Li Xiuning brought were simply the finishing touch. Fang Xinling immediately said that he should also buy some for his wife as soon as possible, so that she would not complain about his age all the time. Du Ruhui was more concerned about the price. Since they were also shareholders, how should the purchase price be calculated for their own use? Li Xiuning said that shareholders would receive a 50% discount from the original price, but each shareholder could not exceed 10 shares per month. This restriction is to prevent people from taking advantage of their status to hoard goods at low prices and then resell them at high prices, thereby harming the club's interests and enriching themselves. Li Xiuning immediately agreed, saying, "Without rules, there can be no order. If shareholders keep buying at half price and selling at 80% off, they still make a 30% profit. How will the club make money?" Everyone expressed their support. Li Xiuning then set rules that shareholders only had the right to receive dividends, not management rights. She would not allow outsiders to direct insiders, which would ruin the club's operation. More importantly, only women were allowed to enter the women's club, and even Li Xiuning was no exception. Those wealthy women spent a lot of money to enjoy themselves, so not only did the things have to be of the highest quality, but the environment also had to make them feel safe and secure. Once the matter was settled, Li Xiuning wanted to go home to be with Qin Xiao. Li Xiuning quickly tried to persuade her to stay, as it was almost dinner time, and it would be embarrassing for him if word got out that his own sister had come all this way and was leaving without even eating. Li Xiuning waved her hand smugly and said that since she had gotten used to eating at home, she couldn't eat out anymore and would rather go back to eat. Cheng Yaojin quickly asked her to allow his head chef to learn how to cook, and Li Xiuning readily agreed, saying that she had no objection as long as the chef was willing to learn. Seeing this, Li Xiuning proposed opening a restaurant in Chang'an, still cooperating in the same way as the club. Li Xiuning agreed, but the restaurant's profits would be divided according to the rules for liquor, with Qin Xiao's family taking 20% and being responsible for the food preparation, decoration, and management, while the rest would be arranged by them. The name of the restaurant, however, stumped everyone. Changsun Wugo suggested asking Qin Xiao via walkie-talkie, and Li Xiuning immediately called him. Qin Xiao first suggested calling it Xiuning Grand Restaurant, but Li Xiuning immediately objected, saying it was too flashy and forcing him to think of something else. Qin Xiao coughed twice and changed his mind, saying, "How about calling it Shangri-La?" Li Xiuning felt it was barely acceptable, so she asked Li Xiuning for his opinion. Li Xiuning thought about it and thought the name was good. Only a place like a paradise could produce such delicious food. The restaurant's name was thus decided. Li Xiuning waved goodbye and finally went home. Everyone watched her departing figure, filled with emotion. Since Li Xiuning married Qin Xiao, she had changed so much. Her words and actions were now somewhat novel, but she had lost the aloofness of a princess and instead made people feel approachable. Yu Qigong sighed, noting that the princess now showed no distance from them, her subjects, just as Li Xiuning had when they interacted. Fang Xinling also said that Li Xiuning was originally a heroine among women. When she commanded an army of 100,000, strangers dared not approach her. Now she speaks like a friend chatting. All of this is obviously a change brought about by Qin Xiao. Li Xiuning became more and more excited as he thought about it, and immediately urged everyone to deliver the investment for the clubhouse and restaurant as soon as possible, so that he could go to Qin Xiao's villa for a free meal the next day. While we're at it, let's buy another batch of walkie-talkies and telescopes. Those are war machines. With these treasures, the chances of winning a war can increase by at least 30%. Chapter 34. Du Ruhui gets beaten. Upon returning to the villa, Li Xiuning immediately informed Qin Xiao about the discussions at the Qin prince's mansion regarding investing in the clubhouse and restaurant. Qin Xiao was prepared and directly took out the renderings he had purchased from the system. The construction drawings would have to wait until the carpenter measured the dimensions on site before they could be finalized. Even the lipsticks and cosmetics that will be sold in the future will all be from the system, with the expensive ones costing no more than 100 coins and the cheap ones costing only a dozen coins. Qin Xiao handed the blueprints to Li Xiuning. Wife, take a look at the renderings first. If there are no problems, install it according to this. I'll go and tell the carpenter tomorrow. Li Xiuning smiled and took the blueprints, saying that she trusted his judgment and that she would not refuse since he wanted her to see them first. As she looked around, she touched her stomach and asked Qin Xiao what he planned to eat that night. Qin Xiao casually named out spicy chicken, duck, braised pork, stir-fried vegetables, and egg drop soup, asking her if it was enough for 2 people. Li Xiuning quickly waved her hand, saying that she had gained 7 or 8 pounds since marrying him, and if she continued to eat like this, she would really get fat. Qin Xiao didn't care at all, only saying that he liked her to be a little plump, as long as she was happy. Li Xiuning felt a sweet warmth in her heart upon hearing this, but she also reminded him that he couldn't spoil her endlessly, otherwise she would be spoiled sooner or later. Qin Xiao laughed and said, "She's not like that little girl Lizzie. It's my responsibility to pamper my wife." What he wanted to do was make Li Xiuning the happiest woman in the world. Li Xiuning looked down at the blueprints and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "This design is so beautiful. It's as if you're already inside it." Qin Xiao designed the restaurant in a modern Chinese style, with white as the main color and poems on each wall, making it clean, elegant, and exuding a high-end and stable feel. The clubhouse is more complex, with 3 floors in total. The first floor is a new Chinese-style hall, the second floor is a pure European-style hall, and the third floor is a simplified European style. Each private room is unique, and even if the styles are similar, the decorative paintings inside will never be the same, enough to satisfy the preferences of all kinds of guests. Now that Li Xiuning and the elites of the Prince of Qin's mansion have all invested, as long as Li Yuan doesn't personally cause trouble, Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji can't easily interfere. Li Xiuning then told Qin Xiao that Li Xiuning would be coming tomorrow to discuss walkie-talkies and telescopes, and might bring quite a few people with him, so he should prepare more food. Qin Xiao didn't care at all. He had vegetables in his garden, and if he really needed more, he would just slaughter a few pigs, chickens, and ducks. He was sure that no one in the Qin prince's mansion would go hungry. After finishing dinner, the two washed up and went back to their room, where the villa returned to quiet. The next morning, Qin Xiao first went to inspect the military camp. When he returned, more than 30 carpenters were already waiting for him at the villa. He first politely treated everyone to breakfast, then took out the blueprints and told them that they would be renovating 2 places today, and that they could ask him anything they didn't understand. The carpenters studied it for a full incense stick's time, and when they encountered something they didn't understand, Qin Xiao patiently explained it to them. Then he took out a 50-meter-long tape measure and asked everyone to measure the dimensions, simply writing down each measurement. As for the meter, a unit of length, he couldn't explain it in detail for the time being, so he could only have the carpenters record it according to the markings on the tape measure. After giving the instructions, Qin Xiao told them to go to the Qin prince's residence and find the Qin prince's steward, saying that he had sent them to measure the clubhouse and restaurant. Just then, Lanner strode in from outside, saying that a man claiming to be a guard from the Prince of Qin's mansion wanted to see him. Qin Xiao nodded and told Lanner to bring the person in. Soon, a tall man in armor entered the villa, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "This humble general, Li Junxian, the head of the guards of the Prince Qin's mansion, pays his respects to your highness, the prince consort." Qin Xiao looked at Li Junxian in front of him and felt quite emotional. He had only heard the name in movies and TV dramas before, and later he found out after researching the history that much of the content in the TV dramas was made up. Li Xiuning originally came from a military family. He participated in the Wagong uprising in his early years and successively served under Li Mi and Wang Shichong. In the end, he disliked Wang Shichong's character and followed Qin Xiao to surrender to the Tang Dynasty. He subsequently followed Li Xiuning in his campaigns, making many contributions, and later even guarded Xuanwu Gate. However, this general, who had made great military achievements, was eventually executed because of the rumor that the Empress Wu will rule the world. He was not posthumously honored until Wu Zetian ascended the throne. Qin Xiao snapped out of his thoughts and asked politely, "General Li, have you had breakfast? Why are you here so early? Is something wrong?" Li Xiunings's face was grim, and he said in a deep voice, "The king of Qin cannot come today, so he specifically sent him to inform you." Qin Xiao immediately pressed for details, asking what had happened and if it was convenient to tell him. Suppressing his anger, Li Xiuning recounted the whole story. Yesterday, Du Ruhui, an official under the Prince of Qin, left the prince's residence and rode home on horseback, passing by the residence of Yin Defei's father, Yin Ashu. Du Ruhui had always looked down on people like Yin Ashu who rose to power through their daughter's connections, but he was cautious by nature and didn't want to cause trouble. So when he saw Yin Ashu, he simply increased his horse speed slightly and left without even glancing at him. But it was precisely this cold and arrogant attitude that completely enraged Yin Ashu. Yin Ashu and his men surrounded Du Ruhui and beat him up, even breaking one of Du Ruhui's fingers. When Yin Ashu found out that the person who had been beaten was actually a close confidant of the king of Qin, he panicked. Instead of admitting his mistake, he sent someone to inform his daughter, Consort Yin, to falsely accuse the prince of Qin's men of attacking him without cause. Consort Yin then went to Li Yuan and turned the tables, saying that Du Ruhui was arrogant and domineering and had led people to beat her father. Li Yuan was furious upon hearing this and summoned Li Xiuning to the palace to question him. Li Xiuning grew increasingly angry as he spoke, but Qin Xiao merely sneered and said that Li Xiuning would probably have to suffer again this time. His father-in-law, when he got confused, wouldn't believe Li Xiuming's explanation at all. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Xiuning came downstairs, glaring at Qin Xiao and saying that he was asking for trouble again. How could he talk about his father like that? If outsiders were to hear such words, it would be considered a grave offense, and could even be considered a crime of deceiving the emperor. Qin Xiao waved his hand helplessly, indicating that he would not say anything more. He just felt sorry for Li Xiuning, who was always treated as a punching bag. Li Xiuning sighed. No matter how wrong her father was, he was still her elder. They could only forgive him, not criticize him, otherwise they would be unfilial. Qin Xiao could only nod and tell her to hurry up and eat breakfast, promising that he would speak properly in the future and stop talking nonsense. After Li Xiuning left, Qin Xiao looked at Li Xiuning, his tone turning cold. He told Li Xiuning to go back and tell Li Xiuning to stop arguing with Li Yuan, as it was pointless. Send Du Ruhui to him first, and he guarantees that he can restore Du Ruhui's broken finger to its original state. As for the grudge of Yin Ashu assaulting someone, Qin Xiao can also avenge Du Ruhui. Chapter 35, Son's Revenge for His Father. Li Xiuning had just been scolded by Li Yuan, and no matter how he explained, it was to no avail. He could only walk out of the palace with a disappointed look on his face. Li Xiuning had already been waiting outside Xuanwu Gate. Seeing his appearance, he knew that Qin Xiao had indeed predicted the outcome. He immediately stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this humble general has met with the Prince Consort of Qin. He asked me to tell you that suffering some grievances is a form of growth experience. In addition, he can heal Du Ruhui's severed finger, restoring it to its original state exactly as before, and he can also help Du Ruhui take revenge." Li Xiuming's previously low spirits vanished instantly, and he hurriedly asked, "Brother-in-law, is that really what you said?" Li Xiuning nodded solemnly. That's exactly what he said. With Prince Consort Qin's abilities, he's definitely not joking. Let's go to the Du residence immediately and bring Ru Hui there for treatment. Li Xiuning didn't hesitate any longer and led Li Xiuning straight to the Du residence. As the two entered, the physician in the mansion was preparing to set Du Ruhui's broken bones, but Li Xiuning immediately stopped him. Du Ruhui rose and bowed, full of doubt. "King Qin, why didn't you let me have my finger reattached first?" Li Xiuning explained. "My brother-in-law has already sent word that he can restore your finger to its original state without any future problems. We'll head to Lantian County now." Du Ruhui knew Li Xiuming's character very well and knew that he always treated his subordinates like brothers and would not obstruct treatment without a reason. Upon hearing that it was Qin Xiao who had made the move, Du Ruhui immediately apologized. I misunderstood the king of Qin. I will also go to see Prince Consort Qin. The three boarded a four-wheeled carriage invented by Qin Xiao and headed to Lantian County under the escort of guards. On the way, Du Ruhui was both surprised and delighted to learn that Qin Xiao not only wanted to heal his hand, but was also willing to avenge him. Prince Qin is indeed righteous. He is a true, chivalrous man. In Ashu broke one of my fingers. This debt cannot be left unpaid. Li Xiuning exclaimed. This four-wheeled carriage is fast and very stable. You can hardly feel any bumps while sitting in it. Li Xiuning said with a proud look. You should learn more from my brother-in-law. He is a genius who comes along only once in 1,000 years. It seems that nothing can stump him. The carriage soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, and the three of them climbed the steps. Du Ruhui was so preoccupied with revenge that he even forgot the pain in his fingers. Upon arriving at the villa's lobby, Qin Xiao was brewing kung fu tea by himself, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Li Xiuning laughed and said, Brother-in-law, it's truly enviable that you have such refined tastes all by yourself. Qin Xiao didn't even look up, but simply gestured for them to sit down. I knew you would come, so I prepared the tea in advance. Li Xiuning hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question that had been on his mind. Brother-in-law, since your divination is so accurate, why didn't you help Ru Hui avoid this calamity in advance? Qin Xiao calmly said, some things must be left to nature. As long as it doesn't endanger your life, there's no need to force a change. If I reveal the secrets of heaven in advance and allow Ru Hui to escape this calamity, he will lose at least a year of his lifespan, and I will also pay a price. Is it really worth it? After listening, Du Ruhui respectfully bowed to Qin Xiao. Brother Qin, please accept my bow. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, Brother Ruhui, there's no need to be so polite. Extend your injured hand, and I'll treat it for you first. Du Ruhui reached out, and Qin Xiao grasped his severed finger, instantly channeling his inner force into it. With a gentle pull and push, Du Ruhui was healed before he could even react. Move around a bit and see if you feel any discomfort, Qin Xiao said. Du Ruhui clenched and unclenched his fist, trying several times in a row. Not only did the severed finger not hurt, but it was also no different from before when he could move it. He was utterly astonished. Brother Qin is indeed a divine physician. I admire him greatly. Qin Xiao picked up his teacup. Let's have some tea first. This is Dahong Pao, a rare and excellent tea. Li Xiuning took a sip and immediately inquired about the origin of Dahong Pao tea. Qin Xiao then recounted the story of a scholar who fell seriously ill on his way to the imperial examinations and was saved by an old monk from Wui Mountain with tea. Later, when the scholar returned home after passing the imperial examination, the emperor bestowed upon him a red robe. When he came to Wui Mountain to express his gratitude, he draped the red robe over the tea trees of Julong, and from then on, the tea from that place became known as Dahong Pao, Big Red Robe. Li Xiuning exclaimed in surprise. Tea can actually cure diseases? Qin Xiao explained that tea can detoxify and remove greasiness. The nomadic tribes of the grasslands eat beef and mutton all year round, which causes them to accumulate grease and stagnation, so they buy large quantities of tea from the Central Plains. Du Ruhui nodded repeatedly, saying, I have truly learned a lot today. Qin Xiao smiled faintly. Among three people walking together, there must be one who can teach me. We are just exchanging ideas with each other. After finishing his tea, Qin Xiao's expression suddenly turned serious. He stared at Du Ruhui and asked, Brother Ruhui, do you really want to avenge this grudge? Du Ruhui's eyes turned cold. Yes, of course I want to. In Ashu not only injured me, but also caused the king of Qin to suffer an injustice. This must be avenged. All right. Qin Xiao immediately instructed, Lanner, go and call Du He and the others over. Then he turned to Li Xiuning and said, Xiuning, I won't keep you for dinner today. You should go home as soon as possible. Li Xiuning was taken aback. Brother-in-law, this is not how you treat a guest. Qin Xiao laughed and scolded. We're family. Why talk about entertaining guests? I'll have Lanner prepare the ingredients later, and I'll also bring you a chef back. Tonight, invite Li Xiuning and Li Yuanji to the Prince of Qin's residence for dinner, and invite all your subordinates as well, especially the military officers. Not one of them can be missing. Officially, we'll say that the manor has developed a new dish and invite all the brothers to try it, and also to strengthen our bonds. Li Xiuning didn't understand at all. Brother-in-law, what exactly do you want to do? Qin Xiao only said one sentence: create an alibi. Li Xiuning and Li Xiuning will be your best witnesses. Just then, Lanner led Du He and the others into the hall. Qin Xiao then instructed her to immediately prepare a large amount of ingredients and a chef, and hand them over to Li Xiuning to take back to the Qin prince's residence. After making the arrangements, Qin Xiao looked at Du He and asked, "How has the training been going?" Du He clasped his hands in a fist and replied, "Reporting to master, the training results are not bad." Qin Xiao's voice suddenly turned cold. "Just last night, your father, Du Ruhui, was beaten by men sent by Yin Defei's father, Yin Ashu, and one of his fingers was broken. There's a saying that sons should pay for their father's debts, but in my dictionary, it's called sons avenging their father's wrongdoings. Du He, are you willing to avenge your father?" Du He's eyes were bloodshot. He straightened up abruptly and roared, "I'm willing. This disciple is very willing." Chapter 36, An Eye for an Eye. Qin Xiao told Du He and the others that tonight would also be a test of their training results. At midnight, the group would sneak into Yin Ashu's residence. The others would be responsible for guarding and providing cover, while Du He would personally break 5 of Yin Ashu's fingers without alerting the others in the residence. If the mission is completed, everyone will be promoted to inner disciple. If it fails, Qin Xiao will take responsibility, but their training load will be doubled. Du He and the others accepted the order in unison, promising to complete the mission. Li Xiuning then realized that Qin Xiao had asked him to host a banquet for Li Xiuning and Li Xiuning in order to create an alibi for him, and the two of them could conveniently testify against him. Qin Xiao smiled faintly. This was a classic case of feigning one thing while secretly doing another. Du Ruhui was still somewhat agitated upon hearing that 5 fingers would be severed, feeling that the attack was too heavy-handed. Qin Xiao, however, said that not breaking all of Yin Ashu's limbs was already lenient. He could be as gentle as a spring breeze to his friends, but he would show no mercy to his enemies. Du Ruhui expressed his sincere gratitude, and Li Xiuning also left with his men to prepare for tonight's banquet, lest Li Xiuning and the others become suspicious. Cheng Chumo and the others stayed at Qin Xiao's place for dinner, and after a short rest, they were ready to set off. Meanwhile, Li Xiuning sent people to invite Li Xiuning and Li Xiuning, and also invited Cheng Yaojin and others to the Prince of Qin's residence. Li Xiuning was full of doubt when he received the news. Now he and Li Xiuning were like oil and water, so why would the other party suddenly invite him to drink? Unable to understand, Li Xiuning immediately rushed to the East Palace. Li Xiuning was equally puzzled. Li Xiuning had just been reprimanded by Li Yuan during the day because of Du Ruhui's matter, and logically, he should be in a very bad mood, not at all like someone who would be in the mood to host a dinner party. The two had no choice but to ask Wei Zhang, who also couldn't figure out Li Xiuming's intentions. He could only remind them that Li Xiuning wouldn't dare to openly harm them, much less take the initiative to reconcile. He suggested they try to find out more information at the banquet. Li Xiuning was unwilling to give up and decided to deliberately arrive late to give Li Xiuning a hard time. At this time, the Prince of Qin's mansion was already full of guests. All 18 scholars had been invited, and even the usually low-key Li Jing had arrived. Li Jing was nearly silenced for reporting Li Yuan's plot to rebel, but Li Xiuning saved his life. Although he never publicly took sides and did not participate in the later Xuanwu Gate incident, he knew in his heart that Li Xiuning had enough talent and power and did not need to compete with others for credit. Just as the banquet was in full swing, a guard reported that the Crown Prince and Prince Qi had arrived at the gate. Li Xiuning personally led his entourage to greet them, giving them ample face, and invited Li Xiuning into the residence with a smile. Li Xiuning was outwardly polite, mentioning fine wine and food, and then led Li Xiuning to the table. Everyone took their seats, and servants continuously served dishes. Clear, white wine was placed on the table, and the glasses were quickly filled. Inside the Prince Qin's residence, toasts were exchanged, and the atmosphere seemed harmonious. Meanwhile, Du He and his group were already fully prepared for their departure. Qin Xiao didn't give them any extra equipment, only a few eagle grappling hooks for them to use to scale the wall. This group of people were all children of officials, and some were even spoiled brats. Without more than 2 months of intensive training, they would have had no chance of completing tonight's mission. Having consumed the flesh of a dragon, their physical condition was far superior to before, and they had undergone Qin Xiao's intensive training. Qin Xiao believed that these people were capable of completing the mission, but before they set off, he still reminded them that failure was not the most important thing. Survival was the top priority. If you lose your life, everything else is meaningless. As long as you live, even if you fail this time, There will always be a chance to get revenge later. After everyone accepted the order, Qin Xiao gave a command, and more than 10 people immediately set off. Qin Xiao deliberately prevented them from entering Chang'an before nightfall to test their true abilities. Infiltrating Yin Ashu's residence wasn't the most difficult part. The real challenge lay in scaling the more than 6-meter-high city wall while evading the patrolling guards. The group hid their horses in the woods outside the city and crept to a corner of the wall near the north gate of Chang'an. They were dressed in camouflage and wore bronze ghost masks, making them extremely difficult to spot in the darkness. Several former city garrison commanders were also in the group, familiar with the changing of the guard, patrol routes, and blind spots in the city walls. Using the eagle's talons, they swiftly scaled the city walls and headed straight for Yin Ashu's residence without a moment's delay. Although Chang'an was vast, these young masters had grown up in the city since childhood, and Yin Ashu, being the emperor's father-in-law, naturally had his residence's location known to everyone. Upon arriving at the mansion gate, the group found a patrol of servants and guards on both sides of the gate. They circled around to the middle of the wall, silently climbed over into the courtyard, quickly located the master bedroom, knocked out the 2 maids at the door, and broke into the room. Yin Ashu was still awake, entangled with a young woman. Suddenly, a masked man burst in, and before he and the woman could react, they were both knocked unconscious. The others quickly tied them up, gagged them with rags, and Doohy grabbed Yin Ashu's right hand. When the first finger was broken, Yin Ashu woke up in pain, his eyes filled with terror, but he could only whimper. Doohy did not stop, and the second and third fingers were broken one after another. Cold sweat poured down Yin Ashu's forehead, and he struggled desperately, but was powerless to resist. After all 5 fingers were severed, Yin Ashu finally fainted from the pain. The others left an iron plaque on the table, engraved with a sinister and terrifying image of a demon. This was a mark that Qin Xiao had specially commissioned the system to create. Whenever they punished evildoers, they would leave this plaque behind. Chapter 37. Life is like a play. After knocking Yin Ashu unconscious, Doohy and his group quietly left the Yin residence and evacuated Chang'an as quickly as possible, returning to the military camp in Lantian County. It was already past midnight, but they didn't disturb Qin Xiao to report. They simply went to rest, as if they had never been to Chang'an. But no sooner had they fallen asleep than chaos erupted in the Yin household. Yin Ashu's concubine awoke to find his right hand twisted and deformed, and screamed in terror. The entire mansion was awakened. When the wife arrived and saw her husband's bruised and swollen face, her anger instantly turned to the concubine. She grabbed the concubine's hair and slapped her repeatedly, actually waking the unconscious Yin Ashu from his deep sleep. Yin Ashu, his face contorted in pain, cursed, "I'm in so much pain, and instead of calling a doctor, you're here bullying Hohat. If you dare to act up again, believe me, I'll divorce you." His wife was so frightened that she immediately apologized and asked him where he was injured. She then sent someone to fetch the best doctor in Chang'an. Yin Ashu raised his deformed right hand, crying with snot and tears streaming down his face. "Are you blind? All 5 fingers are broken. It hurts like hell." The wife gritted her teeth and said that at daybreak she would send someone to the palace to inform consort Yin and ask her daughter to take charge and make sure the thief was cut into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, the banquet at the Prince of Qin's residence had just ended. Li Xiuning and Li Xiuning left half drunk, while Li Xiunin's side was almost entirely drunk. Even Li Xiuning and Du Ruhui, the 2 people who should have been most sober, were so drunk that they were unconscious. All of this was a performance put on by Li Xiuning after understanding Qin Xiao's meaning. He wanted everyone to know that he and his men had been drinking in the mansion the previous night, and that they were all drunk. In this way, even if Yin Ashu gets into trouble, no one can prove that it is related to the Prince of Qin's mansion. Li Xiuning and Li Xiuning, on the other hand, drank to their heart's content. Putting aside the power struggles in the court, they were, after all, brothers born of the same mother. The banquet was filled with fine wine and delicacies, which reminded them of the days when they, brothers and sisters, supported each other in the Duke of Tang's mansion. Before they left, the servants of the Prince of Qin's residence, following Li Xiuning's instructions, gave each of them 10 jars of liquor. This wine is worth 10 strings of cash per pound on the market. A jar weighs 20 pounds, so 10 jars would weigh 200 pounds, worth a full 2,000 strings of cash. The 2 brothers were naturally overjoyed. The next morning, the palace suddenly became noisy. The steward of the Yin family has already sent the news to the palace. When consort Yin learned that her father's 5 fingers had been broken, she was so angry that she overturned her breakfast on the ground. She didn't even bother to wash up. With her hair disheveled and crying, she rushed to Taiji Palace. When Li Yuan saw her like this, he almost didn't recognize her and hurriedly asked, "My dear consort, what happened?" Consort Yin knelt and wept, recounting that thieves had broken into the Yin residence the previous night and broken 5 of her father's fingers. The doctor said that even if he recovered, he would be left with a disability. Li Yuan was furious. He slammed his fist on the table and demanded to know whether the thief had been caught and whether he had left any clues. Consort Yin produced a Shura token, saying that the thief had come prepared and left only this item behind. The incident occurred at midnight, and the city gates have not yet been opened, so the murderer must still be in Chang'an. Li Yuan found this reasonable and immediately ordered Li Xiuning to seal off the 4 gates, thoroughly investigate those who passed by, and at the same time find out if there was an organization called Shura in the martial arts world. Seeing that her chance had come, Consort Yin deliberately brought up the incident a couple of days ago when Yin Ashu had injured one of Du Ruhui's fingers. She suspected that this might be the king of Qin seeking revenge for Du Ruhui, or that Du Ruhui might have secretly hired someone to retaliate against Yin Ashu. Li Yuan frowned. Consort Yin had clearly said that Du Ruhui was not injured, so why was she now saying that he had lost a finger? Consort Yin looked away and could only lie, saying that the scene was chaotic that day and that she only learned of Du Ruhui's injury afterward. Li Yuan did not pursue the matter further, but coldly warned her never to deceive the emperor again, because he despised deception the most. Since she suspected Li Xiuning and Du Ruhui, she should summon them and ask them directly. Consort Yin thanked the emperor and left. Li Yuan then ordered Qin Bingji to immediately go to the Prince of Qin's residence to deliver the imperial decree. After everyone left, Li Yuan drank the tea that Li Xiuning had brought him alone, completely unaware of his favoritism. Over the years, Pei Ji had been constantly stirring up trouble in his ear, but Pei Ji had long been bought off by Li Jiansheng, and Li Yuan's suspicion of Li Xiuning had deepened. Not long after, Qin Bingji returned and reported that a banquet was held at the Prince of Qin's residence last night, and Li Xiuning and Du Ruhui were both so drunk that they were unconscious and had not yet woken up. Li Yuan was even angrier upon hearing this. If Li Xiuning, as the minister of the Imperial Secretariat and the general of the Heavenly Strategy, were to be so drunk during a battle, wouldn't that delay military operations? He immediately ordered that more imperial guards be brought along, and that even if they had to be carried, Li Xiuning and Du Ruhui should be carried into the palace. When Qin Bingji arrived at the Prince of Qin's residence again, Li Xiuning had already finished washing up and was sitting there eating breakfast. After consuming the 10-ingredient tonic and the dragon meat, his physique had already far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he could drink 3 to 5 caddies of strong liquor without getting drunk. Last night's drunkenness was an act. When Qin Bingji first came this morning, he continued to pretend to be unconscious. Now he's putting on a show of having a splitting headache. After Qin Bingji conveyed the imperial edict, Li Xiuning pretended to be weak and said that he had drunk too much the night before, and that he would go to the palace with him after finishing this bowl of porridge. Then, as if asking casually, he inquired why his father had summoned him so urgently. Qin Bingji did not hide anything, saying that Consort Yin's father, Yin Ashu, had 5 fingers broken last night, and the emperor wanted to summon him to the palace for questioning. Du Ruhui also had to meet the emperor. Li Xiuming's face darkened slightly. He appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was filled with disappointment. The emperor summoned him and Du Ruhui to the palace at the same time, without even investigating, which clearly indicated that he suspected that he was the one who did it. He proposed the rebellion against the Sui dynasty, and he and Li Xiuning were the ones who conquered most of the Tang Dynasty's territory. Yet, all he received in the end was his father's growing suspicion. Chapter 38. Father and Son Reunite. Li Yuan glared angrily at Li Xiuning and asked him directly if he had ordered the breaking of 5 fingers of Consort Yin's father, Yin Ashu. Li Xiuning remained calm, explaining that he had hosted a banquet at his residence the previous night, with all his subordinates present. Now that Li Yuan had made his decision, he, as his son, would not disobey his father's wishes. But Li Yuan still didn't believe it. The time when Yin Ashu had his accident happened coincided with the banquet at the Prince of Qin's mansion. How could there be such a coincidence? Li Xiuning, however, said that there are always coincidences in the world. The day before yesterday evening, Du Ruhui was returning home from the Prince of Qin's mansion when he happened to pass by the Yin mansion and bumped into Yin Ashu leaving with his servants. Without asking any questions, Yin Ashu sent men to beat up Du Ruhui. Was this also premeditated? And Li Xiuning, who was supposed to be guarding the border at Wei's Pass, was taken away by Qin Xiao while returning to Chang'an to treat her injuries. Qin Xiao not only cured her poison, but the two also became husband and wife. According to Qin Xiao, apart from him and Sun Simiao, no one in Chang'an could cure Li Xiuning's poison. Li Yuan couldn't help but sigh when he heard about his daughter. He felt that Li Xiuning, a woman who had fought for many years, had no children at this age, and he, as her father, truly owed her too much. But he quickly realized that Li Xiuning had almost changed the subject. Du Ruhui lost a finger, and then Yin Ashu lost 5. This was clearly revenge. Li Xiuning only said that there was a world of martial arts outside the imperial court, and many things were inherently difficult to investigate. Perhaps someone saw that Yin Ashu was acting arrogantly and domineeringly because of Consort Yin's power, so they took action to teach him a lesson. It's also possible that someone witnessed Yin Ashu bullying Du Ruhui, and, seeing that Du Ruhui had nowhere to seek justice, then sought justice for him. Moreover, Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji were also present at last night's banquet. Li Yuan immediately ordered Qin Bingji to invite the crown prince and the prince of Qi. He always favored Li Xiuning, letting Li Xiuning lead the troops in battle, but once the war ended, the credit and benefits always went to Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji. Especially Li Yuanji, whom Li Xiuning had no affection for. Li Yuanji was born ugly and was disliked by his mother, and was even almost abandoned. It was the maid Qin Shani who secretly raised him. However, Qin Shani was later executed by Li Yuanji. Only afterward did Li Yuanji regret his actions and posthumously honored her as Lady Cixuan. This person was known for her violent temper, which had been going on for quite some time. When he was stationed in Bingzhou, he was obsessed with hunting. He had more than 30 carts carrying nets and said that he would rather go 3 days without food than go 1 day without hunting. He allowed his men to plunder the people, trample the fields, and even stand in the road shooting arrows, taking pleasure in watching the people flee in panic. He also ordered his soldiers to fight on 2 sides, showing no concern for the dead or wounded. What Li Xiuning found even more unbearable was that Li Yuanji had instigated Li Xuanba to stand on a mountaintop during a thunderstorm and fight against the heavens, which ultimately led to Li Xuanba being struck by lightning and killed. Just as Li Xiuning was deep in thought, Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji entered the imperial study together and bowed to Li Yuan. Li Xiuning also bowed to Li Jianxing as usual. Li Yuan cut to the chase, asking the two where they had been the previous night. Li Jianxing truthfully replied that Li Xiuning had indeed invited them to a gathering at the Prince of Qin's residence. Originally, Li Yuanji wanted Li Jianxing to lie and deny having been to the Prince of Qin's residence, but Li Jianxing was unwilling to bear the crime of deceiving the emperor. With so many people in the residence who had seen them, they couldn't possibly hide it from him. Li Yuan then asked if Li Xiuning was completely drunk. Li Jianxing nodded, saying that Li Xiuning was indeed very drunk and had to be carried back to his room in the end. However, Li Xiuning had an astonishing capacity for alcohol. He drank at least 2 jin of that strong liquor, while Li Jianxing could only manage a jin at most. The banquet didn't end until around 1 a.m., more than anyone had ever stayed out that late. Li Yuan then asked Li Jianxing who was responsible for the incident at the Yin residence. Li Jianxing did not jump to conclusions, but only asked if the bandits had left any clues. Li Yuan took out an iron plaque and handed it over. The only thing left at the scene was this token engraved with the words Shura. Li Jianxing frowned after looking at it, suspecting it was a token of some martial arts sect, and asked Li Xiuning and Li Yuanji if they had seen it before. Li Xiuning said it was his first time seeing such a thing, and he had never even heard of the Shura sect, perhaps because he didn't know much about the martial arts world. But he knew in his heart that his brother-in-law Qin Xiao was indeed capable. He not only avenged Du Ruhui, but also deliberately left behind this terrifying token, making it impossible for the Yin family to figure out the other party's origins. Li Yuanji also said he had never heard of the Shura sect, but judging from the fact that the other party only broke 5 of Yin Ashu's fingers, it seemed more like a warning. If it were truly a blood feud, Yin Ashu would probably be dead already. Li Yuan then wanted Li Yuanji to investigate the background of this martial arts sect. Li Jianxing, however, advised Li Yuan to be cautious. The fact that the other party could enter Chang'an undetected and then silently infiltrate the Yin residence to commit murder clearly indicated considerable strength. It was best not to provoke them lightly unless absolutely necessary. Li Yuan was still somewhat troubled. Yin Ashu had suffered this in vain, and how should he explain it to Consort Yin? Li Jianxing then advised him to warn Consort Yin that Yin Ashu should restrain himself in the future and stop bullying others. Otherwise, he might really bring disaster upon himself, and then no one could save him. Li Yuan remained silent for a moment, then could only nod helplessly, signaling the three to leave. The three took their leave in unison and withdrew from the imperial study. Chapter 39. The Reaction of the Aristocratic Families. A servant of the Wang family rushed in, shouting that something bad had happened to the second master. Wang Guangliang, with a stern face, reprimanded him, telling him to explain the situation clearly. The servant hurriedly reported that all rice in Luoyang was selling for 10 coins per do, a unit of dry measure, and the variety was exactly the same as that in Lantian County. Wang Guangliang was initially startled, then sneered, concluding that Qin Xiao had preemptively entered the market. But he was not flustered. This time, the Wang family sent more than 10 grain-selling teams to major northern cities such as Taiyuan, Bingzhou, and Jinyang, in addition to Luoyang. Wang Guangliang was in charge of Luoyang, but he hadn't expected that the city's grain had already been sold for a long time, and the market was saturated. He could only hope that other places would absorb the grain. However, soon, the same news came from all over the country. Lantian grain appeared in all the northern cities, and the price was incredibly low, so no one was interested in the Wang family's grain. Officials in various regions dared not delay and immediately dispatched messengers to Chang'an to report to the clan chief, Wang Guangming. The Wang family's grain war had reached a dead end from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the patriarchs of the other 6 families among the 5 clans and 7 prominent clans were secretly discussing the conflict between the Wang family and Qin Xiao. They had been closely monitoring the situation ever since Wang Jianren's death in Lantian County. Cui Xinyuan, the clan head of the Cui clan in Qinghe, cut to the chase and asked everyone to express their opinions. Lu Yuang, the clan head of the Lu clan, bluntly stated that Wang Guangming was walking on the edge of a cliff. Qin Xiao doesn't even respect Li Yuan and Li Xiuning, yet the Wang family insists on fighting him to the death. They're practically courting death. The current grain war is the best proof of that. The Zheng family patriarch sighed, saying that if the Wang family continued to cause trouble, their centuries-old legacy could be destroyed by Wang Guangming. It wasn't worth it for a domineering and arrogant young master. The Li family of Longxi made it clear that the 5 surnames and 7 clans have always supported each other, but the Wang family is going its own way, and they will not accompany the Wang family to their deaths. The Cui family of Bowling had more detailed information. Qin Xiao had been planning for 6 years, and Lantian County had stockpiled tens of millions of caddies of grain. Sales had already begun in various northern cities, leaving the Wang family's grain to rot in their warehouses. Zhao Junli asked everyone what to do, whether they should really sit idly by. Cui Xinyuan then suggested that his second brother, Cui Xintao, go to Lantian to test Qin Xiao's attitude. After all, Cheng Yaojin was the son-in-law of the Cui family, and Qin Xiao had a close relationship with him. Everyone immediately agreed and urged him to set off as soon as possible. Inside the villa in the valley of Lantian County, Li Xiuning was chatting with several trusted confidants and Qin Xiao, his delight on his face impossible to conceal. He heard that In Ashu had been tortured to the point of fainting several times, and he exclaimed with satisfaction. Qin Xiao, however, simply said calmly that this kind of despicable person who relies on his daughter for support must be truly punished. Li Xiuning was grateful to Qin Xiao for avenging him. Li Yuan had initially suspected Qin Xiao of being the culprit, but the issuance of the Azura decree silenced all his doubts. Qin Xiao didn't say much about the matter. He turned to Ma Sanbao and instructed him that if the Wang family sold their grain for 10 coins, they should sell it for 9 coins. If the Wang family lowered the price to 9 coins, they should sell it for 8 coins. No matter what price the Wang family sells it for, Lantian grain will always be 1 coin cheaper. If the Wang family sells it for 1 coin, then they will simply give it away for free. Ma Sanbao was alarmed, worried that he would lose everything. Qin Xiao, however, told him to do as he was told, and at the same time, keep a close eye on the Wang family's perfume business. If the Wang family wants to sell their perfume, Qin Xiao will use the same methods as with grain to drive down the price. Qin Xiao's goal isn't to make money off the perfume, but to completely destroy the Wang family's foundation. Li Xiuning sighed. The 5 surnames and 7 noble families are enormous in the eyes of others, and even the court is wary of them. But in front of Qin Xiao, they are like an old man who is terminally ill. Qin Xiao coldly stated that he would cripple the Wang family first. As for the other 6 families, he would naturally not take action against them as long as they did not provoke him. But anyone who dares to help the Wang family or unite against him, he will repay them 100-fold. Li Xiuning felt pleased to hear this. After all, when he asked to marry a woman from one of the 5 noble families as a concubine, these families had refused him outright. At this moment, Lanner came in to report that someone from the Cui family of Qinghe had come to visit Qin Xiao. Li Xiuning smiled and said that the other aristocratic families were clearly already getting restless. Qin Xiao responded calmly, "We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Let Lanner bring the person in." He then jokingly asked Cheng Yaojin if the arrival of his wife's family would put pressure on him. Cheng Yaojin didn't care at all. He was just the son-in-law of the Cui family, and no one could force him to do something he didn't want to do. Soon, Cui Xintao entered the villa with 2 servants and respectfully bowed to the king of Qin, the queen consort of Qin, the eldest princess, and the prince consort of Qin. Li Xiuning secretly told Qin Xiao that this person was Cui Xinyuan's younger brother, who controlled the finances of the Cui family in Qinghe. Qin Xiao asked with a smile what had brought Master Cui to his humble abode. Cui Xintao didn't mince words and said directly that he wanted to become in-laws with Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's face immediately darkened. There were only him and Li Xiuning at home. There were no unmarried men or women there. He asked Cui Xintao if he was still drunk. Cui Xintao quickly explained that it was common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Although Qin Xiao married a princess, he could still take a concubine as a secondary wife. The youngest daughter of the Cui family patriarch was exactly 16 years old. Qin Xiao flatly refused, stating that he only liked Li Xiuning and looked down on all other women. Even if they weren't married, he would never marry a woman from one of the 5 surnames. In his view, these aristocratic women were spoiled and arrogant from childhood. Would marrying them mean treating them as decorations or as ancestors? Husbands and wives should respect each other and support each other through thick and thin. Li Xiuning was deeply moved and immediately said that she would do better in the future and would never let Qin Xiao down. When the marriage proposal fell through, Cui Xintao immediately turned to business negotiations. He wanted the Cui family to sell Qin Xiao's perfume sets long-term and promised never to interfere in the Chang'an market. Qin Xiao said that the logistics company had already been established and sales in other places were very convenient. At present, there were no plans to cooperate with others. Cui Xintao invoked Cheng Yaojin's connections, saying it's better to stick with what you know than strangers. Qin Xiao retorted, "Now that I'm mortal enemies with the Wang family, would the Cui family dare to cooperate?" Cui Xintao frankly stated that the Wang family is the Wang family, and the Cui family is the Cui family. No one would turn down money. The Wang family offending Qin Xiao for a good-for-nothing playboy was utterly foolish. While the 5 surnames and 7 clans were indeed closely connected, the Wang family's mistakes couldn't drag the other 6 families down with them. He went even further, stating that the Wang family wouldn't be able to sell a single grain of their grain. Qin Xiao nodded, praising him for his insightful understanding, but told him that the grain was just an appetizer, and that he would make the Wang family worse off than beggars. These words, though not spoken loudly, struck Cui Xintao's heart like a heavy hammer. Only then did he truly understand that the seemingly gentle young man before him could be so ruthless. Cui Xintao immediately spoke on behalf of the other 6 families, stating that they would never help the Wang family against Qin Xiao and were willing to stand on Qin Xiao's side. Qin Xiao, however, was not buying it. He believed empty words were useless. He would only observe the actions of the next 6 companies. If they met his requirements, they would become his friends, and he could discuss cooperation. If they dared to outwardly comply but inwardly defy him, then they shouldn't blame him for showing no respect. Cui Xintao hurriedly pulled Cheng Yaojin to speak on his behalf, but Cheng Yaojin made it very clear that as long as Qin Xiao and the people around him weren't harmed, there was a chance to be friends. Seeing this, Cui Xintao presented a century-old ginseng as a gift. Qin Xiao accepted the ginseng and had Lanner reciprocate by giving him 2 bottles of wine before seeing him off. Cui Xintao left feeling uneasy, completely unable to grasp Qin Xiao's true intentions. Upon returning, he could only truthfully relay Qin Xiao's words to the clan leaders. Li Xiuning asked Qin Xiao, "Aren't you afraid of a joint retaliation from the 6 powerful families, given that you remain so tough in the face of so many powerful families?" Li Xiuning said with a proud expression that Qin Xiao dared to threaten even Li Jianxing. So how could he be afraid of aristocratic families? Qin Xiao had everything that aristocratic families had, and he also had things that aristocratic families didn't have. Empress Zhongsun also said that Li Xiuning had not truly understood Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao was absolutely certain of everything he did, and he never left any loopholes. Qin Xiao chuckled helplessly at everyone's praise. But just then, Li Xiuning suddenly asked why she had been feeling nauseous and unable to vomit after eating for the past few days. Empress Zhongsun was overjoyed, guessing that she might be pregnant. Qin Xiao immediately took Li Xiuning's pulse. and the next moment he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Li Xiuning is really pregnant. Having lived 2 lives, this is Qin Xiao's first time becoming a father, and he can't contain his excitement. He held Li Xiuning's hand and told her she was going to be a mother. Li Xiuning was both surprised and delighted. After all, she was nearly 30, and in the Tang Dynasty, other people's children were already getting married at that age. Li Xiuning also offered his congratulations repeatedly, saying that their relationship had finally blossomed. Qin Xiao immediately asked Lanner to add more dishes and brought out fine wine that had been treasured in the cellar for many years, inviting everyone to celebrate together. Those bottles of Matai were the system rewards Qin Xiao received when he first arrived in the Tang Dynasty. He had been reluctant to use them, waiting for a truly joyous occasion before sharing them with his friends. As lunchtime approached, everyone sat down at the table. Qin Xiao took out cigarettes again, gave one to each of the men present, and lit them for them personally. He told everyone that these were cigarettes, and that smoking one when troubled was more effective than drinking alcohol in relieving worries. At the same time, he already had a new plan in mind. He plans to purchase tobacco seeds from the system, cultivate tobacco leaves on a large scale, and build another cigarette factory. This business is sure to be a huge success in the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 40. The Price War begins. Did Prince Consort Qin really say that? It seems that after he became enemies with the Wang family, he has already regarded us as accomplices. Cui Xinyuan frowned and glanced at everyone. His attitude is very clear. What we do next will determine the fate of each family. Everyone must be careful. Lu Yuwang spoke first. Let's wait until this matter with the Wang family is resolved before making a final decision. The situation is still unclear, so we should help the Wang family where necessary. Li Zhigua nodded in agreement. No one can be sure who the final winner will be, so let's wait and see. Cui Xinyuan sighed helplessly. Since all the clan leaders have decided this way, then let's proceed accordingly. 3 days later, all the people the Wang family had sent to various places to sell grain and inquire about market conditions returned to Chang'an. Steward Wang Su's face was grim. Clan leader, Qin Zhao's people are selling grain all over the north, and we can't get a high price at all. Even if it's still 10 coins per dough, no one is willing to buy the Wang family's grain. Wang Guangming was furious and immediately realized that Qin Xiao had been prepared all along and was trying to drive the Wang family to their doom. Stop purchasing grain immediately and convene a meeting of all elders. Soon, the Wang family senior members entered the council hall one after another. Seeing the patriarch's gloomy face, no one dared to say a word. Only when everyone was present did Wang Guangming explain the situation in a deep voice. Qin Xiao is selling grain at the same price in all the cities in the north, and all our grain is stuck in our hands. This is an unprecedented crisis for the Wang family. Whoever can come up with a way to overcome this difficulty will be the greatest contributor to the Wang family. Wang Gui suggested, why not sell it for 10 coins per dough and quickly convert the grain into money? At least we can reduce our losses. Elder Wang Yongji shook his head. The people have been buying Qin Zhao's rice for the past few months and are already used to it. If we enter the market now at the same price, they may not be willing to buy it. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Guangming made a decision. Then let's try it out in Chang'an for 3 days, with 9 coins per dough. If it works, all other cities will follow suit. Upon receiving the order, all Wang family grain shops in Chang'an opened simultaneously, and the grain price was changed to 9 coins per dough. But what they didn't know was that Ma Sanbao had already sent people to keep a close eye on the Wang family's every move, just as Qin Xiao had instructed. As soon as Wang Jiagang lowered the price to 9 coins, Ma Sanbao immediately ordered his men to adjust Qin Jiagang's grain price to 8 coins. When the news reached the Wang family, Wang Su rushed into the council hall. Clan leader, something terrible has happened. Qin Xiao has lowered the price to 8 coins per bushel. Wang Guangming had lost his usual composure and was completely flustered. Gentlemen, how should we deal with this? Wang Yongji roared. If he sells for 8 coins, we'll sell for 7. If he lowers the price again, we'll sell for 6. I don't believe he dares to give away grain for free. The Wang family has been passed down for hundreds of years. Are we afraid of some country bumpkin? All right, do as the Grand Elder says. Wang Guangming gritted his teeth and gave the order. Wang's grain price quickly dropped to 7 coins, and Ma Sanbao followed suit, directly pushing the price down to 6 coins. This kind of fighting style, which kills 1,000 enemies but also loses 800 of your own, is something only Qin Xiao, who has a large amount of grain, can afford to do. After a day of price war, the Wang family only sold a little over 1,000 caddies of grain, while Qin Zhao's 100,000 caddies of rice sold out ahead of schedule. The Wang family's top leaders were trapped in the council chamber all night, desperately trying to find a way out of the impasse. On the other side, Qin Xiao was leisurely stewing nutritious chicken soup for Li Xiuning, while Ma Sanbao stood beside him, reporting the results of today's price war. After listening, Qin Xiao simply smiled and said, "Well done. Continue tomorrow. Keep a close eye on the other cities as well, and implement the same method as in Chang'an." "Yes, Your Highness." Li Xiuning, however, was somewhat worried. If you push the Wang family like this, won't they become desperate and do something rash? After all, they have a history of 500 years, so we can't be careless. While dealing with the old hen, Qin Xiao laughed and said, "I know what I'm doing. They'll probably lose 200,000 strings of cash this time. At most they'll be crippled. I won't kill them all at once. There'll be plenty of fun to be had later." Li Xiuning still reminded everyone. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. It's better to be careful. Qin Xiao said nonchalantly, "I have no other attachments besides you and your family. No matter how powerful the Wang family is, they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on my father-in-law and Shimin. Some things, winning isn't necessarily the most satisfying. What's truly satisfying is watching your opponent struggle. A cat catches mice not because it really loves to eat them. It prefers fish and birds. Catching mice is just for fun." The 5 clans and 7 noble families in the Tang Dynasty were nothing more than a bunch of giant rats. Li Xiuning listened indignantly. These powerful families monopolized too many things, controlling the people and the court. If it weren't for your intervention, the people of Chang'an would have suffered this time. Especially ancient books, rare editions, papermaking, and printing. Poor families couldn't afford to study, so even if someone became talented, they had to become their apprentices and eventually be manipulated by them. Qin Xiao smiled smugly. "I can do all these things, and I can do them better than them. Isn't the white paper you use better than theirs? Even the toilet paper you use to wipe your bottom is better than theirs." "You're so clever," Li Xiuning said coquettishly. "Then you should mass-produce them, at least enough for the imperial court." Qin Xiao shook his head. "It's not the right time yet. Your father is easily influenced and indecisive. Consort Yin, Consort Zhang, and Pei Ji are all your elder brother's people now. If your elder brother comes to power, will he appreciate our help? What's the point of bringing these things out now?" Li Xiuning thought for a moment and asked softly, "Should we help Shimin? I think he's a fair person." Qin Xiao calmly replied, "Let nature take its course. The most important thing now is to give birth to our precious daughter. As for who becomes emperor, that's none of my business." Chapter 41, The Tuyuhan Conspiracy. The next day, the grain price war broke out again in Chang'an City. Qin Xiao ordered Ma Sanbao to prepare 200,000 caddies of rice, ready to have a good time with the Wang family. The two sides fought fiercely from the start, and prices plummeted until Ma Sanbao offered 3 coins per bushel, at which point this war without gunpowder temporarily ended. The Wang family didn't even sell 10,000 jin of rice that day, while Qin Xiao's 200,000 jin of rice were snapped up. Many people, seeing that the price of grain was cheap, began to hoard it. Just when the Wang family was in a state of utter chaos, an uninvited guest arrived at their door. This person was none other than Murong Rongxin, the envoy of Tuyuhan, who was also the 3rd most important figure in Tuyuhan after the king. The fact that Murong Fuyun, the ruler of Tuyuhan, did not send him to see Li Yuan, but instead sent him directly to the Wang family, naturally revealed a deeper motive. Half a month ago, a spy left in Chang'an by the Tuyuhan sent back news that Li Xiuning was incredibly wealthy and had stockpiled a huge amount of grain, and was currently waging a grain war against the Wang family. Murong Fuyun was already very interested in this Tang princess who was both literate and skilled in martial arts. Now that he learned that she was also so good at business, he immediately became interested in her. He summoned his ministers and excitedly announced that he would marry Li Xiuning and bestow upon her the title of Queen Mother of Tian. The arrogant Prime Minister Xian Wang objected on the spot, reminding him that Li Xiuning had already married Qin Xiao and was not young anymore, so how could she become the mother of the country? But Murong Fuyun didn't care about any of that. He said his spies had reported that Li Xiuning controlled tens of millions of caddies of grain and that a set of perfumes sold for 100 strings of cash. She bought all the wool that Tuyuhan sold and made it into clothes, which increased in price several times over. Now she runs restaurants and women's clubs in Chang'an, and her wealth even exceeds that of 10 Tuyuhan state treasuries. As long as Li Xiuning is married, her wealth, food, and money-making skills will all fall into the hands of Tuyuhan. By then, Tuyuhan's wealth will be abundant, and unifying the grasslands within 10 years will be a piece of cake. Once he becomes the overlord of the grasslands, the Tang Dynasty will have no choice but to bow down. Upon hearing this, the arrogant Prince Xian immediately changed his tune, saying that if he could truly obtain Li Xiuning, he would spare no effort, even if it meant using the resources of the entire nation to marry her. The two then decided to make two plans. On the one hand, they sent envoys to the Tang Dynasty to discuss a marriage alliance, and on the other hand, they stationed a large number of troops outside Hezhou City to intimidate the Tang Dynasty. Morong Fuyun then thought that Li Xiuning was currently waging a grain war with the Wang family, so he could win over the Wang family by their grain, and then have the Wang family speak on behalf of Tiyuhan in the court. Moreover, Li Xiuning, the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, was the son-in-law of the Wang family. If we start with the Wang family, we might be able to take advantage of the crown prince. So Murong arrived at the Wang family and got straight to the point. Clan Chief Wang, I am the younger brother of the king of Tian. I have come today to help you solve your urgent problem. Wang Guangming remained wary and politely asked, I cannot accept a reward without merit. May I ask what your highness wishes for the Wang family to do? Murong was very straightforward, expressing his willingness to purchase all of the Wang family's grain at 12 coins per dough, but the Wang family had to agree to 3 conditions. First, the grain must be transported to the vicinity of Tiyuhan. Second, the Tiyuhan king must marry Li Xiuning, and the royal family must fully support this and speak on their behalf in court. Third, they also needed the support of Crown Prince Li Xiuning for this marriage. After all, the Crown Prince was Wang Guangming's son-in-law, and the Wang family should be able to do so. Upon hearing this, Wang Guangming frowned. The Wang family bought grain for 10 coins per dough and sold it for 12 coins, but they still had to bear the transportation and labor costs, leaving them with almost no profit. Moreover, Tiyuhan wanted to use the royal family's connections in the court and even have the crown prince intervene, which was far too cheap a price to pay. Murong Rongxin sneered and reminded Wang Guangming that the price of grain had already fallen to 3 coins per dough today, and it would only be lower tomorrow. The Wang family's rival is Li Xiuning. As long as Tiyuhan successfully takes Li Xiuning away, the Wang family will have no more powerful enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Wang Guangming, however, refused to budge, saying that at worst they would send the grain to the imperial court, and through the crown prince's intervention, the emperor would not mistreat the Wang family. He went even further, offering a price of 30 coins per dough, a unit of dry measure, and that all officials from the 5 clans and 7 noble families who held official positions in the court could speak on behalf of Tian. As for Qin Xiao, Wang Guangming deliberately didn't mention him. He was afraid that if Murong Rongxin knew how capable Qin Xiao was, he would be too frightened to continue the business deal. In truth, Wang Guangming knew perfectly well that Tiyuhan's desire to marry Li Xiuning was nothing but wishful thinking. Not only would Qin Xiao refuse, but Li Yuan would never marry off the Tang Dynasty's female warrior to a foreign land. Once Li Xiuning's descendants learn her skills, they will become a hidden danger to the Tang Dynasty. Tiyuhan's scheme is destined to end in vain. Murray thought 30 coins was too high and was only willing to offer 20 coins, adding that he could decide on the price. Wang Guangming insisted that 25 coins was the bottom line. Otherwise, there was no need to continue negotiating. Murong Rongxin didn't indulge him either, saying that the Wang family wasn't the only one among the 5 clans and 7 noble families who could speak in the court, and that he could find other families to cooperate with. Wang Guangming's expression immediately changed, and he quickly smiled and said, Your Highness is indeed worthy of being the king's brother. 20 coins it is. However, I can only have the crown prince and the Wang family speak on your behalf. As for whether the emperor will agree to the marriage alliance, I cannot guarantee it. But whether the marriage goes through or not, you must purchase grain at a rate of 20 coins per dough. Murong readily agreed, saying that as long as the Wang family was willing to help in the court, he would handle everything else. He said he would meet with Li Yuan at the morning court session tomorrow, and then it would depend on the performance of the Wang family and the crown prince. Wang Guangming assured everyone there would be no problem, then changed the subject with a smile and suggested that, to show his sincerity, he would ask Mu Rongxin to pay half of the deposit first. Chapter 42. Court Quarrels. The next morning, while Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning were still fast asleep, the Taiji Hall of the Imperial Palace was in complete chaos. Li Xiuning even clenched his fists, almost ready to strike on the spot. The Tuyuhan envoy, Murong Xian, stood in the hall and calmly presented his conditions. If the Tang Dynasty would allow Princess Li Xiuning to marry the Tiyuhan king, Tuan would honor her as its queen and become a vassal state of the Tang Dynasty, maintaining friendly relations for eternity. Li Xiuning immediately stepped forward to agree, saying that although Li Xiuning was already married, it was a private engagement without Li Yuan's permission. Exchanging a woman for a vassal state was an incredibly good deal, and he urged Li Yuan to consider the bigger picture. Li Xiunings's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retorted. Li Xiuning was already a wife, and now she was pregnant. How could she possibly remarry? This matter was absolutely unacceptable. However, Li Jianxing sided with Li Xiuning, stating that everyone understood the pros and cons of exchanging a woman for a country, and hoped that Li Yuan would not act on emotion. Pei Ji seized the opportunity to speak, saying that for the sake of the Tang Dynasty's strength, it was well worth sending the eldest princess to Tiahan to become the queen mother. In the past, the Sui dynasty had also sent princesses to marry foreign rulers for the sake of stability. Women should make sacrifices for the country. As Pei Ji spoke, many officials from the 5 clans and 7 noble families echoed his sentiments, treating Li Xiuning as a bargaining chip that could be exchanged at will, which infuriated the people of the Prince of Qin's mansion, making their faces turn ashen. Cheng Yaojin could no longer contain himself and jumped out to berate the crowd. He questioned these court officials, asking where they were when Li Xiuning recruited soldiers and built a 100,000-strong women's army to overthrow the Sui dynasty, fighting countless battles and killing enemies. What did they do when Li Xiuning was guarding Wei's pass? When she was poisoned by an arrow and her life hung by a thread, did these people ever stand up and say a word? Now, they actually want to use her to exchange for a vassal state. Cheng Yaojin shouted angrily. Since they think Tiahan is so easy to take down, then they should lead their own troops to fight it. Why push the princess out to be humiliated? The Cheng Yaojin of the past was shrewd and resourceful, known as the unbreakable tumbler of the Tang Dynasty, and would never have acted so impulsively. But things are different now. He already considers Qin Xiao a brother, and his son has become Qin Xiao's disciple. Naturally, he cannot stand by and watch Li Xiuning be bullied. Enraged by the insults, Li Xiuning pointed at Cheng Yaojin and shouted at him, saying that he dared to insult the crown prince and important officials in the court, and immediately ordered the imperial guards to arrest him. Li Xiuning quickly intervened, saying that although Cheng Yaojin's words were harsh, every word he said was true. Li Xiuning had risked her life for the Tang Dynasty for many years, and forcing her to leave her beloved and marry into a barbarian land would surely break her heart. He pleaded with Li Yuan to consider Li Xiuning's contributions over the years and reject Tiahan's unreasonable demands. Li Yuan remained silent for a long time before finally issuing a cold order. Cheng Yaojin's outburst in the court was undeniable, and he was to be imprisoned to await further punishment. As for the marriage alliance, it would be discussed later. Just then, Chen Bingji rushed into the main hall in a panic, shouting that it was an urgent dispatch from the border. Li Yuan immediately summoned the messenger and urgently asked where the battle had taken place. The messenger, barely managing to kneel, reported that the Tiahan had amassed 200,000 troops outside Hezhou City and requested the court to make a swift decision. Before he could finish speaking, he fainted on the spot. Li Xiuning was furious. He stared at Murong Rongxin and demanded, "What does Tiahan mean by this? Do they really want to go to war with the Tang Dynasty? Who gave them such audacity?" Murong Rongxin, however, argued that he knew nothing about the matter and that perhaps the king's excessive behavior stemmed from his deep affection for Li Xiuning. But this precisely demonstrates the king's profound love and devotion to the princess. If Qin Xiao were in the imperial court, someone would probably have been beaten up long ago. He would rather be an ordinary person than an official, perhaps because he detests this kind of scene where people talk about righteousness but actually scheme against their relatives. Seeing the Tiahan army pressing in, Li Xiuning once again urged Li Yuan to make a decision as soon as possible. He said that once the 200,000-strong army invaded the Tang Dynasty, countless families would be torn apart, and countless places would be devastated. Li Xiuning, however, remained unfazed and publicly mocked Murong Rongxin. Could a small Tiahan really muster 200,000 troops? They probably included the old, weak, and disabled. He could believe the Turks' claim of 200,000, but Tiahan was utterly unworthy to threaten the Tang Dynasty with such a small force. Murong Rongxin was so embarrassed that he could only stammer, "Li Xiuning, do not insult Tiahan." Li Xiuning directly requested permission from Li Yuan to engage in battle. Last year, he led only 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers and routed Dou Jianda's 100,000-strong army at Hulao Pass. So what if the Tiahan had 200,000 men? He was willing to lead his troops into battle and annihilate them completely. However, Li Yuan still did not immediately express his opinion, only saying that this matter needed to be considered in detail and that he would give Tiohan a reply in 3 days. Upon seeing this, Murong Rongxin revealed a smug look on his face. He bowed to Li Yuan and withdrew, indicating that he would await good news. After the court session, Li Yuan kept Li Jiansheng, Li Yuanji, Pei Ji, Xiao Yu, and others behind to discuss matters in the imperial study, but he did not keep Li Xiuning. Li Xiuning had long anticipated this outcome. Now, most of Li Yuan's confidants favored Li Jiansheng, and Qin Xiao had already warned him that his father's trust in him was dwindling. Li Xiuning wasn't too worried about Cheng Yaojin being imprisoned. His biggest concern was always Li Xiuning. Li Yuan's wavering expression earlier made him realize that his father might actually listen to the advice of Li Jiansheng and others. If things really came to that, what earth-shattering things would that all-powerful brother-in-law do? Li Xiuning was both curious and afraid that things would completely spiral out of control. He left the palace, took his men, mounted his beloved Akaltech horses, and headed straight for Qin Xiao's villa. Upon arriving at the villa, Li Xiuning recounted everything that had happened in court to Qin Xiao. To his utter surprise, Qin Xiao not only didn't get angry, but instead acted as if nothing had occurred, continuing to joke and play with Li Xiuning. Li Xiuning almost cursed at the sight. His wife was about to be taken away, yet Qin Xiao remained so calm, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. He finally couldn't help but urge, "Brother-in-law, hurry up and think of a solution. This is driving me crazy." Qin Xiao calmly told him that he shouldn't panic when faced with a problem. Only by staying calm could he find a way to solve the immediate trouble. Li Xiuning was taken aback and quickly asked, "Brother-in-law, have you already thought of a solution?" Chapter 43. 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix Spear Technique. So what if my father-in-law agrees to marry Xiuning to Tiohan? Would I agree? Don't forget, this isn't the first time I've defied an imperial decree. Qin Xiao said expressionlessly. Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji have completely disregarded family ties for political gain. It seems they really should be taught a lesson. Li Xiuning immediately pressed, "Brother-in-law, are they really going to go to war with Tiohan?" Qin Xiao shook his head. Tiohan's intentions were actually quite clear, but they were all considering things from the perspective of the court and the country, and they overlooked what Murong Fuyun really wanted. Murong Fuyun may not be after Xiuning herself. What he values more are the resources Xiuning possesses and her ability to lead troops into battle. If it were to start a war alone, Tiohan would simply not have the strength. Unless they unite with other barbarians, it would be nothing more than bluffing. Li Xiuning frowned and said that he had also discovered that, apart from the Chui family of Qinghe, all the other families among the 5 clans and 7 noble families in the court were speaking up for Tiohan and supporting the marriage alliance. Qin Xiao said calmly, "The world is bustling with people coming and going for profit. This is only human nature. It's just that everyone has a different perspective on profit. Some people only care about the present, some plan for the long term, and some want to maximize their profits. To accomplish great things, one must have sufficient vision and a broad perspective. But no matter how great the benefit, it is worthless in the face of family affection. Only family affection is priceless." Li Xiuning seemed to be thinking about something, and quickly asked him what the next steps should be. Qin Xiao instructed Lanner to send someone to summon Ma Sanbao, and he Panren, and then led several military officers to the armory, saying he wanted to give them some gifts. The group arrived at the 2nd basement level, where they found a huge warehouse filled with various weapons and armor. The weapons were all made of pure steel, and the armor was made of high-strength carbon fiber. Qin Xiao casually pointed to the equipment and said that these weapons were extremely sharp, and the armor was even more impervious to swords and spears, and everyone could choose a set of equipment that suited their needs. He then added that if anyone likes the spear but doesn't know how to use it, he also has a set of Zhao Zilong's 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix Spear Technique from the 3 Kingdoms period. Qin Xiao spoke casually, but everyone was stunned. In their eyes, the weapons and armor in the warehouse were already priceless treasures, and the 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix Spear Technique was a legendary peerless martial art. The armor worn by Li Xiuming's Xuanjia army was extremely well protected, with armor covering vital areas such as the shoulders, chest, arms, waist, and knees. Each piece was worth 100 strings of cash. Because of its staggering cost, the Xuanjia army he painstakingly assembled numbered only 5,000 men. But the armor in front of me not only provides far superior defense to the bright armor, but it is also fully equipped with gloves, boots, and neck glove, leaving almost no blind spots. However, even the most precious armor cannot compare to the value of the 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix Spear Technique. The five-tiger soul-severing spear technique that Qin Xiao learned was originally a branch of the spear techniques passed down from Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, Zhang Fei, and others. Later, it was refined by Jiang Wei and gradually evolved into the Jiang family spear. However, as time passed, the spear techniques were severely lost. The spear techniques that Luo Yi learned after marrying into the Jiang family were no longer complete, but he was still able to make a name for himself with the Luo family spear, and was even granted a title and rank. Luo Cheng also became a founding hero of the Tang Dynasty thanks to the Luo family spear technique. This shows just how precious the complete 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique truly is. The group, who were still choosing their weapons, put down their swords and knives upon hearing this, and chose spears without hesitation. After Qin Xiao saw that they had made their choices, he asked everyone to go to the courtyard upstairs. He also specifically instructed that Cheng Yaojin could take his share back first, or he could come and pick it up in person when he came out. Overwhelmed with excitement, Qin Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Brother Qin, are you really willing to pass on the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique to us? This is a rare treasure. Should we first become disciples? Can we postpone the apprenticeship ceremony?" For someone who understands marksmanship, unparalleled marksmanship would never be easily passed on to outsiders. Qin Xiao simply couldn't believe that Qin Xiao would be so generous. Qin Xiao laughed and said, "Since I've already treated them as brothers, why would I be stingy with a set of marksmanship? Their children have already become my disciples. If I were to take them as my apprentices as well, wouldn't that mess up the seniority?" Qin Xiao immediately bowed and apologized, saying that he had been judging others by his own petty standards. Qin Xiao deliberately teased, "Why is my second brother Qin, who once traversed both banks of the Yellow River on horseback and wielded his mace to conquer the 36 prefectures and 108 counties of Shandong, and who once held sway over half of Shandong, now acting all coy?" Everyone burst into laughter, and their initial restraint completely dissipated. Qin Xiao solemnly declared that from this day forward, Qin Xiao would be his own brother, and he would go through fire and water for him without hesitation, just by asking. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said that brothers should help each other, unless they didn't consider him a brother at all. Li Ji was deeply moved. To be able to become sworn brothers with someone as extraordinary as Qin Xiao was something he could dream of. Qin Xiao stopped wasting words and led everyone to the courtyard, telling them that he would only teach them 3 times at most, and how much they could understand after that would depend entirely on their own abilities. When everyone arrived in the courtyard, He Panrin was already waiting there with several of Qin Xiao's apprentices. Qin Xiao looked at everyone and said, "Since you're all here, I will demonstrate the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique 3 times. Everyone must carefully memorize it and grasp its essence." Everyone readily agreed and automatically cleared a large open space. The next moment, Qin Xiao gripped his spear and moved abruptly. The spear shot out like an arrow released from a bow, moving in a straight line, its movements as swift and fierce as lightning. The 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique is unleashed, its shadows swift and agile, its blades flashing like cold stars and shimmering with silver light. It can be used for close-quarters combat or for throwing spears to take down enemies from afar. A single thrust is enough to seal a throat. The onlookers were dazzled by the sight, and the chilling aura emanating from the spear tips sent shivers down their spines, making them feel as if they were truly on a battlefield amidst blood and fire. Qin Xiao first demonstrated it at normal speed, then slowed down the movements and performed it again, and finally broke down each move and stance one by one. Whether it was Qin Xiao, Li Xiuning, He Panrin and his disciples, or even Li Xiuning, everyone stared intently at the trajectory of the spear. Chapter 44 Ready-to-Eat Boxed Meals. Qin Xiao ordered Ma Sanbao to immediately stop purchasing wool from Tuyuan and instructed the local logistics company to closely monitor Tuyuan's every move. Ma Sanbao then reported that none of the Wang family's grain shops were open today, and not a single grain was being sold. Li Xiuning recalled the events at court, where Wang Guwei and his family members were desperately speaking up for Tuyuan, which clearly concealed some shady dealings. Qin Xiao immediately deduced that Tuyuan would most likely buy the grain from the Wang family at a high price. The Wang family's refusal to sell grain was precisely because they were waiting for an opportunity to transport goods to Tuyuan. He ordered Ma Sanbao to strengthen surveillance and to send back news immediately once the Wang family's grain left the city. Subsequently, Qin Xiao arranged for the price of grain to rise gradually by 2 coins each day until it returned to 10 coins per dough. After explaining the situation, He turned to He Panren and asked about the results of the women's army's training over the past 2 months. He Panren was full of confidence, saying that the soldiers' combat power would increase by at least 5 times, and if they were equipped with armor, spears, and crossbows, their combat power would increase by 10 times. Qin Xiao immediately issued an order. First, send troops to attack and destroy one of the cities of Tiyuan. Soldiers who resist can be killed, but innocent civilians must not be killed indiscriminately if they do not resist. Second, if they discovered that the Wang family was transporting grain to Tiyuan, they would disguise themselves as bandits and burn all the grain. He Panren immediately accepted the order and promised to complete the mission. Qin Xiao told him to go find Lanner to collect the instant hot meals as military rations for this expedition. After the meals arrived, he would personally demonstrate how to use them. Cheng Chumo asked, "If we encounter the Tiyuan army after the city is destroyed, should we retreat or fight?" Qin Xiao was so angry that he cursed him, saying that if he really had the ability, he should just go and destroy the Tiyuan kingdom. Cheng Yaojin was so smart. How could he have such a stupid son? Cheng Chumo scratched his head and asked seriously, "Is my dad really smart? I've never realized it." Everyone burst into laughter. Li Xiuning was especially glad that Cheng Yaojin wasn't there, otherwise Cheng Chumo would have been in for a severe beating. At this moment, He Panren arrived with a boxed lunch and asked Qin Xiao to teach them how to use it. Qin Xiao opened the lunchbox instructions and found that there was a layer of quicklime at the bottom of the lunchbox. After pulling the rope, it would automatically heat up in a few dozen breaths. There were 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes inside. With their appetite, 3 boxes would be enough for 1 meal. He Panren quickly learned it, and then asked when they would set off. Qin Xiao told them to set off immediately after lunch and to replace all the single stirrups with double stirrups. This way, the cavalry could stand up on their horses and fight. He Panren was worried about encountering the Tiyuan army on the way. Qin Xiao couldn't help but scold him for being just as foolish as Cheng Chumo. Had the scouts been trained for nothing? Before encountering the enemy, scouts must be sent out to search and quickly grasp the enemy situation using walkie-talkies and binoculars before reporting to the main force. Even if they are surrounded by enemy troops, with their current abilities, surely they can break through? Qin Xiao gave a final stern warning. For every brother you take out, you must bring back the same number. Do not abandon or give up on them, or you will be held responsible. He Panren solemnly agreed, and everyone then began to eat. During the meal, Li Xiuning asked Qin Xiao for some walkie-talkies and telescopes, saying he would send the money later. Qin Xiao readily agreed, telling him to go directly to Lanner to get it later, and then everyone continued eating. Li Xiuning still had concerns. If the women's army destroyed a city of Tiyuan, would the enemy become enraged and turn around to attack the border of the Tang Dynasty? Qin Xiao then ordered He Panren to quickly infiltrate the Tiyuan royal palace after destroying the city, leaving a Shura token in Morong Fuyun's bedroom. He Panren stated that as long as the operation is conducted at night, this matter will not be difficult. Qin Xiao also instructed them to practice their marksmanship diligently during marching breaks, saying that as long as they practiced, everyone could become a fierce general like Zhao Zilong. After the meal, He Panren led 150 female soldiers off, and several of Qin Xiao's apprentices also accompanied the army. In Qin Xiao's view, one cannot become a truly qualified soldier without experiencing the blood and fire of the battlefield. Only by experiencing life and death struggles can one understand just how cruel war truly is. After the group left, Qin Xiao reminded Li Xiuning that the most important thing to be wary of right now was not Tiyuan, but Jeli Khan of the Eastern Turks. The Tiyuan were only capable of defending themselves and were still far behind the Tang Dynasty. However, Khagan Jeli was a formidable figure and should not be underestimated. Li Xiuning also agreed with this assessment, but Jeli was constrained by Tuli Khan and could not fully act freely in many matters. Qin Xiao told everyone that while one could despise the enemy strategically, one must take them seriously tactically. Any underestimation of the enemy could become the root of defeat. After hearing this, Li Ji sighed with admiration. Qin Xiao was proficient in everything. He had originally thought that only Li Jing in the Tang Dynasty could explain such profound tactical theories. Qin Xiao quickly declined, saying that Li Jing's military talent was comparable to Han Xian's, and he dared not presume to teach him a lesson. Li Jing blushed and said that Han Xian was a military genius, and he dared not compare himself to him. On the contrary, Qin Xiao was truly qualified to compete with Han Xian. Qin Xiao said that Han Xian and Xiang Yu were both unparalleled in strategy and martial prowess, but they both had the same flaw. They were not good at interpersonal relationships. Han Xian shouldn't have asked Liu Bang for credit for Fan Kuai, because Fan Kuai was Liu Bang's childhood brother. Han Xian's involvement in this matter would only make Liu Bang suspect that he was trying to sow discord. Xiangyu, on the other hand, was too hesitant and indecisive. The feast at Hongmen and the release of Liu Bang in a Shu were both opportunities to eliminate Liu Bang, but he missed them time and time again. Upon reaching Qin, the Chu army was surrounded by enemies on all sides. Their morale collapsed, and Yu Ji's suicide further deprived Xiangyu of his spiritual support. In fact, Xiangyu imprisoned Liu Ji for 3 years without harming her in the slightest, so even if Liu Bang captured Yu Ji, he might not have mistreated her. But with Yu Ji dead, Xiangyu was utterly heartbroken. Even when a boat came to take him to safety on the Wujiang River, he chose to die. After listening, Li Xiuning smiled and asked if Qin Xiao wanted to tell them that a wife doesn't necessarily have to be beautiful. The key is to marry a virtuous and capable wife. Qin Xiao could laugh and scold Li Xiuning, but he was secretly pleased. Empress Zhongsun was both beautiful and had high emotional intelligence, making her his best and most capable wife. He also advised Li Xiuning to consult Empress Zhongsun whenever he encountered something he couldn't understand, as he would definitely benefit greatly from it. Chapter 45. The Mischievous Demon King. Li Yuan promised to give Murong Rongxin an answer in 3 days, but Murong Rongxin did not sit idle. On the same day, he paid half of the grain deposit to the Wang family. He came prepared on the orders of the Tiohan king, carrying a large amount of gold, most of which he earned by trading wool. When Murong Fuyun learned that someone in the Tang Dynasty was buying wool, he immediately bought up the wool from the people at a low price and then sold it to the women's army at a high price, making a profit from the difference. But if he had known that not only would his scheme have failed, but it would also have completely dissuaded Qin Xiao from acquiring Tiohan wool, he would probably have regretted it deeply. After accepting the deposit, the Wang family immediately organized a workforce to transport the grain. The amount of grain was truly astonishing, so they spent another 20,000 strings of cash to buy 200 four-wheeled vehicles from the Lantian County Vehicle Factory. Wang Guangming planned to first transport all the grain to Qinzhou City, and then send it to the border of the Tang Dynasty to be handed over to the Tiohan people stationed outside Hezhou City. The next day, Murong Rongxin was a guest at the Liu family's residence. Apart from the Cui family of Qinghe, all the other prominent families accepted generous gifts and promised to conduct business with Tiohan in the future. Only the Cui family of Qinghe refused. After Cheng Yaojin's persuasion and the Cui family's secret investigation, they finally realized that Qin Xiao was no ordinary person. He was incredibly loyal to his friends, but ruthless towards his enemies. The fate of Wang Guanyue and his 3,000 private soldiers is the best proof of this. The Cui family is unwilling to follow the Wang family's path into the abyss, and now they are only thinking about how to befriend Qin Xiao. Therefore, Cui Xinyuan, the head of the Cui family, personally brought fine wine and food to the imperial prison to visit his brother-in-law Cheng Yaojin. Such a thing would never have happened in the past. The warden accepted 10 taels of silver and, giving the Cui family ample face, let Cui Xinyan in directly. Brother-in-law, I'm so sorry you've suffered here. Cui Xinyuan's tone was full of sincerity. Cheng Yaojin, however, didn't seem to care. It's all right here, but it lacks freedom and there's not much good wine. Cui Xinyuan immediately took out the liquor he had bought from Wang Jianglu and said with a smile that the liquor was very strong. Cheng Yaojin proudly told him that although Wang Jianglu was the #1 restaurant in Chang'an, it would have to take a back seat once Shuai Taiyuan opened. More importantly, he also had shares in the liquor business. The liquor was produced by Qin Xiao, who only took 20%, the king of Qin took 40%, and the rest was distributed among them. Similarly, Cheng Yaojin also received a share of the Shangri-La and the still under construction high-end women's club. Cui Xinyuan was increasingly shocked as he listened, finally realizing just how unfathomable Qin Xiao was, and was also glad that the Cui family had not rashly sided with Tiohan. Cheng Yaojin said that he might not know all about Qin Xiao's background, but this person was indeed ridiculously strong. He dared to storm into the camp of tens of thousands of women soldiers and take the eldest princess away. He could cure the arrow poison, persuade the eldest princess to divorce Qin Xiao, and then marry her. How many people in the world could do such a thing? When Wang Guanyue led 3,000 soldiers to block Qin Xiao's door, Qin Xiao was sitting on the rooftop balcony drinking and playing the zither. Cui Xinyuan had also investigated this matter and found it unbelievable. Cheng Yaojin, however, witnessed it firsthand. He was drinking with Qin Xiao at the time. Before the song Ambush from 10 Sides was finished, all 3,000 people downstairs became mentally impaired. Cui Xingyuan couldn't help but curse those aristocratic families for being so foolish. They had already been warned, yet they still colluded with Tuyuhan for their own benefit. Cheng Yaojin's expression was serious. Many people in the court wished they could openly reveal their relationship with Tuyuhan, but they forgot that Qin Xiao's most protected person was his wife. Offending Qin Xiao himself might be forgivable, but anyone who dares to lay a hand on the princess will inevitably pay a heavy price. When Cui Xingyuan heard that the eldest princess was pregnant, he wanted to prepare a gift to send to her as a token of the Cui family's goodwill. Cheng Yaojin reminded him that Qin Xiao was the brother-in-law of the king of Qin, and he couldn't possibly be unaware of the slightest developments in the court. If the Cui family truly wanted to curry favor, they had to be prepared to offend other powerful families. Cui Xingyuan sighed, preparing to go back and gather the elders for discussion, but he was also worried about how Li Yuan would deal with Cheng Yaojin's impulsive decision to take sides. Cheng Yaojin laughed at him, saying he didn't see people clearly enough. He ignored the crown prince and the emperor and instead firmly followed the Prince of Qin, not because the Prince of Qin had the most power at the time, but because one must have a firm stance. Having chosen the king of Qin, he could not be fickle or a weather vane swaying in the wind. He did not know whether the king of Qin would ascend the throne, but having made his choice, he would remain loyal to the end. This time is no different. The king of Qin and Qin Xiao have a very deep relationship, and Qin Xiao is his sworn brother. If he doesn't speak up for his brother when he's in trouble, who else will? Moreover, Qin Xiao is a man of great loyalty and righteousness, and would never mistreat his friends and brothers. As for Li Yuan's punishment, Cheng Yaojin judged that at most he would just spend a few more days in the imperial prison. Cui Xingyuan was persuaded and simply stopped betting, instead keeping Cheng Yaojin company while he drank and ate. Before leaving, Cheng Yaojin told him to keep an eye out for what was happening outside, as something big was bound to happen in the next few days. Cheng Yaojin truly lived up to his reputation as a troublemaker. He saw through things and judged people accurately. Even though Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning had an ordinary relationship, he would still go to great lengths to befriend Qin Xiao. Cui Xingyuan then mentioned that all of the Wang family's grain had been bought by Tuyuhan at a high price, which might be the reason for the Wang family's cooperation. The crown prince probably also received benefits, which is why he helped Murong Nashing. Cheng Yaojin, however, said that the crown prince's targeting of Qin Xiao was not solely due to self-interest. Qin Xiao had defied the imperial decree and warned the crown prince that if he dared to make any further moves against him and the princess, he would teach the crown prince a lesson. The crown prince harbored resentment and tried every means to get rid of Qin Xiao and his wife, even going so far as to push his own sister to the enemy country. As for Murong Fuyun, why did he not want any of the young princesses of the Tang Dynasty, but instead set his sights on the eldest princess who had already been married twice and was pregnant? Cheng Yaojin saw right through him. Murong Fuyun must have thought that the high grain yield, wool harvesting, and perfume sales were all the work of the princess. By marrying the eldest princess to Tuyuhan, they could gain a continuous stream of wealth. Moreover, the eldest princess was capable of leading troops into battle. With her, Tuyuhan would have a chance to rise to power. Cui Xingyuan sighed, saying that Murong Fuyun was muddle-headed, and so were the people in the court. For the sake of immediate interests and personal grudges, they actually wanted to send such a person to the enemy country. He was also worried that Tuyuhan had already amassed 200,000 troops outside Hezhou City, and whether the Tang Dynasty would really go to war with them. Cheng Yaojin, however, was not worried at all. The Tuyuhan didn't have 200,000 elite troops, unless all the old and children were sent to the front lines. Moreover, if they dared to start a war, the Tibetans and Turks would surely seize the opportunity to annex them. Therefore, the Tuyuhan's display of a large army pressing on the border was merely an attempt to threaten the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 46, A 1,000-Mile Raid. He Panrin and his entourage rushed to Tan without stopping, riding Fergana horses bought at high prices from Deyuan, which were incredibly fast. After 2 days of continuous marching, they arrived at the outskirts of Hezhou City and saw the 200,000-strong army of Tuyuhan. Just as Qin Xiao had expected, only half of them were actual soldiers. The rest were civilians dressed in military uniforms. He Panrin did not linger, bypassing the main army and entering Tuyuhan territory, targeting Hezhou City. This was a medium-sized city, only 30 li away from the capital, Fuzi City. The city walls were built of mud, and most of the garrison had been transferred to Hezhou. The men put on bronze demon masks and fired crossbows in unison. The gate guards didn't even have time to react before they were shot dead in front of the city gate. Black armored demons with masked faces and galloping war horses threw the city into chaos. Merchants abandoned their goods and fled in all directions, amidst cries and screams. Panrin ignored the commoners and led his troops straight to the city lord's mansion. The guards in the mansion had barely drawn their weapons when they fell into pools of blood. They left a few dozen men to guard the gate and watch the horses, while the rest rushed into the mansion. The Tuyuhan soldiers were all killed, but the women and children were spared. After the city lord was killed, a Shura token was left behind, and everyone immediately turned towards the military camp. The camp was now empty, with only 1,000 or so men remaining. After several charges, the defending troops were all wiped out. Panrin also left behind a Shura token, and then led his troops to withdraw from Huzhan City, heading straight for Fuzi City. Qin Xiao, mounted on his horse, said smugly, "These people are utterly useless, completely vulnerable. Next, let's just massacre the Tuyuhan capital." Shi Junmai glanced at him. Who was it that vomited so much when they saw a dead person just now? Now they're all high and mighty. Qin Xiao immediately retorted, "Everyone has a first time. Senior brother's first time might have been even worse than mine. I just didn't see it." Shi Junmai remained silent for a moment. Then his voice lowered. The first time he saw a dead body was when his parents and sister were murdered by Wang Jianren. During his second escape, it was his master who saved him and tore off Wang Jianren's arm in front of him, forcing him to avenge his family with his own hands. He said that besides his parents and sister, only his master was willing to treat him so selflessly. He said that no matter what his master asked him to do in the future, even if it meant going through fire and water, he would never flinch. Qin Xiao nodded solemnly. Qin Xiao not only taught them unparalleled marksmanship, but also gave them priceless equipment. This kindness must be repaid with action. Panrin reminded everyone that the prince consort sent them into battle this time, mainly to test the results of their training during this period and to ensure that they completed the mission well. Qin Xiao began to daydream again. Once he became a disciple, he would learn to play the zither from his master, using his inner strength to play the zither and defeat enemies with a single piece. How majestic that would be! Dewey laughed at him, saying he didn't understand music and was at most a fierce general charging into battle. Qin Xiao disagreed, saying that if he couldn't learn the zither, he could learn gongs and drums, and he could still beat the enemy with gongs and drums. Panrin interrupted the group, telling them to hurry on their way, find a place to rest and eat, and then set off at midnight, returning overnight after completing their mission. When they arrived near Fuzi City, there were still more than 2 hours until midnight. Panrin led everyone up the mountain to eat, rest, and recuperate. At the beginning of midnight, more than 100 people sneaked to the city walls. Fuzi City lived up to its reputation as a royal city. Its walls were entirely made of huge stones, reaching a height of 2 zhang, approximately 6.6 meters, and its heavy wooden doors were covered with copper sheets. The soldiers took out the eagle grappling hooks given to them by Qin Xiao, wrapping the hooks with cloth to prevent them from making a sound. 10 grappling hooks shot onto the city wall at the same time, and several men grabbed ropes and quickly climbed to the top of the wall. Within moments, all the patrolmen and sentries on the wall were killed by crossbow bolts. The city gate was quietly opened, and a large contingent of men filed in, leaving only a few to guard the gate. Panrin led his soldiers straight to the palace, using the same method to defeat the palace gate guards. Along the way, all the soldiers who resisted were killed by spears. At this moment, Murong Fuyun was fast asleep, holding his beloved concubine, completely unaware that more than 100 masked warriors were already standing in front of his bed. He opened his eyes groggily and saw a group of black-armored men holding long spears and wearing ghost masks. He screamed in fright and fainted on the spot. The favored concubine was also startled awake. Just as she was about to scream, Feng Eai slapped her unconscious. Qin Xiao picked up a cup of tea and splashed it on Murong Fuyun's face. Not long after, he finally woke up. Murong Fuyun spoke a long string of words in Tuyuhan language, which Qin Xiao listened to with growing impatience. What kind of gibberish is this guy spouting? Senior brother, can you even understand it? Shi Junmai deliberately said in a cold voice. If you don't understand, just kill him. Murong Fuyun panicked and knelt on the bed, kowtowing frantically as he begged for mercy in broken Chinese. Hero, spare my life. I can speak Chinese. Whether you want money or women, I can satisfy you. Just spare my life. Qin Xiao's face was full of sarcasm. He had thought the ruler of Tuyuhan was a ruthless and ambitious man, but he hadn't expected him to be such a spineless coward. Qin Xiao sneered. You don't even have this much courage, yet you dare to dream of marrying the #1 female war goddess of the Tang Dynasty? Killing you would be too dirty for me. Murong Fuyun cried with snot and tears streaming down his face, repeatedly admitting that he had been delusional and would never dare to covet the Tang Dynasty's eldest princess again. Everyone wanted to shoot him dead, but Qin Xiao had given orders that everyone else could be killed, but Murong Fuyun was the only one who could not be touched. He Panren took out the Azura token and handed it to him. This is the Azura token. The first time you receive it, it's a warning. The second time, it means certain death. Remember it. Murong Fuyun accepted the token with both hands and repeatedly promised that he would never dare to provoke the Tang Dynasty again. He Panren waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice, "Brothers, retreat." Chapter 47. Charging into battle. He Panren led his troops in a swift withdrawal from Fuzi City, heading straight for the Tang Dynasty's Hezhou City. Their first mission was complete. Next, they would burn the Wang family's grain supplies. A dozen scouts went ahead to explore, and the main force set off after a short rest. After 2 hours of rapid travel, they finally saw the continuous Tuhan military camps outside Hezhou City. Looking at the cluster of tents, the killing intent that had just subsided surged up again. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but volunteer, wanting to take advantage of the enemy's rest and charge in for a while, letting his brothers experience the feeling of charging into battle amidst a vast army. He Panren then asked what should be done if there were any Tuhan civilians in the camp, since half of them were originally just ordinary people. Qin Xiao immediately retorted angrily. Anyone who takes up arms, wears armor, and steps into the territory of the Great Tang can no longer be considered an ordinary citizen. They are all invaders and enemies. He Panren nodded and ordered the entire army to charge for only 10 rounds, without lingering in the battle. Everyone had to be careful. He had promised the prince consort that he would bring all these brothers back. Brothers, never abandon us, never give up, kill. The group of 3 charged into the Tuhan camp like arrows. Many enemy soldiers fell to spears and crossbows before they even knew what was happening. The Tuhan soldiers fell in droves, like men awaiting slaughter. The remaining men fled in panic, and the camp quickly descended into chaos, with stampedes occurring. Many were not killed by the Tang army, but trampled to death by their own people. He Panren's armor was impervious to swords and spears, and the enemy's counterattacks were completely ineffective. After 10 rounds, the group immediately retreated, leaving behind a field of corpses, and rode away into the night. Later statistics showed that the Tuhan suffered nearly 50,000 casualties, with countless wounded. They didn't even know who the attackers were, or how many troops they had. All they knew was that the other side spoke Chinese and possessed the Azura token. The Tuhan had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. He Panren led his men into a mountain forest. After eating, he arranged for sentries to keep watch, while the rest of the men rested on the spot. A series of victories should have been exhilarating, but a day and a night of fighting had exhausted these spirited young men, and they soon fell into a deep sleep. But Murong Fuyun, far away in the palace of Fuzi City, was too frightened to sleep. Upon learning that almost all the palace guards had been killed, he was shocked and terrified, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He finally began to regret his actions, regretting that he had rashly proposed marriage without understanding the situation, and even more regretting that he had stationed a large army within the territory of the Tang Dynasty. But there are many things in this world, except for a medicine for regret. The next morning, the day arrived for Li Yuan to reply to Murong's new appointment, and all the officials were waiting for the result. Murong Xian threatened in front of the court officials that his 200,000 soldiers were getting impatient waiting outside Hezhou City, and if the delay continued, no one knew what impulsive things they might do. Li Xiuning immediately rebuked him, saying that even if his 200,000 troops were real or fake, as long as Li Yuan gave the order, he could lead 5,000 Xuanjia soldiers to wipe out the Tuhan without leaving a single survivor. Murong Xian was speechless. Li Yuan then sighed and said that he was willing to form a marriage alliance with Tuhan, but Li Xiuning had already married and never returned to the palace, nor did she obey his orders anymore, so he was powerless to do so. Murong Xian simply didn't believe it, convinced that Li Yuan was making excuses. He couldn't believe that a princess would dare to defy an imperial decree. Li Jianxing stood up and told him that Li Xiuning might not dare to disobey the imperial decree, but her man Qin Xiao certainly did, and had already done so once. Li Yuanji also asked him to accompany the imperial messenger to Lantian County to see for himself if what they said was true. Murong Rongxin immediately agreed. He wanted to see for himself if anyone in the world dared to defy an imperial edict. Little did he know that this trip would become a nightmare he would never forget. People always have to pay the price for their actions. The messenger this time was Qin Bingji. Thinking of the incident where Gao Zhang was beaten last time, he was already terrified, but with the imperial decree on his mind, he could only grit his teeth and lead more than 2,000 imperial guards and Murong's newly recruited troops to Lantian County. Even surrounded by many people, Qin Bingji remained uneasy. He knew that all 3,000 members of the Wang family had been turned into fools in an instant by Qin Xiao. Murong Rongxin, however, was full of confidence, riding his BMW at the very front. He always believed that Li Yuan and his son were just going through the motions and didn't believe that Qin Xiao would actually dare to defy the imperial decree. An hour later, the group arrived at the gate of Qin Xiao's villa. Upon seeing the large number of people arriving, the sentry at the gate immediately went inside to report. Qin Xiao led Li Xiuning out the gate. Facing more than 2,000 people, he showed no fear on his face, only a disdainful glance. Qin Bingji shouted in a shrill voice, "Li Xiuning, receive the imperial decree." Qin Xiao's face darkened immediately, and he angrily scolded him for yelling. Didn't he see that Li Xiuning was pregnant? If she and the child were frightened, no one would have a good time. He then stated directly that the imperial edict didn't need to be read aloud, and even if it were, he wouldn't obey it. Who would obey such an absurd decree and give their wife to someone else? Murong Xian sneered. A country bumpkin dares to defy the imperial decree? He's really courting death. How many heads does he have to chop off? Qin Xiao retorted, asking who had failed to properly manage their own family and release him. Seeing that the man had a hairy face and spoke broken Mandarin, he was clearly not from the Tang Dynasty, and even asked him his mother's surname. Li Xiuning couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Murong Rongxin was furious and introduced himself as the younger brother of the Tuyuhan king, asking Qin Xiao who he was and how he dared to humiliate him like that. Qin Xiao proudly announced his identity. He was Qin Xiao, the consort of Princess Li Xiuning of the Tang Dynasty. So what if he was insulted? Let alone a mere Tuyuhan prince. Even if Li Jianxing himself came, he might not give him any face. Murong Rongxin sneered, saying that he would soon no longer be the imperial son-in-law. Qin Xiao only replied that this was his territory, where even dragons had to crawl and tigers had to lie low, let alone these lowly people. Murong was furious and ordered Qin Bingji to have the imperial guards seize Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao stretched his limbs and told them to come at him. He hadn't done anything for days, and today he would beat them so badly that even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. Qin Bingji was so frightened that he stammered and dared not give the order. Seeing this, Murong Rongxin simply ordered his warriors to take action himself. A group of Tuyuhan guards brandished their curved swords and charged towards Qin Xiao, shouting. Qin Xiao couldn't understand a word they said, but he didn't care at all. He pounced into the crowd like a tiger. He moved constantly among the Tuyuhan guards, and wherever he went, someone would scream and fly backward. Chapter 48. I'll leave you a limb. A dozen or so female soldiers quickly stepped in front of Li Xiuning. After being trained by Qin Xiao, their strength was now vastly different, and they could easily take on 10 opponents at once. In less than a quarter of an hour, Qin Xiao had taken down all of Tuyuhan's more than 1,000 soldiers. He was extremely fair. He severed the hand of every single one of them, without exception. Murong Rongxin was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Looking at the arms hanging limply at his sides, he immediately understood. All of these people's hands were broken. The soldiers were pale with pain, but dared only groan softly. The imperial guards were unharmed, but many of them had been dealt with by Qin Xiao before, and they were all secretly relieved. Qin Xiao looked at Murong Rongxin and said casually, "That little monkey." "Oh no, Murong Rongxin, it's your turn now. You should thank my wife for being pregnant and unable to bear the sight of blood. Otherwise, today, not only would you have lost more than one hand, but you would all have become nourishment here." Murong Rongxin had long lost his princely airs. He knelt on the ground with a thud, crying and begging for mercy. "Your Highness, spare me. I was blind and ignorant. Please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again." Qin Xiao sneered. "You'd rather not be a proper prince of Tuyuhan than come to the Tang Dynasty to show off your power. You have a path to heaven but choose not to take it, and you have no way to hell but choose to barge in. Today I'll break 4 of your limbs, leaving you with 1. If there's a next time, I'll make sure you have none left." Li Xiuning asked curiously, "Don't humans only have 4 limbs? Where did the 5th limb come from?" Qin Xiao replied with a grin, "That limb, Men have it, women don't. Li Xiuning blushed instantly and scolded. You're so bad, you big bad guy. Qin Xiao laughed and said, women don't love men who aren't a little bad. As he spoke, he had already walked up to Murong Rongxin and helped him up. Seeing the other person's face covered in snot and tears, Qin Xiao frowned in disgust. He patted Murong Rongxin's head and said as if coaxing a child, be good, bear with it. I'll be careful, it'll be over soon. The next moment, four crisp sounds rang out in succession, accompanied by Murong Rongxin's shrill screams, creating a cacophony of sounds. Qin Xiao broke his arms and legs, threw him on the ground, and spat at him in disgust. Apart from Li Xiuning and the female soldiers, everyone present was stunned. No one expected that Qin Xiao would dare to cripple the Prince of Tuyuan while talking and laughing. Qin Xiao turned to Chen Bingji. Eunuch Chen, you are acting under orders, so I will not punish you today. Go back and tell Li Jiansheng that if he dares to mess with me again, Murong Rongxin will suffer the same fate. Chen Bingji kowtowed repeatedly, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Qin Xiao uttered only one word. Get lost. The group that had arrived so arrogantly were now fleeing in panic like stray dogs, fearing that if they were even a step too slow, they would suffer the same fate as Murong Rongxin. On the other side, Heponren's army had already traveled 100 miles when the walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. The scout reported, General He, we have spotted the Wang family's grain transport convoy. They are almost at Taozhou. Please give instructions. Heponren said, Well done. Keep a close eye on them and report their movements as soon as possible. He then ordered, the entire army shall halt its advance and rest in place, awaiting further orders. Cheng Chumo hurriedly asked, General, should we wait for them here, or go straight at them? Heponren shook his head. Rest first, then find a hidden spot to ambush. Move out after dark. Remember, try to kill as few people as possible. Our goal is to destroy the food supply. The group accepted the order, rested for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and then hid in the nearby mountains, waiting for the Wang family's caravan to walk right into their trap. Meanwhile, back in the imperial palace in Chang'an, chaos reigned. Murong was carried to Li Yuan and Li Jiansheng. The Tuyuan prince, who had been arrogant and domineering in the court that morning, was now in a sorry state, with all four limbs broken and unconscious. Li Yuan suppressed his anger. Quickly summoned the imperial physician to treat Prince Murong. Chen Bingji, tell me, what exactly happened? Chen Bingji reported with a mournful face, Your Majesty, this was all Qin Xiao's doing. I didn't even have time to read the imperial edict before he stopped me. Prince Murong clashed with him and ordered his men to kill him. But Qin Xiao's martial arts were too strong. He charged into the ranks alone, breaking the arms of over 1,000 people, crippling Prince Murong's limbs, and even boasting. Li Jiansheng roared. What else did he threaten? Chen Bingji trembled with fear. I dare not say. Li Yuan said in a deep voice. I forgive you for your innocence. Tell the truth. Chen Bingji said in a trembling voice. Qin Xiao said that if His Highness the Crown Prince opposes him again, Murong's fate will be the same as His Highness the Crown Prince's fate. Li Jiansheng roared. How dare you? Chen Bingji immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince, spare my life. This was all said by Qin Xiao. It has nothing to do with me. Li Yuanji angrily said, Qin Xiao is too arrogant. He doesn't respect the royal family at all. We must not let him off easily. Li Jiansheng said helplessly. Then what can you do? He doesn't take the Li family and the imperial court seriously at all, and there's nothing we can do about him. Li Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. The Wang family is also helpless against him. Even their most advantageous grain business has been ruined by him. Li Jiansheng frowned and said, Father, if the matter of Murong's reunification is not handled properly, it could very well lead to war between the two countries. After a moment of silence, Li Yuan could only say, First, do everything you can to heal Murong Xian, then sincerely apologize to him and compensate him with a large sum of money. We also wrote a letter to Murong Fuyun, the ruler of Tuyuan, explaining the situation and our sincerity, hoping that he could understand. Li Jiansheng sighed. That's all we can do. After all, we are in the wrong, and we absolutely cannot let Tuyuan's anger fall on the Tang Dynasty. Otherwise, Hezhou will definitely be the first to suffer. Li Yuan looked at Li Jiansheng and said reluctantly, Take some time to ask your father-in-law how he plans to deal with Qin Xiao next, and whether he needs the cooperation of the court. Chapter 49 The grain was burned. This humble subject, Wang Guangming, pays his respects to your highness the crown prince." Wang Guangming and his clansmen bowed respectfully. Li Xiuning gestured for everyone to stand up, and then, as the son-in-law, he bowed to Wang Guangming. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two went into the house together. As soon as he sat down, Wang Guangming asked in surprise, "Why did Li Xiuning have time to come over in person today?" Li Xiuning didn't beat around the bush and asked him directly if all the grain that had been transported out of the city a few days ago had been sold to Tian. Seeing that he could not hide it from him, Wang Guangming had no choice but to admit that all the grain had indeed been sold to Tian at a price of 25 won per do. However, Murong of Tian proposed a new condition. They must personally deliver the grain to the border. Li Xiuning sighed and asked Wang Guangming if he knew that a major event had occurred today. Wang Guangming quickly pressed for details, asking what had happened. Li Xiuning gritted his teeth and said that this morning, Murong Rongxin accompanied eunuch Chun to read the imperial edict to his sister. Who would have thought that Qin Xiao, that barbarian from the village, not only defied the imperial decree but also injured the Tian guards and even broke all of Murong Rongxin's limbs. Wang Guangming's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He angrily cursed Qin Xiao for being lawless and daring to treat even the Tian prince like this. Wasn't he afraid of triggering a war between the two countries? Li Xiuning snorted coldly, saying that Qin Xiao, this kind of barbarian, only cared about his own little territory and would never consider the situation between the two countries. He felt even more sorry for his younger sister, who seemed to be bewitched and devoted herself to Qin Xiao. Wang Guangming immediately became restless, worried that Murong would change his mind after being injured. If the grain were returned, it would become infested with insects if the delay continued. Li Xiuning then advised him that he should indeed go and comfort Murong Rongxin as soon as possible, as this person needed comfort the most right now. If we can maintain a good relationship with the Tian prince, it will be a great help to his ascension to the throne in the future. Wang Guangming immediately said that he would prepare several hundred-year-old wild ginseng roots and personally visit Murong Rongxin. Li Xiuning, however, said that his identity was sensitive and it was inconvenient for him to openly meet the Tian prince, so he could only ask his father-in-law to convey his regards. Wang Guangming naturally understood and promised that once all the grain payments from Tian were received, Li Xiuning's share would also be sent to him. On the other side, He Panrin led more than 100 men, who remained in ambush on the mountain. From noon until night, they remained on standby in the mountains until it was completely dark, at which point the voices of the scouts finally came through the walkie-talkie. The Wang family's grain convoy had reached the wilderness south of Hezhou and had stopped their journey to cook. He Panrin ordered the scouts to keep a close watch, take turns resting, and wait until all the Wang family members were asleep before making any move. Any unusual activity was to be reported immediately. He then told everyone that he planned to launch the attack at the beginning of the hour of Chou, 1 to 3 a.m., when people are most likely to fall asleep. With more than 2 hours to go before the operation, everyone took turns resting, while the sentries were responsible for keeping watch. In order to complete this grain-burning mission, Qin Xiao specially exchanged 100 jin of gasoline from the system. He Panrin and others then made petrol bombs from earthenware pots, and each of them was given a disposable lighter. All the soldiers knew that they only had 2 hours to sleep that night, and after the mission was over, they had to rush to Lantian County overnight, without any delay. 2 hours passed quickly. Everyone woke up ahead of time, ate their boxed lunches, and then He Panrin began to assemble the troops. These 160-plus people were organized according to the modern organizational structure set by Qin Xiao. 10 people per squad, 3 squads per platoon, and 3 platoons per company. The current number of people is just enough to form a reinforced company. He Panrin served as company commander, Shi Junmai as deputy company commander, and Cheng Chumo, Qin Huayu, and others served as platoon leader and squad leader, respectively. People are not used to these titles yet, and still call He Panrin general. After confirming the location of the grain convoy again, He Panrin instructed everyone to strap petrol bombs to their waists. As for the lighter, he always kept it himself, fearing that someone might accidentally set himself on fire first. After all the lighters were distributed, he taught everyone how to use them on the spot, and had all the horses' hooves tied with cloth to prevent them from making noise. With everything prepared, He Panrin gave the order, and the troops quietly approached the Wang family's grain convoy. About 15 minutes later, they arrived at the designated location. Countless four-wheeled vehicles were parked on the open ground, all manufactured by the Lantian County Vehicle Factory. Each truck bed was piled high with rice, and this grain was hybrid rice grown in Lantian County. Everyone felt very reluctant to part with the cart full of grain. But military orders are absolute. The grain had already been sold to the Wang family, but now the Wang family wanted to resell it to the enemy state of Taiwan. Just as everyone was momentarily stunned, a private soldier of the royal family noticed something amiss. Shi Junmai reacted extremely quickly, raising his hand and firing an arrow. The arrow pierced the heart, and the private soldier fell down before he could even utter a sound. He Panrin immediately gave the order to act, and first ignited a petrol bomb, which was then thrown violently at a four-wheeled vehicle. The other soldiers followed closely behind, and burning petrol bombs streaked across the night sky, crashing into the grain carts one after another. In an instant, the grain and the four-wheeled vehicle burst into flames, the fire reaching the sky, followed by a series of explosions. The Wang family members, who were fast asleep, were startled awake and rushed out of the camp in a panic. He Panrin threw a Shura token at one of the men rushing towards him, and then ordered the entire army to retreat. The soldiers quickly mounted their horses, spurred them on, and headed straight for Chang'an. Only a group of Wang family members remained, completely bewildered by the towering inferno. They hurriedly fetched drinking water and desperately poured it into the fire, but the flames not only did not go out, but instead burned even more fiercely. No one could understand why the fire would become even more terrifying when water was poured on it. The member of the Wang family who received the Azura decree looked down at the token in his hand, and then recalled the ferocious face of the person who had thrown the token earlier. Looking at the raging fire that water couldn't extinguish, he grew increasingly terrified, and finally burst into maniacal laughter. Everyone rushed forward to stop him, but it was too late. The minor leader had already gone mad with fear. Others could only receive the Azura token from him and carefully keep it safe, because once they return, they must produce evidence to explain to the clan chief. Otherwise, with such devastating losses from the destruction of grain, none of them would have survived. Chapter 50. Li Xiuning resigns from office. 3 days later, He Panrin successfully completed his mission and returned to the military camp in Lantian County, where he received praise from Qin Xiao. Several disciples, including Shi Junmai, also passed the assessment and were promoted to inner disciples. Qin Xiao continued to pamper his wife, preparing nourishing soups for Li Xiuning every day and showering her with sweet nothings, all to make her happy. Meanwhile, the morning court was in session in the Taiji Hall, and the focus of the debate among the officials was how to deal with Qin Xiao, who had defied the imperial edict. Those in the court who supported severe punishment were mostly from the factions of Li Jiansheng, Li Yuanji, and the 5 clans and 7 noble families. Although Li Xiumin's faction vehemently opposed it, they were outnumbered. Li Yuan already favored Li Jiansheng, and now that Sheng Yaojin is gone, Li Xiumin's side appears even weaker. Li Yuanji stepped forward first, suggesting that a large number of archers and catapults be sent to directly surround and kill Qin Xiao. Li Xiuning angrily rebuked him on the spot. Your own sister is inside, and she's pregnant. You actually want to kill her too? You beast. Li Yuanji was scolded until his face turned ashen. He then accused Li Xiuning of colluding with Qin Xiao to obstruct the marriage alliance between the Tang Dynasty and Taiwan, and of trying to force the 2 countries into war. Li Xiuming's anger intensified. Is peace something that can be bought with women? A weak nation has no diplomacy. If we keep giving in, the enemy will only take advantage of us. Li Yuan sternly shouted at him to shut up. Li Xiuning, with tears in his eyes, knelt down. He said that this was not the Tang Dynasty he wanted to see. In his mind, the Tang Dynasty should usher in a golden age, with all nations paying tribute, ensuring that the people have enough to eat and wear, live in peace and prosperity, and that everyone can be proud to be a Tang person. But now, even a small Tuyuan has made the entire court so fearful. If Tibet, the Eastern and Western Turks, Goryeo, Tiela, and other countries come to provoke us in the future, will the Tang Dynasty have to send princesses to them one by one to beg them not to invade? In the end, Li Xiuning was in tears and asked to resign from all his posts, only retaining the status of a leisurely prince. Li Yuan, expressionless, granted the request directly, removing Li Xiuning from his positions as Minister of the Imperial Secretariat, Grandmaster of Ceremonies, and General of the Heavenly Strategy, leaving him only with the title of Prince of Qin. Li Xiuning kowtowed deeply. Thank you, Father Emperor, for granting my wish. Just then, Gao Zhang rushed into the main hall, reporting a victory from Hezhou. Li Yuan immediately ordered someone to bring in the soldier who delivered the report. The soldier, panting heavily, reported that 5 nights ago, the 200,000-strong Tiahuan army outside Hezhou City suddenly fell into chaos. The defending general sent scouts to investigate and discovered that there were only a little over 100 people charging back and forth in the enemy camp. They pierced through the enemy lines like sharp knives, and the Tuyuhan people had no time to resist. They fled for their lives, and countless people were trampled to death. The team charged back and forth 10 times before leaving behind only corpses scattered on the ground. Li Yuan hurriedly pressed for their identities. The soldiers said they all wore bronze masks shaped like demons, carried crossbows in their left hands and long spears in their right, and were clad in black armor, looking as ferocious as the black impermanents who had emerged from the underworld. The Tuyuhan lost nearly 50,000 troops in the battle. Several tokens were left on the battlefield, with the word Shura engraved on the front and a hideous demon on the back. Li Yuan's expression changed drastically. It was the Azura Order again. But what exactly was this Azura Order, and who could mobilize such a terrifying force? The soldiers continued to report, and the next day they received news that Tianhuzhen City had been breached by a group of masked men, and the entire city had been destroyed, but none of the civilians inside the city were injured. Afterwards, the group headed straight for Fuzi City, launched a night raid on the Tuyuhan Royal Palace, killed all the guards, and broke directly into Murong Fuyun's bedroom. However, they did not kill Murong Fuyun. They only left behind a Shura token before disappearing without a trace. More than 100 people destroyed a city, stormed the palace, and severely damaged an army of 200,000. Is this even humanly possible? Li Yuan was so shocked that he was speechless. The soldier assured Li Yuan that the intelligence was absolutely true, so Li Yuan could only force himself to remain calm and ordered him to leave. Immediately afterwards, Gao Zhang reported that Murong had recently requested an audience outside the palace. Li Yuan was quite surprised. Murong Rongxin's hands and feet were broken. Even if they were reattached, it was impossible for him to be able to get out of bed so quickly. Gao Zhang, however, said that he was carried in by 4 people. Soon, Tuyuhan guards carried a stretcher into the main hall and placed Murong Rongxin in the center of the court. Murong Xin remained arrogant, demanding that the Tang Dynasty give a prompt reply regarding the marriage alliance, and even threatening that otherwise he could not guarantee that the Tuyuhan warriors would not do anything excessive to the Tang people. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiunin's subordinates, led by Yu Qigong, could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. Laughter quickly spread throughout the court, and apart from those who supported Tuyuhan, the other ministers laughed without restraint. Those who supported Tuyuhan turned pale, filled with regret. Li Xiuning also wanted to laugh, but considering he had just resigned from his post, he could only force himself to suppress it. Murong Rongxin was stunned by the laughter, unable to understand what he had said wrong. Li Xiuning said coldly, "Are you truly confused, or just pretending? Fuzi City was almost captured, and your brother Murong Fuyun nearly lost his life. 50,000 of the 200,000 troops died, and you still dare to spout nonsense here? Who gave you the guts?" Murong Rongxin shook his head frantically, refusing to believe that Tuyuhan had been defeated. He excitedly tried to prop himself up, but as soon as he pushed himself up, he heard a crack, and his newly reattached arm broke again. Li Xiuning then requested permission from Li Yuan to release Qin Xiao. Li Yuan remained silent for a moment before finally granting permission. At this moment, Qin Xiao was the first to step forward and request to retire to his hometown. Following him, Changsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Li Jing, Li Ji, Yu Qigong, and others also resigned one after another. A series of resignations echoed throughout the Taiji Hall, leaving everyone stunned. Li Yuan was furious, convinced that these people were forcing Li Xiuning to abdicate. Finally, he gritted his teeth and uttered 4 words. All requests granted. Court adjourned. Chapter 51, Confucianism. After Li Xiuning rescued Cheng Yaojin from the prison, he told him about all of Cheng Yaojin's subordinates resigning from their posts. Without hesitation, Cheng Yaojin also resigned from his official position. When Li Xiuning returned home, he told Empress Zhang's son about the matter again, and then took his family to Qin Xiao's villa. In fact, he had many questions in his heart that he needed Qin Xiao to answer. "Brother-in-law, I'm now free from official duties, and my whole family has come to rely on you," Li Xiuning said, feigning pitifulness. "Third brother, what exactly is going on? Why do you say that being free from official duties is a blessing?" Li Xiuning asked anxiously. "Father is too biased. That scoundrel Li Yuanji actually suggested in court that we use archers and catapults to attack your villa. But my father didn't stop him. After I berated Li Yuanji, I resigned from all my official posts, retaining only the title of Prince of Qin," Li Xiuning explained. What about your men? Qin Xiao asked. They all resigned along with me, including that stubborn old man Li Jing, Li Xiuning said proudly. Yes, these people are quite loyal. You should treat them well in the future, Qin Xiao instructed. Of course I know how to do that, but I have no power now, so how am I supposed to treat them? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. You've all resigned from your posts. Who among the military generals in the court is still capable of leading troops into battle? If foreign tribes invade, who can stand alone against them? Qin Xiao asked casually. That's true. At present, only Li Xiuning can barely manage it. However, he is stubborn and will not listen to the opinions and suggestions of others, so it will be difficult for him to achieve victory, Li Xiuning said after thinking for a moment. Your analysis is very thorough. Li Xiuning can only barely serve as a vanguard officer or deputy general. He has no talent for commanding an army. So, you can rest assured. Take advantage of this time to learn as much as possible. Practice the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear technique a lot, and you'll have a chance to use your skills next spring, Qin Xiao instructed. Okay, brother-in-law, I will study hard, Li Xiuning said modestly. How are your kapok flowers doing? Qin Xiao asked. It will be ready to harvest in about 2 months. Brother-in-law, what exactly is it used for? Li Xiuning asked curiously. This kapok flower has a wide range of uses. It can be used to make quilts, clothes, pants, towels, and so on. All we need is to set up a processing plant, Qin Xiao explained. With so many uses, wouldn't we have more money than we can ever earn? How should we spend all that money? Li Xiuning said excitedly. In fact, wars between countries are fought over national strength. National strength is first and foremost wealth, and only secondly talent. You should understand the principle of an army must first prepare its supplies better than I do. The reason why the nomadic tribes of the grasslands are not because they have a lot of wealth, but because of their living environment, is that they have a great advantage. What is their greatest advantage? And what are my advantages? Qin Xiao asked. Their biggest advantage is their war horses, which are fast and highly maneuverable. If we had the same war horses as them, we could definitely defeat them easily. Our strengths lie in our ability to produce high-quality weapons and equipment, our understanding of troop deployment and military strategy, and our martial arts skills, Li Xiuning said eloquently. You're right. Crafting weapons and equipment belongs to the class of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, right? But our Tang Dynasty only values scholars now and doesn't care about people from other classes at all. If a skilled craftsman can't even solve his basic needs for food and clothing, how can he possibly have the mindset to research and invent? Why were you able to lead 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers to annihilate Dou Jianda's 100,000-strong army at Hulao Pass? And why were the 160-plus soldiers I trained able to achieve such results? The most important reason for this is the weaponry. If someone is wearing armor that is impervious to swords and spears and wielding an indestructible weapon, would he still have any worries on the battlefield? Qin Xiao said unhurriedly. Brother-in-law, in your opinion, the court should value craftsmen so that the Tang Dynasty can be built into a stronger nation, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Why did the first emperor burn books and bury scholars alive? Why did Emperor Wu of Han dismiss all other schools of thought and promote only the Confucian school? Because the Confucian doctrine of the mean was too passive. Attacking other countries required a very good reason, which was a sign of weakness. This was not what Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China, wanted. Therefore, he sent Fusu to the Great Wall as a supervisor, so that he could experience the hardships of ordinary people and learn to be strong and independent. Confucianism initially required mastering the 6 arts: rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. However, in the end, Confucian scholars became pedantic scholars who only knew how to read books. They became bookworms, oblivious to everything else and focused solely on studying the classics. They adhered rigidly to outdated doctrines, were inflexible, and failed to keep up with the progress and development of the times. These corrupt scholars occupy important positions in the social hierarchy and control a large amount of social resources. Most of them lack the backbone and courage that men should have, and they lack the courage to make decisions on key issues, thus hindering social progress and development. Confucianism stifled people's development and innovation. Many new inventions, which were originally meant to be technological advancements, innovations, and great opportunities for development and rapid growth, were condemned by Confucianism as strange skills and frivolous tricks. This kind of thinking has stifled too many opportunities, cut off the promising futures of countless people, and made us gradually fall behind, become complacent and stagnant, and in the end, We often end up trapping ourselves. Why did Emperor Wu of Han listen to Dong Zhongshu, but exclusively support the Rujia school of thought? Because the Rujia school of thought separates the 3 cardinal guides and 5 constant virtues. The 3 cardinal guides are, the ruler guides the subject, the father guides the son, and the husband guides the wife, emphasizing absolute obedience. Subjects must obey their rulers, sons must obey their fathers, and wives must obey their husbands. The 5 constant virtues refer to benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. These constitute the fundamental moral ethics and political system of the entire feudal society. The divine right of kings refers to the idea that the monarch's power is bestowed by heaven. Unification is not merely a geographical concept. Rather, it refers to the high degree of unity of the entire country in many aspects, including politics, economic systems, and ideology and culture. This also means that the emperor centralizes power and firmly grasps imperial authority in his hands. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Brother-in-law, this is the pros and cons of the Confucian ideology. Although there are many drawbacks, there is no better way to centralize power. Li Xiuning said helplessly. Actually, there is a way. We can open schools and start from the children. We can start by teaching them to read and write and to do arithmetic, and then gradually increase the difficulty. Moreover, there was no distinction between scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Every profession could produce an expert, and anyone with ability or special contributions could be granted an official position or title. In that case, everyone's life will be full of hope and anticipation. What reason would anyone have not to strive for survival? Qin Xiao continued to explain. Chapter 52 Class Conflict. Brother-in-law, what you said makes perfect sense. So how exactly should we implement it? Li Xiuning asked excitedly. I ask you, why are the 5 clans and 7 noble families so powerful? Even your royal family has to show them deference, Qin Xiao asked. In fact, they possess printing and papermaking techniques, as well as rare ancient books. It's impossible for people from poor families to produce talented individuals. Even if someone does manage to do so, they must become their disciple. Many of their people are in the court, controlling the government. That's only one aspect. The second is the economy. You've already seen how the Wang family fought against you recently. If you haven't made advanced preparations and haven't stockpiled such a large quantity of grain, you simply can't compete with them. That's economic control. Even the most basic necessities like salt are under their control. The third is the artisans you just mentioned. They have countless artisans serving them, more than the imperial workshops. Sometimes, the imperial court even has to cooperate with them. Fourthly, they are much weaker than the imperial court, but they shouldn't be underestimated. That is their army. Each family has at least 20,000 private soldiers. Last time, the Wang family sent out 3,000 to deal with you. This time, another 5,000 men were dispatched to transport the grain. Although their fighting strength is not as good as the court's regular army, they are more than enough to deal with ordinary people, Li Xiuning explained. Since you have summarized the capabilities of the 5 surnames and 7 clans in 4 points, then I will explain them to you in detail. You have also seen my blank paper. I am their ancestor in papermaking and printing. Speaking of the economy, it is divided into the real economy and the virtual economy. The real economy is where I buy at the wholesale price and sell at the market retail price, making a profit from the difference. The virtual economy is essentially a price war between me and the Wang family. Originally, the Wang family wouldn't sell their own grain, but instead desperately bought my grain at market prices. He thought that once he bought up all of my grain, he could monopolize the market and start raising prices. But when they discovered that my grain supply was endless and that it was impossible for them to buy it all, they realized that. They thought of selling the rice in other places to make a profit, but I had already arranged for people to sell it in various cities, still at the price in Chang'an. They couldn't sell a single grain of rice. After that, they started a price war with me. A price war is nothing more than a contest of wealth and assets. Although I don't have as much wealth as they do, the people of Lantian County support me. They sold me rice for only 3 coins a dough. If I sold it to the people of Chang'an for 3 coins a dough, I would only lose a little on labor and transportation costs. I could afford to lose that much, but could the Wang family afford to play that game? Let me tell you a secret, Qin Xiao analyzed. The grain the Wang family sold to the Tian was burned to ashes by the men I sent. It won't be long before the Wang family receives the news. Brother-in-law, did you also order He Panren and the others to burn the Wang family's grain? These people are too amazing after your training. Every single thing they do is earth-shattering. Li Xiuning asked passionately. Next, let's talk about craftsmen. In ancient times, there were the Mahists and the Gongxu school. These were all great craftsmen, but since Emperor Wu of Han, they have all retired to the mountains and forests and stopped caring about worldly affairs. If artisans were to rise to the same status as scholars, would the successors or descendants of these master craftsmen come out of seclusion to assist the current emperor? Wouldn't everyone rack their brains to create something better and more practical? For example, if I give you a curved plow, wouldn't that increase productivity? The army is built upon the first three factors. Although the private armies of the 5 clans and 7 noble families were weak, the imperial army was not much stronger either. Actually, this is a matter of military system. At present, the Tang Dynasty uses the phubbing system, where soldiers return home to farm when there is no war and return to fight when there is war. Do these semi-agricultural, semi-military units have any fighting capacity? Can they maintain strict discipline and obey orders? Why is it that once the leading general is killed, no matter how many soldiers there are, they all collapse in disarray? The 160-plus soldiers I trained would never panic on the battlefield, no matter who was killed. The others would either continue fighting or retreat quickly and orderly. This is the difference between the phubbing system and the mercenary system. Of course, given the current economic strength of the imperial court, it is impossible to implement a mercenary system. These things can only be gradually changed by strengthening the country's power. For example, every male who reaches the age of 16 and is in good health must serve 3 years of compulsory military service, called conscript. If someone has exceptional skills or makes a significant contribution, they can remain in the military, be promoted to a volunteer soldier or officer, and be sent to a military academy to train specialized military personnel. We can also recruit some female soldiers to participate in rescue work and other tasks. Only with such an army can we truly be considered a strong nation, Qin Xiao said eloquently. Brother-in-law, thank you. I will remember these things. If I am ever in charge, I will definitely do it the way you suggested and build the Tang Dynasty into a superpower, Li Xiuning said confidently. All right, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. I need to spend some time with my precious goddaughter. Go chat with Xiuning, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother-in-law, I'd like to take a stroll around the military camp. Is that all right? Li Xiuning asked. Take this token, and you can go in without any hindrance. Qin Xiao handed over the token. Li Xiuning led Li Junxian toward the military camp, while Qin Xiao carried Li Lizzie to see the 3 tigers he kept. Sister, brother-in-law, is amazing. The Tuyuhan are terrified this time, and they probably won't dare to invade the Tang Dynasty again. Empress Zhongsun said excitedly. Your brother-in-law is indeed formidable. I am a seasoned veteran, but compared to him, what I did before seems like child's play. He was even more formidable than described in the book, capable of annihilating enemies in the blink of an eye during long raids. His 160-plus men dared to charge into battle against an army of 200,000, and even managed to kill the enemy without any chance of fighting back. Panran has been with me for many years, but I have never seen him so brave. Yet, after less than 3 months with your brother-in-law, he has become an unparalleled warrior. This is incredible. Not to mention you, even I, as your wife, feel like I'm dreaming. Last time I heard someone say that your brother-in-law turned 3,000 members of the Wang family into idiots, I wasn't sure at the time. But a few days ago, Murong Xin of Tuhan brought over 1,000 guards, and he defeated them without lifting a finger. Each of them lost an arm, while Murong Xin lost all 4 limbs, Li Xiuning said proudly. Brother-in-law is truly amazing. Sister, you finally found a husband who's a good match for you. I'm so happy for you, said Empress Zhongsun happily. Actually, Xiuning is also very outstanding. As long as he learns more from your brother-in-law, who in the entire Tang Dynasty can compare with him? Li Xiuning said excitedly. No matter how outstanding Xiuning is, he's still your younger brother, Empress Zhongsun said coquettishly. Chapter 53, Martial Arts Competition and Bet. The next morning, while everyone was having breakfast, Cheng Yaojin rushed in excitedly. Seeing everyone eating breakfast, he sat down without any hesitation. King Qin, this prison is no place for a human being. I can't eat well, I can't sleep, and there's no one to talk to. Sometimes, even in the middle of the night, rats come and bite me. Cheng Yaojin complained dramatically. All right, let's eat. What are you talking about, rats? How disgusting. Back in the day, you were a troublemaker who endured all kinds of hardships. When you fought alongside me, you slept on the ground. Now have you become so fussy? That's true. Back in the day, I, old Cheng, dared to rob even the imperial convoy. How come I'm so unaccustomed to being in prison for just a few days? Cheng Yaojin replied, scratching his head. Humans are just perverse. The more comfortable they are, the more they want to be comfortable. Right now, we eat delicious food every day and live in a mansion. But what if one day we lose all of these things? They're eating for hours on end, not even having a plate of cabbage. How can anyone go on living like this? I believe no one could. Therefore, as the old saying goes, no pain, no gain, remembering the bitterness of the past to appreciate the sweetness of the present. And after hardship comes happiness. These all make sense. Qin Xiao patiently explained. Brother-in-law, what you said makes sense. People will cherish the hard-won life if they experience hardship first and then enjoy it later. It's impossible to endure a life that is sweet first and then bitter, said Empress Zhongsun. Therefore, we should cherish everything we have now, cherish the people in front of us, and not be controlled by our desires. Thank you for your guidance, brother-in-law. Brother Chung, do you dare to make a bet with me? Qin Xiao asked with a smile. Tell me what kind of bet. Old Chung, love betting the most, Chung Yaojin said, his eyes gleaming. Old Chung, you're a classic case of forgetting the pain once the wound has healed. Have you forgotten about the bet you made with my brother-in-law last time? Li Xiuning asked with a smile. I was caught off guard that time. This time, I need to see what I'm betting on before I make a decision, Chung Yaojin explained. We'll bet that your son, Qin Xiao, can easily defeat you. Do you dare to bet? Qin Xiao challenged. Brother Qin, you're doomed to lose this time. I know my son's capabilities all too well. Although he's become your disciple, I know how formidable you are. It's been less than 3 months. What skills can he possibly learn in such a short time? Qin Yaojin, have been learning martial arts for 20 or 30 years. How could I possibly be no match for this kid? That's a complete joke. Qin Yaojin was extremely unconvinced. So, you mean you're willing to make a bet with me? Qin Xiao asked. Why not gamble if it's a guaranteed win? What are the stakes? I'm not interested unless there's 100 taels of gold or something like that, Chung Yaojin said smugly. All right, the bet is this. If you lose, you have to personally go and invite Cui Xinyuan, the patriarch of the Cui clan in Qinghe, to my residence. If you win, I can grant you one request. Are you satisfied with this bet? Qin Xiao said unhurriedly. Satisfied, very satisfied. Brother Qin's promise is priceless. Chung Yaojin happily agreed. Chung Yaojin was certain of victory this time. In the past, Chung Xiao had always been thoroughly defeated by him. Now, even if Chung Xiao had learned some skills, he would be a match for him. Moreover, he was his father. For a son to hit his father was an outrageous act that would be punished by heaven. Lanner, go to the military camp and call Chung Xiao over. Tell him I have something important to discuss with him. Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, your highness. Lanner bowed respectfully. By this time, everyone had finished breakfast and was waiting for Chung Yaojin and his son to fight. In truth, they all knew that Chung Yaojin was likely to meet a bad end this time. After all, everyone witnessed Chung Xiao's achievements this time, and only Chung Yaojin was stuck in the prison and unaware of what was happening outside. Reporting to Master, your disciple Qin Xiao has come to report for duty. Please give your instructions. Qin Xiao gave a military salute. Xiao, I called you here today because I have something to tell you. Qin Xiao said with a smile. Please give your instructions, Master. If I asked you to beat up your dad, would you dare? I wouldn't dare. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Chung Yaojin couldn't stop smiling. His mouth stretched all the way to his ears. He stood tall and proud, like a triumphant general returning home. What if I let you fight him? And the king of Qin would be the referee. What do you think? As long as my father agrees, I have no objection. Qin Xiao said calmly. You brat, what are you so proud of? You still call me an old man? I'm still young and energetic. I'll definitely be the first to charge into battle. Come on, let's have a go, Chung Yaojin said indignantly. Xiao, I order you. This time you are only allowed to win, not lose. If you dare to fake a loss to your father, then I'm sorry. You will be expelled from the sect, discharged from the army, and go hang out with your father. Qin Xiao deliberately threatened. Master, please rest assured, I will do my best and will never let you down, Chung Xiao said confidently. If you win, the reward is 10 pounds of white rabbit milk candy and a perfume set. If you lose, get lost. You can decide what to do with it yourself. Qin Xiao said decisively. Yes, master. The group went to the courtyard outside, where Lanner had already led 2 warhorses out of the stable and was waiting. The 2 went to the weapons rack, where Chung Xiao chose a long spear and Chung Yaojin chose a horse lance. With serious expressions, the 2 men each led a horse, quickly mounted, turned their horses around, and rode in opposite directions, then turned back to face each other. 2 shouts of "Giddy up" were heard, and the 2 warhorses galloped towards each other like lightning. A deafening clang followed, and the two horses quickly separated. In the first head-on clash, Qin Xiaojin's hands went numb and his tiger's mouth was in unbearable pain. He could only endure the pain and put on an indifferent expression. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, did not react at all, which was normal. His training intensity was very high. Every day he had to do 2 20-mile runs, 2,000 push-ups, 300 pull-ups, and 2 miles of duck walks and frog jumps. There was also training on the vaulting horse, parallel bars, and the 400-meter obstacle course. The second assault began, and this time Qin Xiao did not confront them head-on, but instead used the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique. With a single move, Frosty Dance, Qin Xiaojin was caught off guard. Fortunately, he was an experienced veteran of the battlefield and quickly adjusted his mindset to deal with the situation. Another move, Surrounded by Stars, followed immediately, which startled Qin Xiaojin. He quickly parried with his spear, but Qin Xiao had no intention of letting him off easily. Another move, Lone Smoke in the Desert, came in quick succession, leaving Qin Xiaojin speechless with frustration. When Qin Xiao was about to unleash his Phoenix 3 Nods ultimate move, Qin Xiaojin knew at a glance that he had no chance of surviving it, and quickly spoke up to stop him. "You brat, stop, stop. Do you want to kill your father?" Qin Xiaojin said, panting heavily. "I know what I'm doing. Besides, Master is watching. How could anything go wrong? Dad, are you going to admit defeat?" Qin Xiao asked smugly. "You brat, how dare you talk to your father like that? Dad, you know the consequences if I lose. If you still don't admit it, I'm going to unleash my ultimate move." "Well, I admit defeat," Qin Xiaojin said reluctantly. Article 54 Xiaojin concedes defeat. "Brother Qin, how about it? Are you convinced?" Qin Xiao asked with a smile. "I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced, but I, Qin Xiaojin, have a question that I hope Brother Qin can answer for me." Qin Xiaojin said nervously. "Go ahead and tell me. I promise I'll tell you everything I know," Qin Xiao said without hesitation. "Brother Qin, why is my son so skilled? And what is the name of the spear technique he uses? It seems somewhat similar to my second brother Qin," Qin Xiaojin asked in confusion. "The endurance, explosive power, and physical coordination that Qu Mo and his team train are what make them so formidable. And the spear technique he uses is called 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix, a unique spear technique of Zhao Zilong of Changshan during the Three Kingdoms period," Qin Xiao explained. "No wonder it's so powerful. I originally thought it was something I learned from Brother Qin and then improved upon. Who knew that this spear technique was actually the ancestor of the Five Tigers' soul-shattering spear technique?" Qin Xiaojin exclaimed. "Thank you, Brother Qin, for teaching my son so generously. I truly don't know how to repay your kindness." Qin Xiaojin bowed deeply, deeply moved. "Brother Qin, would you like to learn this marksmanship?" Qin Xiao asked with a smile. "Of course I want to. Only a fool wouldn't want to learn such unparalleled spear techniques," Qin Xiaojin said, his face flushed. "Lanner, arrange for someone to go to the warehouse and get 10 caddies of white rabbit milk candy and a perfume set for Qin Xiao, and also bring over a long spear and a suit of armor," Qin Xiao instructed. "Yes, Your Highness." "Xiaojin, I've warned you before, but you still wouldn't listen. You want to win a bet with my brother-in-law? The sun will rise in the west. Do you know what Qiumo has been doing these past few days?" Li Xiuning said with a smile. "I really don't know. Please tell me the truth, Your Majesty," Qin Xiaojin asked sincerely. "After you threw him into the prison, my brothers and I rushed here to consult my brother-in-law. Without saying a word, he ordered He Panrin to gather the troops. They were given 2 tasks. No, 3 tasks. First, to annihilate the army of a city in Tiyuan. Second, to deliver a Shura token to Murong Fuyun, the ruler of Tiyuan. Third, they burned all the rice that the Wang family had sold to Tiyuan. Yet these 160-plus people not only perfectly completed these 3 tasks, but also, they even wiped out 50,000 of the 200,000 Tiyuan troops stationed outside Hezhou City. With such formidable fighting power, tell me, wasn't your defeat unjust?" Li Xiuning patiently explained. "This is unbelievable. Back then, when you, King Qin, led more than 3,000 of our men to wipe out Do Jianda's 100,000 troops at Hulao Pass, it was already unprecedented. But they only had a little over 160 people, yet they accomplished so many arduous tasks in just a few days. I truly have no reason to lose." Qin Xiaojin exclaimed in surprise. "Brother Qin, this spear and armor are for you. You can continue riding your big cricket horse. As for spear techniques, I'll teach you when you invite your brother-in-law over," Qin Xiao explained. "Brother Qin, you're personally teaching me? I'm so embarrassed. I'll go and bring him over right away," Qin Xiaojin said confidently. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Cheng. Be careful on the road, and come back quickly. We'll have a few drinks at noon, Qin Xiao instructed. I won't drink at noon. If I get drunk, I'll only be able to practice drunken spear fighting, Cheng Yaojin said, scratching his head. Ha ha. Cheng Yaojin rode away on his beloved giant cricket, while Cheng Chumo happily returned to his camp with his prize. Qin Xiao went to the tea shop and started brewing kung fu tea. Brother-in-law, what do you want to see Cui Xingyuan for? The 5 clans and 7 families are all ruthless and greedy. Try to avoid dealing with them and fight them if possible, Li Xiuning advised. Don't worry. Originally, apart from the Wang family, the other 6 families of the 5 surnames and 7 clans were represented by Cui Xintao to show goodwill to me. Later, Murong Rongxin made them all turn against me. Only the Cui family of Qinghe did not take advantage of my misfortune. Now, I'm sending Cheng Yaojin to invite him to show my sincerity and to see if Cui Xingyuan is truly sincere. Aren't the 5 surnames and 7 clans supposed to be of one blood? I want to see how much their oaths are worth in the face of self-interest. Brother-in-law, your move was brilliant. It was like killing without drawing blood. Li Xiuning clapped his hands and cheered. Have some tea, have some tea. Hey, Yaojin, what brings you here today? Are you too idle after resigning from your post? Cui Xingyuan came to the door to greet him personally after hearing the servant's report. Brother-in-law, although I have resigned from my official post, I still have many things to attend to. The main reason I came today is that Prince Consort Qin asked me to come and invite you, Cheng Yaojin said proudly. Oh, it must have cost Prince Consort Qin a lot to get you, this little devil, to come and invite me. Apart from the king of Qin, there shouldn't be anyone who can easily command you, Cui Xingyuan said in surprise. Yes, and there's your precious little sister. She's really amazing. I have no choice but to take her orders. Speaking of which, Prince Consort Qin is really incredible. I only came to invite you because I lost a bet with him this time, Cheng Yaojin said with a smile. What bet? You, Cheng Yaojin, are not one to never lose a bet. So how could you lose this time? Cui Xingyuan asked in surprise. I just wanted Chu Mo to fight me. Who would have thought that Chu Mo had only been his disciple for less than 3 months? But his martial arts skills were unimaginably strong. Do you know how many moves it took Chu Mo to defeat me? Cheng Yaojin was not only not frustrated, but also very excited. How many moves? Even if Chu Mo could defeat you, it would take at least 300 to 500 moves. After all, you are a veteran who has been on the battlefield for a long time, while he has never even been to a real battlefield. The two cannot be compared, Cui Xingyuan analyzed. Alas, I only used 4 moves, and I couldn't withstand the 5th one. You might say I'm talking nonsense, but I can't possibly lose face for myself or my son, Cheng Yaojin said with a smile. My God, this is unbelievable. Chu Mo has become so powerful after only 3 months of learning from Qin Xiao. If he follows him for 3 years, won't he become the #1 war god of the Tang Dynasty? Cui Xingyuan exclaimed. Don't make a fuss. You are the patriarch of the Cui clan of Qinghe, one of the 5 prominent families. If the servants see you like this, it will be unbecoming of your status. Oh, by the way, Prince Consort Qin is still waiting for us, Cheng Yaojin said anxiously. All right, then I'll have the steward prepare some gifts. I'm really looking forward to what Prince Consort Qin wants to ask me to do, Cui Xingyuan said with a sigh. It must be that the other 5 families of the 5 clans and 7 families turned against him, which made Prince Consort Qin see their true colors. Only you did not take advantage of their misfortune in court. I estimate that he wants to give you some reward, but the specifics will need to be discussed in person, Cheng Yaojin said after thinking for a moment. Chapter 55 Reaching a Cooperation. Prince Consort Qin, may I ask what brings you here today, having Yaojin summon me? Cui Xingyuan asked respectfully. Chief Cui, let's be frank. Originally, when your brother came to talk to me about cooperation, I said I would see how you performed. But how much time has passed? I won't even mention the Wang family. They were already mortal enemies. But the other 5 families, having received new benefits from the Tiyuhan Morong, actually wanted my wife to marry someone else. They really will stop at nothing for profit. So, I've decided that I will not do any business with them. And although your Cui family didn't speak up for me in court, they didn't collude with them. My principle is, I will not offend others unless they offend me, but if they do, I will punish them no matter how far away they are. Therefore, I have decided to give you the perfume set as your distributor. Apart from Chang'an City, you'll be responsible for selling everything else. I'll give you 20% of the market price. How you want to operate it is none of my business. What do you think? Qin Xiao said expressionlessly. First of all, thank you, Prince Consort Qin, for your trust and support of the Cui family. On behalf of the Chui family, I thank you. Secondly, I am also very grateful that you have granted me the nationwide agency rights. However, could the price be reduced a bit? Chui Xinyuan said excitedly. This is the only price we can offer. From now on, it will mainly depend on your performance. I don't like people who are fickle or opportunistic. As long as you do things to my satisfaction, I guarantee that within 5 years, the wealth of your Chui family in Qinghe will exceed that of the other 6 families combined. I hope you, as the leader, will exercise restraint and discipline your subordinates well. Qin Xiao said casually. Don't worry, Prince Consort Qin, I will definitely keep my men in check. Besides, with Yao Jin's connection, I will absolutely not go against you. Chui Xinyuan said respectfully. Then arrange for someone to come and connect with Ma Sanbao tomorrow. I'll explain everything clearly. Come, have some tea. How about this to Hong Pao? We'll be having lunch soon, so you can stay here, Qin Xiao said politely. Thank you for your hospitality, Prince Consort Qin. I am truly flattered. I heard from Yao Jin that your family's cuisine is top-notch in the Tang Dynasty. In my opinion, if it's top-notch in the Tang Dynasty, then it must be the best in the world. What delicious food could barbarians possibly make? Patriarch Chui, you flatter me too much. It was just a simple meal, nothing to brag about being the best in the world. We can visit each other more often in the future, Qin Xiao replied politely. At this moment, Li Xiuning came down from upstairs with his family. The 3rd floor was now occupied by his family. This humble subject, Chui Xinyuan, greets your Highness Prince Qin and your Highness Princess Qin. Chui Xinyuan turned around and saw them, then immediately stood up and bowed. No need for formalities, Patriarch Chui. What brings you to my brother-in-law's house today? Li Xiuning asked with a smile. The main thing is that everything in Prince Consort Qin's house is too attractive. These are things that money can't buy. It's so hot outside, but it's as cool as autumn inside, Chui Xinyuan exclaimed. Master Chui, as long as you do things to my satisfaction, it's not impossible for you to own a house like mine. In fact, no power or family in the entire Tang Dynasty can afford to buy this house, including the royal family. Based on the current valuation, it should be worth at least 5 million strings of cash. However, I've already started researching various materials, and the glass for making windows will soon be available, Qin Xiao explained. Really? That's wonderful. Prince Consort Qin, please don't forget me, old Chui. I will definitely be your most loyal supporter. Chui Xinyuan said eagerly. Don't worry, I won't mistreat my own people. I may be a bit cruel to my enemies, but I'll treat my family and friends even better than I treat myself, Qin Xiao chuckled. Chui Xinyuan thought to himself, Qin Xiao, you are not just cruel to your enemies, you are inhumane. The 3,000 members of the Wang family have been turned into idiots in the blink of an eye, and now the Wang family has to support them. This is far more cruel than killing them. At least, their deaths would end everything, and the Wang family wouldn't have to spend money to provide for their basic needs, nor would they generate any economic income. Morong Rongxin lost all 4 limbs. More than 1,000 guards, each of them lost an arm. This was a very cruel thing, and only Qin Xiao dared to do it. If Chui Xinyuan knew that Qin Xiao had destroyed a city of Tuyuhan, tricked the Tuhan ruler Murong Fuyun, wiped out 50,000 Tuyuhan soldiers, and burned all of the royal family's grain, then what he had done before could only be described as merciful. Godfather, Lizzie wants to watch Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Can you help Lizzie set it up? Lizzie pouted and acted coquettishly. Okay, today, your godfather will show you Boonie Bears. It's really good. Do you want to watch it? Qin Xiao coaxed happily. Yes, thank you, godfather. Okay, watch for a little while now, but you have to eat properly when you eat later, and then you can watch again after you finish eating, okay? Qin Xiao coaxed patiently. Okay, godfather. Father, why does my sister call him godfather, while I call him uncle? Li Chengqian asked curiously. Li Chengqian was the eldest son of Li Xiuning, born to Princess Changsun, the wife of the Prince of Qin, in the 2nd year of the Wuda era. He was named Chengqian. Some historians later analyzed that this name was meant to signify inheriting the imperial cause and ruling the world. This analysis is incorrect. At that time, Li Yuan's intended successor to the empire was Crown Prince Li Jianxing, while Li Xiuning was merely a prince. That's because your uncle liked daughters, but he didn't have any himself, so he recognized Lizzie as his goddaughter, which is also his intention as a godfather, Li Xiuning explained. Isn't the Tang Dynasty supposed to favor sons over daughters? Why does my uncle like Lizzie, but not me? Li Chengqian asked, puzzled. That's utter nonsense. Hasn't your uncle given you plenty of good food? How could he not like you? It's just that your sister is young, so your uncle is especially concerned about her. Empress Zhongsun scolded. Chengqian, If I hear you say such things again, be careful, your father will beat you, understand? Li Xiuning said angrily. I understand, father. I dare not do it again, Li Chengqian said, feeling wronged. Chengqian, a real man should stand tall and protect his family and his country. How can he do this? He should study hard and set goals for himself. Your father was able to lead 3,000 men to annihilate an enemy army of 100,000. This wasn't achieved by competing for favor with his brothers and sisters. It required paying a price that ordinary people couldn't bear. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Thank you for your guidance, uncle. Chengqian understands. Li Chengqian nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Brother-in-law, when Chengqian is a little older, let him study under you. As long as he is willing to work hard, he will definitely become a person who is both literate and skilled in martial arts, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Chapter 56. The Wang family's conspiracy. Clan leader, something terrible has happened. Butler Wang Su stumbled in, shouting loudly. Your clan leader is perfectly fine. How can you act so irrationally? What kind of behavior is this? Is your job as steward done? Is something wrong and you're in such a panic? Wang Guangming rebuked angrily. Chief, all the grain we sent to Tiyuan has been burned. What are we going to do? Steward Wang Su said tremblingly. What? How is this possible? I sent so many troops to escort it. How could it be burned? Tell me what happened right now. Wang Guangming roared, clutching his chest. Clan leader, let General Wang come in and tell you the whole story. Wang Su, fearing he might be implicated, quickly tried to shirk responsibility. Wang Nan, get the hell out here right now. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I'll cut your head off and use it as a chamber pot. Wang Guangming's voice trembled with anger. Reporting to the clan chief, for days ago at the hour of Cho, 1 to 3 a.m., while we were all resting, a group of cavalry suddenly appeared and threw out many burning earthenware pots. However, after these pots set the grain ablaze, we couldn't extinguish them with water. Wang Nan said, kneeling on the ground. How many of them are there? Why don't you order your soldiers to kill them? Wang Guangming asked. They are dressed in black armor, carrying long spears, wearing bronze demon masks, and riding Fergana horses, all from the great Yuan kingdom. There are probably less than 200 of them. We can't get close to them at all, Wang Nan explained desperately. So what if your equipment is superior? You have 10,000 soldiers. A single piss from that many could drown them, Wang Guangming retorted angrily. Clan leader, they didn't intend to get entangled with us. They left after setting the fire, and they left behind this Azura token, which is exactly the same as the one in the family of the Grand Tutor Inashu. As far as I know, the destruction of a city of Tiyuan, the intrusion into the Tuhan Fuzi city palace to threaten their king Murong Fuyun, and the annihilation of 50,000 Tan soldiers were all done by these people, Wang Nan said, trembling with fear. What? The Azura order has reappeared? What kind of organization is this? Why does a mere 200 people have such great strength? I've never heard of it before, Wang Guangming said in surprise. Yes, clan leader, this mysterious organization is truly bizarre. Their fire is impossible to extinguish, their equipment costs at least hundreds of thousands of coins, and their movements are as unpredictable as ghosts, Wang Nan said in horror. Wang Su, quickly go and invite all the elders of the family to a meeting, Wang Guangming ordered. Upon receiving the news, all the high-ranking members of the Wang family immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed over. Seeing Wang Nan kneeling and begging for mercy, and the clan chief with a gloomy face, they all knew that something serious must have happened to the grain. Wang Nan, repeat everything you just told me to everyone again, without omitting a single word, or I'll have you dragged out and fed to the dogs, Wang Guangming said angrily. Wang Nan had no choice but to bite the bullet and recount his experience word for word, which stunned everyone, who had never expected such a thing to happen. Elders, what are your thoughts on this matter? Please feel free to voice any questions you may have, and we can discuss and resolve them together. Wang Guangming surveyed the room with his gaze. Clan leader, we still don't know how we offended this damned Azura organization. What kind of organization is it? Wang Guangliang said in great fear. I don't know what kind of organization this is, or what their purpose is, let alone what we've done to offend them, Wang Guangming said helplessly. Clan leader, we've suffered heavy losses this time. We're out of operating funds. What should we do? Perhaps we should borrow some from other clans first, otherwise it will be really difficult to continue, said the third elder, Wang Zhenshi. There's no need to worry about that. I've already made preparations. Have you forgotten that I once bought a perfume set for 50,000 strings of cash, intending to resell it after it appreciates in value? Now, although there's no question of appreciation, It should be able to be sold at the original price without any problem. With these 50,000 strings of cash, we can solve our immediate crisis. Now let's discuss this Azura organization. Wang Guangming handed the Azura token in his hand to an elder beside him and explained. The clan leader is wise. Gentlemen, do you think this Azura organization has anything to do with Qin Xiao? Or is Qin Xiao the mastermind behind this organization? Wang Guangliang asked after thinking for a moment. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His Highness the Crown Prince, and we all supported selling his wife to Tuohan. Given the hatred of having his wife taken away, if he is related to this organization, with the capabilities of this organization, with the power to enter the Tuohan royal palace undetected, do you think he would let us go easily? Do we even have a chance to hold this meeting here? Besides the imperial palace of my great Tang Dynasty, where else in the Tang Dynasty is there a place with such tight security as the Tuohan royal palace? Is there a crown prince's residence like that? After the crown prince first offended Qin Xiao had declared he would teach the crown prince a lesson, but why hadn't he made a move yet? This could only mean that Qin Xiao wasn't strong enough. If the Azura organization were his, wouldn't he be targeting the crown prince? Wang Gui explained. Brother Gui is right. Qin Xiao couldn't possibly be connected to this Azura organization. If he were, our Wang family would have been wiped out long ago, Wang Guangming explained. Even if it wasn't that brat Qin Xiao, he caused us so much trouble, we absolutely cannot let him off easily. He must pay a heavy price, Wang Guangliang said excitedly. The problem is that his personal skills are too strong. The 3,000 private soldiers we sent out became idiots. Is it really possible to make a difference if we send 10,000? Wang Guangming said anxiously. If open methods don't work, we'll try covert ones. We still have 1,000 shadow assassins. As long as we send them out at night to silently enter houses and assassinate people, surely 1,000 men can't kill one person? Wang Guangliang said excitedly. This method is indeed feasible, but we must not harm Princess Pingyang. Otherwise, we will have no way to explain it to the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince, Wang Gui urged anxiously. But the problem is that Princess Pingyang is already carrying Qin Xiao's illegitimate child. What if, after the baby is born, it finds out that we are the murderers of her father? Will it seek revenge on us? Wang Guangming asked anxiously. We'll sneak in unnoticed, so Princess Pingyang won't know it was us. That should do it, Wang Guangliang explained. Guangliang, you'll be in charge of this matter. Get rid of Qin Xiao, this menace, as soon as possible, Wang Guangming declared decisively. Chapter 57. Debt collectors arrive at the door. Reporting to the clan chief, Prince Murong Xian of Tuohan is outside requesting an audience. A servant ran in and said, Didn't Murong Rongshin break all 4 limbs? Isn't it said that it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone? It's only been a few days. He can already walk on the ground. Wang Guangliang said curiously. Reporting to the second master, Murong Rongshin is not well. He was carried here on a stretcher by the guards. The servant replied. Wang Su, go and lead Murong Rongshin to the main hall. Tell him I'm in an important family meeting and ask him to wait a moment, Wang Guangming instructed. Yes, chieftain. This Murong Rongshin must have received news that our grain was burned. Now he's definitely causing us trouble and wants his deposit back, Wang Guangliang said angrily. What can we do? After all, he represents Tuohan. No matter how powerful our family is, we can't go against a country, Wang Jin said helplessly. Sigh? Well, let's just take it one step at a time. I'll try my best to delay the repayment. When you get back, try to think of some other solutions, Wang Guangming explained. After the meeting ended, everyone went to their own work, but Wang Guangming could only bite the bullet and walk into the main hall. Wow, Prince Murong, what brings you here today? Are you feeling any better? The imperial physicians in the palace are still very skilled. Wang Guangming forced a smile. What wind? A wicked wind. How does your Wang family do things? Perfectly good grain was burned, and you didn't even tell me before burning it. Are you trying to steal my deposit? Murong Rongshin said excitedly. Your Highness, please don't get agitated. Agitation is bad for your health. I just received the news myself, and am currently convening a family meeting with the higher-ups to discuss how to catch the murderer and return your deposit, Wang Guangming said politely. Have you reached a conclusion? When do you plan to return my money? Murong Rongshin asked. Prince Murong, how about this? I'll continue to buy grain. Once I've bought the same amount as last time, you can arrange for people to transport it yourselves. The price will be 15 coins per dough. What do you think? Wang Guangming said very amiably. Not good enough. I just want you to deliver the grain to the border between Tuohan and the Tang Dynasty. Otherwise, you can return the money. Murong Rongshin's attitude was very tough. All right then, I'll think of another way. Wang Guangming said dejectedly. I'll give you another week. After 1 week, you must either return the money or provide the food. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. All right, I'm going back now, Murong Rongxin said very seriously. Okay, I'll see you off. Wang Guangming said sincerely. After seeing Murong Rongxin off, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that rice was still 10 coins per dough, so he could still make a profit. Using the price difference to compensate for the burned grain could reduce many losses. If the money were directly returned to Murray, his losses would be too great. However, transportation is a major problem right now. All 4 of my vehicles have been burned, and buying new ones would be a huge expense. Even if he bought it, what if he ran into those Azura organizations with bronze demon masks again? He really didn't dare to gamble now, and he couldn't afford to. Chief, we don't need to escort them ourselves. We can have someone else deliver them for us. We just need to pay the transportation fee, Wang Su explained. What kind of entity is this? Is it reliable? Wang Guangming asked excitedly. It seems to be called Lantian Logistics Company. They specialize in delivering other people's goods to various places in Datong. They should be a reputable company, Wang Su explained. Lantian Logistics Company? It's Lantian County again. This must be related to that bastard Qin Xiao again. Why would he come up with so many strange things? Wang Guangming said angrily. It's very likely that it's related to Qin Xiao. Lantian County has practically become their private property now, Wang Su sighed. Have someone investigate the situation first. Also, find a way to sell the perfume set at the original price and continue to buy large quantities of grain, Wang Guangming instructed. Yes, clan leader, I will arrange for people to take care of it immediately, Wang Su said solemnly. Go ahead. Be careful and cautious in your work, Wang Guangming instructed. Wang Su left excitedly, but Wang Guangming was still very uneasy. He had a feeling that things wouldn't go smoothly. This might be because he was afraid of setbacks, or it might be a man's sixth sense. But no matter what, he could not back down, because he had no way out. Having served as the clan leader for nearly 10 years, he had never been so exhausted as he had been during this period. Sambao, starting tomorrow, the perfume sets in Chang'an will be sold for 80 strings of cash each for 10 consecutive days. The rest will be sold to the Chui family of Qinghe for 80 strings of cash each. Also, keep an eye on the Wang family's movements, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, Your Highness. Do you think the Wang family will resort to some underhanded tactics against us? Ma Sambao asked. The Wang family suffered heavy losses this time, and they will definitely try to make up for it. Didn't you say that they once spent 50,000 strings of cash to buy our perfume set? I suspect they might be facing cash flow problems right now, and will sell the perfume sets to alleviate their financial difficulties. Also, they might be struggling to find the real culprit who burned their food supplies. They might take their anger out on us, so you all need to be on high alert these next few days. The entire Qin family lives here, so be especially careful not to frighten the children. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Your Highness, rest assured. We live right next door, there will be absolutely no mistakes. We're not afraid of the regular army, so why would we be afraid of the Wang family's private soldiers? He Panren patted his chest and assured him. During the day, I'll kill as many as they come, but it would be more troublesome if they came at night. Besides, the princess is pregnant and can't be frightened, Qin Xiao instructed. Don't worry, Your Highness. I've set up 2 more sentries along the way to our villa. That should be enough to prevent any enemy attacks, He Panren said, somewhat smugly. Qin Xiao also noticed something, but he didn't say anything. Some things, you can't turn back until you've experienced them yourself. Only when you feel the pain do you realize you were wrong. He knew that He Panren had not achieved any brilliant victories while following Li Xiuning before, but the mission he had accomplished this time was a feat that had never been seen before in history. Clearly, He Panren has become somewhat arrogant. His confidence has reached its peak, and he thinks he is already very powerful, so he doesn't take the Wang family's private army seriously at all. Okay, then you guys go ahead and do your own thing, Qin Xiao said. Chapter 58. It's hard to guard against a thief within your own family. The next morning, Wang Su frantically bought up grain as Wang Guangming had instructed, and Ma Sambao, upon learning of this, quickly gathered people to transport large quantities of rice from Lantian County. He wished he could sell all the grain he had stockpiled over the past few years, because the new hybrid rice would be ready for harvest soon. Wang Guangming had already instructed his younger brother, Wang Guangliang, to delay taking action against Qin Xiao to avoid any unforeseen complications. This time, there absolutely could not be any more mistakes, otherwise, the Wang family would truly be doomed. When a servant reported that the grain purchase was going very smoothly, he finally showed a long-lost smile. However, His good mood did not last long before Wang Su walked in dejectedly. Wang Su, what happened? Why are you so listless? Wang Guangming asked. Chieftain, I just inquired and found that the price of perfume sets on the market has dropped to 80 strings of cash each. What should we do? Wang Su said with a mournful face. How is this possible? This product has such a high market response. It can only appreciate in value. It's absolutely impossible for it to depreciate. Wang Guangming exclaimed in surprise. That's indeed the case. I suspect Qin Xiao is behind this again. Clan leader, what do you think we should do? Wang Su asked nervously. If we sell it for 80 strings of cash, we'll lose 10,000 strings. That's outrageous. Let's go find Murong Rongxin and see if we can sell this perfume set to him. Wang Guangming said after thinking for a moment. Clan leader, there is something I must tell you. Wang Su said solemnly. What is it that you are taking so seriously? Wang Guangming asked curiously. Clan chief, if it's the same product at the same price, customers will definitely buy from Lantian County, Wang Su replied. Why? Aren't our things the same as theirs? Wang Guangming asked, puzzled. Those who buy this perfume set are basically wealthy people. They all have membership cards. Gold members need to spend 1,000 guan to buy it, and can enjoy a 30% discount permanently. Silver members need to spend 800 strings of cash and enjoy a 20% discount, while bronze members need to spend 500 strings of cash and enjoy a 10% discount. Therefore, their highest price now is only 72 strings of cash. Wang Su explained. Why didn't we buy a membership back then? Good heavens. 50,000 guan with a 30% discount. Only 35,000 guan, plus a 1,000 guan membership fee. Only 36,000 guan. You saved a full 14,000 strings of cash. Are you an idiot? Can't you even do this math? What use is a steward like you to me? Wang Guangming cursed angrily. No, clan leader, please let me explain. Oh, no, I mean explain. I was too busy buying grain, so I asked Wang Yuan to do it. I only found out about the members today. Go and bring that brat Wang Yuan over here right now. Wang Guangming was already furious. Yes, chieftain. Actually, Wang Su asked Wang Yuan to handle this matter. They bought a gold membership and made a profit from the price difference. Wang Su received 10,000 guan, and Wang Yuan received 4,000 guan. Originally, he thought he had covered his tracks perfectly, but now the truth can't be hidden forever. When the scandal broke, Wang Su quickly came to call Wang Yuan, but he didn't come to discuss it with him. Instead, he wanted to use him as a scapegoat. Wang Yuan, the clan leader needs to see you and wants you to come over immediately, Wang Su said. Steward Wang, doesn't the clan leader usually come to you when he has something to do, and then you give us instructions? Why did he specifically call me today? Wang Yuan asked nervously. Perhaps it's because you've been behaving well lately, and I mentioned it to the clan leader, so he might be thinking of rewarding you. Come on, the clan leader is waiting. Wang Su said with a smile. Okay, thank you, butler. Wang Yuan lowered his guard and followed Wang Su into the main hall. Greetings, chieftain. Yes, you must be Wang Yuan. Yes, chieftain. I heard that you handled the perfume set matter all by yourself, and you did a good job. Wang Guangming deliberately lowered the other party's guard. Thank you for your trust, clan leader. This is all thanks to the steward's guidance. Only then could I have done things well, Wang Yuan said modestly. In the past, Wang Guangming would have been overjoyed to hear such flattery, but now he was so worried about money that he wished he could split every penny in two. Instead, it felt like an irony and an insult, as if a servant was treating him, the dignified head of a noble family, like a fool. How dare you? Why did you embezzle the family's money? Tell us the truth. Wang Guangming slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Clan leader, I did spend 50,000 strings of cash to buy 500 perfume sets. As for the ladies taking some, I have no right to stop them. Wang Yuan knelt down and begged for mercy in a panic. Guards, drag him out and beat him severely until he confesses, Wang Guangming ordered. Patriarch, spare my life. I'm innocent. Wang Yuan kowtowed desperately. Take him out and beat him. Wang Yuan was dragged into the courtyard by several Wang family guards and thrown heavily to the ground. Before he could react, he was already being hit with sticks. He pleaded while covering his head with his hands, but these guards were trained and didn't hold back. One of the guards struck Wang Yuan on the back of the head with a stick. Wang Yuan rolled his eyes a few times, spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed to the ground. The head guard checked his breath and knew he had passed away. Reporting to the clan leader, Wang Yuan was accidentally killed by the guards. The head guard wore an innocent expression. You bastards. I haven't even found out the truth yet, and you've already killed him. Wang Guangming cursed angrily. Wang Su had been extremely nervous, fearing that Wang Yuan wouldn't be able to withstand the beating and would implicate him as well. Now, hearing that he had been beaten to death, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Steward Wang, take the guards and go to Wang Yuan's residence immediately to search for the money he embezzled. After that, report to the authorities that Wang Yuan is dead, Wang Guangming instructed. Yes, clan leader, I'll take care of it right away. Wang Su was already making plans in his mind. He was afraid that if his secret was discovered, he would suffer the same fate as Wang Yuan. Therefore, he had secretly made up his mind. They arrived at Wang Yuan's residence with their guards and searched the entire room, but couldn't find any money. Later, one of the guards found 4,000 taels of silver under the wall. What happened? Why is there only 4,000 taels of silver? Where is the other 10,000 taels? Wang Guangming asked angrily. Clan leader, please calm down. Wang Yuan isn't stupid. He would never keep all his money in one place. It's very likely that he's hiding it somewhere else. As long as we keep searching, we will definitely find it, Wang Su explained. Then why don't you hurry up and find it for me? Do you expect me to treat you to lunch? Wang Guangming said indignantly. Chapter 59, The Doting Husband. While the Wang family was busy with their own affairs, a group of guests arrived at Qin Xiao's villa. These people were none other than Li Xiumin's subordinates. Everyone was present except for Hou Junji. Everyone knew that he was the only one who did not step forward to resign from his post in the court that day. After so many years of friendship, we all know each other's character. Hou Junji came from a scoundrel background and had been with Li Xiumin for much longer than Qin Xiao, so he was considered a servant of the Li family. No matter what they do, they always put their own interests first. This time, they may have seen that Li Xiumin had lost power and felt that they no longer needed to follow him, or they may have been reluctant to give up the power they held. You've all come? Didn't Hou Junji come with you? Li Xiumin asked with a smile. King Qin, let it go. Everyone has their own ambitions. Perhaps he thinks that with us all gone, he'll have room to make his mark, Qin Xiao said helplessly. Brother Qin is right. Hou Junji is neither good at literature nor martial arts. Any one of us is better than him. He probably thinks, when there are no tigers in the mountains, monkeys are kings. Cheng Yaojin joked. Ha ha. Yaojin's culture is getting more and more sophisticated. Since Yaojin made an analogy, I'll make one too. In Shu, there are no great generals, so Liao Hua is the vanguard, which perfectly describes the current state of the court, Fang Xianling said with a smile. Yes, let's see what it's really like, right? Yu Qigong chimed in. You all seem to have become literary stars descended to earth. Indeed, as you say, since Hou Junji has chosen my elder brother, I have nothing to say. Let him be. Li Xiumin sighed. Qin Xiao also admired Li Xiumin's personal charisma. Even in such a state, only Hou Junji left him. However, it was a good thing that this troublemaker left. To avoid having to beg Li Xiumin to issue an imperial edict ordering Li Jing to accept him as a disciple later, only to have Li Jing, seeing his poor character, teach him half the lesson and then complain to Li Xiumin. He was full of cunning and even instigated Li Changqian to rebel. Xiumin, you should be secretly happy. When your life was so low, only one person abandoned you, while the others stayed by your side. This is something that is rare and precious. In life, there are many crossroads, and it depends on how you make choices. If you choose correctly, you will enjoy wealth and honor and be remembered in history. If you choose incorrectly, you will be infamous for eternity and suffer eternal damnation. Of course, it's also possible to live a mundane and uneventful life. However, I can tell everyone here, congratulations on choosing a wise and magnanimous ruler. Qin Xiao said loudly. Brother Qin, with your help, what can't we accomplish? Cheng Yaojin stepped forward and said, No, with civil and military officials like you, we can pacify the world. I'd rather stay here with my wife and children. I don't have such lofty ambitions as you. Qin Xiao quickly refused. Brother-in-law, don't you want to help me and the people of the Tang Dynasty who are suffering so much? During the Sui Dynasty, there were nearly 60 million people who were captured and forced to dig the Grand Canal and participate in the 3 campaigns against Goguryeo. And with the wars of these years, the population has declined rapidly. Now, there are only a little over 22 million people left, and most of them are the elderly, the weak, women, and children, Li Xiumin said with a pained expression. We'll see. Don't try to play the emotional card with me. I'm not buying it. I'm not a savior. Why should I interfere with everything? I only need to take care of my own little corner of the world. As the saying goes, national affairs, family affairs, and world affairs are none of my business. Your ideals are different from mine. Your ideal is to save the world, while my ideal is to spend time with my wife. Let me tell you, you won't die if you offend me, but if you offend my wife, you're dead meat. You can't escape to the ends of the earth. Qin Xiao said half-jokingly. Li Xiuning understood the meaning behind the words. His sister was in charge, and as long as his sister agreed, his brother-in-law would help him. This unreliable brother-in-law has all his skills, but he uses them all on his wife. He already dotes on his wife a lot, but it turns out that his brother-in-law is a complete wife-doting maniac. Brother Qin, what is called a card? Sheng Yaojin asked curiously. Qin Xiao turned and went into the storage room, took out several decks of cards, and began to teach everyone the rules of Do Diju and Shuangkou. Everyone was very curious and listened with great interest. Originally, Qin Xiao wanted to exchange for a few mahjong machines, but then he thought that these machines were too noisy, and his wife was pregnant and needed a quiet environment to rest. Because mahjong is very addictive, there's no need to ruin it for these pillars of the prosperous Jingguan era. However, Qin Xiao wants to cause trouble for Li Xiuning and his group. Unfortunately, they don't have electricity, so they can't use the mahjong machine. However, we can sell them mahjong sets. After all, they're only 10 coins a set in the system, which is very cheap. After everyone understood the rules, Qin Xiao first chose 2 people to play Do Diju with him. After a few rounds, everyone knew how to play and started looking for their card-playing partners, while Qin Xiao returned to the hall to accompany Li Xiuning. Fortunately, Qin Xiao brought them all to the basement level. Otherwise, all that noise would have really affected Li Xiuning and Li Ximing's children. You just left so many people down there? Is this how you treat guests? Li Xiuning asked. My wife is the most important person in the world, Qin Xiao said, holding her hand. You've got a sweet tongue. Did you steal some white rabbit candy? Li Xiuning said with a grin. Godmother, I want to eat white rabbit milk candy too, Li Lizzie said coquettishly. You've already eaten several today. You can't eat any more, otherwise your teeth will get cavities. Changsun Wugo quickly stopped her. It's all right, we'll brush Lizzie's little bunny teeth with a toothbrush later, Qin Xiao offered, and Li Lizzie, who had been pouting, became happy again. You spoil that girl so much. How is Wugo supposed to educate her? If you spoil our children like this in the future, I'll beat them all up, big and small. Li Xiuning said, pulling Qin Xiao's ear. Are you willing to do that? Godmother, you're not allowed to bully my godfather, Li Lizzie said, hands on her hips and pouting. See, I told you so. A daughter is a father's warm little cotton-padded jacket. Qin Xiao said proudly. You're so beautiful. No wonder you wanted a daughter. I've made up my mind. I'm going to have a son, Li Xiuning said happily. You think you can have whatever you want? Even if the emperor issued an imperial edict, it wouldn't be possible. Qin Xiao teased. No, I must have a son. I don't want a daughter. Daughters are too close to you, but sons are closer to their mothers, Li Xiuning said coquettishly. You two stop it. There are children here. And I'm here right here. If you want to show off your love, please do it inside your room. Empress Changsun protested. Wugo, you can also go to Qin. We won't stop you, Li Xiuning said with a smile. You two are a perfect match, Empress Changsun said with a laugh. Chapter 60, Alliance of Aristocratic Families. Taking advantage of the pretext of searching for Wang Yuan's hidden money, Wang Su dismissed the guards. After arriving home, he did not explain the truth to his family, but instead took a fine horse and quietly left Chang'an. He had already exchanged the 10,000 strings of cash he had embezzled for 100 taels of gold. This time, he decided to abandon his wife and children and take the money he had earned before and the 100 taels of gold to the south to start a new life. After carefully disguising himself, he left the Wang family. He knew that the Wang family had great power in the north, and the south was his only option. The next morning, after Wang Guangming finished breakfast, he remembered that he was supposed to go to Murong Rongxin's place to discuss something the day before, but he was delayed because of the perfume set. Why didn't I see the butler this morning? Wang Guangming asked his servant. Reporting to the clan leader, we haven't seen the steward all morning, the servant replied. Then you should go to his house right away and see if he's sick. Yes, chieftain. After Wang Guangming finished his breakfast, he saw the servant rushing over. Reporting to the clan leader, I asked the steward's family, and he didn't go home to sleep last night. We haven't seen him today either. Could something have happened? Hurry up and have the head guard send out more men to search. Also, have the head guard make arrangements so I can go to the Honglu Temple to see the new Prince Morong of Tian. Yes, chieftain. Notify me immediately if there is any news about the housekeeper. Escorted by the Wang family guards, Wang Guangming arrived at the Honglu Temple, which was specially used by the Tang Dynasty to receive foreign envoys. After explaining his purpose, the guards allowed them to enter only after obtaining new permission from Murong Rongxin. Clan Chief Wang, are you here today to repay the debt? Murong Rongxin asked with a smile. Prince Murong, I'm currently preparing the grain. I've come today to show you something special. What is this? Quickly take it out and let me see it. Prince Murong, this is called a perfume 4-piece set. This is a very fragrant liquid. Spraying a little bit on your body can make the fragrance last all day. This is called soap. It can clean the dirt off your body and leaves a pleasant fragrance. This is called a towel. It can be used to wash your face and body. This is called socks. They are comfortable to wear. You can try it out first. Right now, this set sells for 80 strings of cash on the market, but I can give you 70 strings to settle my debt to you, Wang Guangming said humbly. Chief Wang, you may not understand my Tuyan. We are not as precious as you Tang people. We are used to eating meat in large quantities and do not care about the smell on our bodies. Prince Murong, we are all men, and only men understand men's thoughts. If your concubine smelled sweet, wouldn't you be more interested? Yes, what Chief Wang said does make some sense. However, this price is too high for me. If it were cheaper, I might consider it. Then may I ask, Your Highness Murong, how much would it cost to satisfy you? Murong Rongxin unhesitatingly held up 5 fingers, which greatly worried Wang Guangming. He had bought it for 100 strings of cash and sold it for 50 strings, which was a huge loss. No, absolutely not. I bought it for 100 strings of cash, and selling it for 70 strings is my bottom line. All right, I'll add a little more, 60. That's my highest price. If you don't agree, then please go ahead. Murong Rongxin said decisively. Seeing how determined Murong was to accept the offer, Wang Guangming had no choice but to accept it. After all, the market price was 80 guan, but gold members could buy it for only 56 guan. All right then, I have 450 sets. I'll have someone deliver them to you later. Well, if there's nothing else, then go ahead and do your thing. Okay. When Wang Guangming returned home, a servant reported that the 5 clans and 7 families had sent someone to summon him to a meeting at the Zheng family's residence. He had no choice but to instruct his servant to deliver the perfume set to Murong Rongxin and hurried over there. Now, he needed the help of the other prominent families. Upon arriving at the Zheng family's secret meeting room, he found that everyone was already there except for the Cui family of Qingha. He quickly went up to greet them. Esteemed clan leaders, I am late. I hope you will understand. I went out to take care of some business. Wang Guangming apologized. It's all right. We know you've been busy lately. Everyone understands, said Zheng Jianliang, the head of the Zheng family. Why hasn't the Cui family patriarch from Qingha arrived yet? Wang Guangming asked, looking around. From now on, it'll just be the 5 surnames and 6 clans. Cui Xinyuan has already betrayed us, and everyone has decided to expel him from our ranks, Lu Yuwang said angrily. What's going on? Cui Xinyuan has already sided with Qin Xiao and is now selling 4-piece perfume sets in other cities. I heard he got the national distributorship and the price is 80 guan per set, Cui Bo said with a frown. This price is a trap. Has Cui Xinyuan lost his mind? Wang Guangming said angrily. What do you mean? In fact, if you spend 1,000 guan to buy a gold membership in Chang'an City, you can get a 30% discount, which is 70 guan per membership. It's cheaper than what's given to Cui Xinyuan. Does he still have any profit to make? Wang Guangming explained. Oh, I heard that it's only 80 guan now, and after the discount it's only 56 guan. Can't we make a profit from that? Think about it. We buy at 56 strings of cash and sell at 80 strings of cash, and we can still make a profit. But can Cui Xinyuan sell a piece for 80 strings of cash? Li Xiuning said happily. This is a great idea. If we execute it well, the Cui Xinyuan family will be severely damaged this time, and it might even be their downfall, Lu Yuwang said excitedly. I'm sorry, everyone. I can only offer you my moral support. There's really nothing else I can do, Wang Guangming said helplessly. Brother Wang, what's going on? Aren't we, the 5 surnames and 7 clans, of one mind and share weal and woe? Zheng Jianliang asked impatiently. Some time ago, I became enemies with Qin Xiao and started a grain war. You should all have heard about this. Originally, I had already lost, but then Murong Xian from Tuyuan came to find me. They want to buy it for 25 coins per dough, on the condition that I help them in court to marry Princess Pingyang to the ruler of Tuyuan. Originally, once this matter was resolved, I would not only have solved my cash flow problem, but I could also have made a fortune. However, no one could have imagined that an organization holding the Shura token would burn all the grain I was transporting to Tuyuan. The Tuyuan are now demanding grain from me, so I simply don't have any extra funds to suppress the Cui clan of Qingha. I can only apologize to everyone, Wang Guangming said with a dejected face. Actually, we've heard a little about your situation, So we just discussed it and decided that each family would contribute 50,000 strings of cash to help you get through this difficult time, Zheng Jinliang explained. Thank you all for your support. With this money, I can join your team and suppress the Cui family of Qinghe, Wang Guangming said excitedly. While they were chatting happily, little did they know that the maidservant who was constantly pouring water for them had memorized every word of their secret plot. In fact, although the 5 surnames and 7 clans intermarried, they were not a monolithic entity. They had spies planted in each other, possibly ranging from family guards to horse grooms. Chapter 61, A Turtle in a Jar. Cui Xingyuan quickly received the secret report, which startled him. After calming down, he immediately rewarded the maid who reported the news with 100 strings of cash. Because this news came at just the right time. If it hadn't come, he would have suffered a huge loss on the perfume set worth 200,000 guan that he bought from Qin Xiao. After thinking for a long time, he decided that he had to tell Qin Xiao about this matter and let him decide what to do next. He immediately had his servants prepare an ordinary carriage and hurriedly headed to Lantian County. Clan Chief Cui, what brings you here today? Qin Xiao said politely. Prince Consort Qin, something terrible has happened. We've just received news that the other 6 powerful families are having a secret meeting and have decided to unite against me. Has your perfume set in Chang'an been reduced to 80 strings of cash? Cui Xingyuan asked very sincerely. Yes, I originally intended to use it to deal with the Wang family, and incidentally, to trick the other powerful families. Now, what are the other powerful families' decisions? Qin Xiao asked. They plan to buy up large quantities of my products from you at the price of a gold member and then resell them to various cities in order to suppress me. Cui Xingyuan said excitedly. It seems my trick of luring the snake out of its hole is starting to work. Next, I'll trap them like turtles in a jar, and they'll end up with nothing. I'll write you a warrant later. You can go to Ma Sanbao and get a perfume set worth 200,000 guan for free. That's equivalent to giving you a set at cost price of 40 guan. Upon returning, they immediately began distributing flyers and posting notices in various cities, stating that anyone who purchased a membership would receive an unexpected surprise. Sell it at the normal price of 100 strings of cash first. Once they start selling, you can sell it at the promotional member price of 50 strings of cash. This promotion is only valid for 3 days, Qin Xiao explained patiently. Prince Consort Qin, isn't a 3-day event too short? What if they resell it after the event? What should we do then? Cui Xingyuan asked, puzzled. Of the 4 perfume sets, the perfume is the least durable, but it can still last for 10 days to half a month. Not to mention the socks and towels, they can last for a year. If we sell at half price, do you think customers will buy in bulk? And once they buy in bulk, will they still buy goods from those aristocratic families? Qin Xiao asked rhetorically. Of course we can't continue buying their goods. Prince Consort Qin, you are truly amazing. You have calculated everything perfectly. I admire you greatly. It's a good thing I didn't become your enemy. You are truly terrifying. Cui Xingyuan nodded excitedly and praised him repeatedly. This situation is a bit special. After the price returns to normal, I will give you 50 strings of cash. Don't worry. There will be plenty of ways to make money in the future. I guarantee you'll be counting money until your hands cramp up, Qin Xiao said confidently. Oh, by the way, each family plans to lend 50,000 strings of cash to the Wang family so that they can get through this crisis. Also, the Wang family is buying up a lot of the rice you sold, preparing to compensate to Johan. Cui Xingyuan explained. No wonder, the amount of grain sold these past 2 days has more than doubled compared to before. I want to see how he's going to transport it to Tuyahan. I'll make sure all the money they lent to the Wang family goes down the drain. Qin Xiao said confidently. All right, I'm already on your side. They've already considered me their mortal enemy, and many clan leaders oppose my decision. Therefore, I must produce some results as soon as possible to prove that my choice was right. I look forward to that day coming soon. With one less member of the Wang family, I will have less pressure. Now I'm going to collect the goods. Give this order to General Ma. He will arrange everything. Don't worry. Your stress will pass soon, and you will be greeted with endless surprises. Qin Xiao handed over a piece of paper. Thank you, Prince Consort Qin. I'll take my leave now. Cui Xingyuan respectfully accepted the gift. Brother-in-law, you are truly amazing. This was all within your expectations. The aristocratic families will suffer heavy losses this time. I'm so excited, Li Xiuning said happily. This is called economic warfare. Although there are no swords or guns, the financial losses are no less than those in a real war, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, a servant reports that the secluded paradise and the women's high-class club have been renovated. Would you like to go and give them your guidance, and also take a look at where there are any shortcomings? Li Xiuning asked excitedly. No need. Just send the managers, chefs, masseuses, and other staff I've trained over there. I'll stay home with my wife and kids. Qin Xiao said nonchalantly. Actually, he really wanted to visit Chang'an and see how magnificent this city, known as the world's premier city, truly was. But the damned system wouldn't allow it, and he had no way to resist. Erlang, you always boast that you are the best husband in the Tang Dynasty, but look at your brother-in-law. To borrow a phrase from him, there is no harm without comparison. Empress Zhangsun teased. If my husband hadn't appeared, my precious third brother would definitely be the #1 husband in the Tang Dynasty. Alas, now he can only rank second at best, Li Xiuning said smugly. Second sister, I've noticed that you've become increasingly wicked since you married your husband. You're always insulting people. Is it really meaningful for you to insult your own brother like this? Li Xiuning said, frowning. Haha, there's a saying, birds of a feather flock together, and your second sister and I are a perfect match, Qin Xiao said with a grin. Brother-in-law, other couples follow the husband's lead, but you've turned it around. Where is your authority as husband? Have you no shame? Li Xiuning said angrily. How much does a husband's authority cost per pound? How much does shamelessness cost per pound? I don't care what others say. As long as my wife is happy, everything else is nonsense, Qin Xiao said casually. Ugh, I'm talking to a brick wall. I'll borrow a phrase from you. A tree without bark will surely die, and a person without shame is invincible. Li Xiuning patted his forehead. Giggle, giggle. Honey, if the baby is born, will you still spoil me like this? Li Xiuning asked sweetly. Yes, absolutely. If I don't spoil you, who will I spoil? Qin Xiao replied without hesitation. Godfather, spoil me. Li Lizzie quickly raised her hand and said, Ha ha, my precious daughter, of course I'll spoil her. Today, your godfather will personally cook the most delicious food for you, Qin Xiao said, picking up Li Lizzie. Thank you, godfather. I want to eat lion's head meatballs, and I also want to eat chicken stew with mushrooms, and. Li Lizzie said, counting on her fingers. Erlang, let's go home in a few days. I'm really afraid that Lizzie will become a spoiled and willful child because her brother-in-law pampers her like this, Changsun Wugo said worriedly. Don't worry. Your brother-in-law knows what he's doing. With his ability to turn the world upside down, how could he not teach a little kid? He just thinks Lizzie is too young and doesn't need any formal education yet, Li Xiuning explained. Second sister is right. With brother-in-law's abilities and methods, such a wise man, how could he be defeated by a little girl like Lizzie? Li Xiuning said with a smile. That makes sense, then I'm relieved. But, having gotten used to such a convenient and comfortable villa, what will I do when I return to the Prince of Qin's residence? Changsun Wugo began to worry again. Don't worry. Once it happens, it will happen again. There will be more in the future. Didn't your brother-in-law say that glass windows are already in mass production, and other things will be ready soon? Li Xiuning comforted her. Chapter 62. Who will win? 5 more days passed. During these 5 days, Qin Xiao had Ma Sanbao sell large quantities of rice and perfume sets, and the 5 surnames and 7 noble families accepted all orders. Following Qin Xiao's instructions, Cui Xinyuan had already distributed flyers and posted notices in various cities. However, after seeing the news, many people did not blindly buy in bulk. Instead, each person who bought a membership also bought a trial copy. After trying them out, everyone loved them. Of the 4 items, only the perfume is for women. The other 3 can be used by both men and women. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the surprises on the flyer. 5 more days passed. The Wang family was buying 200,000 jin of rice every day, but it was still far from enough to compensate Tian. They had to continue buying rice, and the warehouses that had been vacant before came in handy again. Today is the first day that the Cui family of Qinghe is selling perfume sets throughout the Tang Dynasty. Every shop is decorated very festively, with colorful ribbons fluttering in the sky and red carpets laid out on the streets. These were all given to him for free by Qin Xiao. He bought them through the system, and the prices were incredibly cheap. Setting up a shop only cost 100 coins. The shop entrance was packed with people. The Cui family's servants began to maintain order and make everyone line up after the red notice was posted. Everyone watched nervously. The notice stated that all members could purchase items at a 50% discount for 3 days. The announcement caused a huge uproar. Many people regretted not bringing more money with them. However, some were secretly relieved that they had at least 3 days to prepare. This news caught the leaders of the 5 surnames and 7 clans in various countries off guard. They had no idea what to do and quickly arranged for their subordinates to rush to Chang'an to consult their respective clan leaders. Actually, this is an unsolvable problem. Even the closest cities cannot be reached in just 3 days. By the time the clan leaders realize what's happening, issue orders, and send people to various cities to inform them, it will be too late. At that point, no one will care about the 30 strings of cash. Moreover, would they even sell it for 30 strings of cash? That's impossible. They'd lose a fortune that way, and many people would even think it was counterfeit or substandard. The clan leaders quickly gathered together to discuss how to deal with the current situation, but after discussing for a long time, they still couldn't come up with a solution. How about we let Li Xiuning be arrogant for another 3 days? After those 3 days, we'll see what he does next. Right now, he's taken 80 strings of cash and sold 50 of them. Not to mention the shipping and labor costs. We're already losing 30 strings of cash per share. I want to see just how much money Li Xiuning has to lose. Wang Guangming said indignantly. Brother Wang is right. He wants to seize the market first, but has he considered that the more he sells, the more he will lose? If it were our 5 surnames and 7 clans united, we could withstand it, but if any one of us were to take on another, they simply couldn't possibly defeat us, Lu Yuwang said. After a flurry of comments, the group agreed with Wang Guangming and Lu Yuwang's statements. After the meeting, they happily left with their subordinates. They had no idea that danger was imminent. 3 days later, all their perfume sets would be stockpiled in the warehouse, with no one willing to buy them. Meanwhile, Li Xiuning had already received the news and was overjoyed. To share his happiness, he specially asked someone to invite his brother-in-law, Cheng Yaojin, over. Brother-in-law, why did you call me over in such a hurry? I'm still practicing the spear techniques that Prince Consort Qin taught me. Cheng Yaojin complained. We can practice marksmanship another day. I want to share my joy with you, and this joy was brought to me by you. Li Xiuning said excitedly. What exactly happened? My father-in-law has been retired, and you've been the clan chief for almost 10 years now. Usually, you're as steady as a tortoise when you do things, but this time, why are you as happy as a child who found candy? This isn't like you at all, Cheng Yaojin teased. Cheng Yaojin, how dare you talk like that? Does my happiness break the laws of the Tang Dynasty? You really are a bore. Li Xiuning laughed and scolded. Hey, why do you think I'm a bore? Let me tell you, your precious little sister likes people like me. Unlike you, who's two-faced and always thinking about how to scheme against people. Cheng Yaojin continued to tease. You're being completely unreasonable. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. I'll tell you a secret. This time, the other powerful families are in deep trouble, a truly horrific mess, Li Xiuning said excitedly. What exactly happened? Why are they in such a terrible state? It's all because of our incredibly resourceful Prince Consort Qin. He set up a trap, and the 6 families walked right into it. And now, they're still gloating. Li Xiuning said happily. Next, he went on to explain in detail how Qin Xiao first gave him the perfume at a price to mislead the aristocratic families, then gave it to him for free the second time, and how he set a trap in Chang'an to make Qin Xiao spread his schemes throughout the country. What a genius. He's truly a genius. His wisdom is too great. How could he come up with such a perfect plan? This game is far too big. These 6 families are going to suffer heavy losses and be severely weakened. Cheng Yaojin exclaimed. Yes, although the profit margin isn't very high, the sales speed is fast. I estimate that over 90% of the goods can be sold in 3 days, and with the money earned from selling memberships, we can make around 60,000 to 70,000 guan. Li Xiuning said proudly. Wow, you've made so much money in just a few days, and you've also swindled hundreds of thousands of strings of cash from the other 6 companies. You should be satisfied. What's more, now that you've become partners with Prince Consort Qin, there will be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. Did you know? A high-class women's club can earn 20,000 strings of cash a day. What does it mean to earn 6,000 strings of cash a day in this paradise? Cheng Yaojin said excitedly. Really? Is it really that profitable? This is practically robbery. Following Prince Consort Qin is like having a god of wealth by your side. Li Xiuning said excitedly. Of course, we're not fully operational yet, so we're still unfamiliar with many things, and many people don't know that once things are back to normal, we'll definitely be able to earn even more money. Cheng Yaojin said happily. If things continue like this, how much money will you make in a year? I'm so envious of you guys, Li Xiuning said, his face flushed. Envy my foot. As long as you get along well with Prince Consort Qin in the future, if he wants to open these 2 stores in various parts of the Tang Dynasty, he'll give you 0.5% of the shares. Do you know how much that is? Cheng Yaojin tempted. 26,000 strings of cash a day. If 1,000 stores were opened throughout the Tang Dynasty, that would be 26 million strings of cash. Half of that would be 1,300,000 strings of cash. There are 365 days in a year. My goodness. How much money would that make? Cui Xinyuan stood up excitedly. Chapter 63. The Turkic Invasion. Who can tell me why the Han people have stopped collecting our wool lately? Morong Fuyun asked angrily. Your Majesty, the Han official in charge of purchasing wool says that we have offended Princess Pingyang, and she has decided to no longer purchase a single wool from Tiuhan, the head guard explained. Where's the person in charge of buying wool? Go tell him that as long as he continues to buy our wool, I will give him 1,000 strings of cash. All wool looks the same, and Princess Pingyang can't tell whether it's our Tiuhan wool or Turkic wool, Morong Fuyun explained. Your Majesty, all the merchants who bought wool withdrew from our Tiuhan territory 5 days ago. The closest to us is the Turks, the head guard said helplessly. Go, send someone to the Turks and tell the merchants' leaders that as long as they continue to buy our wool, tell them what I just said, Morong Fuyun said, still unwilling to give up. Yes, Your Majesty, I will send someone to negotiate with them immediately. The head guard could only give a perfunctory reply when he saw that the king was so insistent. Also, why hasn't my younger brother, Prince Nashin, returned yet? Has any news of him been sent back? Morong Fuyun continued to ask. No new news has come back from the new prince. He should be recuperating from his injuries and also supervising the royal family to continue procuring food for us, the head guard explained. Reporting to the Khan, according to the spies stationed in Chang'an, Prince Qin, Li Xiuning, has resigned from his positions as General of the Heavenly Strategy and Minister of the Imperial Secretariat. All of his subordinates, except for Ho Junji, have followed him in resigning their posts, as China Shir reported. This is truly an unexpected surprise. Without Li Xiuning, can the Tang Dynasty still be called the Tang Dynasty? Immediately order Tuli to come for a meeting, said Jelly Khan excitedly. Yes, Khan. Not long after, Tuli Khan hurriedly walked in, followed by 2 guards who were nearly 2 meters tall. Khan, why did you summon me here in such a hurry? Tuli asked, bowing. Li Xiuning has resigned from all his official positions, and now he only has the title of Prince of Qin. All his subordinates have also resigned. Why don't we take this opportunity to attack the Tang Dynasty? Kagan Jelly said excitedly. Khan, even if Li Xiuning has resigned, once we attack them, Li Yuan can easily reinstate him. It's not difficult at all, Tuli explained. I know that too, but we'll launch a surprise attack first. Actually, you and I both know that we're not going to occupy the Tang Dynasty. The price would be too high. Our goal is to plunder and make Li Yuan pay compensation. Very well. I'll follow the Khan's arrangements, Tuli Khan replied helplessly. You send 50,000 troops, Liang Shidu, Lu Haida, and Yuan Junzhong each send 20,000 troops, and I will send 100,000 troops. This time, we must empty Li Yuan's treasury, said Jelly Khan confidently. Yes, Khan, I will go back and gather troops immediately, Tuli Khan said respectfully. Go. Ashina Xian, immediately send men to Liang Shidu, Lu Haida, and Yuan Junzhong, ordering them each to prepare 20,000 elite troops to join me in attacking the Tang Dynasty. Khan Jelly issued the order. Yes, Khan, I will arrange it immediately. Ashina Shiyun bowed respectfully, and then turned and left the royal court. Qin Xiao never expected that his arrival would lead to the resignation of Li Xiuning and his subordinates, thus jeopardizing the Battle of Wulongbin, which originally took place in March of the 7th year of the Wuda era. Now, it's happening several months earlier than expected, which may be what's known as the butterfly effect. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Half a month later, on the official road from Liangzhou to Chang'an, a soldier kept whipping his warhorse. Seeing his exhausted face and filthy body, one knew that something big was about to happen. The soldier's eyes were bloodshot, and he was exhausted. When he saw the city of Chang'an that was already faintly visible in front of him, he quickly took out his water bottle from his waist, took a few big gulps, and then whipped his horse to hurry on. When the soldiers guarding the north gate of Chang'an saw the soldiers galloping towards them from afar, they also noticed the flags planted on their backs. They quickly began to maintain order and direct those entering and leaving to the sides of the road. The messenger did not slow down or stop. He passed through the city gate like a gust of wind and sped towards the palace. At that moment, the imperial court was holding a morning meeting. When Chun Bingji came in to inform them that Liangzhou was in dire need of help, the once silent court immediately turned into a bustling marketplace. Send the messenger in immediately, Li Yuan said impatiently. Yes, Your Majesty. Chun Bingji bowed and said, Your Majesty, Liangzhou is in dire need of help. The Turkic Khan, Jelly, is leading an army of 200,000 to attack Liangzhou. Please send reinforcements immediately. The messenger fainted before he could finish speaking. Shun Bingji quickly took a bamboo tube from the messenger's back, took out a letter from it, and hurriedly handed it to Li Yuan, then ordered the Imperial Guard's messenger to take it away. Li Yuan quickly opened the letter and began to read it. From his furrowed brows and serious expression, one could tell the seriousness of the matter. Shun Bingji, please read the contents of this document. Li Yuan handed over the letter. Yes, Your Majesty. Shun Bingji respectfully accepted the document and began to read it aloud. Upon hearing this news, the entire Taiji hall fell silent. The only sound was the beating of each other's hearts. Father, I suggest that Yuanji be appointed commander-in-chief and Ho Junji as vanguard to confront the army of Qin Xiao, Li Xiuning said, standing up. I second that. Pei Ji followed closely behind. I second that. Wang Gui immediately stood up and said, I second that proposal. Most of the civil and military officials stood up and agreed with Li Xiuning's suggestion, while Li Yuanji also stood up triumphantly to volunteer. Ho Junji followed suit. To the uninformed, this series of actions appeared to show a united front between the emperor and his ministers, and a clear and just court. Li Xiuning remained kneeling, not uttering a single word from beginning to end. He knew that his voice carried little weight, and any words he spoke would be meaningless. Yes, good. Jiansheng and Yuanji, you are both pillars of the Tang Dynasty. In times of crisis, we still need you to hold it up. Li Yuan stroked his beard and said with a smile of satisfaction, We, your humble servants, are willing to dedicate ourselves to your majesty and the nation, even unto death. The civil and military officials spoke in unison, as if they had rehearsed the words. Li Yuanji, step forward to receive your appointment. Li Yuan roared. Your subordinate is here. I hereby appoint Li Yuanji as the Grand General of the Liangzhou army, dispatching 100,000 troops to support Liangzhou. With Liangzhou as the center, all military forces within a radius of 100 li will be under his unified command and deployment, Li Yuan solemnly ordered. This subordinate obeys the order. Ho Junji, step forward to receive your investiture. Your subordinate is here. Feng Hejunji is hereby appointed as Deputy Commander-in-Chief and General of the Vanguard. This subordinate obeys the order. Chapter 64, A Secret Strikes. Although Li Xiuning had come to terms with it, he was still very worried about the people of the Tang Dynasty. After all, once war broke out, the people would be the first to suffer. After leaving the Taiji Hall, he quickly mounted his beloved steed and headed towards Lantian County. Now, he had no better way to stop the war from ending. Brother-in-law, something terrible has happened. The Turkic Khan, Jieli, has led 200,000 wolf cavalry to attack Liangzhou. Li Xiuning rushed in a panic. Xiuning, you've seen a lot in your life. How come you're so easily flustered when things happen? Qin Xiao scolded. Brother-in-law, I'm just worried that the people of the Tang Dynasty will be persecuted again. I really can't bear to see people displaced and families torn apart. Li Xiuning said with a heavy heart. Lanner, go and fetch General He Panren and Shi Junmai for me. Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, Your Highness. He Panren and Shi Junmai rushed in and saw the worried look on Prince Qin, Li Xiuming's face, knowing that something big must have happened. Reading between the lines was a skill they were required to learn in their training. Greetings, Your Highness Prince Qin and Your Highness the Prince Consort. Greetings, Your Highness King Qin and Master Junmai. Go and select 80 warriors. After dark, set off quietly towards Liangzhou. However, do not reveal your identities and do not need to help the Tang army. All we need to do is protect the people of the Tang Dynasty from persecution. Let Lanner get you more instant noodles and hot meals to help the people when they have nothing to eat. Yes, if you find the Wang family's private soldiers transporting grain, wipe them all out and give all the grain to the local people, Qin Xiao ordered. Yes, Master. Shi Junmai saluted. General He, you continue to lead the remaining soldiers in training. Once the King of Qin leads his troops on the expedition, you will obey his orders. After arriving in Liangzhou, contact Junmai, and you will both be under the King of Qin's command. Qin Xiao continued to command. Yes, Your Highness. He Panren replied with a military salute. You must wear your masks at all times. Do not reveal your identities. Do not follow the King of Qin. Communicate using walkie-talkies. Go and prepare. Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, sir. Brother-in-law, are you really willing to entrust such a godlike army to me? Also, are you so sure that Li Yuanji will fail, and that I will be reinstated, and that father will feel at ease letting me lead the army into battle? Li Xiuning asked, both excited and doubtful. It's not being given to you, but being lent to you. Originally, My prediction was that Qin Xiao would attack the Tang Dynasty in March next year, but your resignation made him think there was an opportunity, so he launched the war ahead of schedule. Although your father is biased, you are still his son after all. When the Tang Dynasty is invaded and Li Xiuning is defeated, he will definitely think of you. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Brother-in-law, what do I need to do? Li Xiuning asked excitedly. You only need to master the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique. You don't need to do anything else. Eat when you should eat, sleep when you should sleep, and wait for the imperial decree to arrive. You can also get your old buddies together to deduce the course of the war. I have a sand table here, but don't make too much noise. If you disturb my precious daughter, I'll never forgive you, Qin Xiao instructed. Okay, brother-in-law. Li Xiuning was speechless. This is my own daughter. I am the real father of Lizzie. You are just a servant, yet you call her my precious daughter so casually all the time. Although Li Xiuning was very jealous, and this was his inner thought, he dared not say it out loud, for fear that if he did, he would likely be beaten by Qin Xiao. Junxian arranged for someone to invite Fang Xianling, Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, and the others over. I need to discuss matters with them, Li Xiuning instructed. Yes, your highness. Qin Xiao ignored Li Xiuning and went to his room to get a comic book adaptation of Journey to the West for Li Lizzie. Today, he didn't let Li Lizzie watch TV, fearing that watching it for too long would make her nearsighted. He placed Li Lizzie in the high chair that he had bought from the system specifically for her, sat down next to her, and explained the story in the comics to her, occasionally handing her a baby bottle. This made Li Xiuning, who was standing nearby, extremely happy. She had already imagined in her mind how Qin Xiao would pamper and educate her child after the child was born. Empress Zhongsun was teaching Li Chengxian to read when she saw this scene. She was very surprised. This omnipotent man stayed in this room all day and didn't want to go anywhere. He's always either with his sister or his daughter, seemingly doing nothing all day, yet he has endless patience. Truly an enigmatic man. Everyone was captivated by Qin Xiao's story. They had never heard such a fascinating tale before. Li Xiuning had already entered the room where the sand table was stored. Apart from Qin Xiao's storytelling, the only other sounds in the hall were Li Lizzie's laughter. In this peaceful atmosphere, Qin Xiao was suddenly interrupted by an uninvited guest barging in. He was furious, but since it was Cheng Yaojin in front of him, he couldn't hit him or scold him. He could only suppress his anger. Brother Qin, what does the king of Qin want with me? Is there something delicious he wants me to share? Cheng Yaojin said casually. Eat, eat, eat. You're just a reincarnated foodie. Qin Xiao couldn't help but laugh and scold. Godfather, Uncle Cheng wasn't reincarnated as a glutton, Li Lizzie said in a childish voice. Lizzie, tell your godfather, what is Uncle Cheng? Qin Xiao asked in a low voice. Godfather, Uncle Cheng is the reincarnation of Pigsy, Li Lizzie said with a confident pout. Giggle giggle. Lizzie, you mustn't be rude to Uncle Cheng. After laughing, Changsun Wugo quickly spoke up to stop her. Lizzie, tell your uncle what Zhu Beiji is? If you tell your uncle will give you white rabbit milk candy. Cheng Yaojin asked in confusion. Uncle Cheng, do you have as many white rabbit milk candies as my godfather? My mother told me that if children eat too much candy, their teeth will get cavities. You should give them to Brother Chumo and the others. Li Lizzie refused without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Cheng Xiao, you're such a failure as a person. You can't even coax such a little girl. It's a good thing you don't have a daughter. Qin Xiao burst into laughter. Brother Qin, I don't like it when you laugh at me so unrestrainedly. Although I'm a rough and uncultured man, I still have my pride. You have seriously hurt my young heart, Cheng Yaojin said, touching his chest. Heh, not bad. You actually learned what I said and tried to show off your limited skills in front of me. People say you, Cheng Yaojin, are a scoundrel, but I've discovered that your learning ability is absolutely top-notch, Qin Xiao praised. Chapter 65, Sand Table Exercise. Yaojin, congratulations, congratulations, Qin Xiong said as he walked in from outside. Second brother Qin, what good news is this? Cheng Yaojin was completely bewildered by Qin Xiong's actions. Tell me, how many people in the Tang Dynasty can earn Brother Qin's praise? Isn't this a cause for celebration? You must treat us to a meal, Qin Xiong teased. Does this even count? Cheng Yaojin asked, scratching his big head. Yes, of course it counts. Fang Xianling strode in. Even our chief strategist agrees. What else do you have to say? Qin Xiong seemed to have found a kindred spirit. If you say so, then so be it. Who told you all to be older than me? Cheng Yaojin replied helplessly. Ha ha, what makes you so happy? Could you share it with me? Li Jing strode in. We were saying that whoever is the oldest here today will treat everyone to dinner. Qin Xiao immediately perked up. Nonsense. We're here as guests of Brother Qin. How could I possibly treat you? Chung the demon, are you stirring up trouble again? Li Jing said with a laugh. Sigh, nothing can be hidden from Brother Yaoshi. Next time, I'll treat everyone to a meal at the Peach Blossom Spring. That should be enough, right? Qin Xiao said helplessly. Then we brothers must not be left out. Du Ruhui walked in front, followed by Li Ji, Niu Jinda, Yu Qigong, and a group of others. Your Highness, may I ask what business His Highness the Prince of Qin has with us? Li Jing asked, bowing. Erlang does indeed have something important to discuss with you. Shall I take you there? Changsun Wugo politely replied. Sister-in-law, you stay here with Xiuning and the children. I'll take them over. If they have any questions, I can explain them to them on the spot. Qin Xiao quickly stopped her. All right then. Thank you, brother-in-law. Come with me to the basement level. Once you see your King Qin, you'll know what's going on, Qin Xiao said, waving his hand. A group of people followed Qin Xiao down the stairs and came to a very large room. In the center of the room was a large table, and on the table was a three-dimensional model of mountains, rivers, roads, cities, and so on. Li Xiuning had his back to everyone, his eyes fixed on it without blinking. Li Jing and the others did not wake him, but followed Li Xiuming's gaze. When they saw the scene before them, they were also stunned by the model, which included all the mountains and terrain from Chang'an to the Western Turks. Xiuning, what do you think of this military sand table? Qin Xiao was the first to speak. Brother-in-law, this is amazing. All the mountains, rivers, roads, cities, and the distribution of enemy and friendly territories are clearly visible at a glance. Li Xiuning said excitedly. I'm glad you like it. This was built to scale based on the real thing, without any mistakes. You can simulate combat on it, Qin Xiao explained. Qin Xiao thought to himself, this was made based on modern satellite positioning. I spent a lot of money to get it from the system. If this isn't good, what is? Just as Brother Qin said, this is 100 times more powerful than a map. Even people who never look at maps can understand it easily, Li Jing explained excitedly. For a military genius like him, nothing is more precious than the military sand table in front of him. Originally, the mountain path was unknown to others, but now it is clearly shown on the sand table. This excited everyone, and they gathered around the long table to examine it closely. Even civil officials like Fang Xinling and Du Ruhui were very interested. Then let's practice on this military sand table. Now, we'll split into two groups. Brother-in-law, you'll be our referee. Li Xiuning said excitedly. You guys keep speculating. I'd better not. I'm going to be with my wife and darling daughter. It's no fun being with a bunch of you men. Qin Xiao refused without hesitation. This made Li Xiuning feel extremely embarrassed and helpless, since Qin Xiao was his brother-in-law. Moreover, even if everyone here attacked him together, they couldn't defeat him. The others could only roll their eyes and show disdain. You guys have fun. Don't look at me like that. We just have different ideas. My ideal is wife, kids, and a warm bed. And your ideals, family, country, and the world. But don't worry, I will help you. When it's time to eat, remember to come up and eat. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Everyone was completely defeated by Qin Xiao's ideals. This godlike man was actually only after women and children. With his abilities, what kind of woman couldn't he have? He could have as many as he wanted. Qin Xiao didn't care what they thought and turned to leave as he pleased. With his modern belief in monogamy, he couldn't easily change his mind. Besides, he had indeed fallen deeply in love with Li Xiuning. Because Li Xiuning's personality, thoughts, and ideas are somewhat similar to his, and she is more receptive to new things than most people. Originally, when the system suggested that he abduct Li Xiuning to be his wife, it was probably mostly because he was curious about this extraordinary woman from the Tang Dynasty, and also because he had been locked up by the system for 6 years and was really too lonely. After spending these past few months together, Qin Xiao realized that he had fallen deeply in love with Li Xiuning. Every word, action, and smile of hers felt beautiful. When Qin Xiao arrived in the lobby, he saw Li Xiuning sitting on a single sofa. He walked over, picked her up, sat down, and placed Li Xiuning on his lap. Husband, what are you doing? Your sister-in-law is still here. Put me down right now and let me sit over there, Li Xiuning said, her face flushed. It's all right. This is a genuine leather seat. I wouldn't even let anyone else sit here, Qin Xiao said with a smile. No way. You're shameless and not embarrassed, but I can't do that, Li Xiuning said coquettishly. If you don't need me to hold you, then I'll hold our precious daughter instead, Qin Xiao tempted. Godfather, I don't need to be carried. Mother said that Lizzie is growing up, and if she always needs to be carried by adults, she won't grow up properly, Lizzie said sweetly. Haha, serves you right. Even Lizzie doesn't need you to hug her anymore. Let's see who else you can hug. Li Xiuning teased. Sigh? You women are always so hypocritical. Oh well, I'm going to go see a white tiger. Qin Xiao said helplessly. Godfather, wait for me. I want to go with you to see Big White, and Little Black. Lizzie said excitedly as she stood up. Okay, let's go see it together. Qin Xiao walked over and took Lizzie's small hand. Chapter 66, The Battle of Liangzhou. The following morning, the 100,000-strong army led by Li Xiuning held a rally to rouse their troops. Li Yuan and Li Jianqing personally attended to boost their morale and see them off. Since Li Yuan raised his army, Li Xiuning has never been as glorious as he is today because he has never served as the Grand General, let alone led an army of 100,000. This time, he even brought over the Xuanjiao army, which his second brother Li Xiuning had personally formed as his personal guard. If Li Xiuning were here, he would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood. Fortunately, Qin Xiao had anticipated this and kept Li Xiuning at home, so he didn't witness this scene today. Li Yuan didn't care either. He also harbored a deep resentment. In the past, whenever a war broke out, it was Li Xiuning who led the expedition to fight the enemy, and he always returned victorious. His prestige among the people far surpassed that of the king, so he was extremely jealous. Coupled with the instigation of his wife and page, he had lost his mind. He readily agreed to Li Xiuning and his subordinates' resignation, believing that Li Xiuning and his subordinates were threatening him with their resignation. He believed that even without Li Xiuning and his men, others could still fight off the invading enemy, and he wanted to prove it to Li Xiuning. Originally, he had no problem with his daughter Li Xiuning. If he hadn't fallen out with Li Xiuning this time, Li Xiuning would never have been involved. Because he believed in Li Xiuning's military strength, and because she was a woman, he wasn't afraid of any great achievements, as they wouldn't affect his prestige. But despite all his calculations, he never expected that he would suddenly gain a son-in-law who, despite his outstanding abilities, had a wild and unruly personality, daring to defy even his imperial decrees. Now, they had no choice but to settle for second best and let Li Xiuning take command. But Li Xiuning was already carried away by his success and only thought about the prestige of leading an army of 100,000. He didn't even consider how to defeat the 200,000 Turkic wolf cavalry. Please rest assured, Father, your son will definitely defeat Qin Xiao and return in triumph, Li Xiuning said confidently. Very well, my son, when you return, I will personally host a celebration banquet for you, Li Yuan replied happily. After Li Yuan gave a speech to boost morale, he handed Li Xiuning a bowl of wine. Li Xiuning nimbly took the bowl, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp, then smashed the bowl heavily on the ground. His movements were fluid and elegant. Set off, Ho Junji grinned, and even a fool could see that he was extremely happy. In the past, he could only serve as a deputy general, but now he had not only become a vanguard general, but also a deputy commander-in-chief, leading 20,000 cavalrymen on his own. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't acted rashly like Qin Xiao and Cheng Yaojing. Now, following Crown Prince Li Jianqing, he was his foremost military commander. In the future, when the Crown Prince ascended the throne, he would likely be appointed as the first-rank Tiansu general. As the army set off, few people came to see them off. Everyone was pessimistic about Li Xiuning. On the one hand, in the 6 years since the founding of the Tang Dynasty, he had no notable achievements. On the other hand, he had a terrible attitude towards the people. After leaving Chang'an, Li Xiuning did not order the army to march hastily. Instead, they traveled like tourists, with the daily marching speed not exceeding 20 li. They frequently stopped to rest, hunt, and enjoy the scenery. The soldiers on the sidelines were extremely anxious, but dared not speak out. They could only grit their teeth and follow Li Xiuning's nonsense, and their morale plummeted, causing the army to lose its spirit. But Li Xiuning was completely unaware of this and continued to do as he pleased. In fact, women dressed in military uniforms followed him, served him tea and water, and slept in the same military tent with him at night. Shi Junmai had already led about 80 soldiers several hundred miles away from Chang'an. The distance from Chang'an to Liangzhou was 1,800 miles, and at the speed of their BMWs, they could reach their destination in just 2 more days. At this time, Liangzhou city was in dire straits. The elderly, women, and children in the surrounding villages had been slaughtered, their corpses littered the fields, and the land was stained red with blood. The women who remained were all disheveled and tied up with ropes, and the Turkic soldiers whipped them. The men suffered the same fate. Some Turkic soldiers even set up large iron pots to boil water on the blood-soaked ground. A group of people sat around the pot, and after the water boiled, one of the soldiers threw a wailing baby into the pot to cook. The other soldiers, instead of stopping them, clapped and cheered. The Turks planned to capture the strong men to be enslaved and the women to provide for their sexual pleasure. When Shi Junmai and his men were about 50 miles from Liangzhou, they encountered a 1,000-man group slaughtering a merchant caravan. This enraged him, and he quickly launched an attack. He fought against more than 10 people, and the battle was over in a quarter of an hour. After the battle, Shi Junmai did not linger or bury the bodies. He simply ordered the caravan to retreat towards Chang'an, and they chose to leave quickly. Instead of heading to Liangzhou city, they wandered through the surrounding villages, killing any Turkic soldiers they saw looting without hesitation. Liangzhou city is now riddled with holes and in ruins. The garrison commander is exhausted and can't understand why. Even after so long, there is still no news of reinforcements from the imperial court. If the Turks were skilled at conquering cities and seizing territory, Liangzhou city would have fallen long ago. However, if the imperial reinforcements do not arrive in time, its fall is only a matter of time. General, the communications corps has been out for more than 10 days. Why is there still no news? Has reinforcement been sent out? Who is in command? How much longer do we need to hold out? Deputy General Zhou Jun asked. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Right now, all 4 gates of Liangzhou city, east, west, south, and north, are completely surrounded by the Turkic army. We can't send any troops to ask for help at all, said Commander Fu Xingwu angrily. Then what should we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? Zhou Jun said, his face showing panic. Sitting idly by and waiting to die is not my style. Fu Xingwu. Zhou Jun, listen to my command. Fu Xingwu roared. Your subordinate is here. I order you to quickly organize people to dismantle the doors of every household and move them to the city wall to block arrows. I also order strong laborers to register the livestock of every household and slaughter them all to extract oil. Then pour boiling oil down the city wall. This will scald the enemy to death, and the oil itself will be flammable. A few fire arrows can ignite it, and then dry grass can be thrown down to burn along with it. This can delay the enemy's attack for a period of time. Yes, General. I'll take care of it right away. Zhou Jun turned and left excitedly. Fu Xingwu watched Zhou Jun leave, his heart filled with melancholy. He knew that although this method was feasible, it could only be used temporarily, since the number of livestock was limited. Once the oil runs out, what way will they be able to stop these 200,000 ferocious Turkic soldiers? Are they going to perish together with Liangzhou city? But he really can't bear to leave his parents, wife and children at home. If one could truly live well, who would willingly choose death? But facing these more than 200,000 Turkic wolf cavalry, Fu Xingwu was truly in despair, as the only reinforcements he had hoped for from the imperial court were nowhere to be seen. For everyone in Liangzhou city, these past 10 days have been a nightmare, and they are all silently hoping that the dream will end soon. Chapter 67. The People of Liangzhou. There were 20,000 soldiers and more than 100,000 civilians defending Liangzhou city. After more than 10 days of fighting, less than 8,000 soldiers with fighting ability remained. Although the Turkic soldiers were relatively weak in siege warfare and lacked powerful siege weapons, their archery skills were superb, and the Tang soldiers defending the city were often shot dead without warning. Another day has come to an end. Using the method of the garrison commander Fu Xingwu, although more than 20,000 Turkic soldiers were wiped out, 3,000 soldiers in Liangzhou city were also killed or wounded, and more than 2,000 civilians who were transporting and dumping oil were killed or wounded. Fu Xingwu knew that there was no way to continue defending Liangzhou city tomorrow, so he had no choice but to order all the people to move all their firewood, thatch, and other flammable materials to the streets. He then ordered his men to organize the people to leave through the tunnels. Almost all the cities in the Tang Dynasty that bordered foreign tribes had tunnels, which was a precautionary measure to prevent the cities from being besieged by foreign tribes. After a night of evacuation, all the people were finally evacuated from Liangzhou city. For safety and to maintain order, Fu Xingwu ordered 1,000 soldiers to escort them. After everyone had evacuated, Fu Xingwu resolutely ordered his soldiers to seal off all the tunnels. He had decided to perish together with the Turks. It took all the evacuated civilians more than an hour to walk out of the tunnels. Under the command of 1,000 soldiers, they headed towards Chang'an. No one dared to make a sound, and many children fell asleep from exhaustion. Even if they weren't asleep, the adults would cover their mouths, afraid that they would make a sound and alert the Turkic soldiers. Meanwhile, Shi Junmai and his 80 men were extremely busy, shuttling between villages like a fire brigade. Fortunately, They had obtained a detailed map of the land from Qin Xiao. In every village they visited, they encountered Turkic troops, some numbering over 1,000, others around 100. Sometimes, when they arrived, the village's elderly, women, and children had already been slaughtered, leaving only the able-bodied men and women. Sometimes, they would happen to be slaughtering villagers, and sometimes they would just meet at the village entrance. No matter what the circumstances, when Shi Junmai encountered the Turkic army, there was only one solution: kill them. After a day and a night, apart from resting during mealtimes, the rest of the time was spent either fighting or on the way to fight. Without long-term physical training, one simply could not withstand such high-intensity exertion. Although they all wore masks with blue faces and fangs, the people were not afraid. Instead, they regarded them as guardian deities sent down from heaven. Just as they were exhausted, sleepy, and hungry, and were looking for a secluded place to rest, Shi Junmai's walkie-talkie rang, sounding particularly jarring in the dark night sky. Reporting to the deputy company commander, I have discovered a large number of civilians fleeing from Liangzhou, escorted by a few soldiers. Please give your instructions, the reconnaissance squad leader reported. Report your location. Shi Junmai exclaimed in surprise, immediately grabbing the walkie-talkie and asking. On a mountain road about 50 li south of Liangzhou city. All right, you stay put and wait. We'll be right there. Just make sure you don't clash with them, so as not to alert the Turkic army. Yes. After checking the location reported by the scouts on the map, Shi Junmai quickly led his squad there. Their horses' hooves were all wrapped in cloth, so the sound they made when they ran was not loud. Fortunately, they were not far from the location of the Liangzhou people. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived at their destination. The soldiers from Liangzhou heard the commotion and quickly came to the front to block the people. Brothers, please don't be afraid. We are all from the Tang Dynasty. Not long ago, we destroyed a city of 250,000 Tuhun soldiers stationed outside Hezhou city. Have you heard about it? Shi Junmai explained. Shura, you are the messengers of hell who possess the Shura token. A captain stepped forward and asked excitedly. We do indeed possess the Azura token, but where does this hell messenger come from? Shi Junmai asked, puzzled. This is the name given to you by the people, because you all wear bronze masks with blue faces and fangs, and according to folk legends, the ghost guards who watch over the 18 levels of hell in the underworld are all very powerful, so they gave you the nickname Hell Messengers. Moreover, this represents the embodiment of justice. The captain became more and more excited as he spoke. Well, thank you all for your kind words. Now, please tell me, why are so many people from Liangzhou staying here in the middle of the night? Has Liangzhou fallen? Shi Junmai asked in confusion. Reporting to the messenger, Liangzhou city hasn't fallen yet, but it's almost here. General Zhu plans to perish tomorrow along with Liangzhou city and the Turkic army, the captain said, tears streaming down his face. What exactly happened? Please tell me in detail, Shi Junmai asked anxiously. Yes, messenger. We have been defending the city for 11 days, and our strength has dwindled from 20,000 to less than 5,000 by tonight. But reinforcements have yet to arrive. We've run out of arrows, stones, logs, oil, and so on. Even the people have been throwing their doors and stools down from the city walls. Therefore, General Fu believes that it is impossible to defend Liangzhou city tomorrow, so he has ordered us, these 1,000 soldiers, to escort the people out through the secret passage. The captain said, weeping. Has your General Fu come out yet? Shi Junmai asked quickly. General Fu has decided to live and die with Liangzhou city. He has ordered the people to place all flammable items on both sides of the street so that the soldiers can hide inside. Once the city gates are opened, while the Turkic army rushes in, set this on fire and burn all these sons of bitches to death in Liangzhou city, the captain said angrily. Well done. You are truly worthy of being called the fine sons of the Tang Dynasty. The entire special forces team is ready. Salute to the heroes. Shi Junmai commanded. Salute. Take this Shura token. If possible, go to Lantian County in Chang'an and find Princess Pingyang's husband. He has many workshops there. As long as you work hard, you can be guaranteed a life of plenty. If we encounter the Turkic army, we can show them the Azura token. I believe they won't be foolish enough to oppose us. Shi Junmai handed the Azura token to the captain. Thank you, Your Excellency. We will definitely escort the people safely to Lantian County, unless we become corpses ourselves, the captain replied confidently. Okay, I believe you. Because I respect heroes the most, and you are all heroes. Shi Junmai said solemnly. Fellow villagers, before us are messengers from hell. They have come to save us. Now, they are guiding us to live in Lantian County of Chang'an City. Are you willing? the captain said to several respected elders. Yes, we are willing, everyone said in unison. To avoid any unforeseen complications, let's set off immediately, the captain ordered. Set off. Fearing something might happen on the way, Shi Junmai decided to escort them for 100 miles before making any further plans. Chapter 68. The Destruction of Liangzhou City. At the end of the hour of Chou, 1 to 3 a.m., the next day, inside Liangzhou City, the soldiers took out all the food and ate it. Fu Xingwu told everyone that even if they were to die, they should die full. They took out all the livestock that had been slaughtered the day before, cooked them, and began to feast. Everyone ate the meat in their bowls silently, tears dripping into the bowls one by one. This was their desire to live. Who says men don't shed tears easily? It's just that they haven't reached the point of heartbreak. The oldest of these soldiers was no more than 25 years old, and the youngest was only 15. But when they heard the general say that they would perish together with Liangzhou City, not one of them came out to object, and not one of them was afraid of death. This is the spirit of the soldiers of the Tang Dynasty. After finishing their meat, each team was led by their squad leader and sergeant to a designated hiding place, each person holding a tinderbox, awaiting the general's orders. Half an hour later, when it was still very dark, the Turkic army sounded the horn, which was the order to attack the city. The Turkic soldiers mounted their war horses and brandished their scimitars as they galloped toward Liangzhou City, but when they reached the city walls, they immediately pulled on the reins. Normally, battle flags flutter and soldiers stand tall on the walls of Liangzhou, but today all of that has vanished, and there is not a sound coming from within the city. When a few daring soldiers pushed the city gate hard, there was a loud bang, and the gate opened a crack, which emboldened them. A dozen or so men rushed over and opened both city gates completely. Behind the gates, about 10 feet away, were more than a dozen cavalrymen holding torches. The same was true for all 4 city gates. You little brats, your grandpa is here. If you can catch up with me, I'll give you candy. Fu Xingwu shouted, and the soldiers followed closely behind, shouting in unison. Then they turned and rode their war horses into the city. Many in the Turkic army understood Chinese, and upon hearing such insulting language, they swung their saddles and chased after them. At least 10,000 Turkic soldiers entered through each gate. As they entered the central area, they saw torches being thrown into the air from all directions, before they even knew what was happening. Ignite it! Fu Xingwu roared with all his might. Instantly, flames appeared on the street. Before the Turkic soldiers could react, the fire quickly grew and burned all the wooden houses. By the time many Turkic soldiers realized what was happening and tried to turn their horses around and escape, it was already too late, as soldiers were still pouring into the city gates. War horses are inherently afraid of fire. Seeing the raging flames in front of them, they were already frightened and charged wildly with the soldiers on their backs, not only throwing off their own soldiers, but also knocking off the soldiers on the backs of other horses. Such infighting was impossible to stop. The Turkic soldiers on horseback were completely unable to control it. Apart from showing unprecedented fear, all they could do was pray to their eternal heaven. In the blink of an eye, the entire city of Liangzhou was engulfed in flames. Fortunately, the Turkic soldiers who had just arrived at the city gate managed to pull on their reins in time, preventing them from entering the inferno. The Special Forces team, which was escorting the people of Liangzhou from a distance, saw the flames soaring into the sky in the direction of Liangzhou City and knew that Liangzhou City was doomed. Salute! Shi Junmai was the first to dismount and gave the order. Qin Xiao had told them that saluting was the highest form of courtesy for soldiers and that they should not salute ordinary people casually. Only those who have met their superiors or made great contributions to the Tang Dynasty are qualified to receive their military salutes, and at present, the soldiers of Liangzhou are the most qualified to receive their highest honors. The people also learned that their soldiers had perished in the fire. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of Liangzhou City. Everyone wept bitterly and fell into a state of mourning. Although many of them were villagers from the surrounding villages of Liangzhou City who had been rescued by the Special Forces, they knelt down and kowtowed upon hearing their heroic deeds, even though they had not witnessed the soldiers' bravery firsthand. Reporting to the Grand Commander, we have spotted countless Tang Dynasty civilians approaching our direction, along with over 1,000 soldiers. Please provide your instructions, the scout reported. Oh, where did these people come from? How many are there? Li Xiuning asked casually. It should be the people of Liangzhou City, about 150,000 to 160,000. There are flames soaring into the sky in the direction of Liangzhou City. In my estimation, the general guarding the city has transferred the people out through the secret passage. They have burned down Liangzhou city and perished together with the Turks. Oh, well done. That's more like a man. Let's go check on these tough Liangzhou people, Li Xiuning said dismissively. Reporting to the deputy company commander, a large army of the Tang Dynasty has been spotted ahead. Please give instructions, the scout said over the walkie-talkie. Monitor closely and await orders. Yes. Just after the order was given, dust billowed and deafening hoofbeats sounded not far ahead, which terrified the people kneeling on the ground, and the children cried loudly in fear. Shi Junmai is now the supreme commander here, and the 1,000 Liangzhou soldiers are willing to be under his command. He quickly issued an order, and all the soldiers stood in front of the people. Everyone is here. Obey my orders. If the other side dares to harm the people here, you can enter the battle on your own without my command. Shi Junmai issued the order. Yes, sir. About 15 minutes later, Hou Junji's 20,000 cavalrymen had reached an open space 100 paces away from them, while Li Xiuning led 5,000 Xuanjia soldiers in close pursuit. Listen up, you men in front. I am Hou Junji, the vanguard general under General Li, the grand commander of the Liangzhou army. I order you to surrender immediately, and I may spare your lives. Hou Junji roared without any explanation. Are you blind? Can't you see we are all citizens of the Tang Dynasty? Liangzhou city is destroyed, so where does this Liangzhou military commander come from? Shi Junmai cursed angrily. How dare you? Seize this madman who insulted the Grand Steward. Hou Junji ordered angrily. 1,000 cavalrymen stepped out from each of the left and right sides and quickly galloped toward Shi Junmai. All soldiers, listen to my command. You are all people of the Great Tang. We will only beat you, not kill you. Let us teach you a lesson and let you know the power of us Helm messengers, Shi Junmai ordered. Yes, sir. Shi Junmai took the lead, followed closely by Qin Xiao and the others. Wherever their spears passed, Tang cavalrymen fell from their horses. In one round, not a single one of the 2,000 men was left on horseback. But Shi Junmai did not give up. He turned his horse around and galloped towards Hou Junji. When Hou Junji saw that the other party looked like a fierce demon, he was so frightened that he dared not speak, let alone run away. The Special Forces soldiers rushed past the Tang cavalry and quickly arrived in front of Hou Junji. When Hou Junji thrust his lance at them, Shi Junmai grabbed it and pulled him onto the horse. At this moment, Shi Junmai did not give up. He led Hou Junji to stop in front of the Xuanjiao army. After inserting his spear into the ground, he caught Hou Junji, who was struggling on the horse, with his left hand and thrust out the Shura token with his right hand. Brothers of the Xuanjiao army, you are the elites trained by the king of Qin. I admire you very much. Back then, the king of Qin led you to annihilate Dou Jianda's 100,000-strong army at Hulao Pass. What an honor that was. That was killing the enemy. That was serving the country. But today, what's in front of you are the people of Liangzhou, and there are even more of them than Dou Jianda did back then. Do you really want to harm these homeless and unarmed compatriots? I don't know if you recognize what I have in my hand, but whether you recognize it or not, I'm telling you now, this is called the Azura token. We are known as messengers of hell by the people of the Tang Dynasty. Once you offend us, we will kill you no matter where you hide. I hope you will not become accomplices to Li Xiuning, acting as his henchmen and harming the people of our great Tang. His Majesty the Emperor of Tang summoned you here to rescue Liangzhou, or to slaughter its people. The 20,000 troops in Liangzhou city held out for 12 days against 200,000 Turkic wolf cavalry. The defending general, Fu Xingwu, knew that he could no longer hold out. Because they only had 5,000 remaining soldiers and had run out of supplies for defending the city, last night he sent the city's inhabitants to a secret passage and dispatched 1,000 soldiers to escort them. He and the remaining 4,000 soldiers stayed in the city, determined to perish together with the Turkic army. The towering flames you just saw were from when they burned down Liangzhou city. They are the true heroes and true men of our great Tang Dynasty. Do you really want these heroes to shed blood and tears? Shi Junmai cursed angrily. True heroes, true men. The Xuanjia army roared in unison, and the 100,000-strong army followed suit. This sound startled Li Xiuning, who was in a daze. Chapter 69, Defeat Without a Fight. In fact, Li Xiuning did not intend to kill the people of Liangzhou. He was just too proud of becoming the grand commander of the army for the first time and wanted to show off his power in front of everyone. Little did he know that one of his actions aroused public outrage, causing his prestige to plummet to its lowest point in the eyes of the 100,000-strong army and more than 100,000 civilians. Amidst the angry stares of everyone, Li Xiuning had no choice but to let them pass, allowing these homeless people to cross smoothly. After all the people had passed safely, Shi Jumai lifted Hou Junji off his horse and threw him at them, then continued leading everyone toward Chang'an. Tuli, how many troops did we lose this time? Kagan Jie asked, standing at the north gate of Liangzhou City, looking at the ruins ahead. Your Majesty, we have lost a total of 60,000 troops, and most of them were burned to death this time. Tuli Khan said dejectedly. Damn it, why were we so careless? Did victory go to our heads, and we didn't even see all these flammable things lying on both sides of the street? Are we blind? Kagan Jie roared in fury. Your Majesty, it was still very dark at the time, and we could not see anything around us. Our warriors were so eager to win that they fell into the enemy's trap. Moreover, no one could have imagined that the defending general, Fu Xingwu, would be so ruthless, completely disregarding the lives of more than 100,000 people in the city and devising such a suicidal plan. Tuli Khan tried desperately to explain. Reporting to the Khan, the bodies have been cleared out. There are only over 23,000 Tang Dynasty corpses, a tribal chief reported. What? Why are there so few Tang people? Tuli, I need a reasonable explanation, Kagan Jie asked angrily. This. Tuli was speechless. Reporting to the Khan, Tang reinforcements have appeared 80 li to the south of here. The scout leader rushed over and said, How many troops does the Tang reinforcements have? Who is the commander? And who is the vanguard general? Jie asked quickly. Reporting to the Khan, the reinforcements number approximately 100,000, including over 60,000 cavalry and around 40,000 infantry. The commander is Li Xiuning, the third son of the Tang emperor, and the vanguard general is Hou Junji. The scout leader quickly reported. Your Majesty, Li Xiuning is the most incompetent of Li Yuan's direct descendants, a complete wastrel. Hou Junji was originally a subordinate of Li Xiuning, the Prince of Qin of the Tang Dynasty, but his abilities were among the worst. I am willing to lead 50,000 wolf cavalry to annihilate them and avenge our fallen warriors. I beg the Khan to grant my request. Tuli Khan stepped forward and declared confidently. All right, I'll give you 50,000 wolf riders. I'll send the rest of my troops to follow and wipe out this reinforcement army in one fell swoop. Letting these Tang people know how powerful our steppe wolf riders are, Kagan Jie said excitedly. Thank you, Khan. I will go and gather the troops immediately. Tuli Khan turned and left excitedly. Li Xiuning still hadn't reflected on what had just happened and remained nonchalant, completely unaware that danger was slowly approaching. Fortunately, the Xuanjia army was professionally trained, and the commander sent out scouts to investigate the enemy's situation, which prevented the entire army from being wiped out. Reporting to the Grand Commander, Turkic cavalry have been spotted 50 li ahead, a scout from the Xuanjia army reported. How many troops does the enemy have? Li Xiuning asked casually. Reporting to the Grand Commander, the Turks have a total of 50,000 cavalry. 50,000? That's no problem at all. We have an army of 100,000, plus your 5,000 Xuanjia soldiers. 50,000 is nothing, Li Xiuning said arrogantly. Reporting to the Grand Commander, there are approximately 100,000 more cavalrymen about 10 miles away from these 50,000 Turkic cavalrymen. We hope you will make a decision as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too late. What? You bastard, why are you speaking in such a halting manner? Can't you just finish what you've got? It's over. The enemy has 150,000 cavalry, and we only have 60,000 cavalry and 40,000 infantry. How are we supposed to fight this battle? I'm truly confused. Why didn't we gather all the troops from the surrounding cities first? What should we do now? Hou Junji, please think of a solution for me, the Grand Steward. If you can't come up with a good plan, I'll send you and 20,000 vanguard troops to fight the Turks to the death. Let's see who dies first, you or me, the Grand Commander. Bah. I am wise and mighty. How could I possibly die? Li Xiuning said angrily. This terrified Hou Junji. Before, when he followed Prince Qin, Li Xiuning, he didn't need to worry about anything. He only needed to run errands. Military strategies were basically devised by Li Jing and Li Ji. The ones who charged into battle were Qin Xiao, Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and others. As long as he served Li Xiuning well, he could get some credit. Now, asking him to offer advice is like forcing a duck onto a shelf. He finally understands that fighting a war is not a child's game. It requires a strategic military vision and mind. It's not enough to just lead troops in a battle. You also need to know how to deploy troops. He opened the map, frowned, and stared at it for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good solution. Reporting to the Grand Commander, the enemy outnumbers us. We should not engage in a direct battle with them. In my humble opinion, the infantry should cover the rear while we quickly retreat to Shanzhou City to make further plans, Ho Junji said, racking his brains. This is a good idea. Everyone is here. The infantry will cover the rear and block the Turkic cavalry. The rest of you will retreat with me to Shanzhou City, and we will discuss this further. Li Xiuning shamelessly and vulgarly issued the order. The order caused unrest among the infantry. They never imagined that they would be abandoned before the war even began, and that the Grand Commander would sacrifice them to buy time so that he could withdraw safely. This left everyone disheartened, morale plummeted, and everyone was crestfallen. Some were even unaware that their weapons had fallen from their hands. You bastards! You eat the food of the Li family, so you must be ready to die for the Li family at any time. This is your time to pay the price. Anyone who dares to disobey my orders will be killed without mercy. Li Xiuning cursed angrily. After berating all the infantrymen, he ignored them, turned around, mounted his warhorse, and led all the cavalrymen towards Shanzhou City. About 3/4 of an hour after they left, Tuli Khan's 50,000 wolf cavalry arrived in front of the 40,000 infantry. After several volleys of arrows, half of the infantry were killed on the spot. Tuli Khan issued another order to charge, and within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all 40,000 infantrymen were killed. Tuli Khan ordered 10,000 cavalrymen to stay behind to clean up the battlefield, while the rest continued to pursue the Tang reinforcements. Chapter 70. Death in Shanzhou. Tuli Khan's Turkic wolf cavalry pursued them closely, but Li Xiuning eventually escaped to Shanzhou City. When they arrived at the city, Li Xiuning was already standing on the city wall, looking down at them. He wore a smug expression, looking incredibly obnoxious, as if he were the victor and the Turks had been defeated. The soldiers on the side dared not speak out in anger, while the Xuanzhao army was even more furious. Back then, when they followed the king of Qin, they were invincible and unstoppable. Wherever they went, they were greeted with welcoming spectators and envious glances from the people and soldiers. But now, like stray dogs, they ran away with their tails between their legs before the battle even began. They simply cannot accept this humiliation. But what could they do? They dared not disobey military orders, for disobedience meant certain death and might even implicate their families. Just as they were lost in their thoughts, a voice rang in their ears. You Turkic bastards, didn't you call yourselves wolves of the steppe? How come you run slower than pigs? I've been back for ages, and you're only just arriving. If you've got the guts, attack the city. Li Xiuning roared arrogantly. Tuli himself understood Chinese, and upon hearing Li Yuanji's words, he flew into a rage, wishing he could immediately attack the city and wipe out this group of cowards who only knew how to talk big. Khan, calm down. I have a way to deal with this clown, said a middle-aged man dressed in Tang Dynasty clothing, looking like a scholar. This man was captured by the Turks during one of their invasions of the Tang Dynasty. He was a failed scholar, but Tuli Khan saw that he had some talent and kept him by his side to advise him. Oh, strategist Xiao, what brilliant idea do you have? Tell me quickly, and if your method is effective, I will reward you handsomely. Tuli Khan asked impatiently. Khan, do you remember him? Our tribal warrior, Jester, was not only a sharpshooter but also a warrior of immense strength, Shawshank explained. I know that, but we're at least 100 paces away from that good-for-nothing Li Xiuning. Even if we hit him, it wouldn't be lethal, Tuli Khan said, puzzled. Khan, let me explain slowly. We will send a soldier who can speak Chinese to teach him to curse Li Xiuning. The more offensive, the better. It's clear that Li Xiuning is a person who is extremely concerned about saving face. He would definitely get very angry if someone insulted him, and once he gets angry, he would lose his composure. We'll launch our attack now, and let Stewart blend into the main army, so we can swiftly kill that useless chief steward with a single arrow, Shawshank patiently explained. Good. You truly deserve to be my chief strategist. If your plan succeeds, I will reward you with 10 beautiful Tang Dynasty women, 20 slaves, and 10,000 head of cattle and sheep. Tuli Khan clapped his hands excitedly and cheered. Without the slightest hesitation, Tuli Khan quickly assigned a soldier who could speak Chinese and taught him to use the most offensive and offensive swear words possible. They promised the soldier a reward of 100 cows and 200 sheep if he completed the mission, which excited the soldier so much that he quickly mounted his warhorse and went off to curse them. Listen up, you damned Grand Steward Li Xiuning. I'm your Turkic grandfather. If you've got the guts, stop being a coward and come down to fight our warriors. It's truly pathetic that the Tang Dynasty has a commander-in-chief like you, the #1 runaway. And you call yourself the Grand Commander of Liangzhou? Liangzhou has been destroyed by our Turks. You should be called the #1 runaway commander-in-chief now. The Turks launched a taunting attack. That damn Turkic dog, bring me my bow and arrows. I, the steward, will take his life. Li Xiuning roared madly. Warriors, kill. Just as Li Xiuning was knocking his bow and taking aim, he heard a roar and tens of thousands of Turkic wolf riders charged toward him, closing the distance of 100 paces in an instant, before he could even react. A lightning-fast arrow pierced his heart, and due to the force of the impact, it slammed his body off the city wall and into the city. This stunned the Xuanjia soldiers standing next to him. They never expected that this incompetent chief steward would die so easily. However, they could not afford to worry about a single corpse at the moment and quickly organized their forces to resist. The Xuanjia army was extremely fierce in combat, and with the advantage of their armor, their combat power was at least 5 times stronger than that of ordinary soldiers. After about an incense-sticks time of fighting, the Turks sounded the retreat horn. Upon receiving the order, the Turkic wolf cavalry retreated swiftly like a tide, without any lingering desire to fight. At this moment, Zhai Chang's son, the leader of the Xuanjia army, came to Li Xiuning's side, reached out and checked his breath, and confirmed that he was dead. He rushed to the general's residence, picked up a brush, and began to write a memorial. He had to tell His Majesty the Emperor everything that had happened there, what Li Xiuning had done, and how he had been killed. After writing the memorial, he arranged for 100 Xuanjia soldiers to deliver Li Xiuning's body and the memorial to Chang'an City and hand them over to Li Yuan. When Li Yuan saw Li Xiuning's corpse, he was overcome with grief and tears streamed down his face. After he had cried enough, his bloodshot eyes stared intently at the 100 Xuanjia soldiers in front of him, as if he wanted to devour them alive. However, reason ultimately prevailed over anger. After all, in front of all the civil and military officials, one could not condemn someone without first understanding the facts. Helpless, he opened Zhai Changsuan's memorial and read it carefully. He simply couldn't believe that the obedient son he thought he knew treated war like a game and the people like dirt. The more he read, the more alarmed and guilty he became. He dared not read the memorial aloud, much less circulate it among the civil and military officials. Draft an edict to restore Li Xiuning and all his subordinates to their official positions, ordering him to attend court immediately. Also, appoint Qin Xiao as the Grand General of the Champion Army, a third-rank official, and order him to come to court at once, Li Yuan said helplessly. He knew that the imperial court had no more troops to send. Li Xiuning had squandered more than 40,000 troops, leaving only 20,000 troops in Yingzhou City and more than 60,000 troops from the imperial court. Other cities also have troops available, but each city has its own limited forces. Once troops are deployed, there are no more troops left to defend the city. Now that the court has no one to lead the army, Li Yuan had no choice but to put aside his so-called pride for the sake of the Tang Dynasty. Bringing Li Xiuning and his men back was the only option. He knew that if he continued to act out of spite, his empire would change hands. At this time, Li Jianxing and the other ministers remained silent, neither jumping out to oppose or obstruct the plan. They knew that if they lost this time, forget about their current high-ranking positions and generous salaries. They don't even know if they can keep their own lives. Now, only Li Xiuning and his men can defeat the Turkic wolf cavalry. Chapter 71, Reinstatement. Prince Li Xiuning of Qin received the imperial decree. Gao Zhang shouted in his shrill voice. Today, Gao Zhang was exhausted. He went to the Prince of Qin's mansion, but couldn't find Li Xiuning. The steward told him that Li Xiuning was at the prince consort's house in Lantian County. He was exhausted and scared. He was afraid that Qin Xiao would beat him up if he was unhappy. However, he could only bite the bullet and order his men to hurry over here. After all, the emperor was waiting for him to report back. Your Majesty, Li Xiuning, receives the imperial decree. The decree reads, Prince Qin, Li Xiuning, is hereby restored to all his official positions, and all his subordinates are hereby reinstated to their original posts. He is to be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and 1,000 bolts of silk. After receiving this decree, proceed immediately to the Taiji Hall. Your subject accepts the imperial decree and expresses gratitude. Li Xiuning respectfully accepted the imperial decree. Your Highness, Prince Consort Qin Xiao, received the imperial decree. Nonsense, what business is it of mine? Tell me. If you're satisfied, I'll accept it. If not, return it. Qin Xiao said casually, which infuriated Gao Zhang, but he could only dare to be angry but not say anything. The imperial son-in-law Qin Xiao is hereby appointed as a Grand General of the third rank, and is to attend a meeting at the Taiji Hall. Is the system online? What's up? I'm taking a beauty nap. Get to the point or shut up. Don't bother me if you have nothing to say. System, are you male or female? A while ago, you called yourself I in front of me, and now you're going to take your beauty sleep. Is it any of your business? I saved your life, so I'm your second father. It's not an exaggeration for me to call myself your father. Fine, I won't argue with you anymore. I want to ask you, now that my father-in-law has appointed me as a Grand General of the 3rd rank, can I leave Lantian County and go to Chang'an City? Do you want to eat farts or lightning? A mere 3rd rank official thinks you can let loose? What did I say back then? The current emperor has to come and invite you personally. Even if he doesn't come, at least give you a 1st rank title. Upon hearing the system's words, Qin Xiao's good mood vanished instantly. He knew that Li Yuan would never personally come to invite him to serve as an official in the court, much less offer him a 1st rank position. A 3rd rank champion general? You're trying to fob me off. Go back and tell my father-in-law that my wife is pregnant and has no time to deal with court affairs. Tell him to choose someone else. Qin Xiao pretended to be dismissive. This. Gao Zhang was speechless for a moment, unable to utter a word. Eunuch Gao, has something happened in the court? Why has Father Emperor reinstated all of us to our original positions and even made my brother-in-law attend court? Li Xiuning asked curiously. What else could it be? Either Li Yuanji was defeated or Liangzhou City fell. Now you're left to clean up his mess. Qin Xiao said nonchalantly. Prince Consort Qin, you are truly amazing. You guessed all 3 things correctly. But there is one more thing that has happened, and it is extremely serious. Gao Zhang said mysteriously. Don't play the charlatan in front of me. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll beat you up. Did something happen to that idiot Li Yuanji? Qin Xiao raised his hand as if to hit him, which scared Gao Zhang so much that he retreated repeatedly. No, Your Highness, I'll tell you. His Highness Prince Qi was shot to death by the wolf cavalry led by the Turkic Khan Tuli. Gao Zhang said, wiping away his tears. What? My brother Yuanji is dead? He was the Grand Commander of the Liang army, commanding 100,000 troops and 5,000 Xuanjia soldiers. How could he be dead? Li Xiuning asked excitedly. Your Highness, I haven't seen General Li's memorial from the Xuanjia army. You should ask His Majesty about the specifics yourself, Gao Zhang explained. All right, then you should go back and report to Father Emperor first. I'll make some arrangements and then head over immediately, Li Xiuning instructed. Your Highness, Prince Consort Qin, this old servant will take his leave now, Gao Zhang said helplessly, holding the imperial edict in both hands as he departed. Brother-in-law, what should I do? There are only 5,000 imperial guards and city garrison troops in Chang'an, and these troops cannot be mobilized. But I have not a single soldier at my disposal. How am I supposed to fight the enemy? I can't possibly send just a few of us to deal with the 200,000-strong Turkic army. Li Xiuning complained with a headache. Lanner, go and invite General He over. Qin Xiao said. Third brother, take my token to Wei's Pass and transfer the remaining 80,000 women's troops to your command. Li Xiuning handed over her token. Thank you for your kindness, second sister, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Your journey to Liangzhou may not be peaceful. I will have He Panren secretly protect you and put him under your temporary command, Qin Xiao instructed. Thank you, brother-in-law. Report. Your Highness, did you call for me? He Panren asked with a military salute. General He, it's your turn now. Secretly escort the King of Qin to the border. If anyone harms the King of Qin or his men, kill them without mercy. After that, you will all be under the King of Qin's command. But they are not allowed to meet openly. They can only communicate via walkie-talkie. Contact Shi Jun to buy them, and then the two teams will merge to help King Qin defeat the Turks, Qin Xiao commanded. Yes, Your Highness. Go and prepare. Second sister, brother-in-law, I'm going to court now. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Guan Yinbi and the children, Li Xiuning said, bowing. Go. Prioritize your own safety. Take the armor and spear your brother-in-law gave you, and stay calm if anything happens, Li Xiuning instructed. Yes, I will be careful, Li Xiuning replied gratefully. Erlang, be careful, Changsun Wugo said worriedly. Don't worry. I will return in triumph soon, Li Xiuning said confidently. Li Xiuning arranged for his guards to explain to all his subordinates that he had been reinstated to his original post, and they agreed to meet at the Zhuke gate of the palace. He then rode away on his Fergana horse. Li Xiuning led a group of civil and military officials to the Taiji Hall. Li Yuan, sitting on the dragon throne, was in a state of panic, like an ant on a hot pan. Your subject pays respects to your majesty. Your majesty, we, your humble servants, pay our respects. All of you rise. Thank you, your majesty. Xiuning, this matter is extremely serious. Yuanji, that rebellious son, has made a complete mess of things. Now, only you can resolve it. This is Li Jun's memorial. Take a look at it first, and we'll discuss the specifics later. Li Yuan adopted a very humble attitude this time. Thank you, Father Emperor. Let me take a look at the memorial first to understand the situation these days and the movements of the Turks. Li Xiuning bowed and took the memorial to read. Yuanji is a real scoundrel. He was sightseeing and missed the opportunity to fight, which led to the destruction of Liangzhou city. The people of Liangzhou finally managed to escape, but instead of helping them, he wanted to kill them. When he encountered the Turkic cavalry, he fled without a fight, sending all his infantry to their deaths. Even after fleeing to Shanzhou, instead of properly commanding the defense, he acted like a grand commander. Li Xiuning was furious. Xiuning, Yuanji is dead. Let it go. There's no need to bother with him. Li Yuan sighed. Father, I suggest that Fu Xingwu, the garrison commander of Liangzhou, and all his soldiers be posthumously honored, and that the families of these heroes be treated well, Li Xiuning pleaded. Granted. Prince Qin, Li Xiuning, step forward to receive your investiture. Li Yuan commanded. Your subject is here. Li Xiuning is hereby appointed as the Grand Commander of the Shanzhou Road Army, and all troops from the north to the Turkic region can be deployed at will. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Jing, step forward to receive your appointment. Your subordinate is here. Li Jing will be the Deputy Chief Steward. Your humble servant obeys the order. Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiao, and Yu Qigong, step forward to receive your titles. Your subordinate is here. I hereby appoint the three of you as the vanguards on the left, center, and right routes. Your humble servants obey the imperial decree. You may go and prepare. We will depart tomorrow morning. Ho Junji has delayed the battle. He will be escorted back to the capital to await punishment. Chapter 72, Undercurrents. Second brother, where is the grain we sent to Tiahuan? Wang Guangming asked. They've probably reached Qin Prefecture by now, brother. I just don't understand why we need to send the grain over when the two countries are at war. Wang Guangliang said excitedly. With the war between the two countries, others will have no time to pay attention to us. Moreover, I have already reached an agreement with Kagan Jelly, as long as they don't steal our grain. Our Wang family will supply him with iron and salt at a low price from now on, and we will also send blacksmiths to teach them iron smelting techniques. Moreover, with 10,000 soldiers escorting them this time, everything will be foolproof. Wang Guangming explained patiently. Brother, iron and salt are prohibited items by the imperial court. We have to report to the court when we buy them. If we supply large quantities to the Turks, it will be a serious crime, and we will be in big trouble. Wang Guangliang said with great concern. It's all right. As long as we do it discreetly, we won't be discovered. Besides, the crown prince is there to cover for us. Wang Guangming explained. Clan leader, other families have sent people over, saying they want you to come to a meeting, said a maid from the Wang family. Okay, I'll be right there. Your Highness, according to reliable sources, Li Yuanji, the Grand General of the Liangzhou military route, has been killed by Tuli Khan, and Liangzhou city has been destroyed. The Tang Dynasty has lost 60,000 to 70,000 troops. This time, the Tang Dynasty has suffered heavy losses. The Tuyuan Guard chief reported. Oh, this is the best news I've heard in a while. Will Li Yuan reappoint Li Xiuning as the Grand Commander of the army? Morong Rongxin asked. Your Highness is wise. Li Yuan has appointed Li Xiuning as the Grand Commander of the Shanzhou military route. He will depart for his post tomorrow morning. However, he only has a few generals and 100 Xuanjia soldiers under his command. I really don't know what he will do along the way. Oh, how many spies do we have stationed in Chang'an? Morong Rongxin asked. 5,000 men, each one of the best in the army. Then go and make arrangements to ambush Li Xiuning on his way to Shanzhou and kill him with all your might. Whoever kills Li Xiuning will be promoted 3 ranks and receive 10,000 head of cattle and sheep. Anyone who assists him will be promoted 1 rank and receive 100 head of cattle and sheep. Yes, Your Highness. I will make the arrangements immediately. The head guard bowed excitedly and left. Brother, this time when the king of Qin goes on an expedition, let's not even talk about whether he can defeat the Turks. Just the journey from Chang'an to Shanzhou will definitely not be peaceful. The king of Qin has no troops to escort him, and various forces will definitely try to stop him, Cui Xintao said. Xintao makes sense. Now go and reorganize the private army that the Cui family keeps. Send 10,000 to be under the command of the Prince of Qin first thing tomorrow morning, Cui Xingyuan said. Yes, brother. Just say it was a loan we gave to my brother-in-law Cheng Yaojin, Cui Xingyuan said after thinking for a moment. Okay, brother, I'll go prepare. Go. Clan leaders, what brings you here so late at night? Wang Guangming asked with a smile. Clan Chief Wang, I've invited you here so late because I have important matters to discuss. This time, the Tang Dynasty and the Turks went to war. Li Xiuning died in battle, and Liangzhou city was destroyed. Now, Li Yuan has sent Li Xiuning to take command again. You know that, right? Li Yuan said with a smile. The Wang family members in the imperial court have already told me about this matter. Is there a problem with it? Do you brothers have any ideas? Wang Guangming asked in surprise. We do have some ideas. As you have seen, Li Xiuning is too powerful. Now, with the support of that bastard Qin Xiao, he is like a tiger with wings. Sooner or later, he will replace Li Yuan's position. If we let him take the throne, he'll definitely target our aristocratic families first. That would be our doom. Let's take this opportunity to kill him on his way to war and eliminate any future troubles. Zheng Kaiwen said viciously. Chief Zheng is right. Speaking of that bastard Qin Xiao, he really screwed us over this time. Each family's 100,000 strings of cash were turned into perfume sets, all of which are now just a pile of junk in the warehouse, Li Deming said angrily. Since everyone has reached a consensus, I suggest that each family send 10,000 troops to ambush Li Xiuning on the way, making him disappear completely. Cui Bo said excitedly. Okay, I agree. Wait, clan leaders, it's not that I'm unwilling, but I really can't send that many troops right now. I sent 10,000 troops to escort grain to Tijuan a few days ago. Although the 3,000 troops lost last time have been replenished, and we still have 10,000 troops left, we can't send them all out. So, we can only send out 5,000 troops, Wang Guangming explained helplessly. All right then, your Wang family will contribute 5,000, and the rest will each contribute 10,000. Go back and make arrangements tonight, and make sure it's a success. Zheng Kaiwen made the final decision. A storm was brewing in Chang'an as various forces began to make their plans. Li Xiuning was also deeply worried, having long anticipated the hardships of this trip to Shanzhou based on his many years of military experience. Everyone, this time we only have 100 Xuanjia soldiers and 80 special forces members given by my brother-in-law. It's more than 1,000 miles to Wei's Pass. There will definitely be unexpected situations along the way, and it could be a matter of life and death. I hope everyone is prepared, Li Xiuning said earnestly. King Qin, my wife's family, just sent someone to tell me that they are willing to lend us 10,000 troops, Chang Yaojin said, stepping forward. Yaojin, this is indeed a timely help. Please thank Chief Cui for me. However, these 10,000 private soldiers may be a drop in the ocean. I estimate that many forces do not want us to arrive in Shanzhou City safely, Li Xiuning said with a frown. Your Majesty, since we learned the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear technique from Prince Consort Qin, our combat strength has increased several times over. Breaking through the enemy lines against 10 or 20,000 shouldn't be a problem, especially with that invulnerable armor protecting us. Qin Xiong reassured him. Brother Qin is right. Our battle situation is very different now. Unless the enemy has 30,000 to 50,000 troops, we can break out at any time. What's more, Prince Consort Qin also has half of his special forces team secretly protecting us, Cheng Yaojin said confidently. Cheng Xiaojing, when did you, a roughneck, learn to use words so eloquently and even idioms? Not bad at all. Yu Qigong laughed heartily. You think you're some kind of ignorant and uneducated brute? Do you know what it means to change someone after 3 days of separation? I, Old Cheng, not only learned spearmanship from Brother Qin, but I also learned a lot of other things. Cheng Yaojin said proudly. All right, enough of this nonsense. Everyone, go back and rest. All civil officials, including Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, will remain in Chang'an. The military officers will accompany me on the expedition tomorrow morning, Li Xiuning ordered. Yes, sir. Chapter 73, Delivering Food During a Time of Hunger. Your Excellency, the people's food supplies will only last until tomorrow. What should we do? Captain Chun Guoqiang thought for a long time, but he really couldn't find a solution and couldn't sleep at all. Recently, the soldiers had been hunting to supplement the people's food supply, but prey was not available anytime and anywhere. Well, you don't need to worry about that. I'll figure something out. You should go and get some rest. We have to travel early tomorrow morning, otherwise you won't have the energy, Shi Jumai comforted him. Thank you, Your Excellency. I will now go and rest. I entrust everything to you. Qin Guoqiang bowed respectfully. Go and rest. Shi Junmai outwardly appeared calm and collected, but inwardly he was extremely anxious. After all, the food supply for over 100,000 people depended on him, making it an extremely difficult task. Reporting to the deputy company commander, a large grain transport team has appeared in a place about 10 miles southwest of Qinzhou City. Please give your instructions. The voice of the scout came through the walkie-talkie. When Shi Junmai heard the voice on the walkie-talkie, it was like hearing heavenly music. He was worrying about the food problem, and now news was coming. It was truly like having a pillow delivered to someone who was just dozing off. Who are they? How much grain do they have? Shi Junmai asked excitedly. The Wang family of the 5 clans and 7 noble families has about 10,000 soldiers and about 500,000 share of grain, the scout squad leader replied. Keep a close eye on their every move. I'll bring my team over immediately, Shi Junmai ordered. Yes, deputy company commander. After waking up all the special forces members, Shi Junmai went to Qin Xiao's resting place, woke him up, handed him a walkie-talkie, and taught him how to use it. Captain Chun, don't rest tonight. Wait for my orders. I'll talk to you through this walkie-talkie later, Shi Junmai instructed. Yes, Your Excellency. Brothers, follow me to seize grain. Shi Junmai roared as he mounted his beloved warhorse. Yes. Set off. Wang Guangming originally wanted the Lantian County Logistics Company to help him with the transport, but when they heard that the goods belonged to the Wang family, they immediately refused. Fortunately, every prominent family lent money to the Wang family, and Wang Guangming had money again. He spent 30,000 strings of cash to buy many 4-wheeled vehicles from the Lantian County Vehicle Factory. Originally, there would have been no problem for him to send the grain over at this time. After all, he had already made arrangements with various parties and had 10,000 cavalry escorting it. However, he never expected that Shi Junmai would become such a variable. After contacting the scouts, Shi Junmai arrived at the Wang family's grain transport team's camp with the scouts' guidance. It was already early morning, and everyone in the camp except for a few sentries was already asleep. Get your incendiary bombs ready. This time, we must kill everyone to prevent the news from leaking and causing unnecessary trouble for Prince Consort Qin. Now, I'll make the arrangements. Cheng Chumo, you take 20 men and quietly go over there to take care of all the sentries. The rest of you follow me. Once Cheng Chumo succeeds, we'll immediately ignite the incendiary bombs and burn the tent, then stand guard at the tent entrance. If anyone tries to escape, kill them on sight, Shi Junmai ordered. Yes, Deputy Company Commander. Action. Assassination is a required subject for special forces, and for them, it's easy and fun. Cheng Chumo led 20 team members and quickly took out the sentry. Upon receiving the message, Shi Junmai quickly ordered each team member to occupy a tent. Once everyone was in position, he gave the order and lit gasoline cans, throwing them into the tents one by one. Instantly, every tent burst into flames. Cries, shouts, and calls for help mingled together. Some people rushed out of their tents, but before they could react, they were shot through the heart and killed. The Special Forces soldiers stood outside the tent, waiting for their prey. It didn't take much effort at all. In about half an hour, all the Wang family members were already lifeless. Shi Junmai picked up the walkie-talkie and called Qin Xiao, asking him to bring 1,000 soldiers and able-bodied civilians over. Then they began to clean up the battlefield and dig pits to bury the corpses. After numerous battles, the Special Forces soldiers had become immune to these charred corpses. Everyone divided the work. Some dug pits, others carried the bodies, and each was equipped with a multifunctional entrenching tool, making them extremely efficient. Shi Junmai turned on his solar-powered flashlight to check the grain and confirmed that it was hybrid rice produced in their Lantian County. He was relieved, knowing that the Wang family was definitely sending such a large quantity of rice to Tiahan. Fortunately, the valley where the people were resting was only about 20 miles away. Before long, Qin Xiao led more than 20,000 able-bodied people over. Lieutenant Chun, lead the villagers to move all the grain here to the valley where we live, and leave these 1,000 soldiers to help clean up the battlefield, Shi Junmai immediately ordered. Yes, Your Excellency, Qin Xiao replied excitedly. He never expected that just an hour ago, he had discussed the issue of food with the leader of the hellish messengers, and now, an overwhelming amount of food appeared before him. This surprised him greatly, and he grew to admire these people more and more when he saw the disfigured corpses. I was completely stunned. I couldn't believe that in just 1 hour, these 80 people had killed more than 10,000 people. Is this something a human could do? Shi Junmai couldn't help but remind Qin Xiao, who was standing there in a daze, to hurry up and get to work, which finally snapped him out of his reverie. After apologetically greeting Shi Junmai, he quickly went to direct the people to start hauling the grain. In fact, hauling grain was very simple. All they had to do was hitch a horse to a 4-wheeled cart, and it was ready to go. The people enthusiastically transported cart after cart of grain to the valley where they were temporarily living. Originally, these able-bodied men were even considering that if there wasn't enough food tomorrow, they would stop eating their own. He gave his own food rations to his wife, children, and parents, thinking that he was strong enough to skip a couple of meals. But unexpectedly, an abundance of food suddenly appeared. They acted as if they were still dreaming. Some even asked someone next to them to hit them to prove whether they were dreaming or in reality. Some of them were grimacing from the beating, but they weren't unhappy at all. On the contrary, they hugged the others and jumped around happily, just like children. This is also the hardship they endure as border residents. Their crops yield is low, and they are frequently invaded by foreign tribes, so they have not had a good life for many years. When they transported the grain to the valley, everyone was waiting there. Seeing so much grain, they were happier than if it were New Year's Day. Chapter 74. Military Generals Go to War. The next morning, Li Xiuning led his generals and 100 Xuanjia soldiers to Ba Bridge, where 10,000 cavalrymen from the Cui family of Qinghe, led by Cui Xiao, were already waiting. This time, the Cui family really went all out. 10,000 cavalrymen. Their weapons, equipment, and war horses alone would cost a fortune, not to mention the 10,000 trained soldiers. Cui Xiao personally handed over the 10,000 troops to Li Xiuning. He was no longer worried about retaliation from the other 6 families. Anyway, they had already broken off relations. If they wanted to play, they would play along to the end. The Cui family had already made a fortune from just one perfume set. Li Xiuning looked around, hoping Qin Xiao would come to see him off, but he was disappointed. He didn't see anyone at all. Instead, he was greeted by a huge crowd of people from the entire city of Chang'an. About 15 minutes later, a group of people walked into Chang'an City. The leader was Emperor Li Yuan of the Tang Dynasty, followed by Crown Prince Li Xiuning and civil and military officials. Xiuning, the journey ahead is extremely dangerous. You must be very careful. I have already lost 2 sons. You must not get hurt. Otherwise, how can I explain this to your mother? Li Yuan said with genuine emotion. Father, please take care of yourself and wait for my triumphant return. I dare not say that I will offer up the heads of Jieli and Tuli, but I promise to drive them back to the grasslands. Li Xiuning said confidently. Good, my good son, I am proud of you. I toast you with this cup of wine to wish you a triumphant return. I will definitely go out of the city 10 miles to welcome you. Li Yuan handed over the wine in his hand. Thank you for your reward, father. I, Xiuning, will surely defeat these treacherous Turks and restore peace and prosperity to the Tang Dynasty. Li Xiuning drank the wine in one gulp with great enthusiasm. Good, my son is mighty. The king of Qin is mighty. General Tian Su is mighty. Awesome. Let's go. Li Xiuning, dressed in white armor, gripped a long spear in his left hand, mounted his horse with fluid and unrestrained movements, and roared with a wave of his right hand. Normally, they lead thousands of troops on expeditions, but this time, they only have a little over 100 men. Although they have 10,000 cavalrymen from the Cui family, whose fighting strength may not be weaker than the regular army of the imperial court, they are borrowed after all, and they have already incurred a huge debt of gratitude. Has Li Xiuning already set off? Cui Bo asked. Yes, that bastard Cui Xinyuan actually gave Li Xiuning 10,000 cavalrymen. Now he plans to openly oppose us, Wang Guangming said indignantly. It's nothing, just 10,000 cavalry. Chief Wang, don't forget, we have 55,000 cavalry lying in ambush along the way, waiting for Li Xiuning to meet his death, Zheng Kaiwan said with a smile. Chief Zheng is right. I heard that Tuyohan has also taken action. Chief Wang, you have a good relationship with Morong Rongxin. Take some time to sound him out, so as to avoid our army clashing with his people, Lu Yuang said with a smile. Okay, I'll go talk to Morong Rongxin later. Wang Guangming said confidently. All right, let's wait and see, Zheng Kaiwan said excitedly. Who do you think will replace Li Yuanji? Kagan Jelly asked, sitting in the main seat of the tent. Based on my estimation, Li Yuan must have reinstated Li Xiuning. Li Xiuning is indeed a ruthless character. He annihilated Dou Jianda's 100,000 troops with only 3,000 men. No one in history has ever accomplished this feat, so we must not underestimate him, Tili Khan said solemnly. That's because Dou Jianda is too stupid. If Li Xiuning had met me, I guarantee he would never have returned, Kagan Jelly said confidently. Khan, you must not let your guard down. Li Xiuning has several very capable generals by his side, said Zisanali. All right, I understand. Can you tell me how many troops Li Xiuning can mobilize from Chang'an even if he is appointed commander? Kagan Jelly asked impatiently. Your Majesty, in my estimation, there are probably no troops left to mobilize in Chang'an, the capital of the Tang Dynasty. He will likely only have a few subordinates accompanying him on this journey. Li Khan analyzed. That's wonderful. Our 30,000 troops lurking in the Tang Dynasty can finally be put to use. Zisanali, send out my 2 gerfalcons to deliver a message to them, ordering them to ambush Li Xiuning and his men on the way. Jigua Khan said excitedly. Yes, Khan, I will take care of it immediately. Zisanali bowed and walked out of the tent. Tuli, send a large army to continue attacking Shanzhou City. Jelly continued to issue orders. Yes, Khan. Li Xiuming's entourage consisted entirely of cavalry, and they moved very quickly, covering more than 400 li in a single day. Meanwhile, He Panrin led a special forces team to contact Shi Junmai while secretly providing protection. Company commander, please respond. Received, received. Where are you now? He Panrin asked impatiently. Reporting to the company commander, we are about 20 miles northwest of Qizhou, Shi Junmai replied. Then hurry up and come join us. We have a new mission. I'll be about 15 feet to your right, He Panrin quickly ordered. Reporting to the company commander, we still have a mission to complete and cannot come to join us, Shi Junmai said with difficulty. What other tasks do you have? Didn't Instructor Qin tell you to protect the people? He Panrin asked, puzzled. Reporting to the company commander, we are protecting the people of Liangzhou City and the surrounding villages, totaling about 200,000. We have decided to escort them to Lantian County to settle down, Shi Junmai reported. What? How can there be so many people? How long will it take to escort them? Instructor Qin has assigned a new task, which is to secretly protect His Highness Prince Qin on his way to Shanzhou City, He Panrin said solemnly. My lord, I am Li Xiuning. Your Highness, what are your instructions? Shi Junmai immediately tensed up upon hearing Li Xiuming's voice. You bunch of brats, you haven't even learned 1% of your master's abilities. Saving so many people is a great achievement, but how long will it take for them to walk to Lantian County? Have you forgotten that your master has set up a logistics company, and now it's in every city in the north? It's not convenient for you to go into the city to find them. Should we have them escort the people to Lantian County? That way, it would be faster, less strenuous for the people, and safer. Li Xiuning explained patiently. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. We will immediately send the people into Qishan City and have the Lantian Logistics Company transport them to Lantian County. After we finish our business, we will immediately join forces with Company Commander He and await your orders, Shi Junmai replied sincerely. Okay, go and get it done quickly. Be careful, Li Xiuning instructed. Chapter 75, Encirclement. Originally, Li Xiuning also wanted to enter Qishan City to rest, but after nearly 200,000 Liangzhou people entered, there was no room for them to enter, so they could only find an open space near the mountain to set up camp. After settling the people in, Shi Junmai quickly joined forces with He Panrin and entered the mountains near Li Xiuming's camp to rest. They knew that even if there were enemies, they wouldn't launch a sneak attack before midnight. They would only attack when everyone was asleep, either at midnight or 1 to 3 a.m. So, after they finished dinner, they left a few scouts behind, and the rest went to sleep. At the end of midnight, He Panrin and his group's walkie-talkies rang. They had also woken up half an hour earlier and were waiting for the scouts' report. Reporting, Company Commander. Speak. We spotted enemy cavalry slowly approaching our camp from 10 miles away. Approximately how many cavalrymen were there? There are probably around 60,000. Yes, keep a close eye on the enemy's movements and await my orders. Yes, sir. Brothers, we've got a job. Let me go and have some fun, He Panrin said excitedly. He hadn't fought a war since defeating Tuyuhan, and he was really itching to get back to action. After listening to Shi Junmai recount his experiences over the past few days, he was itching to fight. Now, he could finally show off his skills. How could he not be happy? All right, let's kill to our heart's content. Since the enemy has surrounded us from 3 sides, we will split into 3 groups. One group will be led by me, one by Shi Junmai, and the other by Cheng Chimo. We will maintain constant contact. He Panrin began to assign combat tasks. Yes, everyone should carry incendiary grenades. Before the charge, throw as many as you can. Our goal is to throw them into chaos. The more chaotic, the better. Do you remember the surprise attack on Tuyuhan? We actually killed at most 10,000 enemies. How did the other 40,000 die? They died because, in their confusion, they trampled on their own bodies. He Panrin explained patiently. Company Commander He, how can we cooperate with you? Li Xiuming's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Your Highness, protect yourselves. We will handle the rest. Do not charge. If the enemy gets close, shoot them with arrows, He Panrin explained. All right, then take good care of yourselves, Li Xiuning said solemnly. Thanks, brothers. Let's go kill the enemy. Let's go. Set off. Each person had 5 incendiary bombs and a windproof lighter. When they arrived at the outskirts of Li Xiuming's camp, they could already vaguely see the enemy's figures. Reconnaissance squad, 10 of you attack from behind the enemy lines. First, throw incendiary bombs to create chaos, then charge, He Panran ordered. Yes, sir. Kill. Each soldier quickly lit an incendiary bomb and threw it at the enemy, who was only 20 paces away. Instantly, flames shot into the sky, and the enemy's vanguard began to fall into chaos. The special forces continued to throw incendiary bombs. Relying on their invulnerable armor, the team members threw out all the incendiary bombs before starting the massacre. These private soldiers from the 5 clans and 7 noble families were slightly stronger than the local militia, but they were no match for the special forces. The fire also startled the enemy's warhorses, causing them to charge wildly in many places. Instead of staying in the chaotic area ahead, the special forces soldiers charged into the enemy's ranks. Seeing that the enemy army was in chaos, Li Xiuning quickly ordered his troops to kill the enemy, and he himself charged into the enemy ranks. Originally, Li Xiuming's martial arts skills were about the same as Li Ji's, but after consuming Qin Xiao's 10-ingredient tonic and learning the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique, his martial prowess increased several levels. Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiao, and several other fierce generals followed closely behind. No one in the enemy army could stop them. Relying on the armor given to them by Qin Xiao, they charged straight at the enemy. This caused great trouble for the Cui family cavalry following behind, with people falling off their horses from time to time. However, the number was not large, because the enemy army was already preoccupied with its own problems, and some even deserted. Of course, special forces soldiers would not allow them to escape. Once spotted, they would be shot dead with crossbows. Nowadays, special forces soldiers have switched to a lateral charge, making it easy to spot fleeing enemies. After more than 2 hours of all-out fighting, the 55,000 private soldiers of the 5 clans and 7 noble families, along with the 5,000 spies of the Tiuhan who had been stationed in Chang'an for a long time, were finally annihilated in one fell swoop. That was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Since the Battle of Hulao Pass 3 years ago, I haven't had such a satisfying battle as tonight. Li Xiuning laughed heartily, dragging his exhausted body. Indeed, it was so exhilarating. I never imagined I'd encounter such a thrilling battle in my lifetime, Cheng Yaojin said excitedly. I really have to thank Brother Qin properly. Without his pills, I wouldn't be able to kill enemies so easily right now, and I might even have trouble walking, Qin Xiao said with deep emotion. Which of us here isn't grateful to him? If it weren't for his selfless teaching of our unparalleled marksmanship, could we have so easily wiped out an enemy several times our size? Li Jing also stepped forward and said, That's right, as well as the armor we wear and the spears we hold. Without them, could we move so freely among thousands of troops without getting hurt? Cheng Yaojin continued, What you all say makes sense. Without my brother-in-law's special forces leading the charge, we wouldn't have been able to wipe out so many enemy cavalry so easily. We've struck it rich this time. So many warhorses. We can build a huge cavalry force. I wonder which faction they belong to. Li Xiuning said excitedly. I think that apart from the 5 clans and 7 noble families, it would be difficult for such a powerful force to exist within the territory of the Tang Dynasty, Yu Qigong said after thinking for a moment. Jingda makes a good point, but we have no evidence. Even if we did, we don't have the strength to confront them head-on right now. After all, the economic lifeline of the entire Tang Dynasty is in their hands, Li Xiuning explained. The king of Qin is right. After all, we are still insignificant and powerless. We can't even handle the crown prince, let alone the emperor. We can only ask Brother Qin if he has any ideas when the time comes, Li Ji said helplessly. Reporting to the king of Qin, the number of enemy troops has been tallied, a soldier from the Xuanjiao army said as he approached them. Explain. There are a total of 60,000 enemies, of which 5,000 are foreigners dressed in Han Chinese clothing, and the rest are all Han Chinese. Not bad. Clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. How many troops have we lost? Li Xiuning asked patiently. Reporting to the king of Qin, 820 men were killed in action, 35 were lightly wounded, and there were no seriously wounded. All of them were soldiers from the Cui family of Qinghe. All right, register them, cremate their bodies, and take their ashes back. We cannot let these heroes die far from home. As for the enemy's bodies, bury them all to prevent a plague, Li Xiuning ordered. Chapter 76, A 1,000-Mile Rescue. Early in the morning, Qin Xiao hurriedly climbed up to the roof without even having breakfast, leaving Li Xiuning and Changsun Wugo completely bewildered and puzzled as to what had happened. In fact, many people have already complained that the diesel generator in the back room is too noisy, affecting normal conversations and daily life. Qin Xiao himself has also noticed this, and he has to buy more diesel from the system every time it runs out. It's noisy and expensive and not practical at all. So, he decided to build a solar power system. He climbed up to the roof to take a look, since he would have to install it himself. Qin Xiao, a mission has arrived. Rescue Li Xiuning. Mission completion reward, a high-powered light-emitting generator set, including installation and after-sales service. Mission failure. Enter the palace as a young prince. System, you're being dishonest again. Li Xiuning has over 10,000 cavalrymen sent by the Cui family, plus special forces protection. How could anything happen to him? Besides, they're wearing such formidable armor, and their marksmanship is amazing. Qin Xiao thought the system was playing a trick on him. Last night, they encountered 55,000 private soldiers from the 5 clans and 6 families and 5,000 elite troops from Tian. Although they were all wiped out, after a night of fighting, they are now exhausted and in a weakened state. But tonight, 30,000 elite Turkic troops, long-term lieutenants in the Tang Dynasty, will launch a surprise attack on Li Xiuning and his forces. This time, there's simply no way to defeat them. If you don't go to their rescue, they will all die. This is unbelievable. There weren't this many things happening in history. Why did so many trivial matters arise as soon as I arrived? Did my appearance change the course of history? Nonsense. Of course your appearance will change history. For example, Li Xiuning lived to be 55. Empress Zhongsun only lived to be 36. Li Lizzie was even more pitiful, only living to be 23. Li Chengqian rebelled. Wu Zetian became empress, and so on. But is there one thing that could happen again? Even if you were to die right now, history would have already changed. Originally, Li Xiuning would have died 4 months ago, and now she'd be giving birth to your child. All right, I understand. I'll go rescue them right away. System, could you please tell me where Li Xiuning and the others are right now? Qin Xiao said helplessly. They are currently 30 li north of Qishan City, heading towards Wei's Pass. You can contact them by walkie-talkie when you get there to find their exact address. Thank you. I'll be right there. Qin Xiao hurriedly climbed down from the roof and went to the dining room. He grabbed 2 steamed buns and started eating. After he finished eating, he took out a mask from the warehouse. This surprised the others greatly. Having known Qin Xiao for so long, they had never seen him in such a hurry before, and they knew that something must have happened. Honey, I have to go out on some errands and may not be back for 2 or 3 days. Take care of yourself at home. I'll be back soon, Qin Xiao said. Husband, you never want to go out. Except for that time you went to the palace to save me. You have never even been to Chang'an. Why are you in such a hurry to go out this time? Has something serious happened? Tell me quickly, Li Xiuning asked anxiously. It's nothing. It's just that I haven't been out for a long time and I wanted to go out and see the beautiful landscapes of our great Tang Dynasty and experience the local customs and culture. Qin Xiao deliberately concealed the truth. Brother-in-law, do you think we're all fools? If you wanted to go out, you would have gone with Xiuning already. You're definitely hiding something from us, Empress Zhongsun said, frowning. That's utter nonsense. If you don't tell the truth, what will you do with your ears? After the baby is born, I won't let you see him, Li Xiuning said, grabbing Qin Xiao's ear. Wife, let go. Let go right now. My ear is about to fall off. I'll talk. Let go and I'll talk. Qin Xiao pretended to be in a lot of pain. I'll let go only after you tell me. Hurry up and tell me. Li Xiuning tightened her grip even more. I'll tell you. Xiuning and his men encountered 60,000 enemy troops last night. After a night of fierce fighting, they finally wiped them all out, Qin Xiao quickly explained. Brother-in-law, is Xiuning injured? Are the others all right? Empress Zhongsun asked impatiently. It's all right. Everyone is safe and sound. It's just that we're all exhausted and a bit weak right now. We'll be fine after a rest, Qin Xiao comforted them. If they're all right, why did you rush over there? Are you hiding something from us? Li Xiuning questioned. Just now, your husband did some calculations and found that Xiuning and the others will face a calamity tonight, and only my presence can avert it. But now that this has been resolved, everything will go smoothly from now on. Qin Xiao deliberately tried to ease the tension, afraid they would worry too much. Brother-in-law, you must save Erlang. How will my children and I survive without him? Changsun Wugo cried bitterly and almost collapsed to the ground. All right, I'll go help him right away. Trust me, I won't let him get hurt in the slightest. Don't you know who your brother-in-law is? I'll be back in 3 days at most, Qin Xiao assured him. Thank you, brother-in-law. You must be careful, Changsun Wugo said, wiping away her tears. Honey, please be careful. I don't want our child to be born without a father, Li Xiuning said, her eyes red. Pa, you jinx. Your husband is incredibly lucky and has a long life. Who can beat me? The person who could take my life hasn't been born yet. Be careful at home. I'll have Big White, and Little Black protect you. I'm leaving now, don't worry. Qin Xiao gave instructions. Okay, you must be very careful. You also need to save Shimin. He's my only brother, Li Xiuning instructed. Don't worry. Just stay home and wait for good news. Qin Xiao put on his mask, waved, and walked towards the front door. When he arrived at the stable, he spoke with the 3 tiger cubs. After less than 6 months of feeding them, the 3 tigers had grown considerably, reaching his waist in height, and were quite intelligent. When Qin Xiao told them that he was going on a long trip and asked them to protect his family, they actually kept nodding in response. After greeting everyone, Qin Xiao put on his armor, gripped his spear in his right hand, and rode off towards Qishan City on his mount, Snowless Trail. This was the first time he had traveled so far in the 6 years he had been in the Tang Dynasty, and he was in a very good mood. His mount had never run since it carried Qin Xiao to abduct Li Xiuning last time, and he was overjoyed to be able to let it run freely this time. It didn't care whether its master could handle its speed. It was as fast as lightning. Fortunately, Qin Xiao was physically strong and was not affected at all. Chapter 77, Ambush. Due to the urgency of the military situation, Li Xiuning feared the fall of Shanzhou City, so he only allowed the army to rest for an hour before setting off. They arrived at the valley where Shi Junmai had specially stored grain. Because there was simply too much grain to take with them, the people of Liangzhou had no choice but to reluctantly part with it, with each person except for the children carrying only 20 jin, approximately 10 kilograms, of grain. This actually benefited Li Xiuning. Moreover, with carriages and so many warhorses, transportation was extremely convenient, and the gains this time were truly enormous. After he had his soldiers load all the grain onto the carts, they continued their journey. Everyone believed that since they had eliminated so many enemies at once, there would be no more enemies on the road ahead. Little did they know, danger was slowly approaching them, and the further they traveled and the farther they got from Qin Xiao, the higher the risk would be. Fortunately, they had grain carts to escort, so the speed wasn't very fast. In fact, Li Xiuning allowed everyone to take turns climbing onto the grain carts to sleep. The Turks had already found out that Li Xiuning was going to pass through Liangzhou City, and they had been lying in wait in the nearby mountains and forests. The Turkic army had entered the Central Plains in batches 6 months ago, mostly disguised as caravans traveling through the Central Plains. A large portion of them relied on these caravans for supplies and trained deep in the mountains. After traveling for a day, Li Xiuning stopped about 50 li from Liangzhou City. After stopping, everyone began to cook a meal. Under the command of Qin Xiao and others, many soldiers began to set up camps. Special Forces members began to eat their instant hot meals and take turns to rest, including the reconnaissance soldiers. This was a method that Qin Xiao had taught them. They must always maintain ample physical strength and a clear mind under any circumstances. Although no enemy activity has been detected at this moment, they remain vigilant at all times. Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiao, and the others were very displeased to see that their sons ignored them, thinking that they had become arrogant after learning some skills and even ignored their fathers. On the contrary, Li Xiuning, who had no sons, had a clearer mind in the Special Forces and knew a lot about their training and rules. You guys shouldn't be angry with your sons. Since they didn't come over to greet you, it means they have rules or regulations set by my brother-in-law. Although I don't know why this is the case, I think we should pay more attention to safety when we're out and about, and never be careless. Last night, if it weren't for the Special Forces scouts discovering the enemy, could we have so easily eliminated an enemy force that outnumbered us 6-1? That's impossible. If they succeed in their sneak attack, not only will we not be able to defeat them, but the situation will be reversed. We might be the ones buried underground right now, Li Xiuning explained patiently. Your Majesty's insight is indeed profound. If we hadn't made prior preparations, and if the Special Forces hadn't thrown incendiary bombs into the enemy ranks, we wouldn't have been able to defeat them so easily. Li Jing agreed with Li Xiuming's statement. You're right. The soldiers trained by Brother Qin are indeed formidable. I saw them fight last night, and they were all like veterans of the battlefield, even more experienced, killing the enemy quickly and decisively. Cheng Yaojin analyzed. Do you think we'll encounter enemy troops again? Li Ji suddenly asked. We killed so many last night. How could there still be enemies? Don't forget, this is Tang Dynasty territory, Yu Qigong replied decisively. Then why are the Special Forces soldiers so cautious? Why don't they sleep together and take turns resting? Why send out reconnaissance soldiers? Li Ji asked rhetorically. This is probably a rule they set up to keep half of the people awake at all times. Actually, this rule is very good. After all, we are at war now, and it's always better to be safe than sorry. Qin Xiao guessed. Shu Bao is right. Although we are all older than the Special Forces members and are veterans of the battlefield, we are indeed inferior to them in many ways. For example, our vigilance is not as good as theirs, our scouts are not as good as their reconnaissance soldiers, and our soldiers' combat effectiveness is even worse than theirs. These are things we must change in the future, and we must learn from them, Li Xiuning said humbly. The king of Qin is right. If the Tang army had half the combat power of a special forces team, then our Tang Dynasty could definitely become the most powerful army in the world, Li Jing said excitedly. That's enough, everyone's tired. Let's eat and get some rest. We still have to travel tomorrow. After the battle, we'll go ask my brother-in-law for advice, Li Xiuning said happily. After everyone finished dinner, they went to their tents to rest. After all, they had fought all night and traveled all day, so they were really exhausted. At the hour of Cho, 1 to 3 a.m., the scouts discovered that a large number of cavalry were approaching their camp. Although there were not as many as the previous night, their horsemanship showed that these men were much more formidable in combat. Reporting, Company Commander. Please respond if I hear you. Received, please speak. We have spotted enemy cavalry 10 miles from our camp. How many troops do they have? It was too dark to see very clearly, but there were at least 30,000. All right, I'll go tell His Highness Prince Qin right away that you should keep a close watch on the other side and report back to me immediately, He Panren said quickly. Yes, mission accomplished. He Panren immediately woke up all the team members and led them to the outside of the Qin King's tent. He knew that Li Xiuning had turned off his walkie-talkie to avoid being disturbed. Upon hearing He Panren's words, the sentry immediately went into the tent and woke up Li Xiuning, while the other Special Forces members also went to wake up everyone else. General He, why did you wake me up in such a hurry? Has something happened? Li Xiuning asked impatiently. Your Majesty, something has indeed happened. 30,000 cavalry are approaching our camp, and their fighting strength is definitely no weaker than the cavalry from last night. He Panren replied quickly. Oh, do you know who they are? How many miles away are they? Li Xiuning asked as he put on his armor. They're probably about 8 li away from us. We don't know exactly which group they are, but their horsemanship is superb, He Panren explained. Let's go. Let's quickly prepare to meet the enemy. Tonight is going to be a tough battle. The soldiers are exhausted. I really don't know if we can get through this. Li Xiuning said with a frown. Your Majesty, rest assured, the Prince Consort Qin has instructed that unless all of our Special Forces members are wiped out, you will absolutely not be harmed in any way. He Panren said resolutely. You are all excellent. I will never forget your contributions. Come, join me in fighting the enemy. Li Xiuning said with great enthusiasm. Kill. Chapter 78. Not a single armor remains. Without hesitation, Li Xiuning led his soldiers to charge at the enemy, while the Special Forces attacked from both sides with crossbows and incendiary bombs. The Turkic army also calmly responded to the attack. After one volley of arrows, a new volley began. The Chui family soldiers fell to the ground, hit by arrows one after another. Apart from last night, they had never actually fought a battle, and their reaction ability was relatively weaker. Li Xiuning knew that this tactic would eventually lead to the annihilation of the entire army, so he could only let He Panren lead the Special Forces to attack freely without following him. Upon receiving the order, the Special Forces soldiers scattered like wild horses, throwing the Turkic army into chaos. However, the more than 100 exhausted soldiers had little impact on the 30,000 troops. Fortunately, there were some incendiary bombs to assist, but since incendiary bombs are relatively heavy, and the ones they brought had been used up in the last battle, an hour passed, and both sides were bloodthirsty and exhausted. The Chui family soldiers were reduced to only 2,000 remnants, while the Turks still had half their strength. If they continued fighting, even if they weren't killed by the enemy, they would die from exhaustion alone. Right now, only their will and faith sustained them. Just as Li Xiuning was considering whether to continue fighting or lead everyone to break through the encirclement, his walkie-talkie suddenly rang. In the pitch-black night sky, on this battlefield that resembled hell on earth, it sounded like heavenly music. Li Xiuning quickly took out the walkie-talkie. Brother-in-law, we are now at the foot of a mountain 50 miles south of Longzhou City. We have been fighting the enemy cavalry for more than an hour. Everyone is exhausted. Please come and save us quickly. Li Xiuning pleaded for help, disregarding his image. Now, Even Li Xiuning himself doesn't realize that he has become particularly dependent on Qin Xiao. Whenever he encounters a problem he can't solve, Qin Xiao is the first person he thinks of. Okay, you wait here, I'll be right there. How many enemy troops do they have left? Qin Xiao said without hesitation. There are still more than 10,000 troops. System, do you have any high-powered weapons like Gatling guns or rocket launchers? Qin Xiao asked quickly. No, this system is a gentle and kind system. How could it possess such a brutal killing weapon? However, I do have the blueprints, even for tanks. Moreover, they are high quality and inexpensive. Do you want them? I need to go kill the enemy now. What use are blueprints? Do you have any more practical weapons? Qin Xiao asked impatiently. Yes, do you want a riot gun? Is it the kind of gun that can fire tear gas? What's the price? It's very cheap, only 10,000 strings of cash. System, you're up to your old tricks again. 10,000 strings of cash is equivalent to 10 million yuan in modern terms. Are you sure you're not a profiteer? That's enough to buy a tank. Qin Xiao said angrily. I haven't finished yet. Sending 100,000 tear gas canisters. Are you satisfied now? Money grubber, little brother, a riot gun without tear gas is just a fire poker, understand? That's more like it. Hurry up and give this handsome guy a gun. You can take any ammo you want. All right then, I'll deduct the money from your warehouse. Actually, with your abilities, dealing with those 10,000 Turkic cavalry shouldn't be a problem. More than 10,000 cavalrymen. Even if they just stand still and let me kill them, I would still have to swing my spear more than 10,000 times. Are you trying to exhaust me to death before you're satisfied? You can use your overwhelming power to sweep away all enemies. I'm not going to waste my breath on you anymore. I'm going to rescue someone. Qin Xiao planted the riot gun on the saddle and galloped quickly toward Li Xiuning. Meanwhile, the Special Forces members received news that their instructor was coming and were extremely excited, unleashing their full potential. Qin Xiao arrived at the enemy's rear and saw a dense mass of cavalry. He couldn't see Li Xiuning at all, so he had no choice but to grab his spear and charge in. The Turkic soldiers had no idea that enemies would appear behind them, and they panicked. Qin Xiao swung his spear like a windmill, sweeping across a large area of the enemy. With a single shot, he could take away several or even a dozen lives, like a god of war incarnate. The Turkic cavalry dared not confront him head-on, and all avoided this murderous demon. After fighting his way through several rounds, Qin Xiao arrived at Li Xiuming's encirclement. After greeting them, he took the lead and fought his way out, bringing them out. He casually picked up a riot gun and fired a barrage of shots at the enemy, sending tear gas canisters trailing white smoke flying into the Turkic army. Before the Turkic cavalry knew what was happening, they couldn't help but cough. Some even tumbled off their horses from coughing. This shows just how powerful these tear gas canisters were. Everyone come and get your gas masks. Once you've got them, rush over and kill the enemy. Qin Xiao bought a bunch of gas masks and placed them in front of him. While talking, he continued to fire tear gas. He had never played with a riot gun before, but he was having a great time. Hundreds of tear gas canisters had rendered the Turkic cavalry helpless, and even their war horses couldn't take it anymore, becoming enraged and charging wildly. After everyone put on gas masks, they charged into the enemy ranks and began a one-sided massacre. The once ferocious Turkic cavalry had become less than lambs. In less than half an hour, all the Turkic cavalry were slaughtered, leaving only ownerless war horses running around. Li Xiuning immediately ordered these war horses to be brought under control. Qin Xiao went to a deserted place, bought tens of thousands of bottles of Red Bull from the system, and then had Special Forces members carry them over to distribute to everyone. Brother-in-law, how did you know we were in danger? We are so grateful for your timely rescue. Otherwise, we might have perished here, Li Xiuning asked gratefully. You guys drink this first to perk yourselves up, then we can chat slowly. Feel free to ask any questions you have, Qin Xiao said generously. Everyone picked up a bottle of Red Bull and drank it. They were all exhausted, but after drinking it, they were noticeably more energetic. Brother Qin, this water is so sweet, it's really delicious. And just now my eyelids were drooping uncontrollably, but now I feel much less tired and full of energy, Qin Xiao said in surprise. This is a kind of medicine to remind you to relieve fatigue. Of course it will have this effect after you drink it. Otherwise, if you all go to sleep, who will keep watch? Who will keep me company and chat? Qin Xiao said with a smile. So that's how it is. It really is a miraculous medicine. Even this iron can is exquisitely made, Li Jing exclaimed. Brother-in-law, you haven't answered my questions yet. How did you know we were in trouble? And why is the thing that shot out of your stick so powerful? Li Xiuning asked curiously. Didn't I tell you before that my divination skills are even better than those two old Taoist priests, Yuan Tiangang and Li Xiuning? This is called a riot gun. The stuff it produces can incapacitate people. I'll teach you later. This stuff and all the ammunition are yours. Take them to deal with Jieli. Qin Xiao said generously. Thank you, brother-in-law. With this magical artifact, I guarantee we can easily defeat the Turkic wolf cavalry. Oh, by the way, won't you come with us to Shanzhou to wipe them out? Li Xiuning said excitedly. I won't go with you. After this ordeal, you'll be safe from danger and can easily defeat Jieli. I'm also busy. My wife is waiting for me to come home and be with her. Qin Xiao said smugly. Everyone was speechless. They believed that a real man should put the country first and not be so sentimental about his personal feelings. But this incredibly powerful man in front of me talks about his woman all the time, as if he's afraid others won't know he has a wife. Chapter 79. A Gift to Luo Shixin. King Qin, what should we do next? Should we continue to go to Wei's Pass to mobilize troops, or should we head towards Shanzhou City? Cheng Yaojin asked impatiently. Brother-in-law, what's your opinion? Li Xiuning directly threw the question to Qin Xiao. Actually, we can do it in 2 steps. General, he is the general of the women's army. Let him take my wife's order to mobilize the troops. That way, we can be sure of success. To increase the speed, there are about 2,000 soldiers here. Let each of them take 5 warhorses to Wei's Pass, and they can bring back 10,000 troops. If 2 people on horseback can bring back 20,000 troops, and this process is repeated, wouldn't it be easy to quickly mobilize all the troops? In addition, send a few special forces members with Xiumin's token to Shanzhou City. Under cover of darkness, they will enter the city and give Li Jun a walkie-talkie. That way, they can launch a coordinated attack from within and without, defeating the Turks in one fell swoop, Qin Xiao explained. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. These 2 methods are ingenious. As long as we follow Brother Qin's instructions, we can definitely eliminate the enemy with minimal losses. Li Jing clapped his hands and exclaimed, Brother-in-law, you're so capable, why don't you join us? Wouldn't it be faster to end the battle if you took charge? Li Xiuning said excitedly. If I were to take action, what would be left for you? What chance would you have to experience the joy and growth that war brings? Besides, I promised my wife I'd be home early. You wouldn't want Wugo to worry about you, would you? Qin Xiao said casually. All right, brother-in-law is right. Let's have General he lead the soldiers to bring the women's army over at daybreak. Li Xiuning said helplessly. All right, now I'll teach you how to use a riot gun. After that, I'll go home. I have something to tell you. The first group to attack you was a coalition of 60,000 men from the 5 clans and 6 noble families and the Tian. Now, the Turks are attacking you. Xiuning, you decide what to do. Qin Xiao said impatiently. Reporting, Instructor, Shi Junmai has rescued all the people of Liangzhou City and has now arranged for a logistics company to send them to Lantian County, He Panrin quickly explained. Yes, you did a great job. I will have General Ma take good care of these people. Be careful, and go back after the mission is completed. Qin Xiao praised. Thank you for the compliment, Instructor. Go to the edge of the woods 100 paces ahead, and bring over a few hundred bags. These are the projectiles fired from riot guns, like arrows, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, Instructor. After Qin Xiao explained how to use the riot gun to Li Xiuning and the others, he bid farewell to everyone and left in a hurry without even taking a break, leaving everyone speechless. Qin Xiao left behind more than 100 cases of Red Bull. Li Xiuning stipulated that whoever was on guard duty should drink it. Although the drink tasted very good, it was meant to keep you awake and alert. Drinking it would make it impossible to fall asleep. Therefore, everyone felt that this arrangement was reasonable. With 1 hour left before dawn, Qin Xiao rode his snow-treading trail at breakneck speed until daybreak before slowing down. He ate bread and drinks he had bought from the system while enjoying the scenery along the way. On the way here, I was in a hurry to rescue people and didn't have time to pay attention. Now that I have nothing to do, I can finally appreciate the beautiful mountains and rivers of the Tang Dynasty. When Qin Xiao returned to his villa, 2 days had passed. The system kept its promise and rewarded him with a high-powered photovoltaic generator set, finally freeing him from the noise pollution. Qin Xiao found Ma Sanbao and asked him to settle all the people of Liangzhou and provide them with jobs. He also put cement manufacturing on the agenda. Once the cement was produced, he could build many large factories. The textile factories nowadays are mostly staffed by women, while the men are mostly doing heavy and rough work. He plans to build a large, modern garment factory that will be entirely staffed by women. Several schools will also be built, namely primary school, middle school, high school, and university. After these people graduate, They will be assigned to various positions and departments. Reporting to your highness. There's a young man outside looking for you, a soldier said as he approached. Oh, do you know what the other person's name is? Qin Xiao asked curiously. He said his name was Luo Tong. Oh, General Ma, you may not know this young man, but you must know his father? Qin Xiao said solemnly. Who is the prince consort? Ma Sanbao asked curiously. Let's invite this young man in first. Qin Xiao said to the soldier. Yes, your highness. A short while later, the soldier led in a handsome young man with fair skin and a height of over 1.8 meters. Luo Tong greets Prince Consort Qin. Luo Tong bowed politely. Luo Tong, is there something you need from me today? Qin Xiao asked expressionlessly. Your Excellency Prince Consort Qin, I wish to become your disciple, but I heard from Chu Mo and the others that you require a gift of 100 taels of gold. However, my family cannot afford that much money, and I am too embarrassed to borrow it from you elders, Luo Tong said, his face flushed. General Ma, didn't you just ask me who this young man's father is? I'll tell you now, his name is Luo Shixin. Qin Xiao said expressionlessly. Could it be Luo Shixin, the Duke of Tan? He's a true hero. Ma Sanbao exclaimed excitedly. Thank you, General Ma, for your assessment of my late father, Luo Tong said, bowing with reddened eyes. Luo Tong, how old are you today? Qin Xiao asked. Your Highness, I am 11 years old this year, Luo Tong replied sincerely. It's not that your uncle is unwilling to help you pay for it, but rather that he thinks you're too young and doesn't want you to suffer like this, Qin Xiao explained. But I'm not afraid of hardship. I want to become a hero like my father, and even more so, I want to become someone with great abilities like you, Prince Consort, Luo Tong said without hesitation. Then let me ask you, does your mother know about your coming to become my apprentice today? Qin Xiao said seriously. Your Highness, my mother doesn't know, Luo Tong replied honestly. Your attitude is very sincere. I'm very satisfied. However, you still need your mother's consent. How about this? As long as your mother agrees, I won't accept a single penny from your apprenticeship gift. I'll write you a poem first. Go back and discuss it with your mother. If she doesn't agree, then don't come back. If she does agree, then come find me again, Qin Xiao explained. Thank you for your kindness, your Highness. Luo Tong said excitedly, bowing deeply. Luo Tong, come and help me grind the ink. Qin Xiao beckoned and said, Yes, your Highness. A gift to Luo Shixin. Lying stiff in a lonely village, I do not grieve for myself, but still think of defending the frontier for my country. Lying awake at night, I listen to the wind and snow. In my dreams, I see iron horses and icy rivers. Chapter 80, Mother Luo teaches her son. During Li Xiumin's conquest of the world, Luo Shixin was always by his side. He was brave and invincible, sweeping away thousands of troops, and his enemies were terrified at the mere mention of his name. When Li Xiumin was campaigning against Wang Shichong, Luo Shixin captured Xiashi Fort and besieged Qianjin Fort, making outstanding military achievements and being granted the title of Duke of Shan. That year, Luo Shixin was 20 years old. In the Battle of Mingshui, the rebel army of Lu Haida besieged Wang Zhengqiu. Li Xiumin ordered Luo Shixin to relieve Wang Zhengqiu in defending the city. Luo Shixin led 200 men to break into the city. However, due to heavy snow blocking the roads, Li Xiumin was unable to provide effective reinforcements, leading to the fall of Mingshui County. Luo Shixin was captured alive by Lu Haida and, after refusing to surrender, was executed. When Li Xiumin heard of Luo Shixin's death, he was deeply saddened. He spent a large sum of money to buy Luo Shixin's body and buried him next to Pei Rinji's tomb. When Luo Tong saw the poem written by Qin Xiao, he burst into tears. He seemed to see his father's hardships and helplessness in defending the city, as well as his indomitable spirit. After calming himself down, Luo Tong knelt down without hesitation and kowtowed 3 times to Qin Xiao. Thank you, Master, for writing a poem for my father. Get up. If your mother is willing, these 3 kowtows will be considered a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Take the poem and hurry back. Otherwise, your mother will worry again if she can't find you, Qin Xiao instructed. Thank you for your teachings, Master, Luo Tong said, wiping away his tears. General Ma, arrange a carriage to take Luo Tong back to the Duke of Tan's mansion, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, your Highness. When Luo Tong returned home, he saw that everyone in the courtyard was searching for something. When they saw their young master, they were extremely excited, and several maids rushed into the house to tell the old lady. In fact, although Luo Shixin was granted the title of Duke, he had already passed away and could only make a living by relying on the government salary and shop rent. Unlike Qin Xiao, he did not have dozens or hundreds of servants. Just as Luo Tong was about to enter the house, Luo Shixin's wife, Luo Wangshi, came out. Although she was called the old lady, she was actually a year younger than Qin Xiao. Kneel down. Luo Wangshi roared angrily. Mother, I did nothing wrong. Why should I kneel? Luo Tong knelt on the ground indignantly, carefully placing the poem Qin Xiao had given him beside him. How dare you talk back? You left without telling me. Do you know how worried I was about you? Why did you sneak out? Madame Luo asked angrily. Mother, I was afraid you wouldn't approve of me going, so I went without telling you, Luo Tong said, his face flushed. Tell me, where did you go? If you don't tell me honestly today, I'm going to enforce the family rules. Madame Luo said angrily. Mother, please calm down. I'll tell you now. I noticed that none of my friends have come to play with me lately, so I asked around out of curiosity. That's when I found out that Brother Chumo and the others have all become disciples of Prince Consort Qin. So, they haven't had time to come visit me. Later, I heard that Prince Consort Qin is incredibly powerful, practically omnipotent, Luo Tong explained. Did you go to Lantian County to become Qin Fuma's apprentice? I heard that Chumo's first batch of apprenticeship gifts cost 50 taels of gold, while the second batch increased to 100 taels of gold. Now, who knows how much gold the third batch will cost? Even if you want to become his apprentice, our family simply can't afford that much money, said Madame Luo, frowning. Mother, I did go to Lantian County, and I even met Prince Consort Qin. He also knew about father's deeds and called father a hero. He also wrote a poem for his father and told me that if his mother agreed, he would be willing to take me as his apprentice and would not charge me a penny. Luo Tong said excitedly. What? He'll take you as his apprentice for free? How is that possible? Rumor has it that he's a money grubber. Quickly show his poems to your mother. Luo Wangshi said excitedly. Luo Tong quickly got up from the ground, handed over the scroll, and, holding one end, slowly opened it. When Luo Wangshi saw the 7-character quatrain, her eyes reddened, and tears instantly streamed down her face. Mother, please don't cry. I will never dare to upset you again. If you can calm down, please give me a beating. Luo Tong was at a loss due to the sudden change and quickly tried to comfort him. Silly child, if your father were still alive, he would definitely be good friends with Prince Consort Qin. Only Prince Consort Qin truly understands him, said Madame Luo, wiping away her tears. I see. After reading this poem, I also felt that what Prince Consort Qin described was the situation my father was in when he was trapped and at his wit's end, Luo Tong explained. Tonger, did you walk all the way from home to Lantian County by yourself today? Luo Wangshi asked curiously. Yes, mother, but when I came back, Prince Consort Qin had General Ma personally escort me. Their 4-wheeled carriage was so comfortable, not bumpy at all, Luo Tong explained again. Tonger, you have truly shown great perseverance to have made it all the way to Lantian County. Now I'm asking you a serious question, and you must answer me honestly, Madame Luo asked solemnly. Mother, please speak. I will answer you seriously. Luo Tong knew that his mother rarely had such a serious expression. This time, she must be really serious. Tonger, do you really want to become Prince Consort Qin's apprentice? I've inquired about it. Their training is extremely tough, something that ordinary people simply cannot endure, said Madame Luo seriously. Mother, no pain, no gain. I've made up my mind. No matter how hard it gets, I will persevere because I am a man and I must support this family, Luo Tong said expressionlessly. Good. You are indeed a fine son of the Luo family. Since your father died in battle, we, a widow and orphan, have relied entirely on your father's military achievements for our livelihood. Some of your father's friends have also stopped keeping in touch with us. Therefore, you must strive to live up to your father's expectations. Even if you don't surpass him, at least preserve his legacy and don't give others anything to gossip about, Lady Luo instructed. Mother, as long as I learn great skills from Prince Consort Qin, I will definitely be able to support this family, and the Luo family will definitely not be ruined in my hands, Luo Tong said firmly. Good. Good. You really are my good child. I haven't spoiled you for nothing. Are you hungry now? I'll cook you something delicious myself. Madame Luo held Luo Tong's head in her arms. Mother, I'm not hungry. Prince Consort Qin gave me noodles that I can eat after just soaking them in hot water, and he also asked me to bring back lots of candy for you, Luo Tong said happily. Yes, that's good. Tomorrow I will personally escort you to Lantian County to become an apprentice. Although Prince Consort Qin does not need a dowry, we still need to prepare the gifts we should send, said Madame Luo decisively. Thank you, Mother. Chapter 81 The Great Victory in the North. Tonger, I'm going to tell you about the apprenticeship ceremony. When you enter the school, you will first have to perform the apprenticeship ceremony. You will first kowtow to the portrait of the most holy teacher Confucius, kneeling on both knees and kowtowing 9 times. Then you will pay respects to your master and kowtow 3 times. After you have formally become a disciple, you should present your master with 6 gifts as a form of apprenticeship. These 6 gifts are the 6 kinds of presents that a disciple gives to their master during the apprenticeship ceremony. The 3 vegetables are celery, symbolizing diligence and studiousness; lotus seeds, whose bitter heart symbolizes painstaking education; red beans, symbolizing good fortune; and red dates, symbolizing early success in examinations. Longan symbolizes the completion of merits and virtues, and Qin Xiao refers to 10 strips of dried meat, representing the disciple's sincerity. Mother has already prepared these things. Prince Consort Qin probably doesn't have a portrait of Confucius. He is very likely not a disciple of Confucius, so when you enter his gate tomorrow, just kowtow to him 3 times. Madame Luo patiently explained. Mother, I understand. I will never be lacking in manners, Luo Tong said sincerely. Okay, then you should get some rest early tonight. We'll set off early tomorrow morning, Madame Luo instructed. Yes, mother, Luo Tong replied. Wife, guess who I met today? Qin Xiao asked mysteriously. Who is it? You didn't give me any hints. How am I supposed to guess? I don't have your kind of fortune-telling ability to predict the future, Li Xiuning teased. How dare you speak of your husband like that? It seems I'll have to assert my authority as your husband, Qin Xiao said, feigning anger. I'm pregnant now. What can you do to me? If you're not afraid of losing both you and your baby, then come on. Anyone who doesn't come is a coward, Li Xiuning said confidently. Your Majesty, you're ruthless. I can't do anything about you. Let me tell you, I ran into Luo Shixin's son, Luo Tong. Today? Qin Xiao said helplessly. Oh, could it be Luo Shixin, the Duke of Tan? Li Xiuning asked curiously. Yes, it's Luo Shixin, the one who was captured alive by Lu Haida and killed because he refused to surrender, Qin Xiao explained. It's such a pity that Luo Shixin died. He was the youngest duke in history, having earned his title through military achievements. He had a bright future ahead of him, but he died young at the age of 23. His son Luo Tong should still be a little kid. What does he want from you? Li Xiuning said regretfully. Yes, he is indeed just a little kid, only 10 years old. He wants to become my apprentice, but he can't afford the apprenticeship fee, Qin Xiao explained. Honey, you're so rich. Do you really need a little gold? They're a widow and her child. It's really tough for them. Let's help them if we can. Li Xiuning's maternal aura kicked in. I didn't refuse him. I told him that as long as his mother agreed, I wouldn't accept any apprenticeship gift from him. Qin Xiao continued to explain. That's more like it. But he's still so young. Can he handle that kind of high-intensity physical training? Li Xiuning started to worry again. What you said makes sense. Why don't we let him stay by my side for a few years? I'll personally teach him some kung fu, and then he can join the army when he's a bit older, Qin Xiao said after thinking for a moment. Honey, this is a great idea. With you personally teaching him, he'll definitely be just as good as the other students, Li Xiuning said happily. Since your husband is so good, is there any reward? Qin Xiao began to boast. I'm pregnant now, so I can't reward you. How about I reward you with honor instead? Li Xiuning said with a smile. No, I've already said, you're enough for me, Qin Xiao said without hesitation. You freak. Other men want to have more and more women and are proud of having many wives at home, but you only want me, Li Xiuning said happily. Silly girl, do you really want to share the love I have for you with another woman? Qin Xiao patted Li Xiuning's head. No way. Besides, I'm 2 years older than you. I'm your older sister, not some silly girl, Li Xiuning protested. Do you think being the older sister is good? Being the eldest isn't necessarily a good thing. Shimin is the same age as me, but I became his brother-in-law. He's always asking me for this and that, and I'm too embarrassed to refuse. If I were younger than him, would he have the nerve to ask me for things all the time? Or to learn skills from me? Qin Xiao said indignantly. That's true. No older brother is always asking his younger sister and brother-in-law for things. But I'm the older sister, and you're the brother-in-law. That's a fact that can't be changed. Who told you to marry me? Li Xiuning started to act unreasonably. Sigh, have I gotten on your pirate ship? Qin Xiao sighed. Think what you want. Anyway, I'm already your wife and the mother of your child, Li Xiuning said proudly. Just as Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning were flirting, a fast horse galloped in from the north gate of Chang'an City, heading towards the palace. The soldier had a flag indicating his status as a victorious messenger stuck on his back. At this time, Li Yuan was playing with Consort Qin, who had already joined forces with Li Jiansheng and was speaking ill of Li Shimin from time to time. Your Majesty, the soldiers from the north who have reported victory are requesting an audience outside the palace. Qin Bingji reported respectfully. Oh, summon him to the imperial study for an audience, Li Yuan said, his eyes lighting up. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Yuan greeted Consort Yin and went to the imperial study in Taiji Palace. Then, Qin Bingji led in a soldier covered in dust. This humble general, Zhu Xiongbing, greets Your Majesty, the soldier reporting the victory said, bowing. Rise. Tell me about the situation in the north first, Li Yuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, our journey has been far from peaceful. We were ambushed by a combined force of 60,000 troops from the Tuhan and the 5 clans outside Xishan City, and were wiped out by us. We were attacked by 30,000 Turkic wolf cavalry in the wilderness near Longshan City. We fought desperately and worked together to defeat them. The soldier reporting the victory patiently recounted. Oh, was the king of Qin injured? You encountered so many enemies, and not only did you defeat them, you wiped them all out. That's really impressive. What were your casualties? Li Yuan asked in surprise. Of the 10,000 cavalrymen the Chui family of Qinghe lent us, only 2,000 remain. Everyone suffered minor injuries, but overall, it's a good outcome, the soldier reporting the victory said proudly. Good, good. You are all truly fine sons of the Tang Dynasty. You are all excellent. So, what is the current military situation? What is the next step for the Prince of Qin? Li Yuan asked happily. The King of Qin took Princess Pingyang's order and transferred 70,000 of the 80,000 soldiers from Wei's Pass to Qin, and then returned them after the war was won. Then, they sent men into Shanzhou City, intending to coordinate with the main army inside to defeat Jili Khan in one battle and drive them all back to the grasslands. Good, this is a good idea. It will definitely defeat that old scoundrel Jili in one fell swoop. General Zhu, you've worked hard. Go and rest. Qin Bingji, summon all civil and military officials to the Taiji Hall for the council meeting. Li Yuan said excitedly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I will summon them immediately. Chapter 82, Another Disciple. The next morning, just as Qin Xiao and his wife finished washing up, Lanner came to report that a man, a woman, and several attendants had arrived at the door and were asking to see them. Lanner, did they say who they were? Li Xiuning asked. They said she's Luo Shixin's wife and child, and the child's name is Luo Tong. Lanner replied after thinking for a moment. Honey, you'll have to go through that. Let's go greet her together. Qin Xiao said with a grin. Okay, let's invite them in for breakfast. Li Xiuning said happily. Walk. The two people walked hand in hand to the gate and saw Luo Tong and his mother waiting there. When Luo Tong saw Qin Xiao and his wife coming over, she immediately knelt on the red brick ground and kowtowed 3 times. Before Qin Xiao could stop her, Li Xiuning quickly went over to help her up. You silly child, your forehead is all red from kowtowing. This brick is really hard. It's enough to just show some respect when you want to become an apprentice. Our family doesn't have so many rules. As long as you don't betray your master or the sect, it's fine, Li Xiuning said with concern. This humble woman pays her respects to Princess Pingyang and her husband, Lady Luo said, bowing. Sister, there are no outsiders here, so let's skip the formalities and keep things simple, Li Xiuning said happily. Princess, etiquette cannot be disregarded. You are of noble birth. How can we address each other as sisters? Lady Luo said nervously. He had never had any contact with Princess Pingyang and knew nothing about her temperament or hobbies. He only occasionally heard his husband, Luo Shixin, mention her. She was described as a heroine, a woman who was just as capable as any man, and today, she finally learned about his straightforward and approachable personality, which made her feel flattered. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. From now on, just call me sister. I'll be Luo Tong's master's wife. Husband, what do you say? Li Xiuning said happily. My wife makes the decisions. I have no objections. Qin Xiao said with a smile. Princess, you are pregnant. How can you come out in the wind? Please go inside and rest. It is truly a sin to have you come out to greet us personally, said Madame Luo excitedly. Call me Sister Xiuning. My husband is a renowned doctor. He said that pregnant women also need appropriate exercise, which will improve their physical condition and help with childbirth, Li Xiuning explained. Oh, so that's how it is. I was so ignorant. Sister Xiuning, your belly is so big. You must be about to give birth. Luo Wangshi said happily. No, it should be after the new year, about 3 months from now. Li Xiuning replied happily. Oh, after 6 months, her belly is already this big. She must be a big, healthy boy. Luo Wangshi said excitedly. I do like sons, but my husband prefers daughters, Li Xiuning complained. Prince Qin is truly different from others. A wise man's ideas are indeed unique, Lady Luo said with a smile. All right, you've come so early. You probably haven't had breakfast yet. Let's go inside and eat together. We can chat as we eat. Qin Xiao knew women were talkative, so he quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Otherwise, they might really end up having a lot of trouble. Come on, let's go inside and chat. How about trying our breakfast? Li Xiuning pulled Luo Wangshi inside first, while Qin Xiao followed behind with Luo Tong in his hand. The four of them arrived at the restaurant and sat down in turn. Servants brought out a lot of breakfast, and Qin Xiao also asked Lanner to arrange food for the servants of the Luo family. Luo Tong, you are too young now, so I have decided not to send you to the army camp, Qin Xiao said, only halfway through his sentence. Luo Tong quickly stood up from his chair and knelt on the ground. Master, although I am young, I am sure I can do the same things as them. Please accept me as your disciple. Get up quickly. I haven't finished speaking yet. A man's knees are worth gold. Don't kneel down so easily. Your master isn't dead yet. Qin Xiao deliberately scolded. Luo Tong, get up and eat right away. You haven't finished listening to your master's words. He means that you are too young, and he won't let you enter the army camp yet. Stay by his side first, and he will personally teach you various skills. That way, you won't have to work so hard. Li Xiuning explained with a smile. Tonger, hurry up and thank your master and mistress. You're the only disciple who stays by their side, Luo Wangshi said excitedly. Thank you, master and mistress. After bowing, Luo Tong quickly stood up and sat down to continue eating. Tonger, from now on you will stay by your master and mistress's side and study hard. You must not talk back to anyone, otherwise, I will use the Luo family's rules. Madame Luo said sternly. Yes, mother. Luo Tong said respectfully. Let's eat. It's not that serious. Qin Xiao and I are easygoing people, not too many rules. As long as Tonger is willing to work hard and study hard, he will definitely not be inferior to Qing Chumo and the others, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Master, mistress, please rest assured, I will definitely work harder to learn skills and will never let you down, Luo Tong said solemnly. Tonger, let me tell you, it doesn't matter to me whether I lose face or not. I have so many disciples, you should have heard that. One more or one less makes no difference. The most important thing is whether you have learned the skills yourself. That's the key. Remember, first, you must learn the skills before you can talk about protecting your country. If you can't even support yourself, how can you have any grand ideals? Qin Xiao taught. Thank you for your teachings, master. I understand, Luo Tong replied sincerely. You're still young. You need to experience and understand many things on your own. Don't be too hasty in anything. There's a saying, haste makes waste. Qin Xiao continued to admonish. Yes, master. Meanwhile, in the Taiji Hall of the Imperial Palace, people were discussing rewards for Li Shimon's achievements. They were arguing heatedly, but no one knew what reward to give him. Because Li Shimon's achievements were already too great, and his official position was already the highest among both civil and military officials, there was no further promotion to him. In the end, Li Yuan had no choice but to reward his subordinates with 2,000 taels of gold, as well as some silk and jewelry. After the court session, Li Yuan summoned Crown Prince Li Xiuning to the imperial study. Xiuning, tell me honestly, did you instigate the Wang family to join forces with other powerful families to obstruct your brother's path? Li Yuan said angrily. Your Majesty, I truly do not know this. If I had known, I would have prevented it from happening. What exactly happened? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. Just now, in the court, I only said that Shimon annihilated 90,000 enemy troops, without specifying which force it was. In fact, among the first batch of 60,000 troops who ambushed and killed him, 55,000 were the private soldiers of aristocratic families, another 5,000 were from the Tiuhan, and the second group consisted of 30,000 Turkic cavalry, Li Yuan explained. Father, even if I am jealous, I would never endanger the country at this time. If something happens to Shimon, our Tang Dynasty will be doomed. Li Xiuning said excitedly. It's good that you know. No personal grudges are as important as the country and the people. If I find out that you are harming the foundation of the Tang Dynasty for your own selfish reasons, don't blame me for not showing any fatherly affection, Li Yuan warned. Chapter 83 Battle of Shanzhou. Following Qin Xiao's instructions, Li Shimon sent special forces into Shanzhou City to contact Zhai Chongsun. After reading the imperial edict, Ho Junji was also imprisoned. The general offensive was scheduled for the early morning hours of Chou, 1 to 3 a.m., which is when people are in their deepest sleep. If the timing was right and the two armies cooperated seamlessly, the battle could be won in one fell swoop. Your Majesty, the 30,000 troops we dispatched have yet to report back. I am truly worried that something unexpected may have happened, Li Khan said anxiously. According to reliable intelligence, Li Xiuning only led 10,000 miscellaneous cavalrymen from the Chui family. How could they possibly be compared to the warriors of us who grew up on horseback? What's more, we have 30,000 wolf riders, and my orders are for them to launch night raids. If we still can't defeat them even with that, how can we still call ourselves the eagles of the grasslands? Qin Xiao said confidently. But according to the timeline, 5 days have passed since the attack began, so why haven't we received any information from them yet? Li Khan asked, puzzled. Perhaps they are celebrating their victory, or perhaps they want to give us a surprise. In any case, the victory definitely belongs to our Turkic warriors, Qin Xiao explained. Oh, then may I ask, Khan, should we attack Shanzhou City? Or when should we begin the attack? Li Khan asked. Once our warriors bring Li Xiuming's head here, I will hang it high so that the Tang soldiers of Shanzhou can see that their General Tian Su is also a defeated general of ours. This would not only demoralize them, but also boost the morale of our Turkic warriors, a win-win situation. Why not wait a little longer? Once we succeed, they could easily take Shanzhou City, but if they wiped out the more than 80,000 enemy troops there, what troops would Li Yuan have left to mobilize? When the time comes, we'll storm the imperial palace in Chang'an, kill Li Yuan, and then I'll become emperor, and you'll be regent. We'll be second only to the emperor, and as powerful as we can be. Qin Xiao laughed heartily. Khan is mighty. No, long live the emperor. Li Khan immediately began to flatter him. Ha ha ha, regent rise. I bestow upon you 100 beautiful Han women. Qin Xiao began to take on his role. Thank you for your great favor, your majesty. Li Khan responded. Ha ha, pharmacist, how are the preparations going? Li Xiuning asked. King Qin, everything is ready. As long as we arrive an hour early, either by walking or by not galloping, we can launch our attack at the beginning of the Chou hour, 1 to 3 a.m., Li Jing said solemnly. All right, this is the last battle of our northern expedition. We must eliminate as much of the Turkic forces as possible, Li Xiuning said solemnly. King Qin, rest assured. With Brother Qin's inside and outside cooperation and the riot guns he gave us, plus the night raid, we can definitely defeat that old scoundrel Jelly. Moreover, our combined forces with those in Shanzhou now surpass the strength of the Turks, and we are all cavalry, Cheng Yaojin said confidently. King Qin, Yaojin is right. If we still can't win this time, we'll be too ashamed to stay in the court. I'll just retire and become a farmer, Qin Xiao said confidently. King Qin, if we lose this time, or even if we only manage a draw, I, Yuqi Jingda, will no longer serve as a general and will go back to my old profession, Yuqi Gong assured, patting his chest. All right, since you all have such confidence, then let's make a name for ourselves in this battle and go down in history. We won't necessarily wipe out the Turks, kill Jieli and Tuli, but at least we'll cripple them so they won't recover for years, Li Xiuning said excitedly. The Great Tang will surely prevail. The Great Tang is mighty. The team that entered Shanzhou City was led by Cheng Chumo, consisting of 10 members. They were also looking forward to the start of the battle. Since becoming Qin Xiao's disciples and joining the special forces, their fighting spirit had been fully unleashed. Chuimo, should we launch an attack simultaneously with the king of Qin, or should we attack the Turks ahead of time? Zhai Chongsun asked curiously. The Xuanjia army was trained by Li Xiuning himself, and its leader, Zhai Chongsun, was very familiar with the generals under Li Xiuning, and of course, he was also familiar with their sons. Although Cheng Chumo was wearing a mask, Zhai Chongsun knew his identity as soon as he opened his mouth. Cheng Chumo refused to admit it, but Zhai Chongsun still called him by his name. General Zhai, we must wait for the king of Qin to launch his attack, and then wait another quarter of an hour before we attack. This is because the king of Qin possesses a very powerful weapon that requires a certain amount of time to take effect, Cheng Chumo explained. Great. I'm really looking forward to the Turks being routed by us, Zhai Chongsun said excitedly. As night fell, the three groups of people were cooking their own meals. After finishing their meals, they went to sleep, but the Tang army had already issued an order that they must wake up at the beginning of midnight. At the beginning of midnight, Li Xiuning led more than 80,000 cavalrymen slowly toward the Turkic camp. If anyone had seen them at that time, they would have been astonished, as their speed was at most a little faster than an ordinary person walking. In fact, they dared not get too close to the Turkic camp, fearing they would be discovered by the enemy's scouts. Therefore, they deliberately kept their distance, preferring to waste an extra hour at night. Upon arriving at the Turkic camp, Li Xiuning arranged for 10,000 soldiers to enter, each carrying 2 tear gas canisters. In fact, these tear gas canisters could produce the same effect without riot guns. After killing all the sentries, and while everyone was throwing tear gas canisters in every corner of the Turkic camp, Li Xiuning had already surrounded the Turkic camp on 3 sides, leaving only the side facing the north gate of Shanzhou City open. Meanwhile, the Turkic camp was filled with thick smoke, and Turkic soldiers kept running out of their tents, coughing all around. Li Xiuning ordered the archers to start firing arrows. Countless arrows rained down on the Turkic camp, and the screams grew louder. The Khans Jieli and Tuli were also awakened, quickly donned their armor, and began issuing orders. But the soldiers were blinded by tear gas and nearly choked by the acrid smoke, making it impossible for them to carry out orders. Upon hearing the voices of the Turks within Shanzhou City, Zhai Changsun gave an order and charged out of the north gate, followed by countless soldiers and archers who began to fire arrows at the Turkic camp. Seeing the scene before him, Jieli Khan knew that the situation was hopeless and quickly organized his troops to break through. Fortunately, they reacted in time and covered their mouths and noses with wet cloths. When Li Xiuning saw that Jieli had begun a full-scale breakout, he immediately ordered his army to launch a general offensive and even joined the battle himself. After half an hour of fighting, Jieli and Tuli left their 100,000 warriors on the battlefield and led their remaining 50,000 troops to gallop back to their grasslands. Li Xiuning was not so easily swayed by their master. He left a portion of his troops to clean up the battlefield, while he personally led an army of 100,000 to pursue them relentlessly. Seeing this situation, Khagan Jieli had no choice but to grit his teeth and make a decision. He ordered 40,000 troops to stay behind and buy time, while he himself led 10,000 troops to flee. The fate of the 40,000 cavalrymen who remained was predictable. This time, Liang Shidu, Lu Haida, and Yuan Junzhong each sent 20,000 troops, but they only brought back a dozen or so of their personal guards, a truly pitiful sight. Chapter 84: The Naming Turmoil. Qin Xiao resumed his lazy lifestyle, spending his days having Luo Tong practice basic exercises like horse stance, push-ups, duck walks, and frog jumps, without any particular demands. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Husband, when do you think Xiuning and his men will be able to defeat the Turks and return in triumph? Li Xiuning asked worriedly. Don't worry. Your younger brother isn't like his other 2 brothers. He's very resilient. I believe he'll arrive in Chang'an in a few days. Sambao will definitely come and tell us then. Qin Xiao reassured him. Are you so sure Xiuning and his team will win? Jieli is the overlord of the grasslands, leading 200,000 wolf riders. Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. What is Jieli? Just a barbarian. Now Xiuning has the same military strength as him, and with all these tear gas canisters I gave him, if he still can't defeat him, then he really doesn't deserve my help, Qin Xiao said with a smile. If you say that, it proves that Xiuning is absolutely confident of defeating the opponent. Then I can rest assured, Li Xiuning said happily. Honey, let's not talk about others. Let's talk about ourselves. In just over 2 months, our child will be born into this world. Is it a boy or a girl? And what name should we give her? Your belly is so big. Are you going to give birth to several babies at once? Qin Xiao said excitedly. Do you think I'm a pig? Giving birth to a whole bunch at once. Aren't you good at literature? Why don't you name them? And didn't you say you're a diviner who surpasses Yuan Tiangang? Why don't you do the calculations yourself? Li Xiuning teased. Those who frequently peek into the heavens will be punished by heaven. You don't want me to die young, do you? If it's a boy, he'll be named Qin Run, nicknamed Xiaoniu. If it's a girl, she'll be named Qin Xiao, nicknamed Niu Niu, Qin Xiao explained. Pa, get lost. What kind of bullshit name did you give your son? You named him Sweetheart? And his nickname is Little Cow? You're a man yourself. Why do you dislike your son so much? Giving your son such an awful name, yet giving your daughter a name that sounds like something out of a fairy tale. Let me tell you, I prefer sons. If you have a daughter, you'll raise her. Li Xiuning kicked Qin Xiao off the bed. Oh dear, are you trying to murder your husband? Wife, don't misunderstand. It's the Ren in Reni, benevolence and righteousness. Qin Xiao explained. That won't do either. My son absolutely cannot be named that, or everyone will laugh at us to death. Li Xiuning firmly objected. What's so great about it? I'll just give my son a nice name. I've got it. Let's call him Qin Junjia, and his nickname will be Xiao Jia. What do you think? Qin Xiao said proudly. This name is SOSO, barely acceptable, but I need to think about it before giving you an answer, and you'll have to keep thinking of something for me, Li Xiuning said reluctantly. It's no wonder Li Xiuning wasn't excited. In this era, at her age, having a child late in life is considered a special experience, so her feelings are naturally different. Yes, my dear wife. Why don't you like our daughter so much? Men are all so careless and sometimes even forgetful. They're nothing like daughters, who are so considerate of their parents, Qin Xiao explained. In this world, men are inherently superior to women. Why should I have to give birth to a daughter, grow up, get married, and then compete with other women for a husband? Li Xiuning explained. My daughter, Qin Xiao's daughter, is so noble and capable. How could she possibly suffer any injustice? You can rest assured, Qin Xiao assured him. Don't worry. How can I not worry? I've carefully protected it for over 10 years, and then someone takes it away. I'll be even more upset then, Li Xiuning said unhappily. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Why bother yourself with unnecessary worries? Qin Xiao advised. How dare you call me mediocre? Are you starting to look down on me? Li Xiuning said angrily. I was just using an example. Please don't be so unreasonable, Qin Xiao quickly explained. I like it. What's it to you? How dare you say I'm being unreasonable? You can sleep on the floor tonight. Li Xiuning started to follow a woman's thought process. Are all the people in your Li family the same? Is being arrogant your family's specialty? Qin Xiao muttered under his breath. What did you say? Speak louder if you dare. Second sister, second brother-in-law, get up and have breakfast. I heard that Erlang and the others have returned in triumph today, Changsun Wugo said excitedly. Oh, we'll get up right away, Qin Xiao quickly replied. The two of them quickly got up, washed up hastily, and went downstairs to the restaurant, where Empress Zhangsun and several children were already waiting. Shimin is finally back, and I can finally relax, Li Xiuning said happily. Yes, Erlang can finally hold his head high and no longer be ostracized. This is all thanks to your help, brother-in-law, said Changsun Wugo excitedly. We're all on the same side. There's no need to be formal. We're happy for Shimin's triumphant return. I was just talking to Qin Xiao about when Shimin would return in triumph. Li Xiuning said happily. I heard a lot of noise from your room just now. Is it because Shimin and I were disturbing your lives? Empress Zhangsun asked anxiously. No, your brother-in-law is such a frivolous person. He said if we have a son, we'll name him Qin Ren. Isn't that awful? And if we have a daughter, we'll name her Qin Xiao. That name is as beautiful as a fairy's. Isn't that too much favoritism towards the daughter? Li Xiuning said angrily. Oh, that's really too biased, brother-in-law. You're favoring girls over boys, and it's very serious, said Changsun Wugo in surprise. Maybe, but girls are more considerate. Look how considerate and cute our Lizzie is. She'll definitely grow up to be a great beauty, Qin Xiao said happily. The two women were speechless after hearing Qin Xiao's words, not knowing how to refute him. On the contrary, Lizzie's eyes narrowed into slits with happiness when she heard her godfather praising her. Qin Xiao, Shimin is returning in triumph today, and it's inconvenient for me to greet him right now. Why don't you go and greet him instead? Li Xiuning asked. No, I'm not going. If I run into your father who can't tell right from wrong, I won't know what to say. Don't forget, I've already disobeyed the imperial decree twice. What if a conflict breaks out? Qin Xiao advised. But he is, after all, my father. Are we to never speak to each other again? Li Xiuning said, frowning. Don't forget, back then, he wanted to marry your already married and pregnant daughter to Murong Fuyun of Tuyuan. He already considered me a thorn in his side, Qin Xiao explained again. Aren't you supposed to have a lot of ideas? Quickly think of a way to handle the relationship between us and Father Emperor, Li Xiuning pleaded. At least, we have to wait until he's no longer sitting on this throne. Otherwise, he'll always be high above, arrogant and self-important, and won't listen to anyone. Qin Xiao patiently reassured him. In fact, Qin Xiao wasn't afraid of Li Yuan and Li Jiancheng making things difficult for him at all. He was afraid of the system. He would be punished by the system if he left Lantian County without its permission. Chapter 85 Victory Celebration Banquet. Li Shimin led an army of 60,000 men toward Chang'an. When they were about 10 miles from the capital, they saw a dense crowd of people ahead. Li Yuan, along with his civil and military officials and the people of Chang'an, is welcoming the triumphant return of his soldiers, which is the highest honor of the Tang Dynasty. Li Shimin was also flattered. Before he set off, Li Yuan had told him that he would be greeted 10 miles outside the city when he returned in triumph. Li Shimin thought this was just to comfort him. But now that he had actually done it, his heart raced with excitement, and he dismounted and quickly walked over when he was still 200 paces away from Li Yuan. Your subject Li Shimin has lived up to expectations, annihilating 230,000 enemies and recovering all the territory of the Tang Dynasty. Now I return in triumph to report to my father. Li Xiuning said in a loud voice. Greetings, your majesty, the soldiers exclaimed in unison. Good, good. My son is the backbone of the Tang Dynasty, worthy of being my heavenly general. You have completed such a difficult task perfectly. All soldiers, you have worked hard. Li Yuan grabbed Li Xiuming's hand and raised it high. General Tian Su is mighty. King Qin is wise and mighty. The people cheered with joy, even more so than during the New Year. They had all come spontaneously to watch the warriors return and witness the heroic spirit of the Tang Dynasty. Come on, ride in the same carriage as father. He'll tell me all the details of this battle later, Li Yuan said happily. Your subject obeys. Li Jianxing watched as Li Yuan pulled Li Xiuning into the carriage. He felt envious, jealous, and resentful, but he dared not say anything because Li Xiuning was the protagonist today. If he dared to go against Li Xiuning today, not only would Li Yuan disagree, but the people of Chang'an alone could drown him with their spittle. He turned around and saw Hou Junji in the prison cart looking at him with pleading eyes. Ever since Hou Junji betrayed Li Xiuning, he had joined Li Jianxing and become his most powerful general. Unexpectedly, on his first expedition, he was put in a prison cart and escorted back. When Li Xiuning entered Shanzhou City, he visited him in the prison. When he saw Li Xiuning, he was so ashamed that he couldn't utter a single word and could only lower his head and pretend to be mute. Li Xiuning silently watched him for a quarter of an hour before leaving. Li Xiuning looked at Hou Junji, who had followed him since the 13th year of the Day era, and whom he considered a confidant. He couldn't understand why Hou Junji would betray him. He left the prison in disappointment and never had any further dealings with him again. Li Jianxing gave Hou Junji a wink and nodded secretly to reassure him, which brought some energy back to Hou Junji's dim eyes. Li Yuan held a grand victory banquet in the palace to reward the meritorious soldiers. He also sent someone to invite Li Xiuning and her husband, but they were turned away. Only Empress Zhang's son attended the banquet. Why did you refuse when Father Emperor specifically sent someone to invite us to the banquet? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. Why should I go? Besides, you're so pregnant, it's too dangerous for you to travel around like that. And besides, the food cooked in the palace can't compare to what we cook at home, Qin Xiao explained. Eat, 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 all you know is eating. Are you like Pigsy, a reincarnation of a pig? Since my father sent someone to invite us to the banquet, it proves that he has bowed his head and wants to ease the relationship between us and him. If you're worried about me, I can stay home and not go, but you should go. After all, he's your father-in-law, Li Xiuning said excitedly. You're pregnant, you're the boss. I won't hold it against you. I'll send someone to deliver some tea and good wine to him tomorrow, okay? Don't be angry anymore. It might affect the baby. Qin Xiao could only say helplessly. He also knew that women's tempers were much worse during pregnancy, and there was no need to argue with her. He also had his own unspoken suffering, restrained by this wretched system within him. If he dares to swagger into the palace banquet tonight, he'll probably become Li Yuan's chief eunuch, instantly transforming from son-in-law to father-in-law. That's more like it. From now on, it'll depend on your performance. If you behave well, you can sleep in the bed. If you don't, you'll have to sleep on the floor, Li Xiuning warned. Yes, my dear wife, Qin Xiao replied helplessly. Having lived 2 lives, this is my first time being a father. For this sacred mission, I must swallow my pride and endure everything. I must assert my authority as a husband until the child is born. I reckon Xiuning and the others will definitely come over for dinner tomorrow. Have the servants prepare a lavish spread and some of his favorite dishes, Li Xiuning instructed. Okay, I understand. I'll make sure I complete the mission. Qin Xiao saluted Li Xiuning, which made Li Xiuning burst into laughter. Li Xiuning has 5 siblings from the same parents. She is the only daughter and the second oldest. Her brothers are Li Jianxiong, Li Xiuning, Li Yuanji, and Li Xuanba. Originally, when his father was still the Duke of Tang and his mother was still alive, the 5 of them had a good relationship. However, after Li Yuan became emperor and Dou passed away, their relationship began to change. She had a good relationship with Li Xiuning and Li Xuanba, while Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji had become allies. Li Yuanji had killed Li Xuanba, and now that Li Yuanji was also dead, she cherished her sibling relationship even more. Xiuning really had a tough time. He and his men conquered more than half of the Tang Dynasty's territory, but his father favored his elder brother and ostracized him at every turn. When they don't need him, they don't take him seriously at all. But when they need him, they start to fawn over him. I really don't know how father will treat Xiuning in the future, Li Xiuning said with deep emotion. Don't worry, they'll continue to ostracize us, but the battle won't last every day. It'll eventually be over, Qin Xiao sighed. What? You'll be ostracized? Why is that? Li Xiuning asked incredulously. Because the people around my cheap father-in-law are all your elder brother Li Jinqing's people, such as Pei Ji, Consort Yin, Consort Zhang, and so on. These people are always speaking ill of Shimin, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Your father is easily swayed and indecisive. Do you think Shimin will be targeted? Qin Xiao explained. No way. So many people have been bribed by Big Brother. How is that possible? This is unbelievable. Li Xiuning exclaimed. Nothing is impossible. There are also several veteran officials who are biased towards Li Jinqing. So, no matter how well Shimin performs, it's useless. He's just doing the work for someone else. Qin Xiao sighed. Then you, as his brother-in-law, must help him. Shimin has really suffered too much. Back then, it was he who proposed the rebellion against the Sui dynasty. Otherwise, how could our Li family have the right to rule the country? Li Xiuning said indignantly. Okay, my dear wife. Chapter 86 Cement Production. The next morning, Qin Xiao got up and washed up as usual before having breakfast. Today was even quieter than usual, since Empress Zhang's son and her children had gone to a celebration banquet the night before. After breakfast, Qin Xiao planned to go to Lantian County to check on things. He hadn't been there for several days and didn't know if the cement had been produced yet. Once production begins, he will immediately arrange for workers to begin building the factory, converting all the existing wooden factory buildings into concrete brick and tile buildings. After that, he would start building cement roads and take the opportunity to see how the people from Liangzhou City were doing. With so many people joining in, he was confident that he could definitely make Lantian County the #1 county in the Tang Dynasty. Upon arriving at the cement plant, they saw several women supervising the workers as they packed a pile of gray ash into bags. This was the cement that Qin Xiao had developed using the formula he had given them. When Qin Xiao saw the cement, he was overjoyed. With cement, many things could proceed steadily. He immediately asked the workers to bring sand, gravel, water, and other materials. He patiently explained things to them and made a cement floor on the ground, instructing the workers on how to water and maintain it, and that they could only walk on it after it hardened. He also told them to come back in a few days to check on the results. Qin Xiao, a mission has arrived. You can choose to accept it or not. There will be no penalty. System, could you please tell me how difficult the task is? I'll consider whether to accept it or not. Qin Xiao said happily. Mission, rebuild Liangzhou City. Reward 1. You can travel along the route from Lantian County to Liangzhou City, but you are not allowed to enter other cities, only Liangzhou City. Reward 2. 100,000 caddies of sweet potatoes. System, I accept the mission. Except for Chang'an City, which requires a first-rank official to enter, how do I enter the other cities? I can't possibly have to tear down and rebuild every city like Liangzhou City. Qin Xiao asked. All right, now let me explain to you. In the Tang Dynasty, besides Chang'an, there are 3 ways to win in other cities. First, earn 100,000 strings of cash. Second, accumulate 10,000 contribution points. And third, save more than 1,000 lives. If you wish to enter enemy territory, there are 2 methods. First, earn 1 million strings of cash. Second, kill 10,000 enemies. If it's a country on friendly terms with the Tang Dynasty, earning 500,000 strings of cash will suffice. System, you must have been a shrewd businessman in your past life, always thinking about money. Don't you have any integrity? And how are contribution points calculated? What is integrity? How much does it cost per pound? Besides, I don't have a past life or a present life, so don't give me that nonsense. Contribution points are how much you've contributed to this city. For example, how many people you've helped earn money, or how many jobs you've provided. As for whether you've reached 10,000 points, I'll tell you that later. Forget it. We don't have anything in common. I can't be bothered with you. Qin Xiao, you'd better be polite to me. Otherwise, if I get upset, I'll give you a really difficult task. Then let's see if you're still so arrogant. Heavens above, how did I end up with such an ancestral system? Other people's transmigrated systems keep calling them master, and some even have lowly voices. There are even those who can conjure up beautiful women to appear before them, and those who can warm their beds. But not only do you call me by name, you threaten me all day long, and you even imprison me. Are you even being reasonable? Get out. You can choose to resist. No one will object. Rogue system. Is there a time limit for building Liangzhou City? No. As long as the enemy doesn't pass through Liangzhou City when they come to attack, it doesn't matter if it takes you 100 years to build it. Qin Xiao stormed out of the cement factory and bumped into Ma Sanbao, who was coming towards him. Qin Xiao bumped into Ma Sanbao, who was sent flying 5 or 6 steps away. This startled Qin Xiao, who quickly went over to help Ma Sanbao up, patted the dust off him, and channeled some internal energy into him before feeling relieved. Turning his head to look at Ma Sanbao, he was stunned again. The face of Ma Sanbao in front of him was even darker than that of Yu Qigong, as dark as that of the charcoal seller. General Ma, did you go to dig coal? Or to burn charcoal? Qin Xiao teased. Your Highness, what is coal? I dug up some graphite. Although it can cause poisoning when burned, it gets much hotter than wood and is also more durable. Just now, I heard from others that you came to inspect the area. Knowing that you are incredibly capable, I rushed over to ask if you could remove the poison from the graphite, Ma Sanbao explained, picking up the 2 pieces of graphite that had fallen to the ground. Let me tell you, this graphite is also called coal. It's a good thing. Where can you find it? Is it plentiful? Qin Xiao said excitedly. There's a mountain ahead, and it's covered in them. You could pick up so many by hand. Do you have a way to remove the poison from them? Ma Sanbao asked in surprise. You organize people to go up the mountain to dig. We'll take as much as you can. We'll buy 100 caddies for 10 coins, and I'll teach you how to wash coal and how to make honeycomb briquettes. I'll draw up another blueprint, and you can have the blacksmith build as many as possible according to the blueprint. Also, from now on, all factories that need to burn firewood should switch to burning coal. If the cement is successful in a few days, all the factory buildings will be built with cement and bricks. And we need to be quick. I want to use 10 acres of land to build a garment factory. Here are the blueprints for you. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Your Highness is truly a divine being. You have easily resolved the graphite poison that has baffled people for thousands of years. I will immediately have several cartloads of graphite brought over so you can teach me how to cure it, Ma Sanbao said excitedly. General Ma, you have rendered a service. I will reward you with 100 strings of cash. Go to the finance department to collect it, and just say that I said so, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. I'll have someone bring the graphite over right away, and then have my men arrange for the villagers to dig it up, Ma Sanbao said happily. Go. I'll wait for you here. Remember, everything here must be kept secret and not leaked. We must also prevent outside spies from stealing the formula, Qin Xiao said, waving his hand. Yes, I will follow the soldiers' patrols day and night. Once a suspicious person is discovered, they will be arrested immediately. We will absolutely not let our secrets be leaked, Ma Sanbao assured, patting his chest. You are my wife's most trusted general, and I have every reason to believe in your ability and loyalty, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Not long after, Ma Sanbao had 2 carts of graphite brought over, along with more than 10 soldiers. Following Qin Xiao's instructions, 2 soldiers carried a large iron pot. Manual coal washing is a manual operation method in which 2 people work together, using 2 or 3 large iron pots, stirring with iron shovels, sifting with sieves, separating coal gang and slag from the raw coal, and washing out high-quality coal cores. After that, use a hammer to break all the coal into small pieces. Then use this tool I drew to put the small pieces into this tool and press them down. After that, you'll have honeycomb briquettes, Qin Xiao explained patiently. Did you understand? Ma Sanbao asked the soldiers. I understand. Then you guys start washing the coal in groups. I'll go find the blacksmiths according to the prince consort's blueprints and have them make me a few tools for making honeycomb briquettes right away, Ma Sanbao explained. Yes, General. Chapter 87 Honeycomb Coal. Murong Xian of Tiuhan had already received news that the Wang family's grain had been destroyed. His brother, Murong Fiyun, had also wiped out his carefully cultivated elite troops who had been secretly working in Chang'an for many years. Arriving at the Wang family's residence in a huff to demand an explanation, Wang Guangming had no choice but to offer all the perfume sets belonging to the 5 prominent families and 6 powerful clans for 50 strings of cash per set to settle the debt. This finally calmed Murong Xian down. He had come to the Tang Dynasty not only without gaining any benefits, but he had also almost lost his life. It could be said that he had lost both his wife and his army. After receiving the perfume set, Murong Rongxin disregarded his injuries and, without bidding farewell to Li Yuan, hurriedly led his guards towards Tiuan. In a very secluded place, the clan leaders of the 5 surnames and 6 clans were gathered together for a meeting. They already knew that their private armies had been wiped out by Li Xiuning, and the Wang family also knew that their grain had been looted and their family soldiers had all been killed. This time, they all suffered heavy losses, almost destroying half of their century-old foundation, leaving them barely able to breathe. Some elders in the clan also had strong opinions against them. Clan leaders, we have suffered great losses this time. From now on, we must work together to fight against external forces in order to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, our century-old family will be ruined in our generation. Lu Yuang said emphatically. Chief Lu is right. I wonder what our next step should be. The current situation is unfavorable to us in every way. We must work together to find a way to break this deadlock, Cui Bo said in quick succession. The weather is gradually getting colder now. In another month, we will enter the cold winter, and the best-selling item in the cold winter is charcoal. Therefore, my personal opinion is that we should immediately arrange for people to purchase a large quantity of charcoal, use this month to stockpile it, and then sell it at a high price when it snows. The imperial court only prepares a limited amount of charcoal each year. I can discuss with His Highness the Crown Prince to try to persuade the court not to sell, or to sell only a small amount of charcoal. Then, our aristocratic family will have a monopoly on the business. Wang Guangming became more and more excited as he spoke. Clan Chief Wang's insight is brilliant. This plan is indeed ingenious. I agree with your plan and am willing to fully cooperate. This time, we can only rely on charcoal to make up for our previous losses, Lu Yuang said excitedly. I agree. Since everyone agrees, let's start now by having everyone go to various places to purchase charcoal, and then we'll sell it at a fixed price. Wang Guangming was now like a commander on the battlefield, directing thousands of troops. At Wang Guangming's command, the clan leaders quickly dispersed and returned to their respective clans, immediately organizing people to purchase large quantities of charcoal from various cities and rural areas. Meanwhile, in Lantian County, many people were also working hard, with 100 caddies of graphite costing only 10 won, a very tempting price. A strong young man can easily carry 2,000 or 3,000 caddies of graphite a day. Even a woman can bring back 1,000 caddies. Qin Xiao had already given the order that he would take as much graphite as possible, which led to the participation of everyone except those who were officially working at the factory, from the elderly over 60 years old to children over 10 years old. Qin Xiao needs too much coal right now. Glass factories, cement plants, and other places all need it. In another month, people in Lantian County, Chang'an City, and other cities will also need it. How much coal is needed? Therefore, Qin Xiao is not worried about not being able to sell the coal at all. On the contrary, he is worried about not having enough to sell later, which is why he is buying in large quantities now. All the soldiers and civilians who were free came to wash coal and make honeycomb briquettes, while all the blacksmiths put aside their other work to specialize in making coal stoves, some with single tubes, some with double tubes, and some with triple tubes. Just as Qin Xiao and everyone were happily making honeycomb briquettes, Li Xiuning led everyone over. When he saw Qin Xiao, whose face was covered in soot, he was shocked. Everyone was stunned. They never imagined that the godlike figure in their hearts could make such dirty things with ordinary people. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Why are you so dirty? Li Xiuning asked in surprise. So what? I'm just sharing the joy with the people. You, the king of Qin, are quite something too. Once a person is high above others for too long, he will become a lonely figure. By then, relatives and friends will become the most familiar strangers, and he will only have eyes for himself. No amount of honest advice will be of any use to him. He lives in his own world all day long, feeling like the whole world owes him something. The worship of others is his greatest pleasure. What good is it if such a person becomes the ruler of the world? Qin Xiao explained. These words greatly shocked Li Xiuning, who was only in his 20s and had not yet grasped the hardships of life. Historically, Li Xiuning had been emperor for many years. Only then did I truly understand the meaning of the saying. The people are the water, and the ruler is the boat. Water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize it. When the country prospers, the people suffer. When the country perishes, the people suffer. Thank you for your guidance, Prince Consort Qin. We have learned a great deal. Everyone said in unison, led by Li Xiuning. What are you doing? We're just encouraging each other. There's no need to be so formal. Qin Xiao quickly stopped them. Godfather, hug me. Li Lizzie walked up to Qin Xiao with her short legs, opened her little arms, and pouted as she spoke. My lovely darling, your godfather is filthy right now, and he'll stick all that filth to your pretty clothes later, Qin Xiao explained. Lizzie, don't be silly. Your godfather is busy. We'll go to your godfather's house to see your godmother later. It won't be long before you have younger brothers and sisters. Changsun Wugo came over and picked up Li Lizzie. Brother-in-law, what are you doing with this graphite? This stuff is poisonous. If it catches fire, you could easily be poisoned and die, Li Xiuning said anxiously. You don't understand. After my treatment, there will be no more toxins. You can use them with confidence. These 3 honeycomb briquettes are enough to burn for a day. Put it in this stove, and you can boil water, cook rice, and prepare dishes. It's incredibly convenient, countless times better than charcoal. Even my factory here needs it, Qin Xiao explained. Is it really that miraculous? Then this winter, won't the people not have to suffer from the cold? That's wonderful. Every year, the imperial court prepares hundreds of thousands of caddies of charcoal to supply the people of Chang'an before the heavy snow arrives. However, this amount was far from enough to meet the needs of the people of Chang'an, which gave the 5 clans and 7 noble families an opportunity to stockpile large quantities of charcoal every year. Once the imperial court ran out of supplies, they would start selling it at high prices. Li Xiuning explained. Don't worry. This year, the 5 powerful families won't be able to make money off the people's hard-earned money like they have in previous years. Once these honeycomb briquettes are on the market, no one will choose charcoal anymore, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother-in-law, this costs 10 coins for 100 caddies, such a high price, and it still needs to be processed and made manually. How can you make a profit? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. You don't need to worry about that. As long as you have graphite, I will buy it at the same price. Moreover, I will buy as much as you have, Qin Xiao said generously. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuming's men immediately ordered their attendants to go back and arrange for people to mine graphite. This was a lucrative business, and who wouldn't want to do it? Chapter 88. Harvesting Cotton. Brother-in-law, all our kapok flowers are ready to be harvested. What do you think we should do? Li Xiuning asked. Harvest them all and bring them to me. I'll buy them for 20 coins a pound. I'll take all your kapok flowers, Qin Xiao said readily. Oh, then I'll have them all go back and harvest it and transport it here, Li Xiuning said happily. Although the imperial court rewarded them with a lot of money for this victory, they now planted almost all their fields with kapok flowers, which is a very considerable income. When the kapok seeds are harvested, you can take back the amount you need. The seeds can be planted directly, but the germination rate of direct sowing is relatively low. It is best to start sun-drying the seeds half a month before sowing to break their dormant state. The sun-drying time should be 3 to 4 hours each day. Continue drying for 3 to 5 days. Then soak the seeds in clean water for 3 hours. When the outer skin of the seeds begins to soften, take them out for germination treatment. Before planting, select high-quality seeds that are free from pests and diseases and are plump. Then, sow them directly into suitable soil and cover them with fine soil. It is best to water them thoroughly to increase soil moisture. Qin Xiao explained patiently. So there are so many intricacies to planting this kapok flower. It seems our yield this year might not be very high, Cheng Yaojin sighed. It's all right. With so many of you planting, it's enough for me to use for a year. Just be more careful when you plant tomorrow, Qin Xiao said casually. Brother Qin, the seeds on those kapok flowers are very difficult to remove. How did you get them? And how are they made into clothes? Qin Xiong asked excitedly. This is actually very simple. I have several machines that can do it. They can make cotton-padded jackets, quilts, cotton-padded trousers, and even summer clothes, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, I'll have someone bring over 2 cartloads of kapok flowers. Can you show us how to remove the seeds and process them? What do you think? Li Xiuning asked happily. Sure, why not? You make the arrangements. We'll go to the wool factory first and let you pick out a few clothes and pants while we're at it, Qin Xiao said without hesitation. Okay. Thank you, Brother Qin, everyone said happily. After instructing his guards, Li Xiuning led everyone to follow Qin Xiao toward the wool factory, where they happened to run into Ma Sanbao. General Ma, order the brothers who collect wool on the grasslands to start buying large quantities of cow's milk and sheep's milk, and set the price at 10 coins per caddy. Qin Xiao quickly called out to Ma Sanbao. Yes, Your Highness. I will immediately have the logistics company relay the order to the brothers on the grasslands, Ma Sanbao replied politely. Go. This matter should be completed as soon as possible. Also, find 2 acres of land here and build a cow and sheep milk processing plant, Qin Xiao continued to instruct. Yes, Your Highness, I've got it, Ma Sanbao replied. Godfather, now that your milk factory is finished, does that mean Lizzie can drink it every day? Lizzie said excitedly. You little glutton, your godfather gives you milk every day now. Do you want to eat milk as your main meal every day? Empress Changsun scolded with a laugh. No, if there were that many, Lizzie could share them with her brothers, Lizzie explained desperately. Lizzie is so sensible. She knows that good things should be shared with her brother. I'll find you some wool sweaters later. They'll be warm and beautiful to wear, Qin Xiao praised. Father, mother, godfather praised me again. Lizzie is really sensible, Lizzie said happily. Ha ha. A group of people arrived at the wool processing factory, where many workers were busy at work. When the factory manager saw Qin Xiao, he quickly ran over. Your Highness, what brings you here? What are your orders? Factory director Pingyang asked excitedly. I've brought the king of Qin, the queen consort, and the civil and military officials over to take a look. I'll also find some wool sweaters, wool pants, and other items for them. Have someone bring out some of the various sizes from the inventory, especially for the children, Qin Xiao instructed. This humble subject, Pingyang, pays his respects to Your Highness Prince Qin and Princess Qin. Pingyang bowed respectfully. No need for formalities, rise. Thank you, Your Highness. I will make the arrangements immediately. Please wait here for a moment. Pingyang bowed again. A group of people started wandering around the factory, curious about everything they saw, touching and looking at everything, until Pingyang arrived with a group of people pushing several carts of goods before they stopped their visit. Taking advantage of this moment, Qin Xiao went to the office that had been prepared for him, washed up, changed his clothes, and then came out. He picked out a pink wool sweater embroidered with a cartoon character from one of the cars that was used to store children's clothes. He had chosen it especially for his beloved goddaughter. Lizzie, this dress is for you. I wonder if you like it. Qin Xiao said, spreading out the dress. Lizzie loves it so much. It's so beautiful. Thank you, Godfather. I don't know how to put it on. Lizzie said happily. This is a top that goes over your head, and it's not only pretty but also very warm. Do you want me to help you put it on now? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Okay. Thank you, Godfather, for helping me get dressed. Lizzie happily began to take off her coat. Empress Dowager Changsun quickly let go of Li Tai's hand and ran over to help Lizzie take off her coat, so that Qin Xiao could put on his wool sweater. After Lizzie put on the wool sweater, her whole demeanor changed, and she became much prettier. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Empress Zhangsuan's eyes lit up immediately. She couldn't believe that her precious daughter had suddenly become so beautiful. This dress really suited her perfectly. The others couldn't believe their eyes either. The wool that they usually threw away as trash had become 100 times better than the clothes they were wearing in Qin Xiao's hands. Everyone, stop just standing there. Quickly pick out your favorite clothes and pants. I'll let each of you choose 10 pieces to share with your families when you get home. Qin Xiao said generously. Thank you, Brother Qin. Shimin, pick out a few items to give to my father-in-law as well. Older people are more susceptible to the cold, Qin Xiao instructed. Brother-in-law, why don't you deliver it to him yourself? That way he'll remember your kindness, and it can ease the tension between you two, Li Xiuning advised. No need, let him think what he wants. I don't need his official position or salary. Qin Xiao said dismissively. Brother-in-law, we are all family after all. There's no need to make things so tense. Father is our elder after all, Empress Zhangsun advised. Everyone's having a great time today. There's no need to say anything so discouraging. Let's go pick out our favorite clothes. And while we're at it, let's pick out a few more for Lizzie, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 89 Planning to Build a City. Cotton seed removal is usually done using roller gins or saw gins, so Qin Xiao redeemed a roller gin from the system and brought his old diesel generator from home to use here. The principle of seed removal in a roller gin. Rough but orderly arranged rubber rollers pull off cotton fibers, which are then separated from the seeds by a fixed blade. In industrial applications, cotton is generally processed using saw gins. The cotton fibers produced by saw gins are shorter and slightly less tough than those produced by roller gins, but they contain fewer impurities and have a higher gloss. The principle of seed removal in a saw gin. There are dozens of circular saw blades inside the gin. The fine saw teeth hook down the cotton fibers, and the fibers are separated from the cotton seeds by a fan. He plans to build the factory buildings with cement bricks, and then install photovoltaic power generation in each factory building so that overtime production can be carried out at night. After everyone had chosen their wool sweaters and wool pants, Qin Xiao led them to the cotton mill, which would later become a large-scale garment factory integrating wool products and garment manufacturing. Qin Xiao personally started the machine and put the cotton into it. The rotating machine quickly separated the cotton and seeds. This amazed everyone present. They never imagined that this machine could so quickly separate such difficult cotton seeds. Today, all these historical figures from the Tang Dynasty were stunned. So many problems that they couldn't solve could be easily resolved in front of Qin Xiao. Now, their admiration for Qin Xiao has reached a new level. They know that as long as they follow Qin Xiao, even if they don't become officials, they will still enjoy endless wealth and honor. They watched until dinner time before reluctantly saying goodbye and leaving. Of course, Li Xiuming's family went to stay at Qin Xiao's villa, and they also brought consort Yang and her 2 children with them. Qin Xiao was extremely frustrated, feeling like his place was a daycare center. Although Li Xiuning had been reinstated and was required to attend the morning court session, the Tang Dynasty held a small court session every 3 days and a large court session every 5 days, so he wasn't worried about attending the morning court session at all. Actually, it's just that Qin Xiao's villa was too comfortable and convenient, with so many entertainment options. In this cold weather, you don't need to wear a coat at all. In particular, Li Xiuming's children, after living here for a while, found it impossible to adapt to life in the Prince of Qin's mansion and kept clamoring to come here to play. Brother-in-law, with so many of us staying here, you won't have any objections, will you? Won't it affect your lives? Li Xiuning said deliberately. What do you think? Don't be hypocritical after getting a good deal. If it weren't for my goddaughter, I would have kicked you out long ago. Your whole family has come to live here, eating, drinking, and staying in my place, and you're still making sarcastic remarks here. Originally, I wanted to enjoy some time alone with Xiuning, but you've brought more and more family members over. Don't you think this will affect my life? Qin Xiao said, grumbling. Qin Xiao, shut up. What kind of brother-in-law are you? This is my only younger brother. How could you do this? I'll make you sleep on the floor tonight. Li Xiuning said angrily. Li Xiuning glanced at Empress Zhang's son, who then nodded at him. None of this escaped Qin Xiao's sharp eyes. Sister, don't blame brother-in-law. We really have too many people. Why don't we go back to the Prince of Qin's residence? That way, we won't affect your lives and relationship, Li Xiuning said, using a strategy of retreat as a way to advance. No, you all stay here and settle down. If your brother-in-law dares to disagree, I'll give him a son to make him angry. Li Xiuning said deliberately. Fine, stay as long as you want. Anyway, Xiuning makes all the decisions at home. Qin Xiao said helplessly. Brother-in-law, actually, there's another way for our whole family to move away, Li Xiuning said with a smile. I know your little tricks all too well. You think you can just get me a house like this? Let me tell you, it's absolutely impossible right now. Even if you offer 1,000,000 strings of cash, you still can't do it, Qin Xiao said seriously. When will it be possible to do that? I can't wait any longer, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Just wait. It should take another year or two. I plan to rebuild Liangzhou City. However, after I finish building Liangzhou City, I want 5 years of absolute control over commerce and agriculture. I don't need political power, Qin Xiao said seriously. This is a good thing, but I can't make the decision myself. I have to ask my father for his consent. I think he will agree. After all, political power is still in his hands, and the rest of the time is only 5 years, Li Xiuning said confidently. Then you should talk to him when you have time. I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, we have to wait until next spring when the ground thaws before we can start building, Qin Xiao said casually. Brother-in-law, what do you need so much money for? Rebuilding a city is no small matter. It requires a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. What are you trying to gain by helping the court like this? Li Xiuning asked curiously. The more money you earn, the more you can do. The Tang Dynasty is in dire need of reconstruction, and the people are still suffering. If you have the ability, you should help them out. You're right, but if Liangzhou City isn't built, that area will become a no-man's land. What good is a no-man's land, even if it's part of the Tang Dynasty's territory? It's just a waste of resources. Building a city is not easy, but building an indestructible metropolis is even more difficult, but I am determined to take on this challenge. I want to build Liangzhou into a major city, second only to Chang'an, an important city in the north, and to put it bluntly, a fortress between the Tang Dynasty and the barbarians. As long as we station a large number of troops there, do you think we would need to mobilize troops from Chang'an and travel thousands of miles to rescue those barbarians if they invade the Tang Dynasty? Qin Xiao patiently explained. Brother-in-law, you are truly amazing. No wonder you could easily subdue even a woman as proud as my sister. Your military strategic vision and overall perspective are unparalleled in the Tang Dynasty, Li Xiuning quickly flattered. Xiuning, what are you saying? What do you mean he easily subdued me? Are you asking for trouble again? Li Xiuning was unwilling to accept this and began to threaten Li Xiuning. Xiuning, you're wrong about that. It's true that I kidnapped your sister, but in the end, it was your sister who subdued me. Look, she won't let me sleep in bed with her at the drop of a hat, and my objections are useless, Qin Xiao complained. Haha, brother-in-law, you're hilarious. But since you treat my sister like this, I feel very reassured in trusting her to you, Li Xiuning said seriously. Chapter 90, Hot Pot Tonight. Well, since you've praised me so much and flattered me, as your brother-in-law, I absolutely can't let you suffer. Tonight, I'll personally cook a dish that you've never had before, Qin Xiao said proudly. How old are you? You still don't behave properly. I really don't know what kind of children you'll raise them to be. Li Xiuning glared at Qin Xiao and said, if a child is not properly taught, it is the father's fault. Don't worry. I will raise my precious daughter into a virtuous, kind, and intelligent girl. Qin Xiao patted his chest and assured him. Here we go again. Are you so desperate for a daughter? I'll just give you a son, and then we'll see what you do. Li Xiuning said deliberately. If we have a son, we'll keep having sons. Until we have a daughter. Qin Xiao said with an indifferent attitude. If I have another child, I'll be over 30. Having a child at that age is like going through the gates of hell. Don't you really care about me at all? Li Xiuning said, frowning. Wife, have you forgotten? I'm a miracle doctor. With me around, you can have 10 or 8 babies in one go without any problem. Qin Xiao said confidently. Qin Xiao, do you think I'm a pig? Only a pig would give birth to so many babies at once. Li Xiuning said angrily, and was about to rush over and beat Qin Xiao. Ha! I'm not going to chat with you guys anymore. I'm going to make hot pot for you. Qin Xiao quickly made up an excuse to leave. It is the father's fault if the son is not taught. This saying is so rhyming. Guan Yinbi, brother-in-law, is truly a genius. Even his casual remarks are so reasonable. Li Xiuning said in surprise. Erlang, I dare say that my brother-in-law definitely has other sentences. This is just a small part of it. Changsun Wugo said confidently. Really? Then I'll ask him when I have time, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Qin Xiao deliberately went to the storage room to avoid others, bought an electric hot pot, placed it on the round table in the dining room, added water, and plugged it in. He went to the kitchen again and asked the chef to prepare the ingredients for him. He then took out a large piece of freshly frozen lamb and beef from the refrigerator. He then began his knife skills demonstration, using a steel cleaver to swiftly slice the meat into thin slices at such a speed that only afterimages could be seen, which astonished the female soldiers standing nearby. With his mouth agape and his eyes fixed on the knife in Qin Xiao's hand, Li Xiuning's personal bodyguard was naturally quite skilled in martial arts. Upon seeing such knife skills, he felt nothing but envy and admiration. Qin Xiao ignored their reactions, cut up 6 whole plates of meat, then threw 2 beef bones into the hot pot and turned the heat to the highest setting. He then took out some seasoning sauce, poured some into each bowl, and went back into the kitchen to continue preparing other meats. He handed over all the vegetables to the others, while he focused on cooking the meat dishes. In the blink of an eye, he killed 2 more chickens that he had raised for 2 years. After putting the chicken blood into a bowl, he quickly soaked them in boiling water to pluck the feathers, chopped the chicken meat into pieces, and cleaned the chicken's internal organs. He was moving so fast that even the girls couldn't tidy up the vegetables as quickly as he did. Then, plates of raw meat were brought to the table, which stunned everyone. They wondered if the prince consort was going to eat the meat raw. Qin Xiao ignored their shocked expressions and instructed them to move all the vegetables to the small table next to the main dining table. After that, he told them to cook whatever they liked. Everyone, come and eat hot pot. Qin Xiao turned and called out to the living room. I want to see what this hot pot thing of yours is. I've lived with you for half a year, and I still don't know it. Li Xiuning was the first to stand up and say this out of curiosity. I guarantee you'll never get tired of it. Especially in winter, it's incredibly delicious. Qin Xiao advertised himself. Everyone stood up and walked into the restaurant. They paused for a moment when they saw something steaming on the table. Brother-in-law, is this the hot pot you mentioned? How do we eat it? Li Xiuning asked curiously. Next, I'll introduce it to you and then demonstrate it for you. And then you'll know how to eat it, Qin Xiao said smugly. Then please begin your performance, Prince Consort Qin. Li Xiuning said with a smile. Yes, your highness. Giggle giggle. This hot pot is called a Mandarin duck hot pot. The red side on the left is very spicy, so Xiuning and the children can't eat it. The light yellow side on the right is not spicy, so everyone can eat it. You can eat the meat after putting it in the pot for about 10 breaths, and the vegetables after a few breaths. Each of you has a bowl with seasoning sauce in front of you. Dipping it before eating makes it even more delicious. Everyone should sit down and try it. Xiuning, today we'll have beer, which is the perfect match for hot pot, Qin Xiao patiently explained. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll try it first to see if it's good. If it's really not good, then we'll ask the chef to cook some more, Li Xiuning said, stepping forward first. Li Xiuning picked up his chopsticks and, following Qin Xiao's instructions, began to put a piece of mutton into the pot. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the meat in the pot. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiuning picked up a piece of cooked mutton, dipped it in the sauce, and ate it in one bite. He frowned, but did not say anything and continued doing what he had been doing. Second brother, how does it taste? Should we ask the chef to cook something else? Empress Changsun, being an extremely clever person, deliberately teased. Wow, this is so delicious. It's simply heavenly. I can't help but want more after just one bite. Everyone, please sit down and eat together. Li Xiuning said quickly, realizing what was happening. Upon hearing Li Xiuming's words, everyone quickly sat down. The children also had specially provided chairs, so there was no need to worry about them falling. Everyone complained that the meat was cooking too slowly, so they frantically picked up pieces of meat and put them into the hot pot to cook. This scene stunned Qin Xiao. It turned out that everyone in the Tang Dynasty was a foodie. Qin Xiao, you're so mean. We've lived together for so long, and you've never made hot pot for me before, Li Xiuning said, feigning anger. Honey, it's okay to eat hot pot occasionally, but eating too much can easily cause internal heat, Qin Xiao explained. Occasionally, my ass. I've never even tried it once. Today is the first time. How can you say it's occasional? Li Xiuning said unhappily. Honey, aren't you pregnant? Hot pot isn't very good for pregnant women. Qin Xiao continued patiently, explaining. It's not good for pregnant women? Then why are you asking me to eat hot pot again tonight? Li Xiuning started arguing unreasonably. Brother-in-law, let me toast you. Why is this red stuff so spicy? It's countless times spicier than pepper. Even in winter, it makes you sweat all over. It's really something special. Li Xiuning quickly stepped in to smooth things over. This is called a red pepper, a type of chili pepper, and it's one of the spiciest ones. Sometimes, adding a little to certain dishes can enhance the flavor, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, do you have any seeds? This pepper is more expensive than gold. If we could grow this red pepper, we would truly have immeasurable wealth, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Of course we have the seeds. I'll give you some next spring. Right now, you can't make the decision yet. Too much wealth isn't a good thing for you, Qin Xiao advised. Why? Would anyone dare to plot against me? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. If your father says that his treasury is empty and asks you to hand over half of your wealth to contribute to the Tang Dynasty, as a son and as the Prince of Qin, would you hand it over or not? Would you dare to disobey the imperial decree? Qin Xiao asked repeatedly. This. Li Xiuning was stumped and had no way to answer the question. All right, Erlang, brother-in-law is right. Let's just let things take their course. Sometimes, too much wealth isn't a good thing, unless you have the absolute ability to keep it, Changsun Wugo advised. Brother-in-law, if one day I am able to sit in that position, I will appoint you as the imperial advisor and ask you to help me create a prosperous Tang dynasty, Li Xiuning said solemnly. Okay, I look forward to your day. Cheers, Qin Xiao said, raising his glass. Chapter 91, Court Controversy. Your Majesty, Qin Xiao, the imperial son-in-law, is willing to personally fund the reconstruction of Liangzhou City. I hope your Majesty will grant this request, Li Xiuning said, standing up and bowing. Li Xiuming's words stunned the civil and military officials in the Taiji Hall. What does it mean for one person to build a city? Even the 5 clans and 7 noble families wouldn't dare to say such a thing, let alone a wild prince consort. Oh, Qin Xiao actually has such courage. So, will he build it according to the original ruins, or will he scale down the city and build it again? Li Yuan asked with great curiosity. Li Yuan had mixed feelings of love and hate towards this prospective son-in-law. He loved his talent and ability, but hated his unruly nature and constant disobedience, which made him lose face. The prince consort Qin said he wants to build Liangzhou into a city slightly smaller than Chang'an, that is, the second largest city in the Tang Dynasty. Li Xiuning continued to report. What? The second city of the Tang Dynasty? How is that even possible? Even with the current economic capacity of the imperial court, it's impossible, let alone for him alone. Li Yuan stood up from his dragon mount in surprise. All the civil and military officials, except for Li Xiuning who was standing, were kneeling and sitting. But when they heard Li Xiuming's words, they all stood up at once, their movements perfectly synchronized. Yes, Father Emperor, Prince Consort Qin said that as long as Liangzhou City is built into a fortress of the Tang Dynasty, and as long as heavy troops are stationed to guard it, if the barbarians invade, there will be no need to send troops from Chang'an to provide long-distance support, thus saving a lot of food and supplies, Li Xiuning explained. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What virtue or ability does Qin Xiao possess to build the second largest city in the Tang Dynasty? In this world, apart from the imperial court, only the 5 clans and 7 noble families could possibly accomplish this. Li Jianqing couldn't help but jump out. Yes, His Highness the Crown Prince is right. What right does a country bumpkin who defies the imperial edict have to participate in important court affairs? Does he really think he's so great? He's just an overconfident barbarian. Peiji followed up. Your Highness, please do not jump to conclusions too soon. Nothing is set in stone. Back then, when I led only 10,000 cavalrymen from the Chui family of Qinghe to attack 200,000 Turkic wolf cavalry, who among you sitting here would have thought I would return victorious? When I was ambushed, who could believe that I could wipe out 60,000 enemy troops with only 10,000? The following night, 30,000 Turkic wolf cavalry attacked me again, and I wiped them out as well. Who could believe that? Later, I wiped out more than 100,000 Turkic wolf cavalry in just one night. Jelly and Tuli fled to the grasslands in a sorry state, with less than 20,000 remnants of their army. Before this happened, who believed they would lose? Do you all remember Hulao Pass? I led 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers to defeat Do Jianda's 100,000. Before the battle, did you think I would win? Li Xiumin's powerful voice resounded throughout the Taiji Hall. Li Xiumin's words gave everyone pause for thought. Indeed, as he said, no one knows what the outcome will be until something happens. King Qin, don't think you can act arrogantly just because you've made some military achievements for the Tang Dynasty. Don't forget the saying, it's hard to conquer a country, but it's even harder to govern it. We old bones still need to govern the Tang Dynasty. Pei Ji said dismissively. Li Xiumin respected him as an elder and didn't want to say anything too harsh. All right, Xiumin, has that brat Qin Xiao made any demands? Given his personality, he wouldn't just give me a magnificent city for no reason, Li Yuan said, frowning. Your Majesty, the Prince Consort Qin's intention is that after Liangzhou City is built, he will be given control over commerce and agriculture for 5 years. He does not need political rights. The court will remain in control, Li Xiumin replied. I knew Qin Xiao wasn't that simple. Why should he have control over commerce and agriculture for 5 years? If he controls agriculture, what will happen to our agricultural tax revenue? Where will the salaries of the officials in Liangzhou City come from? Li Jianxing said angrily. Your Highness, please don't be so short-sighted. We need to think long-term. Can such a large and magnificent city really be recouped by collecting agricultural taxes for 5 years? What were the salaries of officials in Liangzhou City over 5 years? If war broke out and 100,000 troops were sent from Chang'an City to Liangzhou City, how much food and fodder would be needed for the people and horses to eat on the way? Which is more likely to succeed, a long journey or waiting in comfort? You can use Chang'an as your target and calculate how long and how much money it would take to build it. Once you've calculated it, I believe you won't spout nonsense in court anymore. As the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, I hope you'll think twice before you act, otherwise you'll only lose face. Li Xiumin said firmly. Li Xiumin, how dare you? You have committed treason and openly insulted His Highness the Crown Prince. You deserve to die. Pei Ji roared in a fit of rage. Minister Pei, you are my elder, and I should not say anything. Even if you are being unreasonable, I will tolerate it. But you say I deserve to die? What crime have I committed? Do you know how much manpower, material resources, and financial resources it would take to build a city the same size as Chang'an? How many years would it take to complete? If Liangzhou City becomes a wasteland, will the territory of the Tang Dynasty still be the same? You just said that I'm showing off my power and that I still need you old ministers to govern the country. I want to ask you, if the Turks were to sweep through and capture Chang'an this time, what would you be governing? Li Xiumin said patiently. After a series of questions, Pei Ji was left speechless, unable to come up with any rebuttal. He knew that Li Xiumin was right, but as Li Jianxing's man, he had to maintain appearances. Xiumin, you must not be disrespectful to Minister Pei. What you said makes perfect sense. Building Liangzhou City is entirely beneficial to our court. This time, I will remember your merit. The decree is to allow Qin Xiao to build Liangzhou City in his own name. After the city is completed, he will be appointed as the city lord of Liangzhou City for 5 years, only in charge of commerce and agriculture, and will not be allowed to exercise political power, Li Yuan said with a smile. Thank you for your praise, father, Li Xiumin said happily, bowing. Li Yuan's words, including the imperial edict he drafted, undoubtedly confirmed that Li Xiumin's words were correct, while Li Jianxing and Pei Ji were portrayed as clowns. Li Xiumin remained calm and composed, bowing to Li Yuan, who sat on the dragon throne, without any expression. In reality, he was overjoyed and wished he could fly to Lantian County right now to tell Qin Xiao. Xiumin, since Qin Xiao dislikes the people in the palace, then you shall read the imperial edict. You shall come with me to the imperial study. All others, dismiss the court, Li Yuan announced. Thank you, your majesty. Li Xiumin ordered the imperial guards to bring his belongings to the imperial study, and then followed Li Yuan inside. Father, actually, my brother-in-law really cares about you. It's just that he's not good at expressing himself, Li Xiumin explained. Oh, how do you know? Li Yuan asked curiously. Look, this is a garment he specially sent to you. It's very warm and soft, made of wool. Why don't you try it on? Li Xiumin said excitedly. Really? Then I'll try it on as your father. Li Yuan smiled like a loving father. Father, let me help you take off your clothes. I guarantee you'll feel very comfortable in them. Seeing Li Yuan's expression, Li Xiumin felt as if he had returned to the past, and he was very happy. Good, good. You really are a good son of your father. Li Yuan laughed happily. After Li Yuan changed into a wool sweater, he felt much more relaxed. He then quickly changed into wool pants and put on a wool coat. It's so warm and comfortable, and you don't even need to wear so many clothes. Qin Xiao is really smart. He turned wool into a treasure while others considered it trash, Li Yuan praised happily. Father, there are another 100 sets outside, which are for you to distribute to the harem, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Good, good. He really is a sensible child. He even knows what I'm thinking. If the women in the harem knew that their father has such fine clothes, they would definitely ask for them. Li Yuan said excitedly. Father, I wonder if you finished the tea your brother-in-law sent you? This time, he asked me to send you another 10 caddies, Li Xiuning continued. Xiuning, speaking of this tea, it's 100 times better than ours. I gave some to the ministers, and we don't have much left. These 10 caddies are just enough to solve our immediate problem, Li Yuan said with a smile. That's good. Here are 100 bottles of liquor as a gift from your son, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Xiuning, you're so thoughtful. You're truly a filial child. Oh, by the way, when is Xiuning giving birth? Li Yuan asked impatiently. My second sister will give birth in a little over 2 months, around the first month of next year, Li Xiuning replied patiently. Please visit her more often, and get some silk from the storeroom to send over. It's just a small token of my affection, Li Yuan said with a smile. Yes, father. Chapter 92, Setting up a Feast at Hongmen. Li Xiuning returned to the East Palace, with Pei Ji following behind him. Wang Gui knew he was in a bad mood and dared not say anything. Ho Junji, who had just been released from the imperial prison, had no idea what had happened and dared not utter a sound. Wei Zheng stood to the side, neither arrogant nor humble, with an expression that said, This has nothing to do with me. Damn Li Xiuning. Does he even respect me as his elder brother? How dare he publicly humiliate me in front of all the civil and military officials? He's a complete scoundrel. Li Xiuning smashed the cup on the table onto the ground. The servants and maids could only lower their heads, none of them daring to make a sound, for fear that if Li Xiuning were displeased, he would have the guards drag them out and beat them to death. Your Highness, please calm down. This time, it was actually because we were not well prepared. A city that is almost the same size as Chang'an, let alone 5 years of commercial and agricultural control. Even if it means giving him political power for 5 years, it would still be an absolutely worthwhile deal. The emperor would definitely not be able to resist such temptation. Let alone the emperor. Could you resist it? Pei Ji said with a frown. Yes, Minister Pei is right. I was indeed impulsive and thoughtless. I just can't stand Li Xiuming's arrogant attitude, thinking that just because we won a battle, the Tang Dynasty can't do without him, Li Xiuning explained. It must be admitted that his ability to fight is unmatched. Yuanji cannot be compared to him. Now, we have lost Yuanji, our capable assistant. We must be cautious going forward and make sure he doesn't find any fault with us. I see that the emperor's attitude towards Li Xiuning has changed, which is a very bad sign. I hope you will take this seriously, Pei Ji said solemnly. Thank you for the reminder, Minister Pei. I do see that Father Emperor's attitude towards Xiuning today is indeed different from usual. He is less stern and more loving than before, Li Xiuning said with a frown. Normally, the 5 surnames and 7 noble families think they're so great. Why didn't they step up and make a scene today? Why do they have to make us the bad guys? Pei Ji said, clearly annoyed. Actually, of the 5 surnames and 7 prominent families, no, it should be called the 5 surnames and 6 prominent families. Among them, the Chui family of Qinghe has completely submitted to Li Xiuming's side. The other 6 companies also suffered heavy losses this time, with the Wang family being the most severely affected, first by the grain incident, and then by the perfume incident. The other 5 companies were left in a state of chaos due to the perfume incident. Afterwards, the army they sent to ambush and kill Li Xiuning was also completely wiped out. These losses really weakened them. This time, they wanted to make a fuss about charcoal and hoped that Minister Pei would lend them a hand. Li Xiuning explained. So many things have happened. We have to admire Li Xiuning. With so many troops to ambush him, he was still able to complete the mission safely and return in triumph. Since so many things have happened to the 5 surnames and 6 clans, and we will need their support to accomplish great things in the future, I will do my best to help them in any way I can, Pei Ji said without hesitation. Then I, on behalf of the 5 clans and 6 noble families, thank Minister Pei. What should we do next? I hope you can offer a plan, Li Xiuning said sincerely. It's not a matter of strategy. Li Yi of Yuzhou is your man. You should maintain a good relationship with him and keep in touch. This will be your capital for doing great things in the future. We must send people to closely monitor Li Xiuning and see what he will do next. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. We also need to keep an eye on Qin Xiao, Pei Ji instructed. Thank you for your guidance, Minister Pei. The idea of the 5 clans and 6 families is that our court should try not to sell less charcoal this winter, so that they can earn some money here to alleviate some of the pressure, Li Xiuning said excitedly. No problem, I'll do my best to cooperate with them. With my abilities, I can handle this little thing, Pei Ji replied confidently. The 5 clans and 6 prominent families have already said that as long as this matter is accomplished, they will definitely leave you. Minister Pei, 10% of your hard work as a reward, Li Xiuning said confidently. All right, I understand their sincerity. Now it's my turn. I'll take my leave now, Pei Ji said arrogantly. Minister Pei, please wait. After Pei Ji left, Li Xiuning looked at his confidants and thought about how Li Xiuning had so many capable people, both in literature and martial arts. But what about himself? Of the 4 in front of him, Hou Junji and Qin Xiao were originally from Li Xiuming's camp, and Li Yuanji was originally his capable assistant. Yet, in his first time as commander, he lost his life. You guys need to give me some advice on how to deal with Li Xiuning next. If we let him continue to develop, my position will eventually be his, and you won't have a good life either, Li Xiuning said seriously. The 4 men, 2 civil and 2 military, did not respond to Li Xiuning immediately. Instead, they lowered their heads and fell into deep thought, because they too had run out of ideas. Your Highness, why don't you host a banquet in your elder brother's name? Invite Prince Qin, Li Xiuning, to the banquet and poison his wine? That way, you can solve the problem once and for all, Wei Zhang said after thinking for a long time. In fact, he was also very conflicted. All the brothers who survived in Wagongzai became Li Xiuming's subordinates, while he was the only one left following Li Xiuning. If his scheme succeeds this time, how will he face his old comrades after Li Xiuming's death? Will they sever all ties with him? Or will they kill him? That won't do. It's too extreme. If he dies in the Eastern Palace, Father will definitely know that I killed Xiuning, and he will surely blame me. Li Xiuning immediately rejected. Your Highness, please let me explain. Years ago, I obtained a poison in Wagong village. It takes more than an hour for the effects to take hold after ingestion, and if the antidote is not taken within 2 hours, the person will surely die from the poison. With this outcome, the Emperor has no evidence to prove that we murdered Li Xiuning. Even if he has some suspicions, you are his only legitimate son. If he doesn't pass the throne to you, who else would he pass it to? Princess Pingyang. Wei Zhang explained. Are you sure your poison will work as you say? Li Xiuning asked, still uneasy. I'm certain. As long as Li Xiuning attends the banquet and drinks the wine, it will definitely have the effect I described, Wei Zhang said confidently. All right, Hou Junji and Qin Xiao, order a good meal from the Peach Blossom Spring and buy several jars of good wine for tomorrow night. What we discussed today must be kept strictly confidential. If I find out any of you have leaked this information, I will not only make sure you all die a horrible death, but I will also ensure that your wives, children, and elderly parents are all wiped out, Li Xiuning threatened. Please rest assured, Your Highness, we will absolutely not reveal a single word, the 4 said in unison. All right, you can all leave now. You'll all keep me company tomorrow night, Li Xiuning said expressionlessly. Brother-in-law, great news. Incredible good news. Li Xiuning rushed in. Xiuning, you're a father of several children. How can you be so irresponsible? Is the sky about to fall? Qin Xiao scolded. Brother-in-law, this is an imperial edict. You don't need to take it. Just read it yourself. Li Xiuning handed over the imperial edict. So it was some good thing? This matter doesn't matter. It still requires me to bleed a lot of money to build a super city. I haven't even really calculated how much money it will cost. Qin Xiao showed a pained expression. For others, this is simply impossible, but for someone as wealthy as you, building several more such megacities would be a piece of cake, Li Xiuning praised. Don't flatter me too much. I'm not a god who can conjure up a city with a breath. That would require a lot of manpower, resources, and money to do, Qin Xiao explained. Oh, by the way, I sent Father Emperor 100 sets of woolen clothes and trousers and 10 caddies of tea in your name. He was very happy and asked me to thank you on his behalf. It seems that his attitude towards you has changed, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Thank you. I don't want to have a bad relationship with my father-in-law either. After all, it's not easy for Xiuning to be caught in the middle with you all, but he's just an old man who's too proud to admit his mistakes. Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother-in-law, only you dare to call Father Emperor that. Anyone else would never dare to do so, even if you beat them to death, said Empress Zhangsun in surprise. Your brother-in-law is a very outspoken person. He doesn't hold back what he says, so if you let them become officials, He will offend everyone in the court, Li Xiuning explained. Xiuning, I see you're facing a life or death crisis soon. I have an antidote pill here. Keep it safe. As long as you don't die, it can easily cure any poison. This is the only one I have. The other one cured your sister's poison, Qin Xiao said solemnly. He couldn't tell fortunes, but he knew about the course of history. Li Xiuning had once followed Wei Zheng's advice and sent Li Xiuning to a banquet where he poisoned the wine. Although Li Xiuning didn't die from the poison, he was half dead and had to recuperate for several months. Although history did not happen so early, his arrival had already changed things. Otherwise, the Battle of Wolongbin would not have occurred earlier. Therefore, just to be on the safe side, he gave the antidote to Li Xiuning first as a precaution. Brother-in-law, what could happen to Xiuning? Is his life in danger? Please, you must save him. He absolutely cannot be harmed. Empress Zhang's son cried and sobbed. Qin Xiao, he's my only brother. If anything happens to him, I'll fight you to the death, Li Xiuning threatened nervously. It's all right. We'll get through this without any real danger. Just listen to me and keep this antidote pill close to your body. This has happened. You must make the most of this and make sure everyone knows about it. You must let your father know how miserable you are, Qin Xiao instructed. Understood. Thank you, brother-in-law. Li Xiuning bowed respectfully. Chapter 93 Polaroid Camera. Not long after, Li Jianqing's men arrived at Qin Xiao's villa and told Li Xiuning that the crown prince would be hosting a banquet for him the following evening. This made Qin Xiao realize a problem he had just thought of. Li Jianqing was about to make his move. That bastard is really ruthless. He doesn't care about the brotherhood at all. He even dares to set up this kind of trap, intending to kill his own younger brother Li Xiuning. After Li Xiuning agreed, he dismissed the people sent by Li Jianqing. He was still unable to calm down, and Qin Xiao's words kept echoing in his ears. During the morning court session, he had just offended Li Jianqing thoroughly, and Li Jianqing wanted nothing more than to teach him a lesson. How could he possibly invite him to a banquet? Sima Zhao's intentions were obvious to everyone. Brother-in-law, is the calamity you mentioned about me the banquet tomorrow night? Li Xiuning asked impatiently. What do you think? There's still a day and a half left. It depends on how you handle things. If you manage it well, the initiative will definitely be in your hands. Li Jianqing will regret this. Qin Xiao reminded him. Brother-in-law, could you give me a hot pot and some seasonings? And teach me how to make hot pot? Li Xiuning asked after thinking for a moment. Okay, I can give you a charcoal hot pot, and I can also teach you how to cook. Actually, these are all very easy. It's just that slicing the meat into thin slices is a bit difficult. What do you need these things for? Qin Xiao asked curiously. Tonight, I'm going to the palace to invite my father to hot pot and have a good chat with him to strengthen our father-son bond, Li Xiuning said confidently. Oh, that's good. That's indeed a good plan. Anything else? Qin Xiao nodded and asked. Furthermore, I will have my men spread the word throughout the city that the crown prince has invited me to a banquet at the Eastern Palace tomorrow night. If I am poisoned, I will immediately have my men continue to spread the news, Li Xiuning said confidently. Wait a moment. Qin Xiao turned and walked to the basement storage room, where he purchased a Polaroid camera and 1,000 sheets of photographic paper from the system before returning to the lobby. Xiuning, stand still. Let me take a picture of you. Qin Xiao took 2 pictures of Li Xiuning, and the photos came out immediately. Brother-in-law, what is this? It's amazing. It's even more beautiful than a painting. You can even see the hair on the face clearly, Li Xiuning said in surprise. What is it? Let me see. Li Xiuning quickly came over and asked. This is called a camera. It can instantly capture people and objects on this piece of paper, Qin Xiao explained. Qin Xiao, how come I didn't know this thing existed after we've been together for so long? Tell me right now, what else are you hiding from me? Li Xiuning said angrily. Honey, this is just a small thing. I forgot about it in the warehouse. Don't be so petty and get angry so easily. It's bad for the child's development, especially since there are other people around. Qin Xiao quickly explained. Such a powerful treasure, and you actually call it just a small thing? And you even dare to say I'm petty? If I don't show my power, you'll think I'm a pushover. Li Xiuning glared and angrily rebuked. Xiuning, when you go to the palace tonight to see my father-in-law, could you please pass on a message to him for me? Qin Xiao said with a grin. Brother-in-law, are you going to give in to father? Just say it, and I promise I'll deliver it. Li Xiuning said happily. Could you ask my father-in-law if I can return the goods? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother-in-law, forget about it. I dare not bring it. You should go and tell them yourself. Li Xiuming's smile immediately disappeared. Giggle giggle. Qin Xiao, you're getting bolder and bolder. You actually want to divorce me. Do you even want to sleep in my room tonight? Li Xiuning said angrily. Sister, our brother-in-law is so funny. He's like a big kid. Consort Yang whispered to Empress Zhang's son. Yes, that's how my brother-in-law is usually. He likes to joke around, but he only becomes serious when something big happens. I've lived here for so long, but it was only when my husband was in danger that he became serious and traveled thousands of miles to save him, Changsun Wugo explained. Our elder sister is skilled in both literature and martial arts. Ordinary men simply cannot subdue her. I think only Qin Xiao can subdue her, Consort Yang whispered in Empress Zhangsuan's ear. You're right. From now on, when Qin Xiao sees second sister, he's like a mouse seeing a cat, and he doesn't even dare to speak loudly, Changsun Wugo replied. What are you two whispering about? Come over here. I'm taking a picture of you. You can take pictures of each other wherever you go on outings in the future. Qin Xiao deliberately changed the subject. They're here. Godfather, I want to take pictures too. Lizzie wants to take pictures. Lizzie clapped her hands and ran over. Okay, everyone gets a share. Let's take 2 pictures of each person, and then we'll take a few more family photos, okay? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Qin Xiao, don't change the subject. Answer my question right now. Do you still dare to return the goods? Li Xiuning grabbed Qin Xiao's ear and asked. Hey, my dear wife, when I said returning goods, I meant returning the land my father-in-law gave me, not you. You're a living, breathing person. How could you be considered goods? Besides, you're carrying my child. If I cancel your marriage, who am I supposed to ask for my child back? Qin Xiao quickly began to use his silver tongue to argue his case. That makes sense. I'm a person, not a commodity. So why did Shimin say he didn't dare to tell father? Li Xiuning asked after thinking for a moment. Going back would be disrespectful to your father, the emperor, and would be disobeying the imperial decree. I'm used to disobeying imperial decrees, but would Shimin dare to do that? Qin Xiao explained. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Well then, I'll let you off the hook today. Let's take some photos together, sisters-in-law. Qin Xiao, make sure to take the best picture of our goddaughter, Li Xiuning said happily. Qin Xiao secretly rejoiced, finally managing to get away with it. His joke had almost left him with nowhere to sleep that night. It was truly a close call. Next, Qin Xiao took 2 photos of each person, and then took several group photos of them. Lizzie, of course, received special treatment. After taking 5 photos of her, he then taught Li Shimin how to use it. Shimin, when the time comes, teach one of your subordinates how to do this. Once you are poisoned, do not rush to take the antidote after you return to the manor. First, make yourself look miserable. If you're not vomiting blood, kill a chicken and use its blood instead. Basically, make yourself look as miserable as possible. After that, have your men deliver the photos to your father, Qin Xiao explained. Will father ask where this photo came from? Li Shimin asked. Before you go to the palace later, I'll give you another camera. Go and give it to your father, and teach him how to use it. Just say it's from me, and he won't suspect anything. Qin Xiao continued explaining. Chapter 94, Deep Father-Son Bond. Following Qin Xiao's instructions, Li Shimin arrived at the palace early. When Li Yuan saw Li Shimin, he was very puzzled. I chatted with him for so long this morning, and now he's here again before I've even had dinner. What's going on? Is it because I praised him this morning, and I'm too happy? Or is that scoundrel Qin Xiao up to his old tricks again? Shimin, why did you come alone? Why didn't Wugo and the children come? Li Yuan asked in confusion. Father, I've learned a skill related to food, and I've come here tonight to offer it to you. I also borrowed a camera from my brother-in-law. As long as I face you and gently press this button, your majestic and imposing image will be drawn. Do you believe it? Li Shimin said excitedly. How is this possible? How could there be such a magical treasure in the world? Also, a gentleman keeps away from the kitchen. How could you, the king of Qin, learn such a lowly skill? Li Yuan said in surprise. Father, actually, we have been misunderstood by some people who have taken things out of context. The meaning of a gentleman keeps away from the kitchen is that a gentleman should place the kitchen in a place far away from himself. Advocating benevolence and urging virtuous people not to commit acts of killing reflects a state of mind that cannot bear to kill, and it is also a concept that Mencius used to persuade King Xian of Qi to implement benevolent governance. It has absolutely nothing to do with whether a man cooks or not. As for this camera, please sit down, and I'll take a picture of you right away, Li Shimin explained patiently. Oh, so that's how it is. Taking things out of context is really harmful. Well then, I'll sit here and see what you can come up with. Li Yuan said with a smile. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, father. Look here. Yes, don't move. Come on, smile more happily. All done. Li Shimin directed, taking 2 more photos in a row. Li Shimin shook the 2 photos to make them dry faster, and soon handed them to Li Yuan. When Li Yuan took the photos, he was stunned. He never expected that in just a dozen breaths, his portrait had been printed on 2 pieces of paper. Xiuning, this treasure is amazing. It instantly imprinted my appearance on the paper, and it's exactly the same. It's countless times better than any painter's work, Li Yuan said in astonishment. Father, I wasn't lying to you, was I? This can not only be printed quickly on paper, but it can also print mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, and even the city of Chang'an. Li Xiuning explained. This is truly amazing, Xiuning. Quickly teach your father how to use it. This is so much fun. How does Qin Xiao have so many strange and wonderful things? Li Yuan said excitedly. Okay, father, it's actually very simple to operate. Just point this at the thing you want to photograph and press this button. As for this paper, there are 2,000 sheets. I'll ask my brother-in-law for more when we run out. I'm going to the Imperial kitchen to prepare the ingredients now. We're having hot pot tonight. I guarantee you've never had anything like it before, and you'll want to eat it again and again. Li Xiuning said confidently. Okay, then go and prepare. I'm looking forward to your hot pot. Tonight, my son and I will have a good drink together. It's been a long time since we ate alone together. Li Yuan said in a cheerful mood. Father, tonight we won't drink baijiu, Chinese liquor, we'll drink something else. This liquor is made from wheat, so it's less pungent and less likely to make you drunk, Li Xiuning explained. All right, I'll follow your arrangements tonight. I want to see if my son, who is invincible on the battlefield, is just as capable in the kitchen as he is on the battlefield, Li Yuan teased with a chuckle. Don't worry, father, I won't let you down with either of them. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Li Xiuning said confidently. Li Xiuning arrived at the Imperial kitchen and took the frozen beef and mutton from his guards. These were all brought over from Qin Xiao's side, as he was afraid the Imperial kitchen didn't have any frozen beef and mutton. He picked up a cleaver and started chopping. The Imperial chefs nearby were dumbfounded. They never imagined that His Highness the Prince of Qin, with such a noble status, would do such a lowly job. Moreover, his knife skills were so superb. Don't just stand there daydreaming. Study hard. From now on, when your father wants hot pot, you'll be the ones to cook it. Don't be caught out, or you'll be in big trouble, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Thank you, Your Highness Prince Qin, for your instruction. We are deeply honored, the Imperial chef said in unison, bowing deeply. No need for formalities. Watch carefully and ask questions if you don't understand anything. Master the technique of slicing meat thinly as soon as possible. This is the key to making hot pot, Li Xiuning explained patiently. Yes. After Li Xiuning cut the meat, he took out 2 large bones and put them into a large pot in the Imperial study to boil. After boiling the broth, he poured the broth and bones into a hot pot. After lighting the charcoal, he took it to the Taiji Palace. At that time, Li Yuan was taking pictures of the palace maids and eunuchs, which drew gasps from everyone and greatly satisfied his vanity. The Imperial kitchen staff came over one after another with meat, vegetables, and various fruits. In fact, everything here was brought over from Qin Xiao. Although there were vegetables in the palace, they had been stored in the cellar for several months and were not fresh, while Qin Xiao's vegetables and fruits looked as if they had just been picked. Father, let's start eating. Come and try the hot pot. It will definitely satisfy you, Li Xiuning said excitedly. After all, this was the first time I had ever cooked in my life, and I felt a great sense of accomplishment. I hope to get the approval of my loved ones. All right, then I'll try the first dish my son has ever made. I never imagined I'd get to eat your cooking in my lifetime, Li Yuan said happily. Under Li Xiuming's guidance, Li Yuan quickly learned how to eat hot pot. He had a great appetite and ate with great enjoyment. The two of them drank 2 bottles of beer in the blink of an eye. Xiuning, this is amazing. This hot pot is so delicious, especially now that the weather is cold. Eating this warms me up from head to toe, Li Yuan said excitedly. Indeed, enjoying hot pot and beer in winter is definitely one of life's greatest pleasures, Li Xiuning replied with a smile. All right, let's drink until we drop tonight. You can sleep in the palace tonight, and I'll send someone to inform Wu Go and the others, Li Yuan said happily. Father, I really can't get drunk tonight. My elder brother is hosting a banquet for me tomorrow night. If I get drunk, I definitely won't be able to attend the banquet, and my brother will blame me, Li Xiuning said casually. Jiansheng will host a banquet for you? You were so disrespectful to him this morning. How could he possibly host a banquet for you for no reason? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. I don't know either, but we are brothers, and I believe he wouldn't harm me, Li Xiuning said confidently. I hope so. I've already lost 2 sons, and I don't want you brothers to turn against each other and hurt one another. You must also take care of yourself. Li Yuan sighed. Chapter 95, Jiangshan vs. Brotherhood. Li Xiuning did not stay overnight in the palace. He did not want Li Xiuning to know that he had sought out Li Yuan. The next morning, he had his guards bring Qin Xiao and Cheng Yaojin over. You two brothers, stand side by side, straight. I'm about to begin my spell, Li Xiuning commanded as he saw them enter together. Upon hearing Li Xiuming's words, the two men immediately stood still, afraid of affecting the effect he had described. Can you two stop being so serious? Please smile, it'll look much better that way, Li Xiuning complained. The two men were completely bewildered and forced a stiff laugh. To this day, they still didn't know what had happened. Li Xiuning presented the photos he had taken to them. How about that? Isn't my magic amazing? Li Xiuning said smugly. Wow, King Qin, how can you possess such powerful magic? It's truly unbelievable. Cheng Yaojin exclaimed in surprise. King Qin, did Brother Qin teach you this magic? It's simply amazing, Qin Xiao asked in surprise. Seeing their stunned expressions, Li Xiuning got exactly the effect he wanted. He simply stood there with a smile, not saying a word, keeping them in suspense. When he saw Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiao staring at him, eager for the outcome, he knew it was time to tell them the truth. This is called a camera. As long as you point this at a person or object, press this button, and you can draw what you want on this paper, Li Xiuning explained. This thing is so interesting, it's a real treasure. King Qin, where did you get it? Cheng Yaojin said excitedly. Of course, this belongs to my brother-in-law. Who else in the world has such a magical treasure besides him? Li Xiuning said proudly. What the king of Qin said makes sense. Apart from Brother Qin, there really is no one else who can produce such a treasure, Qin Xiao said excitedly. I called you two here today so you could meet me. Tonight, I'm going to my elder brother's banquet, Li Xiuning explained. King Qin, this is too dangerous. Why would the crown prince invite you to a banquet for no reason? Yesterday morning, you spoke ill of him about Liangzhou City, which completely offended him. How could he possibly invite you to dinner? Cheng Yaojin said impatiently. Yaojin is right. The crown prince has set up a trap. It's too dangerous for you to go. I don't agree with you putting yourself in such a dangerous situation. I believe that none of the brothers in the Prince of Qin's mansion would approve of you going to the banquet, Qin Xiao said excitedly. You too, don't get agitated. I know you're worried about my safety. But before the crown prince even sent anyone to invite me, my brother-in-law had already foreseen this calamity and given me a solution, Li Xiuning patiently explained. King Qin, what conspiracy did Brother Qin learn about the crown prince, and what strategy did he offer? Cheng Yaojin asked eagerly. He has already calculated that the crown prince will poison the wine cup, but you don't need to worry. He has given me an antidote that can cure any poison. Moreover, he gave me this camera so that I could keep evidence. In the evening, when I go to the East Palace, you will follow me and take a picture of me at the entrance of the East Palace. After that, you will meet me outside and bring me back when I come out. Then, take pictures of me suffering from poisoning and send them to my father, the emperor, Li Xiuning explained patiently. Yes, we guarantee to complete the mission. The two looked at each other and said in unison. All right, later you go out and find some common people to spread the word that I'm going to the crown prince's banquet at the Eastern Palace tonight. The more people who know, the better, Li Xiuning instructed again. All right, this is my specialty, Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin patted his chest and assured him. After having lunch at the Prince of Qin's residence, the two hurriedly went to spread the news. By evening, almost half the people in Chang'an knew that the Prince of Qin had gone to the crown prince's banquet. At this time, Li Xiuning had already led Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiao to the gate of the East Palace, and without anyone noticing, he quickly took a few photos. After the matter was settled, Li Xiuning swaggered into the East Palace, where Li Jiansheng greeted him warmly. If someone were unaware of the situation, they would truly believe it was a display of brotherly affection. Third brother, we haven't had a get-together since you invited me to your Prince Qin's mansion for a banquet. Now, Xuanba and Yuanji have both gone. It's just the two of us brothers left. From now on, we must stay close to each other. Li Jianxing put on a pained expression. Brother, you're right. Although our Li family has gained the throne, we have suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for Qin Xiao's treatment, my second sister would probably be in serious trouble. Therefore, we brothers must unite even more closely. Li Xiuning echoed Li Jianxing's words. If Qin Xiao hadn't told him the truth beforehand, he would have thought that his older brother's personality had changed and that he would consider the bond between brothers. Good brother, let me toast you, Li Jianxing said affectionately. Thank you, elder brother. I'll drink this. Please feel free to drink as you please. Li Xiuning wanted to end the meal as soon as possible so that he could send the photo of himself poisoned to his father, the emperor, before the palace gates closed. Excellent. You truly deserve to be called the Supreme General of Heavenly Strategy. I'll toast you again, brother. Li Xiuning, fearing that Li Xiumin's lips might not have been touched by the poison, eagerly offered him another cup of wine as a precaution. Good, I'm happy today. We can finally get our relationship back on track. As the saying goes, brothers fight tigers together. Fathers and sons go to war together. Being brothers is a lifelong commitment. I'll toast you, elder brother. Li Xiumin said heartily. Li Xiuning was stunned for a moment after hearing Li Xiumin's 2 sentences. He wondered to himself, is any position really more important than a brother? Have I made a mistake? His expression was noticed by Wei Zhang, who quickly reminded him, Your Highness, even if you are happy, please don't get drunk. Drunkenness is harmful to your health. Yes, Xiumin, eat. I specially had my men deliver this dish from the Peach Blossom Spring. It tastes really good. Li Xiuning began to speak insincerely again. Okay, thank you, brother. You should eat more too. I'll treat you to dinner in the most luxurious private room at the paradise beyond the sea in a couple of days, Li Xiumin said with a smile. Great, that's wonderful. If you don't book in advance, you won't be able to get even the most ordinary private room at Shangri-La, let alone the most luxurious one, Li Xiuning said happily. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Back and forth they drank, and the 2 of them had finished 1.5 pounds of liquor. Li Xiuning breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Li Xiumin had been poisoned. He turned to look at Wei Zhang sitting opposite him, and when he saw Wei Zhang nod to him, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Chapter 96, Toxin Onset. Brother, I had a great time drinking today. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm going back to rest now, Li Xiumin said, swaying as he stood up. Third brother, why don't I send someone to take you back? Li Xiuning stood up and said, No need to trouble you, elder brother. I have a carriage waiting outside. Nothing will happen. Li Xiumin quickly stopped him. When Li Xiuning escorted Li Xiumin to the gate, Qin Xiao, who was hiding to the side, quickly took out his camera and pressed the shutter. Qin Xiao came over and helped Li Xiumin into the carriage. Once Li Xiumin's carriage was out of sight, Li Xiuning led his men back to the banquet hall and invited his trusted confidants to sit down. Wei Shima, have I gone too far? For this country and that throne, you actually turned your back on your own brother. Isn't that too cold-blooded and ruthless? Li Xiuning asked, frowning. Your Highness, as the saying goes, every man for himself, or the world will destroy him. Cao Cao once said, I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Those who do great things should not be bound by trivial matters, Wei Zhang said without any reservations. Sigh? Well, since it's already done, there's no turning back. Anyway, today is my final farewell to Xiumin. From now on, we'll be separated by life and death. Li Xiuning sighed. Li Xiumin returned to the Prince of Qin's residence without any discomfort. Given his constitution after consuming the dragon meat and the 10-ingredient tonic, this amount of wine was no problem at all. The effects of the medicine wouldn't take effect so quickly, and the poison itself was a slow-acting one. Following Li Xiumin's instructions, Qin Xiao personally went to the chicken coop in the backyard, caught a large rooster, killed it, and brought out 2 large bowls of blood. Li Xiumin endured the taste of blood, took a sip, and held it in his mouth. After Qin Xiao prepared the camera, Li Xiumin spat out the chicken blood. Qin Xiao took several photos before stopping. Li Xiumin carefully observed the scene and only felt relieved after confirming there were no flaws. Yao, please take this opportunity to quickly deliver the photograph to the palace and personally hand it to my father, the emperor, so that he can send an imperial physician to save the patient, Li Xiumin instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, I will go to the palace immediately to see the emperor and guarantee that I will personally deliver the photograph to him, Qin Xiao said confidently. Okay, when you get back, go to the kitchen and get your own food. I'll have the servants prepare it for you, Li Xiumin reminded him. All right, thank you, King Qin. Qin Xiao am off. Qin Xiao turned and walked towards the gate. Shu Bao, take that rooster to the kitchen and make it into poached chicken. We'll have something to eat first to fill our stomachs. We didn't eat much in the East Palace. We just drank wine all the time, Li Xiumin instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, I will make the arrangements immediately, Qin Xiao said respectfully. Just as Li Xiumin and Qin Xiao were enjoying their meal, Qin Xiao had already arrived at the imperial study in the Taiji Palace and was reporting the situation to Li Yuan. What? Xiumin is poisoned? What did he eat today? Why was he poisoned? Li Yuan asked impatiently. Tonight, His Highness the Crown Prince hosted a banquet for Prince Qin at the Eastern Palace. After returning, he vomited blood incessantly. Your Majesty, please look at these photos. Chen Yaojin handed over 2 photos he had taken of Li Xiuning vomiting blood. The other photos were not submitted. They were kept just in case Li Xiuning later tried to renege on his promise that Li Xiuning had never visited the Eastern Palace. I remember now. Xiuning told me last night that Jianxing invited him to a banquet tonight. Could this poison be? Chen Bingji, immediately order the Imperial Medical Academy to send the best physicians to Prince Qin's residence to detoxify him, Li Yuan said without hesitation. Chen Yaojin hurriedly led the imperial physician to the Qin prince's residence, deliberately showing him a pool of dried blood on the ground. After passing through the hall, they arrived at the master bedroom in the backyard. They saw Li Xiuning lying on the bed, his face pale and bloodstains still remaining at the corner of his mouth. His dying appearance almost made Chen Yaojin believe it was real. The imperial physician sat at the head of the bed and quickly took the prince's pulse. After taking it for a quarter of an hour, he confirmed that the Prince of Qin had been poisoned. He immediately wrote a prescription and began acupuncture. After an hour of fussing, Qin Xiao finally arranged for him to stay in a guest room. Chen Yaojin was already starving and had gone to eat on his own. After his treatment, the poison did not take effect until the next morning, when the poison began to take effect, and Li Xiuning spat a mouthful of blood onto the quilt covering him. However, Li Xiuning remembered what Qin Xiao had said: as long as one doesn't die, the poison can be cured. Therefore, he wasn't worried about the poison he had been given at all. This terrified the maidservant who was taking care of him. She scrambled out to find the imperial physician, who immediately put down his chopsticks and rushed into the bedroom. When he saw the blood on the quilt, he lost all the composure he had shown the night before. He rushed forward to take Li Xiuming's pulse, and Li Xiuning spat out another mouthful of blood on him. He quickly took out his silver needles and began acupuncture. After more than an hour of treatment, the condition was finally brought under control, and he was so exhausted that he almost collapsed on the ground. Just as the imperial physician was about to turn and leave, there was someone behind him. When he saw who it was, he was almost scared out of his wits. "Your humble servant greets your majesty." Imperial physician Zhou, no need for formalities. "How is the Prince of Qin's injury?" Li Yuan asked impatiently. "Your majesty, the poison in Prince Qin's body is extremely potent. I managed to neutralize some of it last night, but it flared up again this morning," explained Imperial physician Zhou. "Could this be food poisoning?" Li Yuan asked, clinging to his last glimmer of hope. "Your majesty, that's absolutely impossible. Food poisoning is nothing more than diarrhea, let alone vomiting blood. Prince Qin has vomited at least half a bucket of blood since last night," explained Imperial physician Zhou. "What? They actually used such a vicious poison? It seems they intend to kill Xiuning." Imperial physician Zhou, "Do you have any way to cure the Prince of Qin?" Li Yuan asked urgently. "Your majesty, my medical skills are limited. I can only control it, not cure it. The only person in this world who can cure Prince Qin's poison is the divine physician Sun Simiao," said Imperial physician Zhou solemnly. "No, Prince Consort Qin's medical skills are superb. He should be able to cure the king of Qin's poison," Chen Yaojin said impatiently. "Oh, is that kid's medical skill really that amazing? Then what are we waiting for? Quickly send Xiuning over to him, so he can be detoxified," Li Yuan said without hesitation. "Yes, your majesty, I will arrange a carriage immediately," Chen Yaojin said, bowing. "Tell that brat Qin Xiao that no matter the cost, he must cure Xiuning for me. As long as he cures Xiuning, I will forgive him for disobeying my orders before, and I will also grant him one more favor," Li Yuan said solemnly. "Yes, your majesty, I will convey your words to Prince Consort Qin," Chen Yaojin said confidently. Chapter 97. A City in Turmoil. When Chen Yaojin arrived at the hall, it was already crowded with people. Everyone knew about the king of Qin's poisoning and was now surrounding Qin Xiao, asking him all sorts of questions. "Yaojin, how is the king of Qin now? What did the imperial physician say?" Li Ji stepped forward and asked. The imperial physician said that the poison in the king of Qin's body can only be controlled, not removed. Only the divine physician Sun Simiao can do it. My idea is to have the prince consort of Qin take action to detoxify him, Chen Yaojin explained. This idea is indeed feasible. Prince consort Qin's abilities are definitely sufficient to heal His Highness the King of Qin. Saving lives is urgent and cannot be delayed. Let's quickly lift the King of Qin onto the carriage, Li Ji said hastily. At this moment, Li Yuan came out from the inner courtyard, and everyone quickly stepped forward to greet him. No need for formalities. Quickly escort the Prince of Qin to Lantian County and have the Prince Consort Qin treat him. Regardless of whether his condition improves or worsens, you must send someone to inform me, Li Yuan instructed. Yes, your majesty. Everyone worked together to quickly dress Li Xiuning and carry him to the carriage that had been prepared outside. This made the onlookers realize that the Prince of Qin had been poisoned and fallen into a coma. Furthermore, considering that the King of Qin had attended a banquet for the Crown Prince at the Eastern Palace the previous night, the news quickly spread throughout Chang'an, and the situation began to escalate. Rumors circulated that the Crown Prince lacked tolerance for others, and, in order to secure his own position, was jealous of the King of Qin's talent and achievements, so he did not hesitate to poison and murder his own younger brother. In the blink of an eye, the whole of Chang'an knew about this, and everyone was talking about it over tea and after meals. Of course, Pei Ji heard about it, and hurriedly came to the East Palace. "Your Highness, why didn't you tell me beforehand that you were going to do something so serious? Do you not consider me one of your own?" Pei Ji asked angrily. "Minister Pei, what has made you so angry? What have I done?" Li Xiuning was caught off guard by his scolding and didn't even have time to react. "Are you still pretending to be confused? Have you already forgotten that you invited Li Xiuning to dinner at the Eastern Palace last night and poisoned his wine?" Pei Ji said loudly. "Minister Pei, you truly deserve to be called a high-ranking official of the Tang Dynasty. I admire you for finding out about such a secret matter so quickly," Li Xiuning said in surprise. "Secret my foot. Everyone in Chang'an knows that you, Li Xiuning, poisoned Li Xiuning. Just ask anyone on the street, and they'll know. Everyone's talking about how you murdered your own brother." Pei Ji had a look of disappointment on his face. "What? Why is this happening? We did it so discreetly last night. Why has it spread throughout Chang'an this morning?" Li Xiuning exclaimed in surprise. "Who came up with this idea? It's a terrible idea. If Li Xiuning is really poisoned to death, that would be fine. But if he's all right, will you, Li Xiuning, still have any prestige in the hearts of the people?" Pei Ji said angrily. "Wei Shima, this idea was yours, so please explain it to Minister Pei." Li Xiuning began to shift the blame. Wei Zheng was now wavering. Back then, so many people in Huagongzai chose to follow Prince Qin, Li Xiuning, but he alone chose Crown Prince Li Xiuning. He wanted to emulate Zhuge Liang, but he never expected Li Xiuning to be so irresponsible. As soon as something went wrong, he immediately shirked all responsibility and pushed himself out of the picture. "Wei Zheng, I'm asking you, why did you give His Highness the Crown Prince such a terrible idea? What are your true intentions? Whether Li Xiuning is innocent or not, can the Crown Prince escape responsibility?" Pei Ji rebuked angrily. "Your Excellency Pei, what I mean is, as long as Li Xiuning is poisoned, what does it matter if His Highness the Crown Prince bears the infamy? His Majesty only has the Crown Prince as his legitimate son. The Tang Dynasty can only be passed on to His Highness the Crown Prince. The people are easily forgetful. In time, who will remember the existence of the former Prince Qin, Li Xiuning?" Wei Zheng explained. "Then you can't let everyone know that Li Xiuning died at the hands of His Highness the Crown Prince, can you? That's a stain that can never be washed away. It will be recorded in history." Pei Ji said, quite displeased. "No poison, no manliness. If we can't even protect our country now, what's the point of keeping history? We should live in the present and let future generations judge us," Wei Zheng said bluntly. "Fine, since you've said that, I'm not going to get involved in this anymore. You guys clean up your own mess. Goodbye." Pei Ji turned and left without hesitation. At this moment, Li Xiuning was sitting in a carriage heading to Lantian County. This four-wheeled carriage was very spacious and could seat 7 or 8 people. He no longer looked nearly dead like he did at the Prince of Qin's mansion. After taking the antidote, he had recovered and his spirits were slowly returning. The brothers Qin Xiao and Qin Xiao slowly explained to the others, and when everyone knew the truth, they breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. Brother Qin is truly amazing. Everything was exactly as he predicted. No wonder the 5 aristocratic families suffered such a crushing defeat when they opposed him, Li Jing exclaimed. Of course, without his long-distance raid, we would have been wiped out by those 30,000 Turkic wolf cavalry long ago. We wouldn't have the chance to chat and laugh here, Qin Yaojin said excitedly. That's true. Brother Qin is incredibly insightful and has top-notch skills. I really don't know what he can't do, Niu Jinda said excitedly. Didn't he say that he could do everything except give birth? Look at our son. In just a few months, his abilities have already surpassed ours, Yu Qigong said excitedly. Old He is right. My Chuimo is really amazing. He is very strong in both Kung Fu and other military combat capabilities. In 2 years, I, Qin Yaojin, will have Chu Bai and Chu Liang both become Qin brothers' disciples, Qin Yaojin said excitedly. You're all so smug. If my son Cheng Qian weren't so young, I would have sent him to the army for training too, Li Xiuning said happily. King Qin, you can first have Cheng Qian become Brother Qin's disciple. Luo Tong has already become a disciple, But because he is too young, Brother Qin has kept him by his side to teach him personally, Cheng Yaojin said after thinking for a moment. Yes, Yaojin's idea is good. I've been staying at his house all day and never thought of this relationship. As the saying goes, heaven, earth, ruler, parents, and teacher. No matter how close your uncle is, he is not as close as your teacher, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations on your marriage to Brother Qin, Li Jing said happily. Thank you, everyone. How is the matter concerning the crown prince progressing? Li Xiuning asked. Your Majesty, please rest assured, my second brother and I have arranged for 1,000 men to spread the word. Now, almost everyone in Chang'an knows that Crown Prince Li Xiuning poisoned Your Majesty, Cheng Yaojin said confidently. Good, Yaojin and Xu Bao, you two did a great job. I'll credit you for this. Li Xiuning smiled happily. Chapter 98, A Childlike Heart. In the following period, Li Xiuning used the excuse of recuperating to stay in Qin Xiao's villa, living a leisurely life every day. However, he also sent people to the palace every day to report on his condition. The situation in Chang'an was in an uproar, and Li Xiunings's prestige plummeted. Some even included him in the list of the 10 most heinous crimes. Aside from worrying about Li Xiuming's illness every day, Li Yuan did not take any measures against Li Xiuning, not even scolding him. This was also thanks to Pei Ji's silver tongue and the influence of his 2 concubines. Li Yuan was so confused by them that he had no idea how to hold Li Xiuning accountable. This made Li Xiuning increasingly arrogant, believing that his father, the emperor, was completely under his control. He became more and more reckless in his actions and began to form cliques. If Li Xiuning had known about these things before, he would have been angry for days. But now, after Qin Xiao's guidance, he simply laughed it off. As long as he has the Qin prince's men and Qin Xiao's assistants, it doesn't matter to him how Li Xiuning tries to win over or bribe others. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and the first snow of the 6th year of Wuda has arrived. While others are staying at home to warm themselves by the fire, Ma Sanbao and his group are not so comfortable today, as Qin Xiao had warned them. The day when heavy snow arrives is the day when honeycomb briquettes and woolen clothes and trousers are sold. And now, although cotton is not made into complicated things, it is used to make cotton quilts and cotton-padded coats. Lantian Logistics Company in Chang'an City ceased all operations to focus solely on its own operations, continuously hauling goods into Chang'an City. The 5 aristocratic families shared the same idea as Qin Xiao, to start selling charcoal after the snow, when they confidently opened their various shops to begin selling. I heard some bad news. The graphite transported from Lantian County was not only non-toxic, but also burned more than 5 times longer than charcoal, and was also cheaper than charcoal. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for the 5 prominent families. They had already converted 70% of their assets into charcoal, and if the charcoal couldn't be sold, they would have no funds to operate. But the facts are there, and nobody is a fool. In fact, the coal stoves in Lantian County were running a promotion. Buy a single tube stove and get a free honeycomb briquette. Buy a triple tube stove and get 3 free honeycomb briquettes. The patriarch of the 5 clans did not believe that honeycomb briquettes were so useful, so he specially sent his subordinates to buy a few to try before he realized that they really were useful. Seeing the scene before them, they called another meeting and finally decided to sell the product in other places. However, they also knew that selling it in other places would incur many additional expenses. The shipping and labor costs alone would add up significantly, and the price in other places certainly cannot be higher than that of local charcoal merchants. Even if the price were the same, it would be difficult to sell. But if a decision isn't made soon, and the snow continues for another day or 2, the roads will be blocked, making it impossible to transport the goods out. Today in Chang'an, products from Lantian County are the most popular. After some people bought 1 or 2 items to try on and found them to be good, everyone rushed over to buy them. The steward of the Cui family in Qinghe also bought a copy of each item and handed it to the clan leader, Cui Xinyuan. After Cui Xinyuan tried all of them, he was stunned. He never imagined that these things were all winter treasures. He sent people to buy a copy for each member of his clan, and had his steward arrange a carriage so he could go to Lantian County to ask Qin Xiao for the agency rights. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, they saw Qin Xiao having a great time playing in the snow with the children, building snowmen and having a snowball fight. He didn't seem like the powerful figure who could turn the world upside down with a flick of his wrist. He was simply a childlike king with an innocent heart. Qin Xiao ignored Cui Xinyuan and the others, and continued building the snowman by himself. After he finished making a snowman that was about 10 feet tall, he turned around and greeted them. Patriarch Cui, I know why you've come. We'll proceed as before. I'll manage Chang'an City, and you can handle the rest. For specific details, consult with General Ma. I've already given him instructions, Qin Xiao explained. Thank you for your guidance, Prince Consort Qin. From now on, the Cui family of Qinghe will follow your lead. Cui Xinyuan bowed respectfully. Patriarch Cui, last time you lent 10,000 Cui cavalry to my brother-in-law, so I owe you a favor. I promise to give you all products at 70% of the market price from now on. Now, I plan to give you 60% off. At this price, in less than 2 years, your wealth will surpass the combined wealth of the other 6 companies, Qin Xiao explained. Thank you, Prince Consort Qin. Please feel free to ask if there's anything the Cui family can do for us in the future, Cui Xinyuan said sincerely. Go find General Ma. This snow isn't going to stop in a day or two. If it blocks the roads, your goods won't be able to get out, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, I'll be right there. Cui Xinyuan bowed and turned to leave. Godfather, your snowman is so beautiful. I want to build a snowman too. Can you help me? Li Lizzie said happily, her cheeks flushed. Okay, I'll build you a big bear and a little bear, okay? Qin Xiao turned around and picked up the shovel on the ground. Okay, I want big white, and little black too, Godfather. What do you say? Li Lizzie said excitedly, counting on her fingers. When the 3 tiger cubs heard their young mistress call their names, they thought she was calling them and rushed over quickly. Qin Xiao basically let them roam freely, including his own tiger, Snow Treader. These 3 tigers were also very intelligent and posed no threat to the people here. When Li Lizzie saw 3 tiger cubs rushing towards her, she panicked and stepped back, but her short legs got stuck in the snow, and she fell flat on her backside. After chasing them away, Qin Xiao, along with Luo Tong, Li Chongqian, Li Tai, Li Ku, Li Lizzie, and other children, began to build a snowman. Li Xiuning was ruthless enough to have all his sons become Qin Xiao's disciples. Qin Xiao was very depressed, feeling that he was not a master, but rather a kindergarten principal. Fortunately, the children were all quite well behaved and did not cause any trouble, otherwise, he would have had a headache again. When Li Xiuning and his wife came out and saw a group of children surrounding Qin Xiao, they couldn't help but laugh. Ever since they had all made their children Qin Xiao's disciples, the children had been bothering them much less. Seeing Li Xiuming's unrestrained laughter, Qin Xiao was furious. He grabbed a snowball and threw it at Li Xiuning, hitting him squarely in the mouth. Li Xiuning was stunned by the blow. He immediately grabbed a snowball from the ground to retaliate, but when he saw that Qin Xiao was surrounded by his own children, he could only throw the snowball away. His expression showed how frustrated he was. Chapter 99, New Year's Eve. The next day, the snow continued to fall, especially on the mountain where the villa was located. Because it was colder there, the snow fell even more heavily, reaching above knee-deep. Qin Xiao simply bought dozens of sleds from the system and led everyone to go skiing, including the Special Forces members, who were personally taught by him. The group had a great time, and Qin Xiao ordered the Special Forces members to learn how to ski, knowing that it might come in handy someday. In the days that followed, Qin Xiao stayed in the villa and didn't go anywhere. After he taught the children kung fu, Luo Tong supervised their training. He stayed with Li Xiuning, occasionally taking her out to take pictures of the snow or go for a walk. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed, and there was only one day left until New Year's Eve, called Chu Sui, in the Tang Dynasty. During this month, the 5 families had a very difficult time. On the first day, their charcoal sold reasonably well in other places. Although the price was 10% cheaper than that of local charcoal merchants, the volume was still acceptable. But the next day, when Cui Xinyuan's honeycomb briquettes arrived, he couldn't sell a single pound of charcoal, even after repeatedly lowering the price. This greatly worried their leader, who wanted to send someone back to Chang'an to report the situation to the clan chief. However, the heavy snow blocked the roads, making it impossible to return. They would have to wait for the snow to melt after it stopped. Cui Xinyuan hired a logistics company in Lantian County for transportation, so each city had a sufficient supply of goods. In addition, their coal stoves, cotton-padded coats, cotton quilts, wool clothes and pants were all treasures for winter. Every day, long lines of people queue up in front of their shops to buy their products, which makes the Cui family managers in every city extremely happy. Li Xiuning lay in Qin Xiao's arms. She had gotten used to it by now. She would ask Qin Xiao to tell her stories or sing to her from time to time before she could quietly fall asleep. Honey, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. How are we going to celebrate? Li Xiuning asked happily. Besides giving the kids lucky money, we'll prepare a sumptuous dinner. As for the rest, I'll keep you in suspense for now. You'll find out tomorrow, Qin Xiao said mysteriously. Honey, that's not right of you. In about half a month, you'll be a father. Why are you still acting like a child, making us so suspenseful? Li Xiuning said coquettishly. Fine. I really can't stand you anymore. I can tell you, I'm going to set off colorful firecrackers tomorrow night, Qin Xiao said helplessly. What kind of firecrackers have 7 colors? Are you sure you're not lying to me? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. We'll find out tomorrow, why rush it? Qin Xiao explained. Okay, I can't wait for tomorrow, Li Xiuning said eagerly. I'm going to sleep now. I promise I'll make you satisfied tomorrow, Qin Xiao said confidently. Honey, tell me a story. Just the one about Sun Wukong's 3 battles with the White Bone Demon, and then continue the story, okay? Li Xiuning started her sweet and coquettish mode. I really can't stand you. If your men saw this, wouldn't they all collapse? A dignified commander of an army of 100,000, such a majestic, domineering, and heroic woman, actually acting coquettishly? Qin Xiao teased. They say, what's wrong with being a heroine? Can't she act like a little woman in front of her beloved? It's normal to act coquettishly towards her husband, Li Xiuning defended herself. That sounds quite reasonable. I'll start now, but let me hear if the child is asleep first, Qin Xiao said happily. The next morning, although the weather was very cold, everyone got up very early because today was New Year's Eve, and also the last day of the 6th year of Wuda. This is the first time in all the years Qin Xiao has been here that everyone has celebrated the new year together. This year, he has had a very fulfilling year, with friends, a wife, relatives, an apprentice, and even his own child. This morning, everyone ate dumplings. Qin Xiao had taught the chefs how to make them a few days ago. The dumplings were filled with various fillings, and everyone ate them with great relish. Except for the servants, everyone else from Li Xiumin's family moved in, filling the entire villa. Qin Xiao had no choice but to accept it. Who told me to marry Li Xiuning? And who told Li Xiuning to be Li Xiumin's sister? As the brother-in-law, it's only natural for me to help my brother-in-law. As for the issue of children's New Year's money, Qin Xiao thought about it for a long time. There was no paper money in the Tang Dynasty, so there was no way to put it into the red envelope. Could he fill the red envelope with copper coins? But even if he filled it, how much money would it contain? Later, he had Ma Sanbao make gold pendants of various animals according to each child's attributes, which was a decent gift. Brother-in-law, this gift for the children is too precious. How can we accept it? Empress Zhongsun said somewhat embarrassedly. Sister-in-law, this is a small gift from your sister and me to the children, as a New Year's gift for them, Qin Xiao explained. Guanyinbi, don't refuse what your brother-in-law gives you. He doesn't care about this little bit of money at all. In fact, I doubt he even knows how much money he has right now, Li Xiumin teased. If I don't work hard to earn money, how can I build Liangzhou City? This is a bottomless pit. I still don't know exactly how much money it will take to build the second city of the Tang Dynasty, Qin Xiao said helplessly. That's true. Such a magnificent city must have cost an incalculable amount of money. I truly admire your ambition, Li Xiumin said excitedly. Since I married your sister, and now that your Li family is in power, I, as your son-in-law, should do my part and share some of your burdens, Qin Xiao said casually. Husband, thank you for everything you've done for me. I thought I would spend my whole life with a timid and cowardly man. I never imagined I would meet such a great hero as you. You not only saved my life, but also became my life partner and companion, Li Xiuning said affectionately. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Actually, Erlang and I strongly opposed second sister marrying Qin Xiao back then, because his talent was simply not good enough for second sister. Unfortunately, my husband and I were too weak to speak up. Now that's great. Second sister has finally found her Mr. Right. Only a capable man like brother-in-law is worthy of a heroine like second sister, said Empress Zhongsun excitedly. Actually, when I heard the news that my second sister had been poisoned by an arrow, I immediately sent out a large number of people to find the divine physician Sun Simiao, but we couldn't find him no matter what we did. Fortunately, my brother-in-law appeared and saved my second sister. To be honest, over the past 6 months, I've managed to escape danger several times, all thanks to my brother-in-law's help. Otherwise, I would have been a pile of bones long ago, Li Xiumin said with deep emotion. All right, it's New Year's Eve today. Let's not talk about unhappy things. Let's look to the future and live happily every day from now on, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 100 Fireworks convey affection. Not long after breakfast, Cheng Yaojin and the others arrived one after another. Even Cheng Chumo and others who had gone home for the New Year holiday came along. Luo Tong also brought his mother. This completely baffled Qin Xiao. Originally, he planned to have a simple lunch with a few people and then have a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner together. With so many people arriving at once, we can only arrange for the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. We'll have hot pot for lunch and a big meal in the evening. Brother Qin, we've come here today to have a reunion dinner with you all. Are you happy to have us? Cheng Yaojin said with a smile. People call you Cheng the Fairy, and they're absolutely right. Now that you're here, how could I say you're not welcome? Besides, how could you come empty-handed? Qin Xiao said with a laugh and a scolding tone. Brother Qin, you have everything here. Besides, you are rich beyond measure, and you're even short of my meager gifts. I'd be embarrassed to offer them to you. Cheng Yaojin explained with a smile. A gift of a goose feather from 1,000 miles away is a small gift, but carries great meaning. Don't you understand? Sigh. It's terrible to be ignorant. Qin Xiao joked. The problem is, my family doesn't raise geese. Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have gone and bought a few, plucked their feathers, and given them to you. Cheng Yaojin explained, scratching his head. Get lost. Who the hell wants your goose feather? I was just using an analogy, you know? Sigh. There's no way to communicate with a boor like you. Qin Xiao sighed. Ha ha. I'll treat everyone to hot pot for lunch today, and if you'd like to stay for dinner, there'll be a feast that will definitely satisfy you. As for accommodation, you can stay at the military camp. Qin Xiao explained patiently. The entire Special Operations Team's barracks were built by the system, equipped with modern facilities, and even connected to a mountain spring. As soon as Qin Xiao finished speaking, the Cui brothers, Xin Yuan and Xin Tao, walked in from outside. Both of them were beaming with pride, and everyone knew that they had made a lot of money thanks to Qin Xiao this time. We extend our early New Year greetings to the King of Qin, the Queen, Princess Pingyang, and Prince Consort Qin. We wish you good health and all the best, the two brothers said in unison, bowing. Brothers Cui, I haven't had a chance to thank you properly since you helped me last time. I'm staying at my brother-in-law's place today, so I'll toast you later, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Your Majesty is too kind. Since I have pledged allegiance to you, it is my duty to do my part. Moreover, Prince Consort Qin will certainly not mistreat the Cui family. Cui Xinyuan explained with a smile. Brother Qin must have made you quite a bit of money this time, right? Cheng Yaojin said with a smile. Yeah, this was really satisfying. Making money is secondary. The most important thing is that I messed up the other 6 companies. They had already suffered a lot of losses because of the perfume incident last time. This time, they stockpiled a large amount of charcoal, hoping to turn the tide of the war. They even made way for the Imperial Court's charcoal supplies. But they never expected that Qin's graphite could be improved to be so useful, catching them completely off guard and leaving them all in a panic. Finally, they held a meeting and decided to take all the charcoal to another place to sell. They were able to sell some at a low price on the first day, but on the second day, the honeycomb briquettes I got from Prince Consort Qin arrived, and they couldn't sell them at all. With the roads blocked by heavy snow, those in charge in various places had no way to pass the news to the clan chiefs in Chang'an, and could only watch helplessly as we sold so well. Cui Xinyan explained excitedly. Congratulations. My brother-in-law's items are all winter essentials, so you must have gotten quite a lot. Li Xiuning said with a smile. Your Majesty, it is indeed a large quantity. We were still delivering goods 3 days ago, and we are still selling today. It is truly a case of supply falling short of demand. Cui Xinyuan said excitedly. That's good. As long as you perform well, we will definitely not treat you unfairly, Li Xiuning reminded them. Our Cui family of Qinghe has completely offended the other 6 aristocratic families. Now we only have one choice, to follow you closely. Only then can our Cui family flourish, Cui Xinyan said solemnly. Brother, as long as your Cui family wholeheartedly follows the King of Qin and his son-in-law, you will reap the rewards in the future. It won't be long before you are above the other 6 families, Cheng Yaojin advised. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Due to time constraints, we can only have hot pot for lunch today, and we'll have New Year's Eve dinner tonight, Qin Xiao explained. Fortunately, the villa's hall was large enough that there was still room after setting up 5 tables. The servants began to serve the dishes one after another, and Qin Xiao once again took on the role of the commander, demonstrating the actions and explaining how to eat them. Those who had never eaten hot pot before found it very novel. After Qin Xiao finished explaining, everyone happily started eating, and they couldn't stop. The lunch lasted a full hour, mainly because of the people who drink alcohol. Those who don't drink had long since left the table and were chatting in small groups. The beer Qin Xiao provided had a lower alcohol content than San Li Jiang, so everyone drank it without feeling any difference and thoroughly enjoyed themselves. After dinner, many people went to find entertainment, either playing cards, chess, or Go. There were also 2 pool tables in the basement, which greatly interested them, and they insisted on asking Qin Xiao to teach them his skills. Qin Xiao also specially installed a large slide in the yard for the children, which made them very happy. They had never played with anything so fun before. While everyone was busy, Qin Xiao specially purchased ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall from the system and personally prepared the dish. He believed that this hearty dish would definitely be popular. Qin Xiao meticulously prepared 20 dishes for each round table. Some people had never been to the paradise and had never even tasted a single dish before. When they saw the dishes in front of them, they were so stunned that they were speechless. After everyone had finished their New Year's Eve dinner with satisfaction, Qin Xiao invited everyone to the courtyard. While everyone was puzzled, the Special Forces soldiers lit the fireworks that had been placed there beforehand. Bang, bang, bang. Fireworks soared into the sky, some shaped like peacocks spreading their tails, others like flowers blooming in wealth. Suddenly, a set of very large characters appeared, reading, "Qin Xiao loves Li Xiuning." This stunned all the audience members. The colorful patterns were already incredible, but there were even words printed in midair. Before they could even react, the Special Forces soldiers lit the largest firework in the middle. In just a few breaths, a loud bang was heard, and the sky appeared with Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning holding hands. This left everyone speechless. Li Xiuning was so moved by the sight that tears streamed down her face. No longer caring about being in a crowd or feeling shy, she tightly grasped Qin Xiao's hand, their fingers intertwined. Women are emotional creatures. When Empress Zhongsun saw Li Xiuning's actions, she couldn't help but grab Li Shimin's hand as well. Because the fireworks were set off on the mountaintop, everyone in Lantian County and Chang'an City saw them. Even Li Yuan, who was in the palace, saw it and couldn't help but shed tears. It was unclear whether he was happy for his daughter who had found a good husband, or whether the sight reminded him of his wife. However, this grand fireworks display, the first of its kind in the Tang Dynasty, will ultimately be recorded in history, and the love between Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning will serve as a role model for young people. Only Qin Xiao, embracing his concubine, silently plots his revenge against the despicable couple. Chapter 101 Conferment Ceremony. The 6th year of the Wuda era passed just like that, and Qin Xiao grew a year older. Whether he was over 1,400 years old or 27, he didn't care. What he cared about most now was when he would become a father. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, everyone went home, and it became much quieter. Li Shimin kept asking Qin Xiao questions about fireworks, never stopping. In fact, he just wanted to surprise his concubines on the Lantern Festival. Qin Xiao had long seen through his thoughts and deliberately kept him in suspense. Li Shimin begged for a long time before finally agreeing to his request. Li Shimin was as happy as a child. Qin Xiao couldn't help but think, now that you're not the emperor, you can cause trouble without any worries, but it won't be so easy when you become the emperor. You'll have to face a group of civil and military officials every day and put on a blank face. It wasn't until the 4th day of the Lunar New Year that things became lively again. In addition to Li Shimin's subordinates coming to pay their respects, people from Lantian County also came in waves to bring chickens, ducks, eggs, and other gifts. Originally, Qin Xiao did not want to accept the people's gifts, but these simple and honest people insisted and would not leave without accepting their things. Out of desperation, he had no choice but to have his men accept their gifts and inform them that an awards ceremony would be held at the Lantian County Auditorium on the 9th day of the 1st lunar month, and he hoped they would attend. This was also Qin Xiao's idea, based on modern methods. He selected 1,000 outstanding employees from both the women's army and the civilians, and awarded them prizes and bonuses. Time flies, and it's the 8th day of the 1st lunar month. Today is the day to award honorary medals, bonuses, and rank conferment ceremonies to the Special Forces. Qin Xiao got up very early and changed into his military uniform with the rank of general. When everyone saw his military uniform, they were immediately struck by its beauty, especially Generals Li Xiuning and Li Shimin, who were very fond of Qin Xiao's uniform. Li Shimin started his persistent pleading, and Qin Xiao, unable to resist his nagging, had no choice but to buy another set from the system. Li Xiuning, however, was heavily pregnant and couldn't wear it at all, so she could only look on with envy. Seeing Li Xiuning's sullen expression, Qin Xiao had no choice but to promise her that he would give her 2 gifts after the baby was born, which finally made her smile. Qin Xiao led Li Shimin to the military camp. Along the way, he explained to Li Shimin the ranks of the military, as well as the organization and duties of the modern army. This astonished Li Shimin. Once these shoulder insignia were worn, the rank of each soldier would be immediately clear, making it easier to command the army. In the military camp, everyone was already lined up and waiting. As Qin Xiao and Li Shimin entered the camp, the song, serving the country with utmost loyalty, began to play. There was no sentimentality, only a passionate and masculine spirit. Li Xiuning stopped in his tracks, watching the Special Forces soldiers listen to the entire song before striding towards Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao glanced at the high platform behind him, then leaped up and flew up. Without even grabbing the microphone, he directly channeled his inner energy and said, "Brothers, first of all, I wish you all a happy new year and all the best." "Thank you, instructor," everyone shouted in unison. "I have 3 purposes for coming here today. First, to confer ranks upon all of you. Company Commander He, please step forward and come to the platform," Qin Xiao commanded. "Yes, instructor. I will personally confer upon you the rank of captain. You are to make arrangements for the rest. You have no new recruits, so at least you will be privates," Qin Xiao instructed. He Panren ran up to the podium and stopped 2 steps away from Qin Xiao to salute. Qin Xiao returned the salute with fluid movements. Li Xiuning was very surprised and never expected that his usually carefree brother-in-law would have such a serious side. After Qin Xiao pinned the rank insignia on He Panren, he handed over all the ranks to him. He Panren then pinned the lieutenant rank on the deputy company commander Shi Junmai, and Shi Junmai then pinned the second lieutenant rank on Cheng Chimo. They were put on their ranks one by one, and soon all 160-plus people had their ranks on. In fact, given their contributions, the rank they were wearing was really too low. Qin Xiao had his own ideas. Right now, he didn't have a military post and didn't want to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings with the court and Li Xiuning. Special Forces members would have plenty of opportunities to make meritorious contributions in the future. "Brothers, since the people call you messengers of the underworld, then you shall be called the Azura Special Forces, and from now on, you shall fight solely to save the people of the Tang Dynasty." Qin Xiao's voice resounded through the sky. "Shura Special Forces. Shura Special Forces. Next, we will announce the awards based on the merits you have made in these recent events. First-class merit recipients, Company Commander He Panren and Deputy Company Commander Shi Junmai, will each receive a bonus of 10,000 guan." Qin Xiao loudly announced the names. He Panren and Shi Junmai, who had just gone down, ran back up to the rostrum. Cheng Chimo personally pinned first-class merit medals on them and had them face the soldiers. The soldiers who have been awarded the second-class merit are Cheng Chimo, Qin Huayu, Feng Eai, Li Desai, Du He, and Chang Sun Chong, and each of them will be awarded 5,000 strings of cash. Please come up to the stage to receive your awards. Qin Xiao announced the award recipients again. A group of people marched in neat rows onto the platform and greeted Qin Xiao with a salute. Next, Qin Xiao and the other 2 pinned second-class merit medals on these people. Looking at the gleaming medals, everyone was overjoyed. "The rest of you will all be awarded the third-class merit medal and a reward of 1,000 strings of cash. I hope everyone will continue to work hard and make new contributions this year, so that everyone can receive even greater honors and bonuses," Qin Xiao encouraged everyone. "Thank you for your guidance, instructors," all the Special Operations team members said in unison. Li Xiuning captured this scene on camera. He had no idea that the army could reward soldiers in this way, offering both spiritual and material rewards. With such rewards, which soldier would have any reason not to risk their life for the imperial court? However, only Qin Xiao is rich and powerful. With the current strength of the imperial court, medals are possible, but such a large bonus is simply impossible. But Li Xiuning already had his own ideas. As long as he could sit in that position and as long as Qin Xiao could assist him, he could afford the bonus and was willing to pay it. However, he first needs to change the phubbing system to the moving system. Otherwise, these phubbing soldiers, who are half farmers and half soldiers, have no fighting power at all. Ever since witnessing the combat prowess of the Shura Special Forces, he even wanted to retrain his most prized Xuanzhao army in the same way as Qin Xiao. In fact, Qin Xiao's military uniform, military songs, medals, rank, salutes, and neat and uniform formations had a great impact on him. These things were deeply imprinted in his mind, and he needed to go back and sort them out carefully. He had already decided that the army would follow Qin Xiao's training methods from now on. Chapter 102 Year-End Summary Meeting. Just to be on the safe side, Empress Dowager Changsun specially invited 2 midwives to move into the villa in advance for Li Xiuning, making Qin Xiao extremely nervous, even more nervous than facing 1,000 troops. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, Qin Xiao also presented awards to the factory workers in Lantian County. He prepared trophies made of glass, which might not be worth much in modern times, but were very valuable in the Tang Dynasty. This time, Li Xiuning accompanied him again, wanting to see how Qin Xiao motivated his employees. He had been amazed by the methods he used to motivate his soldiers. In fact, this was quite similar to governing a country. The auditorium was packed with people, all beaming with happiness. They had never imagined that working for someone would not only bring them wages, but also bonuses and trophies. In fact, as ordinary people, we are already content as long as we can solve our basic needs for food and clothing, and we dare not even dream of any bonus. When they heard Qin Xiao speak, tears streamed down their faces. When they saw Qin Xiao approaching from afar, everyone erupted in cheers, while Li Xiuning, the Prince of Qin, was practically ignored. "Hello everyone. I wish you all a happy new year," Qin Xiao said, clasping his hands in a fist salute. "Wishing Prince Consort Qin a happy new year and all the best. All right, everyone, please make way. I need to go up on stage to present the awards. I also need to go back to be with my wife later. As you all know, she's about to give birth," Qin Xiao explained. "Congratulations, Your Highness." Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, everyone consciously made way for him. Ma Sanbao led the way to the stage. Qin Xiao picked up the microphone, tested the sound, and only spoke after confirming that there were no problems. "Our year-end summary meeting is actually to prove how much you have contributed to the factory in the past year. The greater the contribution, the greater the reward. Those who didn't receive an award shouldn't be discouraged. It doesn't mean you didn't put in the effort. As long as you work hard this year, I believe you'll be on the award list this time next year. Now, I announce the list of winners. First place goes to Ma Sanbao, who will receive 10,000 strings of cash and a glass trophy. Please come up to the stage to receive your award." Qin Xiao's voice resounded throughout every corner. Everyone already knows the general of this women's army, and everyone has seen his dedication and is completely convinced of his efforts. Ma Sanbao quickly went up to the podium, excitedly accepted the trophy and a large cardboard sign that read 10,000 guan and had Qin Xiao's signature on it. He said he could collect it from the finance department anytime. "Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. Sanbao will definitely continue to work hard and make Lantian County the richest county in the Tang Dynasty," Ma Sanbao said excitedly. "Okay, as long as you work hard for me, your efforts will definitely pay off, including everyone here. Everyone will have a chance, and the number of award winners will continue to increase next year," Qin Xiao said passionately. "Thank you, Your Highness. You are truly awe-inspiring, Prince Consort Qin. Come on, let's take a picture together and put it on the bulletin board in the auditorium. This is the first champion. This honor is more valuable than money," Qin Xiao said happily. There were photographers taking pictures of them, while Li Xiuning took pictures of himself, though he was also very excited. He wondered if he were emperor, could he use this method to motivate his officials? Even if it didn't work, holding such a summary meeting could at least strengthen the bond between the emperor and his ministers. He also admired Qin Xiao more and more. Such a reward could not only motivate the winners to work harder, but also mobilize the enthusiasm of everyone present. There will be more runners-up, a total of 5, with a prize of 5,000 guan. Now, I announce the runners-up, Chen Weidong and Li Bin. Qin Xiao continued. The runners-up included 3 women from the women's team and 2 civilians from Lantian County. When they heard Qin Xiao announce their names, they danced with joy. The list of winners was actually only known to Qin Xiao and Ma Sanbao. The names of the others were kept secret. When Ma Sanbao heard about the 10,000 guan reward, he was stunned. Now, these people are too excited to speak. 5,000 strings of cash is undoubtedly an astronomical figure for them. They never thought that one day they would have so much wealth. When they went on stage and received the runner-up trophy, they realized they weren't dreaming. The glass trophy alone was worth more than 5,000 guan. Their families in the audience were overjoyed and kept showing it off to others. Next, we will announce the winners of the 3rd place. There will be more people, 10 in total, and each person will be awarded 2,000 strings of cash and a trophy. Now, those whose names I call, please come up to the stage to receive your prizes. Don't be discouraged if your name isn't called. There will be 100 consolation prizes later, each consisting of 10 strings of cash and 5 caddies of milk candy. Qin Xiao called out the names one by one. The previously silent venue was suddenly filled with screams. The voices were extremely shrill, and most of them came from women. They couldn't understand why this didn't work out with Qin Xiao, since women's status was inherently lower than men's. Why did he only care about ability and not gender? This gave all the women present an opportunity, and they secretly resolved to work hard this year to win the reward, which would give them a higher status at home. Since everyone is here today, I'd like to announce something. The existing wool products factory and cotton processing factory will be merged into Lantian County Garment Factory. We recruit female workers aged 14 to 35. They are required to be clean and hygienic. As for how fast or slow they work, that depends on the individual. We implement a system where the more you work, the more you earn. The recruitment quota is 20,000 people, and all security personnel are female soldiers from the women's army. Men are not allowed to enter without permission. Otherwise, they will be punished in accordance with the rules and regulations. Even if your wife works at the factory, it won't work. If it's discovered, your wife will be fired. And if you work at that factory, you will also be fired. A country has its laws, and a factory has its rules. No one is allowed to violate them. Furthermore, embezzlement is absolutely forbidden. Anyone caught doing so will be immediately dismissed and never rehired. If you wish to purchase, you can apply to your supervisor, and you will be able to purchase at an internal price. Do not disclose the factory's secrets to others. Remember, you absolutely cannot harm the interests of the collective. Okay, enough of the chit-chat. Every factory will post its rules and regulations. You can check them yourselves later. Moreover, your factory manager and supervisors will also tell you that the consolation prize is next. Now I announce that. Qin Xiao was interrupted by a voice before he could finish speaking. Your Highness, the princess is in severe pain. The midwife says she's about to give birth. Princess Qin requests that you and the prince return immediately. A female soldier called out breathlessly from the doorway. Sambao, I'm about to become a father. You'll be in charge here. I need to go back to see the princess right away, Qin Xiao said excitedly. Yes, Your Highness. As soon as Qin Xiao finished speaking, he flew outside. He took off, lightly touched the weeds with his feet, and flew away into the distance, disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Chapter 103, Becoming a Father for the First Time. Qin Xiao left Li Xiuning in the auditorium, and, relying on his profound internal strength and first-class lightness skill, arrived at his villa in the blink of an eye. As he entered the hall, he heard a heart-wrenching scream, which startled him so much that he hurried upstairs to his room. Upon arriving at the room door, Qin Xiao saw Lanner and Shi'er guarding outside. From inside the room came a series of screams from Li Xiuning. Qin Xiao tried to push the door open to enter, but Lanner stopped him. Your Highness, men must leave when a woman is giving birth. You absolutely cannot go in. Lanner said, blocking the doorway. Nonsense, that's my wife. Why can't she go in? Get out of my way right now, or don't blame me for getting angry. Once I get angry, I can't even control myself, Qin Xiao threatened. Your Highness, it's said that if a man goes to watch a woman give birth, he'll be unlucky for life. You absolutely mustn't go in. Even if you get angry, I can't let you in, otherwise, Her Highness the Princess will punish me, Lanner advised. You little rascal, you're usually so obedient. Why are you so stubborn today? Get out of my way, I need to go in and see my wife, Qin Xiao said excitedly. No, I won't allow it, not even if you kill me. I can't betray the princess. Lanner spread her arms wide, her attitude extremely resolute. What's all the noise about? Please don't distract Her Highness the Princess, one of the midwives shouted as she opened the door. Let me in quickly, I need to see how my wife is doing. Qin Xiao said hastily. What are you looking at? What does a woman giving birth have to do with you, a grown man? Just stand here quietly and wait. We'll bring the baby out for you to see in a bit, the midwife said righteously. I'm a miracle doctor. As long as you let me in, I guarantee I can help you and help my wife give birth faster, Qin Xiao said confidently. No woman can give birth with a man present. Even a miracle doctor can't do it, and my husband is even less suitable. We've been doing midwifery for over 10 years, and we've handled at least 800, if not 1,000, children. Even Princess Qin's children were delivered by us, so just wait for good news. After the midwife finished speaking, she closed the door. Qin Xiao had no choice. He couldn't just force his way in. It was true that he had superb medical skills, but he had never delivered a baby before and had no practical experience. Time passed by, and Qin Xiao paced back and forth in the corridor, his heart pounding like a cat on a hot tin roof. After a stick of incense had burned, a loud cry was heard from inside the room. A little while later, the sound of a door lock turning was heard, and one of the midwives came out carrying a child. Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations. The princess has given birth to a son. Look how chubby and healthy he is, the midwife said with a smile. Well, you've all worked hard. Here's a reward of 10 strings of cash for each of you. Qin Xiao took the child and said expressionlessly. For Qin Xiao, the best outcome would be a boy and a girl, which would be the most perfect result. If not, then the first child would be a daughter. However, his wish has not been fulfilled, and he is somewhat disappointed. When he carried the child into the room and saw Li Xiuning with disheveled hair and a pale face, his resentment vanished. My dear wife, you've worked so hard. I'm so glad you came to see our son. He's so chubby and cute. Qin Xiao said with a grin. Are you feeling disappointed because I didn't give you a daughter? Li Xiuning said breathlessly. No, that's not true. Sons and daughters are the same. As long as you give birth to them, even if they're just eggs, I'll love them. Qin Xiao freed one hand and placed it on Li Xiuning's shoulder, channeling some internal energy into her. Thank you, honey. I feel much better now. Childbirth was terrifying, even more painful than when I was hit by the poisoned arrow. Besides, do you think I'm Nez's mother? How could I possibly lay an egg? Li Xiuning said coquettishly. You went through so much hardship giving birth to my son, so it's only natural for me to help you out. What's even more infuriating is that the midwife and Lanner both stopped me from coming in to see you. Otherwise, with my abilities, you wouldn't be suffering so much. I've already told them I'm a miracle doctor, but they still won't let me in, Qin Xiao complained. Fool, since ancient times, how could a woman give birth with a man present? Not even her husband. It would bring him bad luck. Li Xiuning explained patiently. With a husband as powerful as you, how could any bad luck possibly come my way? I'm immune to all evil, Qin Xiao said smugly. Keep showing off. Bad luck is something you can't see or touch. We'd rather believe it exists than not, Li Xiuning advised. My dear wife, why doesn't your belly look much smaller? Is it normal after giving birth? Does it take a few days to return to normal? Qin Xiao asked curiously. I don't know why either. Aren't you a miracle doctor? Why don't you take my pulse and see if anything is wrong? Oh no, my stomach is hurting again. Li Xiuning frowned in pain. Quickly hand me your hand. Let me take your pulse. Could there be another one in your belly? Qin Xiao said nervously. Qin Xiao quickly checked Li Xiuning's pulse, and as he expected, there was indeed another one in her belly. He didn't hesitate to channel some internal energy into her. Midwives, come quickly. The princess is pregnant again. Qin Xiao shouted excitedly. Oh, coming right away. The midwives had been waiting outside the door. They originally planned to give the princess a quick cleaning after Qin Xiao came out. Qin Xiao was naturally driven out by them. At this moment, Li Xiuning and his wife also came over. When Empress Zhongsun saw the chubby baby in Qin Xiao's arms, she couldn't help but take him in. Brother-in-law, how is my sister? Didn't she already give birth? Why is her room still locked? Is the baby a boy or a girl? Li Xiuning asked breathlessly. He had rushed here from the Lantian County Auditorium and didn't even have time to drink a sip of water before hurrying upstairs. It's a boy, but there's another one in my belly. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, Qin Xiao replied excitedly. Congratulations. Having twins at once is truly a cause for celebration, Li Xiuning said happily. Thank you, thank you. Congratulations to you too, Qin Xiao said happily. Not long after, a midwife came out carrying a baby, and everyone looked over nervously. Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations on the birth of another daughter, the midwife said with a smile. Wow. Lanner, go to the accounting office and get 200 strings of cash. Give each of them 100 strings as a reward, Qin Xiao said excitedly. The two midwives were very excited when they heard this, but then they thought something was wrong. Why was the woman who gave birth to a son the only one who was rewarded with 10 strings of cash? Now, giving 100 strings of cash for having a daughter? Wasn't it supposed to be about favoring sons over daughters? How did it turn into favoring daughters over sons? Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. This 100 strings of cash is something I might not earn in a year normally. I'm rich. Chapter 10 for the life of a stay-at-home dad. Originally, Qin Xiao had purchased a stroller from the system a month ago, but he never expected that Li Xiuning would give birth to twins, so the single stroller was no longer useful, and he could only continue to buy a double stroller. He continued to buy diapers and baby clothes, but no longer needed formula, as his milk processing plant had already started production. Since giving birth to twins, Qin Xiao has been beaming with joy, constantly running around and busy without showing any signs of fatigue. He was number one in both his past lives, and he was extremely excited. Even when his child was sleeping, he would go over to check on him from time to time, leaving the others speechless. Qin Xiao ignored their strange looks and continued to do as he pleased, rushing to change the diapers for the two children. Even Li Xiuning was speechless. She had never seen a man so attentive to taking care of children. When Li Yuan received the news that Li Xiuning had given birth to twins, he was overjoyed and decided to come and see his grandson and granddaughter in person. When he finally arrived at the villa after climbing for half a day from the foot of the mountain, Qin Xiao didn't give him a warm welcome and didn't even bother to bow. Instead, Li Xiuning and Li Xiuning treated him with great hospitality. This was quite embarrassing for Li Yuan, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, who was the most honored person in the land. He had been ignored by a country bumpkin. He would not have come here if he hadn't really missed his daughter and grandson. Qin Xiao, I am your father-in-law. How can you be so disrespectful to me? Li Yuan said, clearly displeased. How dare you call yourself my father-in-law? Back when Xiuning was pregnant, you actually wanted to marry her off to Murong Fuyun, the ruler of Tian. Is that something a father should do? If it weren't for my intervention, my insistence on keeping Xiuning from leaving, she would be suffering terribly in that godforsaken place by now, Qin Xiao demanded angrily. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my father like that? Aren't you afraid of being thrown into prison? Apologize to my father right now, and I'll let it go for the sake of you being Xiuning's husband. Li Xiuning stepped forward and roared. Li Xiuning, shut the hell up. If it weren't for the fact that you're Xiuning's older brother, I would have beaten you so badly you couldn't take care of yourself. You're not acting like a boss at all, always doing shady things, Qin Xiao shouted angrily. You, Li Xiuning stammered incoherently. Qin Xiao, everyone makes mistakes. No matter what, I am Xiuning's father. Let bygones be bygones, okay? Li Yuan's attitude made a complete 360-degree turn. This completely baffled Qin Xiao. Why did the old man suddenly drop his haughty attitude? However, this was exactly the effect he wanted. Otherwise, there would be no way to communicate. If you weren't Xiuning's father or my father-in-law, would I often have people send you nice things? Don't tell me you're the emperor, that all land under heaven belongs to the king, and all people within the borders are his subjects. These words might work on other princes and nobles, but they won't work on me. I've never even considered becoming your official. Qin Xiao joked. Husband, speak more politely to father. Don't be so rude. After all, he is your elder, Li Xiuning advised. I've already been very polite. If I hadn't given him face, I wouldn't have let those people who came to read the imperial edict go back unharmed, Qin Xiao explained. Qin Xiao, why don't you serve under me? If you think the rank of a third-grade general is too low, then I will appoint you as a second-grade general. What do you think? Li Yuan said, frowning. Forget it. If I want to become your official, I first have to please your 2 concubines and minister pay. Do I also have to be mindful of Li Xiunings's feelings? Qin Xiao said sarcastically. You scoundrel. I am the true son of heaven. As long as you satisfy me, why would I need to appease them? Li Yuan said angrily. Forget it. If Shimin hadn't been treated by me, he would have been poisoned to death long ago. Have you given him an explanation? Father-in-law, both sons are flesh and blood. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be too biased. Qin Xiao advised. Xiuning, let's go. Li Yuan said angrily. Father, let's have lunch before going back. Li Xiuning advised. What are you eating? You're already full of anger, Xiuning. Now that you're cured, go back and take care of your own affairs, Li Yuan replied. Li Yuan arrived in high spirits with a group of people, but left in a huff. Qin Xiao had no intention of indulging him, so he didn't even say a word to stop him and turned to hug his own child. Husband, how long will it take for your relationship to improve if you treat father like this? Do you know how difficult it is for me to be caught between you two? Li Xiuning explained. You don't understand his temperament. Usually, he's high and mighty, and no one can control him. A group of people fawn over him all day long, and he's become someone who can't distinguish right from wrong. I'm trying to wake him up. As the old saying goes, honest advice is hard to hear but beneficial, and good medicine tastes bitter but cures the disease. If no one gives him a wake-up call, who knows how many more foolish things he might do? Qin Xiao explained patiently. I see. It seems I misunderstood you. Father is indeed a bit extreme now. Shimin has suffered such a big incident, and he hasn't given an explanation. It's really disheartening. Li Xiuning said with a frown. Shimin, your father has summoned you back to take up your post. What are your plans? Qin Xiao asked. Brother-in-law, since father has already spoken, I should go back to take up my post. If I don't go back for a long time, my subordinates will lose their leader and their morale will easily decline, Li Xiuning explained. What you said makes sense. I need to tell you not to be too radical. After all, we are family, and you should do everything with reason and evidence, Qin Xiao advised. Understood, brother-in-law, I will definitely not act recklessly. If there is anything important, I will come and consult you, Li Xiuning replied. When do you plan to return to the Prince of Qin's residence? Qin Xiao asked. My wives and I plan to return on the 14th, so the children will stay and we'll leave them to you to teach. Brother-in-law, don't forget what you promised me, Li Xiuning reminded him. I know. I've already prepared it for you. Just ask Lanner for it before you leave, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother-in-law, now that the 2 children are born, I don't have anything to express my feelings. These jade pendants are just a small token of my appreciation as their uncle. Li Xiuning took out 2 jade pendants, each engraved with the name of one of the 2 children. Okay, I appreciate your kind gesture. I'll have the 2 little ones wear it close to their bodies, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 105: The 10 Major Assassination Organizations. The 5 clans and 6 powerful families suffered heavy losses once again, and they also learned the truth. The mastermind behind everything was Qin Xiao, and he was the one who was controlling everything. Today, the 6 family heads gathered again to discuss countermeasures and how to resolve this crisis. They could no longer afford further setbacks. A few more blows like this would destroy the foundation of their century-old family. This secret gathering was held in a secret underground chamber. None of the clan leaders brought anyone with them, and no one served tea or water. Brothers, let's discuss what our next step should be. In my opinion, Qin Xiao is a major threat to all of us. If we don't eliminate him, we will never have peace, Wang Guangming said confidently. Indeed, as Brother Wang said, our failures these past few times have all been related to the products produced in Lantian County. As we all know, Lantian County is Princess Pingyang's fiefdom, so naturally Qin Xiao is controlling it, Lu Yuang analyzed. Then what should we do? The problem is that he is personally very strong, and the women's army is protecting him. With our remaining private soldiers, we simply cannot deal with him. On the contrary, we will lose both our women and our troops, Cui Bo explained. In my opinion, we should all chip in and hire a martial arts assassination sect to kill Qin Xiao. That way, even if they fail, it won't implicate us, Li Deming said seriously. Then who can guarantee that if the assassins fail in their mission and are captured, Qin Xiao will use methods to make them betray us? Lu Yuang asked worriedly. Brother Lu, you don't need to worry about that. They all have professional ethics and will never betray us. Moreover, the people who contacted us were all individuals, and they would never tell the assassins they sent out who the employer was. If you're still not comfortable with that, you can hire one of the top 10 assassination organizations in the martial arts world. However, their prices will be higher, but their efficiency in completing the mission will also be much higher. That's what they call you get what you pay for, Li Deming explained. Brother Li, please explain to everyone what exactly these top 10 assassination organizations in the martial arts world are? How powerful are they? And what are their prices? Wang Guangming asked impatiently. Don't be impatient. Let me explain slowly. The so-called top 10 assassination organizations are ranked by people in the martial arts world. The higher their success rate and the more powerful the experts in the organization, the higher their ranking. The first is the Azure Dragon sect, the second is the White Tiger sect, the third is the Black Tortoise sect, and the fourth is the Vermilion Bird sect. These 4 sects are very mysterious and they don't make a move easily. Usually, it's only when the latter 6 organizations fail that they are dealt with. Members of their gang will approach you and ask if you need their help, but if you do, the price will be more than 10 times the original price. The 5th-ranked 7 Killers always dispatches 7 highly skilled assassins each time they make a move, and no matter how many of them die, they are immediately replaced. The 6th-ranked Black Serpent Village makes a living by raising venomous snakes, and they always bring their snakes with them when assassinating their targets. The 7th-ranked Evil Dragon Village is said to have a dragon at its headquarters that eats over 1,000 caddies of meat every day. The 8th group is the Meow Witch clan. They raise many Meow Goo worms and use these elusive worms to kill people invisibly. The 9th Earthly Fiend Cold Tomb is an extremely cold-blooded and ruthless assassin organization. After killing someone, they would cut the body into 18 pieces and bury them in 18 different places. The 10th place is the 100 Ghosts sect, an assassination organization supposedly established by the Japanese. They can use an evil magic to summon ghosts and monsters to kill for them. They were ranked last simply because they were Japanese, but their abilities are definitely no less than the top 5. Apart from the first 4, the other 6 organizations charge a starting price of 10,000 strings of cash to kill one person, and if the opponent is strong, the price must be increased. For a powerful figure like Qin Xiao, they would charge at least 50,000 guan before they would even make a move. Let's discuss whether we should hire these assassin organizations next. Li Deming explained patiently. I agree. I have no objection. Since everyone agrees, let's vote on which family we want to cooperate with. After the selection, Chief Li will represent our 6 families to talk to their leader, Wang Guangming said excitedly. It was as if he could already see Qin Xiao's bloody head being held in someone's hand, brought to him by the assassin, and handed over to him to deal with, which made him overjoyed. The vote was conducted anonymously, and the Miao Wu faction was chosen with 4 votes. They believed that an organization with the word Wu in its name must be very powerful. Their guesses did have some merit. Later, Qin Xiao was also baffled by these insect-like creatures, but that's another story. The deal was finalized, and Li Deming immediately used special means to find the Miao Wu's liaison in Chang'an. Just as he expected, Qin Xiao's price was 60,000 strings of cash. Li Deming did not haggle with him and paid 30,000 guan as a deposit, promising to pay the remaining 30,000 guan after the deal was done. The Miao shaman's liaison promised Li Deming a satisfactory answer in 7 days and then hurriedly left. Li Deming knew that he was going to headquarters to find the leader and ask him to arrange for someone to kill Qin Xiao. At this moment, Qin Xiao was completely unaware of the danger that was about to befall him. He was still troubled by his children sleeping all day long and would occasionally peek into the crib. "Honey, aren't you tired of taking care of these 2 little ones all day?" Li Xiuning was jealous, her jealousy towards her 2 children. It can't be entirely blamed on her. Qin Xiao spends at least 6 out of 12 hours a day with the children, and when she talks to him, he's always distracted. "Wife, why do those 2 just sleep all day long? Were they pigs in their past lives?" Qin Xiao asked, puzzled. "Qin Xiao, you're the one who's been reincarnated from a pig. When you were first born, did you never sleep? How could you be so stupid? Newborn babies are quite weak, and sleeping helps them replenish their energy and grow faster and healthier. You call yourself a miracle doctor." Li Xiuning was very dissatisfied. "Oh, I see. I really didn't know that. I thought they were about the same as us, sleeping for about 5 hours at most." Qin Xiao scratched his head and explained helplessly. "Honey, I haven't even asked about your parents and family yet. Where are they now?" Li Xiuning asked curiously. "I'm an orphan. My master raised me single-handedly. After I finished my apprenticeship, he abandoned me here and went off to travel the world alone." Qin Xiao fabricated. Chapter 106: Assassin's Attack. When the leader of the Miao Witch sect received the news, he began to make arrangements. They had already found out about Qin Xiao's basic information and knew that he was very capable. They felt that the fee he was charging was too low. The price should be 100,000 strings of cash. Qin Xiao is worth that price. However, since the liaison officer has already received the money and the price has been agreed upon, and since the other party is a prominent family of 5 clans, whose assistance will be needed in the future invasion of the Central Plains, let's just consider it as making friends. They believed that ordinary kung fu was no match for Qin Xiao, so the Miao Witch sect leader, Lan Lianhua, decided to send 10 of the most powerful Gu insect masters to carry out this mission, using the forbidden technique of 10,000 Gu to launch a surprise attack. The so-called 10,000 Gu raid refers to each Gu master raising a different type of Gu, which then commands snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the mountains and forests. After 10 days of preparation, the Miao Witch clan began their operation, sending out 10 people, all of whom were senior figures. At the end of the midnight hour, they arrived near Qin Xiao's villa in Lantian County, and each of them summoned the Gu worms they had carefully raised. A sinister, eerie black aura loomed over the sky. In fact, these were all phenomena caused by toxins. "Oh no, senior brother!" Li Chunfeng exclaimed in alarm from the observation platform. "Don't talk nonsense. Your senior brother is perfectly fine." Yuan Tiangang replied with dissatisfaction. "Senior brother, that's not what I meant. Look at the location of Lantian County." Li Chunfeng quickly explained. "They're really outrageous. These insect-playing creatures dare to run wild right under the noses of the Tang capital. They're utterly courting death. Let's go and meet them." Yuan Tiangang said angrily. "Great. Of all the skills we've learned, we've never actually used our combat skills before. Today we have a perfect opportunity to show them off," Li Chunfeng said excitedly. At this moment, all the elders of the Miao Witch clan, led by Elder Lan Yingying, were chanting incantations. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds filled the sky, countless flying insects took over the entire sky, and the ground was covered with a dense swarm of snakes and insects. This awful weather. We were all wearing sweaters and overcoats. How come it's suddenly so cold? A Special Forces sentry said. "Yeah, that's so weird. It makes you feel like all the hairs on your body are standing on end," another sentry replied. When Lan Yingying and the others arrived outside Qin Xiao's villa, just as they were about to rush inside, they triggered a mechanism set up by Qin Xiao. Instantly, a deafening bugle call sounded, and hundreds of spotlights lit up, making it as bright as day. The 10 elders of the Miao Witchcraft sect and all the Gu insects rushed over in alarm, having never experienced such a scene before. Under the light, the insects' attack power quickly decreased by 30%. "Wife, there's an invading enemy. You stay in the room and protect the children. I'll go out and meet them. I want to see which kind of monsters dare to cause trouble in our house," Qin Xiao comforted her. "Honey, you have to be careful. You're a father now, so you can't do anything reckless. You have to think about me and our child." Li Xiuning urged. I understand, they can't get in. Just stay home and take good care of our children. Qin Xiao continued to comfort him. Qin Xiao did not walk towards the downstairs door, but instead went up to the balcony. When he arrived at the balcony and looked down, he saw 10 people dressed in black cloaks standing on the open ground below. He couldn't tell whether they were men or women. Countless flying insects filled the sky, their faces grotesque and terrifying, while countless snakes and insects on the ground temporarily lost their targets under the illumination of the lights. In the distance stood all the fully armed Special Forces members, fortunately wearing fully enclosed armor, which was enough to withstand the insects' attacks, and the insects' main target was Qin Xiao. System, who are these 10 people? Could they be Taoist priests from the Tang Dynasty? And what's with all these insects? Originally, the medical skills I taught you included mountain, medicine, fate, divination, and physiognomy. But because you were lazy, you only learned medicine and martial arts. He even boasted that he was so knowledgeable in history that he didn't need divination skills at all. Well, look what happened. He's completely baffled. Did you really think Sun Simiao only knew medicine? In fact, he knew a little bit about everything. Otherwise, how could he travel around treating and saving people? And how could he spend months or even half a year collecting herbs in the deep mountains and forests? If he didn't have the skills, all the 100 medicine kings would have died. You think those 10 below are just Taoist priests? You're sorely mistaken. They are Gu masters from the Jiuli Miao region, currently unleashing their 10,000 Gu assault technique. What is the 10,000 Gu assault technique? Isn't that something from legends? How can I eliminate these disgusting insects? These damned Gu sorcerers. I'll wipe them out sooner or later. Qin Xiao exclaimed. You haven't learned these skills, so of course you don't know them. Now, this system will give you a lesson again. Listen carefully. The 5 arts of ancient Chinese medicine: mountains, medicine, destiny, physiognomy, and divination. The character, San, mountain, refers to secret techniques for self-cultivation and physical training. In ancient times, most Taoist practitioners chose to cultivate in the quiet depths of mountains, which is the origin of the character, San. Medicine, it contains the secret techniques for healing diseases, and its methods are different from modern medicine. Mountain and medicine are destiny created to seek liberation from the 4 unavoidable sufferings of life: birth, aging, sickness, and death. Destiny encompasses the means to understand and transform human destiny, enabling people to know their destiny and exert their best efforts. Divination contains the secret art of predicting events and accurately handling them. Physiognomy contains the secret art of observing the principles of things to make choices. Now, to eliminate these insects, we must first purchase realgar, and secondly, the necessary techniques. Okay, hurry up. I need to buy realgar. Give me 100 gene first. 10 strings of cash per pound. The packages are scattered around the villa. System, you're robbing me. You don't have to. Nobody's forcing you. It's usually only 100 coins a pound, but now's the perfect opportunity to make money. When else are you going to do that? System, you're taking advantage of my misfortune. Fine, you win, then give me 100 pounds. All right, I guarantee your mansion will be surrounded by them. System, what should we do now? How do we kill so many bugs? Qin Xiao asked anxiously. Gasoline costs 1 guan per gene. Sulfuric acid costs 2 guan per gene. A flamethrower costs 1,000 guan. A fire extinguisher costs 100 guan, and a service fee of 1,000 guan is required to cover spraying. I also have a copy of the 9-character mantra, which Taoism calls the 6 Jia secret incantation. It's the best secret manual for dealing with these sorcerers, though it's a bit pricey. Is it like the 9 characters in the TV show? Lin Bing Doja, Jiezhun, Li Xiuning? How much is your so-called small noble? You're a real vampire, either sleeping all day or asking for exorbitant prices. Yes, those are the 9 characters. They're not too expensive, 100,000 strings of cash a book. You can learn the technique directly through initiation. I knew it wouldn't be cheap. It's really worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I've got plenty of money. How much would it cost to teach me the Miao language directly? All right. Regardless of the language, the price is the same. 50,000 strings of cash. Would you like one? Want? Dear valued guest, we will provide you with 5-star service immediately. Qin Xiao was speechless. It really was true that money talks. The system immediately changed its attitude. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. In the blink of an eye, my mind was like a movie playing in my head. Many things that I didn't understand before became crystal clear. This technique requires the coordination of incantations and hand gestures to achieve its best effect. Chapter 107 The Secret Blessing of the Six Jia. You Gu sorcerers of Miao territory, I'll let you taste the power of the 9 true words. You've only learned a tiny bit of what we Chinese know, and you've already started causing trouble here, Qin Xiao said in pure Miao language. The 10 Gu masters were shocked by the pure Miao language. They had been lurking in the Central Plains for a long time, intending to one day occupy this fertile land. Now, they almost all speak Mandarin and rarely speak Miao, and they've almost forgotten how to speak it. So when they heard Qin Xiao's authentic Miao language, they felt a sense of warmth and familiarity. But when they heard what Qin Xiao said, their initial warmth vanished instantly, replaced by anger and confusion. They couldn't understand why a person from the Central Plains could speak fluent Miao dialect. Was he also a descendant of Miao people who had been bought off by the Han people and had forgotten his ancestors? Who are you? Judging from your pure Miao language, you must be one of us Miao people. Why would a noble Miao people become a lackey of the Han people? Lan Yingying said with a frown. These words completely baffled Qin Xiao. How had he, a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, become a Miao person? Could it be that the language provided by the system was the purest Miao language? Tell me, why did you come to kill me? We don't seem to know each other. Qin Xiao asked, puzzled. We really have no hatred. We're just doing what people do for money. Lan Yingying said casually. Since that's the case, none of you are leaving today. You'll all leave your lives behind. As soon as Qin Xiao finished speaking, he leaped down in front of them. The 10 Gu masters were stunned. Qin Xiao showed no martial ethics whatsoever. Without even saying hello, he jumped down from a height of several meters. Fortunately, the insects stopped him, otherwise, several of them would have been injured. Once they realized what was happening, they immediately activated their Gu worms to attack Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao calmly took out a fire extinguisher and sprayed it at the surrounding worms, freezing many of them instantly. Qin Xiao raised his index fingers and bent the other fingers together, shouting Lin, as countless swords formed from true energy flew toward the 10 Gu masters. Following this, the index fingers of both hands are held upright, with the middle fingers overlapping them, the little and ring fingers bent and combined. The thumbs are held upright, and the word soldier is uttered from the mouth. Countless armored soldiers, wielding large swords, descended from the sky and attacked the Gu master. The Gu master, who had been incredibly arrogant, was stunned by the scene before him. Qin Xiao didn't have time to waste with them. He wanted to go back and sleep with his wife. He knew that these 10 Gu masters controlled all the insects, and if he wiped them out, the insects would become headless flies. Qin Xiao leaped into the air and arrived in front of Lan Yingying and the others. Without saying a word, he immediately started fighting. These Gu masters were no novice. Their skills were also very impressive, and they outnumbered him, making the two sides evenly matched. Young friend Qin, don't worry, my brother and I are here to lend you a hand, Yuan Tiangang roared. You stinky Taoist, I advise you not to bring trouble upon yourself. Our Jili Miao witchcraft sect is not a place that a lone wandering Taoist like you can afford to offend, Lan Yingying warned. No one in the Tang Dynasty can stop me from getting involved in things I, Yuan Tiangang, want to do. Don't even mention you few Gu sorcerers, even if you, the leader of the Jili Miao witch sect, dare to provoke me. Yuan Tiangang said with great pride. What? You are the celestial master Yuan Tiangang? How did you end up here? We've always kept to ourselves and haven't caused any trouble in Chang'an. Why are you pressing us so hard? Lan Yingying trembled with nervousness. People only know that Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng were incredibly skilled at fortune-telling. The book, Tue Bei Tu, tells the story of 1,000 years, and there is so much more to say than this. It is better to push back the book and retire from the world. But who knows about their martial arts and Taoist practices? Even Qin Xiao doesn't know. If they only knew how to tell fortunes, why would Li Xiuning have appointed them as national advisors? Originally, my fellow disciples and I had long wanted to destroy your sect, but seeing that you were obedient and did not cause harm to the people, the Emperor of Tang did not order your execution. We've been turning a blind eye, but you dared to assassinate the husband of the great Tang's goddess of war, and even dared to use such forbidden techniques. You deserve to die, Yuan Tiangang said angrily. Elders, we are unable to complete the mission today. Retreat immediately. Lan Yingying gave the order. Want to leave? You think you can just walk away in front of the three of us? Li Chunfeng said confidently. Since we can't leave, then we'll take you all down with us. Lan Yingying roared. To perish together? You really overestimate yourselves. Yuan Tiangang said sarcastically. 2 Taoist priests, can you hold off these 10 Pingyang masters for a quarter of an hour? Qin Xiao asked quickly. Kid, you underestimate us brothers. What difference would it make if 10 more came? Li Xiuning said with dissatisfaction. All right, Taoist master, you're amazing. Then please help me hold them off. I'll get rid of these annoying bugs first, and then we'll work together to eliminate these goose sorcerers, Qin Xiao explained. Young friend Qin, although these insects are shrouded in light and have lost control, reducing their combat power by 50%, there are still many of them. Can you handle them all by yourself? Yuan Tiangang asked worriedly. Then you'll just have to wait and see, Qin Xiao said confidently. After Qin Xiao finished spraying the fire extinguisher, he took out a flamethrower from the system and instantly carried a large bucket on his back, which surprised everyone. When Qin Xiao pulled the trigger, flames shot out more than 10 feet away, roasting all the insects around him. Then, whether they were in the sky or on the ground, all the insects that were hit by the flames perished. The air was thick with the nauseating smell of roasted meat. The goo sorcerers tried to save their goo worms, but most were stopped by the Yuan brothers. Only 3 goo sorcerers rushed towards Qin Xiao. Those who are ready to fight, all shall march in formation and vanquish evil. Qin Xiao kept changing his hand gestures while silently chanting incantations. Finally, he leaped into the air and slapped his palms towards the 3 goo sorcerers. Suddenly, a golden dragon pounced forward. As if hearing the dragon's roar, the 3 were struck and sent flying more than 10 feet away, coughing up blood. It seemed they were doomed. Senior brother, is this the Taoist 6 Jia secret prayer, which has been lost for 100 years? How does this kid know the peerless Taoist technique? Li Xiuning was stunned, and his movements slowed down. Don't get distracted, focus on the enemy. After the battle, we'll ask him carefully. Stop talking about kid all the time. He's Princess Pingyang's husband and the Prince of Qin's brother-in-law. He'll have a bright future ahead of him, Yuan Tiangang scolded. Yes, senior brother. After checking the scene and confirming that no one had escaped, Qin Xiao quickly went to Yuan Tiangang and his group and joined the battle. Originally, Qin Xiao was evenly matched with them on his own, but now, with 2 more formidable opponents, not to mention the fact that the insects have been wiped out. The Tengu masters also suffered a backlash, all spitting blood and becoming listless. They were easily defeated by the 3 of them, and 5 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. The cultivation of the 2 captured alive was also crippled. 2 Taoist priests. Do you know where the headquarters of the Miao witchcraft sect is? Qin Xiao asked anxiously. I know it's near Luoyang, but I don't know the exact location, Yuan Tiangang said. Then let's ask these goo masters. I believe they will tell us, Qin Xiao said confidently. Young friend, actually, every high-ranking member of a major sect has a soul tablet. Once they die, the soul tablet will shatter, and that's when they'll know something has happened, Yuan Tiangang explained. That doesn't matter. I just need to destroy their stronghold. If possible, I just want to know why they came to kill me. Company commander He, burn these 8 corpses with gasoline. The remaining 2 are yours to keep in separate custody and interrogate. I need to know where their headquarters is, Qin Xiao ordered. Yes, instructor. He Panran ran forward and saluted. Thank you both for your help. Please rest at my humble abode today, and we can have a long chat tomorrow morning. What do you think? Qin Xiao said sincerely. All right, then I'll trouble brother Qin. Yuan Tiangang readily agreed. In fact, they also had many questions that Qin Xiao needed to answer, and Qin Xiao also had many things to ask them. Chapter 108 Fleeing Overnight. Sectmaster, something terrible has happened. The subordinate guarding the soul tablet rushed to the door of the Miao, which sect's sectmaster's room. The sect leader was embracing her little man, indulging in a daydream. In her dream, Lan Lianhua, carrying Qin Zhao's severed head, walked towards her with a beaming smile. Just as she was about to hand the head to her, a knock on the door broke the silence. You insolent brat, who gave you the right to disturb my sweet dreams so late at night? Blue Lotus cursed angrily. Reporting to the sect leader, I have something important to report to you, the subordinate said, bowing his head. Spit it out if you have something to say, or shut up if you have something to say. I'm going to sleep, Blue Lotus said impatiently. Reporting to the sect master, 8 of Elder Land soul tablets are broken, and 2 more have developed cracks, the subordinate said breathlessly. What? Take me to the soul tablet hall right now. Blue Lotus said in a panic. Yes, sectmaster. The 2 hurriedly arrived at the soul tablet hall. Blue Lotus saw that only 8 piles of powder remained of the 8 soul tablets, and the remaining 2 tablets also had cracks of varying degrees. Wake everyone up immediately. We must evacuate this place right away. Blue Lotus was so frightened she nearly jumped out of her skin. He never imagined that his prestigious sect, having sent out its 10 most powerful elders and even used forbidden techniques, would be completely wiped out. This showed just how powerful the enemy was. Sectmaster, where should we retreat to? It's so rushed, we won't be able to take many things with us, the subordinate advised. Enough with the nonsense. Do what I tell you to do. Get the 10 protectors to come see me, Blue Lotus snapped. Yes, master. Blue Lotus paced back and forth in the hall of the Soul Tablet Hall to relieve her inner turmoil. Before long, the 10 guardians entered one after another. Reporting to the sect master. Let's get straight to the point. The reason we called you here so late is because our Miao witchcraft sect is facing a life or death crisis. 8 of the 10 elders have already perished, and the remaining 2 are also in grave danger, Blue Lotus said expressionlessly. Why is this happening? The 10 elders are so skilled. How could they possibly have died? Grand Protector Li Xiuning exclaimed in shock. You can see their soul tablets yourselves. Blue Lotus said helplessly. When they saw the soul tablets of the 10 elders, they were convinced and lowered their heads in sadness. Now, I appoint you as the 10 elders. Immediately organize everyone to evacuate this place. Blue Lotus solemnly issued the order. Yes, Sectmaster, where should we retreat to? Li Xiuning asked cautiously. We retreated to the 100,000 mountains in Miao territory, where the mountains are high and the forests are dense, making it the safest place. This time, we suffered a great loss of strength, and it will take many years to recover. You all need to make arrangements now. Don't take anything you can't take with you, and discard what needs to be discarded. The other side might catch up here very soon, Blue Lotus explained. Yes, sir. We'll go and make the arrangements right away, Li Xiuning replied. While the Miao witches fled in panic, Qin Xiao had his servants arrange guest rooms for Yuan Tiangang and his fellow disciples. Only after they had all checked in did he turn off the lights outside, enter his own room, glance at his children, and then go to sleep with peace of mind. The next morning, Yuan Tiangang and his fellow disciples got up early. Without disturbing anyone, they went to the courtyard to exercise. Qin Xiao was also very curious about them. When they got up, he already knew. He put on his clothes and went to the balcony to watch them practice. Half an hour later, they stopped practicing, and Qin Xiao also walked from the balcony into the courtyard. Actually, the Yuan brothers still had a very big question in their minds. They had never failed in face reading, but when they saw Qin Xiao, they were shocked. They couldn't understand this person's fate at all. If they continued to calculate, they would feel nauseous and vomit, and even feel like they were about to vomit blood. Qin Xiao, these 2 Taoist priests wanted to tell your fortune, but I blocked them. How are you going to thank me? These 2 are indeed amazing people from the Tang Dynasty. Their prediction and fortune-telling skills are really impressive, but I never imagined that their kung fu and magic are also so amazing. I told you long ago, don't underestimate Taoists. After all, it's the state religion that has existed for thousands of years, with a profound foundation. Their abilities are definitely not what they seem on the surface. It might just be the tip of the iceberg, who would reveal their trump card to others. That's true. No one would expose their best skills to others unless they're a fool. Good morning, Brother Qin. Yuan Tiangang bowed respectfully. Master Yuan, Master Li, you were busy so late last night, and you got up so early this morning. You truly deserve to be called cultivators, Qin Xiao praised. Brother Qin, you flatter me. Aren't you here so early too? Li Chunfeng said with a smile. Let's go have breakfast first, and we can chat while we eat, Qin Xiao said politely. Please go first. When Qin Xiao and his 2 companions arrived at the restaurant, Li Xiuning and the other children were still asleep. Since Li Xiuning and the others left, the place had become much quieter. Everyone sat down and started eating breakfast. Once the 2 brothers started eating, they couldn't stop. Qin Xiao didn't disturb them and ate with his head down. After everyone had finished eating, Qin Xiao led them to the tea room and began brewing kung fu tea. The Yuan brothers, Yuan Tiangang and Yuan Tiangang, were curious about everything since they entered the room, but were too embarrassed to ask. 2 Taoist masters, please have some tea. I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask it, Qin Xiao said, handing over a teacup. Brother Qin, feel free to ask us anything. We'll tell you everything we know, Yuan Tiangang said readily. I know you 2 brothers are very proficient in divination, astronomy, and astrology, but how come you are also so good at kung fu and catching ghosts? Qin Xiao asked curiously. Actually, what you know is also what the world knows. After all, my brother and I often show it to others. But just because we don't use many things often doesn't mean we don't know how to use them. Just like last night, how would anyone in the world know about something like this? We certainly wouldn't spread it around, so nobody knows either, Yuan Tiangang explained. I see. I've learned something new. Qin Xiao bowed sincerely. Brother Qin, May I ask if the move you used to exterminate the 100 ghosts last night was the 6 Jia secret blessing technique? Yuan Tiangang asked directly. That should be it. I call it the 9-character mantra. Qin Xiao said readily. Really, this is a secret technique that the Taoist sect has lost for hundreds of years, Li Chunfeng said excitedly. Please wait a moment. I'll be right back, Qin Xiao told them. Brother Qin, please make yourself at home. Qin Xiao went to the storage room and purchased math textbooks in traditional Chinese characters, 4 grades 1 through 6 of elementary school from the system, as well as 2 astronomical telescopes. He returned to the tea room with these items, and the Yuan brothers were very curious when they saw what he had in his hands. Master Yuan, please take a look at this book first. Master Li, this is called an astronomical telescope. Look through this hole, Qin Xiao explained. Amazing, absolutely amazing. It's practically a divine book of arithmetic. Yuan Tiangang exclaimed excitedly. Incredible. How could such a treasure exist in the world? Using this treasure to observe the stars will be absolutely crystal clear, Li Chunfeng exclaimed in amazement. Chapter 109 2 Ancient Coins. Report, Instructor. Cheng Chumo shouted from outside the tea room. Come in. Chumo, is there anything I can help you with? Qin Xiao asked as he poured tea. Master, they have confessed that they are in a mountain southwest of Luoyang. Cheng Chumo said with a respectful bow. Well done. Go and take down their hideout. While you're at it, check if there are any bandit dens nearby and how many assassination organizations like this exist in the underworld, Qin Xiao said casually. Yes, master. Cheng Chumo bowed respectfully, then turned and left. Is this the eldest son of Cheng Yaojin, the devil incarnate? Yuan Tiangang asked, somewhat believing it. Yes, his name is Cheng Chumo, and he is also one of my disciples, Qin Xiao replied casually. My God, this spoiled brat has actually been trained into such an outstanding talent by Brother Qin. This is unbelievable, Yuan Tiangang said in surprise. It's nothing. As long as he's willing to work hard, I'll definitely train him to be a capable person, Qin Xiao said casually. Brother Qin, the martial world is not as peaceful as you see it. Ever since Emperor Wu of Han dismissed all other schools of thought and only promoted the Ru school, many sects have chosen to retreat to the mountains and forests. After 1,000 years of recuperation, some sects have become extremely powerful. However, they no longer concern themselves with worldly affairs. Yuan Tiangang explained. I see. No wonder we rarely hear about the martial arts world, except for the 3 heroes, Hong Fu Nu, Li Jing, and Xiu Ranku, as well as the story of Hong Fu's escape at night. Moreover, Li Jing wasn't even considered a member of the martial arts world back then, Qin Xiao said in surprise. That's true. These sects are very powerful and very secretive. Occasionally, you can see their disciples going down the mountain for training, Yuan Tiangang continued to explain. Could we invite them to come out of seclusion? Qin Xiao asked patiently. Generally, it's unlikely, unless you have great prestige or something that attracts them, in which case they might send some of your followers to work for you, Yuan Tiangang analyzed. All right, there's no rush. Do these few things of mine appeal to you 2 fellow Taoists? Qin Xiao teased. Brother Qin, these treasures are too tempting. Just tell me. No matter the conditions, as long as it's within our reach, we brothers will definitely not hesitate, Li Chunfeng said excitedly. All right, I'll just give them to you. I didn't really have any requests anyway. Consider them a gift for becoming friends with you too, Qin Xiao said generously. Brother Qin, I heard you just had a son and a daughter. We don't have anything of value, but I have 2 ancient coins that have been with me for many years. I'll give them to them for protection, Yuan Tiangang said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao was overjoyed. These ancient coins were not only valuable, but their greatest benefit was that, having been kept by such a remarkable person, they were virtually immune to evil spirits, providing the best protection for the 2 children. Then thank you both very much. Actually, there are many more profound aspects to arithmetic. Come and find me again after you have thoroughly studied these 12 books, Qin Xiao explained. Really? Then thank you in advance, Brother Qin. You are truly an extraordinary person. Everything here is something I have never seen before in my life, Yuan Tiangang said happily. This tea is quite good. Take 2 caddies with you when you leave. I also sell the wine in the paradise on earth. Take a few caddies of this with you too, Qin Xiao said generously. Brother Qin, these are all good things of yours. How can we accept them? Li Chunfeng said awkwardly. Fellow Taoists, just for your chivalrous help last night, I, Qin Xiao, am determined to be your friend. I'm never stingy when it comes to friends, Qin Xiao said with a smile. All right, since Brother Qin is so generous, we won't refuse. From now on, we're friends. If there's anything you need from us, we'll do our best to help. Yuan Tiangang said excitedly. Then you two can stay for lunch. We can have a couple of drinks and try the food here. I'm sure you'll both be satisfied, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Then I shall accept your offer, Yuan Tiangang said with a smile. When in Rome, do as the host does. Thank you, brother, Li Chunfeng said, bowing. Qin Xiao went to the kitchen to give instructions. Fortunately, the Taoist priest had no dietary restrictions, so he didn't need to worry about anything. He could just cook whatever was good for him, since it was his first time visiting and he definitely didn't want to treat him poorly. After more than an hour of toasting and drinking, the banquet finally came to an end. The two Yuan brothers were really good drinkers. They had never drunk baijiu before, yet each of them drank a jin, 500 milliliters, of it. Originally, Qin Xiao wanted to send someone to escort them back, but they refused. Seeing that they were clear-headed, he did not force them and put the books and astronomical telescope into a bag for them to take with them. Li Xiuning, standing to the side, was also stunned. These two old Taoist priests, who had never smiled at her before, were actually calling Qin Xiao brother and always had smiles on their faces. What's even more surprising is that these two ancient coins, which her father had wanted but Yuan Tiangang had refused, are now being given to her children on his own initiative. This is truly unbelievable. Honey, how did you manage to get those two Taoist priests to listen to you so much? Li Xiuning asked curiously. We were able to wipe out the enemy last night thanks to their help, so I gave them some things to thank them. Do you know what they're most interested in right now? Qin Xiao said with a grin. They just like divination, arithmetic, and observing the night sky. I don't remember anything else, Li Xiuning said after thinking for a moment. That's right. I just gave them a few arithmetic books and a telescope, along with a few bottles of wine and a few kilograms of tea, and they were overjoyed, Qin Xiao said casually. These things are nothing to our family, but they are treasures to Yuan Tiangang and his family. No wonder he gave our children the ancient coins he kept close to his body, Li Xiuning said with sudden realization. Could these two ancient coins be of great significance? Qin Xiao asked in surprise. It is said that these two ancient coins were used by King I of Zhou for divination. They are also known as the Five Emperors coins, which can ward off bad luck and protect against all evil. In fact, when my father asked him for them, he refused outright. Li Xiuning explained patiently. Wow, they really do have a big background. Looks like we've hit the jackpot. Next time, let's see what other treasures they have, and I'll try to trick them into coming here, Qin Xiao said excitedly. It's our child's good fortune to have such a treasure. Stop being so irresponsible all the time, Li Xiuning said, rolling her eyes at Qin Xiao. Chapter 110 Building a School. The next morning, Qin Xiao had someone invite Ma Sanbao over. One of the things he wanted to tell him that day was to build a modern primary school that would not only teach Chinese, but also math and physical education. Sanbao, I've been taking care of the kids at home lately and haven't had a proper chat with you. How have you been? Tell me in detail, Qin Xiao said casually. If these words came from someone else, everyone would look down on him, thinking that a grown man who stays at home all day taking care of children has no ambition at all. But coming from Qin Xiao, it was nothing new. Who would dare say he was incompetent or unambitious? His wealth was countless times greater than the national treasury, and the army he trained was countless times stronger than the Xuanjiao army. Your Highness, the garment factory is still under construction. At the current pace, it will take another 2 months to complete. The cement plant is already in normal operation and can produce 1 million caddies every day. The glass factory is operating normally, producing 5,000 handicrafts every day. However, we can continue to increase production capacity. The cow and sheep milk processing plant is also doing well, producing about 10,000 jin, 5,000 kilograms, per day, Ma Sanbao said excitedly. Ma Sanbao used to receive only a little over 10 strings of cash a year in military pay. Now, not counting his salary, his bonuses alone amount to more than 10,000 strings of cash, something he never dared to imagine before. At the same time, he grew to admire Qin Xiao more and more. He didn't want Qin Xiao to call him General Ma, but he especially liked Qin Xiao to call him Sanbao. He believed that this was the only way to get closer to Qin Xiao. Yes, Sanbao, you've worked hard. You've done a great job. Now, I have 4 things I need you to do, all of which are very important, Qin Xiao said with a smile. No matter how small the matter is for the prince consort, please feel free to give your orders, Ma Sanbao said solemnly. Sanbao, you've been a long-time resident of Pingyang Prefecture for a while now. I never saw you so respectful to me before, but now you're all over the prince consort. Li Xiuning teased. Your Highness, this. Ma Sanbao stammered. Sanbao, the princess was just joking with you. My wife is getting more and more into teasing people, so don't take it to heart, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Ma Sanbao was stunned. No one had ever dared to call Princess Pingyang wife before. Even Chai Xiao hadn't dared to do so. Qin Xiao's audacity made him admire him even more. Qin Xiao, you're getting more and more vulgar. Woman is such an offensive term. If you dare call me woman again, I'll teach you a lesson, Li Xiuning said, clearly annoyed. I'm also talking to Sanbao about serious matters, so don't interrupt me with jokes and mess up my train of thought, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Okay, I won't say anything. I'll just listen from the side. Li Xiuning knew it wasn't a good time to joke around. Sanbao, start selling glass handicrafts in small quantities now. We want to maximize profits. Don't sell handicrafts about wolves and eagles. That's the first thing. The second thing is to increase the number of cement plants and brick and tile factories. I want to build Liangzhou City, a city slightly smaller than Chang'an City. You can start looking for a large number of construction craftsmen now. The third thing is to help me recruit a large number of teachers. Scholars are also fine. If we can't recruit that many, we should ask the king of Qin for help. The fourth thing is to find a large open space and build a school. Here are the blueprints. You can build according to the blueprints. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me directly. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Your Highness, how many glass crafts do you sell each day? How many craftsmen do you need to hire? How many teachers do you need? What are their monthly salaries? Ma Sanbao asked, voicing his doubts. Sanbao, sell 100 glass handicrafts on the first day and increase by 50 each day, selling them at 100 strings of cash each. If the Chui family of Qinghe wants to become our agent, we will operate as before. The more craftsmen the better, at least 10,000 or more, with wages 30% higher than in Lantian County, and room and board provided. At least 50 teachers are also needed. I'll take as many as you can. After I personally teach them, those who pass will initially receive a monthly salary of 10 strings of cash. Those who perform well can receive additional salaries. Once the school is built, they can begin teaching and educating students, Qin Xiao explained. Your Highness, I'll take care of it right away. Is there anything else you need? Ma Sanbao said respectfully. That's all. Get on with it. If you get these things done, I, the prince consort, will reward you handsomely, Qin Xiao said confidently. Thank you, Your Highness and prince consort. I'll take my leave now, Ma Sanbao said, bowing. Go. Serve the prince consort well, and he will definitely not treat you unfairly, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Li Xiuning's feelings for Qin Xiao are growing stronger. This enigmatic husband, who appeared out of nowhere, seems carefree on the surface, but he is always thinking of the people's well-being. This is what she most wanted to see. Although she was a woman, she still thought of the common people and tried her best to spare them the suffering of war. It was precisely because of this personality that she couldn't get along with Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji. Even when Li Yuanji died in battle, she wasn't saddened. Husband, you are truly amazing. You always think about the people. Your dedication to teaching and educating people is a contribution that will last for generations. You will definitely be recorded in history, Li Xiuning said excitedly. It's not about being recorded in history. I was just doing what I believed in. As the saying goes, when you're poor, you should cultivate your own virtue. When you're successful, you should help others. Qin Xiao explained. I admire them too. The 5 surnames and 7 noble families are all centuries-old families with countless riches, enough to rival a country. Yet they have never thought of benefiting the people. Instead, they have tried every means to exploit the poor. Li Xiuning said happily. Thank you for the compliment, my wife. Actually, I don't have any ideals. Before you came, I stayed here alone for 6 years, doing nothing every day. It was only after you came that I had my own ideals, and I started thinking about doing what I could to help the people. Actually, my real ideals are very simple, Qin Xiao explained. Honey, what is your real dream? Li Xiuning asked curiously. Wife, kids, and a warm bed, Qin Xiao blurted out. Look at you. I was just admiring you and praising you to the skies, but I didn't expect you to have such low aspirations, Li Xiuning said disdainfully. Of course, if you don't even have your own family, why should you help others? As I said before, when you're poor, you should take care of yourself. In other words, if you're so poor that you don't even have a wife and children, why should you help others? Qin Xiao explained. Nonsense, sophistry, Li Xiuning said coquettishly. Chapter 111 Delicious Crayfish. Qin Xiao bought 10 caddies of crayfish from the system. When he took them out to show Li Xiuning, she was shocked and refused to eat such ugly things. Qin Xiao ignored him and cooked the food himself. When Li Xiuning saw these clawing, red things, she thought they were some kind of insects and was too scared to touch them. Honey, what are these bugs? They're so disgusting. Can we even eat them? Li Xiuning said, her face pale and feeling nauseous. Fool, this is called a crayfish, which is a type of shrimp that lives in rivers and lakes. There is another type called a giant lobster, which is much bigger and lives in the sea. Don't let their ugly appearance fool you. They taste incredibly delicious. I guarantee you'll want more after just one bite. Now, let me teach you how to eat them, Qin Xiao explained. Really? You're not lying to me? This ugly thing is called a shrimp? And it's really delicious? Li Xiuning asked, half believing and half doubting. Of course, I would never lie to the person I love. If you don't believe me, you can try one. If it doesn't taste good, then don't eat it, Qin Xiao advised. Godfather, Lizzie isn't afraid. Let me taste it first, and then tell Godmother. Lizzie volunteered. Lizzie is so brave. Let our darling Lizzie try this crayfish first. Godfather, let me peel the shell for you. Qin Xiao said with a smile. Thank you, Godfather. You're the best to Lizzie. Lizzie is now over 2 weeks old and speaks quite fluently. When Qin Xiao dipped the peeled shrimp in the broth and put it into Lizzie's mouth, Lizzie's expression was priceless. Her eyes narrowed into slits, and she chewed quickly with her small mouth. Anyone who wasn't a fool would know that it was absolutely delicious. Lizzie, how does it taste? Don't lie to your godmother. Li Xiuning was still a little worried, afraid that the father and daughter would team up to mess with her. Godmother, it's so delicious. Lizzie definitely didn't lie to you. Lizzie explained. Okay, I believe my precious daughter. If you dare to lie to your godmother, then I will never speak to you again. Li Xiuning was still very worried. Eat up. I hope you won't say later that I want more and just take my portion, Qin Xiao said confidently. I absolutely won't take your share. You're so ugly. I have no appetite, Li Xiuning assured her confidently. But when she picked up a crayfish and started eating it, her eyes lit up, her mouth chewed faster, and her hand movements became noticeably quicker. After eating 4 or 5, he put his chopsticks on the table and started complaining that using chopsticks was too slow, so he started eating with his hands instead. This was also within Qin Xiao's expectations. He shook his head helplessly, thinking that it made sense. Since ancient times, there has never been a shortage of foodies, unless the food was not cooked well enough. Hey, honey, slow down, there are 10 pounds of these. Nobody's going to take them from you. I'll give you mine too, Qin Xiao said, trying to persuade her. No way, you'll definitely try to take it from me. It's so delicious, it's really too good. Why did you only bring it out now? It seems I'm not important enough to you, Li Xiuning said, eating with both hands at the same time. Nonsense. Just now, who was complaining about how ugly they were and calling them insects? Now, why are you afraid I'll steal them? Qin Xiao said, pretending to be angry. I've never eaten this before. How could I know it would be so delicious? Honey, how about we raise them on a large scale? What do you say? Li Xiuning started to coax him again. She had already grasped Qin Xiao's weakness. As long as she didn't make a fuss about matters of principle, Qin Xiao would obediently comply with her every move, as long as she acted coquettishly. All right then, I had 3 fish ponds dug, and I was still thinking about what kind of fish to raise. Since you like crayfish, I'll use them all to raise crayfish. Qin Xiao showed a doting expression. Thank you, honey. I believe our son and daughter will enjoy eating this when they can eat solid food. Look at Lizzie and the others. They love it too, Li Xiuning said happily. You eat it yourself? I'll peel the shells for the kids. I'll let them roam freely later. You can eat your fill. When we have the chance, we'll go south and catch big lobsters in the sea, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, what's so delicious? Li Xiuning and Empress Zhongsun walked in from outside. Xiuning, it seems your younger brother really knows how to time things perfectly. You'd better figure it out yourself, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? Li Xiuning asked anxiously. Hey, Lizzie, what are you eating? Are those red worms in this bowl edible? Zhongsun Wugo asked anxiously, her words tumbling out incoherently. Mother, Godfather said this is called crayfish, not some kind of insect. It's so delicious. Godfather doesn't even eat it himself. He peels it especially for me and my brothers, Lizzie explained excitedly, her face flushed. Oh, I see. Is it really that delicious? This thing has so many legs, and it looks so ugly, Empress Zhongsun said, puzzled. They're not ugly at all. They look exactly like the ones I see in cartoons. They're so cute. If they weren't so delicious, I wouldn't have the heart to eat them, Lizzie explained desperately. Haha, our Lizzie is so smart and cute. Qin Xiao was amused by Lizzie's words. Brother-in-law, can we have some too? Li Xiuning couldn't help but swallow and ask. Don't ask me about this. Ask your sister. Let her decide, Qin Xiao said truthfully. Okay, you two just have a taste. Don't eat too much. If you haven't eaten yet, Then eat more of the other dishes, Li Xiuning said beforehand. I understand, sister, Li Xiuning assured her. But once Li Xiuning and his wife sat down to eat, they had completely forgotten their earlier promise and began to eat quickly. This made Li Xiuning anxious, and she began to eat faster, displaying the ruthlessness she had shown on the battlefield. Seeing how fierce the three of them were, Qin Xiao quickly grabbed 2 large handfuls of food. If he didn't act soon, the children wouldn't have anything to eat. Although crayfish taste delicious, they are troublesome to kill. You have to remove the rectum from their abdomen and scrub their bodies clean with a brush. Once the battle began, it wasn't going to end so easily. The 3 of them didn't say a word. They all did the same 3 things in unison: grab the shrimp, peel them, and start eating. Qin Xiao didn't disturb them, but kept his head down peeling shrimp for the children. The children didn't say anything either. Those who knew how to peel shrimp, like Luo Tong, did it themselves. Chapter 112: The Young Man's Tale. Brother-in-law, these crayfish are so delicious. Is there any more? This is really not enough, Li Xiuning said anxiously. Yes, brother-in-law, we want to eat more. This is so delicious. We've never had such fresh and delicious shrimp before, Chang Sun Wugo added. Hey, you two, enough already. You've eaten your sons' and daughters' portions, and now you're still complaining? At least try to be mindful of your status. Qin Xiao was speechless at their antics. Oh, it's just that the crayfish were too delicious. I couldn't control myself for a moment. I'll be more careful next time. Li Xiuning scratched his head and said apologetically. You guys have the nerve to say that? I told you to just eat a few to taste, but you ate them faster than I did, Li Xiuning said, dissatisfied. All right, honey, I'll cook separately for you next time. I promise you'll eat your fill. Qin Xiao patted his chest and promised. Thank you, honey. Li Xiuning's mood instantly brightened upon hearing Qin Xiao's words. Brother-in-law, we still want to eat more. This time there was too little. We didn't get our fill at all, Li Xiuning said, showing his dissatisfaction. You really are a foodie. I've already discussed it with your sister. We'll raise all 3 of our big fish ponds with these crayfish. I guarantee that in 3 months, we'll have as many as you want to eat, Qin Xiao assured her. That's wonderful. Thank you, brother-in-law, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Are you here today to see the children, or is there something else? Qin Xiao asked. I mainly came today to check if you were injured, and also to see the children. In addition, I heard that you were going to start a school. Master Yuan Tiangang said that the night before last, a Miao witch doctor invaded this place, Li Xiuning explained. Well, how could those ugly and deformed people possibly hurt me? I just don't know who's behind this. As for establishing schools, it's all to cultivate talent for the Tang Dynasty. I just finished writing a poem about youth. Would you be interested in hearing it? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Okay, brother-in-law, tell me quickly. I can't wait to hear your masterpiece, Li Xiuning said anxiously. The responsibility of today does not lie with others, but entirely with us, the youth. When the youth are wise, the nation is wise. When the youth are wealthy, the nation is wealthy. A strong youth makes a strong nation. An independent youth makes an independent nation. A nation is free when its youth are free. A nation progresses when its youth progress. If the youth surpass the world, the nation will surpass the world. If the youth are the most powerful in the world, the nation will be the most powerful in the world. The rising sun shines brightly. The river emerges from its hidden source, cascading into a vast ocean. A dragon rises from the abyss, its scales and claws flashing. A young tiger roars in the valley, terrifying all beasts. An eagle tests its wings, stirring up dust and wind. A wondrous flower begins to bloom, magnificent and resplendent. The sword is sharpened, its edge gleaming. The sky is its canopy, the earth its foundation. Through the ages, across the vast wilderness, the future stretches like the sea, the days to come are long. How beautiful is my young Tang Dynasty, as timeless as the heavens. How magnificent are the youth of my Tang Dynasty, as boundless as the nation. Qin Xiao spoke methodically. Great, wonderful, absolutely wonderful, brother-in-law. What's the name of this poem? Li Xiuning clapped his hands and exclaimed. Youth talk. Good point for a young man. The younger generation is the hope for the future of a country. Only when the youth are strong can the country be built into a stronger nation. Brother-in-law, just say the word. If there's anything I can do to help, just ask, and I'll do everything in my power to do it, Li Xiuning said excitedly. At present, this is what I think. The construction of the school will take a long time, and during this time, you can help me recruit a large number of teachers. I will personally teach them the knowledge, and after they have all learned it, they can go to school to become teachers. This way, we can cultivate outstanding next generations, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, I fully support this, But the problem is that running a school requires a lot of paper and books, as well as writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, which are not cheap. If we were to provide a large number of these programs, it would require a huge sum of money. Would we expect the families of the children to pay for it? Even so, it would still be a case of the rich getting an education, while the poor still wouldn't be able to produce any talented individuals, Li Xiuning explained. You don't need to worry about that. My paper-making technique is 100 times better than anyone else's, and the same goes for printing. As for the writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, please wait a moment. I'll be right back, Qin Xiao explained patiently. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the storage room. Once they were out of sight, he bought chalk, pencils, erasers, fountain pens, ink, ballpoint pens, and other items from the system. Then, carrying the items, he returned to the living room. Everyone was very curious and wanted to see what Qin Xiao had brought. This is called a pencil, which is suitable for people who are just learning to write. If you make a mistake, you can erase it with this eraser. This is called a fountain pen, also known as a pen. You can fill it with ink to write. When the ink runs out, you can fill it again. This is called a ballpoint pen. Once the ink in the refill runs out, replace the refill and put in a new one. You should all try it. Actually, calligraphy is only suitable for cultivating one's character and for writing calligraphy. It's not suitable for writing a lot of characters every day. On the one hand, the characters are too large, wasting paper. On the other hand, the writing speed is too slow. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Brother-in-law, let's try them out and see how much better these pens are than calligraphy brushes, Li Xiuning said eagerly. Li Xiuning picked up the fountain pen and was about to write when Qin Xiao noticed that he was still holding the brush in the same way. He quickly adjusted Li Xiuming's posture, and Li Xiuning began to write in the same way Qin Xiao had taught him. The more he wrote, the more shocked he became. Although the characters written with this fountain pen were small, the speed was definitely more than 10 times faster than that of the brush pen, completely crushing the brush pen. When he put down the fountain pen, he tried other pens and finally believed Qin Xiao's words. All three pens could write faster than the brush pen. Brother-in-law, these pens are really great. I wonder how much they cost. Are they more expensive than calligraphy brushes? Li Xiuning asked nervously. The price is less than a tenth of the price of a calligraphy brush, especially this pencil. You can buy 3 for 1 penny. It's definitely a pen for beginners learning to write, Qin Xiao explained. This is too cheap. At this rate, poor people can definitely go to school. The poor can finally have a chance to rise above their circumstances. Brother-in-law, is this white one also a pen? Li Xiuning said excitedly. Yes, this is what teachers use. It's called chalk, and it writes in white. All we need to do is make a blackboard. Qin Xiao continued to explain. So how do you plan to charge? If the tuition is too high, I estimate that ordinary people will not be able to afford it or will be unwilling to spend the money, Li Xiuning said, frowning. You don't need to worry about that. I've decided that the students will have their meals and accommodation provided, and each student will be given 2 sets of school uniforms for each season. They will be under closed management, with 1 day off each week to go home, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, why do we need to implement closed management? This will increase our expenses significantly, Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. On the one hand, once many people's children go home from school, the adults at home want them to help with chores, so the children don't have time to do their homework and review their studies. On the other hand, the closed management system aims to help children develop independence as quickly as possible, such as washing their own clothes and getting their own meals from the cafeteria. It also helps to strengthen the bonds between students. Qin Xiao explained with a smile. Brother-in-law, where do you plan to recruit students? How many students do you plan to recruit at once? Li Xiuning asked anxiously. We'll start recruiting students from Lantian County. If people from Chang'an City or other places work at our factory, their children will have priority to enter the school, aged 6 to 15, Qin Xiao said without reservation. How could a 6-year-old child possibly wash himself, do his own laundry, get his own food, and so on? Li Xiuning asked. The school will arrange for staff to teach the children some life skills. Once they learn them, they will be able to live independently, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, you have considered everything very carefully, and I fully support you, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Chapter 113 The Idea of a Newspaper. After dinner, while everyone was chatting, Qin Xiao said goodbye and went out, heading towards the fish pond in Lantian County. He went alone to the 3 fish ponds and, taking advantage of the darkness and the absence of others, purchased 30,000 pregnant crayfish from the system, putting 10,000 into each pond. After doing all this, they bought several thousand kilograms of peanut cakes, soybean cakes, and small miscellaneous fish from the system and threw them into the fish pond as food for the crayfish. Watching the countless crayfish happily scrambling for food, Qin Xiao was also very happy. This was a treasure for pleasing his wife, and in the future, it might be a magic weapon for pleasing his son and daughter. When he got home, everyone was already asleep, except for Li Xiuning, who was still waiting for him. Qin Xiao greeted them and went to see his precious son and daughter, thinking that their 1-month celebration would be in a few days. "Honey, our son and daughter will be a month old in 5 days. Should we have a celebration?" Qin Xiao asked happily. "So what are your plans? If you're going to hold a banquet, will you just have a few tables at home? Or will you go all out and have a large feast at the Lantian County Auditorium?" Li Xiuning asked with a smile. "You decide this. I'll pay for it anyway." Qin Xiao himself wasn't sure, so he could only leave the decision to Li Xiuning. "Then let's do this. Most of Shimon's men have a good relationship with you, so invite them over to join in the fun. Also, we'll have a 3-day banquet in the Lantian County Auditorium, and we won't accept any gifts." "What do you think?" Li Xiuning explained. "Everything is up to my wife. Let's go to sleep now. Shimon and his wife are both here, so we can't sleep in tomorrow," Qin Xiao explained. "All right then, get some rest," Li Xiuning replied. The next morning, after everyone had breakfast, they sat together and chatted. Li Shimon was very relaxed now, and he didn't need to worry about any important matters. "Brother-in-law, how long do you think it will take to build Liangzhou City?" Li Shimon asked curiously. "The outer city wall structure and main buildings of Liangzhou City can be completed in a year, but the streets, houses, gardens, etc. inside may not be completed even in 3 years, Qin Xiao explained. To complete the construction in 3 years is already incredibly impressive. What methods did you use? How could it be so fast? Li Xiuning asked in surprise. The main structure is made of concrete, bricks, and steel bars. This is both strong and fast. We have more than 10,000 craftsmen and 50,000 workers, so the process is quite fast, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, what are concrete and steel bars? I've never heard of them before, Li Xiuning asked in surprise. The main structure of my house is made of concrete and steel bars. Concrete is something made by mixing cement and sand together. It can be used to build roads, city walls, houses, and bridges. A cement plant has already been built in Lantian County. Steel bars are made by refining iron until they reach a certain level of hardness and are not easy to rust. The spear I gave you is made of pure steel, Qin Xiao explained. Oh, I see. Does that mean you need a lot of iron ore? I personally own an iron mine, so I'll give it to you, Li Xiuning said very generously. Okay, I am indeed in dire need of iron ore. I originally wanted to send people out to search for it, but I was worried that Li Xiuning might come up with some wicked ideas and deliberately cause trouble for you. Now, he doesn't dare to offend me, but he will find a way to deal with you, Qin Xiao explained. My elder brother is not young, but he is petty and always trying to make trouble for me. If he were to ascend the throne, the Tang Dynasty would not only fail to create a golden age, but it would be questionable whether it could even maintain its current status, Li Xiuning said angrily. He lacks ability himself and is jealous of your talent. You don't need to take it to heart. Remember, what is yours will not be taken away by others, and what is not yours is meaningless to force, Qin Xiao reminded him. Okay, I'll follow my brother-in-law's arrangements, Li Xiuning said sincerely. Actually, what I'm going to talk to you about today is something you don't have the ability to implement right now, unless you take charge. But this thing is indeed of great help to the development of the Tang Dynasty. I plan to start with Lantian County and distribute it to Chang'an City for free, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother-in-law, please tell me quickly, what exactly is it? Li Xiuning asked excitedly. I call it a newspaper. Every day, it prints all the interesting things that happen in Lantian County, what good products are produced, what good poems are written, or serialized stories, etc., Qin Xiao explained patiently. This is indeed good. It can enrich people's lives and let them understand various affairs. However, if we provide this to them for free, won't we lose a lot of money? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. Actually, as long as I produce paper in large quantities, the cost of a newspaper is no more than 2 coins, and if I want to make money, it's too easy. For example, find some businessmen and ask them to pay for their products, shop addresses, and product descriptions to be printed in a section of a newspaper. The more money they pay, the larger the space they can occupy. This is called advertising, which means to spread the word. Advertising takes at least a month and up to a year. Of course, the longer the time, the cheaper it will be, Qin Xiao explained patiently. Wow, you can make money like this? Brother-in-law, you're amazing. No matter what it is, you can make a fortune in it. If this newspaper were published in the name of the imperial court, then many things could be done. For example, If the imperial court issued a policy for the people, local officials would not dare to deceive their superiors or subordinates. For example, what battles occurred, how many troops the Tang Dynasty dispatched, who was in command, how many enemy troops were wiped out, and when the triumphant return would take place, etc. This will increase the emperor's authority and prestige, make the people trust the court more, and further encourage them to learn to read, Li Xiuning analyzed. Yes, that's a good idea. However, now is not the time to implement it. There will be opportunities in the future. Only after I've built the paper mill and printing plant and started production can I establish a newspaper. Qin Xiao nodded in agreement. Brother-in-law, this is wonderful. Actually, why have the 5 surnames and 7 clans remained prosperous for centuries? It's not just because they control the economic lifeline, but more importantly, because they control rare copies of ancient books. And then there's printing and papermaking technology. With these, they can control the fate of students, which has led to most of the court being filled by their people, Li Xiuning said angrily. Godfather, Godmother asked me to come and ask you if there will be any crayfish for lunch? Lizzie ran over with her short legs. Yes, is it Lizzie who wants to eat it, or is it Godmother who wants to eat it? Qin Xiao asked deliberately. I want both. Lizzie pouted. Chapter 114 Bear appears. As Qin Xiao was peeling shrimp for the children, he suddenly heard several loud roars outside the yard, the sounds of 3 tigers, interspersed with what seemed to be the roars of bears. Qin Xiao quickly stood up and walked outside. He saw a large brown bear, more than 3 meters long, standing up and fighting with 3 tigers. Not far from them, a very cute little brown bear was huddled on the ground, trembling. Although the 3 tigers are not yet adults, they are quite powerful and very agile. The brown bear, on the other hand, is a power animal, with its massive paws capable of carrying immense force. The fight has gone on for so long, and neither of the 3 tigers has gained any advantage. They are also very careful not to cause trouble for the little brown bear. Perhaps they consider themselves the kings of beasts and disdain bullying the weak. Stop it, all of you. Big white, little black, you 3 get back here right now. Qin Xiao shouted. When Li Xiuning and the others saw Qin Xiao rushing out, they quickly put down their chopsticks and followed him out, only to be stunned by the scene before them. When the 3 tigers heard their master's call, they immediately abandoned the brown bear and ran over, and the brown bear did not chase after them. In fact, Qin Xiao was also very puzzled. Although brown bears exist in the north, they generally live in deep mountains and forests and would never come out. Brown bears typically hibernate for a few months, with the longest hibernation period lasting more than 6 months. They spend about half a year sleeping, and they are probably still hibernating at this time of year. Could it be that the little brown bear was hungry, and its mother brought it out to find food, and it came here because it smelled the aroma of my food? Lanner, go to the kitchen and get 2 pieces of meat, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, Your Highness. Lanner turned and walked into the house. Not long after, she brought back 2 pieces of pork, 1 large and 1 small. Thank you, Lanner. Go get 3 more pieces as a reward for Dubai, and the other 2. Qin Xiao took the meat from Lanner's hand, went to the big brown bear, handed over the larger piece, and placed the smaller piece in front of the little brown bear. Honey, please be careful. That's a bear. It's incredibly strong, Li Xiuning said nervously. Don't worry. Look at its eyes. There's no ferocity at all, proving it's not hostile. It's probably just hungry and out looking for food, Qin Xiao explained. The big brown bear turned to look at its cub and saw that the little brown bear was pressing down on the meat with one of its front paws and tearing at it desperately. It turned its head to look at Qin Xiao again, nodded to him to express its gratitude, and then lowered its head to eat. Judging from its appearance, it was really starving. Actually, brown bears hibernate not because of the cold weather, but because of the scarcity of food in winter. Other small animals stop foraging, and brown bears cannot guarantee their food supply, so they have no choice but to hibernate. Honey, you're right. It really was because it was so hungry that it came here. It wasn't hostile towards us at all, and it even nodded at you in a friendly manner, Li Xiuning said excitedly. That's right. It's probably because your crayfish smelled so good that the aroma traveled far through the chimney, attracting them and bringing them here, Qin Xiao explained. Godfather, that little bear is so cute. And that big bear looks like the big bear from the cartoon. Can we keep them? Lizzie said happily. Lizzie, don't be silly. Bears can eat people. They're not as cute as they're portrayed in cartoons. Li Xiuning broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing Lizzie's words and quickly stopped her. The TV shows say that tigers eat people, and you all told me that tigers eat people too. So why are my 3 tigers so good to me? Lizzie asked, dissatisfied. This. Li Xiuning stammered incoherently. Empress Zhongsun wanted to laugh when she saw her husband's embarrassed expression. She never expected that her husband, who was so wise and capable, would be stumped by her 2-year-old daughter. Cough, cough, cough. Lizzie and Dabai are different, Changsun Wugo explained. Mother, what's different? Big White and the others also eat meat, and they're the king of beasts. Lizzie asked, puzzled. Lizzie, Dabai and the others were brought back and raised by your godfather when they were just born. Now, they have become like family to us all. Think about it. Once you're all family, would you still eat your own family members? But brown bears are different. They live deep in the mountains and forests year-round, surviving by hunting other animals, Changsun Wugo patiently explained. When the big brown bear heard what Empress Zhongsun said, it was very dissatisfied. It ate the meat in a few bites, let out a long howl, turned around and bit the meat that the little brown bear was eating, and left with the little brown bear. Loner, put 2 pieces of meat in the spot where the brown bear was eating meat every day, Qin Xiao instructed. Honey, they've all left. How could they possibly come back? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. All things have a spirit. Sometimes, it is animals that are more grateful. They will not be ungrateful or repay kindness with enmity. Don't worry. At this time, the weather is still very cold, and it will not be easy for them to find food, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law is right. Some people are hypocritical. Even if you help them, they might stab you in the back. Animals, on the other hand, would never do such a thing, Li Xiuning nodded and said. Godfather, that bear is so big. Will 1 piece of meat be enough to fill it up? And don't bears love honey the most? Lizzie asked happily. Lizzie is so smart. She likes to drink milk and eat crayfish. Bears are the same. They also have many things they like to eat. But they have to find their own food, and they eat whatever they find. They have no choice at all, unlike us, who can choose what we want to eat. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Oh, they're so pitiful. Especially the bear cubs. They're so small, and they have to run all over the mountains and fields with their mothers. Big White and the others are so lucky, Lizzie said after thinking for a moment. Our precious Lizzie is the luckiest. She has 2 fathers and 2 mothers who dote on her. She eats and drinks well every day and has become a little chubby pig now, said Empress Zhongsun with a smile. Lizzie is not a little fat pig. Pigs are so ugly, but Lizzie is very pretty. Lizzie immediately objected with a smile. Let's go inside and continue eating. We'll talk again after we finish, Qin Xiao said with a smile. The group returned to the restaurant and sat down to continue eating. Little did they know that the 2 brown bears had not gone far. The larger bear had given the smaller bear the piece of meat it was holding so it could continue eating. She sat beside it, her eyes filled with maternal love. Apart from not being able to speak human language, it could basically understand what Qin Xiao said. Therefore, in order not to make humans feel disgusted with it, it chose to leave. Chapter 115 Full Moon Celebration. The next day, Qin Xiao purchased exquisite invitations from the system, which included photos of his 2 adorable children and the names of the inviters. He then had Ma Sanbao send people to deliver them to each family. Husband, I think we should also send gifts to father and my elder brother. After all, they are my closest relatives, and there is no need to make things so awkward that we never see each other again, Li Xiuning advised. Let's do it your way. Anyway, we've done our part. Whether they come or not is their business. Actually, if they come, everyone will feel awkward, Qin Xiao said frankly. That's true. Father and elder brother are coming, but there are no people of theirs here, and no one is willing to flatter them. They'll definitely feel uncomfortable. In my estimation, they'll show up with the formalities, but not actually show up, Li Xiuning explained. Who cares about them? As long as we've shown our sincerity, nothing else matters. Actually, a full moon celebration is just a gathering of relatives and friends, a chance for everyone to have a good time, Qin Xiao said with a smile. I've realized that you 2 are the real brothers. You speak and act in such perfect harmony, Li Xiuning said with a smile. We're the same age. If I hadn't married you, I wouldn't have been able to become the boss. Otherwise, I would really be embarrassed to be the boss, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Actually, I'd rather be the younger one. When I'm young, my older brother can protect me, and when I grow up, I can make requests of him, Li Xiuning said after thinking for a moment. I would rather be the younger one. When you're the older one, you have to set an example and give way to the younger one. But it's different when you're the younger one. You can reach out to the older one and ask for things. Li Xiuning expressed his opinion. Okay, you 2 rascals, if neither of you wants to be the eldest, I'll be it. From now on, you can both call me brother, I don't mind. Qin Xiao said generously. Haha, my brother-in-law is so generous. Empress Zhongsun said with a smile. Before they knew it, The day of the full moon celebration arrived. Everyone came early, and even Qin Xiao, who was known for his eccentric behavior, had breakfast at Qin Xiao's place. Although Qin Xiao had instructed them not to bring gifts, no one came empty-handed. Since they started doing business with Qin Xiao, they had all become wealthy and powerful. Since everyone had brought their gifts, Qin Xiao couldn't refuse them, so he arranged for his servants to accept them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that their gifts had been accepted. "Brother Qin, it's wonderful that you accepted our gift. We were so afraid you would be unhappy and wouldn't let us attend the banquet," Qin Xiao said with a smile. "I didn't want you to spend money, but since you've already brought it, how could I refuse? You've known me for a long time. Do you think I, Qin Xiao, am an unreasonable person?" Qin Xiao said with a smile. "Brother Qin, I, Qin Xiao, absolutely did not mean that. Oh, by the way, I heard you were going to build Liangzhou City, and that preparations have already begun. Is that true?" Qin Xiao said excitedly. "Shimin has already reported this matter to the court, so it's definitely true. I've already sent people over there and have been sending the materials over gradually," Qin Xiao explained. "Brother Qin, the construction cost of your second largest city in the Tang Dynasty will be an immeasurable figure. Are you sure you can earn it back within 5 years?" Qin Xiao asked, puzzled. "Brother Xiao, how can someone as shrewd as you be so unable to see things clearly? The second largest city in the Tang Dynasty is also the second largest economic city. In the future, countless merchants will go there to do business. Although the control period is only 5 years, apart from the government offices being given to the government, all other people's houses, shops, and other properties belong to me personally. When the time comes, merchants will need houses whether they want to open shops or live there. Whether they rent or buy, I can make money. Moreover, the houses I build will all be at least 6 stories high," Qin Xiao explained patiently. "Brother Qin, do you have any blueprints or anything like that we can refer to?" Qin Xiong asked nervously. These people were all intelligent. As soon as they heard Qin Xiao's explanation, they realized that there were unlimited business opportunities involved. If they could invest in the early stages, the returns later would be many times greater. "Please wait a moment, we'll go to the basement, and I'll let it out for you to see," Qin Xiao explained. Everyone followed Qin Xiao into a large room, where a projector was placed. After Qin Xiao inserted the USB drive and turned on the projector, a rendering of Liangzhou City in the future appeared on the screen. This was purchased by Qin Xiao specifically from the system, and it was also designed by the system specifically for him. "Look, there are 4 main gates in the east, west, south, and north, and 10 main roads, each 70 feet wide. People and carriages are separated, and there are many shops around, each with 3 floors. This area is designated as a residential area, with each building having at least 6 floors and 6 households per floor, all surrounded by walls. There are dedicated management personnel at the main gate, and non-residents cannot easily enter. To enter, one must register or be let in by a resident. This middle section is called the mall, which has 5 floors. It's not for sale. It's only rented out to merchants to sell their goods. Each floor is divided into categories. This place is called a park, which is a place where everyone can go to play and relax. The scenery inside is beautiful, and there is no charge whatsoever. Another thing is underground. Many people only see what is on the surface and don't pay attention to what is underground. Take my house, for example. Where does the sewage go? Of course, the sewage was discharged underground through pipes. The same was true in Liangzhou City, where every household installed pipes to discharge all the sewage into one place. Moreover, the underground tunnels will be very deep and wide, so that in the event of a flood, the water can be drained quickly, preventing urban flooding. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Brother Qin, this is a huge undertaking. If this city is built, to put it bluntly, Chang'an will be inferior to it. Just how much will it cost to build? Li Jing said excitedly. If this were measured in copper coins, it could cover every corner of Chang'an City. If measured in gold, it would be worth at least several 100 million taels. Qin Xiao said casually. My God, this number is terrifying. How could you possibly have so much money? Cheng Yaojin exclaimed. I don't have that much money right now, and I'm not going to take it all out at once. I plan to spend 3 years building it. In the early stages, I will build the city walls and the government offices. After that, I will build some shops and residential areas so that people will move in, and then we can sell the houses and recoup the funds, Qin Xiao explained. Chapter 116 Collective Capital Inflow. Brother-in-law, can we invest? This is a business with a huge profit margin. If we don't take the opportunity to invest, we'd be fools, Li Xiuning said. Originally, I didn't want others to invest because the profits from my Lantian County factory over the past 3 years were enough to cover my expenses. But since it was Xiuning who proposed it, I don't want to disappoint everyone. So you can invest in the whole city or in specific areas, such as just shops or residences. The entire city investment company might only hold 1/10,000th of the shares, but that 1/10,000th could yield a substantial return. For example, 10,000 taels of gold could become hundreds of thousands of taels of gold in 3 years, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, I plan to invest 50,000 taels of gold, paying 20,000 taels up front and 10,000 taels annually thereafter. What do you think of this arrangement? As for how many shares I'll get, that's up to you, Li Xiuning said with great enthusiasm. Brother Qin, I, Qin Xiao, will invest 30,000 taels of gold. I'll give you 10,000 taels up front and pay the rest over the next 2 years. What do you think? The shares will be divided according to your investment. I trust you, Qin Xiao said, jumping out second. Brother Qin, like Xiao, I'd also invest 30,000 taels of gold. I'll pay 10,000 taels up front and the rest over the next 3 years. What do you think? Changsun Wuji said excitedly. Everyone invested. The highest investment was 50,000 taels of gold for Li Xiuning, and the lowest was 10,000 taels of gold. Why were these people so rich? This was all thanks to Qin Xiao, who invested in the hotel and the women's club, earning them more money in just 1 year than they could ever earn in a lifetime. If it were anyone else, they would never participate in such a crazy and huge investment. But they completely trusted Qin Xiao and decided to take a big gamble. Since you brothers trust me so much, I, Qin, am not a stingy person. Before you leave, go find my steward, and each of you can take 100 caddies of red chili pepper seeds back with you, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Everyone was shocked. These red chilies were far superior to Sichuan peppercorns, and Sichuan peppercorns were more expensive than gold. How much were these 100 kilograms of red chilies worth? Don't be surprised, everyone. After these red peppers ripen, we dig out the seeds, dry them, and then sell them. Why dry them? Because the seeds can be used for planting, Qin Xiao explained. Brother Qin, this red chili pepper is too precious. How can I possibly accept it? Qin Xiao said, scratching his head. No matter how valuable they are they more valuable than the marksmanship, armor, and weapons I gave you? I'm willing to give you all those things. Why would I care about these mere chili peppers? Qin Xiao joked. Brother Qin is so generous, we won't refuse anymore. I'll send someone to escort the money over tomorrow, Li Ji said excitedly. When you hand over the work to Ma Sanbao, he will register everything, Qin Xiao explained. Husband, let everyone go upstairs for dinner. Li Xiuning personally ran down to invite them. The fact that the first princess of the Tang Dynasty personally came to invite them was a great honor for everyone present. In fact, this also demonstrated Li Xiuning's high emotional intelligence. She was doing this to save face for her husband. Let's all go upstairs and drink together. Red, white, yellow, take your pick. There's also a dish you've definitely never tried before. I guarantee you'll want to eat it again and again, Qin Xiao said confidently. All right, then we won't stand on ceremony, everyone said in unison. Everyone entered the hall and took their seats. At that moment, Lanner hurriedly walked in from outside. Lanner, why are you in such a panic? What happened? Qin Xiao asked. Your Highness, those 2 big brown bears are here again, and there's a dead wild boar with them, weighing at least 400 pounds, Lanner said excitedly. Let's go out and take a look. Lanner, go to the kitchen and get 2 pieces of meat, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, Your Highness. Qin Xiao did not disturb anyone, but took Li Xiuning and Lanner outside. There they saw the big brown bear standing motionless, while the little brown bear was doing somersaults on the wild boar. Qin Xiao was also very curious. After finally finding such a big wild boar with such a hungry brown bear, why didn't he and his son keep it to eat, but instead gave it to him? Did you know that today is my child's 1-month birthday, and that's why you specially sent over this wild boar as a gift? Qin Xiao asked. The large brown bear suddenly stood up, nodded at Qin Xiao, and then pointed at the wild boar on the ground with its left forepaw. Qin Xiao took the meat from Lanner's hand, handed a large piece to the big brown bear, and then squatted down to hand a smaller piece to the little brown bear that was playing, while casually patting its head. Lanner, go to the kitchen and get 2 more jars of honey. Also, get a few more people to carry this wild boar away and kill it, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, Your Highness. The big brown bear was only concerned with eating its own meat and completely ignored them. It knew that the human in front of it would not harm its cubs. The little brown bear saw the meat on the ground and pounced on it to tear it apart, completely disregarding Qin Xiao patting its head. Li Xiuning was initially hesitant to approach, but seeing how adorable the little brown bear was, She couldn't resist coming over, squatting down, and patting its head. The little brown bear looked up at its mother and didn't seem to mind. On the contrary, it seemed to enjoy it. At this moment, Lanner and another maid came over, each carrying a clay pot and a spoon. Li Xiuning picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of honey, and handed it to the little brown bear. When the little brown bear smelled the aroma, it immediately put down the meat in its hand and looked up at Li Xiuning. "Eat up, little guy. This was specially prepared for you." After saying that, Li Xiuning handed the spoon to the little brown bear's mouth. "Lanner, go get another big basin and pour the honey into it so that the big brown bear can eat it," Qin Xiao instructed. At this moment, the big brown bear was staring intently at the little brown bear's honey. This is understandable, as honey is their favorite food. They can eat a lot of meat every year, but not much honey, and they risk being stung to do so. Qin Xiao couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he scooped out a spoonful and handed it to the big brown bear, which ate it without hesitation. "How about I build you a house here so you can live here permanently?" Qin Xiao said with a smile. The big brown bear nodded as it ate the honey, feeling quite pleased with itself. Finally, it didn't have to wander around looking for food with its cubs anymore. In the future, even if I have to go to the mountains to find food, I can leave the child here without any worries. Qin Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally tamed the two brown bears. Lanner brought a basin, poured a jar of honey into it, and handed it to the big brown bear. Chapter 117 Tai Chi. Time flies, and more than 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Since the last poisoning attempt failed and was exposed, Li Jianqing's reputation has been ruined. He has been constantly cursed, and his prestige among the people has plummeted. Because of this incident, Li Jianqing gradually distanced himself from Wei Zheng and stopped consulting him on anything. Seeing Li Jianqing's attitude, Wei Zheng became disheartened and decided to ask for leave to go home and visit his family. When Wei Zheng asked Li Jianqing for leave, Li Jianqing approved it without hesitation. This action, however, made Wei Zheng feel very disappointed. Originally, he wanted to emulate Zhuge Liang and not follow the crowd to join Cao Cao, but instead chose to join Liu Bei, hoping to help Li Jianqing ascend the throne with his own abilities. Little did he know that Li Jianqing was an incompetent ruler. He now deeply regrets not heeding the advice of his brothers in Wagongzai and joining Li Xiuning. In retrospect, Li Xiuning was indeed a wise and capable ruler. In his utter despair, he chose to escape, using the excuse of visiting his family home. He thought Li Jianqing would try to persuade him to stay, but to his surprise, Li Jianqing didn't even look up and simply agreed. The weather in June this year was extremely hot. Except when Li Yuan was dressed in formal attire for court, he usually wore a vest and shorts, but even then he was still very hot and couldn't breathe. "Your Majesty, the weather is so hot now. If you continue to stay in the palace, I'm afraid your health won't be able to take it. Rinji Palace has been completed for a month now. Why don't you move there to escape the heat?" Consort Yin advised. "Your Majesty, Sister Yin is right. Now that Rinji Palace has been completed, you should go there and stay for a few months, and let the Crown Prince oversee the country. On the one hand, it allows him to learn about the experience of governing the country. On the other hand, it allows your Majesty to rest and recuperate properly," Consort Zhang continued. "What my two beloved consorts say is absolutely right. I am getting old, and it is indeed time for me to let the Crown Prince learn the ways of governing the country. Then let us go to Rinji Palace to escape the summer heat in 3 days. Gaozhong, convey my decree, ordering the Prince of Qin and Minister Pei to accompany me to Rinji Palace for the summer retreat, with the Crown Prince overseeing the state," Li Yuan commanded. "Yes, Your Majesty." When Li Xiuning received the news, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Back then, the day after Li Xiuning's wedding, Qin Xiao had told him that once they went to Rinji Palace, Li Jianqing would start a rebellion. Li Xiuning also rushed to Qin Xiao's villa, needing to ask Qin Xiao for advice on how to deal with the situation next. When he arrived, panting, the reply he received was simply to ignore it. This completely baffled him. It was clearly a rebellion, and since he had known about it in advance, he could at least make a fuss about it. "Xiuning, you must be wondering why I didn't tell you not to do anything, since you knew Li Jianqing was going to rebel?" Qin Xiao said with a smile. "That's true. I can't understand it. The Crown Prince has rebelled. How could Father Emperor remain indifferent? Would he still let him continue to be the Crown Prince?" Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. "Alas, a year ago, when I married your sister, I told you that in June of this year, Li Jianqing took advantage of your father and you going to Rinji Palace to escape the summer heat. They would send Zhu Huan and Xiao Gongshan to Qingzhou with a batch of weapons and equipment in preparation for a rebellion. But the two of them were cowardly and afraid of trouble, so they told your father directly about it. In the end, he will act as if nothing ever happened, Qin Xiao explained. How is this possible? The crown prince was accused of treason, and such a serious crime can be pardoned? This is unbelievable, Li Xiuning said in surprise. Even when you were blatantly poisoned by Li Jianxing, your father could act as if nothing had happened. What else would he care about? Besides, Pei Ji and his two favorite concubines are helping Li Jianxing. What can he possibly do to Li Jianxing? Qin Xiao said calmly. Brother-in-law, what should I do? Should I just pretend nothing happened and let the crown prince do whatever he wants? Li Xiuning said indignantly. Just think of yourself as an outsider. The time is not right yet. As the Confucian school of thought says, you must be reasonable in everything you do. Then you should slowly accumulate this reason until you reach the point where you can no longer tolerate it, when you no longer need to tolerate it. At that time, will all the officials in the court still criticize you? Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law is right, I understand. Just pretend you know nothing, avoid the heat, and do whatever you want. Li Xiuming's heart was at ease after Qin Xiao's words. That's right. I'll teach you a set of kung fu now. When you're feeling agitated, practicing it will calm your inner turmoil, Qin Xiao advised. Okay, thank you, brother-in-law. Qin Xiao began practicing Tai Chi, his slow movements puzzling Li Xiuning. How could such slow movements be used to fight an enemy? However, Li Xiuning still observed carefully and only asked questions after Qin Xiao finished performing the entire set of boxing techniques. Brother-in-law, how can we fight the enemy with such slow movements? Li Xiuning asked curiously. Let him be strong. The breeze still caresses the mountain. Let him be arrogant. The bright moon still shines on the great river. This means that everything has its natural laws, and prosperity inevitably leads to decline. One should act in accordance with the prevailing circumstances. On the one hand, avoid their sharp edge, accumulate strength, and wait for the right opportunity to act. In the end, everything will be peaceful and serene. On the other hand, let them be arrogant, just laugh at them, ignore them, keep a calm mind, be as clear-headed as a gentle breeze and bright moon, and have a heart as vast as mountains and rivers. When faced with difficulties or opponents, no matter how thorny or troublesome, relax, take it seriously, and sooner or later you'll find peace and tranquility, Qin Xiao explained. Thank you for your guidance, brother-in-law. What is this boxing style called? Li Xiuning asked excitedly. Tai Chi, don't be fooled by its slow movements. It has the power to deflect 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces. If you don't believe me, we can practice it, Qin Xiao explained. All right, then I'll give it a try. What's so amazing about this slow-paced boxing style? Li Xiuning said with great interest. The two men came to the courtyard, stood face to face, looked at each other, and neither launched an attack. Xiuning, attack me with all your might. Only in this way can you unleash the true wonders of Tai Chi, Qin Xiao reminded him. All right, I'm coming. You must be careful, Li Xiuning said confidently. Li Xiuming's martial arts skills were also quite good. They were the kind used for killing enemies on the battlefield, with every move being an attack, and his punches were powerful and forceful. Qin Xiao easily deflected every move, but he did not attack. He knew that if he retaliated, Li Xiuning would surely be defeated. After 50 moves, Li Xiuning threw a straight punch, but Qin Xiao pulled him back, and he lost his balance. Fortunately, Qin Xiao did not let go, otherwise Li Xiuning would definitely have fallen. Brother-in-law, actually, you could have defeated me in one move. The Tai Chi technique of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds is truly amazing. I admire you, I admire you. I will definitely practice diligently when I get back, Li Xiuning said excitedly. This set of boxing techniques is suitable for men, women, young and old, and it is also a way to strengthen the body, Qin Xiao explained. Chapter 118 Li Jianxing's Rebellion. 3 days later, at dawn, Li Yuan, accompanied by his concubines, his second son Li Xiuning, and the minister Pei Ji, prepared to go to the newly built Renji Palace to escape the summer heat. Renji Palace was only 200 li away from Chang'an City. The day after they left, the crown princess gave Li Jianxing an idea. Send weapons and equipment to Qingzhou and hand them over to Yang Wengan, the governor of Qingzhou, ordering him to raise troops to attack Renji Palace. She killed Li Xiuning, forced Li Yuan to abdicate, and made Li Jianxing ascend the throne. Li Jianxing actually agreed to her suggestion. Originally, Li Jianxing wanted to ask Wei Zheng for his opinion, but Wei Zheng had already returned to his hometown to visit his family. But despite all his calculations, he hadn't anticipated that the two trusted confidants he sent out were cowards and afraid of trouble. Zhu Huan and Xiao Gongshan turned around halfway there, and ran to Rinji Palace to report him to Li Yuan. Enraged, Li Yuan immediately summoned Li Xiuning under another pretext. Li Xiuning immediately deflated, knowing that his plan had been exposed, and dared not obey the order. His advisors were divided into two factions. Su Shimo, a retainer of the crown prince, advised him to seize Chang'an and raise an army. Zhao Hongji, the chief clerk of the imperial secretariat, advised him to apologize with a bundle of thorns on his back. In the end, Li Xiuning still chose the latter, and traveled to Rinji Palace with a small entourage. Upon arriving before Li Yuan, he prostrated himself, kowtowing repeatedly, almost killing himself. Li Xiuning was ambitious but cowardly. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked too. Therefore, his subordinates were all timid and fearful. He was even worse than his own subordinate Yang Wengan, who, upon receiving the news, went straight to rebellion. However, his arrogance didn't last long. Li Xiuning intervened and swiftly quelled the rebellion. With Qin Xiao's guidance, Li Xiuning remained calm and focused on his duties, without taking Li Yuan's statement about exonerating Yang Wengan and appointing him as crown prince to heart. Li Xiuning dared to rebel. Any emperor would have deposed him as crown prince. If he had actually succeeded to the throne, the future of the Tang Dynasty would have been truly worrisome. Although Li Yuan was still furious, he imprisoned Li Xiuning in the palace that very night and gave him a meal of coarse rice. However, after Pei Ji and the concubines pleaded earnestly for him, he showed leniency and released Li Xiuning without further investigation. This was undoubtedly another act of leniency towards Li Xiuning, ultimately leading to the tragedy of the Xuanwu Gate incident. Li Yuan's indecisiveness regarding the right to inherit the throne in his later years was truly a major blunder in his life. How can Father Emperor be so untrustworthy? His words are imperial edicts. How can he convince the people in the future if he goes back on his word like this? Empress Zhongsun said angrily. Brother-in-law, you are truly a divine being, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Erlang, even after father has treated you like this, you still have the mood to laugh? I really don't know what you're thinking, Empress Zhongsun said with a frown. Actually, my brother-in-law had already told me the outcome of this matter the day after my second sister's wedding. Before coming to Rinji Palace, I received an imperial edict from my father, and I immediately went to see my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law told me the details of what happened and told me not to worry about it, but just to spread the word that the crown prince was plotting a rebellion. And he also taught me to accumulate reason so that I could have a legitimate reason for my actions. He also taught me Tai Chi, which is a very powerful art that can improve health and is suitable for all ages. Now, I will pass it on to you, Li Xiuning said excitedly. No wonder you seem so nonchalant. It turns out you had your brother-in-law's guidance. He's truly a genius. He can even clearly predict what will happen a year from now, Empress Changsun exclaimed. Guan Yinbi, you know how capable your brother-in-law is. Back then, when he traveled thousands of miles to save me, he faced tens of thousands of people all by himself without any pressure. The special forces he trained were like messengers from hell, capable of fighting tens of thousands of people. If I inherit my father's throne, I will definitely appoint him as the grand tutor to assist me in creating a prosperous era. Li Xiuning became more and more excited as he spoke. If your brother-in-law assists you with his abilities, any country or tribe in the north will have to bow down to you, and creating a prosperous Tang dynasty will be a piece of cake, Empress Zhongsun said happily. Then tell me, how can I smoothly inherit the throne? I see that Father Emperor dotes on my elder brother so much, there's no way he'll pass the throne to me, Li Xiuning asked, frowning. I don't know either, but my brother-in-law definitely knows, he just doesn't say it. Oh, by the way, what else did he tell you? Empress Zhongsun said seriously. He said, let him be strong, the breeze still caresses the mountain. Let him be arrogant, the bright moon still shines over the river. After that, he taught me Tai Chi and told me to wait patiently until I could no longer endure it. Then I would no longer need to endure it, Li Xiuning explained. Erlang, show me the Tai Chi Chuan. Empress Zhongsun was very clever and had already grasped the general idea. In order to confirm her judgment, she asked Li Xiuning to demonstrate the boxing technique. Okay, watch carefully. This boxing technique is slow, but it can achieve the effect of using minimal force to overcome great strength, Li Xiuning explained. After listening to Li Xiuming's words and carefully observing his boxing techniques, Empress Zhongsun basically understood Qin Xiao's meaning. He should first learn to be patient and wait for the right opportunity, so that when he made his move, the civil and military officials would not be able to find any fault with him. Erlang, your brother-in-law means you should wait for the right opportunity. I believe he will definitely give you some hints when the time comes, Changsun Wugo explained. Thank you, Guan Yinbi. You are truly my wise and capable wife. I will follow my brother-in-law's advice and recuperate, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Your Highness, rumors are spreading throughout Chang'an that the Crown Prince is plotting a rebellion, Ma Sanbao rushed in and said. So what if the Crown Prince rebels? It's none of your business. The question is, can such an incompetent fool like him succeed? Qin Xiao waited with a smile. But if he rebels, he will either succeed or die trying. If he fails, he will definitely be deposed, and then His Highness Prince Qin can rightfully become the Crown Prince, Ma Sanbao said excitedly. Sanbao, do you dare to make a bet with me? Qin Xiao deliberately provoked. Your Highness, what are we betting on? Ma Sanbao asked quickly. I bet Li Xiuning will remain the Crown Prince, Qin Xiao said with a smile. That's absolutely impossible. Treason is the most serious crime. For ordinary people, treason is a crime that can lead to the extermination of 9 generations of their family. Even if he is the Crown Prince, it's impossible for him to remain the Crown Prince without any consequences, Ma Sanbao said incredulously. Just say it. Do you dare to gamble or not? Li Xiuning is still in Renji Palace. The truth will be revealed when he returns, Qin Xiao said with a smile. We must gamble. Why not gamble on something that guarantees a win? Your Highness, what are the stakes? Ma Sanbao asked excitedly. The bet. If I lose, I'll give you 10,000 strings of cash. If you lose, you'll do something for me. How does that sound? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ma Sanbao was overjoyed. He was already working for the prince consort, so there was no difference between doing one more job and one less. Only a fool would refuse this bet. Gambling? Only a fool wouldn't gamble. Prince consort, what do you need me to do? Could you give me a hint first? Ma Sanbao asked after thinking for a moment. If we lose, you'll have to recruit about 140 more soldiers to supplement the special forces, bringing the total to 300 and expanding it into a battalion, Qin Xiao explained. Your Highness, if the Emperor finds out about our unauthorized recruitment of soldiers, he will surely punish us, Ma Sanbao said nervously. Don't give me that nonsense. Which of the 5 clans and 7 noble families doesn't have tens of thousands of private soldiers? My husband, the husband of the #1 female general in the Tang Dynasty, only recruited 100 or so soldiers. How dare my father-in-law blame me? Qin Xiao said with dissatisfaction. All right then, but I haven't lost yet. We'll only know the result when His Highness the Crown Prince returns, Ma Sanbao said happily. Just wait. The answer will be revealed soon, Qin Xiao said earnestly. Chapter 119 Suppression and Transfer. After Li Xiunings's rebellion, Li Yuan had no desire to stay in Renji Palace to escape the summer heat any longer. He returned to Chang'an the next day and resumed his life of holding court every 3 days for a small audience and every 5 days for a large audience. All the civil and military officials knew about Li Xiunings's plot to rebel, but they all pretended to be deaf and dumb, and no one brought up the matter again. But Li Xiuning started causing trouble again. He believed that Li Xiunings's subordinates were too capable and posed a great threat to him. He first sent people to bribe them, and if that failed, he would suggest to Li Yuan that they all be transferred away from Chang'an. The first person he tried to bribe was Cheng Yaojin. When he sent Zhao Hongji, the chief clerk of the Imperial Secretariat, to persuade him, Cheng Yaojin beat him up without saying a word. On the one hand, Li Xiuning began to fear Cheng Yaojin, and on the other hand, in order to avenge Zhao Hongji, he slandered Cheng Yaojin to Li Yuan. As a result, Li Yuan sent Cheng Yaojin to serve as the governor of Kangzhou. In the days that followed, Li Xiuning faced a harsh winter. His military generals were either sent to other places to take up new posts or framed and imprisoned. Among them, Yu Qigong was imprisoned in the imperial prison on a fabricated charge because he refused to accept Li Xiunings's jewelry. Li Xiunings's actions left Li Xiuning completely bewildered. As the 3rd most powerful figure in the Tang Dynasty, he had no chance against the 1st and 2nd most powerful figures. He could only remain passive and inactive. With tears in his eyes, Cheng Yaojin told Li Xiuning, with the Prince of Qin's left and right arms removed, he will surely be unable to protect himself. I am doomed, and I hope you can save yourself as soon as possible. The military officers who were going to take up their posts in other places also came to bid him farewell, but he had no way to keep them. He could only suppress his reluctance and anger and say goodbye to them one by one. Li Xiuning arrived at Qin Xiao's villa with a sense of helplessness and resentment. Qin Xiao could tell from Li Xiunings's dejected expression that his military general had been transferred to a post elsewhere, which was also a development in history. Why do you have such an expression? Isn't it just because the military officer next to you was framed by Li Xiuning and sent on a mission? Is that all that has affected you like this? Let me give you a piece of advice. Heaven will destroy someone first, then make them mad. Li Xiuning has run out of tricks, so he started biting people like crazy. So what? Does he dare send someone to assassinate you now? Qin Xiao said casually. Brother-in-law, so you knew all along. What should I do? Li Xiuning asked in surprise. You don't need to do anything. People tend to sympathize with the weak. As long as you are in the right and Li Xiuning is unreasonably suppressing you, the civil and military officials will be biased towards you. People are forgetful, so don't run away or hide. Make sure they see you often and show weakness and play the victim in front of others, Qin Xiao explained. Thank you for your guidance, brother-in-law. I understand now, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Later, I'll have company commander he send 2 special forces soldiers to be your bodyguards, so you won't have to worry about being assassinated, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Great, that's wonderful. With special forces protecting me, I can finally relax, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Lanner, have the servants from the secluded paradise deliver 3 meals a day to Yuchi Gong in the prison, Qin Xiao instructed. My lord, what if the jailers in the imperial prison won't allow it? Lana asked. Take the princess's token and let's see who dares to stop us, Qin Xiao said sternly. Yes, your highness, Lanner said respectfully. Xiuning, have lunch here. After you finish eating, go back. Go to court as required. Do your official duties as required. Don't think too much about anything else. Just take it easy, Qin Xiao instructed. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll trouble you to take care of the children, Li Xiuning said politely. After finishing his lunch, Li Xiuning hurriedly left with 2 special forces soldiers. In all his life, this was the most frustrating time he had ever experienced. Honey, you are capable enough to help him solve all his problems. Why don't you help him? He looks several years older than I thought, Li Xiuning said with heartache. On the one hand, I want to hone his patience and willpower so that his future path will be easier. On the other hand, I want him to learn to cherish what is hard-won. Actually, I have no way to solve this now. Do you expect me to help your younger brother rebel against your father and brother? Let Xiuning think it through himself, and I will assist him from the sidelines. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Father and my elder brother are really too much. When they need Xiuning, they try their best to please him, bestowing titles such as General of the Heavenly Strategy and Minister of the Imperial Secretariat. When they no longer need him, they suppress him to the death. My elder brother actually tried to poison Xiuning. Is the throne really that important? He's even willing to harm his own family. He's utterly inhuman, Li Xiuning said indignantly. Everyone has their own ambitions, and no one can force anyone else. In fact, if the Tang Dynasty were handed over to your elder brother, it would be destroyed very quickly. Forget about conquering foreign tribes. It would most likely have to bow down and submit to them, Qin Xiao analyzed. That's true. He doesn't know how to use people. He has no tolerance for people, and no one will be willing to risk their lives for him. If the nomadic tribes of the grasslands invade, he will have no one to send. Li Xiuning sighed. You, as the eldest brother, are only capable of maintaining the status quo. In this environment where foreign tribes are eyeing us covetously, you simply cannot defend the country. Last time, if it weren't for Xiuning and us, how many more families would have been torn apart, and how many lives would have been lost? Qin Xiao said. That's true. We absolutely cannot be like the Sui dynasty, which perished after only 2 generations. We must find a way to prevent this from happening, Li Xiuning said nervously. Don't worry. I will absolutely not let Yang Guang's tragedy repeat itself. We are monitoring the situation closely, Qin Xiao assured him. Thank you, honey. I'll cook dinner for you myself. I'm sure you'll be satisfied, Li Xiuning said happily. You should just forget it. Taking care of our son is more fulfilling. Let me do the cooking. Qin Xiao quickly stopped him. What? You don't think much of my cooking? I can cook pretty well, Li Xiuning said confidently. The kitchen is full of fumes, which will easily turn my beautiful wife into a haggard old woman. I'm thick-skinned and can't stand the fumes, so I'll do it. You just sit here and wait to eat. Qin Xiao quickly explained. He was terrified. Li Xiuning had cooked for him before, but the dishes were so bad they were hard to swallow, burnt and salty. He had to drink water while eating and praise how delicious they were, which was pure torture. All right then. Thank you for your hard work, honey. Oh, by the way, why is our salt so fine and white, without any bitterness or impurities, so different from the salt outside? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. The salt outside isn't filtered enough, so it still contains toxic substances that can cause goiter if you eat it. Our salt, on the other hand, is extracted through a precise process, Qin Xiao explained. Oh, I see. Do you know how to extract it? How to make the salt from outside the factory the same as the salt we use? Li Xiuning asked curiously. Of course, no problem. This is too easy, Qin Xiao said without hesitation. Chapter 120 Su Li's Visit. As Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning were chatting enthusiastically, a guard outside came to report that a burly man who called himself Su Li had arrived at the gate to visit the prince consort. Su Li, Su Dingfang? How did this person know I live here? Honey, have you ever heard of him? Qin Xiao asked after thinking for a moment. Never heard of him. Is he famous? I need to know. Li Xiuning teased. Su Dingfang was known for his bravery and courage in battle when he was young. He followed his father to fight against rebels and bring peace to the village. At the end of the Sui dynasty, he joined the Hebei rebel army led by Dou Jianda and Liu Haida and made many military achievements. After Dou Jianda's defeat, he left the battlefield and lived a secluded life in the mountains. However, he was a valiant general who would later contribute greatly to the expansion of the Tang Dynasty's territory, Qin Xiao explained. Qin Xiao did not reveal what had not yet happened, and Su Dingfang did not begin to serve the Tang Dynasty until after Li Xiuning ascended the throne. He followed Li Jing on his northern expedition against the Eastern Turks. In the decisive night raid on Yinshan, Su Dingfang led 200 cavalrymen to be the first to charge into battle and broke through the Khan's camp, making a great contribution to the defeat of the Eastern Turks. In the second year of Xianqing, he was promoted to Grand Commander of the army for his meritorious service and began to take charge of his own affairs. He was highly appreciated and trusted by Emperor Gaozong of Tang for his outstanding military achievements and upright character, and was entrusted with important tasks on many occasions. Su Dingfang conquered the Western Turks, pacified the Pamir Mountains, subjugated Beich, and attacked Goguryeo. He destroyed 3 kingdoms in succession and captured their rulers alive in each one. He expanded the Tang Dynasty's territory westward to the Aral Sea in Central Asia, with its borders reaching Persia, and eastward to the southern part of the Korean peninsula. Afterwards, Su Dingfang successively served as general of the Left Valiant Guard and general of the Left Martial Guard, and was infeft as Duke of Qing. In his later years, he was appointed as the ambassador of Anji, and was fully responsible for the military defense against Tibet. Such extraordinary people are rare in history, so why would they suddenly come to visit him today? This made Qin Xiao very curious. Honey, let's go greet Su Li together to show how much we value him, Qin Xiao explained. Li Xiuning thought to herself, he's just a defeated general under Dou Jianda. Dou Jianda's 100,000-strong army was utterly defeated by Shimin at Hulao Pass. Even if someone has a promising future, does it really require me, the dignified princess, to personally greet them? However, since it was my husband who spoke, he must have his reasons. The two, each with their own thoughts, arrived at the gate and saw a burly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes standing straight and motionless. You must be Su Dingfang, General Su. I am Qin Xiao, and this is Princess Pingyang, my first wife, Qin Xiao said before Su Dingfang could even bow. This humble subject, Su Dingfang, pays his respects to Princess Pingyang and Prince Consort Qin. It is truly an honor for you to personally come out to greet me, Su Dingfang quickly said, bowing. General Su, no need for formalities. We are all from military backgrounds, so let's skip the unnecessary formalities, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Come on, let's go inside and talk, Qin Xiao said with a smile. The warmth of Qin Xiao and his wife surprised and delighted Su Dingfang. He never imagined that 2 people of such high status would be so friendly to him. Qin Xiao led Su Dingfang directly to the tea room and began boiling water to brew tea, which confused Su Dingfang even more. The dignified prince consort was personally serving him tea? What kind of treatment was this? Just what kind of person was he? Prince consort Qin, to be honest, I have come here today to seek refuge with you. Please do not look down on me as a mere barbarian, Su Dingfang said, standing up and bowing. Sit down and talk slowly. How does my tea taste? Also, why do you want to rely on me, an idle person with no official position? Qin Xiao handed over a cup of brewed Dahong Pao tea. Thank you, Your Highness. Ever since Dou Jianda's defeat, I have been disheartened and have retreated to the forests near Liangzhou City, where I live by hunting. Later, Liangzhou City was captured by 200,000 Turkic wolf cavalry. I only learned of the news when Liangzhou City was engulfed in flames. Later, I saw the people of Liangzhou City being rescued by hellish messengers carrying the Azura decree, and I stayed in the ranks of the people. When these messengers of hell were provoked by Li Yuanji and Ho Junji, only 80 of them dared to charge into the army of 100,000 in order to protect the people, including 5,000 of the renowned Xuanjia soldiers. I captured Ho Junji alive without batting an eye, intimidated Li Xiuning, and forced over 100,000 Liangzhou people to pass through. At that moment, I thought, if I could become one of them, it would be worth dying for. Su Dingfang said excitedly. General Su, the Helm Messengers are powerful, but they have nothing to do with me. If you want to join them, go find them. What's the use of joining me? Qin Xiao teased. Your Highness, you are joking. In order to find out their origins, I have vaguely heard that they are related to the king of Qin. Later, when the people arrived at Qishan City, they were ordered to enter Qishan City. When they had the logistics company inside escort the people to Lantian County, I felt that the headquarters of this mysterious team might be in Lantian County. Su Dingfang explained patiently. Then why don't you reveal your identity and follow the king of Qin? With the king of Qin's magnanimity, he won't care about your past. As long as you follow him and protect him, you'll be on your way to success. Qin Xiao asked, puzzled. I am not someone who seeks wealth and luxury. Since childhood, I have followed my father in battles across the country, hoping to enable the people to live a peaceful and prosperous life. Moreover, I am very curious about the messengers of hell, so I followed everyone to Lantian County. Although I never saw them again after arriving here, this place was simply paradise on earth. The lives of the people here were incomparable to any other place, not even the people of Chang'an. Having stayed here for so long, I've come to realize that you are their leader, and the entire Lantian County belongs to you. Su Dingfang said nervously. As expected of soldiers, they can see through everything. The Helm Messenger is what people call them. They are called the Azure Special Forces. There are only a little over 160 people. Now they will probably recruit nearly 140 more to make up the 300. If you're willing to join, I'll introduce you. However, let me make this clear beforehand. You'll start as a recruit, where any one of you could wipe out 100 men. Qin Xiao reminded him. How is that possible? Anyone can wipe out 100 people, so wouldn't everyone be more powerful than the generals and other armies? Su Dingfang exclaimed in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. As long as you are willing to study hard, you can do it. That day, the people of Liangzhou entered Qishan City because too many people moved in. This resulted in the king of Qin's 10,000 troops and more than 160 members of the Shura Special Forces being unable to enter the city and instead setting up camp in the wild, where they were ambushed by 60,000 enemy troops at night. The Special Forces scouts discovered the enemy's situation in time and made preparations in advance, annihilating all 60,000 cavalry. The king of Qin's cavalry suffered 2,000 casualties, while no one from the Special Forces was injured. The following night, we were ambushed by 30,000 Turkic wolf cavalry. I had received advance warning and rushed over. The enemy was completely annihilated, while our side suffered 6,000 casualties, and the Special Forces suffered no casualties. Qin Xiao explained. Prince Consort Qin, I am willing to join the Special Forces and start as a soldier. Please take me into the barracks. From now on, I will be one of your soldiers, Su Dingfang said excitedly. Chapter 121, Making Fine Salt. The next day, Qin Xiao slept in late. He was puzzled as to why Li Xiuning didn't wake him up. Normally, she would find an excuse to get him out of bed. What? His daughter misses him? What? His son wets his pants again? His daughter is only a few months old. How could she be conscious? Isn't his son wearing diapers? There was nothing he could do. Li Xiuning wouldn't wake him up, so he started pulling his ear. But today he slept until he naturally woke up. After he got up and washed up, he slowly came to the restaurant. After having breakfast, he realized that Li Xiuning was not in the house, nor were the two children. This made him feel very uncomfortable. The big house was so quiet. When he came out into the courtyard, he didn't see a single person, but he could hear sounds coming from outside the wall. When he opened the large bronze gate, the scene before him stunned him. Countless people were carrying loads and walking back and forth, with Li Xiuning directing them from the side. Two children, held by maids, were laughing happily. The open space was piled high with salt, so high it could be described as a mountain. Qin Xiao was almost speechless with astonishment. Yesterday, he had casually mentioned to Li Xiuning that it could be used to make fine salt, and today she had pulled this stunt. Qin Xiao didn't greet them. He turned around and went back into the house, bought more than a dozen large iron pots and gauze from the system, and then went back outside to have people go in and carry them out. He directed everyone to set up the large iron pot and began teaching them how to make salt. He didn't need to worry about leaks at all, because everyone here was a loyal subordinate who had followed Li Xiuning through thick and thin. The first step is dissolving. Proper heating helps the salt dissolve quickly. After pouring half a pot of salt into each iron pot, start adding water and then light the firewood. During this process, many impurities cannot be dissolved, and must be picked out and discarded manually. The second step was filtration. Qin Xiao made a filter using cotton fibers. The bottom of the wooden bucket was made into a grid pattern, and then the filter was placed on top to filter out the coarse brine. The final step is evaporation and crystallization. The brine from the wooden bucket is then poured into a clean iron pot, and a wooden stick is used to stir it constantly to prevent the solid and liquid from splashing. Finally, the residual heat is used to evaporate it dry. The precipitated crystals will adhere to the inner wall of the large pot. Use a spatula to scoop them out and grind them into fine salt. This process was quite lengthy, but Qin Xiao didn't slack off at all. He patiently taught the students throughout, and even did many things himself. As the saying goes, a man who works hard is the most charming. Li Xiuning was so engrossed in staring at Qin Xiao that she was lucky that she wasn't holding the two children, otherwise she wouldn't have even noticed if they had fallen. Honey, you're amazing. You even came up with this method. As long as we sell this salt, the people won't have to worry about getting goosebumps anymore, Li Xiuning said excitedly. This is too simple. It's not difficult for me at all. From now on, you will be in charge of all salt production and sales, Qin Xiao said without hesitation. Qin Xiao had no idea that his words would bring such misery to the 5 powerful families. The salt industry was not originally controlled by the imperial court, but rather by these powerful families. When the army went to war, there was no salt to eat, so each soldier carried a cloth soaked in vinegar. When their mouths ran dry, they would pick up the cloth and lick it to temporarily relieve the taste. Even the army was so short of salt, let alone ordinary people. The price of salt was several times that of grain, and it was monopolized by aristocratic families. Moreover, what they sold was coarse salt, and only nobles could afford fine salt. The birth of this snowflake salt will be a historic turning point and another fatal blow to the aristocratic families. Once it becomes widespread, they will face the prospect of exiting the salt industry. Okay, honey. Anyway, there's nothing much to do at home, so I'll take charge of producing snowflake salt. As long as we sell it in large quantities, the good days of the 5 families monopolizing the salt industry will be over. Li Xiuning said excitedly. What does this have to do with the Guan family? Isn't the salt industry controlled by the imperial court? Qin Xiao thought with a modern mindset. Of course it's not controlled by the imperial court. It's all controlled by the 5 powerful families. The prices are outrageously high. Ordinary people can only afford salt once every 2 or 3 days, Li Xiuning said indignantly. Ha ha, the 5 aristocratic families are going to be in big trouble again. As long as I get the paper mill and printing plant up and running, their doomsday will come. Qin Xiao said excitedly. That makes sense. You've already suppressed the grain trade. You've ripped off half of the perfume sets. You've dealt another blow to the charcoal business, and you've wiped out half of their private army. If all 3 of our products were to be released, they would be severely weakened, if not wiped out, and at best, barely cling to life. I really hope that day comes soon. Did you know that the downfall of Yangguang was also fueled by powerful families? People only know that Yangguang's 3 campaigns against Goguryeo and the construction of the Grand Canal led to the country's demise. Actually, that's only part of the reason. The powerful families controlled the economic lifeline of the Sui dynasty. Seeing that this dynasty was riddled with problems and had no further use, they began to sabotage it in secret, accelerating its demise, Li Xiuning said excitedly. So that's how it is. I really didn't know that. I never imagined that powerful families could have such influence that they could overturn the rise and fall of a dynasty, Qin Xiao said in surprise. So what if a powerful family is powerful? My husband still made them look like stray dogs. Don't underestimate yourself. With your abilities, you can definitely make any force rise or fall, Li Xiuning said admiringly. Don't idolize your husband. I'm just a legend, Qin Xiao said smugly. What a load of rubbish. You kidnapped me here, and then gave birth to a son and a daughter for you? You have such a deadly mouth of yours. You've completely fooled me. Li Xiuning reached out and grabbed Qin Xiao's ear. The 2 children saw them. The son shouted and laughed happily, while the daughter cried and danced around. These 2 contrasts stunned everyone. They believed that during Li Xiuning's pregnancy, Qin Xiao always said he wanted a daughter, while Li Xiuning expressed her preference for a son. Now, Li Xiuning is bullying Qin Xiao. Her son is gloating and clapping, and her daughter is protesting by crying in order to protect her father. Qin Xiao quickly broke free from Li Xiuning's clutches, ran over, and took his daughter. As soon as he hugged her, Nyonyo stopped crying and burst into laughter. This almost made everyone's jaws drop. How could a 6-month-old baby be so smart? Then it makes sense considering their parents. Keep showing off. My son is still the best to me. This daughter is just here to collect a debt. From now on, You'll be responsible for raising and educating her, Li Xiuning said with dissatisfaction. Chapter 122 Discussion on Relocating the Capital. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and autumn has arrived. Under the leadership of Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning, the people of Lantian County are living a prosperous life, and everyone is all smiles. The imperial court was in trouble, as the Turks began to invade the border again. After the last battle, they had learned their lesson and began to invade the Yuanzhou and Longxi areas of the Tang Dynasty in groups of 2,000 men, burning, killing, and looting. Fortunately, Liangzhou city had already completed its wall construction, and 30,000 soldiers had been transferred from Niangziguan, so they dared not attack. Meanwhile, urgent military reports from the border arrived at the imperial court like snowflakes. The civil officials, led by Pei Ji, the right minister, believed that the reason why the Turks had repeatedly invaded was simply because they wanted the wealth of Chang'an. Therefore, they suggested moving the capital. Once they reached another place, Chang'an would become an isolated city, and the Turks would stop coming. This made perfect sense, and Li Yuan immediately made the decision, which was also agreed upon by Crown Prince Li Jiancheng, Right Minister Pei Ji, and others. With the relocation of the capital already a fait accompli, and Li Yuan having already dispatched his minister Yuan Shiji to inspect the site, Li Xiuning stepped forward and resolutely opposed the move. Father, colleagues, the invasion of borders by powerful barbarians has been a common occurrence since ancient times. During the Western Zhou dynasty, there were the Rong and Di tribes. During the Qin and Han dynasties, there were the Xiongnu. And during the Northern and Southern dynasties, there was the chaos of the 5 barbarian tribes. Since the existence of enemies is a normal occurrence, running away is not a good solution. The Tang Dynasty had just been established and had finally gained prestige. But because of the Turkic invasion, it considered moving the capital to avoid disaster. What would the people of the world think of this? Did the prestige of the Tang Dynasty still exist? I, Li Xiuning, am a warrior. Hua Zubing, the Marquis of Champion of the Han Dynasty, was a general of the Han Dynasty who could drive away the enemy for thousands of miles. How much more so, I, Li Xiuning, am a prince of the imperial family and a general of the heavenly strategy. How could I be inferior to a general? Li Xiuning said with great pride. Seeing that everyone was stunned by his words, Li Xiuning immediately made a military pledge, promising that within 10 years he would surely bring down the head of the Turkic Khaganate. It was as if Li Yuan was instantly calmed down, and the proposal to move the capital was shelved. Did Li Xiuming's words really have such great influence that they could cause Li Yuan to change his imperial edict so frequently? Actually, no. Li Yuan's desire to move the capital was partly to avoid trouble with the Turks, but the most important reason was to keep Li Xiuning out of the picture. After all, whenever the Turks invaded, the Tang Dynasty would have to rely on Li Xiuning to lead the expedition, and Li Xiuning, who held military power, was always a threat to him and Li Jianqing. While there may be father-son bonds within the royal family, power ultimately takes precedence. So why did Li Yuan change his mind after Li Xiuming's suggestion? The answer lies in 2 words: comparison. A cowardly emperor who wanted to flee and avoid disaster, and a powerful vassal king who insisted on resisting foreign enemies. The difference in their abilities is immediately apparent. If Li Yuan had insisted on moving the capital, it would have likely caused a de facto split in the Tang Dynasty, especially since Chang'an was the birthplace of the Guanzhong aristocracy. Withdrawing from Chang'an, the Guanlong aristocracy lost its foundation, and this move would inevitably provoke a backlash from them. If the Guanlong aristocracy chose Li Xiuning, then Li Yuan would face the prospect of being abdicated. Xiuning, how many troops do you need to deal with the Turks? Li Yuan asked expressionlessly. Your Majesty, I do not need many troops. My men and 5,000 Xuanjia soldiers will suffice, Li Xiuning said with great pride. All right, granted. You shall depart tomorrow. Those military officers serving outside the capital can be incorporated into your command. Go and prepare, Li Yuan said with a smile. He was overjoyed. The 5,000 troops he had entrusted to Li Xiuning posed no threat whatsoever. As for the possibility of his men returning, what difference would it make? A general without troops is nothing more than a toothless tiger. Your subject obeys the decree. Thanks, Your Majesty. Your subject takes his leave, Li Xiuning said respectfully after receiving the imperial edict. After leaving the palace, Li Xiuning was extremely excited, finally able to bring his brothers back to his side, and Yu Qigong could also be released. He didn't rush back to the Prince of Qin's mansion. Instead, he took the imperial edict to the prison. When the warden saw the edict, he had no choice but to obediently ask Yu Qigong to come out. When Li Xiuning saw Yu Qigong, whose face was covered in dirt and whose hair was disheveled. His mood became heavy. He went over and removed the straw from Yu Qigong's hair. Li Xiumin's action moved the invincible monkey general on the battlefield to tears. Li Xiumin thought about it and realized that Yu Qigong was indeed wronged, having been imprisoned for several months without any reason. Li Xiumin did not mind his dirty and smelly body, but hugged him and patted his back to comfort him. Jingda, I'm going to attack the Turks tomorrow. Would you like to follow me on the battlefield and fight the enemy together? Li Xiumin said with a smile. Of course I'm willing. If generals don't go to the battlefield, are we going to let those civil officials who only talk all day go? Yu Qigong's words were as direct and sharp as ever. All right, now you go back and make preparations. I'm going to see my brother-in-law now and ask him if he has any good plans, Li Xiumin instructed. King Qin, I want to go too. I want to thank him. In the prison, he had him send me 3 meals a day from the peach blossom spring. If it weren't for the fine wine and delicacies he sent, I really don't know how I would have survived these days, Yu Qigong said excitedly. You should tidy yourself up first. Your 2 wives also miss you. If you have time, come over for dinner tonight, Li Xiumin instructed. I was so happy that I forgot about this. I'm worse off than a beggar now. King Qin, I'm so sorry to have dirtied your clothes, Yu Qigong said, his face flushed. We've been brothers for years. Why would we care about a mere piece of clothing? As long as you're all right, that's all that matters. Go back now, Li Xiumin urged. Li Xiumin was very meticulous. He did not leave on his own, but helped Yu Qigong into his carriage and took him to his residence before instructing the driver to head towards Lantian County. Upon arriving at the villa, Li Xiumin recounted in detail to Qin Xiao what had been discussed in court that day, a matter that greatly surprised Qin Xiao. He never imagined that the world's largest city would be abandoned so easily. Had Li Yuan developed Alzheimer's? How much manpower, financial resources, and material resources would it take to rebuild a city of this scale? Did he really think his Tang Dynasty was the richest in the world? Or was he moving the capital to prevent Li Xiumin from having military power? Although the Turks didn't send out 200,000 troops this time, they still invaded with at least tens of thousands. Li Yuan only gave Li Xiumin 5,000 Xuanjia soldiers. What did this mean? Did he intend to use the Turks to get rid of Li Xiumin? Lanner, go and fetch General He for me, Qin Xiao ordered. Yes, Your Highness. Lanner hurriedly went out and quickly brought He Panren in. This humble general pays his respects to the King of Qin and His Highness the Prince Consort. He Panren bowed and said, Battalion Commander He, enough with the small talk. Tomorrow, the King of Qin will be leading an expedition with only 5,000 Xuanjia soldiers. I order you to deploy the entire Special Operations Battalion and secretly await the King of Qin's command. Qin Xiao solemnly issued the military order. Yes, instructor. Go. Do some mobilization work, especially to reassure the new recruits. Each new recruit must be accompanied by a veteran on the mission, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, sir. Chapter 123 Guerrilla Tactics. Just as Qin Xiao and Li Xiumin were chatting, Yu Qigong rushed in, panting. Upon seeing them, he immediately gave a deep bow. Brother Qin, I will always remember your great kindness. Without your care, I would have been living a life of misery in the prison. Yu Qigong bowed again and said, Brother Yuqi, aren't you being too polite? The Peach Blossom Spring is also your property, so it's only natural that we send you some wine and food, Qin Xiao said with a smile. That's different. If it weren't for the care of the King of Qin and you, there would be no chance for a roughneck like me to invest in Shangri-La. It's an absolutely profitable business. This is practically giving me money to spend, Yu Qigong said excitedly. Jingda, you don't need to be so polite. Don't you know what kind of person my brother-in-law is? Just remember his good qualities in your heart, Li Xiumin said with a smile. Isn't this inappropriate? Yu Qigong said, scratching his head. All right, no need for further words. Let's do as Xiumin says. Now, let's discuss your strategy for this expedition, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother-in-law, is the fighting style different this time? Li Xiumin asked, puzzled. Of course it's different. Since the Turks have divided their forces to attack, do you think your 5,000 men are going to be chasing after them and exhausting themselves? You should know about Hu Xiubing, the Marquis of Champion during the Han Dynasty, Qin Xiao said casually. Who doesn't know Hu Xiubing, the Marquis of Champion? He defeated the Xiongnu so badly that they cried for their fathers and mothers. The Xiongnu even erected a statue in his honor. He is a role model for us all, Li Xiumin said with a look of admiration. All right, I want you to fight like Hu Xiubing. If you hurt the Turks badly, they will obediently lower their heads and beg for mercy, Qin Xiao said seriously. Brother-in-law, do you mean I should disregard the people of the Tang Dynasty travel thousands of miles to the grasslands, and attack their various tribes? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. Yes, this is the only way we can do it. Your good father only gave you 5,000 soldiers. If you had 100,000, you could have each of your men lead 5,000 to attack their 2,000 cavalry, Qin Xiao explained. However, I proposed the idea of 5,000 Xuanjia soldiers myself. My father asked me how many troops I needed, Li Xiuning explained. Alas, I really don't know what to say to you. Your father has received battle reports from various places and already knows the strength and tactics of the Turks. There's no need to ask how many troops you need. They just give you the troops directly. This isn't large-scale warfare. In fact, this kind of mobile warfare consumes even more troops. Here's a 16-word mantra for you. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy camps, we harass. When the enemy is exhausted, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. Use this tactic to annihilate the enemy army, Qin Xiao explained patiently. Brother-in-law, your tactics are brilliant. All right, I'll follow your plan and enter the grasslands to attack their territory, Li Xiuning said confidently. I believe you can do it. Later, have the Xuanjia army come over and give each of them 20 boxes of instant hot meals and 2 lighters. After entering the grassland, we will fight to sustain ourselves and kill their cattle and sheep to fill our stomachs. I hope that this battle will establish your fame on the grasslands, just like the champion Li Xiuning, so that the Turks will erect a statue for you and record it in their annals. Let their children dare not cry at night when they hear the name Li Xiuning, and let their women's blood boil at the sound of your name. Qin Xiao said loudly. Okay, I will definitely do it, and I will never let you down, Li Xiuning said confidently. Yes, winter is coming soon. Each member of the Xuanjia army should collect 2 wool sweaters, cotton-padded jackets, cotton shoes, cotton gloves, and 2 quilts. The grasslands are colder than here, so be careful not to freeze. Come back as soon as it snows. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with the Turks, Qin Xiao patiently instructed. Brother-in-law, don't worry. We'll take good care of each other. Besides, we have the special forces helping us, Li Xiuning assured him. All right, I've said what I needed to say and explained everything I needed to explain. You all need to take care of yourselves. Now, we've had dinner, so you can go back and make your arrangements, Qin Xiao said with a smile. All right, today I must properly toast Brother Qin a few cups to express my gratitude for the care he has given me over the past few months, Yuqigong said excitedly. You still have business to attend to later, so don't drink any alcohol today. You can bring some wine with you when you go into the grasslands, but make sure you don't get drunk. Today, we're drinking Coca-Cola. You've definitely never tried this before, so just think of it as a novelty, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Li Xiuning and Yuqigong were a little confused when they heard Qin Xiao's words. What was Coca-Cola? When Qin Xiao took it out, they stared at it without blinking. Honey, I don't think I've ever had this Coke before. Tell me, why are you hiding it from me? Don't you want me to drink it? Li Xiuning said unhappily. I'm innocent. There's just too much stuff in the warehouse, and I can't remember it all right now. I'm willing to give it to them all, let alone you, Qin Xiao said with a bitter face. Haha, brother-in-law, you have extraordinary abilities. Why would you be afraid of my sister? Li Xiuning said with a smile. No man in the world is afraid of a woman. Women are naturally weaker and less powerful than men, so why should I always give in to her? Because she is my woman, and I only accommodate her because I love her, Qin Xiao explained. Good indeed. You are a good husband because you love her and are willing to accommodate her. I want to learn from you. Li Xiuning clapped his hands and praised. I also want to learn from Brother Qin, Yuqigong said immediately afterward. Husband, I love you too. You are the best. You tolerate my willfulness and capriciousness, always accommodate me, and always consider my needs. Marrying you is the blessing I, Li Xiuning, have earned in my past life. Li Xiuning said with tears in her eyes. Women are made of water. That's absolutely true. Don't cry. Let's live a good life together and raise our 2 children to adulthood, Qin Xiao comforted her. Okay, I will educate him properly and raise him to be like you, Li Xiuning promised. And what about the daughter? I'll raise her to be even more capable than her mother, someone who excels in everything from music and chess to calligraphy and painting, martial arts, and strategy, Qin Xiao said happily. Honey, if our daughter becomes this capable, will anyone dare to marry her? You can't possibly let her grow up alone, can you? Li Xiuning said worriedly. Ha ha ha, sister, you're hilarious. My niece is only 8 months old, and you're already worried about her marriage. Li Xiuning burst into laughter. Wife, you're so amazing, yet you still married me. Don't worry. I guarantee our daughter will find a perfect husband, Qin Xiao assured her confidently. How many people in this world are like you? I only found you by sheer luck. Oh no, you stole me away, Li Xiuning said shyly. Chapter 124 Super Dad. After seeing Li Xiuning and the others off, Qin Xiao went to the basement storage room and purchased more than 10,000 lighters and instant hot lunchboxes, as well as 500 kilograms of gasoline from the system. Then he asked Loner to call He Panrin to bring the team over to collect the things, and then he went to play with his son and daughter. Now, the two children can walk. Most children don't start walking until around their first birthday, but these two little ones can already walk without adult support. Qin Xiao couldn't figure out what was going on, and could only conclude that his and Li Xiuning's genes were too strong. As he watched his daughter Niao run towards him with joyful cheers, he quickly opened his arms to welcome her. Niao jumped into his arms, but after a short while, she turned and left. This frustrated him greatly. Fortunately, he had servants to watch over him. Otherwise, he would have had to follow closely behind to prevent any accidents. A short while later, his son rushed over as well. Taking care of these toddlers who have just learned to walk is more tiring than when they couldn't walk, especially with two children. This has kept Qin Xiao extremely busy. Fortunately, there was a slide outside, and Lizzie and a group of children were playing outside. Otherwise, the noise would have really driven him crazy. Qin Xiao used to hear people say that taking care of children was too tiring and that it was not as comfortable as working in a factory, but he did not believe it at the time and thought they were just talking nonsense. Now that he has experienced it firsthand, he knows that what they said is true. If it weren't for so many people helping to take care of him, he and Li Xiuning alone probably wouldn't even be able to cook a meal, let alone eat. Honey, were you just as mischievous and troublesome when you were little? Li Xiuning asked with a smile. What do you mean? Why would you ask that? Qin Xiao asked, puzzled. Look at your son and daughter. They're so young and already so mischievous. Aren't they just like you? Li Xiuning said with a smile. Were you a very well-behaved child? Qin Xiao teased. Of course I'm obedient. I raised Shimin and Xuanba. Li Xiuning said proudly. I think you're their boss. You're always ordering them around. Otherwise, why would a girl become a general? Qin Xiao teased. That's because Chai Xiao is too incompetent. My father raised an army and left me and him behind, but he actually abandoned me, saying he was going to help my father. But I can't just sit here and wait to die. I was forced into this situation. Li Xiuning complained. That's right. It's because I knew your marriage was unhappy that I went to save you and pull you out of your misery, Qin Xiao said, making up a story. Whether what you said is true or false, I want to thank you. You saved my life and gave me the right to choose again, Li Xiuning said emotionally. Just kidding. Actually, I just like you and want to marry you. That's all. Since you came into my life, it has become so much more colorful, Qin Xiao said with a grin. Ding. Qin Xiao has accepted a mission. I won't answer. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A powerful electric current touched Qin Xiao's thigh, and Qin Xiao jumped up in pain. The two children thought their father was going to play with them, so they quickly ran over. Honey, what's wrong? Are you all right? Li Xiuning asked worriedly. It's nothing. I just suddenly got a leg cramp, Qin Xiao quickly explained. System, you win. I'll take it. If you had done this earlier, there would have been no harm. You're such a jerk. Listen carefully. Before your son and daughter can speak, teach them to write 100 words or recognize 200 words. How is that even possible? Besides, my genes are so strong, it's very likely that they'll all be talking in another month. Stop being conceited. No matter how powerful you are, you'll still have to wait until after your first birthday. If you complete the mission, you'll be rewarded with the most powerful off-road vehicle. If you fail the mission, you'll be subjected to a baptism of 9 bolts of lightning. System, what exactly are you? Why can you summon lightning? This seems like something only a god could do. I don't know why either, but I like to be happy. If you make me unhappy, I'll send you on a month-long trip to the desert. You're so tough. You're the boss. I'm scared of you. I promise to complete the mission. Xiuning, why don't we teach the child to read? Qin Xiao said helplessly. Husband, are you crazy? Our child is only 8 months old, and Lizzie is over 3 years old and still hasn't learned to read. Li Xiuning exclaimed in surprise. Qin Xiao was speechless. But what could he do when the system was causing trouble? Was he really going to be struck by lightning 9 times? Or he would be reduced to nothing? Qin Xiao did not reply to Li Xiuning immediately. Instead, he went to the basement, purchased a pre-Tang Dynasty comic book version of the 3-character classic from the system, and gave it to Li Xiuning. Children should be nurtured from a young age. Teaching them to write will help them speak faster, and their pronunciation will become more standard. This book, 3-character classic, is designed for children's early education. It is rich in content, and the illustrations are more likely to attract children's curiosity. If you don't believe me, You can have Lizzie and the others come over and see if they like this book, Qin Xiao explained. All right, as long as Lizzie and the others like it. I agree to let you discipline our children. This three-character classic is indeed much better than other primers, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Qin Xiao had no choice but to continue buying copies. Only after everyone had a copy did he call Li Xiuning and the others in, have them sit down, and then give each of them a copy. This book is called the Three-Character Classic. You have 15 minutes to read it. Raise your hand if you like it, and the book will be yours. If you don't like it, return it to me, Qin Xiao instructed. Actually, Qin Xiao was trying to persuade the children that they had never seen such a beautiful picture book before, and now that it was being given to them, who wouldn't like it? In no time, everyone raised their hands, including Qin Xiao's two children. Seeing their older siblings raise their hands, they cheered and raised their hands as well. Honey, look how much the kids love it. You don't have any objections now, do you? Qin Xiao said smugly. You're really something. From now on, you'll be in charge of teaching all the children to recognize and write characters. Li Xiuning said with a smile. I feel like something's not right. I was only supposed to teach my son and daughter. How did I become the teacher of all the children? Qin Xiao said, scratching his head. Teaching 2 is the same as teaching 10. Is there any difference? Shimin has already instructed you to educate his children. This time, you are fulfilling your promise to him, Li Xiuning said seriously. It seems there is such a thing. Okay then, I'll be their mentor, Qin Xiao said seriously. Chapter 125 Parenting Knowledge. Qin Xiao was suffering greatly, but he couldn't say it. In front of Li Xiuning, he had volunteered to teach the children. He couldn't very well tell her that the system had forced him to do so. The two children had just learned to walk and were at a curious and active age. They were unwilling to listen to Qin Xiao's arrangements and continued to do as they pleased, rummaging through drawers and cabinets looking for things they didn't even know they were looking for. Li Xiuning was happy to have some free time, which made Qin Xiao very anxious. If he didn't complete the task, the system might really mess him up. Every day, she racked her brains trying to figure out how to get them to calm down and write. After half a month of effort, her two children hadn't learned a single character, while Li Xiuning and his friends had learned several hundred characters. Moreover, she was very interested in the three-character classic and even spent much less time on the slide. Seeing that her older brothers were not playing much anymore, Lizzie also studied it seriously with them. Honey, have you noticed something? Li Xiuning said with a smile. What's wrong? Qin Xiao asked weakly. Among the children here, Qian is the oldest. Under his guidance, the other children, including Lizzie, have also come to enjoy learning, Li Xiuning explained patiently. Honey, what's the use of this? Our two kids still don't like studying. Qin Xiao complained. Sai, you're too close to the situation to see clearly. Haven't you noticed that we two little ones are particularly close to Lizzie? Li Xiuning continued to explain. That's right. In your opinion, I should teach Qian and the others, then have them teach Lizzie, and then have Lizzie teach our children. Qin Xiao asked excitedly. Smart. This is called one thing subduing another. You're currently under the control of these two little ones. How could they possibly listen to your arrangements? Why don't you try my method? Li Xiuning said with a smile. Okay, I'll give it a try, Qin Xiao said excitedly. Lizzie, your godfather has something to tell you. Godfather, go ahead and say it. Lizzie is listening. Lizzie put down the pencil in her hand and said, Lizzie, you must work hard to learn to read and write from your older brothers, and teach what you have learned to your younger brothers and sisters. Once they can write 100 characters, your godfather will reward you with a very beautiful dress and a teddy bear as big as Xiongda. Qin Xiao began to coax the child. Really? Lizzie said in surprise. Of course it's true. When has your godfather ever lied to you? Qin Xiao assured him. Okay, let's pinky swear. I'll be a dog if I lie. To make sure it was true, Lizzie pulled out her most powerful trump card. Okay, pinky promise, you can't let it fall for 100 years. Qin Xiao helplessly hooked his little finger with Lizzie's. Uncle, I want one too. Li Xiuning exclaimed. Uncle, I want one too. Uncle, I want one too. All right. As long as you study hard and teach Lizzie diligently, each of you will have a sword that can make a sound, Qin Xiao promised. Thank you, Uncle. The system doesn't have real guns or cannons, but it has plenty of toys at cheap prices, making it the perfect choice to entertain children. Just as Li Xiuning said, when Qin Xiao brought the two children to Lizzie's side, and Lizzie taught them seriously, they not only did not leave or cry, but instead listened quietly. Qin Xiao felt this was too unbelievable. The two naughty little devils didn't listen to him, their father, but listened to Lizzie, the baby. Wife, you're amazing. How did you discover that these two little ones listened to Lizzie? Qin Xiao said excitedly. People of different ages will hang out with their peers because they share a common language, Li Xiuning explained. But our child can't even speak yet. How can he possibly have anything in common with Lizzie? Qin Xiao said, puzzled. Although they can't speak, in their minds Lizzie is a little older than them and can be a playmate. Why are Xiaojie and Nyonyo having so much fun together? Li Xiuning said with a smile. You mean, those two little brats also play with peers? They don't like playing with adults? Qin Xiao asked after thinking for a moment. Of course, even though they can't speak, they know what kind of playmates they need, Li Xiuning explained. Sigh, taking care of children is much more tiring than marching and fighting a war, especially our two children who can't even speak yet. We have no idea what they want, Qin Xiao sighed. Then take this book on parenting knowledge that you gave me and read it carefully. You'll discover some things you don't know. 2 kids are already giving you a headache, and you still want me to have a bunch of kids for you. Li Xiuning teased. Giving birth is easy, but raising a child is hard. Now I finally understand that feeling. Qin Xiao sighed. It's good that you know. In the future, you should spend more time on your children. No matter how capable you are, it's useless if our descendants don't learn from you, Li Xiuning advised. I know, my dear wife. I will definitely educate Xiao Jia and Nyonyo well and make them even more capable than us, Qin Xiao promised. I hope you keep your word. Sigh. I wonder how Shimin and the others are doing now. Li Xiuning said worriedly. Shimin and the others will definitely be fine. Besides, they have 300 special forces members protecting them, and the Xuanjiao army is the strongest army in the Tang Dynasty, Qin Xiao reassured them. How could I not worry? Before my mother passed away, she told me to take good care of my younger brothers. Of my 3 brothers, only Shimin is left now. I'm such a bad older sister, and I've failed my mother's wishes. If something happens to Shimin again, I really don't know how I'll live, Li Xiuning said sadly. No, there will be absolutely no accidents. Shimin has mastered the unparalleled spear technique and is wearing armor that is impervious to swords and spears. How could anything possibly happen to him? Qin Xiao explained. It's better to be safe than sorry, but Shimin absolutely cannot be harmed. Otherwise, what will happen to his wife and children? Li Xiuning became more and more agitated as she spoke. Have you forgotten that I rushed over and saved Shimin when I found him in danger last time? I will keep an eye on him and let you know immediately if anything happens. Qin Xiao comforted him. Thank you, my husband. Meeting you in this life is the greatest blessing I have ever had. I thank God for his love and care, Li Xiuning said, her eyes red. You're just too sentimental. You're overthinking things. We're husband and wife. We're going to spend the rest of our lives together, and even if we die, we'll be buried together. Qin Xiao comforted Li Xiuning, patting her back. Chapter 126 Encirclement and Reinforcements. After Li Xiuning gathered all his generals who were stationed outside the region, he told them all the strategies that Qin Xiao had told him, without mobilizing a single soldier from the local area. After listening to Li Xiumin's words, no one had any objections, and their purpose was very clear. They rode off towards the grasslands. Although they occasionally encountered a few Turkic cavalry units of 2,000 men on the road, they were directly wiped out. Now that the Xuanjiao army is equipped with repeating crossbows and spears, its combat power has increased countless times. After 7 days of frantic travel, Li Xiuning and his men finally entered the grasslands. Once inside, they immediately split into 5 teams, all communicating via walkie-talkies. These 5 teams transformed into hellish ghosts, specializing in reaping the lives of nomadic tribes on the grasslands. Almost every tribe they encountered was left utterly annihilated. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Li Xiumin's deeds had spread across the grasslands. Some people admired him greatly, while others wanted to organize a large army to destroy him. Among them was Jili Khan. To Li Xiuning actually dared to venture deep into our grasslands with his army alone. Isn't he afraid that he will never be able to return? Kagan Jeli said angrily. Great Khan, you must not underestimate Li Xiuning. He is definitely a very capable ruler. We have clashed with him several times and have not gained any advantage. On the contrary, we have suffered considerable losses, Tuli Khan advised. Yes, Tuli, you are right. Last time, we did suffer heavy losses. Li Xiumin's abilities are quite good. How much did we lose this time? Jeli Khan sighed. Great Khan, more than 20 of our tribes, large and small, have been wiped out by Li Xiuning, and they are still searching for tribes to attack us, Tuli Khan reported. Order that all troops attacking the Tang Dynasty be withdrawn. Liang Shidu, Lu Haida, Yuan Junzhong, and Yang Jingdao shall each send 30,000 troops to surround Li Xiuning. I want to make Li Xiuning fertilizer on the grasslands, said Jeli Khan with great ambition. However, Qin Xiao had already anticipated his plan. In fact, Qin Xiao only told Li Xiuning how to fight guerrilla warfare, without revealing the other objective, to besiege a point and attack reinforcements. Moreover, Li Xiuming's formidable army, once fully mobilized, could not possibly surround them even with 100,000 troops. Therefore, Qin Xiao underestimated his opponent. Yes, Great Khan, I will give the order immediately. Li Xiuning will pay a bloody price and be left forever on our great grasslands. Li Khan said confidently. Go. Be careful in everything you do, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, Li Xiuning and his men were boasting to the Special Forces soldiers. The Special Forces soldiers were not wearing masks, and once they entered the grassland, no one knew anyone else. They were like wild horses, killing indiscriminately. Many of the new recruits were people from Lantian County. When they first saw the corpses and blood, they vomited incessantly, even vomiting bile. But after vomiting for a while, they got used to it. Half of the soldiers were women, who had already been baptized in blood and fire, so they didn't feel any discomfort. Su Dingfang became even more courageous. Your face is unfamiliar. Are you a newly recruited soldier? Why did you not feel any discomfort when you killed someone for the first time? Did you serve in the army before? Li Xiuning asked with a smile. Your Highness, my name is Su Lai, courtesy named Dingfang. To be honest, I used to follow Do Jianda, but after his defeat, I went into seclusion in the mountains, Su Dingfang explained. Yes, I've heard of you. You are indeed a formidable general. Joining the Special Forces is the clearest choice you could make. From now on, do your best, and your brother-in-law will definitely not treat you unfairly, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. That's what I thought too. Prince Consort Qin is simply a genius. He can even come up with this kind of training method and has also learned unparalleled spear techniques. It would be hard for him not to be amazing, Su Dingfang said with a smile. Everyone laughed. Before, when there was no meat to eat, I thought about eating meat every day. Sigh. Now I'm a little afraid of eating meat every day. If I eat meat for another month, I'll feel like throwing up whenever I see meat. Shi Junmai said with a frown. Ha ha. In the past, the only way to get beef for Yao Jin's family was to commit suicide. But now, we can eat beef and mutton every day, and you're still being picky. You're really ungrateful. Yu Qigong said with a grin. Big Blackie, you still have the nerve to say that? Every time my family slaughters a cow, you're the first one to run over, grab a cow by its hind legs and run away, just like a robber, Chung Yaojin said indignantly. Hee, aren't we brothers? It's a pity my cow can't commit suicide, so I can only bask in your glory. Otherwise, where would I go to satisfy my craving? Yu Qigong said, scratching his head. You two rascals, Daozong, you came with us this time too. Father and the crown prince must be unhappy. How are you going to explain this to them when you get back? Li Xiuning asked worriedly. There's nothing to explain. What the crown prince did was heartless. He completely disregarded brotherly affection. He could do this to you, his own brother, let alone me, his cousin. Li Daozong said angrily. Sigh, I never expected that brothers would end up like this. I really don't know what my elder brother was thinking. Is it because of father's favor that he can act so recklessly? This time, I really want to thank Qin Xiao. Without his military intervention, I don't know when my old brothers and I would have been able to reunite. In return, we should kill more Turks, so that old man Jelly knows that we Tang people are not sheep, but a fighting nation even fiercer than wolves. Li Xiuning said with a smile. The king of Qin is right. If it weren't for Qin Xiao, I would still be sleeping with fleas in the prison. Yu Qigong continued. Ha ha. Reporting to the king of Qin, a large number of Turkic cavalry have appeared 10 miles away. Please give your instructions. The voice of the scout came through the walkie-talkie. How many Turkic cavalry are there? From which direction are they coming? Li Xiuning asked. They are present in all directions, with a force of at least 200,000. Understood. Continue monitoring. Be careful, and all teams assemble here, Li Xiuning ordered. It seems that all the troops that Qin Xiao sent to invade the Tang Dynasty have been recalled. My brother-in-law's move was brilliant. Now, he plans to gather all his forces to annihilate us, Li Xiuning explained. He's really dreaming. He doesn't even look at our strength. Even if he doubles his troops, we can still break through. Qin Xiao said confidently. Brothers, check your weapons and equipment. This is the last battle. We've made enough money. It's time to go home. First and foremost, prioritize safety and kill as many enemies as possible, Li Xiuning instructed. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 127 Breaking Through the Encirclement. As all the troops converged on Li Xiuming's side, Li Xiuning also took out his binoculars and looked in all directions. Indeed, as the scouts had said, there were enemies all around. Among them were many soldiers dressed in Han Chinese armor. Li Xiuning knew, of course, who these people were. A bunch of traitors who betrayed the country and served as dogs for barbarians. Without hesitation, Li Xiuning took out the megaphone he had gotten from Qin Xiao and shouted, "Brothers, it doesn't matter whether the other side is wearing animal skins or armor. Whether they are Han Chinese or barbarians, if they are enemies, they will be killed without mercy. Yes, Your Highness." Li Xiuning took the lead and rushed towards the Tang Dynasty, with his army following closely behind. The enemy's arrows bounced off them without causing them any harm. With each swing of their spears, the Xuanzhao army and special forces would knock many enemies off their horses. In the midst of a massive cavalry battle, anyone who fell from their horse was doomed. Li Xiuning, like the tip of an arrow, charged forward bravely and was invincible. Seeing their commander so fierce, everyone's morale soared to unprecedented heights, and they all became like tigers descending from the mountain. Jili Khan was no ordinary man. He had a much larger military force in the direction of the Tang Dynasty than in other places, and he placed almost 2/3 of his troops in this region. After a fierce battle that lasted for a short while, the Turkic army suffered countless casualties, but there was still a massive army ahead. Khan Jili planned to exhaust Li Xiuning and his men with sheer numbers. "Everyone, throw 2 tear gas canisters each. After that, break out with Wang Bin and we'll go home together," Li Xiuning roared. "Go home, go home." Each person quickly pulled out tear gas canisters from their waist, pulled the pins, and threw them into the distance. Instantly, smoke filled the air, and coughing and painful screams could be heard. Li Xiuning led his army to break through to the front. The Turkic soldiers, who had been hit by tear gas, had turned from fierce wolves into docile lambs, and then into dead sheep in an instant. Li Xiuning quickly broke through the encirclement and sped south. Everyone's armor was stained with blood, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. This time, Li Xiuning learned his lesson and did not send any messengers to Chang'an to report the victory. He did not want Li Yuan to know that his battles were so formidable. He feared that if Li Yuan or Li Jianxing found out, they would be wary of his abilities and wouldn't even let him command the Xuanzhao army anymore. In that case, he would truly become a general without any troops. They ran all the way until they entered Yumen Pass, where they stopped to rest. The Special Forces members all put on masks and separated from them, going into the shadows. These veterans used to fight soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals, with both armies setting up their formations and then charging into battle. They never imagined that battles could be fought like this. Originally, Li Xiuning had told them, and although they didn't object verbally, they were still somewhat resistant in their hearts. But now they have truly witnessed how to eliminate the enemy in motion. "King Qin, how many enemies have we eliminated this time?" Cheng Yaojin asked excitedly. "I'm not entirely sure of the exact number, but it's probably around 100,000. Pharmacists, do you know?" Li Xiuning said with a smile. "King Qin, I don't have an exact number either. In the early stages, we eliminated 32 tribes of varying sizes, which should have numbered 50,000 to 60,000. In this decisive battle, the Turks lost at least 60,000 to 70,000. Together, the total should be 120,000, Li Jing explained. "My God, 120,000. I really didn't expect that our mere 5,000 plus people could wipe out so many enemies. This is unbelievable," Yu Qigong exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I really can't believe it. Moreover, we didn't suffer any casualties. In the past, if we had to kill so many Turkic soldiers, we need at least double their strength, and will suffer countless casualties to achieve this result," Qin Xiao said excitedly. "This is all thanks to the king of Qin and his brothers. They taught us a different way of fighting battles. This is such a huge gain. It's incredibly profitable," Li Ji said excitedly. "Actually, all the credit should go to my brother-in-law. His talent is truly beyond my reach. He can win battles from afar. This tactic was originally a strength of nomadic peoples, but now it has become our tactic for killing the enemy. This is called using their own methods against them." Li Xiuning laughed heartily. Brother Qin's strategy is truly brilliant. Now, there are no more Turkic soldiers left in the territory of the Tang Dynasty. Not only have we wiped out so many enemies, but we have also forced the invading army of the Tang Dynasty to retreat on its own initiative. Li Daozong was also very excited. "Haven't you seen how capable your kids who joined the special forces are? If they were to lead a large army on their own, they would be more than capable and would surpass you in no time," Li Xiuning said with a smile. "Ha ha ha. Who wouldn't want their descendants to surpass them?" These people's smiles were genuine. They were proud of their past choices and happy that their sons were now so powerful. "King Qin, are we really not going to report our victory to the emperor?" Cheng Yaojin asked cautiously. "Let's not do it. Once father and the crown prince find out how powerful we are, they'll become suspicious of us again. It's so hard for us brothers to get together, and they'll try every means to separate us again, Li Xiuning said, frowning. King Qin, let's not report so much about our entry into the grasslands and the killing of enemies. We can say that we have driven all the Turkic troops out of the Tang Dynasty's territory, Li Jing said after thinking for a moment. The pharmacist's words make sense. We'll do as you say. I'll write the memorial and have the messenger deliver it to the palace, Li Xiuning instructed. Just as Li Xiuning finished writing his memorial and sent 2 Xuanjia army soldiers to Chang'an to report the victory, Qin Xiao also received news that Li Xiuning and his men had broken through the encirclement and returned to the Tang Dynasty. What? Li Xiuning actually broke through the encirclement of more than 200,000 troops? What are you all good for? You're all a bunch of useless trash. Qin Xiao roared angrily. Great Khan, Li Xiuning is too cunning. He has resorted to the same old trick, using that smoking thing that makes people lose their fighting ability. After everyone inhaled that smoke, they had no way to continue fighting. Li Khan explained. That's no excuse. You have over 200,000 people, but how many are they? A mere 5,000. If any one of you took a piss, it would be enough to drown them all, Qin Xiao said angrily. But those 5,000 soldiers were all Xuanjia soldiers personally trained by Li Xiuning. Arrows couldn't penetrate their armor. Back then, Li Xiuning only led 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers to wipe out Do Jianda's 100,000 troops, Li Khan explained desperately. Fool, can Do Jianda's fighting strength be compared with our steppe warriors? How many of his 100,000 troops are cavalry? We are all cavalry. Qin Xiao slapped Tuli across the face. Chapter 128 Sun Simiao's Visit. Qin Xiao is very busy, extremely busy. He needs to personally teach more than 50 teachers mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and even punctuation and pinyin to them. The children also needed him to personally teach them the 3-character classic. When he had no other choice, he had to order a high-priced audio version of the 3-character classic from the system for each child. As long as he pressed any character, a beautiful female voice would read it aloud. This method does work. When the children get these things, they press them and they make sounds, and they play with great interest. But then another problem arises. It's fine if one person presses it, but if everyone presses it, it becomes noise. Qin Xiao could only have them study in groups of 3, with each group having only one book. Of course, Li Lizzie was assigned to a group with Xiao Jie and Yonyo. After everything was arranged, he left Li Xiuning to supervise the children and then hurriedly went to the basement to give a lesson to these future teachers. Qin Xiao never imagined that one day he would become a teacher, let alone teach these well-read people of the Tang Dynasty and the future crown prince and princess. Before he came to the Tang Dynasty, he was a college student majoring in archaeology, and it was impossible for him to become a teacher. Now he teaches everything. Having arrived in the Tang Dynasty, he spent the first 6 years of his life in a state of boredom. But now he's so busy he's practically running around, talking until his throat is hoarse. Yet these scholars still can't understand him, which makes him so angry he wants to curse. Your Highness, there is a Taoist priest outside requesting an audience, a maidservant said as she approached. A Taoist priest? Is it Yuan Tiangang or Li Chunfeng? Just invite them in. Qin Xiao said casually. No, he calls himself Miaoying Zhenren's son Shichong, the maid replied. Who exactly is this person? Why can't I find such a person among historical figures? Qin Xiao wondered. You can study on your own and exchange ideas, but please don't be too loud and disturb others, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, sir. Led by the maid, Qin Xiao arrived at the main gate and saw an old Taoist priest with white hair and a youthful face standing by the bronze gate, wearing a Taoist robe and a kind smile on his face. May I ask, Master Miaoying, what brings you here to offer your guidance? Qin Xiao asked politely. So you are Qin Xiao, the prince consort Qin? Master Miaoying asked in return. That is me. Oh, seeing is believing. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. At such a young age, he cares deeply for the people, is unafraid of powerful figures, and is also exceptionally handsome. He is truly a rare talent, 1 in 100 years. Master Miaoying praised him enthusiastically. Master Sun, you flatter me too much. May I ask what brings you here? Qin Xiao was completely bewildered. Today, I came here to see the legendary you. Well, now that I've seen you, I'll take my leave. I hope you will stay true to your original aspirations and continue to work for the well-being of the people. After saying this, Master Miaoying turned and left. Qin Xiao wouldn't stand for it and quickly grabbed the other person, saying, Master Sun, you're a guest. Since you're here, please come in and have a cup of tea to quench your thirst. If you leave like this, people will think that I, Qin, don't know how to treat guests. Qin Xiao wouldn't let this old man leave easily. Judging from the old man's otherworldly demeanor, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, at such an advanced age, he could still easily climb the mountain. All right, I'm a bit thirsty, so I'll take my leave. I hope Princess Pingyang won't mind, Master Miaoying said with a smile. Qin Xiao became more and more confused by his explanation. Just as he led the Taoist Master Miaoying, Li Xiuning looked up and was instantly stunned when she saw the Taoist behind her husband. Xiuning greets Physician Sunday. Li Xiuning quickly stood up and bowed. Li Xiuning knew this man who had been invited to serve by 3 emperors but had refused each time, and he respected him greatly. Moreover, their relationship was quite special. This old man has met Princess Pingyang. Last time you were poisoned by an arrow, I was gathering herbs in Changbai Mountain. Later, I learned that you were saved by Prince Consort Qin. It seems that your husband's medical skills are also very superb, Master Miaoying said with a smile. Dr. Sun, could you be the legendary Medicine King, Dr. Sun Simiao? Qin Xiao suddenly realized. Medicine King? When did I acquire such a title? Sun Simiao asked with a smile. Qin Xiao slapped his forehead, realizing he had gotten too excited. The title of Medicine King was given by later generations and had not yet been bestowed. Sun Simiao was born in the 7th year of the Datong era of the Western Wei Dynasty, 541 AD, and died in the 1st year of the Yongchun era, 682 AD, living to the age of 141. This lifespan is exceptionally long, not only in ancient times, but also in modern times. Oh, this is a name I gave you out of respect for you, sir. You could have just told me your real name earlier. Why did you have to use miraculous response immortal Sun Shichang? Qin Xiao said with dissatisfaction. Xiuning, your husband is interesting, 10 or even 100 times better than that Chai Xiao. You have excellent taste and made the right choice, Sun Simiao praised. Dr. Sun, I didn't choose Qin Xiao. I was kidnapped by him. Moreover, he demanded that I write a divorce agreement for Chai Xiao. He's so domineering, Li Xiuning said coquettishly. Qin Xiao was very curious as to why Li Xiuning was so casual with Sun Simiao. Were they that close? I like this kid. He went to the palace all by himself to bring you out, and he disobeyed imperial orders several times. Even your father couldn't do anything about him, and he is very kind to the people, Sun Simiao said with a smile. Husband, let me formally introduce you to the divine physician Sun Simiao, who is also my godfather. He has treated my injuries many times, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Oh, I see. Why didn't you say so sooner? I'm so embarrassed. Since he's your godfather, he's also my godfather. Come on, let's go into the tea room and chat. I'll personally brew some tea for you to try. I'm sure you'll be satisfied, Qin Xiao said happily. The 3 entered the tea room. While the water was boiling, Qin Xiao came out and bought a traditional Chinese version of a Western medicine book and the Qing Nong Jing from the system before returning to his seat. Grandpa, it's our first meeting. I didn't know your hobbies, so I'm giving you these books as a gift. I hope you won't find them offensive, Qin Xiao said with a smile. It's rare for you to have such filial piety, so I'll accept it. I have 1,000-year-old wild ginseng here, which I dug up on Changbai Mountain. I'll give it to my godfather-in-law as a gift, Sun Simiao said with a smile. When he picked up the top book, his smile vanished, and his eyes were fixed on the book, as if afraid the words on it would disappear immediately. Grandpa, what's wrong? You haven't caught barley disease, have you? Qin Xiao, quickly take a look at Grandpa. Li Xiuning called out anxiously. Xiuning, I'm fine, but who is your husband? How come he even has Hua Tuo's Qing Nong Jing, which has been lost for over 400 years? Sun Simiao exclaimed. Chapter 129 Medical School. Grandpa, according to Qin Xiao, his master is indeed a godlike figure, basically omnipotent. Therefore, Qin Xiao's abilities are also extraordinary. Where in the Tang Dynasty can you find what you are seeing now? Li Xiuning explained. So that's how it is. You dare to defy imperial edicts, offend the 5 clans and 7 noble families, and even beat up the prince of Tian. There's no one like you in history. Qin Xiao, where is your master now? Is there any way for this old man to see him? Sun Simiao said with a smile. Grandpa, his master went to travel the world a long time ago, and I never even met him, Li Xiuning explained. Grandpa, you're joking. The other medical books here are about a different kind of medicine. You can learn from them. If you can combine them, it would be a breakthrough in medicine, Qin Xiao explained. Okay, then I'll take it back and study it carefully. Since you said so, I'm sure I'll gain some unexpected insights, Sun Simiao said happily. Grandpa, how long do you plan to stay in Chang'an this time? Li Xiuning asked happily. There's no exact time frame. It could be anywhere from 10 days to a month, Sun Simiao replied after a moment's thought. Grandpa, are you leaving so soon again? Are you traveling all over the place just to admire the beautiful mountains and rivers of the Tang Dynasty? Qin Xiao provoked. Admire my foot. I've traveled all over the country just to reduce the suffering of more people from illness, Sun Simiao said with a laugh. Then I'd like to ask you, since you started studying medicine, how many patients have you treated? And how many lives have you saved? Qin Xiao asked with a smile. I've treated at least 4,000, if not 5,000. As for how many lives I've saved, that should be over 1,000. Sun Simiao said, frowning. Grandpa, after all these years of practicing medicine, you've only treated so few people. It's not that I'm being disrespectful, but actually, it's quite a failure, Qin Xiao joked. It's easy for you to talk when you're sitting here. You tell me, what constitutes success? Sun Simiao said defiantly. If we build a medical school, train a large number of doctors, and then build hospitals in cities around the world, and send these medical school graduates to these hospitals, how many doctors do you think we could have each year? Qin Xiao explained. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, simply ingenious. This way, countless lives can be saved in a year. This method is superb. Sun Simiao clapped his hands and exclaimed. Grandpa, if you were to become the dean of this medical school, would you be willing? Qin Xiao asked. Of course, that's no problem. As long as the old man has a breath left, he can definitely teach many students. But what do we need to do now? Sun Simiao patted his chest and assured him. Actually, I've already started building a school and recruited many teachers. After they undergo my standardized training and pass the assessment, they'll be allowed to work, Qin Xiao explained. So, according to you, should I also recruit a group of doctors, and after I teach them all, they can then teach students? Sun Simiao said with a smile. Yes, the Taoist saying is that 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. In fact, the principle is the same. Once the students graduate, a group of outstanding students can be selected to stay in the academy and continue to be teachers, Qin Xiao continued to explain. Yes, this is a good method. As long as you persist, you can repeat it indefinitely. However, I suggest that those who enter medical school should be younger, as it will be easier for them to learn, Sun Simiao explained. You can arrange this yourself, but you must learn to read. My school arranges it this way. From age 6 to 15, all your food, clothing, and lodging will be provided by the school. We only get 1 day off out of 7 days. The other 6 days we can't leave the school grounds. This way, we can concentrate on learning, Qin Xiao explained. Great. This is indeed a good idea. This way, the children's studies won't be affected by their family's trivial matters, Sun Simiao said excitedly. Then let's arrange things this way. This way, you won't have to travel around so much anymore. You can stay here in peace, and Xiuning and I can fulfill our filial duties, Qin Xiao said happily. This tea is quite good. How can there be such delicious tea? How did you make it? Sun Simiao asked in surprise. This tea is called Dahong Pao, and it comes from the south. There's nothing mixed into the tea leaves, and the processing is quite complicated. If you're interested, I'll write about it later, Qin Xiao explained. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. I'll probably be very busy in the coming days and won't have time to study this. The few books you gave me are enough to keep me occupied for a long time, Sun Simiao said with a smile. Grandpa, you'll be living with us here from now on. It'll be easier for us to take care of you, Li Xiuning said happily. How can that be? It will disrupt your normal life as a young couple. I'd better find another place to stay. Sun Simiao quickly refused. Grandpa, how about this? Before the medical school is built, you can stay here with us. Once it's built, you'll have your own dean's office and housing, and then you can move in. Qin Xiao explained. All right, then let's do it your way. If there's anything in this book that you don't understand, you can ask me directly, Sun Simiao said happily. At this time, a servant came to report that lunch was ready. As for the teachers, a special canteen was set up for them to eat in. Grandpa, you must try the dishes my husband invented. They taste amazing, Li Xiuning said happily. Okay, then let's go and have a look. You've really found the right husband. He can do everything. It's unbelievable, Sun Simiao said with a smile. The three arrived at the restaurant, where several children sat at a separate table, served by maids. Dishes were gradually placed on the table. Grandpa, have a bite of this braised chicken. It tastes really good. Li Xiuning picked up a piece and placed it in the empty bowl in front of Sun Simiao. Good. You are all so filial, Sun Simiao said happily. Grandpa, let me toast you. This liquor is quite strong, so let's drink it slowly. Qin Xiao specially bought Matai liquor to offer to Sun Simiao. Well, I'll have to try it properly and see if it's as strong as you say, Sun Simiao said with a chuckle. Grandpa, You should drink the first sip slowly. This baijiu is indeed very strong, just as my husband said. I'm not used to it. If you can't drink it either, then drink some wine with me. Li Xiuning instructed. You're a really caring girl. Qin Xiao really hit the jackpot marrying you. Sun Simiao laughed heartily and then downed his liquor in one gulp. Chapter 130 Visiting Liangzhou City. Li Xiuning did not rush back to Chang'an, but instead detoured to Liangzhou City. Although everyone there had lived in Chang'an for a long time, they were all stunned when they saw the enormous scale of Liangzhou City. No one could believe that in just a few months, all the city walls had been built, with walls 4 zhang wide and 5 zhang high, and many shops and houses had also been constructed. Upon entering the city and seeing over 100,000 people busy at work, they felt relieved. However, another problem arose. This was not a labor service conscripted by the imperial court, where everyone had to be paid. How much money would be needed for this task each day? They began to admire Qin Xiao. Only someone like him could have such a bold idea, and the cost of building this city would be astronomical. The money they invested might not even be enough to pay for the construction of the city wall. They hadn't even covered half of the area when it got dark. King Qin, I have never seen such a magnificent city before. This is the first time I have ever seen one. It is truly incredible. Such a city is enough to withstand the attack of thousands of troops, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed. This is truly magnificent. I can't even imagine what it will look like once it's finished. I heard that all the windows in the houses will be made of glazed tiles. What will that cost? Li Jing said in surprise. This city is definitely the second largest city in the Tang Dynasty, and even the second largest city in the world. In fact, its level of luxury will surpass that of Chang'an. With this magnificent city standing here, the northern barbarians will stop here and will not dare to cause any more trouble. Li Ji exclaimed. That's not necessarily true. My brother-in-law once told me that even the most fortified castles often crumble from within. This place will need a very capable person to guard it in the future, so that the enemy won't have any opportunities to take advantage of it, Li Xiuning said with a frown. But right now, the emperor doesn't know who he will send to guard this place. What if he sends an incompetent person? Wouldn't that be giving this priceless city away to those barbarians for nothing? Yu Qigong said excitedly. Don't worry about that. My brother-in-law is such a capable person. How could he not have thought about this? If he didn't know how to protect Liangzhou City, he wouldn't have spent such a high price to build it, Li Xiuning explained. The king of Qin is right. Everyone has witnessed Brother Qin's abilities. He always considers things very far in advance, so it's impossible that he didn't think of this issue, Cheng Yaojin said confidently. Yaojin is right. We really don't need to worry about that. Take this incident for example. If Brother Qin hadn't made preparations beforehand, Liangzhou City would have been occupied by the Turks long ago, Niu Jinda said, standing up. All right, let's get a good rest tonight. Then we'll spend another day sightseeing tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow we'll set off back to Chang'an, Li Xiuning instructed. Very well, thank you, King Qin. Everyone said in unison. Li Xiuming's battle truly showcased the might of the Han people. Since the time of Emperor Wu of Han, when Marquis Huizubing fought such a battle, there had been no one like him. This time, Li Xiuning fought even more fiercely, so fiercely that the Turks both feared and worshipped him. Everywhere, people made mud statues of Li Xiuning, which infuriated Jelly Khan. In his anger, he killed several sheep and ate one of them in one go. That bastard Li Xiuning is a complete bandit. He killed my people and stole countless cattle, horses, and sheep from me. I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Kagan Jelly cursed as he gnawed on a lamb leg. In the past, we were the ones plundering the Tang people, but this time it's the other way around. Has Li Xiuning lost his mind? If the Tang Dynasty didn't have Li Xiuning, we could just raid Chang'an. Tili Khan analyzed calmly. That goes without saying, but how could Li Xiuning not be there? Some time ago, our spies stationed in Chang'an sent a message that Li Jiansheng invited Li Xiuning to a banquet and poisoned his wine, but he still didn't die, Kagan Jelly said angrily. Li Xiuning is really lucky. I've heard there are many assassination organizations in the Central Plains. Why don't we pay them to kill Li Xiuning? Tili Khan thought for a moment and said, this is indeed a solution, but what if it fails? Kagan Jelly asked worriedly. That's just how it is. Nothing is ever 100% certain. How about we kill all those Tang people who buy wool and milk on our grasslands? Tili Khan said helplessly. That won't do. Since we acquired them, we have gained more wealth and are able to wage war. In the past, we invaded the Tang Dynasty for wealth, but now it's mainly for revenge, Kagan Jelly explained. Great Khan, should I contact the assassin organization? Tili Khan asked. Then you should contact them first and ask about the price. I estimate it won't be low, After all, Li Xiumin's fighting prowess and status are undeniable, Kagan Jelly said, frowning. Yes, I will go and make the arrangements right away, Tili Khan said, bowing. Li Xiumin had no idea that Jelly Khan had planned to assassinate him, and that danger was closing in step by step, while he was still on his way to Chang'an. This time, it was not as grand as last time. It was rather quiet and deserted. Li Yuan did not send out a single person from the court to greet him. Instead, the people of Chang'an spontaneously organized a welcoming ceremony, with countless people standing on both sides of the street to welcome the triumphant heroes. At this moment, Li Xiumin was also deeply shaken and realized what Qin Xiao had once told him. The people don't care who is the emperor. They will support whoever can provide them with a peaceful and prosperous life, free from worries about food and clothing. Nothing else matters to them. Back in the Taiji Hall of the Imperial Palace, Li Yuan simply smiled and offered some perfunctory words of encouragement before dismissing him. Li Xiumin and all his subordinates received no reward whatsoever. In fact, Li Yuan did not reimburse them for the instant hot meals they obtained from Qin Xiao. Seeing Li Jianqing's mocking expression, Li Xiumin was already used to it and showed no dissatisfaction. After bowing and taking his leave, he returned to the Prince of Qin's residence. Guanyinbi, why didn't you go to stay with your sister? Li Xiumin asked in surprise. Since Erlang is going to war, as his wife, of course I must stay home and take good care of everything, waiting for your triumphant return, Changsun Wugo said excitedly. Thank you, madam. I, Li Xiumin, am truly blessed to have married a wife like you. Tomorrow, let's go to my brother-in-law's house together. It's been so long since I've seen the children. I wonder how they are doing. I really miss them, Li Xiumin said happily. Don't worry at all. With your sister and brother-in-law watching over things, what could possibly happen? If anything does happen, it just means you're getting smarter and smarter, Empress Zhongsun said with a smile. Chapter 131, Failed Hijacking. Tili Khan used his connections to find the headquarters of the Seven Killers, located near Qingzhou City at Sunset Mountain. However, he was intercepted by their sentries shortly after entering the mountain. When he explained his purpose, the other party made a request. All his followers should wait where they were, and Tili Khan must blindfold himself and follow them. Tili Khan was also very helpless, but he could only do as the Romans do and follow their rules. He walked for about an hour before stopping. When the blindfold was removed, the bright light was too much for his eyes to adjust to. When he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in a large hall with more than 10 people sitting on either side of him. Sitting in the main seat directly in front of him was a burly man. Everyone wore an extremely ugly mask, so their expressions were completely hidden. Welcome, distinguished guests from afar. For you have graced our humble abode with your presence, the man at the head of the table said in a loud voice. Are you the leader of the Seven Kills sect? Tili Khan asked excitedly. Yes, you must be the Turkic Kagan, Jelly Khan. Let me have someone explain our rules to you first, said Ma Wei, the sect leader. Whether we're killing one person or 1,000, we only send out 7 people each time. No more, no less. We assess the opponent's capabilities and then decide what level of people to send, Elder Yang Yong explained. Tili Khan, as my 5th elder just introduced. Who are you here to help me kill today? Ma Wei said expressionlessly. I want to kill Li Xiumin of the Tang Dynasty, Tili Khan said directly. Li Xiumin, the Prince of Qin of the Tang Dynasty? Yes. I can't kill this person unless you come up with 1,000,000 strings of cash. What? 1,000,000 strings of cash? Not only can I not do that amount, even Kagan Jelly couldn't do it, Kagan Tili said in surprise. See a visitor out, please. After Tili Khan was taken away, the elders and protectors of the Seven Killings sect couldn't help but wonder why they didn't take such a big business opportunity. Sectmaster, why not take this job? Although Li Xiumin's generals are very fierce, they don't have close protection, while we can assassinate him in the middle of the night, 5th Elder Yang Yong asked, puzzled. 5th brother is confused. Li Xiumin is the Prince of Qin of our great Tang Dynasty. The Tang Dynasty was built by him. If we kill him, who will be able to resist these barbarians? Once the nomadic tribes of the grasslands sweep in, will there still be any place for the Han people to live? Do you really want the tragedy of the 5 barbarian invasions to repeat itself? You must understand that you are Han Chinese first, and then assassins. We must have our own principles, and not just make money from any source. Also, if we cause chaos to break out, do you think those reclusive ancient sects will let us off easily? I have some news to share. Not long ago, all 10 elders of the Miao witchcraft sect, located in Shelu Mountain, Luoyang, were killed overnight. And this person, the one who wiped them out single-handedly, is Qin Xiao, the husband of Princess Pingyang, and the brother-in-law of Prince Qin, Li Xiuning. If we kill Li Xiuning, do you think he will let us go? Sect leader Ma Wei said. Reporting to the sect leader, why did you ask for 1 million strings of cash? Elder Qin Xiao asked. Well, as long as he can come up with that much money, we should at least give him half up front. If we take the money and don't do anything, what can they do to us? If we have this much money, what's wrong with leaving here? Ma Wei said casually. Sect master, you just said that Qin Xiao, the husband of Princess Pingyang, is really that powerful? Second elder He Chunming asked. Qin Xiao's kung fu has reached the level of a grandmaster or above. He can use his internal energy to control music to kill people, and he can also kill people from a distance. Even more terrifying, he could control fire. All the goo worms of the 10 elders of the Miao, which clan were killed by the fire he unleashed from his palm. Ma Wei explained. Reporting to the sect leader, isn't the grandmaster level the highest level in martial arts? Is there anything beyond that? Yang Yong couldn't help but ask. Martial arts are divided into 7 levels: acquired, innate, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial golden core, core shattered into infant, and martial primordial spirit. You are only at the initial stage of grandmaster, so of course you don't know. I am only at the initial stage of great grandmaster now. However, at my level, I'm already considered a master in this world, but I can't compare to those reclusive sects that have existed for hundreds or thousands of years, Ma Wei explained. Thank you for your guidance, sect master. If you hadn't told us, we would still think that grandmaster was the peak. Qin Xiao said excitedly. I didn't tell you because I was afraid of discouraging your enthusiasm for martial arts cultivation. Once your heart for martial arts wavers, it will cause your cultivation to regress. Remember, practicing martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. We need a more resilient heart than ordinary people to improve our skills more quickly, Ma Wei advised. Thank you for your guidance, master. Everyone said in unison. Tuli Khan returned to the foot of Sunset Mountain, furious, and led his men on horseback towards the Turkic territory. He had to tell Jili Khan what had happened there. Your Majesty, I have just returned from the 7 Killings Gate at Sunset Mountain in Qingzhou. Tuli Khan said breathlessly. How's it going? How much did the 7 Killings sect offer to kill Li Xiuning? Kagan Jili asked impatiently. Great Khan, the 7 Killings sect master is going too far. He actually asked for 1 million strings of cash. Tuli Khan said angrily. Outrageous. They're absolutely obsessed with money. I've decided to send you with 100,000 troops to wipe out these shameless bastards. Khan Jili said furiously. Your Majesty, please don't. Sunset Mountain has a complicated terrain. I entered from the bottom of the mountain blindfolded. Moreover, they are all experts. If we don't wipe them all out in one fell swoop, we'll be subjected to endless assassinations, and we won't even be able to eat in peace, Tuli Khan explained. Then are you expecting me to just swallow this insult? I have never suffered such humiliation before. Khan Jili roared. Great Khan, we must prioritize the greater good. Our target is not some Jianghu sect like the 7 Killings sect, but the Tang Dynasty's empire and Qin King Li Xiuning, who has repeatedly defeated me, Tuli Khan explained. Tuli, what you say makes sense. Yes, our goal is to seize the Tang Dynasty's territory and wealth. Thank you. It was my impulsiveness that nearly led to this disaster. Kagan Jili said sincerely. Great Khan, you don't need to be so polite. This is all I should do, Tuli Khan said politely. Chapter 132, Completing the Mission. 2 more months have passed, and the year is drawing to a close. The Lunar New Year is just around the corner. In this year, Li Xiuning has fought 5 battles and wiped out countless enemies, but the results have not been satisfactory, which is quite frustrating. Qin Xiao is different. He had a son and a daughter, built countless factories, and brought a good life to the people of Lantian County and even the surrounding counties. The professor produced a large number of teachers, settled the most outstanding doctors in the Tang Dynasty in Lantian County, and started the construction of a medical college. 1/3 of Liangzhou City has also been completed. When Li Xiuning and his wife arrived at his villa, they were stunned. They never expected that in just a few months, Li Chengqian and the others had already learned to write more than 1,000 characters, and even the little girl Lizzie could write 500 characters. What's even more unbelievable to them is that Qin Xiao's 2 children can also write. They don't know exactly how many characters they can write, but it has already shocked them. These 2 are little kids who are not even a year old yet. Xiuning, shall we make a bet? Qin Xiao said confidently. What are we betting on? Li Xiuning asked with great interest. I bet my son and daughter can write 100 words, Qin Xiao said proudly. How is this possible? They're not even a year old yet. Li Xiuning exclaimed in surprise. Then do you dare to bet with me? Qin Xiao challenged. No betting. Li Xiuning refused without hesitation. Erlang is so clever. If we make a bet with my brother-in-law, we're sure to lose, Changsun Wugo praised. You two work together so well, but it's right not to gamble. Have you ever seen your brother-in-law lose? Li Xiuning said with a smile. Father, mother, I have a secret to tell you, Li Lizzie said excitedly. What secret is it, my dear daughter? Li Shimin reached out and picked up Li Lizzie. Father, it was I who taught my younger brother and sister to write, Li Lizzie said proudly. Really? Li Ji is amazing, Li Shimin praised. Lizzie, your godfather is giving you a task. If you complete it, you'll be rewarded with new clothes, a big bear, and a pretty hair clip, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Does this mean I have to help my younger siblings write more than 100 characters? Li Lizzie asked, pouting. Lizzie is so clever, let's begin. Let your father and mother see how capable you are, Qin Xiao coaxed. Okay, I guarantee I'll complete the mission, Li Lizzie said confidently. Li Xiuning took out a ballpoint pen and a notebook with grid paper and placed them in front of the three of them. When Li Lizzie picked up the pen, Xiao Jie and Niu Niu followed suit. Seeing the words written in the notebook, Li Shimin was astonished. His two little ones, who couldn't even speak yet, could write so many words. This is truly incredible. They simply cannot understand how this can be communicated. When they saw the three characters, Run Zhi Chu, Xingbeng San, at the beginning of life, human nature is good. As a group, they were even more surprised. This kind of simple, easy to understand, and knowledge-rich material is the best book for children's early education. No other book can compare. Brother-in-law, did you also make up the content of this? This is definitely the best book for children's enlightenment. It is easy to understand and teaches children to be kind from a young age, Li Shimin said excitedly. This is called the Three-Character Classic, and it is indeed a book for children to learn. It will also be used in first grade in schools, and each character will have pinyin marked on it, Qin Xiao explained. This name is so fitting, 3 characters in a group. Oh, and what's the pinyin? Li Shimin said in surprise. This is also a font combination I invented, making it easier for illiterate people to learn. There's also a set of characters used in arithmetic, from 1 to 10, which can be combined freely. Qin Xiao explained as he wrote. Not only were Li Shimin and his wife stunned, but Sun Ximiao and Li Xiuning were also shocked. They never imagined that arithmetic could be done in such a simple way. Honey, why didn't you bring out this math method sooner? Li Xiuning said anxiously. Are you going to learn this too? But it won't be of any use to you. Qin Xiao asked, puzzled. Fool, we have so many businesses. If we teach this arithmetic to those accountants, wouldn't they be able to easily calculate the accounts? Li Xiuning explained. That makes sense. When the time comes, you can make arrangements to gather all the accountants together, and I will teach them all at once. I also have mnemonics and addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, please take the trouble to tell us your incantation first, Li Shimin said impatiently. Qin Xiao had no choice but to patiently explain it to everyone. Originally, everyone only had a vague understanding, but after Qin Xiao's careful explanation, it became clear to them. While everyone was engrossed in arithmetic, Xiao Jie was the first to finish writing more than 120 characters, followed by Niu Niu. Li Lizzie, on the other hand, was half a quarter of an hour slower than them. This may be due to the difference in physical constitution. Qin Xiao and his wife are a peerless master and the #1 female war god of the Tang Dynasty. The child born from their union will definitely have a physical constitution that surpasses that of ordinary people. Li Lizzie inherited her mother Zhangsun Wugo's illness, and her constitution was worse than that of ordinary people. Fortunately, Qin Xiao often treated her, which enabled her to write so many words in such a short time. You 3 are the best, and Chengqian, Qingke, and Kuer are also very capable. Wait here, I'll go get you your gifts right away, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, godfather. Qin Xiao went into the storage room, took out the sword that could make noise, then took out a teddy bear that was taller than him, and stuffed several crystal hair clips into his pocket. When he took out all the things, the children were overjoyed and came over to take their things. Qin Xiao even specially put a beautiful hair clip on Li Lizzie. Congratulations to Qin Xiao for completing a difficult task. As a special reward, he is given a 5-meter-long off-road vehicle. This vehicle is more robust than a tank, with all the glass being bulletproof. It is equipped with automatic driving and full navigation. When Qin Xiao heard the system's introduction, he was overjoyed. He could now take his wife and children on a trip. But then he realized the system hadn't allowed him to leave yet, and he started to feel frustrated. He wasn't in a hurry to claim the reward, since it wouldn't be of any use now, as the road hadn't been built and there was no way to get down the steps. Qin Xiao excitedly invited everyone to lunch and toasted everyone with a glass of wine. Everyone thought it was because the two children could write 100 characters, and they were happy. Chapter 133 Enrollment begins. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 8th year of Wuda, which was also the first birthday of the two children. Qin Xiao invited everyone over for a meal to celebrate the birthdays of the two little ones in a lively and festive manner. The road leading to Lantian County is already under construction, and once the weather warms up, it will be paved with concrete and transformed into a wide cement road. The two little ones have completely different personalities. Nyo is very brave and often plays with the little brown bears and tigers. She even climbs on their backs to ride. Xiao Jia, on the other hand, is timid and doesn't even dare to walk up to them. Qin Xiao was also very curious and couldn't understand why. Boys are usually bolder, but now it was the opposite. Wife, were you brave when you were a child? Qin Xiao asked curiously. When I was a child, I was very brave. Shimin, Yuanji, and Xuanba all obeyed my orders. Anyone who dared to disobey would get a spanking. Of course, I couldn't command my eldest brother, as he was more than 10 years older than me, Li Xiuning said proudly. So that's how it is. It seems our daughter inherited your personality. She's fearless too. Look at her, always fighting with little brown bears and riding big worms, Qin Xiao exclaimed. Were you brave when you were a child? Li Xiuning asked curiously. I wasn't very brave when I was a child, and I would occasionally get into fights with other kids my age, but that was because they provoked me. Overall, I was rather introverted, Qin Xiao explained. It seems our son has the same personality as you. No wonder you prefer daughters. It turns out you were afraid your son would have the same personality as you. Actually, this personality trait can be cultivated gradually later. Are you timid now? With such an amazing father like you, your son and daughter will definitely become very capable. Li Xiuning comforted her. That's true. I can cultivate even a spoiled brat into a pillar of society, let alone our children. I can definitely make them exceptionally outstanding, Qin Xiao said excitedly. Ding! Congratulations, Qin Xiao. Liangzhou City is 50% complete. You are allowed to go to Liangzhou City to inspect the work. However, you can pass through other cities, but you cannot enter them. That's great. I can finally go out for a walk. I've been so bored. Qin Xiao replied excitedly. Qin Xiao, I'm warning you again, watch your words. I can only call myself lousy if I do. If you call yourself lousy in front of me again, I'll make you my grandson. Sun Tzu is also quite good. Back then, the military strategy he created was called the art of war, which has been passed down for thousands of years. Even the military academies in the United States are studying his military strategy. Don't give me that nonsense. If you dare to call yourself I again, this system will make you Li Shimin's little rascal. Okay, you're awesome. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Honey, do you want to go out and have some fun? How about we take the kids out and check on how the construction of Liangzhou City is going? Qin Xiao said happily. Great. When shall we set off for Liangzhou City? Li Xiuning asked excitedly. Let's make preparations and set off in 5 days. What do you think? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Have you taken care of the student recruitment? We really don't know when we'll be back from this trip, so I suggest you get the recruitment for the schools and medical school settled before you leave, Li Xiuning instructed. All right then. I'll make the arrangements. After I start enrolling students and finish things here, I'll set off. I'm just too eager to see Liangzhou City, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, if you all leave, what if something happens at home? How can I talk to you about it? Li Shimin asked anxiously. Don't worry. I'll know as soon as your life is threatened, and I'll rush back to help you, Qin Xiao explained. Thank you, brother-in-law. I'm relieved now, Li Shimin said, bowing. Why don't you move your whole family here? In case of any trouble, I have special forces, brown bears, and big insects protecting you. There will be absolutely no safety issues. This Azura talisman is equivalent to the tiger tally of the imperial court. It can mobilize the Azura special forces. Keep it with you for now. In case anything happens, you can mobilize them for your use, Qin Xiao explained. Thank you, brother-in-law. I am deeply grateful. I will always remember your help, Li Shimin said respectfully. All right, we're all family. No need for sentimentality. Just keep things in mind, Qin Xiao said calmly. Brother-in-law, how long will it take you to return this time? Li Shimin asked. It's hard to say. The timing is uncertain, and I'm not familiar with the situation in Liangzhou City. If what's done doesn't meet my requirements, then they have to be demolished and rebuilt, Qin Xiao explained. All right then. You must be careful when you're out and about, especially since the two children are still young, Li Shimin instructed. Don't worry. We'll take good care of ourselves. You also need to take good care of yourself and your family. Be careful of your older brother. He's acting a bit crazy lately and doing things in extreme ways, Li Xiuning instructed. Don't worry. I will be careful and will definitely not meet with him alone, and I will also avoid conflict with him, Li Xiuning explained. Xiuning, in 7 days, I will be opening both the Lantian County Elementary School and the Lantian County Medical College. You and your men will come and cut the ribbon together. You can also learn about this. Once you're in power, you can implement this method. With the establishment of the entire Tang Dynasty, you'll have all the talent you need, Qin Xiao explained. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will definitely come over in advance to ask you for advice on what to do, Li Xiuning said modestly. Over the next few days, Qin Xiao was busy with various tasks, including recruiting 1,000 students each for the medical school and primary school, and setting up academic and basic arithmetic courses for the medical school. However, when students came to register, Qin Xiao was stumped. The number of students registering for primary school reached 3,000, and for medical school, it reached more than 2,000. Originally, no one applied to medical school, but when people heard that the legendary physician Sun Ximiao was going to be the dean, many parents changed their minds and applied to medical school. And these 5,000 people are far more than that. Many people from other counties in Chang'an City are still on their way. Once all these people have signed up, how will they be settled? These two schools were already quite large, each capable of accommodating 2,000 students. The problem was that there simply weren't enough teachers, especially for the medical school, where Sun Ximiao had to bring back all 12 of his disciples who were working elsewhere. They recruited many doctors in Chang'an for training, but it was still not enough. After discussing with Qin Xiao, they decided that each teacher would lead 10 classes, and they would look for more teachers. They recruited 4,000 students, registered all the remaining students, and continued to build the school. Once the school was completed, they would then settle these students. Chapter 134 Driving Trip. Qin Xiao finally finished everything, handed over the household affairs to Changsun Wugo, and set off with Li Xiuning, Lan'er, and the two children. Because the cement road hadn't been built yet, Qin Xiao couldn't take the car out. He handed the two children over to Li Xiuning and Lan'er, and carried 2 large suitcases down the mountain. Li Xiuning and Lan'er were also very puzzled as to why Qin Xiao had not led his treading snow without a trace, horse, or any other horse. Could it be that he had already asked Ma Sanbao to prepare a carriage in Lantian County? Husband, why didn't you bring Ta Shuewu Hen with you? Did you have Sanbao prepare the carriage? Li Xiuning couldn't help but ask. Xiuning, I've prepared a divine chariot. This chariot was left to me by my master. It can travel 1,000 miles a day, let alone 2,000 miles a day. We'll set off in this chariot later, Qin Xiao explained. Honey, is there really such a magical car? Where is it located? Li Xiuning asked in surprise. Don't worry, we'll see it when we get down the mountain. Qin Xiao continued to explain. Li Xiuning and Lan'er, filled with doubts, followed Qin Xiao down the mountain. In fact, Li Xiuning also really wanted to go out for a walk. Since marrying Qin Xiao, she had stayed in the palace for 10 days and had never gone out. Honey, where's that amazing car you were talking about? Li Xiuning asked impatiently as soon as they arrived at the open space at the foot of the mountain. If we walk a little further, we'll see it soon, Qin Xiao instructed. All right then, but please don't lie to me, Li Xiuning instructed. Don't blink. Lousy, by your command, bring out my divine chariot, Qin Xiao said in a mystical manner. Suddenly, a 5-meter-long black SUV appeared in front of everyone, which startled Li Xiuning and Lan'er so much that they almost dropped the child they were holding. The two put the child on the ground and began to touch and examine the SUV, their eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Daddy, are you really a god? Like the gods on TV who can perform magic? Nyonyo clapped her hands and cheered. Nyonyo, do you like this car? I'll drive it and take you guys out to play later, okay? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Oh, Daddy is so nice. We can go out and play now? Nyonyo clapped her hands happily. This car has a very large interior space with 7 seats and a very large trunk. If you fold down the back seats, 2 adults can lie down comfortably. After Qin Xiao put the suitcases down, he flattened the back seat, opened the car door, carried the 2 children into the car first, then let Lan'er get in, opened the passenger side door, let Li Xiuning get in, and then sat in the driver's seat and started the car. Everyone sit down, let's go. Qin Xiao reminded everyone. Let's go, Nyonyo said excitedly. Qin Xiao was worried that everyone might feel uncomfortable or get carsick, so he opened the sunroof cover so that they could look up and see the blue sky. He also opened the window a little. The accelerator was pressed lightly, and the speed was relatively slow, but this still startled Li Xiuning and Lan'er. They never expected that this large iron box could roll on its own without the help of horses or oxen. Honey, Why does this car move by itself? Li Xiuning couldn't help but ask. This is the power of technology. It works on a similar principle to the wooden ox and flowing horse from the Three Kingdoms period, except that Zhuge Liang used wood to make them. But I use iron, and I'm more advanced than him. I can run for a long time. However, the only drawback is that it needs a kind of fuel to run, Qin Xiao explained. Honey, what kind of fuel is it? Tell me. I've been to many places, so if you describe the characteristics, I might have seen it before. Li Xiuning said happily. This is something called petroleum, a very black oil that's hard to wash off your hands once you touch it. I remember there's a lot of petroleum in the Shiwei area, but I don't know about other places, Qin Xiao explained. Haha, you're wrong about that. There's a village less than 100 miles from our Chang'an city, and you can find something like that there. Moreover, it kept overflowing, making the river water undrinkable for the villagers, so everyone had to work together to dig a well. Li Xiuning said with a smile. Really, that's wonderful. We'll relocate all the villagers from there to Lantian County, providing them with housing and jobs, and letting their children go to school for free, Qin Xiao said excitedly. After calming down and thinking it over, he realized he had really been confused. Changqing oil field is located in Shaanxi province, and it's even larger than Daqing oil field. Yes, the villagers will definitely be willing to move here. When we come back from our trip, we'll get things done, Li Xiuning said happily. Qin Xiao saw people on the road ahead and unconsciously honked the horn. The pedestrians were startled and jumped up. Li Xiuning was also startled and almost hit her head on the roof of the car. Don't be afraid. This is called a horn. Pressing it once is to remind pedestrians or vehicles ahead that I'm coming and please make way, Qin Xiao explained. Honey, you can't just press this button randomly. If there are horses or carriages ahead and the horses get startled, it'll be troublesome, Li Xiuning advised. Qin Xiao, still thinking in the modern way, had no idea that the horses would be startled. It was only after Li Xiuning reminded him that he realized the seriousness of the matter. Yes, my wife is right. I definitely won't honk the horn so easily next time, especially when there are horses around, Qin Xiao replied. The car drove out of Lantian County and onto the official road. Although it was all dirt road, it was at least 10 meters wide, making it very comfortable to drive on. Qin Xiao increased the speed to 60 miles per hour and started playing music again. Along the way, whether walking or riding horses, people stopped to watch this car that they had never seen before. They were very puzzled. Why would such a dark, iron box move on its own, and even faster than a horse? Honey, you scared these people. You're going faster than a horse. One of the riders tried to catch up to see what was going on, but he couldn't catch up, Li Xiuning said with a smile. That's normal, since there's only one of these off-road vehicles in the Tang Dynasty. If you get tired or hungry, just tell me, and I'll stop the car so we can rest for a bit before we set off again, Qin Xiao said happily. Okay, thank you, husband. Li Xiuning was in a very good mood. She felt a great sense of accomplishment having such a capable husband. Thank you, Daddy, Niao said, mimicking her father. Niao is such a good girl. If you and your brother are tired, just lie down and go to sleep, Qin Xiao instructed. Chapter 135 Hero Statue. Along the way, you can see vehicles from the Lantian County Logistics Company everywhere. These people are all hauling goods to Liangzhou City. Since last year, they have stopped taking orders and are now focusing on delivering goods to Liangzhou City. Qin Xiao would occasionally roll down the car window to greet them, and gradually everyone realized that the dark iron box belonged to the Qin family, who were on their way to Liangzhou City for an inspection. Qin Xiao drove around, stopping frequently to take photos of scenic spots. When he got hungry, he set up a barbecue grill and started grilling meat. Of course, the two children still mainly ate milk powder. It took them 3 whole days to reach Liangzhou City. When they saw the magnificent city, Li Xiuning gasped in astonishment. She had had countless fantasies, but she never imagined that this would be the scene before her. As the car entered the city, the craftsmen stopped what they were doing to welcome them. The 2 little ones, seeing so many people, excitedly stuck their heads out of the window. These craftsmen and other workers were all recruited by Ma Sanbao. Many of them were originally residents of Liangzhou City. They all knew that this giant city was built with money from the prince consort in front of them, and they were very grateful. Qin Xiao did not get out of the car, but used the car's walkie-talkie to say some encouraging words to everyone, and then asked Zhang Shige, the person in charge of Liangzhou City, to get in the car and take them to a resting place. After Zhang Shige boarded the carriage, he first greeted Li Xiuning and her husband, then touched and looked around, feeling very excited. This was a carriage that even the current emperor had never ridden in, and he had actually been invited to ride in it by the imperial son-in-law. Upon arriving at the central location, a very large building came into view. This was the shopping mall planned by Qin Xiao, which contained everything from clothing and food to housing and transportation, mostly high-end luxury goods. Qin Xiao parked the car on the side of the road, picked up the children and got out of the car and walked into the mall. The entire building was already completed, and all that was left was decoration. The electrician he had trained had already laid all the wiring. Currently, switches and lights are being installed in various locations. This rooftop platform has a super powerful photovoltaic generator set that can supply power to the entire Liangzhou city. All the streetlights are made of solar panels, which store electricity during the day and provide lighting at night. All the windows in the mall are made of transparent glass, and the ground is made of tiles. There are 6 floors in total. Except for the first floor, which is 6 meters high, the height between the other floors is 3 meters and 8 inches. The walls are all made of high-grade synthetic leather, making the whole place very classy. Even though Li Xiuning lives in a modern villa every day, she was stunned by the scene before her. She never expected that this shopping mall would be so grand. How much did it cost? Honey, how much did it cost to build something like this? Li Xiuning asked curiously. I don't know the exact amount, but it will probably be around 500 million guan. And this price is based on our factory price for the materials. If we calculate it according to the market price, it would be between 1.5 billion and 2 billion guan. Qin Xiao explained. So much. Does our family have that much money? Li Xiuning asked curiously. Of course we don't have any at home, but we can produce them in the factory. Didn't you see when you came that there was a steady stream of goods being brought over from Lantian County? Qin Xiao explained. All right then. I don't understand these things anyway. You can handle it yourself? How long will it take to get everything ready for business? Li Xiuning asked. It will probably take more than a year to get everything ready in Liangzhou. However, we can start operating some parts of it, Qin Xiao explained. So fast. How is that possible? Li Xiuning asked in surprise. There are over 100,000 people working here, so of course the speed is fast, Qin Xiao continued to explain. Upon arriving at their residence, Qin Xiao took the suitcase out of the trunk of the SUV before returning to his own house, the largest detached villa in the complex, which was built specifically for him. It wasn't much different from his house in Lantian County, except that it lacked some appliances, which Qin Xiao had to buy from the system and then arrange neatly one by one. The bed was also replaced with a Simmons mattress. After all, once you get used to a soft bed, it's impossible to fall asleep on a hard bed all of a sudden. In the past few days, they have either been sleeping in tents in the wild or in the car, and they have not been getting enough rest. Of the 5 people, the 2 children are still full of energy, and Qin Xiao and his wife are in good health and are still full of energy. Only Lan'er is as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Plenty of ingredients had been prepared in the house, and Qin Xiao personally cooked a sumptuous dinner for everyone. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they went to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Qin Xiao made breakfast again. This time, Qin Xiao had a sudden idea and made ramen, which was one of the skills he had learned during his 6 years living in Lantian County. When the 2 children saw Qin Xiao stretch a large lump of dough into noodles, they clapped and cheered excitedly. Li Xiuning was also very surprised, as she had never seen her husband have such a skill. After everyone finished eating their noodles, they went out for a stroll together. Whenever someone saw them, they would stop to greet them. Now, a small number of shops have started to open, especially those selling food. After all, there are more than 100,000 workers here now. Although Qin Xiao also set up a canteen and provided meals and accommodation, the workers were paid well and had spare money, so they would change their tastes and eat at restaurants. Along the way, we encountered many people, especially women, the elderly, and children. These were all residents of the original Liangzhou city and nearby cities who planned to move here with their families to settle down. They all knew that their current happy life was entirely due to the couple in front of them, and they were extremely respectful to Qin Xiao and his wife. Li Xiuning had no airs of a princess at all, and always returned the greetings politely to everyone she met. This made them feel flattered and respected her even more, and her status in their hearts grew higher and higher. The 5 of them wandered around for a long time, but didn't see many places at all, because the city was just too big. They arrived at the central square. Seeing many workers installing statues of Fu Xingwu and others, as Qin Xiao had instructed beforehand, these heroes were willing to perish together with the Turks rather than flee in order to protect the people. This spirit must be passed down, so that the world knows their legendary deeds, remembers history at all times, and everyone has a pure and innocent heart. There is also a stele nearby, which is engraved with the names of all the soldiers who guarded Liangzhou city, including the 2,000 soldiers who survived. Chapter 136 Imperial Edict to Luoyang. Qin Xiao stayed in Liangzhou City for 2 months. Every day, they would go out for a stroll and inspect the work. If there were any things they didn't understand, they would come to him for advice. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace in Chang'an, Li Yuan thought that his 2 sons had reached the point of a reconcilable conflict, so why not let Shimin rule Luoyang and make Luoyang independent and belong to him? When he sent someone to find his confidant Pei and Crown Prince Li Xiuning, he told them about his idea, but they did not agree with it. Instead, they strongly opposed it. Li Jianxing's idea was that letting Li Shimin leave Chang'an would be like letting a tiger out of the mountains. As for all the powers of the 16 guards in the capital, they were all in Li Yuan's hands, and Li Shimin had no use in the capital, Chang'an. Li Shimin had been away on campaigns for many years, so his contact and relationships with the various generals of the imperial guards in the capital were certainly not as good as his. Moreover, he often gave them small favors. If Li Shimin were to leave Chang'an for Luoyang to take up his post, the military and political officials there would all be his old subordinates who had fought alongside him in the campaigns against Wang Shichong and Dou Jianda. With a single call to arms, the masses would respond. In addition, Li Shimin also held positions such as Grand Administrator of Shaanxi Circuit, Minister of the Secretariat of Yizhou Circuit, Governor of Yongzhou, and General Manager of Liangzhou. Once he gave an order, all the former troops east of the Yellow River and the 3 prefectures of Yi, Liang, and Yong would obey his command. Even if Li Shimin didn't send troops to attack him while he was in Chang'an, even if he ascended the throne, he would at most only have the authority of the king of Guangzhou. This was a situation he didn't want to see, but this time Li Yuan was determined and ignored their objections, setting the date for June 3rd. With only 2 months left until Li Shimin's inauguration, Li Jianxing was caught off guard and hurriedly returned to the Eastern Palace to convene his subordinates for a meeting. Pei Ji's thoughts coincided with Li Jianxing's. He also knew that once Li Shimin was allowed to leave Chang'an, Li Shimin would certainly not want to stay in a remote corner, and if he summoned his old troops, it would cause trouble. Your Highness, since His Majesty has made up his mind, there is nothing we can do to change it. But if we let the Prince of Qin go to Luoyang, he will be free to roam the world. In my opinion, we should immediately send someone to Yuzhou to contact the Prince of Yin and have him dispatch capable generals to ambush Li Shimin on the road from Chang'an to Luoyang. We can then join forces to kill him, Wei Zhang said after thinking for a moment. Yes, this is a good idea. We absolutely cannot let Li Shimin go to Luoyang alive. Otherwise, once he wins over his old subordinates, he can mobilize a large number of troops and even launch a counterattack on Chang'an. Li Jianxing explained. Your Highness, you are right. If Li Shimin is not eliminated, even if you ascend the throne, it may not be secure. Who knows, Li Shimin might be dissatisfied and find some excuse to besiege Chang'an with his army, Wang Gui analyzed. Wei Shima, you are eloquent and intelligent. I entrust this arduous task to you. I will send 500 Eastern Palace guards to protect your safety. I will be waiting for your good news in Chang'an. Li Jianxing said generously. Yes, Your Highness, I will definitely have the Prince of Yin send his most capable subordinates over. If possible, I will also have him borrow the 18 riders of Yanyun, Wei Zhang said confidently. While Li Jianxing was plotting, Li Shimin also received the imperial edict, but he was not happy at all. He knew that his father's treatment of him had already rejected his right to inherit the throne. Sending him to Luoyang to take up a post is just a consolation prize. Although he has the ability to raise an army and attack Chang'an, he would become a traitor, and even if he were to ascend the throne, it would be illegitimate. Li Shimin took out a walkie-talkie and called over several of his trusted confidants, including He Panren and Shi Junmai from the Special Forces. After everyone gathered together, he took out the imperial edict. Some were happy, some were sad, and Li Shimin saw all of this. At this moment, he suddenly missed Qin Xiao. If he were here, he could make plans for him. He didn't know when Qin Xiao would be able to return. Everyone, let's discuss the pros and cons of this matter, and then formulate a plan for the next step, Li Shimin said expressionlessly. King Qin, this matter could be a big deal or a small deal. If you agree to go to Luoyang to take up the post, then that position will be out of your reach unless you lead everyone back to fight your way back. This would be considered treason, and sitting in the throne would be illegitimate. If you disagree with going, the imperial edict has already been issued, which would be disobeying the imperial decree, a serious crime, Fang Xianling analyzed. Xianling is right. This is a dead end. It seems that the emperor is determined to send you to Luoyang. He didn't even consult you before issuing the imperial decree. However, there are still 2 months left. We might as well send someone to consult with Prince Consort Qin. With his extraordinary abilities, he will definitely have a solution. Du Ruhui continued. You have all analyzed this very thoroughly. My brother-in-law can definitely resolve this problem. Who among you is willing to go to Liangzhou City and tell him what's going on here? Li Xiuning said excitedly. King Qin, let me go? I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Cheng Yaojin volunteered. Yaojin, then I'll trouble you to make the trip. Be careful on the road and don't act rashly, Li Xiuning instructed. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I will take good care of myself, Cheng Yaojin said, bowing. Battalion Commander He, Deputy Battalion Commander Shi, could you please tell me how to deal with this situation? Li Xiuning suddenly thought of the two capable men Qin Xiao had entrusted to him. Your Majesty, actually, our thinking has been a bit off track. In my opinion, our focus should not be on the Emperor, but on the Crown Prince. We need to find out first whether the Crown Prince is willing to let you go to Luoyang to take up your post, He Panren explained. Good. Battalion Commander He is indeed a capable assistant to my sister and brother-in-law. Our opponent is the Crown Prince. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. We need to know what our opponent is thinking in order to defeat him. Battalion Commander He, this mission will be carried out by your Special Operations Battalion. Keep a close eye on the Crown Prince's movements, and if possible, try to obtain the details of his discussions with his subordinates. Pay special attention to the movements of Wei Zheng and Wang Gui, as many of their strategies originate from them. Also, keep an eye on Hou Junji and Chai Xiao, Li Xiuning instructed. Yes, Your Highness, King Qin. He Panren bowed and said, Gentlemen, the situation has been very delicate lately. I hope you will all be careful. If anything unusual happens, we will communicate immediately via walkie-talkie, Li Xiuning explained. Chapter 137 Strategizing and Planning. The next morning, Cheng Yaojin rode his giant cricket without a single attendant, setting off alone. When he arrived at Ba Bridge, he saw Wei Zheng leading 500 imperial guards passing by him. Cheng Yaojin nodded to him without pausing. Back in Wagong village, Wei Zheng was the eldest brother, and Cheng Yaojin was the fourth. Now they were each serving their own masters. Originally, Cheng Yaojin respected Wei Zheng quite a bit, but when he heard that Wei Zheng was the one who came up with the idea of Li Xiuning poisoning Li Xiuning, all his respect vanished. He did not go back to tell King Qin about Wei Zheng's departure. He believed that the Shura Special Forces would definitely be able to find out about it, and also figure out Wei Zheng's purpose in going out. Cheng Yaojin traveled nonstop for more than 3 days and finally arrived at Liangzhou City. When he walked inside, he could hardly believe his eyes. I came here last year with Prince Qin, Li Xiuning, but it was nothing like it is now. All the houses on both sides of the street have been erected, and the large shopping mall in the middle has been completed. After making inquiries, he learned where Qin Xiao was and quickly mounted his horse and rode over. When Qin Xiao saw the travel-worn Cheng Yaojin, he already guessed that something had happened in Chang'an, but he never expected that his intervention would cause Li Yuan to move Li Xiuning to Luoyang a full year earlier, which meant that the Xuanwu Gate incident was about to happen. Brother Qin, I've finally found you. Something big has happened in Chang'an, Cheng Yaojin said excitedly. What happened? Did my father-in-law make things difficult for Xiuning again? Qin Xiao asked with a smile. I guess so. The emperor wants Prince Qin to go to Luoyang to take up his post. Many people are saying that Prince Qin will never be able to come back, let alone sit on that position, Cheng Yaojin said impatiently. It seems that what I guessed was pretty much right. In fact, my brother-in-law Li Xiuning doesn't want Xiuning to go to Luoyang to take up his post. Has the imperial edict been issued yet? Qin Xiao asked with a frown. The imperial decree has been issued, so everyone is at a loss. That's why the king of Qin specifically sent me here to ask you for advice. Why is the crown prince unwilling for the king of Qin to go to Luoyang to take up his post? Cheng Yaojin said, puzzled. Since the imperial edict has been issued, Xiuning would absolutely not disobey it. Li Xiuning certainly does not want Xiuning to leave, as Xiuning has many former subordinates. Once Xiuning gives the call, countless soldiers will respond. At that point, Li Xiuning will have no way to control Xiuning, and even if he ascends the throne, he won't feel at ease, Qin Xiao explained. So, you mean you support the king of Qin going to Luoyang to take office? But Lao Feng and Lao Du said that if we start a rebellion, we'll be traitors and rebels, and our cause won't be legitimate. Cheng Yaojin asked doubtfully. I don't want him to go to Luoyang. Besides, even if you go to Luoyang, you will face many difficulties and have to fight your way out. Li Xiuning will not let Xiuning go easily, Qin Xiao explained. No wonder when I came out I ran into that old scoundrel Wei Zheng leading 500 imperial guards out of the city. It looks like he's going out to get reinforcements, Cheng Yaojin said indignantly. That's right. Wei Zheng should have gone to Yuzhou to find Luo Yi, the Prince of Yan, hoping that he would send troops to ambush you on the way to Luoyang. In my estimation, that bastard Luo Yi will send his two capable henchmen, Shui Wanjun and Shui Wanche, to help Li Jianxing. As for whether they will send out their trump card, the 18 riders of Yanyun, that remains to be seen. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Then what should we do? Should we go or not? Cheng Yaojin asked anxiously. No. When does the imperial edict require Shimin to go to Luoyang to take up his post? Qin Xiao asked confidently. The imperial edict says I should go to Luoyang to take up my post on June 3rd, Cheng Yaojin replied. Oh, then we still have enough time to prepare. Brother Cheng, he must have been one of your comrades from Wagong village back then. What's your relationship with him like? Qin Xiao asked confidently. He and I are still on good terms. Back when I, Cheng Yaojin, was the devil king of Wagong village, he was my personal bodyguard. Brother Qin, why did you think of him? Cheng Yaojin asked curiously. So whose man is he now? Qin Xiao asked. He's one of the emperor's men, but he doesn't interact with us much anymore, Cheng Yaojin explained. Go back and tell Shimin to spend a lot of money to bribe this man. On the morning of June 2nd, under the pretext of bidding farewell to the emperor, enter Xuanwu Gate and have Chang, he opened the gate. Once the crown prince arrives, capture him and then enter the palace to force the emperor to abdicate, Qin Xiao patiently instructed. Husband, isn't this unfair to father and my elder brother? Li Xiuning said, frowning. Things have come to this point, there's no way to change it. Once Shimin takes office, his father-in-law can't possibly send a large army to take him away. And along the way, there will definitely be a large army lying in ambush. It's a near-death experience. Even if you escape alive, do you think your elder brother will let it go? All I can say is, ask Shimin not to harm him or his family. Qin Xiao explained. All right then, that's the only way. Li Xiuning said helplessly. Brother Qin, I'll rush back immediately and tell King Qin your plan so he can make preparations as soon as possible, Cheng Yaojin said excitedly. What's the rush? It's only March. We still have more than 2 months to prepare. We'll stay here tonight and go back together tomorrow. It's about time we went home too, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Okay, thank you, Brother Qin. How long will it take to finish setting up Liangzhou City? Cheng Yaojin asked excitedly. It will take at least 1.5 years. If it's slower, it will take another 2 years. However, I estimate that the shopping mall in the middle will be open in less than a year. Oh, by the way, how about we get one of these villas? We can come here for vacations and relaxation in the future. The internal price is only 50,000 guan per villa, Qin Xiao said casually. The villa is nice, but I've invested all my money here, and I still owe you money. I really don't have any more money. Cheng Yaojin explained helplessly. I can let you pay in advance. You know what? A building this big would sell for 100,000 strings of cash, and 2 buildings put together would cost 70,000 strings of cash. Giving you 50,000 strings of cash is just the cost price, Qin Xiao explained. Oh, I almost forgot about my brother-in-law. I don't have any money, but he does. I can borrow from him, buy a few more houses, and then resell them to make a profit, Cheng Yaojin said excitedly. Brother Cheng, with your brains, it's a real waste that you're not in business. If you were, you could definitely surpass the aristocratic families, Qin Xiao praised. I'll pass on that. I'll stick with the king of Qin. Actually, before I joined Wagong village, I did business with that kid Niu Jinda. Cheng Yaojin explained happily. Don't explain. I know you stubborn people still follow the traditional values of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. However, following Shimin still offers a promising future, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 138 Carriage and Horse Race. The next morning, after everyone had breakfast, they loaded their luggage onto the car and set off. Cheng Yaojin rode his beloved cricket alongside Qin Xiao, his heart pounding with excitement, unable to contain his excitement any longer. Brother Qin, what kind of vehicle is this? Why doesn't it need oxen or horses to run? It runs by itself, Cheng Yaojin asked excitedly. I thought Brother Cheng would only ask after leaving the city. Just now I made a bet with Xiuning. Xiuning said that you would ask while you were still in the city, and I said that you would ask after you left the city. Now look what's happened. I've lost, and I have to do whatever she says for the next month. Tell me, how are you going to make it up to me? Can't you just put up with it? Qin Xiao complained. Brother Qin, this is a matter between you and your wife. It has nothing to do with me, Cheng Yaojin. Don't drag me into this. Cheng Yaojin quickly deflected the responsibility. Sai, I was originally thinking of giving you a car like this. Now, it seems unnecessary. It's hard to be a good person these days. Qin Xiao teased deliberately. No, Brother Qin, it's all my fault. I couldn't hold back, which caused you to lose. How about I compensate you? Qin Yaojin quickly apologized. What will you use to compensate me? Qin Xiao continued to tease. Oh, right. You have everything I have at home, and you also have things I don't have at home. How am I supposed to compensate you? Qin Yaojin scratched his head and said, Haha, you two brothers are really a pair of clowns. Qin Yaojin, you so-called mischievous Qin Yaojin. You can't do anything to my husband now, can you? Li Xiuning laughed heartily. Princess, I really can't do anything about your husband. Only you in this world can control him. Qin Yaojin said helplessly. I can. Niao shouted, raising her hand. Haha, what a clever little devil. Qin Xiao laughed and scolded. Let me tell you, this is called a car. It is powered by a black oil that comes out of the ground. After it is refined, it is burned to generate electricity. However, this is the one my master left me, and it's the best one. The others are 10,000 strings of cash each, plus fuel. Pretty generous, right? Qin Xiao said with a smile. This amazing car is indeed not expensive. I'll order one. Qin Yaojin said readily. I'll give it to you when we get back. I'll have to teach you how to drive it then. You think this car is that fast? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Isn't that right? Qin Yaojin asked curiously. Of course not. If the road is smooth, this car is at least 3 times faster than your calligraphy horse, Qin Xiao explained. How is this possible? How could there be such a fast vehicle in the world? Qin Yaojin asked incredulously. How about we make a bet? Do you dare? Qin Xiao challenged. I wouldn't dare. I bet you that it's like the old man drinking arsenic. But we can have a contest, Qin Yaojin said with a grin. All right, as you wish. We'll have a competition after we leave the city, with a target of 100 li. Qin Xiao readily agreed. Husband, how could you possibly know the distance of 50 li? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. My car's meter has a record. I'm setting it to 0 now. When it reaches 50, it's 100 miles. This car is amazing. On rainy days, turn on these wipers so you can see the road ahead. On dark or foggy days, turn on the headlights to illuminate the road and keep driving. Qin Xiao explained patiently. This is amazing. I want to learn to drive too. Li Xiuning said excitedly. Wow, this vehicle is amazing. I want to test its speed. We're almost out of the city. Let's have a race. Qin Yaojin exclaimed excitedly. Once they were outside the city gate, Qin Yaojin didn't even say goodbye. He lashed his beloved calligraphy horse across the rump with his whip. The horse, in pain, reared up and galloped away. Qin Xiao pretended not to see anything, told his 2 children to sit properly, and calmly closed the window, which made Li Xiuning, who was sitting in the passenger's seat, very anxious. Honey, hurry up and drive. We'll lose if we don't catch up soon. Hurry. Li Xiuning said anxiously. Go, Daddy. Niao clapped her hands and shouted. Go, Daddy. Xiao Jie chimed in. No need to rush. I'll catch up with him in no time. Don't worry. Hold on tight. Qin Xiao said calmly. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he turned to look at the children. Seeing their expectant eyes, he smiled at them, then turned back to grip the steering wheel, stepped on the gas, and the car shot off like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, they arrived behind Qin Yaojin, stepped on the gas pedal hard, and the speed soared to 100 miles per hour. They swept past him like a gust of wind, and the dust in the air almost blinded Qin Yaojin. Pa. This speed is too fast. It's truly a divine vehicle. If I owned such a vehicle, I could get anywhere in no time. Qin Yaojin muttered to himself. Wow, Daddy is so amazing. He overtook Uncle Qin in no time. He's eating dirt behind us. So pitiful, Niao said, overflowing with sympathy. Don't worry about him. We'll just wait for him 100 miles away and make him admit defeat wholeheartedly, Li Xiuning said proudly. Okay, then we'll wait for him 100 miles away. What do you want to eat for lunch today? Qin Xiao asked happily. Daddy, I want to eat roasted chicken legs, Niao said excitedly. Daddy, I want to eat roasted lamb skewers, Xiao Jie said, drooling. The 2 children had been eating rice and other staple foods for a month, and they were in good health and got hungry easily after drinking formula. So Qin Xiao agreed to let them eat with him. Okay, Daddy will cook for you later. I promise you'll enjoy it. Qin Xiao said with a smile. Honey, I want some too. I want human chicken wings. Li Xiuning said coquettishly. Yes, everything is available. What would Lan'er like to eat? As long as it's in the ingredients we brought, I can satisfy you. Qin Xiao assured him happily. My lord, I'm easygoing. Anything you cook is delicious. Lan'er isn't picky about food, Lan'er said excitedly. The car maintained a speed of over 60 miles per hour. After driving for about 110 miles, they quickly found an open space. Qin Xiao parked the car and took out a barbecue grill from the trunk, while Lan'er took out the ingredients. Even the 2 children helped hand them things, and soon they started barbecuing. The aroma carried for miles on the wind, and they all ate until their bellies were round and full. Qin Xiao arrived looking disheveled and embarrassed. Everyone wanted to laugh at his disheveled state, but was too embarrassed to do so, and they found it very difficult to hold back their laughter. Qin Xiao ignored everything and went to the barbecue grill, picked up the remaining food, and started eating, looking quite pleased with himself. However, everyone understood, since it was his first time eating barbecue, just like they had when they first ate it themselves. Brother Qin, your car is really amazing. I, Qin Xiao, am completely convinced of my defeat. It's too fast. I simply can't catch up, Qin Xiao said while eating. We've known each other for so long. When have I ever lied to you? Actually, this car has many other functions. For example, when it's hot, I can turn on the cooling fan, and when it's cold, I can turn on the heating fan, Qin Xiao explained. Wow, this is amazing. Can I buy another one so my wife can drive one too? That way, she won't say I'm wasting money, Qin Xiao explained excitedly. Sigh, I thought Feng Xuanling's wife was already formidable enough, but here comes another henpecked husband, Qin Xiao joked. Honey, what does bronchitis mean? Li Xiuning asked curiously. The homonym for tracheitis is henpecked, which means being afraid of one's wife, Qin Xiao explained. Brother Qin, we're evenly matched, so don't laugh at me for being no better, Qin Xiao joked. I'm not henpecked. I respect my wife. Don't forget, I snatched Xiuning away from her, Qin Xiao quickly explained. Brother, is it really necessary to explain so much? I'm not going to laugh at you for being afraid of your wife, Qin Xiao continued to tease. You two brothers are hilarious. You're making my stomach hurt from laughing. Li Xiuning burst into laughter. Chapter 139 The Son-in-Law Academy. Back in Latian County, the cement road leading to the villa had been completed. Qin Xiao stepped on the gas and drove straight to the villa entrance. The 3 white bears and the brown bear mother and cub quickly ran over. They were exceptionally enthusiastic, having not seen each other for so long. The 3 white bears rubbed against them relentlessly, while the 2 brown bears simply stood upright. Niu Niu and Xiao Jie went to play with them. Qin Xiao took his suitcase and went into the hall. When he arrived, he saw Ma Sanbao pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. Sanbao, what's making you so anxious? And how did you know we'd be back today? Qin Xiao asked curiously. Your Highness, I heard it from the logistics company. Something terrible has happened, Ma Sanbao said excitedly. You're not a kid anymore, yet you're still so impatient. Can't you talk things out properly? Is the sky falling down? Qin Xiao scolded with a smile. No, Your Highness, it was just that I was too impatient. I was so angry that I almost got into a fight with them, Ma Sanbao explained. Tell me the details. If you have a valid point, I, the prince consort, will definitely stand up for you, Qin Xiao assured him. Your Highness, this matter is actually related to you. 2 months ago, a school called Qin Xiao's Academy for Son-in-Law suddenly appeared in Chang'an. I was furious and went up to argue with them. But because they outnumbered us, they spoke rudely to you. Later, a few of us rushed up to demolish the academy, but then a king of Longxi came out and said that he owned the academy. Later, after making inquiries from various sources, I learned that Li Boyi, the king of Longxi, did indeed invest, but the real big boss was the 5 surnames and 6 families. Ma Sanbao explained. Oh, this is my uncle's son. He's a good-for-nothing playboy who spends all his time idling around. How did he end up getting involved with the 5 families? Li Xiuning explained. This is just the 5 surnames coming to annoy me. They lost to me in business, and now they can't do anything about me, so they can only resort to these despicable means. Besides, Xiuning is my lawfully wedded wife. How could I be marrying into her family? Qin Xiao explained. A proper marriage? Where's your matchmaker? Where are the formal marriage vows? Where are the marriage proposals? Where are the wedding procession? Where are the sedan chair carried by 8 men? Li Xiuning teased. It's just that things are urgent, so we've simplified everything. Now tell me, what are these 6 rites? Qin Xiao asked curiously. Listen carefully, so that you won't make a fool of yourself when our son and daughter get married in the future. I'll explain these 6 rites to you properly. The first rite is called Natsai, which is when the matchmaker brings gifts to the woman's family to propose marriage. The second ceremony is asking the name, which involves exchanging the birth dates and times of the man and woman to see if they are compatible. If the birth dates and times are compatible, the matchmaker will go to the woman's family to report the good news and finalize the marriage. This is the third ceremony, accepting the auspiciousness. Next comes the fourth ceremony, Najing, which is the delivery of betrothal gifts. The groom's family sends 2 respected elders with a large amount of betrothal gifts to the bride's family. Wealthy families must also send a pair of wild geese. After the woman accepts the gift, the fifth step, setting the wedding date, begins, where the man sets the wedding date and informs the woman. After all the preliminary work, proposing marriage, exchanging birth dates, arranging the engagement, sending betrothal gifts, and setting the wedding date, was completed, the next step was the sixth ceremony, the wedding ceremony itself. Do you understand, my husband? Li Xiuning explained patiently. I basically understand, but this is all too tedious. Am I treating you unfairly? Qin Xiao said, scratching his head sheepishly. I don't care. I'm overjoyed to have a husband like you. Besides, I'm an older woman who's been married before. What more could I ask for than a husband who loves me so much? Li Xiuning said with a smile. You two are showing off your love as soon as you get back. Do you really think we don't exist? Empress Zhongsun walked over with a big smile. Sister-in-law, you're here. Has Shimin come over? Li Xiuning said happily. Shimin didn't come. After the emperor issued the decree, he wouldn't even let Shimin see him. He could only see him during court sessions. Whenever he wanted to see him, the emperor refused. He's currently troubled by this matter, and the situation is very unstable. He's afraid something might happen to us, so he's left us all at your house, Changsun Wugo explained. Sai, Shimin has really had a hard time. Now, father has put him in a desperate situation by doing this. No wonder you gave him such a bad idea, husband, Li Xiuning said with dissatisfaction. Sambao, go to Chang'an City and open a Xiaoxiu Academy. Have the printing factory print 10,000 copies of each of the 3 books, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Investiture of the Gods, and The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Then, sell them at the academy. Also, provide 100,000 sheets of white paper for sale every day, and take all the calligraphy brushes, ballpoint pens, and fountain pens at half the price of what they offer, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, Your Highness, I'll make the arrangements right away, Ma Sambao said, then turned and left. After watching Ma Sambao leave, Empress Zhongsun cautiously asked, Second sister, what advice did brother-in-law give Shimin? Your brother-in-law means that the day before you leave Chang'an, you should go to Father Emperor under the pretext of resigning, launch an attack at Xuanwu Gate, capture your elder brother, control Father Emperor, and put Shimin on the throne, Li Xiuning explained seriously. This plan is too crazy. Isn't it too outrageous? Empress Zhongsun stammered. The problem is, your brother-in-law has already figured it out. There are ambushes sent by your elder brother on your way to Luoyang, and they want to kill you all. So, this is a last resort, Li Xiuning explained. It seems there is no other choice. I did not kill Bo Run, but Bo Rin died because of me. Empress Zhongsun said helplessly. You don't need to worry. As long as you settle down here and your safety is guaranteed, Shimin can focus on his work. Let the men handle the rest. Li Xiuning advised. All right then. As a woman, I really can't help him in this regard. I can only try my best not to hold him back and manage the family well. Empress Zhongsun sighed. Sister-in-law, I have some good news for you. Liangzhou City will be fully completed in just over a year. That city is so beautiful. By the way, I took a lot of photos. I'll show them to you right away, Li Xiuning said happily. Okay, thank you, second sister. Changsun Wugo said politely. Upon hearing Li Xiuning's words, Lan'er quickly took out countless photos from her suitcase and sent them to Li Xiuning, who then handed the photos directly to Changsun Wugo. After receiving the photos, Empress Zhongsun carefully examined them one by one, taking nearly half an hour to finish. Her eyes were filled with envy. How about it? My photography skills are pretty good, right? This is the result of my hard work over the past few months. I've basically photographed the entire city of Liangzhou. Oh, by the way, I've also reserved a villa next to mine for your family. You can move in right away, and there will be someone to clean it for you, Li Xiuning said with a smile. I'm so envious of you guys. You can go whenever you want. I don't even know when I'll be able to go and have a good time. It's so beautiful there. I've never seen such magnificent architecture before, said Empress Changsun excitedly. Look at what you're saying. If you want to go, it's too easy. There's a car outside. You can get to Liangzhou City in less than 2 days by taking this car. Moreover, if all the official roads were paved with cement, the speed would be even faster. It would only take 3 days by horse-drawn carriage, Li Xiuning explained. Really? What kind of car is so powerful? Empress Zhongsun asked, puzzled. The car is parked outside. Go and take a look for yourself. I've already learned how to drive this car. It's sheltered from the wind and rain, and it's very comfortable and safe to sit inside, Li Xiuning introduced. Xiuning, I forgot to mention earlier. Could you tell Sambao to send someone to that village to fetch the black oil? The local villagers can help with the loading, and we'll pay them for their labor, Qin Xiao explained. Oh, I understand. I'll have Sambao go and get it. How much will it cost? Li Xiuning replied. The more of this, the better. In the future, many cars will need it. Once everything here is settled, we will send people over to mine and refine it. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Chapter 140, the Xuanwu Envoy. Yao Jin, did my brother-in-law really say that? Li Xiuning asked in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty, Brother Qin said that only in this way can we turn the tide. Otherwise, it's a dead end. Even if you eliminate the ambush in Luoyang, what then? It still won't change our fate, Cheng Yaojin said solemnly. Brother-in-law is right. Then take some time to meet with Chang He and sound him out. If he agrees, arrange to meet in the VIP room on the top floor of the Paradise Resort. I will talk to him personally, Li Xiuning said calmly. Yes, King Qin, given my past relationship with him, I can definitely persuade him, Cheng Yaojin said confidently. Meanwhile, in another secret room in Chang'an, the 5 families were holding a meeting to discuss how to solve their current problems. Originally, opening this academy would both annoy Qin Xiao and make a lot of money, so why not? But they never expected Qin Xiao's revenge to come so quickly. Originally, their sales were quite good, but since Xiaoxiu Academy was established, they haven't been able to sell a single sheet of paper. Previously, they held an absolute advantage in both politics and business, but now, facing Qin Xiao, this monster, the patriarchs of these aristocratic families felt extremely exhausted, both physically and mentally. In business, they were powerless to retaliate against Qin Xiao's attacks. In politics, Qin Xiao not only ignored them, but also dared to defy imperial edicts. Hiring assassins was of no use. Instead, it made him live a more and more carefree life. Li Xiuning gave birth to twins for him, and he also rebuilt Liangzhou City. It is said that he wanted to build the second largest city in the Tang Dynasty. Now, what should we do? We've opposed Qin Xiao several times, but we haven't gained any benefits. Instead, we've ended up battered and bruised. We hired an assassin to kill him, but he's still unharmed. Luckily, we didn't give him all 60,000 strings of cash. We only gave him 30,000 as a deposit. Otherwise, we would have suffered a huge loss, Lu Yuang asked anxiously. Clan Chief Lu, everyone unanimously agreed to ask the Miao, which to kill Qin Xiao, and you all agreed on the price. I only acted as a go-between and didn't receive any benefits. Li Deming stood up and explained. Clan Chief Lu is right. We could have just opened the academy peacefully without any problems, but everyone insisted on listening to Clan Chief Wang. Now look what's happened. All the academies have no business at all, Cui Bo said with dissatisfaction. Clan Chief Cui, you can't say that. Everyone voted to approve it. Now that we're in a weaker position, you can't put all the blame on me, Wang Guangming argued. All right. The reason I gathered everyone here today is to discuss how to get through this difficult time, not to blame each other and shirk responsibility. Zheng Kaiwen quickly stopped them. Clan Chief Zheng, please tell me what we should do now? Are we supposed to beg for mercy from that bastard Qin Xiao? Lu Yuang said angrily. I didn't say that. However, I have no other choice. If there is a way, it is only to wait for Li Xiuning to go to Luoyang to take office, and for His Highness the Crown Prince to ascend the throne. If Qin Xiao dares to disobey the imperial decree again at that time, as the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean, and this is especially true for an emperor ascending the throne. He will definitely make Qin Xiao suffer a lot. Zheng Kaiwen explained patiently. Yes, as long as His Highness the Crown Prince ascends the throne, everything will be resolved, and Qin Xiao's good days will be over, Wang Guangming said proudly. Reporting to the clan leader, a man claiming to be the Xuanwu envoy has come to our house. He says he wants to talk to you about something, Li Deming's steward said hurriedly as he entered. Could it be that news of the Miao witchcraft sect's defeat has reached the Xuanwu sect? Are they here to discuss cooperation with us? Li Deming said excitedly. It's definitely possible. If it's true, that would be great. With the strength of the Xuanwu sect, they can definitely wipe out that bastard Qin Xiao, Wang Guangming said excitedly. Everyone, let's vote now. Raise your hand if you support asking the Xuanwu sect to take action. We'll still have Clan Chief Li handle the communication with them, Zheng Kaiwen said excitedly. After everyone voted, the decision was passed unanimously. Li Deming hurriedly bid farewell to the clan leaders and went to see the Xuanwu envoy. They did not notice that the little maid who was serving tea and water had also left. This maid was a spy planted by Cui Xintao in the Zheng family. She had already done a great service last time, and Cui Xintao had brought her parents from the countryside to settle them in, and also given them a house and money. This time, he was already thinking about how the clan leader would reward her. Steward Cui, where is the clan chief? I have something very important to report to him. Please take me there quickly, or something terrible will happen. The maid said breathlessly. Okay, come with me. Cui Hao quickly responded and immediately led her into Cui Xintao's study. Xiao Huan, let's talk in the secret room. Knowing there was important news, Cui Xintao quickly opened the door to the secret room. Clan leader, something terrible has happened. It turns out that the assassins who tried to assassinate Prince Consort Qin last time were called the Miao Witch clan, and they were jointly hired by the 6 aristocratic families. Because of their failure last time, this time a group called the Xuanwu clan has come knocking on our door. Since Li Deming was in charge last time, and he was in charge again this time. According to what they said, the Xuanwu sect is a top-notch assassination organization that doesn't easily make a move. If other assassin organizations fail, they will approach their employers and sell their services for 10 times the price of the failed organizations, the maidservant quickly explained. This news is just in time. You did a great job. I will send 500 strings of cash to your family. How much is 10 times the price? Cui Xintao said happily. Last time they offered 60,000 strings of cash, but only paid a deposit of 30,000 strings. Based on that estimate, they must offer 600,000 strings. Even if they pay a deposit first, it will still be 300,000 strings, the maid Xiao Huan explained. You've done very well. If you achieve one more merit, you won't need to infiltrate the Zheng family anymore. I, the clan leader, will immediately take you as my concubine. Now hurry back. Be careful on the road, Cui Xintao said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, clan chief. I'll be right back, the maid Xiao Huan said excitedly. Li Deming hurriedly returned home and saw a middle-aged man wearing a black cloak sitting in the hall. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. You are the Xuanwu envoy of the Xuanwu sect? I am Li Deming, the patriarch of the Li family. Shall we go into the secret room to talk? Li Deming said excitedly. No need. With my abilities, I can sense anyone coming within a 10-foot radius. Today, I've come to discuss something with you. Your mission to hire the Miao Witch clan has failed. Do you need the Xuanwu sect's assistance? If so, please pay 600,000 strings of cash first, the Xuanwu envoy said expressionlessly. Of course I need your help. I know the rules. I'll pay half as a deposit first, and the balance will be settled after the job is done, Li Deming said happily. Wrong. Those are just the rules set by first- and second-rate assassination organizations. Our top-tier assassination organization requires full payment before taking action, because we have never failed. The Xuanwu envoy said arrogantly. This is such a large sum of money. We can't come up with it all at once. Please give us 7 days to prepare the funds, Li Deming said humbly. 5 days. I can only give you 5 days. If you haven't prepared 600,000 strings of cash by the time is up, then you'll have to find someone else, the Xuanwu envoy said arrogantly. Yes, thank you for your kindness, envoy, Li Deming said, bowing. Chapter 141 Eliminating the Roots. Cui Xintao hurriedly led his steward into his private carriage and headed towards Lantian County. He needed to tell Qin Xiao the news as soon as possible. Fortunately, the cement road had already been built, so he didn't need to climb up anymore. He quickly arrived at the villa entrance, where the guards recognized him and led him inside. Your Highness, I have something extremely urgent to tell you. May we speak privately in your study? Cui Xintao said excitedly. Don't worry. Everyone here is one of our own. There's nothing we can't let them know, Qin Xiao said casually. All right then. I have reliable information that the assassination organization that tried to assassinate you last time was called the Miao Witch clan. They were hired by the 5 families and cost 60,000 guan, but only paid a deposit of 30,000 guan. It was Li Deming of the Li family who was responsible for contacting them. This time, a Xuanwu sect member directly contacted Li Deming, and according to them, if they continue to assassinate you, you will have to pay 10 times the price. Cui Xintao patiently explained. It seems my life is becoming more and more valuable. 600,000 strings of cash and 100,000 strings of cash for each family. After the previous blows, I have no working capital at all. It's such a pity that these 6-centuries-old families have been destroyed. How much do you know about the Xuanwu sect? Is it really, as Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng said, a first-class assassination organization? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Your Highness, I've heard that the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird assassination organizations are indeed top tier. Since both Master Yuan and Master Li, these 2 divine figures, have said so, they must be right, Cui Xintao said, frowning. Clan Chief Cui, since you've come all this way to tell me this, I, the Prince Consort, will give you a fortune. Once you return, gather a large amount of funds and acquire the shops that the 5 clans are selling at low prices. If you don't have enough funds, go to General Ma and tell him it was me. I can lend you a few 100,000 strings of cash to tide you over. Qin Xiao said generously. Thank you, Your Highness. How about we do the acquisition together? I believe that as long as I follow you, it will be difficult for me not to make money. Cui Xintao said excitedly. Actually, you should thank your brother-in-law. I only took care of you because of him, and on the other hand, I think you are a very honest person, so I like being friends with you. Qin Xiao said with a smile. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. I will definitely follow you and do as you say. I wonder if Liangzhou City needs my help. Cui Xintao asked happily. I'll give you the houses and shops in Liangzhou City at half the market price. As for the shops in that large shopping mall, they're not for sale, but I can rent you 10 shops in the best locations, Qin Xiao said after thinking for a moment. Thank you so much for your support. I will mobilize the funds as soon as I get back, and I will give you half of all the shops purchased by the 5 families in Chang'an, Cui Xintao said excitedly. Don't buy the shops from the Wang family and the Li family of Zhao County. If you have cash flow problems, go to General Ma, Qin Xiao said casually. Your Highness, why don't you want to acquire these 2 shops? Are their shops more expensive than those of other prominent families? Cui Xintao asked, puzzled. Yes, because the 2 of them will soon disappear from this world, and their assets will be taken away by the imperial court, and then they will become the assets of the king of Qin, Qin Xiao explained. Cui Xintao had many questions in his mind. Why did these 2 centuries-old families disappear? Why did his assets, which were taken away by the imperial court, become the assets of the Prince of Qin? No matter how you look at it, they belonged to Li Yuan or Li Jiansheng, but he dared not ask too many questions. Your Highness, such a powerful assassination organization is coming to kill you. Aren't you worried at all? Should I transfer all of the Cui family's troops to guard this place? Cui Xintao said sincerely. It's not that I'm underestimating you, but your private soldiers can't even hold their own against the Turks, let alone top-tier assassins like these. I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need for unnecessary sacrifices, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Then you must be careful. How about we ask the 2 masters, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, to come and help us? Cui Xintao said worriedly. No need. Didn't you see that I keep 3 big insects and 2 brown bears? They can handle several assassins. Besides, my wife is also a master. As for myself, dealing with them is no problem at all. If they dare to come, they'll just be buried here. Qin Xiao said casually. Then I'm relieved. I'll take my leave now and go back to raise funds to buy the shop, Cui Xintao said excitedly. Go. Remember, be humble in your personal life, but ambitious in your work. Arrogance always brings trouble. Qin Xiao instructed. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. I will remember it forever. Cui Xintao bowed and turned to leave. Lanner, go and call Battalion Commander He and Deputy Battalion Commander Shi over here, Qin Xiao ordered. Yes, Your Highness. Lanner will go right away. Honey, even the weakest members of those top assassination organizations are at the grandmaster level, and the most powerful ones are at the great grandmaster level. Can we handle them? Li Xiuning asked worriedly. Why are you so lacking in confidence? You've already reached the grandmaster level. This assassin's appearance is an opportunity for you to improve your combat experience, unless you never want to go to the battlefield again, Qin Xiao explained. Of course I'm willing. I'm just worried about your safety. You're my everything. What will happen to the children and me if something happens to you? Li Xiuning said, frowning. Sigh? It's true that concern makes one lose their mind. You know, I just let Cui Xintao into the study to talk, so you wouldn't hear. What's wrong with sending a few grandmaster-level assassins, or even dozens of martial golden core cultivators? Qin Xiao said confidently. Brother-in-law, why don't we ask Shimin to send his men to guard this place? Changsun Wugo said worriedly. Forget it. His men are only good at charging into battle. They're not suited for assassinations at all. Coming here will only cause unnecessary casualties, Qin Xiao advised. Grandson-in-law, have you already reached the top level? Sun Simiao asked in surprise. Not yet. Your great-grandfather has been at the peak of the Grandmaster realm for many years, right? This practical battle should be able to help you break through, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Thank you for your kind words, Sun Simiao said with a smile. Does that mean you, my great-grandfather, are also going to fight? I've never seen you make a move before, Li Xiuning asked in surprise. I usually fight with bandits or wild animals, so of course you wouldn't see me, Sun Simiao explained with a smile. Report. Report. Yes. You've arrived. Please give instructions, instructor. I'm giving you a mission. Wipe out the Li family in Zhao County and the Wang family in Taiyuan, leaving no one alive. After you've completed the mission, wipe out the 2 families in Chang'an as well, Qin Xiao said casually. Instructor, what about the elderly and children? He Panran asked. Didn't you hear what I just said? Qin Xiao rebuked angrily. Reporting, instructor. I heard you. Leave no one alive. He Panran shouted, saluting. Honey, isn't this too cruel? Li Xiuning pleaded. If the old man and the child stay, and the old man instills the idea of revenge in the child every day, the child will come back to take revenge on me when he grows up. I would never put my family and children in danger. If you don't nip the problem in the bud, it will just keep growing back. They can only blame themselves for provoking me time and time again, Qin Xiao explained. Yes, my husband is right. Li Xiuning agreed. Brother-in-law, I support you, said Empress Zhang's son. Grandson-in-law, I also support your decision, Sun Simiao said with a smile. Execute the order, Qin Xiao commanded. Yes, instructor. Chapter 142 Drones. The next morning, just as Qin Xiao had predicted, the 5 prominent families began to sell off large quantities of shops and land at low prices. Cui Xintao had already instructed his men to buy them up in large quantities, except for those belonging to the Li Deming and Wang Guangming families. This greatly worried the heads of the 2 families. If they didn't sell the shops, their families would have no working capital left if they didn't come up with another 100,000 strings of cash, and their businesses would become stagnant. 5 days passed, and not even 5 shops had been sold. The 2 clan leaders had no choice but to bite the bullet and use their own private property to make up for the cost of hiring assassins from the Xuanwu sect. The Xuanwu envoy from the Xuanwu sect arrived as promised. This time, he came with several hundred people to solicit money. Although there was gold and silver in the 600,000 strings of cash, most of it was in copper coins. Therefore, countless vehicles were needed to transport the goods. While they were busy and thought they were doing something very discreet, little did they know that the drones in the sky had already transmitted their actions to Qin Xiao. Honey, what is this? Why does it look like a TV, and I can see the people inside clearly? This seems to be in Chang'an City, Li Xiuning asked curiously. That's really clever. This is indeed the residence of the Li Deming family in Chang'an City. This thing is called a drone, which can see everything clearly from the sky. Did you see those people in black robes? They even have a little turtle embroidered on their backs. They're all here to make money. A full 600,000 strings of cash. We're rich, Qin Xiao said happily. Money grubber, you have hundreds of millions of dollars, yet you're so excited about this $600,000. Also, this drone is truly amazing. You have to teach me how to use it later. Honey, what's that turtle? They've clearly embroidered turtles on their backs. Li Xiuning said happily. A turtle is a tortoise, and they are related. Right now, we can't talk about having hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth. We should have it in another 5 years. Right now, Liangzhou City is still short of funds. As long as I use drones to monitor where they transport the money, then after eliminating the assassins they sent, we can storm their hideout, and all that money will be ours, Qin Xiao explained happily. Wow. Honey, you're so clever. You've not only brought down the 5 clans and destroyed the Xuanwu sect, but you've also gained a lot of wealth. Oh, by the way, Xuanwu is a tortoise, and these black-robed men are all from the Xuanwu sect, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Yeah, my wife is really smart. Robbing money is faster than any other way of making money. Last time, after the Miao Witch clan, I sent the special forces out to wipe out the bandits, and they made 200,000 or 300,000 strings of cash. Qin Xiao sighed. I'm truly impressed by you too. One is the dignified eldest princess of the Tang Dynasty and the #1 female general in the land, and the other is the omnipotent imperial consort, yet you're talking about how to rob someone. Empress Zhang's son teased with a smile. We are a pair of thieves, specializing in robbing the rich to help the poor, Li Xiuning said with childlike innocence. Haha, you two really are like children who haven't grown up, Empress Zhang's son said with a laugh. Lanner, tell Ma Sanbao not to come here recently. Tell him to inform the king of Qin and all his men not to come over. Assassins could come at any time, so we need to avoid unnecessary damage, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, your highness. Lana replied immediately. Brother-in-law, are you just going to sit here and wait for them to come to you, without taking the initiative? What if they don't come, or they use your relatives or friends to threaten you? Changsun Wugo said with a frown. You silly girl, are you worried about your husband? Afraid something might happen to Shimin? Don't worry. Shimin is the prince of Qin. People in the martial arts world wouldn't dare to offend the imperial court unless absolutely necessary. Li Xiuning explained with a smile. Don't worry at all. These top-tier assassin organizations have their own pride. They would never threaten me with others. They think killing me would be a piece of cake, Qin Xiao explained. Since you've all said so, I feel much more at ease. I wonder when these assassins will arrive. Please don't frighten the children, Changsun Wugo said worriedly. Don't worry about that. They can't possibly come into the house. It'll probably only be a matter of 2 or 3 days. Just take good care of the children then, Qin Xiao instructed. Honey, look. They've entered Phoenix Mountain. This must be their headquarters. So, they were right under our noses. Li Xiuning exclaimed excitedly. That's perfect. Then we won't have to go so far to get the money. We can have Ma Sanbao bring a large group of men with us then, Qin Xiao reassured him. Honey, this time the Special Forces team is going to raid the ancestral lands of 2 powerful families. We're sure to get a lot out of them. After all, these are large families that have existed for hundreds of years. Even a fallen camel is bigger than a horse, Li Xiuning said happily. Second sister, I don't know who said brother-in-law was a money grubber just now. How come he's become so fond of money now? Empress Zhangsun teased. Sigh, didn't Qin Xiao just say that Liangzhou City is still short of funds? Of course we're happy to have so much money to fill the gap, Li Xiuning explained. You two are truly a perfect match, working together flawlessly. Don't forget, your current wealth far surpasses that of the 5 prominent families. Do you even have enough money to spend? Changsun Wugo asked, puzzled. Money is not for spending, but for having children. As long as Shimin holds the throne, I will continue to build cities of the same scale as the 2nd and 3rd Liangzhou cities, so that the Tang Dynasty's golden age can arrive as soon as possible. Make those foreign barbarians bow down and submit. If anyone dares to disobey the Tang Dynasty, then annihilate them, Qin Xiao declared boldly. Brother-in-law, I thank you on behalf of Shimin. Having a brother-in-law like you is truly a blessing from our ancestors, said Empress Zhangsun, bowing. All right, let's skip the formalities. We're family, so there's no need for formalities. It's only right for a brother-in-law to help his younger brother. I just hope that after Shimin becomes emperor, he won't make things difficult for your brother-in-law. Don't let your brother-in-law's usual carefree attitude fool you. If you piss him off, he won't give face to anyone. You've seen it yourself. He dares to defy father's imperial edict and even stand up to father to his face, Li Xiuning warned. Don't worry. Shimin is a man of principle. No matter what his status is, you are still his sister and brother-in-law. Without your help and rescue, who knows what would have become of him? Empress Zhangsun said confidently. Wugo, you are a very talented person, and your emotional intelligence is also very high. Once Shimin achieves some success and starts to become arrogant, you need to persuade him from the sidelines, Qin Xiao instructed. Understood, brother-in-law. I will always remind Shimin to keep a clear head, Changsun Wugo assured him. Chapter 143 Midnight Showdown. Just as Qin Xiao had expected, the top assassination sect had its pride and never considered capturing Qin Xiao's family to threaten him. 3 days later, one evening, more than 20 people dressed in black surrounded Qin Xiao's villa from all sides. They thought this operation was very secretive, but little did they know that Qin Xiao had seen all of them clearly. Because the villa was surrounded by high-definition cameras, monitoring their every move from every angle. Why do I feel like someone is watching us? Vice Sect Master He Chunming said softly to Elder Yinjie. Impossible. We've completely surrounded this place, and we haven't made a sound. Although Qin Xiao's kung fu is decent, he's nothing compared to us, Yinjie replied arrogantly. Just then, several Xuanwu sect disciples arrived at the giant brown bear and the 3-headed white tiger. The giant brown bear slapped one of the disciples with its fan-sized paws, and with a scream, the disciple was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Without hesitation, the 3 white tigers opened their blood-red mouths and pounced on the 3 disciples. Before they could even cry for help, the blood vessels in their necks had been bitten off, while the little brown bear was still sitting on the ground, enjoying its honey. These 4 master-level assassins didn't die at the hands of their enemies, but at the hands of Qin Xiao's pet. It was such a pathetic death. Suddenly, the lights around the villa blazed on, as bright as day, which stunned everyone, leaving them completely oblivious to the big brown bear and his companions. We'll treat our friends to fine wine and food, but if it's an enemy, then leave your life behind, Qin Xiao said with a smile. The 3 stood on the rooftop balcony, looking down at everything below. This time, the Xuanwu sect had gone to great lengths, sending out 10 Grandmaster-level experts and 40 Grandmaster-level experts. If one's strength is insufficient, it would be impossible to withstand such a powerful attack. But who is Qin Xiao? He is a powerful figure with a robust system. Apart from occasionally being afraid of his wife, only the system can subdue him. Li Xiuning and Sun Ximiao were both dressed in carbon fiber armor, holding steel spears, and stood on either side of Qin Xiao. Are you Qin Xiao? He Chunming asked, looking up at the glaring light. So you're the old turtle and the young turtle from the turtle clan? Qin Xiao didn't reply to them, but said in a serious tone. "You little thief! How dare you insult my dignified Xuanwu sect? Even if you weren't Qin Xiao, you won't leave here alive today. Everyone's here, kill." Li Xiuning roared. "You can all stay here. Let's go down and have a good fight," Qin Xiao said with a smile as he leaped down. Qin Xiao knew that the person speaking to him must be a leader and also the most skilled in martial arts. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, you must first catch the king. As soon as he went down, he faced off against Li Xiuning. Li Xiuning was overjoyed to see Qin Xiao rushing towards him. As a grandmaster at the peak level, he could easily annihilate the opponent. But when he and Qin Xiao clashed palms, it was too late for regrets. He was sent flying more than 10 feet away by a powerful force, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. He had suffered serious internal injuries. You are. Li Xiuning was terrified and fainted before he could finish his sentence. The 10 elders quickly surrounded Qin Xiao, but before they could make a move, they all slammed him to the ground with a palm strike, and it was clear he was doomed. Only Yinjie, the grand elder of the Xuanwu sect, remained standing there trembling. He never expected that they would run into such a formidable opponent today, as the young man before him possessed legendary-level martial arts skills. Qin Xiao killed so many, but spared Yinjie because he wanted to use this grandmaster-level enemy for Sun Simiao's breakthrough. "Grandpa, let Xiuning handle those small fry. Come over here quickly. I've saved a big fish for you, especially for you," Qin Xiao said with a smile. Yinjie nearly fainted from anger upon hearing Qin Xiao's words. Apart from the reclusive supreme elder, he, the third most important figure in the Xuanwu sect, was being called Big Fish today. "All right, coming right away." After slapping away a Grandmaster level 9 enemy with one palm, Sun Simiao immediately came to Yinjie's side. "Grandpa, this fish is the same level as you, so have fun," Qin Xiao said with a grin. "There were 11 experts here just now. Where are the others?" "Could it be?" Sun Simiao said in surprise. "Apart from the one who just threatened me and is now seriously injured and unconscious, the others are almost at the gates of hell," Qin Xiao said casually. "You're amazing. We don't need you here anymore. Go and cover for Xiuning. If my precious granddaughter gets hurt in the slightest, I'll hold you responsible," Sun Simiao said with a smile. Yinjie gritted his teeth on the side, but he could only curse in his heart. His cultivation was not enough to withstand a slap from Qin Xiao, so he dared not make any rash moves. "Grandpa, have fun. I'm off to see my wife now," Qin Xiao said with a smile. "Go ahead. You're sure to have a great time today," Sun Simiao replied happily. Qin Xiao ignored Yinjie and slowly walked towards Li Xiuning. Li Xiuning was not fighting alone. Apart from the little brown bear, which was unable to fight and had hidden itself, the other 4 pets fought alongside her. The brown bear's moves are very simple. It stands upright and slaps with its left and right paws. Anyone hit by it will be sent flying and injured, given the force of its slaps, which can be as strong as 1,000 or 2 kilograms. The 3 white tigers are incredibly powerful, especially Little Black. Now that it's grown up, its advantages in all aspects have become apparent. These master-level enemies couldn't withstand its pounce, and there are already more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground. Li Xiuning, needless to say, began leading troops into battle at the end of the Sui Dynasty's Day era and continued until the 6th year of the Wuda era. He was a veteran of countless battles, and after 2 years of intensive training by Qin Xiao, he had become extremely formidable. Ordinary grandmasters couldn't withstand even 10 of her moves before dying under her spear, and the armor she wore was impenetrable to enemy swords. Qin Xiao approached them, but did not make a move. Instead, he sat on a stone chair and watched. He was not worried about Li Xiuning's safety at all. With his cultivation level, he could easily resolve any danger Li Xiuning might face. Now, he needed Li Xiuning to break through in actual combat. Li Xiuning glanced at Qin Xiao, not blaming him for not coming to help. Instead, she smiled at him. This might be what they call telepathy. Chapter 144, Destroying the Xuanwu Sect. The kung fu used by Sun Simiao was called 5 Animal Frolics, which was originally created by Hua Ta. After Sun Simiao's improvements, the moves were based on the actions of animals when hunting prey, and he mastered the essence of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. As the leader of the assassins, Yinjie also relied on speed. The two fought with lightning speed, making it dazzling to watch. Fortunately, Qin Xiao's cultivation was much higher than theirs, which allowed him to see their moves clearly. Before meeting Sun Simiao, he found it hard to believe that even a divine doctor could not possibly live to be 141 years old. After meeting him, he realized that he was actually a practitioner of internal martial arts. A grandmaster can live to be 100 years old, and once they reach the golden core stage of martial arts, they can add another 60 years to their lifespan. With Qin Xiao's current cultivation level, he is capable of living to be 300 years old. Sun Simiao and Yin Jie fought for an hour, exchanging more than 500 moves. Sun Simiao, being a renowned physician, had an excellent understanding of acupoints and thus gained the upper hand, suppressing Yin Jie's attacks. After another incense stick's time, wisps of white steam rose from Sun Simiao's head, which were particularly noticeable under the lamplight. Qin Xiao knew that Sun Simiao was about to break through. With a pop, Sun Simiao's bones cracked repeatedly as he slapped Yin Jie away. He then sat down on the ground to cultivate. Qin Xiao knew he was stabilizing his cultivation. Yin Jie was no longer able to fight after being struck by his palm. When he turned to look at Li Xiuning, he was surprised to find that Li Xiuning had advanced from Grandmaster level 2 to level 5. This was a truly unexpected surprise. Of the more than 30 enemies surrounding Li Xiuning, only 5 remain, and they are all badly wounded and on the verge of death. As Qin Xiao expected, the remaining 5 were taken care of by Li Xiuning with a single shot each, cleanly and efficiently. The 4 pets, not being accustomed to eating people, quietly returned to their dens to sleep. "Honey, I'm amazing, aren't I?" Li Xiuning said happily as she approached Qin Xiao. "Impressive. You are absolutely the #1 war god of the Tang Dynasty. Now, no one in the Tang court can rival you," Qin Xiao praised. "How can I be #1? My dear husband is #1. Li Xiuning said coquettishly. "I am not a member of the imperial court," Qin Xiao declined. "Honey, how is my godfather doing now?" Li Xiuning suddenly thought of something. "Grandpa has already broken through and is now consolidating his cultivation," Qin Xiao explained. "Report. Princess, Prince Consort, are you all right?" Ma Sambao rushed over. "It's all right, Sambao. Quickly move these bodies up, go inside and get the gasoline, pour it on and burn them. I'll take you to retrieve the money later. Remember, bring everyone and the car up with you," Qin Xiao explained. "Yes, Your Highness, I'll take care of it right away." Ma Sambao excitedly went to instruct his men to do the work. Qin Xiao originally intended to bury the corpses in the back mountain, but when he thought of the Xuanwu sect and remembered a turtle breathing technique from a novel he had read, which allowed people to feign death, he decided to burn them all and turn them into ashes to see how they could fake their deaths. After another hour of busy work, all the corpses had been burned to ashes, and the soldiers had cleaned up the ground. "Wife, do you want to go?" Qin Xiao asked. "Of course I'm going. I already found out where they are yesterday. If you forget, you can ask me," Li Xiuning explained. "All right then, let Grandpa stay home, and we'll go together," Qin Xiao said helplessly. "You can go ahead. I'll guard the house. There won't be any problems. I just broke through, so I'll stay home to consolidate my cultivation and experience the energy circulation method of the martial golden core," Sun Simiao said with a smile. Qin Xiao gave Ma Sambao the address and instructed him to lead all his men to wait at the foot of Phoenix Mountain, using fireworks as a signal. Once he gave the signal, they were to immediately go up the mountain. With Qin Xiao's cultivation level, he didn't need to drive at all. Holding Li Xiuning's hand, he took off and flew towards Phoenix Mountain, which stunned everyone. They all knew that the prince consort was very skilled in martial arts, but they never imagined that he could easily fly away with someone. It was simply unbelievable. Qin Xiao led Li Xiuning directly to the sky above the Xuanwu sect. They were quite surprised to see rows of stone houses standing in the valley. "Qin Xiao is here. You all come out and face your deaths." Qin Xiao unleashed his lion's roar, causing the entire valley to shake. Who is causing trouble at the Xuanwu sect? In a short while, dozens of figures appeared on the open ground. The man in the lead looked to be over 70 years old, but he was still walking briskly, with an upright posture and high spirits. "You must be the sect leader of the Xuanwu sect. How could you forget me so quickly? Listen up now, I am Qin Xiao. Didn't you send people to kill me?" Qin Xiao said angrily. When Qin Jin followed the sound and looked up to see a man and a woman in the sky, he was completely stunned. Even with his martial arts cultivation at the first level of the Golden Core stage, it was impossible for him to remain in the air. Moreover, the woman's cultivation was clearly that of a grandmaster. The fact that he could only stay in the air with the support of the man beside him raises the question, what level of cultivation does this man possess? Has he already reached the legendary level? Why didn't my subordinates thoroughly investigate the other party's strength before accepting the job? Great hero, this was all done by my men. I knew nothing about it. Please be merciful and spare the Xuanwu sect. From now on, the Xuanwu sect will be your underlings and obey your every command," Qin Jin pleaded. "Ha ha ha, do you take me for a 3-year-old? You took 600,000 strings of cash from the 5 aristocratic families and made countless trips. How could you not know about such a big thing? It's not impossible for me to let you go, as long as you show sincerity. If your sincerity is enough, I'll pretend nothing happened, Qin Xiao joked. Hero Qin, my name is Qin Jing. We were one family 500 years ago. Please spare my life. I am willing to compensate you for your losses with 1.2 million strings of cash. Qin Jing apologized sincerely. All right then. If you can withstand one of my palm strikes, I'll let you go. Qin Xiao stretched out his right hand and slapped the ground. Spare him. 2 dark figures flew over swiftly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Qin Xiao's palm strike was incredibly powerful, slamming everyone below into the rocks and turning what was once a flat area into a deep pit. Sir, your methods are far too cruel. The sect leader has already begged you for mercy. Why don't you let him go? One should show mercy when possible, one of the black-robed elders said angrily. Generally, if someone wants to kill me, I will kill them first. If begging for mercy were effective, what would be the point of rules? You think you 2 mere peak 9th level golden core cultivators can act all high and mighty in front of me? You're sorely mistaken. Today, you're both going to die. Qin Xiao said expressionlessly. What? Oh no, senior brother. He's already at the legendary level. We have to run. Want to leave? Too late. Those who offended me, Qin Xiao, are now repenting in the underworld. Qin Xiao said casually. He raised his hand twice, and 2 screams rang out. The 2 supreme elders had been dead for less than 5 minutes, leaving Li Xiuning with an admiring gaze fixed on Qin Xiao. Chapter 145. Not a single chicken or dog left alive. Qin Xiao carefully sensed that there were no survivors. Then he pulled Li Xiuning into the Xuanwu sect's house, entered the hall, and went to their storage room. There they saw countless riches, gold and silver jewelry, and many gemstones. Wow, honey, this wealth is even more than Father Emperor's national treasury. We're rich now, Li Xiuning exclaimed excitedly. There are at least 5 million strings of cash here. How many people would you have to kill to earn that? These are all heartless beasts who kill without blinking an eye, Qin Xiao said angrily. Actually, it's not that many. At your price, you wouldn't even need 10, Li Xiuning joked. You silly wife, it's because the Xuanwu sect saw that the 5 families were rich that they asked for such an exorbitant price. But how many people in this world are as rich as the 5 families? Qin Xiao explained. What you said makes sense. However, their kung fu is so advanced that it must have existed for hundreds of years. This is a wealth accumulated by several generations, Li Xiuning said after thinking for a moment. Smart. This is indeed the result of hundreds of years of accumulation. Those 2 old men must be their supreme elders, who only come out to save the sect when it is in crisis. I usually stay in seclusion to cultivate, and I've already reached the peak of the 9th level of the golden core stage in martial arts. Actually, if they hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have let their foundation be destroyed, Qin Xiao explained. Husband, you were able to kill a golden core peak expert with a single palm strike. So what level has your cultivation reached? Have you already reached the highest level? Li Xiuning asked curiously. I haven't reached the highest level yet. I'm just 1 level higher than them. The peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, Qin Xiao explained. With your cultivation level, you're capable of contending with a nation. Are you sent by heaven to protect me? Li Xiuning said excitedly. That's right. I was sent by heaven to the Tang Dynasty to find a wife. Now that I've found a great beauty, I can say I've completed my mission. Tomorrow I'll return to heaven to report back, Qin Xiao said with a smile. You're not allowed to go back. You have to stay here with me and the children. Now that you've fallen for me, how could you possibly leave so easily? No way, Li Xiuning said with her hands on her hips, clearly dissatisfied. All right, I'm not kidding anymore. There seems to be a secret room over there. Let's go take a look. There might be even more treasures there, Qin Xiao explained. The 2 walked hand in hand to a stone wall. Qin Xiao touched the wall a few times, then suddenly pressed it inwards, and a stone the size of a bowl was dented in. Long. A door appeared in the stone wall in front of them and slowly opened by itself. The inside, which was originally pitch black, was suddenly as bright as day. The light was emitted by the luminous pearls on the stone wall. Honey, what treasures are here? Just these many luminous pearls are enough to make us rich. Let's search some more. Li Xiuning excitedly stepped through the stone gate. The 2 entered the secret chamber, which contained not the gold and silver jewelry found outside, but weapons, martial arts manuals, and some precious medicinal herbs. Qin Xiao picked up a manual and flipped through it, but there was nothing worth appreciating. It was several levels below the manual the system had given him. Husband, with so many martial arts manuals, Let's take them back and study them carefully. Maybe our skills will improve. Li Xiuning said excitedly. These are all intermediate-level cultivation techniques. Once you reach the grandmaster level, I'll give you a high-level one, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Okay, then I'll have the soldiers down the mountain come up and get the things, Li Xiuning said with satisfaction. However, these manuals must be destroyed. If they happen to be secretly hidden away by unscrupulous warriors who want to practice them, they will become a scourge to ordinary people, Qin Xiao instructed. Then let's take these manuals out and burn them, Li Xiuning said worriedly. Your husband is so powerful, do you still need to burn them? Watch me. Qin Xiao struck out with his palm, and all the secret manuals turned to dust. Come on, let's go out and set off fireworks. As soon as they see the fireworks, they'll know we've come up the mountain, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Li Xiuning went outside, placed the fireworks Qin Xiao had given her on the open ground, took out a lighter, and lit the fuse. One by one, colorful fireworks shot into the sky. Qin Xiao walked over and put his arm around Li Xiuning's shoulder, watching the fireworks with her. When one firework finished, and there was still no movement, he simply bought 10 more from the system for Li Xiuning to set off. Little did he know that he had flown there, while Ma Sanbao had come by horse-drawn carriage, and besides, it was still dark, so how could they possibly get up the mountain so quickly? After 10 fireworks finished, the two waited for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before Ma Sanbao arrived, panting heavily. Seeing how soaked they were, they knew there was a lot of dew on the mountain. Sanbao, take everything you can carry back here, register it, and put it in the warehouse. Each of you will be rewarded with 10 strings of cash. However, don't let me find out if any of you are lining your own pockets, or you'll not only be expelled from the women's army, but your families will also be fired from the factory. Do you hear me? Qin Xiao scolded. I heard you. All right, you can proceed now. Remember, don't do anything foolish. Even if I were at home, I could clearly know everything that was happening here, Qin Xiao warned again. Princess and Prince Consort, I will be overseeing everything, and there will absolutely be no mistakes, Ma Sanbao assured them. Okay, you've worked hard. We'll be going now. Qin Xiao took Li Xiuning's hand, and they took off into the air. This stunned the soldiers below. They hadn't noticed anything because it was too dark at the villa, but now that it was getting light, they saw them slowly flying into the distance. After Qin Xiao returned, he resumed his life as a stay-at-home dad. However, his deeds had already spread throughout the martial arts world, and the Seven Kill sect was secretly glad that they had made the right choice. When the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird sects, which were on par with the Black Tortoise, received the news, not a single person dared to utter a word. They all chose to remain silent. When the aristocratic families received news of the extermination of the Li family of Zhao County and the Wang family of Taiyuan, they were too frightened to leave their homes. Even a fool could guess who was responsible, but they couldn't understand why only 2 of the 6 families involved were wiped out. Was it a case of killing the chicken to scare the monkey? As soon as Cui Xintao received the news, he knew that Qin Xiao had made his move, but he never expected that the seemingly harmless prince consort would do such a thing. When they got ruthless, they didn't even spare the chickens in these aristocratic families, let alone the elderly and children. This was even more cruel than the imperial court's punishment of exterminating 9 generations of relatives. Chapter 146 Arrogance, due to pampering. Cart after cart of gold and silver jewelry was being transported from Phoenix Mountain to Lantian County, which made the 5 prominent families extremely envious, as much of the wealth belonged to them. But there was nothing they could do but watch helplessly, daring to be angry but not daring to speak out. They were truly terrified by Qin Xiao's actions. In the days that followed, the 5 prominent families also closed the academy of their son-in-law, Qin Xiao. They knew that Qin Xiao's knife wasn't dull. Rather, he simply didn't take them seriously. Originally, everyone was competing in business, but he broke the rules by hiring an assassin to kill him, which led to the annihilation of both families. If he provokes him again, they will suffer the same fate. Father, the Wang and Li families were wiped out overnight, and even their ancestral lands were destroyed. There must be a conspiracy behind this. I suspect that Qin Xiao sent people to do it, Li Jianxing said angrily. Do you have any evidence to prove that he did it? Li Yuan questioned. This subject has no evidence, Li Jianxing stammered. Shut up if you don't have evidence. You need to understand that Xiuning is your sister and Qin Xiao is your brother-in-law. They are your closest relatives. Do you want your sister to remarry? Jiansheng, there's one thing you need to understand. I dote on you not because of your abilities, but simply because you are the eldest son. Do you think you are more capable than Shimin? I now feel that you are becoming arrogant because of your favor with the emperor. You are eliminating dissidents at every turn and suppressing those who do not follow your orders. Moreover, you are getting very close to powerful families. Don't forget that the downfall of Yangguang was influenced by these powerful families. Let me ask you, if I were to entrust the Tang Dynasty to you, how would you manage it? What would you do if the Turks or other foreign tribes attacked the Tang Dynasty? Li Yuan asked angrily. Father, I was wrong. I had too many selfish thoughts. I will correct them immediately. Li Xiuning had never seen Li Yuan so angry before, and he was so frightened that he was completely at a loss. Go down and reflect on your actions. I hope you can understand the good intentions behind your father's actions, Li Yuan said with a wave of his long sleeves. Father, please calm your anger. Your son takes his leave. Li Xiuning bowed and withdrew from the imperial study. After being reprimanded by Li Yuan, Li Xiuning was furious. Upon returning to the East Palace, he began smashing things, and several maids were beaten until their heads bled. Wei Zheng and the others dared not step forward to stop him. General Shui, where are your ambush troops now? Li Xiuning asked after stopping his venting. Your Highness, our ambush troops are already positioned on a mountain leading to Luoyang, ready to launch an attack at any moment, Shui Wanjun said solemnly. Is there a general leading the team over there? Li Xiuning asked excitedly. Yes, there is a veteran general leading the troops, with a strength of 20,000, which guarantees absolute safety, Shui Wanjun replied respectfully. Good, very good. You two brothers will stay by my side for now, and then join the army on June 2nd to wipe out Li Xiuning in one fell swoop. At that time, I will appoint you as left and right generals of the martial guard. Li Xiuning said confidently. Yes, your highness. Shui Wanjun said excitedly. How could the two brothers not be excited? They were originally Li Yi's retainers, and their rank was only that of a 6th grade official, while this left and right martial guard general was the emperor's personal guard and a 3rd grade official. Upon receiving news that Qin Xiao's villa had been besieged by assassins, and that the Li and Wang families had been wiped out, Li Xiuning immediately went to Qin Xiao's place. Second sister, brother-in-law, I heard that a very powerful assassin has come to your place. Are you injured? Are the children frightened? Li Xiuning asked anxiously. Xiuning, you don't need to pretend anymore. If you're worried about your wife, go check on them. With our skills, how could your brother-in-law and I be easily harmed? Li Xiuning teased. Second sister, there's a saying, see through things but don't say them out loud. We can still be good siblings. If you're so blunt, you'll have no friends in the future, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Did your brother-in-law teach you this? He doesn't teach you anything good. He always teaches you these kinds of nonsense. Let me tell you, I don't need friends. I just need to keep an eye on your brother-in-law and educate the kids. That's what it means to be a good wife and mother. Everything else is none of my business, Li Xiuning said proudly. Sister, you've been poisoned by your husband. You've lost your own opinions and ambitions, and all you do is think about your husband and children all day long, Li Xiuning teased. Your sister is happier than anything else right now, so you don't need to worry about her. How are your own preparations going? You only have 1 month left, Qin Xiao asked, frowning. Brother-in-law, everything is ready. We're just waiting for June 2nd, Li Xiuning said confidently. Xiuning, please don't hurt father and my elder brother. We have already lost too many loved ones. What's the point of creating a great and prosperous era if you have no family to share it with? Li Xiuning urged. Don't worry, second sister. I will try my best not to hurt them. After all, you are all my closest relatives, Li Xiuning promised. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Even if you gain the throne, you must govern it with care. It's hard to conquer a country, but it's even harder to maintain it, Li Xiuning advised. I understand, second sister. I will definitely be a good emperor. Besides, I have you and brother-in-law to assist me. If there is anything I do wrong, you can tell me directly, Li Xiuning said sincerely. That's good. I hope you keep your word and become a great emperor who will be recorded in history. Also, listen to the opinions and suggestions of those around you, and don't be stubborn. Qin Xiao advised. Okay, brother-in-law, did you send people to wipe out the Li family of Zhao County and the Wang family of Taiyuan? Li Xiuning asked curiously. It was indeed my special forces team that wiped them out. The 5 clans and 6 powers sent assassins to kill me twice, and I was already being generous by only eliminating 2 of them, Qin Xiao explained. What? You actually dared to hire assassins to kill you? You deserve to die. It would be perfectly normal to kill all 5 aristocratic families. If you want to kill others, you should be prepared to be killed yourself. In fact, these powerful families are also a stumbling block to the development of the court. It's no pity to kill them all, Li Xiuning said angrily. Actually, why did I choose the Wang family and the Li family? The Wang family and I are already sworn enemies, and there's no way to resolve this, so it's better to make them disappear. As for the Li family, both times they hired assassins, it was Li Deming who did it. Since this guy knows so many assassin organizations, he must have hired them to kill people for him before. He's done so many bad things, he has to be killed. Qin Xiao explained. Good for you. I fully support you. I have no objection to killing all the other aristocratic families except for the Chui family of Qinghe, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Chapter 147 The Xuanwu Gate Incident. On June 1st, everyone gathered at the Prince of Qin's residence. Everyone knew that something big was about to happen, and they were all very nervous and the atmosphere was very tense. The special forces have all changed into the armor of Tang Dynasty soldiers and are guarding the various gates of the Qin prince's mansion, along with many hidden sentries, so that almost not even a fly can get in. Tomorrow morning at court, all military officers will follow me into the palace through the Xuanwu Gate. Once Li Xiuning arrives, we will immediately subdue him, and then lead our troops to control the emperor and all civil and military officials. Without my order, no killing is permitted. You civil officials should stay home and await good news, Li Xiuning instructed. Yes, King Qin, everyone said in unison. Meanwhile, a secret meeting was being held in the Crown Prince's palace. To be on the safe side, Li Xiuning wanted to kill Li Xiuning at Xuanwu Gate, so that he would have no worries about the future. Tomorrow morning, all the military officers except Qin Xiao, who will stay at the East Palace to protect my family, will come with me to Xuanwu Gate. I am going to kill Li Xiuning there. The Eastern Palace Guard, along with other troops, totaling 5,000 men, will have 1,000 left behind, and the rest transferred away. Hou Junji will lead 2,000, and Shui Wanjun and Shui Wanche will each lead 1,000. All the civil officials will stay here and await good news, Li Xiuning ordered. Yes, Your Highness, everyone replied in unison. At dawn the next day, Li Xiuning led a group of generals and special forces soldiers into Xuanwu Gate. Everyone changed into carbon fiber armor and went to the city wall to replace the other soldiers. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Li Xiuning led 4,000 cavalrymen in a grand procession from afar, completely unaware that danger was quietly approaching. When Li Xiuning saw Li Xiuning in the middle of the army, he frowned. If he wanted Li Xiuning to enter the gate, it would mean that at least 2,000 soldiers had to be let in. Moreover, he had promised Li Xiuning to spare Li Xiuning's life, which would increase the difficulty several times over, but he had no choice. Fortunately, his side was wearing armor that was impervious to swords and bullets, and each of the special forces members had the fighting power to take on 100 men. Li Xiuning rode his Akeltech horse triumphantly into Xuanwu Gate. Before he could react, he heard a loud crash, which nearly made him fall off his horse. Fire arrows. Close the city gates. A reward of 1,000 taels of silver will be given to anyone who captures Li Xiuning alive, along with a promotion and a higher rank. Li Xiuning roared. Kill. Li Xiuning was stunned. Originally, he was the one who came to ambush Li Xiuning, but now the situation had reversed. Why was Chang He, the general guarding Xuanwu Gate, listening to him? Before Li Xiuning's soldiers could react, many of them were shot dead in an instant. Only Hou Junji was able to enter with him. The Shui brothers, Wanjun and Shui Wanjun, were blocked outside, so he could only order his soldiers to attack the city. Qin Xiao, get up now. If you don't get up, your brother-in-law is going to meet the king of hell, and your wife will never let you into bed again. System, what's wrong with you in the middle of the night? Please, it's only a little past 3. Can't you wait until I'm awake to talk about it? By the time you wake up, Li Xiuning will be a corpse. Impossible. I already instructed Li Xiuning to spare Li Xiuning's life. How could Li Xiuning possibly die? Qin Xiao was immediately jolted awake. Mission: rescue Li Xiuning. Reward: 10 excavators, 10,000 gene of sweet potatoes. Penalty for failure: loss of male potency and becoming a father-in-law for half a year. System, you're ruthless. I'm coming to save you right now. Honey, you're awake. Are you going to see the baby? Li Xiuning asked groggily. Yes, I'm going to see the baby and pee. You can go back to sleep. Qin Xiao coaxed her. In fact, Qin Xiao had made countless calculations, but he had overlooked the anomaly that was Chang He. In order to prevent this important figure from being exposed, Li Xiuning did not call Chang He to the meeting at the Qin prince's mansion yesterday. Chang He naturally did not know Li Xiuming's intentions, so he ordered his men to kill Li Xiuning. This was also because he had not chosen to submit to Li Xiuning before, but now Li Xiuning was about to seize the throne and submit to the Ming dynasty. Chang He and his men, positioned high above Li Xiuning, drew their bows and aimed at him. With a command, countless arrows flew towards him. Li Xiuning saw the rain of arrows coming at him and knew he was about to die on the spot, so he could only silently close his eyes. Ho Junji, who was standing next to him, was killed instantly by an arrow through the heart. Li Xiuning, who was far away, was powerless to stop it and could only hope that the arrow would not hit a vital spot. But after waiting for a while, Li Xiuning did not feel any pain. When he opened his eyes, the scene in front of him was unforgettable. A person floated in midair, blocking his way, while countless arrows stopped just a finger's width away from his body. The arrows remained motionless, as if everything had frozen in time. Xiuning, I'm taking your elder brother with me. You continue with the rest. Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, brother-in-law. Thank you for saving my elder brother's life, Li Xiuning said gratefully. If I can't protect my brother-in-law, your second sister will eat me alive. I'm leaving now. Come find me when you're done with this. Qin Xiao said with a smile. Shui Wanjun overheard Qin Xiao and Li Xiuming's conversation and realized that the mysterious man in front of him was Li Xiuning's husband. He then asked his soldiers to confirm Qin Xiao's home address. He sent a soldier to the Eastern Palace to tell Qin Xiao to lead 1,000 soldiers to Lantian County to meet him, while he himself hurriedly led the remaining 1,700 soldiers to Lantian County. When the soldier who went to the Eastern Palace told Qin Xiao what had happened, Qin Xiao did not lead his troops to rescue the people, but instead looted the crown prince's residence. With the crown princess kidnapped, the civil officials had no courage to stop them. Qin Xiao, along with his family, guards, and 1,000 soldiers from the crown prince's residence, fled Chang'an and headed north. In fact, Qin Xiao knew that if Li Xiuning became emperor, his future would be bleak, so he might as well take this opportunity to leave the Tang Dynasty and seek refuge with other forces. The Shui brothers waited for a long time, but did not see Qin Xiao. Saving lives was urgent, and they could not wait any longer. They had no choice but to lead their troops to Qin Xiao's villa. Wife, have you ever heard of the Shui brothers, Shui Wanjun and Shui Xiuning? Qin Xiao asked, looking at Li Xiuning who was walking over. Li Xiuning knew that today was the day of the Xuanwu Gate incident, and she hadn't been sleeping well. Just now, after Qin Xiao got up, she couldn't fall back asleep. Now, she was personally serving tea to Li Xiuning. Two of Li Yi's subordinates, the Prince of Yin and Yuzhou, are considered fierce generals on the battlefield. Why are you asking about this? Li Xiuning asked curiously. Those two brothers are almost at our doorstep. Why don't I recruit them and bring them into the women's army? Qin Xiao said with a smile. No way. I want to personally beat them into submission. Brother, please have a seat. I'll be right back. Honey, please take good care of brother. Li Xiuning said politely. Chapter 148 Confirming Identity. After Qin Xiao took Li Xiuning away, all the guards of the Eastern Palace laid down their weapons. Li Xiuning immediately ordered Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong to enter the Taiji Hall to control the situation. Cheng Yaojin chopped off the head of a palace guard's corpse, mutilated the face until it was a bloody mess, and then carried it in his hand, swaggering towards the Taiji Hall. Li Yuan received a report from the Imperial Guards that his two sons had already started fighting at Xuanwu Gate, and he intended to order the 16 guards to stop them. Before he could even send out the Imperial Edict, Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong had already led their special forces to surround the Taiji Hall. Several Imperial Guards who tried to draw their swords to resist were killed on the spot. When Li Yuan and his officials saw the scene before them, and the bloody, mangled head in Cheng Yaojin's hand, they couldn't help but feel nauseous and vomit. Although Li Yuan was the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty, he had never personally fought on the battlefield. He had never seen such a bloody scene before, and he felt dizzy and disoriented, but he forced himself to suppress his discomfort. Crown Prince Li Xiuning sent 4,000 troops to assassinate Prince Qin at Xuanwu Gate, but they were killed instead. He has now been executed. We hope your majesty can uphold justice for Prince Qin. Cheng Yaojin's voice rang out like thunder. When Li Yuan heard Cheng Yaojin's words, he almost fainted. Fortunately, Tang Jian, who was standing nearby, caught him in time and prevented him from falling. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the matter was already settled and that even as emperor, he could not change the situation. Helpless, he could only announce that Li Xiuning would be made crown prince and that all political affairs would be managed by him. After dismissing all the ministers, he walked dejectedly towards Taiji Palace. He looked more than 10 years older and walked unsteadily. When the Shui brothers led their army to the villa's entrance, Li Xiuning, already clad in armor and wielding a spear, stood waiting on her horse, Ta Shui Wu Hen. This humble general, Shui Wanjun, pays his respects to Princess Pingyang. This humble general, Shui Wanche, pays his respects to Princess Pingyang. Generals, Please excuse the formalities. We are all from military backgrounds, so we will refrain from such formalities. I am aware of your abilities. I am here to welcome you and would like to make a bet with you. I wonder if you two generals dare to accept. Li Xiuning challenged. Then please tell us, Princess, how the bet works. My brother and I may not have any other skills, but we are bold, Shui Wanche said readily. I will challenge you two brothers by myself. If I lose, my elder brother, the crown prince, will let you take me away. If you lose, you should never return to Yuzhou. Join my women's army, and you'll get a promotion. Are you willing to take the gamble? Li Xiuning said with great enthusiasm. Both of them were stunned by Li Xiuning's words. They never expected that Li Xiuning would dare to make such a bet, even though they knew Li Xiuning's capabilities. In a one-on-one fight, neither of the brothers could match her, but when the two of them joined forces, their strength was more than doubled. What gave Li Xiuning such confidence? After some discussion, the two brothers decided to have a match with Li Xiuning. If they didn't fight her, they would have no chance of taking the crown prince away with her husband's skills. All right, Your Highness, then we'll have to take our leave. Shui Wanjun bowed and said, All right, bring it on. I'll give you 3 moves, Li Xiuning said confidently. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Brother, let's attack from both sides. Shui Wanjun said angrily. Li Xiuning kept her word. She effortlessly deflected all the spears that the two brothers attacked, giving each of them 3 moves. This left the two brothers completely astonished, as they never expected that the #1 female war goddess of the Tang Dynasty would be so powerful. No wonder her husband was so powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control such a fierce woman. Li Xiuning didn't rush to defeat them, which was a great show of respect for them. After fighting for 50 rounds, she finally knocked their lances away. Your Highness, we are inferior in skill and humbly admit defeat. From now on, we are your women's army, and we hope you will take good care of us. Shui Wanjun dismounted and bowed. All right, from now on you are all part of my women's army. I keep my word and will definitely not treat you unfairly. The spear technique I just used is called 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. In the future, as long as you perform well, I will pass on these skills to you as well, Li Xiuning said seriously. What? This spear technique is actually the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique, which has been lost for hundreds of years. This is the signature skill of the spear god Tong Yuan. Shui Wanche exclaimed excitedly. Your Highness, on the way to Luoyang, less than 200 miles from here, there are 20,000 troops of the Prince of Yin, who are there to ambush the Prince of Qin. My brother and I are willing to go and subdue them, bringing them under the banner of the women's army, Shui Wanjun said confidently. Okay, then you can go. Be back soon. Li Xiuning readily instructed. Your Highness, I just ordered a soldier to go to the Crown Prince's eastern palace to have Qin Xiao bring over another 1,000 cavalry, but there has been no news yet, Shui Wanche explained. Well, I know Qin Xiao. He's faster than a rabbit when he's in danger. I reckon he's no longer in Chang'an. Li Xiuning teased. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. We brothers will— This was the first time the Shui brothers had dealt with this Tang Dynasty princess, but they never expected that this princess of such high status would be so polite to them, making them feel as if they were willing to die for someone who understands them. Xiuning, you're back. Come on, let's have breakfast together. Big brother, join us too, Qin Xiao said with a smile. You all eat. I'm not hungry, Li Jianxing replied coldly. Brother, food is essential for life. You'll get hungry if you don't eat for a day. No matter how important the matter is, you should wait until you've eaten before talking about it, Li Xiuning advised. Xiuning, you don't need to pay any attention to him. If he doesn't eat, we can save a lot of food. I wasted my sleep to save his life, and now he's giving me that attitude. Return this to me. There are no subordinates of yours here. Only your sister and brother-in-law. What are you pretending to be so arrogant about? Qin Xiao said angrily. You. Li Jianxing was so angry with Qin Xiao that he was incoherent. Qin Xiao, shut up. Big brother just went through a life-or-death experience. It's understandable that he's feeling down, Li Xiuning scolded. The couple played good cop and bad cop, their back-and-forth banter almost making Empress Chang's son, who was standing upstairs, burst out laughing. Chapter 149 The Globe. Li Xiuning, who had been a carefree prince with nothing to do except fight battles, suddenly became the crown prince who could exercise the power of the emperor. In the past few days, he has been busy issuing orders and rewarding many meritorious officials. But he didn't complain or feel tired. He was actually very happy. After all, he had been suppressed for so many years, and he could finally unleash his potential and realize many of his ideas. After 3 days of work, he finally finished his tasks and rushed to Qin Xiao's villa in Lantian County with the imperial edict. He found Li Xiuning playing chess with Qin Xiao. He didn't disturb them, but sat quietly to the side and watched. The two fought back and forth, and in the end, Qin Xiao won. "What are you doing here?" Li Xiuning turned to look at Li Xiuning and asked coldly. "Hey, brother-in-law, you need to get this straight. This isn't your palace. This is my and Xiuning's home," Qin Xiao said, displeased. Who cares about this place? What's so great about it? If you hadn't forced me to stay, I would have gone back long ago, Li Xiuning said with dissatisfaction. "Brother-in-law, let's speak from the heart. I've provided you with good food and drink here, and you even have air conditioning at night. With such comfortable service, how can you not be satisfied? I've never stopped you from going back," Qin Xiao said aggrievedly. "Then you'd better get those 3 big worms and 2 bears at the door to move aside and not block my way," Li Xiuning said angrily. "That's because you're not popular. Look," Xiuning swaggered in. Did they stop him? "Even Lizzie and my 2 children can come and go freely," Qin Xiao explained. "Qin Xiao, you're a complete scoundrel. Of course your pets will obey your commands. Can't you tell them not to block my way?" Li Xiuning cursed angrily. "All right, I'm not joking with you anymore. Xiuning is here too. Let's all sit down and have a calm chat. Come on, let's go to the tea room to talk. I'll brew you some De Hong Pao tea," Qin Xiao said with a smile. "Fine, I'd like to see if you, Qin Xiao, can come up with any fancy excuses," Li Xiuning said indignantly. "Xiuning, come boil some water. I'm going to the storage room to get something," Qin Xiao called upstairs. "Okay, I'll be right down," Li Xiuning replied happily. Qin Xiao went to the storage room and bought a globe with the names of various countries during the Tang Dynasty from the system. He then returned to the tea room with it in his hand. "Brother-in-law, what's that round ball you're holding for?" Li Xiuning asked curiously. "First of all, I'd like to ask everyone a question. Is the land we live on square or round?" Qin Xiao asked with a smile. "Is there even a need to ask? It's been a settled conclusion since ancient times. The sky is round and the earth is square. Could the earth be round or something else?" Li Xiuning said dismissively. "I know my husband. If he asked that question, he must have his reasons. Maybe he has a good reason," Li Xiuning said, looking at Qin Xiao with gentle eyes. "I also agree with the ancients' conclusions and my elder brother's statement, but I still stand with my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, please tell everyone the truth," Li Xiuning said firmly. "Actually, the earth is just like this sphere, only its area is countless times larger," Qin Xiao said casually. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You're talking complete nonsense," Li Xiuning said without hesitation. "Then let me ask you, when we look at the mountains in the distance, why can we only see the peaks and not the entire mountain? Even when we stand at such a high place, it's the same. If we're at the beach, why do we see the mast of a ship coming from afar before we see the hull? If the ground were flat, wouldn't we see the whole thing at once?" Qin Xiao explained with an example. This. Li Xiuning was speechless for a moment. "Brother-in-law, if the ground is round, why don't we fall off?" Li Xiuning asked curiously. "Then why does something fall downwards instead of upwards?" Qin Xiao asked with a chuckle. "Husband, why?" Li Xiuning asked excitedly. "The ground beneath our feet, which I'll call Earth for now, has gravity, so everything we have, including people, is firmly attracted to it," Qin Xiao explained. "Oh, I see. Then why is there day and night?" Li Xiuning asked curiously. "What we see is the sun rising in the east and setting in the west is an illusion. In fact, the sun does not move. Look at what I have in my hand. The earth we live on is constantly rotating, consisting of rotation on its axis and revolution around the sun. One rotation takes about 12 hours, and one revolution around the sun takes about 365 days. Earth's revolution refers to the Earth's rotation around the sun in a fixed orbit. Just as Earth's rotation has its own unique regularity, Earth's revolution around the sun, caused by the sun's gravitational field and its rotation, also has its own regularity. Look, we're in this place. Once we move to a place where the sun doesn't shine, it will be night. Do you understand?" Qin Xiao explained patiently. "Yes, I understand. That makes sense." Li Xiuning was the first to reply. "That seems to make some sense," Li Xiuning said after thinking for a moment. "Today, that's not my main point. I just happen to have the globe with me, so I'll talk about it here. Look at this map. Our great Tang Dynasty is located here," Qin Xiao said, pointing to a spot. "My God, our great Tang Dynasty is so big. Why is it only so small on this earth? Husband, are you lying to us?" Li Xiuning exclaimed in disbelief. "I'm not lying to you. The truth is that big. The blue area is the ocean, which makes up 70% of the earth. This is the Turkic region, and this is Tibet. Take a good look. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Yes, we've also drawn maps of the Turks and Tuyuan, and their locations are all correct. Moreover, I've heard that the sea lies just beyond Lingnan, Li Xiuning said after a moment's thought. There are many uninhabited places here, with only a few indigenous people. You see, this place is like spring all year round, and there are many fruits. Even the tires on my cars are made from the sap of a tree called rubber tree. It would be a wonderful thing to go there in winter, Qin Xiao continued explaining. Is it really such a wonderful place, honey? Shall we go there for a visit this winter? Li Xiuning said excitedly. There's a sea separating us from here, and we need to build ships to get there. What I mean is, you shouldn't limit your vision to this small area of the Tang Dynasty. We must look far ahead. There are many places we need to conquer, educate, and assimilate. Wherever the sun shines, that is the Tang Dynasty, Qin Xiao said with great ambition. Qin Xiao's words stirred the blood of Li Xiuning and his two siblings, who stared at the globe in deep thought. Chapter 150 Persuading Li Xiuning. People often find fault with others, but never realize that they themselves have a lot of faults. Brother, as your younger brother, I have no right to criticize you, but I have to. Have you noticed that you're going to extremes in your actions? Your subordinates are either incompetent or capable, but not loyal enough, and you often end up with people bound by shared interests. Take Qin Xiao, for example. He was scared, so he left Xiuning behind to find you. You would take in someone with no sense of responsibility like that? This time, you ordered him to stay and guard the crown prince's residence. Do you know what he did? He ransacked your residence, kidnapped the crown princess, and fled north to seek refuge with Jieli. Qin Xiao explained. How is this possible? Even if Qin Xiao is incompetent, he would never betray his country and defect to a foreign tribe. Doesn't he care about his family? Li Xiuning asked excitedly. Qin Xiao fled with his family. If you'd like, I can send someone to bring him back. Now let's talk about Hou Junji. If he hadn't died this time, do you think he would still follow you? Absolutely not. He would shamelessly beg Xiuning to take him in. Only you would take in such a fickle and treacherous person. And among Xiuming's men, every single one is a capable leader, including Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong, both fierce generals on the battlefield. Moreover, these men are utterly loyal to Xiuning, Qin Xiao recounted. Brother-in-law, although my crown princess did something wrong, we are still husband and wife. As the saying goes, even a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. Please help me save her. Thank you. Li Xiuning pleaded sincerely. Lanner, go and tell battalion commander he to lead the special forces to capture Qin Xiao and rescue the crown princess, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, your highness, Lanner will go and tell you right away, Lanner replied excitedly. All right. Next, let me talk about your ability to govern the country. I once told Xiuning that the common people don't care who is the emperor. They only recognize the emperor who can bring them a happy life. As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Do you think that if you were to become emperor, you could ensure that the people live in peace and prosperity and have enough to eat and wear? Can you help those from humble backgrounds rise to prominence? Can you resist the invasion of barbarians? Qin Xiao questioned. This, Li Xiuning stammered. It's not that I look down on you, but you lack the magnanimity and wisdom. You spend all your time clinging to the coattails of the 5 clans and associating with those former officials of the Sui dynasty. You never think about accepting new things and new ideas. With such thinking, if the entire Tang dynasty were handed over to you, could you create a golden age? Absolutely not. Therefore, I support Xiuning to take charge of this family. My philosophy is that the capable rise and the mediocre step aside. Don't think what I'm saying is unpleasant. Bitter medicine is good for the disease, and honest advice is hard to hear, but beneficial to conduct. Think about it slowly. Qin Xiao advised. Brother, as my brother-in-law just said, the world is so big. As long as we conquer a piece of it, we can rule it wherever we want. If we brothers work together, we can overcome any obstacle and bring the whole world into the territory of the Tang dynasty, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Brother, Xiuning is right. Land can be taken back if it is lost, but brothers and sisters are gone, and there is no way to get them back, Li Xiuning also advised. As the saying goes, brothers fight tigers together, fathers and sons go to war together. If you disregard family ties for the sake of power, what good is power? I'm not bragging, but it would be easy for me to conquer every place on earth, but I don't have that idea. Perhaps everyone has different ideas. Some people dedicate their entire lives to pursuing their dreams, neglecting those around them, and never realize this until their death, leaving them with lifelong regret. Some people enjoy life, cherish the people around them, and know that contentment brings happiness, like me. Others, however, don't even know what their goals are, and blindly pursue them. Qin Xiao continued explaining. Thank you for your guidance, brother-in-law. I seem to have learned a lot. Your words of wisdom have been like a wake-up call. I will gradually understand the meaning behind your words. Li Xiuning stood up and bowed to Qin Xiao. Brother, what are you doing? We're all family. It's only right that we help each other out. Why be so polite? Qin Xiao quickly stopped him. I only truly got to know you today. You're really amazing. You're right. With your abilities, becoming the ruler of this world would be a piece of cake, but you don't have that desire. Now that you have become the son-in-law of the Li family, I implore you, elder brother, to help our Li family and help Ximen, so that the Li Tang Dynasty can unify the world as soon as possible. I have decided to assist Ximen. Li Xiuning said very sincerely. Thank you for your understanding, elder brother. I am deeply grateful. Li Xiuning bowed deeply with emotion. Brother, you don't need to tell me. I will do my part. After all, I am Xiuning's husband and the son-in-law of the Li family. Moreover, it involves the entire world situation that I told you about. Qin Xiao said with a smile. Big brother, do you know how much money Qin Xiao invested in building Liangzhou City? Li Xiuning asked excitedly. How much? Building a city must cost a lot of money, Li Xiuning asked casually. The exact figures haven't been tallied yet, but Qin Xiao estimates it will require 1.5 billion to 2 billion guan. Please wait a moment while I go and get the photos I took in Liangzhou City, so I can show them to you. Li Xiuning was very happy. Not only was Li Xiuning happy, but Li Xiuning was also very happy that Li Xiuning had finally put aside his hatred and pride to help him. So much money. How could this city cost so much money? Brother-in-law, how could you possibly have so much money? Li Xiuning asked excitedly. Here they come, big brother. After you see these photos, you'll understand whether it's worth spending so much money, Li Xiuning said, handing the photos to Li Xiuning. Li Xiuning took the photos from Li Xiuning and examined them carefully one by one. His face was filled with disbelief, and he was shocked. He never imagined that a city could be built like this. Incredible. Truly incredible. This is far from being the second largest city in the Tang Dynasty. It can be called the largest city. Once completed, this city will become a center of trade and economy, Li Xiuning exclaimed. Brother-in-law, this is the imperial edict. There are no outsiders here, so please read it yourself. Li Xiuning handed the imperial edict to Qin Xiao. When Qin Xiao opened the imperial edict, he was extremely surprised, never expecting Li Xiuning to be so willing to part with it. Oh ho ho, you're really generous. A first-rank general protecting the nation, with the title of Duke protecting the nation, Xiuning, you've got a lot of heart, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Congratulations, Qin Xiao, on completing the main quest. You are now free to go anywhere. Reward, a set of oil drilling equipment. Since you two brothers are so generous, my wife and I aren't stingy either. We'll give each of you an off-road vehicle, Qin Xiao said heartily. Chapter 151 Rescuing his wife from 1,000 miles away. Really? I've actually wanted a car like this for a long time, but I was too embarrassed to ask for it, and I didn't have the money to buy it myself, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Xiuning, what kind of vehicle has made you so agitated? It can't be a four-wheeled carriage from Lantian County, can it? Although that thing is useful, there's no need to get so excited, especially since it only costs a few dozen strings of cash. Li Xiuning asked curiously. Brother, this is not a horse-drawn carriage. This off-road vehicle can be driven by itself. You sit in the seat and step on the pedals, and it will move on its own. It is much faster than a thoroughbred horse and can even travel at night. It's unaffected by rain or wind. It can be air-conditioned in summer and heated in winter, and it even plays music. Currently, only my brother-in-law has one in the entire Tang Dynasty, Li Xiuning explained excitedly. Such an amazing car. Brother-in-law, could you take me to see it? Li Xiuning was also very excited. The car is already parked outside. Come on, let's go take a look and I'll teach you how to drive it while we're at it, Qin Xiao said with a smile. At this moment, Changsun Wugo also came over, bowed to Li Xiuning, and then the group of people came outside excitedly. Apart from Qin Xiao's car, there were two SUVs parked, one black and one white. Several people circled the car several times, touching it here and there, their eyes filled with disbelief. Li Xiuning still couldn't believe that such a heavy iron car could possibly move on its own. How about this? All of you get in the car, we'll go pick up your sister-in-law, and I'll teach you how to drive on the way. What do you think? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Okay, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was just too embarrassed to say it. Li Xiuning scratched his head and said, Haha, Big brother is always so serious. I never expected him to have such a lovable side, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Seeing my family all together in harmony makes me especially happy. Once we bring my sister-in-law back, we'll have a proper celebration, said Chansun Wugo with a smile. Guanyanbi is right. A happy family life is more important than anything else. Come on, let's get in the carriage, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Come on, everyone get in the car, let's go pick up sister-in-law. Do you believe me? If we set off now, we'll definitely find her faster than the special forces, Qin Xiao said confidently. Really? The special forces have been gone for almost an hour. How can we still overtake them? Li Jianxing exclaimed in surprise. Brother, Cheng Yaojin once challenged my brother-in-law with his giant cricket and ended up with a mouthful of dirt and a face full of dust. Just sit down and relax, Li Xiuning advised. Qin Xiao stepped on the gas, and the car slowly started moving, heading down the mountain along the cement road. Now, all the main roads in Lantian County are cement roads, making it very easy to drive. In the blink of an eye, they left Lantian County and entered the official road. This car is truly amazing. It's practically a miracle car. With this car, going out will be so much easier, Li Jianxing exclaimed. Big brother, you already have one. Now you just need to focus on learning how to drive. Otherwise you won't be able to lift it out if you drive into a ditch. Li Xiuning instructed. Yes, I really need to study this carefully. Otherwise, the car my brother-in-law gave me will just be for show and won't be of any use, Li Jianxing said happily. Qin Xiao maintained a speed of 70 to 80 miles per hour and caught up with the Special Forces team in about an hour. After giving some instructions, he quickly drove on. Although Qin Xiao has been gone for more than 3 days, at his pace of traveling with his family, he can only travel a maximum of 300 li a day, so the distance is now only a little over 1,000 li. He calculated at 80 yards per hour, which is 160 miles per hour. It would take him about 7 hours to catch up. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he would come down to barbecue during mealtimes and set up a tent to rest at night. The next morning, after everyone had breakfast, Li Xiuning took the drone out of the trunk of the car and launched it into the air, which surprised Li Xiuning and his brother. Only after Li Xiuning explained the principle did they understand it. Second sister, this is truly a divine artifact. If we use it to monitor the enemy and scout their situation, it's absolutely the best choice. High in the sky, the enemy will think it's an eagle, Li Xiuning said excitedly. This was a toy your brother-in-law gave me. You can ask him for one later. He has some more, Li Xiuning explained. Really? That's wonderful. If we had this, we could find the enemy even if they hid deep in the mountains and forests, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Get in the car, we're off. We'll catch up with them today. Xiuning, you control the drone. Once you spot them, tell me their location, Qin Xiao instructed. Don't worry. I'll let you know as soon as I find out where they are. You can focus on driving now, Li Xiuning instructed. Another hour passed before Li Xiuning's drone finally found them. Fortunately, the drone was solar-powered. Otherwise, the battery wouldn't have lasted this long. Husband, we've spotted them 50 miles ahead. They have more than 10 carriages and over 2,000 cavalry, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Good. You did a good job. Don't make any rash moves later. I'll take care of them and bring my sister-in-law back. Xiuning, you protect them. Qin Xiao instructed. Okay, I'll protect them. Take care of yourself, Li Xiuning said with a smile. In less than 15 minutes, the off-road vehicle had arrived at the rear of Qin Xiao's army. Qin Xiao honked the horn, and the cavalrymen involuntarily made way for each other. The SUV sped past, and after driving for 2 miles, Qin Xiao parked the car on the side of the road, got out, and the others followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the army arrived in front of them, but when they were about 2 zhang away, it was as if they had hit a wall and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the cavalry behind them pulled on the reins in time, which prevented a stampede. Young Master Qin Xiao, why are you fleeing in such a hurry? Are you planning to betray the Tang Dynasty and become a lackey of the Turks? Qin Xiao, suspended in midair, spoke with a voice that resounded through the sky. Sir, we seem to have no grudges against each other. Who exactly are you? Why are you blocking my way? Qin Xiao asked in a panic. Although we have never met, you must have heard of me. I am Qin Xiao, the husband of Princess Pingyang. It is one thing if you want to betray your country, but why did you loot the crown prince's residence and kidnap the crown princess? You deserve to die. Qin Xiao rebuked angrily. Qin Xiao, the hatred of having your wife stolen is irreconcilable. I wish I could skin you alive, pull out your tendons, and drink your blood. How dare you show your face here? Qin Xiao roared, his anger boiling over. Ha ha ha, you coward. Do you even deserve to have a great general like Xiuning, who is just as capable as any man? Qin Xiao mocked. Chapter 152, Re-entering Liangzhou. Only Li Xiuning knew how powerful Qin Xiao was, but the others were completely unaware. When they saw Qin Xiao hovering in midair, they were almost speechless with astonishment. The day before, Qin Xiao was talking to them about the Earth's gravity, but he didn't follow the script. Just how powerful must his skills be to do that? Soldiers, follow me and kill this man before us. Then we'll capture the crown prince and the king of Qin and his wife, and present them to Khan Jelly. We'll be showered with endless riches and glory. Fire the arrows. Qin Xiao roared as he gave the order. Stop! Li Xiuning roared. Stop right now. Li Xiuning shouted immediately after him. But it was too late. Thousands of arrows shot towards Qin Xiao, but when all the arrows were about half a zhang away from Qin Xiao, they all stopped advancing, blocked by an invisible force. I, the prince consort, hate traitors the most. I already gave you a chance. Since you chose to betray your country, there is no need for you to live. Qin Xiao's voice echoed throughout the land. Qin Xiao waved his right hand, and all the arrows turned and flew towards Qin Xiao's army. Instantly, many soldiers were pierced by the arrows. No! Li Xiuning cried out in alarm, fearing that his princess would also be shot. Little did he know Qin Xiao's abilities. He had complete control over all the arrows, and all the soldiers were killed. Qin Xiao was hit by an arrow in each of his 4 limbs, causing him unbearable pain, while the crown princess and Qin Xiao's family were unharmed. You can deal with this traitor, Qin Xiao said as he approached the crowd. Xiuning, what do you think we should do? Li Xiuning turned to look at Li Xiuning and asked. Other mistakes can be made and forgiven, but betraying one's country is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of one's family. Since he has decided to betray his country, there is no need for him to live on, Li Xiuning said expressionlessly. Qin Xiao secretly gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Although an emperor cannot be cruel, he also cannot be too merciful, otherwise he will easily lose his prestige. Your Highness, please spare my family. I'm willing to die for them, and besides, this was all my decision alone. They had no idea. Qin Xiao knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Xiuning, could you only punish the culprit and spare his family? After all, those people have no autonomy, Li Xiuning said reluctantly. Qin Xiao did not speak up to stop her. He knew that Li Xiuning had no feelings for Qin Xiao, let alone any sentimentality now. However, she couldn't bear to see Qin Xiao's family destroyed. Brother, hurry up and bring your sister-in-law over, Qin Xiao hurriedly reminded him, fearing that Qin Xiao's family would kidnap the crown princess once Li Xiuning announced the verdict. Okay, thank you, brother-in-law. Li Xiuning excitedly ran over and helped his wife down from the carriage. Very well. Qin Xiao shall be sentenced to death, and his family shall be confiscated and sent to the inner palace, Li Xiuning announced solemnly. Upon hearing Li Xiuming's verdict, Qin Xiao fainted from the pain and tension. Xiuning, it's almost noon. Drive to a place further away from here for a barbecue. I'll wait here for the special forces to arrive. Once things are settled here, I'll come back and meet up with you, Qin Xiao instructed. Okay, honey, you need to come early. My grilling skills aren't as good as yours, Li Xiuning said happily. Qin Xiao waited for a long time before the special forces team arrived. After explaining the situation, he hurriedly went to find Li Xiuning and the others. By the time he found them, it was already dark. Brother-in-law, we're not far from Liangzhou City now. Why don't we go there tomorrow? Seeing pictures doesn't give you the same feeling as actually seeing it in person, Li Xiuning said happily. How is your sister-in-law? Was she frightened? Qin Xiao asked. It's all right. Qin Xiao wasn't rude to your sister-in-law. I explained what happened in Chang'an to her, and she accepted the facts. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to Liangzhou City for a stroll. I also want to see this magnificent city, Li Xiuning explained. Brother, I've already had the special forces team count the wealth that Qin Xiao looted from your residence. It will be handed over to you later, Qin Xiao explained. Brother, all the property confiscated by Qin Xiao will be yours as compensation for the harm he caused to your family, Li Xiuning said with a smile, trying to comfort him. Thank you all. It's so good to have family like you. In the past, I was truly blinded by power and didn't consider the preciousness of family ties. I apologize for the harm I caused you, Li Xiuning said sincerely. Speaking of Liangzhou City, Xiuning, there's something I need to tell you. Once Khan Jelly finds out you've ascended to the throne, he'll send a large force to invade the Tang Dynasty. I hope you'll prepare in advance, Qin Xiao instructed. Brother-in-law, how do we solve this? Right now, the national treasury is empty, and after the last battle, we can only mobilize 60,000 troops in Chang'an. We also need to defend other cities, so we simply can't mobilize any more troops, Li Xiuning explained. Here's what we'll do. We'll relocate all the Turkic villages and urban populations that have moved to Chang'an to Liangzhou City, and then let them go back after this war is over. We'll implement a scorched earth policy, leaving the Turks with nothing to plunder, allowing them to march straight into Chang'an. We'll then wait in ambush on the banks of the Wei River and completely annihilate them, saving them from constantly invading the Tang Dynasty. Qin Xiao explained. Yes, brother-in-law's idea is good. We don't need to be busy running around. The soldiers can conserve their energy and catch them off guard. However, relocating the people will require a lot of money to provide for their food, drink, and lodging, Li Xiuning said after thinking for a moment. Brother, there's no need to worry about that. I'll cover the cost. As long as the imperial court cooperates, that's all that matters. I also have ways to deal with Khan Jieli's wolf cavalry, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother-in-law, I know you are wealthy and powerful, and you definitely have a way to solve this problem. You are the great general protector of the Tang Dynasty. I have already announced it to the world. Li Xiuning said with a smile. Sigh, not only do I, the great general protector of the nation, not only do I not receive a salary, but I also have to pay money to your Li family. My life is truly miserable. Qin Xiao joked. Who told you to steal me away? If you stole the Li family's daughter, of course you have to take responsibility for the Li family's affairs. Do you think being the Li family's son-in-law is so easy? Li Xiuning immediately retorted. Haha, you two are a perfect match. You two are like a pair of peas in a pod, Li Xiuning said with a laugh. I am very happy to see my sister find her happiness. Only a man as outstanding as my brother-in-law is worthy of her. In the future, whether on the battlefield or in other aspects, elder brother, their reputation will definitely surpass ours, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Don't flatter me. This time the Turks are coming in fiercely. My wife and I can help you deal with them first. In the future, we will still need you brothers to work together. Now, let Xiuning ascend the throne as soon as possible, so that many things can be implemented, Qin Xiao explained. Let me make amends for this by persuading my father to abdicate, Li Xiuning said confidently. Chapter 153 Eugenics and Good Childbearing. The next morning, after everyone got up, washed up, ate a simple breakfast, and set off for Liangzhou City, arriving in about half an hour. Those who had never been there before, including Li Xiuning, were stunned by the sight before them. It was even more shocking than the photos. Although the city wall was slightly lower than that of Chang'an, it was more than 10 feet thicker. Upon entering the city, everyone immediately recognized Qin Xiao's car, and tens of thousands of eyes turned to them. Li Xiuning acted as a tour guide, explaining everything to them one by one. Upon arriving at the villa complex, Qin Xiao took them on a tour. Everyone looked on with envy, which was understandable, as everyone except Li Xiunings's wife had enjoyed Qin Xiao's villa. It was so comfortable to live there. Taking a bath or sleeping was a very enjoyable experience. It was cool in the summer and warm in the winter, something they could never enjoy in their current houses. Brother, Xiuning, you two can choose any house. In the future, if you get tired of living in Chang'an, you can come here for a vacation and relax. There are people here to clean it for you, Qin Xiao introduced. Really? This house is very expensive. Just the windows made of glass are worth a fortune. What's more, everything inside is something that doesn't exist in the Tang Dynasty, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Brother, this glass was produced by my brother-in-law in his factory in Lantian County. Although it is very expensive on the market, the production cost is not high. Do you know what glass is made of? Li Xiuning explained. I really don't know that, and over the years I've been too obsessed with power and have neglected too many things, Li Xiuning explained. Actually, this glass is made by firing sand at high temperatures, Li Xiuning explained. What? This is unbelievable. Sand, something that's practically worthless, can actually be made into something more valuable than gold. Brother-in-law, you're amazing, Li Xiuning exclaimed excitedly. This is nothing. There are many more things that will surprise you in the future. Let's wait and see, Qin Xiao said casually. Brother, let alone you, even I, as his wife, don't know just how powerful he is. He always brings me unexpected surprises. Li Xiuning proudly praised Qin Xiao. Brother, I'm happy for you to know that you found a wonderful husband who dotes on you and is incredibly capable. I'm sure father will be happy for you too, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Don't praise me anymore, or I'll become arrogant. From now on, whatever I have, you will all have too. Right now, we need to make the Tang Dynasty strong. If a wide cement road were built from Chang'an to here, we could reach our destination in just over a day using this type of vehicle, or even less. However, this would require a large workforce, Qin Xiao explained. There's no problem with manpower. Each person needs to perform 2 months of labor every year. Just have them come and repair the cement road, Li Xiuning said without hesitation. Xiuning, I suggest abolishing forced labor and replacing it with paid wages. This would stabilize public sentiment. However, we'll soon have free labor available, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother-in-law is right, but our national strength is still too weak. We simply cannot afford the wages. Besides, where will we get free labor? Li Xiuning asked in surprise. I will pay for the construction of this cement road. As for the labor, all I need to do is feed them. The free labor force is the Turkic warriors. In my estimation, the number of troops that Qin Xiao will send this time will definitely not be less than the number of troops he sent to attack Liangzhou last time. As long as we defeat him, we will have countless prisoners. Wouldn't that be free labor? Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, you've really thought things through long-term. You've even figured out how to deal with prisoners of war after the war. I admire you, Li Xiuning said sincerely. Brother-in-law, you are truly amazing. Your planning is unparalleled. You solved the labor shortage problem in one fell swoop. Li Xiuning looked at Qin Xiao with admiration. Right now, what our great Tang Dynasty lacks most is population. Therefore, we must increase the population and also ensure eugenics. How can we achieve optimal birth and upbringing? First, we must eliminate consanguineous marriage. Second, we should establish schools in every county or village, providing free education for children. Qin Xiao spoke eloquently. Brother-in-law, why can't close relatives marry? There's another problem. Currently, many people still can't even solve their basic needs for food and clothing. If they have a lot of children, how will they be able to support them? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. Good question. If close relatives marry within 3 generations, there is a high probability that their children will be mentally disabled. You can ask the Ministry of Revenue to investigate whether the problem I mentioned exists. The problem of food and clothing is easy to solve. We just need to distribute the hybrid rice seeds from Lantian County to the whole of Datong. In addition, I also have a high-yield crop called sweet potato, which yields more than 10,000 caddies per mu. It's not picky about the land. It can even be planted on mountains. Its stems are edible, and its leaves can be cooked. Currently, I have 10,000 gene of seeds. As long as we plant one season this year, we can promote it in the Tang Dynasty next year. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Heavens, how could there possibly be crops that yield tens of thousands of caddies per mu? This is an auspicious omen. If we had this, the people could immediately solve their food and clothing problems. Li Xiuning exclaimed in surprise. In the future, even more high-yield crops will be developed. Only after solving these problems can we talk about expanding our territory and conquering the world, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother-in-law is right. Only when the people's quality of life improves can they contribute to the country. And only when the people recognize the court will they be willing to contribute to the rise and fall of the country, Li Xiuning said after thinking for a moment. Next, we need to address the issue of people's life expectancy. We must establish hospitals at the county level, staffed with medical school graduates as doctors, and managed by the imperial court with official positions and benefits. However, medical treatment for ordinary people does require payment, but the fees must be open and transparent, and there must be no arbitrary charges or waste. Qin Xiao continued to explain. Brother-in-law, our coins are too heavy and difficult to transport. Is there any good way to solve this problem? Li Xiuning asked. This matter involves 2 issues, money and where to store it. If we change the money to paper currency and then set up money shops, we can also call them banks. That would solve all these problems. Moreover, gold, silver, and copper are non-renewable resources, while paper money can be printed continuously. This would save the metal and allow it to be used for other purposes. The benefits of a bank are not limited to the function of depositing and withdrawing money. It allows depositors to earn interest, while borrowers naturally have to pay interest. Borrowers get twice the interest rate as depositors, and banks profit from this. Moreover, with banks, if the national treasury runs out of money, the bank's funds can be used for temporary relief and then replenished later, Qin Xiao explained impatiently. Chapter 154 Paper Money, Bank, and Mo Dao. Brother-in-law, your idea is excellent, but what if our paper money is imitated or counterfeited? If that happens, the entire Tang Dynasty will be in chaos, Li Xiuning asked worriedly. Your considerations are indeed reasonable, but I have already come up with a solution. All banknotes will be printed using small stamps, and there will only be one mint in the entire country. Everyone entering and leaving this factory must undergo strict checks, and the paper used to make this banknote must be unique, something that others cannot buy even with money. Moreover, banks can be found in every city across the country. For example, you can withdraw the money you deposited in Chang'an here, although there will be a certain handling fee. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Yes, this is a good idea. Once the bank is established, we won't need to transport copper coins to various places by the cartload, saving a lot of labor costs and eliminating the worry of being robbed, Li Xiuning said excitedly. This bank has so many advantages. There's no need to worry about a crisis caused by an empty treasury. Moreover, this bank can also bring in some revenue for the court, Empress Dowager Changsun said happily. If a bank is to be established, the imperial court must set up an independent department and must send loyal and trusted people to manage it. All personnel must also undergo professional training before they can take up their posts, Qin Xiao continued to explain. Brother-in-law, you have to help me with this. You're the only one here who knows how to do it. Building a printing press, printing banknotes, training staff, building a bank, and so on. All these things need to be handled by someone who is an expert, Li Xiuning said sincerely. This. Qin Xiao could talk about it, but he really didn't want to do it. He'd rather spend time with his wife and kids than do these things. Honey, since it was your idea, and we don't understand it, why don't you help Xiuning? Li Xiuning said coquettishly. All right then. Although Xiuning has appointed me as the Grand General Protector of the nation, let me tell you first, I won't be attending court. If there's anything you can't handle, you can come find me, Qin Xiao reminded him. Well, if we encounter a foreign invasion or diplomatic issues between two countries, and everyone is unable to make a decision, could you be allowed to go to court to resolve it? Li Xiuning asked helplessly. That's fine, but don't bother me with small things. I have to take care of my child and my wife right now. I don't have that much time to waste, Qin Xiao said very frankly. Several people were stunned by Qin Xiao's words. National affairs were less important than spending time with his wife and children? Others could not get high-ranking positions and rich salaries and gain the emperor's favor. But what about Qin Xiao? Li Xiuning begged him, but he didn't give him any face. Husband, I don't need you to take care of me. I can take care of the child. The Tang Dynasty is still very poor. In many places, people are still starving and cold. At this time when everything needs to be rebuilt, you should help build the Tang Dynasty. Li Xiuning persuaded. I'm helping, but I also need my own space. I need to be with you, raise our child. There are so many things I need to do, Qin Xiao explained desperately. Qin Xiao, if you don't help Xiuning and the others, you'll sleep on the floor tonight, and from now on, you'll sleep on the floor forever, Li Xiuning said angrily. All right then, I'll try my best to make time to help them, Qin Xiao said helplessly. Ha. Second sister, you're the best. Only you can get my brother-in-law to listen to you, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Sigh, I'll go see my father-in-law tomorrow, Qin Xiao said, unconvinced. Why are you looking for my father? He's still furious. He might beat you up, Li Xiuning said with a grin. Of course, I'll return it to my father-in-law, Qin Xiao explained. Qin Xiao, how dare you? If you want to divorce me, I'll take my son, daughter, and all the women soldiers with me, leaving you all alone. Besides, I'm not a commodity, Li Xiuning said angrily. You're a total jerk, a woman who only knows how to screw over her husband. He doesn't even want to be with you. Are you stupid or what? Qin Xiao said, sounding exasperated. I'm a member of the Li family. If I don't help the Li family's empire, who will? You should have thought of this when you married me, Li Xiuning explained. All right. I admit I didn't think it through. Brother, Xiuning, you two go pick out a house. Whichever one you like, I'll have the person in charge register it. Otherwise, once it's sold, we won't be able to get it back, Qin Xiao said helplessly. All right then, let's go pick one out. Brother-in-law, could we leave one for Father Emperor as well? Li Xiuning asked happily. Sure, no problem. He's an elder, it's only right to leave him a set, Qin Xiao said without hesitation. After everyone was led by Li Xiuning to visit the villa, Qin Xiao purchased a Mo Dao doll from the system. This Mo Dao was different from the Mo Dao researched in history. The participation of the Modao army played a decisive role in any documented battle. As a separate combat force in the order of battle, the Modao army made great contributions to the Tang army's wars in the mid-Tang period. The Mo Dao was a key weapon for the Han people in their wars against nomadic tribes skilled in riding and archery, enabling them to overcome their disadvantage of having fewer and less skilled horses and to leverage the advantage of having more infantry. The evolution of weapons of war actually follows the development of the war situation and changes with the rise and fall of national power. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not want to bury this war artifact because of his appearance. Historically, a Mo Dao doll weighed about 30 jin, approximately 15 kilograms, in modern terms, and was 150 centimeters long. However, the one in Qin Xiao's hand was made of pure steel, weighed 15 jin, approximately 7.5 kilograms, was 180 centimeters long, and was 12 centimeters wide. Qin Xiao carried the Mo Dao a type of long-handled sword, outdoors and swung it a few times with one hand. He felt it was quite good. As long as he found some strong warriors and gave them special training, they could hold a shield in their left hand and a mo dao in their right hand and resist the cavalry. Just as he couldn't help but start practicing a set of sword techniques, Li Xiuning and his group were already standing beside him, watching intently. He only noticed them when he stopped. Good knife, good swordsmanship. Brother-in-law, this knife is too strange. I have never seen it before. What is it used for that is so long? Li Xiuning asked curiously. This is called a mo dao, weighing about 30 caddies. It is used by infantry, mainly to deal with the cavalry of foreign tribes, and also to make up for our lack of war horses. A strong warrior, after professional training, can use a shield in his left hand to block enemy arrows and a long-handled broadsword in his right to annihilate the entire enemy force, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, you have made another great contribution to the Tang Dynasty. With this sword, the infantry will at least be able to hold their own against the cavalry, if not completely overpower them, Li Xiuning said excitedly. You have good taste. Here you go. Have you chosen the house yet? If there's nothing else, we'll go home tomorrow. I miss the children, Qin Xiao said casually. Everyone was speechless. The beginning was normal enough, but then it turned into you rushing back for the sake of your child. Are the former crown prince and the current crown prince not as important as your little brat? Chapter 155. Jianxing persuades his father. The next morning, after everyone had breakfast, they set off. After returning to Chang'an, Li Xiuning quickly dealt with the matters that had piled up over the past few days and also settled the matter concerning Qin Xiao. Li Jianxing sent his wife back to the Eastern Palace. Li Xiuning had already made it clear to him that he would continue to live in the Eastern Palace, while Li Xiuning would continue to live in the Prince of Qin's residence. After settling his wife and comforting his children, Li Jianxing instructed his steward before entering the Taiji Palace to see Li Yuan. When the imperial guards, palace maids, and eunuchs saw him, they were too frightened to speak. Fortunately, it was broad daylight. Otherwise, some of them might have been scared to death or driven insane. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince requests an audience, Qin Bingji said, bowing. I don't want to see him. Just seeing him annoys me. I've given him all the power now. What more does he want? Does he want his father's life? Li Yuan roared. Your Majesty, it's not the current crown prince, it's the former crown prince, Qin Bingji said somewhat incoherently. How dare you, Qin Bingji? Don't think that just because I've lost power, even a lackey like you can bully me. The crime of deceiving the emperor is punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family. What is your punishment? Li Yuan threw the brush in his hand at him. I'm innocent. Your Majesty, even if I had 100 lives, I wouldn't dare to deceive you. It really was the former crown prince who came to see me. Qin Bingji was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, kowtowing as he spoke, until his forehead was covered in blood. The former crown prince? You mean, my eldest son Li Jianxing has returned? Li Yuan asked excitedly after thinking for a moment. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Bingji was very frustrated. He couldn't afford to offend anyone, and he didn't dare to call them by their names. Fortunately, Li Yuan finally understood. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and invite the crown prince in. Li Yuan roared at Qin Bingji, who was in a daze. Your subject pays respects to Your Majesty. Li Jianxing strode in and bowed. My son, is it really you? Didn't you already die by Shimon's arrow? Could it be that I miss you so much that I'm hallucinating? Li Yuan muttered to himself. Father, your son is not dead. At that time, Shimon did not intend to kill me, but only wanted to control me. But Chang'e shot an arrow at me in order to gain credit. Fortunately, Xiaoning's husband arrived in time and rescued me, taking me to his home. These past few days, except for one trip to Liangzhou City, I've spent all my time at his home, Li Jianxing explained. Then why didn't you come and tell me sooner? You caused your father so much grief. Do you know how many tears I shed for you? And you still had the mind to go sightseeing in Liangzhou. Li Yuan said with dissatisfaction. Father, I'm innocent. I've been thinking of you every day and wanted to come and let you know I'm safe. But my brother-in-law's family keeps 3 big tigers and 2 brown bears as pets. When I got to the door, they didn't bite me or attack me, but they blocked the doorway completely, so I couldn't get through at all. Later, Shimon also came over. My brother-in-law gave me a severe scolding, saying that I was narrow-minded, didn't know how to use people, and that most of my subordinates were mediocre, and that I was not up to the task. Li Jianxing patiently recounted the story. How dare you, Qin Xiao? What right does he have to lecture you? Does keeping a few wild beasts as pets make him so great? He doesn't even hold an official position. He's just a junior. Even if he saved your life, so what? This is outrageous, Li Yuan said angrily. Father, please calm down. Getting angry is bad for your health. Please let me continue, Li Xiuning advised. Fine, go on. I want to hear what this bastard has done. Li Yuan was extremely displeased. He asked me, if the Turks or other barbarians invade, how should we deal with it? How can we make the Tang Dynasty strong so that the people can live in peace and prosperity with no worries about food and clothing? I was speechless after hearing this. Later, he took this thing out to show everyone. It was called a world map, and it showed countries such as the Tang Dynasty, the Turks, Tibet, and Goryeo. Our great Tang only occupies a small part of this world, he said. Do you want to plant the flag of the great Tang in every corner of the world, so that wherever the sun shines, it is the territory of the great Tang? Li Xiuning said excitedly. This round thing is a world map? That brat really said so. Then he means he's helping our Li family expand our territory. Li Yuan asked excitedly. Actually, he was unwilling, but he was just telling us how big the world really is, and that we can strengthen ourselves before conquering the world. However, he doted on Xiuning and their 2 children. Only under Xiuning's coercion and enticement did he accept the title of first-rank protector general bestowed by Shimin and reluctantly agree to help our Li family. However, he was unwilling to attend court. Li Xiuning explained. This rascal has all these skills but doesn't use them. He spends all his time chasing after women and children. What future can he have? Who will take over my empire if he supports you 2 brothers? Li Yuan said with a laugh. Father, actually, his words have awakened me. I think Shimin is more suitable to succeed you, and I will do my best to assist him. Speaking of Qin Xiao, he is truly a disciple of an immortal. He is omnipotent. Originally, I led troops to Xuanwu Gate and asked Qin Xiao to leave 1,000 soldiers to guard the East Palace. But when he heard that something had happened to me, he looted the East Palace and even kidnapped your daughter-in-law. He then fled north with his family, intending to seek refuge with Jelly Khan. 3 days later, Qin Xiao asked me if I wanted to rescue my wife. I said we had to be rescued, so he sent his special forces team to the scene. But later, he said he would give me and Shimin each a car, and that we should go outside and see what it was like and teach us how to drive. After we came out, he said that while he was teaching us, we would go after Qin Xiao and the others. So, we all got on the bus and went after them. But do you know what? That was a divine chariot that didn't need horses. How long did it take us to catch up with them? I still can't figure it out. Li Xiuning became more and more agitated as he spoke. That bastard Qin Xiao, I have treated him well. Although he has divorced Xiuning, I have also made him a duke. How dare he do such a thing? He deserves to die. What kind of car was that? How could it drive so fast with so many people living in it? How long did it take you to catch up with that traitor Qin Xiao? Li Yuan said angrily. It only took us a day in total, and we overtook the special forces team in just over an hour. We even stopped to cook something to eat along the way, Li Xiuning said excitedly. How is this possible? This is too fast. What will you do when you catch up with Qin Xiao? He has 1,000 imperial guards and about 2,000 private soldiers. How will you deal with him? Li Yuan asked curiously. At that time, after Qin Xiao overtook them, he stopped the car 2 miles away. After he got off, he hovered in midair, and Qin Xiao ordered everyone to fire arrows. But Qin Xiao, like the king of hell, blocked all the arrows and told them that those who betrayed the Tang Dynasty would be killed without mercy. Suddenly, the arrows in front of him turned around and shot towards Qin Xiao and the others. All the soldiers were shot dead. Qin Xiao was hit by an arrow in each of his 4 limbs, but his family and your daughter-in-law are unharmed, Li Xiuning explained patiently. Could Qin Xiao really be a disciple of an immortal? Humph. This prospective son-in-law doesn't even know how to be filial to his father-in-law. He didn't even bother to give me such a nice car. Li Yuan said unhappily. Father, being a disciple of an immortal is such an honor. It's normal for him to have a temper. We were wrong before, insisting on marrying Xiuning, who was pregnant, to Murong Fuyun, which inevitably angered him. Did you know? You, the divine physician Sun Simiao, tried to persuade him to stay on multiple occasions, even offering him the position of head of the Imperial Medical Academy, but he refused. Yet, he willingly served Qin Xiao. Li Xiuning explained. What? Sun Simiao is actually working for Qin Xiao? I gave him a 4th-rank official position. What can Qin Xiao offer him? Li Yuan asked in surprise. Qin Xiao gave him a few books, built a medical school, and appointed Sun Simiao as its dean, thus allowing Sun Simiao to settle in Lantian County, Li Xiuning explained. This is truly unbelievable. Qin Xiao really has extraordinary abilities. Since you have decided to give it to Shimin, then let Shimin rule my country. Li Yuan said helplessly. There's something even more incredible. I heard from Xiuning that Yuan Tiangang gave those 2 ancient coins, which he considered his life's treasure, to Xiuning's 2 children, Li Xiuning continued. Heavens, what a prodigy. Tomorrow you will come with me to see Xiuning. It's been over a year since I last saw my precious daughter, and also my 2 beloved grandchildren, Li Yuan said with a smile. Chapter 156 Father-in-law comes to visit. The next morning, Li Yuan got up early, before dawn, but he couldn't wait any longer and led a few people to the East Palace. At this moment, Li Xiuning was still enjoying his time with his wife. When the steward woke him up, he was so angry that he wanted to curse, but when the steward told him that the emperor had come to wait for him in person, Li Xiuning immediately swallowed the curse he was about to utter, quickly got up, washed up, and then went to the hall to bow to Li Yuan. The 2 then got into Li Yuan's carriage and headed towards Lantian County. Upon arriving at Qin Xiao's villa, Lan'er asked and learned that neither Qin Xiao nor Li Xiuning had gotten up yet. Only then did she recall that Li Xiuning had told her yesterday that Qin Xiao was unwilling to attend court, so she likes to sleep in. But Xiuning never used to sleep in before. Why did she do it after marrying Qin Xiao? Is it contagious? Lan'er, go and wake them both up. Tell them I'm waiting for them here, Li Yuan said unhappily. Yes, Your Majesty, I will go and wake the princess and the prince consort right away. Please sit down and wait for me, Lan'er said respectfully. When Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning were woken up by Lan'er, upon hearing that Li Yuan had arrived, Qin Xiao looked out the window and saw that it was still not dawn. He couldn't understand what had gotten into his father-in-law. He hadn't come for over a year, and now he was here so early. Husband, father must have something important to say that he's coming so early. Let's get up and wash up quickly, and then go downstairs to keep him company, Li Xiuning urged. All right, I'll listen to you. Why did my father-in-law come so early today? Is he here to interrogate us for helping Shimin? Qin Xiao asked curiously. Who cares? If he wants to curse, let him curse. After all, he's an elder, so you should also bear with it and not let things end badly like last time, Li Xiuning said anxiously. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. I'll be a ninja turtle today, Qin Xiao replied with a smile. Honey, what are Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Li Xiuning asked curiously. You're so silly. If I asked our son and daughter, or our goddaughter Lizzie, they would definitely know. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Hurry up and go down. Otherwise, the old man will lose his temper, Qin Xiao teased. After washing up, the 2 hurried downstairs and saw Li Yuan and Li Xiuning chatting on the mahogany sofa in the hall. Judging from their expressions, they knew they were in a good mood, which relieved the couple. Your son-in-law greets father-in-law. Qin Xiao stepped forward and bowed respectfully. You may rise. No need for formalities, Li Yuan said expressionlessly. Your daughter greets your majesty, Li Xiuning then bowed. My dear daughter, you've gotten quite plump since I last saw you in a year. Looks like my son-in-law's family is cooking well, Li Yuan said with a smile. Father-in-law, let's go to the restaurant for breakfast. Would you like to try my breakfast? Qin Xiao said politely. Okay, I've heard from Shimin that you're a great cook. That hot pot looks pretty good. I'd like to try it myself for breakfast, Li Yuan said happily. Father, please, Li Xiuning said as she came over and helped Li Yuan up. The 4 of them arrived at the restaurant, where the table was already filled with all sorts of snacks. Each type was served in small quantities. Qin Xiao was not a wasteful person, but he was quite particular about food. Father, please have a pan-fried bun first, and these pan-fried dumplings are also very good, Li Xiuning said happily as she picked up some food. All right, you all eat too. Let's all eat together. Li Yuan hadn't smiled since the Xuanwu Gate incident, and only started smiling again after seeing Li Xiuning yesterday. Today, he had planned to come over and have breakfast with his daughter, son-in-law, and son. He hadn't enjoyed eating with his children in a long time. Where are my 2 beloved grandsons and granddaughters? Li Yuan asked with a smile. The 2 Lan'er have probably been fed. They're probably playing by themselves now. We don't need to worry about them. Father, if you like these breakfasts, then eat more, Li Xiuning explained happily. Good. All of this is delicious. My darling daughter is so filial. I'm so happy today. I haven't been this happy in a long time, Li Yuan said excitedly. Father, it's all our fault for being unfilial and causing you grief. You are both father and mother to us, but we have been disobedient. We hope you can forgive us, Li Xiuning said emotionally. Alas, I have also made mistakes. I hope you will not take them to heart. From now on, our family will live together in harmony and happiness, Li Yuan said sincerely. Father-in-law, no one is perfect. I have a bad temper, and I hope you will be magnanimous if I have been disrespectful to you. Please don't hold it against me, Qin Xiao said earnestly. All right, let's put it this way. Today, I've come here mainly to ask you to assist Xiuning in governing the Tang Dynasty and expanding its territory. Are you willing to help? Li Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao was astonished. Had Li Yuan come to his senses and willingly abdicated? Had the sun risen in the west? Because of him, Li Yuan had been emperor for a full year less. Historically, Li Yuan reluctantly relinquished the throne, but he did not give up the Taiji Palace. In fact, he had dozens of Li Xiumin's younger brothers and sisters born there. I told my elder brother and Xiumin a few days ago that I'm willing to assist them, but I won't attend court, and don't bother me with trivial matters, Qin Xiao said without hesitation. You brat, you just want to sleep in and don't want to get up. And you're making up so many excuses. Fine, since you can tell Xiumin about the world structure, I think you'll definitely help me conquer the world. Li Yuan said with a laugh. It's only right for family members to help each other. Actually, I've already been helping my father-in-law for a while now. The school and medical school I built will be ready once this batch of students graduates. Some remain to continue teaching and educating, and to build more schools and medical schools. The rest were all used by the imperial court, and hospitals were established throughout the country, with these doctors being sent to be stationed there long-term. In this way, the average life expectancy of the people across the country will be greatly increased, and these students will learn a wide range of subjects, enabling them to stand out in various fields of the imperial court. Qin Xiao explained patiently. You must have used this method to keep Sun Simiao with you, right? Li Yuan said with a smile. That's true. Everyone has their own ideals. Some people pursue them for money, some for fame and fortune, but he has no ambitions. He just wants to save more patients. And I seized on this point and told him that as long as he passed on his skills to everyone and let these students treat patients, he could cure more patients in a year than he could in a lifetime of traveling around treating patients. Qin Xiao explained. Your wisdom is truly remarkable. You grasped the weaknesses of human nature, understood his needs, and were able to satisfy those needs while also benefiting the people. Excellent, excellent. Li Yuan praised happily. Chapter 157. A harmonious and joyful moment. Just as the group was having a pleasant conversation, Li Xiumin hurriedly walked in from outside. He had originally gone to the palace to pay his respects to Li Yuan and discuss some matters with him, but he never expected that Li Yuan would come to Qin Xiao's place before dawn. Xiumin, you're about to become the ruler of a country, yet you're still so careless and impulsive. What kind of behavior is this? Li Yuan reprimanded. Father's words are wise, and I will remember them. I was originally going to the palace to pay my respects to you today, but I didn't know you were at my second sister's house, so I was in a bit of a rush, Li Xiumin explained. You haven't had breakfast yet. Come and sit down to eat, Li Yuan said with a kind look in his eyes. Thank you, father. I won't stand on ceremony. Li Xiumin sat down happily. The family was enjoying breakfast together in harmony. This scene was something Li Yuan had only seen when he was the Duke of Tang. Since becoming emperor, the family has been plagued by conflicts, with each member having their own plans and schemes. After everyone had finished breakfast, Qin Xiao led them to the tea room, boiled water, and started brewing tea. This was the quietest place to chat, where no one would come in to disturb them. Father, these photos were taken by your daughter in Liangzhou City. Take a look at Liangzhou City now. It will be fully completed in about a year, Li Xiuning said, handing the photos to Li Yuan. Oh, then I'll have to take a good look at the masterpiece you two have created. What kind of city has Liangzhou become? Does it meet the requirements of being the second largest city in the Tang Dynasty? Li Yuan said with a smile. As Li Yuan looked through the photos one by one, he showed a surprised expression, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Father, are you all right? Li Jianxing asked worriedly. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just quite surprised by these buildings. They're so beautiful. I really didn't expect that such magnificent buildings would be constructed, Li Yuan said with admiration. Second sister, were these photos taken from high altitude? Li Xiumin asked suspiciously. It was indeed a photo taken from high altitude using a drone, which is how you capture the entire building, Li Xiuning explained. Father-in-law, we have prepared a house for you here. In the future, if you want to go there to relax, you can just move in. Everything there is similar to this house, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Great. I see your filial piety. After Liangzhou City is fully built, let's go and take a look together. By the way, I heard from Jianxing that your car can reach Liangzhou City in 2 days. Li Yuan said happily. That's true. If we were to build the entire official road with cement, the speed would be even faster, Qin Xiao explained. You're not being fair. You've given Jianxing and Xiumin away, but you haven't even given me, your father-in-law, a token of your appreciation? I've given you my precious daughter after all, Li Yuan said with a mock laugh. Look at what you're saying. What's there to be reluctant about? What I mean is, have 2 of your personal guards come over here, and I will personally teach them driving skills. From now on, wherever you need to go, they will drive you there. To save you the trouble of driving. After all, driving requires concentration. One wrong step, and you'll either end up in a ditch or hit a person or animal. Besides, you're getting on in years, Qin Xiao explained. That's more like it. I misunderstood you. I'm very satisfied with you as my son-in-law, and I feel at ease in trusting my precious daughter to you. However, don't you dare bully her, or I won't let you off the hook, Li Yuan said with a smile. When Li Yuan changed his self-reference from Zhan, meaning I, to Hook, Wa, meaning I, it was clear that his attitude had completely changed, and he had thoroughly accepted Qin Xiao as his son-in-law. Father-in-law, my master once visited a country where the system was like this. From the king to the magistrate, once they reached the age of 50, they would step down and give way to a more capable person. This is called retirement. After retirement, I'll still have a pension, and I won't have to worry about national affairs anymore. I can do what I like, enjoy life, and live out my old age in peace, Qin Xiao explained. That's good. Retirement? And the name is well chosen. I'm retiring now, Xiuning. In a month, I'll hold a coronation ceremony for you and hand over the reins of the Tang Dynasty to you. Now it's up to you to create a golden age. Li Yuan said excitedly. Yes, Father, thank you for your trust in your son. I will never let you down. I will ensure that the people live in peace and prosperity, and the golden age of the Tang Dynasty will not be far away, Li Xiuning solemnly promised. Good. Jianxing believes in your abilities, Xiuning and Qin Xiao also believe in your talents, and I, as your father, also believe that you can definitely do it. Li Yuan said with a smile. Father, my brother-in-law said that I will definitely inherit your throne. The Turkic Khan will take this opportunity to attack the Tang Dynasty. Therefore, I have decided to relocate all the people in the cities and villages between the Turkic Khaganate and Chang'an to Liangzhou City. We will send the Turkic wolf cavalry straight to the banks of the Wei River, where we will wait in comfort and fight them to the death. After defeating the Khagan of the western regions, we will then proceed to the western regions. We will rush to the Turkic royal court, annihilate the entire Turkic Khaganate, retrieve the imperial seal, and establish a protectorate in the Turkic Khaganate. If other barbarians make any moves, we can take immediate action or send troops from Liangzhou City to provide support, Li Xiuning patiently explained. This is a good idea, but how confident are you in defeating Jili Khan? They are all cavalry, while we only have 40,000 cavalry at most. Even if Xiuning's women's army can send 20,000 cavalry, that's only 60,000. After his last defeat, Khagan Jili will definitely have no fewer than 200,000 troops this time. He may very well combine his forces with those of the other forces that have pledged allegiance to him. In my estimation, his forces may even double, Li Yuan said worriedly. Father, have you forgotten? Your son-in-law is a disciple of an immortal. With his abilities, he would have no trouble dealing with the Turkic wolf cavalry. Furthermore, I've also given you a long-handled sword specifically designed to counter cavalry. I've already instructed the Imperial Workshop to forge it with all their might, Li Xiuning said confidently. Qin Xiao, if Khan Jili leads 400,000 or 500,000 wolf cavalry to attack Chang'an, do you have any way to defeat them? Li Yuan asked nervously. There's not much difference between 200,000 more or less. It's just a bit more troublesome and tiring. However, what I mean is, after capturing the enemy leader, we should try to capture as many of these Turks alive as possible. I need a lot of free labor. As long as I capture them alive, I can start building the cement road from Chang'an to Liangzhou, Qin Xiao said without hesitation. Good, your idea is excellent. Capturing prisoners to work for the court will save a lot of manpower. Wow, how spectacular will the road construction be then? Li Yuan said excitedly. Father is right. With the soldiers supervising them, the scene would be unimaginable, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Once this road is completed, if there is war in the north, we can quickly send troops to support us, much faster than we are now, Li Jianxing said excitedly. Chapter 158 Pearl Grenade. In the days that followed, Li Yuan did not go to the palace, but stayed at Qin Xiao's villa. He had accepted Qin Xiao's words and decided to retire, as he was no longer in a position to concern himself with politics. Enjoying the delicious food here every day, and occasionally spending time with his grandson, granddaughter, great-grandson, and his quirky great-granddaughter, Qin Xiao also used his superb medical skills to give him a thorough checkup and taught him Tai Chi. Qin Xiao installed the diamond oil equipment, a reward from the system, in Luya village, less than 100 miles away. He also dispatched a large number of troops to manage the village, built many houses and processing plants, and hired local and nearby villagers at high salaries. They left behind 10 large excavators, which were rewards from the system, and assigned half of the special operations team to this location, instructing them on how to operate the excavators. Qin Xiao bought many metal detectors from the system store and taught them how to use them, sending the soldiers to search for metal mines in the mountains. Li Xiuning was also very busy sending out troops to relocate the people to Liangzhou City. Each person going to Liangzhou City would receive 10 coins per day, and those who worked there would be paid separately. Furthermore, the bestowal of titles and honors largely followed the course of history. Sheng Yaojin was in theft as Duke of Lu, Qin Xiong as Duke of Yi, and so on. Of course, Ho Junji received no such honor and was even cursed by the world after his death. Li Xiuning knew that he had 2 months to prepare. He would ascend the throne a month later, and about half a month later, Jelly Khan would receive the news. The time for mobilizing troops and the journey would also be about half a month. He needs to use these 2 months to complete the preparations. If, as his father predicted, 400,000 or 500,000 wolf cavalry attack the Tang Dynasty, then this will be a battle that goes down in history. All warhorses are now equipped with horseshoes and stirrups, increasing the combat effectiveness of cavalry several times over, and warhorses are no longer discarded due to hoof injuries. In fact, it was because of the many warhorses that Li Xiuning brought back from his previous battles that so many cavalrymen were trained. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to have so many cavalrymen. After finishing all his work, Qin Xiao began to study gunpowder. He knew that making gunpowder required charcoal, saltpeter, and sulfur. Because Qin Xiao produced honeycomb briquettes last time, there were mountains of charcoal in the palace. He had also acquired a lot of saltpeter long ago, intending to make ice, but the ice made from saltpeter could only cool people down and was not edible. Because the system told him that it was poisonous, Qin Xiao thought that since he had a refrigerator, he gave up the idea and began to collect it in large quantities to make gunpowder. He did not collect the sulfur powder. Originally, he had never thought of developing firearms. His superb martial arts skills were enough to conquer the world. But then I thought, what if there are multiple battles? What if there's a naval battle? What if it's a siege battle? And he's not there? So, we still have to manufacture it now. Sulfur powder can also be purchased from the system, and it's very cheap, only 10 coins per kilogram. For a nouveau riche like Qin Xiao, it's not a big deal at all. He also purchased a grinder from the system, as he needed to grind saltpeter and charcoal into powder. To be on the safe side, he also purchased a booklet on gunpowder proportions from the system. Although you can't directly buy firearms in the system, it does have blueprints and recipes. Qin Xiao once asked the system why there were no firearms for sale, and the system replied that it was a civilization system. After Qin Xiao ground everything into powder, he had people move these things to an open space and began to tinker with them according to the instructions in the booklet. His first firearm was called a hand grenade, and the trigger was also purchased from the system. After making 10 grenades, he had the guards keep watch over them, and then he leaped into the deep mountains to test their power. This grenade looks similar to a modern pearl grenade because the outer shell was also purchased from the system, and it contains many iron beads. As he walked along, lost in thought, the distant bushes suddenly swayed to either side, immediately alerting him to the presence of a wild animal. When he looked closely, he saw it was a large wild boar weighing about 500 pounds. Its long tusks reveal it to be a male wild boar, whose fighting prowess is certainly on par with other ferocious beasts. As the saying goes, first a boar, second a tiger, third a bear. Without hesitation, Qin Xiao took out a grenade, pulled the pin, removed the wristband, and threw it at the behemoth. After a loud bang, the wild boar collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from its mouth. Li Xiuning drove his beloved SUV to Qin Xiao's villa. He had just stopped and was about to turn off the engine when a loud bang startled him. He almost crashed the car into the villa, but fortunately, he was far enough away that he managed to brake in time. As he and Changsun Wugo got out of the carriage and looked towards the source of the loud noise, Qin Xiao appeared before them carrying a wild boar not long after. "Brother-in-law, did you kill this wild boar?" Li Xiuning asked curiously. "He wasn't killed by gunfire. He was blown up," Qin Xiao said casually. "Bombed to death. How exactly were they blown up?" Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. "Lanner, arrange for someone to kill this wild boar. We'll have a wild boar feast tonight," Qin Xiao ordered, throwing the wild boar on the ground. "Yes, Your Highness," Lanner quickly replied. "This is what killed him. Didn't you hear a sound just now?" Qin Xiao handed a grenade from his waist to Li Xiuning and asked casually. "Of course I heard a loud bang. I almost crashed the car into the gate. How could such a lump of iron kill such a big wild boar? Li Xiuning said incredulously, and then tried to pull the safety strap. You absolutely can't pull this one. It's too close to home, and the loud noise will scare the children. Why don't we go into the mountains for the interview? Qin Xiao immediately stopped them. All right, we'll go right away. Guan Yinbi, you go inside and keep the children company. My brother-in-law and I will be right back, Li Xiuning instructed. Erlang, you all need to be careful. There are wild beasts roaming in the mountains, Changsun Wugo warned. Don't worry. Besides, with a master like my brother-in-law around, no beast can harm us in the slightest, Li Xiuning explained. The two bid farewell to Empress Zhangsun and entered the mountains. To prove the power of the grenade, Li Xiuning insisted on finding a wild animal to test its effect. Little did he know that the explosion had scared away all the animals. After walking for more than half an hour, he finally saw a python thicker than his thigh, with half of its body hanging from a tree and the other half coiled on the ground. Without hesitation, Li Xiuning followed Qin Xiao's instructions, pulled the ring, and threw it over. Before the python could react, it exploded. After the smoke cleared, Li Xiuning walked up to the scene. The giant python had been blown into 3 pieces, and many iron beads were embedded in the tree. The scene was a complete mess. Chapter 159: The Advent of Firearms. Li Xiuning was stunned by the scene before him. He never expected that the iron lump he threw would have such power, which completely overturned his worldview. Even though he was a veteran who had fought countless battles and witnessed countless scenes of corpses strewn across the battlefield, he still couldn't understand why this thing was so powerful. Xiuning, are you all right? You've seen the power of that grenade, haven't you? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother-in-law, why does such a small lump of iron have such earth-shattering power? Could this be the so-called heavenly thunder? Li Xiuning asked as he slowly regained consciousness. This isn't some kind of heavenly thunder. It's a weapon I created. I named it a hand grenade, meaning it can be thrown by hand, and the explosion is as loud as thunder, Qin Xiao patiently explained. Brother-in-law, if this grenade can be mass-produced, we can definitely dominate the world. This time, we won't have any worries about dealing with Kagan jelly. Li Xiuning said excitedly. That's right. I invented this thing to deal with the Turkic army. However, this thing is a powerful weapon, so we must set up a special arsenal and entrust it to someone who is loyal to you to manage it, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law is right. This grenade is indeed a weapon of utmost importance. Not only should we assign people loyal to me to manage it, but we must also send heavy troops to guard it and maintain strict secrecy. Even the workers inside must be vetted, Li Xiuning said solemnly. Actually, there are many more things that can be invented. The hand grenade is just the first firearm that I invented on a whim. There will be many more firearms in the future. For example, a gun can accurately kill at a distance of 500 paces. It's like an upgraded version of a crossbow. And there's a cannon, which can bombard people or buildings 5 or 6 miles away. Its power is several times greater than this grenade, Qin Xiao explained. Heavens, there is such a powerful weapon. From now on, battles where the few defeat the many will be commonplace. With such a divine weapon, even if all the barbarians unite, we can easily wipe them out, Li Xiuning exclaimed excitedly, almost incoherently. Xiuning, don't get excited. In the future, I will also build seagoing ships made of iron, large ships that can carry 5,000 people. I will also install cannons around the ships, and those wooden ships can be sunk with a single shot. Qin Xiao made a confident promise. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. If you say that, we can conquer overseas in the future? I can't even imagine what that would be like, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Of course you can. There's countless gold and gems in faraway Africa, and it's still inhabited by savages. As long as you can get there, you can dig as much as you want, Qin Xiao continued to explain. My goodness, there's such a place. I can't wait to go, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Even if you were to go, it wouldn't be someone you could go. How could you, the emperor of the Great Tang, risk your life? That place is tens of thousands of miles away from the Great Tang, and it would take at least a year to travel there and back, Qin Xiao explained. Alas, what a pity. I really wanted to see what it was like to see a place where gold and jewels were everywhere, Li Xiuning sighed. Don't regret it. The place I told you about last time, where it's spring all year round, full of fruit trees, and has many rubber trees, will be a great place to go once the ship is built. I guarantee you'll be very comfortable there. We can fish with nets or angling at sea, and we might even see fish bigger than my house, Qin Xiao explained without reservation. A fish that big? Could it be the Kuan described in the Classic of Mountains and Seas? Li Xiuning asked curiously. The Classic of Mountains and Seas is a mythological work. The fish I'm talking about is called a whale. It's gentle in nature and it won't easily attack us unless we harm it, Qin Xiao explained. I really want to see the sea and all kinds of fish in it, Li Xiuning said excitedly. All right, we've been out long enough. Let's hurry back so they don't worry. Tonight, we'll have wild boar. It tastes even better than pork, Qin Xiao instructed. Let's go back. Tomorrow we'll look for a place to build an arsenal. Brother-in-law, how about we build the arsenal in Lantian County as well? You can design and build the factory buildings. That would be safer, Li Xiuning said seriously. Sure, I'll draw up the design blueprints, teach the manufacturing methods to the workers, and even formulate rules and regulations, Qin Xiao readily agreed. All right, I'll arrange for someone to come and learn from you tomorrow, Li Xiuning said happily. The two walked and talked, and soon returned to the villa. Li Yuan, who was helping his child with his writing, quickly stood up when he saw them come in. Xiuning, Qin Xiao, what were those two loud noises that came from the deep mountains behind us? Li Yuan asked impatiently. Father, that's a grenade invented by my brother-in-law. It sounds like thunder, but it's incredibly powerful. Just now, that wild boar was killed by that grenade. To make Li Yuan understand better, Li Xiuning handed him the photos he had taken at the scene of the explosion. My God, this thing is incredibly powerful. It's practically a deadly weapon. If it were mass-produced, it could easily wipe out any enemy force, whether they send 100,000 or 1,000,000 troops. Li Yuan exclaimed. Father, my brother-in-law said that this is just the first firearm he invented casually. In the future, he will invent more and more powerful firearms, Li Xiuning explained. Why is this thing called a hand grenade also called a firearm? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. Father-in-law, from now on, all things that can produce fire will be called firearms. Later, they will be further subdivided into hand grenades, pistols, rifles, cannons, and so on, Qin Xiao explained patiently. Good, this name is fitting. After all, these things can catch fire. With these firearms, our ideal of unifying the world is one step closer, Li Yuan said with a smile. Yes, for now, we should manufacture more grenades to deal with Jili Khan. When I heard you say that the Turkic army would number 4 or 500,000, I thought of inventing grenades. Otherwise, dealing with them would cost us many of our soldiers' lives. If the losses are too heavy, other alien races might take advantage of the situation, Qin Xiao explained. Yes, you have a long-term perspective. This kind of thing is indeed very likely to happen. Xiuning, we not only have to deal with the Turks, but we also have to be careful of other barbarians taking advantage of our situation, Li Yuan instructed. Father, I understand. I will send out a large number of scouts to keep a close watch on the movements of other barbarians, Li Xiuning replied respectfully. Chapter 160, Building an Armory. Before Li Xiuning left, Qin Xiao specially gave him a megaphone and told him to use it to communicate with the Khan's wolf cavalry when they arrived at the Wei River. They cursed him with the harshest words possible, displaying the aura of an emperor, in order to establish a powerful and domineering image in the hearts of officials and common people. On the other hand, you can mislead the Khan, divert his attention, and make him believe that you don't care about his military strength and are determined to fight. The following morning, Qin Xiao's villa welcomed Yin Libin, a famous painter and designer of the Tang Dynasty, who was the author of the portraits of the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion. If one of his works were to survive to the present day, it would be a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, he did not produce many works. His representative works include Emperor Taizong receiving the Tibetan envoy and portraits of emperors through the ages. Your humble servant Yin Libin greets your majesty, Princess Pingyang, and the Grand General Protector of the nation, Yin Libin said, bowing. Brother Yin, you're too kind. Here, there are only friends and enemies, no distinction between superiors and subordinates. Do you want to be my friend or my enemy? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother Qin, your joke makes me uneasy. Few enemies of yours have a good ending. The 5 families, such a powerful family with a history of hundreds of years, are like newborn babies in front of you. Even the princes of Tuyuhan can only obediently act like grandsons in front of you. Anyone who becomes your enemy is just beginning their nightmare. Of course I want to be your friend, but I'm afraid I'm not worthy of your position, Yin Libin said respectfully. Haha, there is no distinction between noble and lowly among friends, only sincerity. Brother Yin, do you agree with this view? Qin Xiao said seriously. Brother Qin, I completely agree with your point of view. Thank you. From now on, we are friends. If there is anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask me. His Highness the Crown Prince sent me here to learn from you how to manufacture firearms and build arsenals, Yin Libin explained. Libin, my son-in-law is a straightforward person. He likes to be direct. Although he has an official position and a title, He has never attended court and does not understand the rules of the court. You don't need to take his words too seriously, Li Yuan explained. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Being able to befriend Brother Qin is a blessing I earned in my past life, something I could never hope for. Yin Libin said excitedly. Brother Yin, there's no need for formalities. Make yourself at home here. Please have some tea first, and we'll go choose a location for the factory together later, Qin Xiao said heartily. All right, I will follow Brother Qin's arrangements. I came here to learn from you, Yin Libin said sincerely. Qin Xiao entered the study, took the arsenal building design drawings he had purchased from the system, handed the drawings to Yin Libin, took out the materials for making gunpowder from the warehouse, and went to the courtyard to patiently teach him how to make it. After Yin Libin memorized the recipe proportions, the two got into the car and followed the system's directions, arriving at a valley in Lantian County. This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a wide road in front that cars can drive in, making it a very secluded and safe place. Brother Qin, this design drawing is absolutely brilliant. It captures every single detail. We just need to explain it to the craftsman a little bit, Yin Libin said excitedly. All right, I'll have General Ma send men over. We'll start construction today and get this place built as quickly as possible. After all, the time before the Turks attack us is running out, Qin Xiao explained. Okay, you can make all the decisions, and I'll assist you, Yin Libin said willingly. Sambao, please respond if you hear me, Qin Xiao said, taking out a walkie-talkie. I heard you. I heard you. Your Highness, please give your orders, Ma Sambao said excitedly. Yin Libin was already used to it. Since stepping into Qin Xiao's courtyard, there had been too many things that surprised him. All of these things were things he had never seen before. Sambao, I'm in this valley to the southeast. Send a few dozen plasterers over here first, Qin Xiao instructed. Okay, I'll arrange for people to go there right away, Ma Sambao replied without hesitation. Qin Xiao found it somewhat amusing to see Yin Libin's hesitant expression. Although he considered him a friend, Yin Libin still held onto the superior-subordinate relationship in his mind, which made it difficult for Yin Libin to change his mindset so quickly. After all, during the Sui dynasty, he was already the junior supervisor of the Imperial Crafts Bureau. He still felt somewhat restrained in front of Qin Xiao, a man of such high status and influence. Brother Yin, just ask whatever you want. Keeping it bottled up will make you sick, Qin Xiao teased with a smile. Brother Qin, please don't make fun of me. I want to ask you why the other person can hear what you're saying. Yin Libin asked curiously. The specific principles can't be explained in a short time. I'll send you a few books later so you can read them slowly when you get home. This is called a walkie-talkie. If the other side has one, it's like communicating with us face-to-face, Qin Xiao explained. Thank you, Brother Qin. I will definitely learn from you and take charge of this place as soon as possible, so as not to let you and His Highness the Crown Prince down, Yin Libin said, bowing. No problem, no problem. As long as you are willing to study hard, you can definitely learn it. In the future, you will become a pillar of the Tang Dynasty. Qin Xiao encouraged him. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Qin. Your Highness, we've arrived. Ma Sambao excitedly led his men over. Sambao, let me introduce you first. This is Yin Xiaojian, the supervisor of the Imperial Workshop, who was specially sent by His Highness the Crown Prince to build the arsenal. From now on, you two will need to cooperate with each other, Qin Xiao instructed. Your Highness, rest assured. I will do as Supervisor Yin says, and it will definitely not affect the construction schedule, Ma Sambao said confidently. Don't be so sure of yourself. His Highness the Crown Prince will be enthroned in 25 days. Can the project be completed before the enthronement? Qin Xiao said with a smile. This shouldn't be a problem. At worst, I'll send more people to build it, install the lighting, and work through the night to finish it, Ma Sambao said after thinking for a moment. Now, all of you step back 100 feet. Then cover your ears and open your mouths. I'm going to show you the power of a grenade, Qin Xiao ordered. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, everyone quickly retreated. Qin Xiao also drove his SUV outside, then took out a grenade and threw it into the valley. A loud bang was heard. Thick smoke billowed, and many rocks tumbled down, stunning everyone present, who dared not approach to investigate. I threw this grenade at you today to show you that you must not be careless. This thing is very powerful. If you don't take it seriously, it will not only kill you, but also everyone else, Qin Xiao warned solemnly. We will follow the prince consort's teachings and act with utmost care. There will be absolutely no problems, everyone said in unison. Chapter 161, The Coronation Ceremony. On the 9th day of the 8th lunar month, the day finally arrived when Li Yuan abdicated and Li Xiuning ascended the throne. The scene was unprecedentedly grand. and Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning also came to participate. Generally, there are three types of imperial ascensions. First, the founding ceremony that overthrows the old regime. Second, the succession ceremony that inherits the throne from the previous emperor. And third, obtaining the throne through special means, such as abdication. Li Xiuning belonged to the third type. The third type involves a grander and more solemn ceremony to legitimize the ascension to the throne. Furthermore, in preparation for the enthronement, emperors throughout history generally followed the system of urging others to ascend the throne. With the new emperor's ascension to the throne imminent, his ministers submitted 3 memorials urging him to take the throne. The emperor refused twice, but reluctantly agreed on the third. The ceremony of persuading the emperor to ascend the throne embodies the traditional Chinese virtue of humility. Although the emperor was merely going through the motions the first 2 times, it still reflects the mainstream values of ancient China, which even emperors could not escape. Presided over by the left minister Gao Shilian, Li Yuan willingly ceded the Taiji Hall. Li Xiuning wore a yellow dragon robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon and a winged crown, looking majestic and imposing. Li Xiuning issued his first imperial edict, and the whole country celebrated for 3 days. He also made Changsun Wugo empress, Li Chengxian crown prince, and Li Jianqing regent. Originally, there was another matter to be addressed, changing the name of the country. However, respecting Li Yuan's wishes, Li Xiuning decided to postpone the change until the following year. He also bestowed titles and honors upon many meritorious officials, held a ceremony at the imperial ancestral temple, and arranged a banquet. Many people who had never seen the consort of Princess Pingyang, who had repeatedly defied imperial edicts and broken the limbs of the Tiuhan prince, finally met him today. Qin Xiao didn't put on airs. Regardless of rank, he toasted each official with a cup, which astonished everyone. There were over 100 cups. But how many people know his true strength? What if he drinks 1,000 cups? His internal energy has reached a point where he can control everything at will, and he can make the alcohol evaporate in just a few breaths. Brother-in-law, I have just taken over the heavy responsibility of the emperor today. You are so talented in literature. Could you please compose a poem or a lyric to add to the festivities? Li Xiuning said with a smile. Brother-in-law, I've long heard that your literary talent rivals that of literary masters, but I've never heard your poems before. On this joyous occasion, I must properly appreciate them, Li Jianqing said happily. Qin Xiao said with a smile. All right, then you all better listen carefully. The northern landscape is a scene of thousands of miles of ice and snow. Looking out over the Great Wall, all that remains is a vast expanse of desolation. The Yellow River, both upstream and downstream, has lost its roaring flow. The mountains dance like silver snakes, and the plains gallop like wax elephants, vying with the heavens for height. On a sunny day, the red-clad beauties and white-clad figures are exceptionally enchanting. Such a beautiful land has attracted countless heroes to bow down before it. Unfortunately, even Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han lacked literary talent. All that is past, to find truly remarkable figures, look to the present. Good indeed. The most outstanding figures are those of today. We, the people of the Tang Dynasty, are the true heroes. I wish to encourage you all to strive together. Cheers, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Brother-in-law, you truly deserve to be called a master of both literature and martial arts. Every word you utter is a classic masterpiece. I admire you. Li Jianqing clapped his hands and exclaimed. Son-in-law, your abilities are truly unmatched. Xiuning has the best judgment, while we are all slow to realize it. Oh, no, it should be my precious daughter Xiuning who has the best judgment, Li Yuan laughed heartily. I've only achieved a little, and you all praise me like this. It makes me arrogant, Qin Xiao said modestly. Ha! Li Yuan is now like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law, growing more and more pleased with him, no longer picking on him like before. Li Jianqing has also accepted this generous and forthright brother-in-law. In the following time, civil and military officials came to Li Xiuming's table to offer toasts, but they did not dare to act recklessly towards Li Yuan, Li Xiuning, or Li Jianqing. Qin Xiao had just cleared a level, so they thought he was easygoing and toasted him. Qin Xiao accepted all the toasts and drank them all in one gulp. This terrified everyone. This is baijiu produced in a paradise. For a normal person, half a jin is already quite impressive, but Qin Xiao has drunk at least 20 jin. So why doesn't he show any signs of drunkenness? Xiuning, your husband is amazing. He can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. I'm so happy that you found such a good husband. Li Yuan said happily. Thank you for the praise, father. I think so too. Qin Xiao is really as he said. Except for childbirth, He is proficient in everything else, Li Xiuning said proudly. Originally, Li Xiuning should have gone to the backyard with Empress Zhangsun to join the other women, but as a general leading troops, and at Li Yuan's request, she was seated at the main table. You mustn't be temperamental. You need to take good care of Qin Xiao and the children. You also need to speak nicely to your husband and learn to be considerate of him in everything you do, Li Yuan advised. I understand, father. Why don't you come and live with us for a while? I'll have Qin Xiao build another house next to ours, and then you can enjoy life to the fullest, Li Xiuning persuaded. That's good. Just as Qin Xiao said, now that I'm retired, I can enjoy life and live out my old age in peace, Li Yuan said happily. Actually, considering the average lifespan of the people in the Tang Dynasty, my father is already 60 years old, which is considered a long life. Guess how old my godfather's son Simiao was? Li Xiuning said excitedly. How old was son Simiao? He seems to be over 80 now. Could he be 100? Li Yuan asked curiously. Qin Xiao did a divination for him, and it turned out that his godfather lived to be 141 years old. However, with Qin Xiao's guidance on his medical skills, I think he can definitely live even longer, Li Xiuning explained. What? How is this possible? Living this long would make you a living god. This is too incredible, Li Yuan exclaimed. Nothing is impossible. As long as you come to stay with me, I will have Qin Xiao help you open up your ruin and do meridians, which will increase your lifespan by 20 years. I will then teach you Tai Chi. As long as you practice every day, you will have no problem living to be 100 years old. If you also cultivate internal energy techniques, you can prolong your life, Li Xiuning said proudly. Really? That's great. I'll stay at your place again tomorrow and help you take care of the kids so we can enjoy some family time, Li Yuan said excitedly. Qin Xiao was also very generous, preparing 9,500 fireworks for this grand ceremony, symbolizing the supreme ruler. Next came the fireworks display. The special forces soldiers lined up in many rows, and each person was tasked with setting off more than 300 fireworks. As the fireworks soared into the sky, colorful flowers appeared, along with images of the entire city of Chang'an, and words such as Universal Celebration, Prosperous Tang Dynasty, and Long Live the Tang Dynasty appeared. Everyone cheered. The people of Chang'an all ran into the streets to watch the fireworks, their cheers echoing through the sky. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 162, Raising Children. Qin Xiao and his wife stayed overnight in the palace and moved into Princess Pingyang's residence under Li Xiuning's control. The next morning, Li Yuan came to find them early and wanted to go back to their villa in Lantian County with them. When I got home, I saw the two little guys riding Big White and Little White. Xiao Jie has become much bolder now, and with his sister's indulgence, he dares to play with these pets. When they saw Qin Zhao's car approaching, they quickly moved their two little white dogs, Dabai and Xiaobai, closer. Li Yuan smiled happily when he saw the two little guys. Xiuning, these two little ones are just like you when you were little, very naughty and daring. They even dare to ride a big tiger. I really don't know what kind of people they will become when they grow up. I'm not worried about Xiao Jie, the stronger the better. But if Niu becomes too powerful, who would dare to marry her? Unless someone as powerful as my son-in-law appears, Li Yuan said worriedly. Father-in-law, you can rest assured. My daughter will definitely find a husband who is just like her. Come on, let's go have lunch, Qin Xiao said casually. Daddy, hug me, Niu said with a smile, stretching out her arms. Qin Xiao picked Niu up from Dabai's back and kissed her. Li Xiuning also picked up Xiao Jie from Dabai's back and kissed him on the cheek, making Xiao Jie laugh happily. Entering the house and arriving at the dining room, the servants gradually placed breakfast on the table, and the family ate happily together. Li Chengxian and the others were taken back the day before yesterday because of Li Shimon's ascension to the throne, while Luo Tong asked to go to the military camp for training, so the room suddenly became much quieter. After breakfast, Qin Xiao put Li Yuan in the bathtub and gave him a medicinal bath using herbs he had specially prepared. Li Yuan was already 60 years old. If you forcibly open the ruin and do meridians, the body cannot withstand it. You can only use medicinal baths to strengthen the body and then teach Tai Chi to him. He can only do it when his body is strong enough. After Li Yuan soaked in the bathtub, Qin Xiao handed him the Tai Chi manual and then left the bathroom. According to the time it would take for the medicine to be fully absorbed, it would take about an hour. Qin Xiao played with his son and daughter. Now, apart from some necessary business, he spends the rest of his time with his wife and children. Daddy, where did you and Mommy go last night? Why didn't you eat with us? Niu pouted and asked. Your second uncle, who is also your sister Lizzie's father, has become the emperor. He went to the palace last night to attend his banquet, so he couldn't have dinner with you. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Father, what is an emperor? Why does my second uncle want to be an emperor? And where is the palace? Niao blinked and asked curiously. The emperor is the most powerful person in the country. Your maternal grandfather was the emperor before, so your mother is a princess. Now she has passed that position to your second maternal uncle. The palace is where the emperor resides, Qin Xiao continued to explain. Daddy, mommy is a princess, and you are the princess's husband. Then brother is the little princess, and I am the little princess, right? Niao asked excitedly. Honey, you answer your precious daughter's question. I can't help you anymore. Qin Xiao quickly turned to Li Xiuning for help. Isn't our prince consort Qin supposed to be all-powerful? How come he was defeated by his 1.5-year-old precious daughter? Li Xiuning teased with a smile. Once our daughter starts asking all sorts of questions, I really have no way of knowing what to do. The problem is, there are many royal titles that I have no idea about, Qin Xiao explained. All right, you've passed. Niao, Xiao Jia, listen up. Your mother is a princess, Xiao Jia is the prince, and Niao is a county princess. Now that your father is the Duke of Protectorate, some people will call Xiao Jia the Little Duke. Remember, only the emperor's daughters are called princesses. The emperor's granddaughters and great-granddaughters cannot be called princesses. Furthermore, the title of princess is only for girls. If a boy is the emperor's son, he will be called a prince. Do you understand? Li Xiuning explained patiently. Okay, mommy. Niao nodded and said, Mother, I understand, Xiao Jia replied. You guys are really smart. Each of you will get a box of yogurt as a reward. Li Xiuning praised with a smile. Thank you, Mother, they both said in unison. Mommy, when are we going to the palace to play? Niao suddenly asked. What's so fun about the palace? Even your grandfather didn't want to stay there anymore, so he came to live with us, Li Xiuning explained. That's because Grandpa got tired of staying in the palace, so he came to live here with us. The person who is the most powerful in the country must live in the best place, Xiao Jia suddenly said. This stunned Qin Xiao and his wife. Usually, it was Niao who asked questions or took the lead, while Xiao Jia remained silent. They never expected him to be so quick-witted. Xiao Jia, if it were someone else's home, it certainly wouldn't be as nice as a palace, but our home is definitely infinitely better than a palace. There are still oil lamps there at night, no air conditioning in the summer, and no heating in the winter, Qin Xiao explained patiently. The two children were still a little skeptical. They believed that the emperor's residence must be the best. All right, if you two little ones don't believe me, your father and I will take you to the palace to play sometime. Li Xiuning couldn't stand their disbelieving looks anymore. Although Qin Xiao doted on the two of them, he assigned them homework every day to recognize 50 new characters and write 50 characters each day. Originally, Li Xiuning was against it, thinking that the child was too young and shouldn't start learning so early, but after she lost a bet with Qin Xiao, she realized that her children could not be understood as ordinary children. Their intelligence had already surpassed their age, and their wisdom had even surpassed that of other 3- or 4-year-old children. After learning all this, she knew that Qin Xiao's approach was correct, which is why she supported the idea that children could only play after completing their homework every day. Qin Xiao would occasionally teach them multiplication tables and basic arithmetic, and also teach them nursery rhymes. The two little ones didn't resist at all, and always completed their tasks with high quality and quantity. While they were writing diligently, Li Yuan quietly came downstairs. After soaking in the medicinal bath, he felt much more energetic and walked with more strength. When he saw the two little ones' regular script, he was stunned. He never imagined that such young children could not only write, but also write such beautiful characters. Chapter 163 Hot Air Balloon. While Qin Xiao was playing with Kongming lanterns with his child, he suddenly thought of hot air balloons. If a hot air balloon were combined with hand grenades, wouldn't that be an absolutely invincible force? He acted on his idea immediately. He bought hot air balloon parts from the system, took them to the yard, and started assembling them while looking at the instructions. Originally, he wanted to buy the whole thing, but he was worried about being discovered by others. Daddy, what are you doing? Why aren't you playing with Niao? Niao threw down the Kongming lantern and ran over with her short legs, looking very unhappy. I'm planning to build a Kongming lantern that can carry people into the sky, many times bigger than Niao's, Qin Xiao explained with a smile. Daddy, adults can't lie to children, so please don't lie to me. Otherwise, I'll have mommy punish you and make you sleep with Big White and the others tonight. Niao pouted and acted cute. When Dabai heard its little owner calling its name, it ran over excitedly and started acting silly next to Niao, making Niao hide everywhere. Don't worry. Once I finish setting it up, I'll take you to see the sky. Then you'll know whether your father was lying or not. Qin Xiao assured him. Okay, let's pinky swear, Nyo said, still a little worried. Pinky promise, never to fall. Whoever falls is a little dog. Helpless, Qin Xiao could only extend his little finger and make a pinky promise with his precious daughter. Seeing this, Li Yuan and Li Xiuning, who were standing nearby, found it both funny and infuriating. This father was spoiling his daughter way too much. After making a promise to his beloved daughter, Qin Xiao buried himself in his work. Half an hour later, he finally assembled the hot air balloon, and once the fire was lit, it inflated. Who wants to come with me to the sky for some fun? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Daddy, I want it, I want it. Nyo was the first to raise her hand and express her opinion. Daddy, I want to go too, Xiao Jie said shyly. Honey, can this ball really fly into the sky? I have a feeling it's pretty unreliable. Li Xiuning said with a smile. Son-in-law, if this goes up, how will it come down? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. Sai, don't worry. The principle is a bit complicated and can't be explained in a short time. Just think of it as a large Kongming lantern. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Father, Qin Xiao can fly. Even if this Kongming lantern isn't working, he still has the ability to protect everyone. Why don't we go up and give it a try? Li Xiuning persuaded. All right then. I've never let anyone else control my life. Now that I'm old, you two are controlling it. Fine, I'll just go crazy with you, Li Yuan said with a heroic expression. Once everyone was in the hot air balloon basket, Qin Xiao untied the ropes, jumped into the bamboo basket, and began operating the hot air balloon. After the fire was intensified, the hot air balloon slowly rose into the sky, which startled Li Yuan. On the contrary, the two children clapped and cheered happily. Daddy's the best. Daddy's the best. The two children cheered ecstatically. I never imagined that I, in my old age, would one day be able to fly into the sky. This is simply unbelievable, Li Yuan said with deep emotion. Honey, you're amazing. You even managed to do something like flying to the sky. It's such a surprise, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Nyo, Xiao Jie, didn't you want to go to the palace? Daddy will take you there now, okay? Qin Xiao asked with a smile. Okay, thank you, Daddy. Nyo replied immediately. Qin Xiao handed a telescope to Li Yuan and Li Xiuning respectively, and then piloted the hot air balloon towards the palace. When the first commoner inadvertently looked up at the sky and spotted the hot air balloon, the news spread like wildfire, and countless people stopped to watch, completely unaware of what it was or why it could fly. Only a few people who were relatively familiar with Qin Xiao would think of him, but they couldn't be sure at all, since no one had ever seen someone fly. Your Majesty, a ball has appeared in the sky and is flying towards the palace. Should we order the Imperial Guards to shoot it down? Li Junxian reported. Wait, let's go check first. What if someone is up there? Wouldn't you kill them? Go get my walkie-talkie. Li Xiuning quickly stopped him. Li Xiuning actually had a premonition that this thing was invented by his all-powerful brother-in-law again. Otherwise, who in the world could go to heaven? After Li Xiuning received the walkie-talkie, he led his guards to the open space outside. The hot air balloon had already entered the palace area. The Imperial Guards were on high alert, each drawing their bows and arrows, ready to unleash a barrage of arrows at Li Xiuming's command. Brother-in-law, please respond if you receive this, Li Xiuning said, picking up the walkie-talkie. Your brother-in-law is busy and doesn't have time. I'm your father, so just say what you need to say, Li Yuan said with a smile. Father, are you in the sphere in the sky above the palace? Li Xiuning asked awkwardly. You're the one who's in the ball. Oh, no, we're in a hot air balloon. Yes, we're right above your heads, Li Yuan said happily. Father, can you then surrender? Li Xiuning asked. What? I haven't had enough of sitting yet, Li Yuan said unhappily. Father, let's come down first. It's windy up there. Be careful not to catch a cold, Li Xiuning said with concern. Xiuning, I know what you're up to. You're my son. You're the emperor now. Why are you still trying to be clever in front of your father? If you want to sit here, just say so, Li Yuan teased. The palace maids, eunuchs, and guards around him were all blushing with embarrassment, while Empress Zhongsun was secretly laughing. Li Xiuning was also embarrassed by what Li Yuan said and scratched his head helplessly. After receiving instructions from Li Yuan, Qin Xiao gradually reduced the fire, and the hot air balloon slowly descended. Everyone rushed towards the landing site. When everyone saw that there were two little ones inside, they were stunned. They never expected that such young children would be so brave as to play so high in the sky. Your subject pays respects to your Majesty. Li Xiuning quickly stepped forward and bowed. No need for formalities, please rise. Would you like to go up to the sky and take a look? This hot air balloon was invented by my good son-in-law. Isn't it amazing? Li Yuan said excitedly. Nyo, Xiaojia, hurry up and pay your respects to your second uncle, Qin Xiao instructed. Greetings, second uncle, your majesty. Nyo bowed. Haha, who taught you that? Empress Zhang's son asked with a chuckle. Yesterday, Daddy said that Nyo's second uncle is the emperor, so I called my second uncle the emperor and my aunt. Is that wrong? Nyo asked, puzzled. This child is so smart. He inherited the best qualities of his second sister and brother-in-law, said Empress Dowager Changsun happily. Sister-in-law, you mustn't praise her, or she'll become arrogant, Qin Xiao cautioned. Qin Xiao, you mustn't be rude. You should address me as Empress. Li Xiuning quickly stopped him. No, the original way of addressing each other is much more intimate. We're all family. Let's not be so formal. Changsun Wugo hurriedly explained. Guanyanbi is right. No matter how high our status rises, you will still be my second sister and brother-in-law, Li Xiuning explained. Yes, Xiuning makes sense. From now on, we will address each other according to seniority in private, and as ruler and subject in public. Li Yuan made the decision. Chapter 164 Recruiting Female Soldiers. After chatting with everyone for a while, Li Xiuning couldn't wait to board the hot air balloon. As the saying goes, everyone has a dream of flying, and even the emperor is no exception. When the hot air balloon soared into the sky, everyone was as happy as children, showing no fear of heights whatsoever. On the contrary, Empress Zhangsun was somewhat frightened. Brother-in-law, if we use this filled with grenades to deal with Jelly Khan's wolf cavalry, we'll be invincible. We'll wipe out no matter how many come, Li Xiuning said excitedly. As expected of an emperor, he has a vision for war. I invented this to deal with the Turkic cavalry. At that time, you should try to stall for time. I will have the special forces split into two groups. One group will bring out 10 excavators to block their retreat, and the other group will launch an airstrike. After I've disrupted their plans, you can send out a large army to capture prisoners. Then, give me half of your forces, or have them follow me, and march straight to the Turkic royal court. You need to think carefully beforehand about who to appoint as the head of the protectorate. Let me tell you a secret. There is a very large salt lake in the Turkic region, which produces only blue salt. If we mine it, with the current population, it would be enough to feed us for 800 years, Qin Xiao explained patiently. My God, such a large salt lake is wonderful. Once it's mined, the people will no longer have to eat coarse salt, and their necks will no longer be swollen. Li Xiuning said excitedly. Therefore, you need to prepare a lot of things in advance, such as opening schools to assimilate foreign ethnic groups, teaching them Han culture from a young age, instilling loyalty to the emperor and patriotism, and making them think that they are Tang people. This is called cultural invasion. We need to send a large number of troops to guard the Salt Lake, and we can hire local herders for ordinary factories, but the key positions must be filled by our own people, Qin Xiao explained. Second sister, could you send some troops from Wei's Pass to the Turks? My forces here are really insufficient, and once Liangzhou City is completed, a large number of troops will need to be stationed there, Li Xiuning asked earnestly. No problem. You are the emperor now, and you can mobilize all the troops in the entire Tang Dynasty, Li Xiuning said decisively. Qin Xiao, your idea is brilliant. Cultural invasion, this is a good method. Only in this way can we achieve true unification and allow politics to continue indefinitely. Li Yuan clapped and cheered. Therefore, we must now have a plan, such as what population we want to reach in 5 years. How many schools and medical schools will we build? How many talents do we plan to cultivate? For example, in the military, I suggest implementing a compulsory system where every man who reaches the age of 16 and whose physical examination reveals no serious illness must serve in the military for 3 years. Soldiers who perform exceptionally well can be transferred to volunteer service, and those who make special contributions can be promoted to officers. All military personnel are paid a salary, although the salary for conscripts is relatively lower. Furthermore, we should establish military academies to cultivate various talents, including strategic, tactical, and logistical support personnel, Qin Xiao explained patiently. Yes, that's a good idea. Now that the Tang Dynasty is on the right track and the national treasury has some assets, we can gradually develop in this way, Li Xiuning agreed. Xiuning, how come the national treasury has suddenly become so rich? Li Yuan asked curiously. It's all thanks to my brother-in-law. He established the high-end women's club and the Shangri-La Grand Restaurant, and I own most of the shares. They're money-making machines, which is why the national treasury is so wealthy, Li Xiuning explained happily. So that's how it is. Qin Xiao is truly amazing. He's been quietly helping Xiuning and the court for so long. Xiuning, You have the best eye for talent. You found a wonderful husband. Li Yuan praised. My daddy is the best, Nyo said proudly. Yes, my dad is the best. Xiao Jie followed suit. Li Xiuning, who had originally wanted to be modest, was now speechless. Yes, your father is the best in the world, Li Yuan said with a kind expression. The main objective of this battle is to capture prisoners. Only with more prisoners can we rapidly develop our various infrastructure projects, Qin Xiao instructed. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I've already given instructions. Cheng Yaojin and his men are absolutely not allowed to act recklessly. Our biggest problem right now is our population. Such a large country, with a population of just over 22 million, and less than 20% of that being young and middle-aged, and this problem cannot be solved immediately, Li Xiuning sighed. Have the hybrid rice seeds been distributed yet? As for other high-yield crops, I don't have many seeds, so they have to be cultivated for a year before they can be distributed next year. Once the people are free from worries about food and clothing, they will want to have children. Whether they are nobles or commoners, which family doesn't want a large and prosperous family? Also, we can consider recruiting female soldiers, Qin Xiao explained. I've already had the Ministry of Revenue issue the hybrid rice, but it won't be ready for planting until next year. What you said makes sense. Every family wants a large and prosperous family. What's the point of recruiting female soldiers? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. Female soldiers are a special type of soldier. They don't need to go to the battlefield, but they must learn medical care and first aid so that they can treat and care for the soldiers if they are injured, Qin Xiao explained. This is a good idea. It will greatly reduce the battlefield mortality rate. I will arrange for people to implement it tomorrow. First, send the recruited female soldiers to medical school for a period of time before they enter the military hospital, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Xiuming's idea is good. As long as the female soldiers learn medical skills, they can save many soldiers. Moreover, women are naturally more meticulous, Li Yuan said happily. That's true. Women are better at taking care of people. If there are female military doctors in the army, the soldiers will have less to worry about in battle, and their combat effectiveness will be greatly improved, Changsun Wugo explained. Yes, Qin Xiao's suggestion is good. I have 2,000 female soldiers in my women's army, but I never thought of having medics. Having these female soldiers will be beneficial in every way, Li Xiuning said excitedly. As the system becomes more and more complete in the future, there will be more opportunities for female soldiers to do, such as becoming communications soldiers or entering military academies to study as staff officers, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, what is a communications soldier? What do they do? Li Xiuning asked curiously. The so-called communications soldier, as the name suggests, is a type of soldier who transmits information. Just like the intelligence reported by the reconnaissance soldiers over the walkie-talkie, the communications soldier writes it down and reports it to the commander-in-chief. Later, there were also things like radio transmitters, Qin Xiao continued to explain. Chapter 165 Princess Yicheng. The hot air balloon flew back to the open space next to Qin Xiao's villa. Ma Sanbao was already waiting below. He also knew that the hot air balloon was invented by the prince consort, and that he was the only one in the entire Tang Dynasty with this capability. This humble general pays respects to the Emperor Emeritus, the Emperor, the Empress, the Princess, and the Prince Consort. Ma Sanbao said respectfully. General Ma, please rise. No need for formalities. Li Xiuning said with a smile. Sanbao, what brings you here? Is something the matter? Qin Xiao asked curiously. Your Highness, I saw you fly up into the sky just now, so I came here to wait and see if there was anything you wanted me to do, Ma Sanbao said sincerely. Sanbao, you are also an elder of our Li family. You have always been diligent and conscientious in your work and have made many contributions to our Li family. On behalf of the Li family, I would like to thank you, Li Xiuning said with a serious expression. Your Highness, this is all what Sanbao should do. You don't need to be so polite. Your words make me feel uneasy. If there is anything Sanbao has done wrong, please tell me and I will correct it immediately, Ma Sanbao said hurriedly. Hey, Sanbao, you did a great job. Don't overthink it. The princess didn't mean to abandon you. She wants to know if you want to continue living your current life or go to the combat unit. Qin Xiao quickly explained. Your Highness, Prince Consort, I've gotten used to being by your side and doing your bidding these past few years. But without training, I'm afraid my combat effectiveness has declined. I'd better stay and continue serving you, Ma Sanbao said without hesitation. What you said makes sense. However, you can't just do things for us and neglect your training. Otherwise, your physical condition will decline. So, you should spend a month each year in the special forces for basic training. Call the Xue brothers, Xue Wanjun and Xue Qiren, Over here, and let them take command of the women's army at Wei's Pass, Qin Xiao explained. Yes, Your Highness, I'll go and call them over right away, Ma Sanbao said excitedly. The group entered through the gate and went into the living room. After everyone was seated, Lanner and several other maids brought out tea, fruit, and snacks. Lanner, go and call Shi Junmai over to me, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, Your Highness, Lanner replied. Brother-in-law, do you mean to let Shui Wanjun and another person take charge of the affairs on the Turkic side? Li Xiuning asked curiously. I do have that idea. Their martial arts skills are quite impressive, and they should have no problem guarding the 2 miles, Qin Xiao replied without hesitation. But they were once under the command of Prince Yan, Li Yi. Now, although they have joined Second Sister's Women's Army, their loyalty still needs to be tested, Li Xiuning said worriedly. Li Yi will rebel, but the Shui brothers will not. They are both people who can distinguish right from wrong, and are loyal to the emperor and love their country. I can guarantee that, Qin Xiao said confidently. Brother-in-law, do you mean Li Yi would rebel? He's my brother's man. If something happens to my brother, I believe he'll have his own thoughts. But now, my elder brother is safe and sound. How could he possibly plot a rebellion? Moreover, I just bestowed upon Li Yi the title of grandmaster of the palace and a fief of 1,200 households. Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. Li Yi offended you because he once beat up one of your men. Now he is fearful and uneasy, so he plotted to rebel. This is a trigger. In addition, there was a woman named Li Xiuning who claimed to be able to communicate with ghosts and cure diseases, and people from all directions were deceived by her. Li once came to Li Yi's house. He said to Li Yi's wife, Meng, you have the countenance of nobility and will surely become the mother of the world. Meng asked her to read Li Yi's face and said, your wealth and nobility come from the Prince of Yan, and the Prince of Yan's noble appearance will soon be revealed. These 2 reasons led to his rebellious intentions. Next, he is very likely to collude with Qin Xiao to attack the Tang Dynasty. You need to make a decision about this as soon as possible. However, his forces had already been brought over by the Shui brothers, who had brought in 20,000 men. Such a small force couldn't cause any trouble. Qin Xiao said disdainfully. This Li Yi has really eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, daring to rebel. Does he really think he has too much of a life? Could it be that I didn't send the 18 riders of Yanyun when they sent troops to ambush us last time? So this trump card was saved for his own rebellion. What a clever scheme. It's a pity he's ambitious but incompetent. He'll never amount to anything, Li Xiuning quipped. That's right. You just need to keep an eye on them. Right now, the main concern is the Turkic wolf cavalry. Do you know Princess Yicheng of the Sui dynasty? Qin Xiao suddenly asked. I do know a little about this. Princess Yicheng, of the Yang clan, was a member of the Sui dynasty imperial family. Emperor Yang Jian bestowed upon her the title of Princess Yicheng. In the 19th year of the Kaiwang era, Princess Ani, who had married Qiming Khan of the Eastern Turks, died. Emperor Yang Jian then arranged for Princess Yicheng to marry Qiming Khan. Only during the Sui dynasty was Qiming Khan the only leader of a non-Han ethnic group to marry 2 princesses. Princess Yicheng had lived in the Turkic Khaganate for nearly 30 years and had been married to 4 different Khans: Qiming Khan, Shibi Khan, Chuluo Khan, and Jili Khan. Li Yuan explained. Alas, she was also a person with a tragic fate. There is a saying that goes, the pitiful are often hateful, which refers to Princess Yicheng. She repeatedly instigated Qin Xiao to attack the Tang Dynasty and was single-mindedly thinking of restoring the country, Qin Xiao explained. So that's how it is. I even felt sorry for her, but I never imagined she would be so malicious. Her decision has caused so many families to be torn apart and lives lost. Li Xiuning said angrily. My son-in-law is right. There is always a reason why someone is pitiful. How could we allow a foreign tribe to kill us Han people? Such a person would have no face to meet her ancestors after she dies. Li Yuan was also very angry. Brother-in-law, if you manage to break into the Turkic court this time, don't bring her back. Just kill her. This kind of person is too despicable, shameless, and vile. For her own selfish reasons, she treats the lives of Han people like a game. Li Xiuning said angrily. I definitely won't bring this back. Bringing back an old woman would mean feeding and caring for her, especially since she's an executioner who indirectly killed countless Han people, Qin Xiao said without hesitation. Qin Xiao, if the other party is a young and beautiful girl, do you have any ideas? Li Xiuning asked unhappily. Father-in-law, control your daughter. This is too unreasonable. Heaven and earth bear witness. When did I ever say I had any designs on Princess Yicheng? Qin Xiao complained. My dear son-in-law, Xiuning is no longer mine. She belongs to yours. A woman follows her husband wherever he goes, even if he's a chicken or a dog. A married daughter is like water spilled from a cup, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Sigh? Forget it. Just pretend I never said anything. I chose this path, and I have to finish it even if I have to crawl on my knees. Qin Xiao sighed. Ha ha ha. Chapter 166 Martial Arts Competition on the Training Ground. This humble general, Shi Junmai, pays his respects to the Emperor Emeritus, the Emperor, the Empress, the Princess, and my master. Shi Junmai said, bowing. No need for formalities, please rise. Today, it's mainly your master who asked you to come, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Junmai, please sit down first. I plan to have Shui Wanjun and Shui Wanche undergo training in the Special Operations Camp for half a month, and you will personally instruct them, Qin Xiao said seriously. No problem. As long as they are willing, I will follow my master's arrangements, Shi Junmai said without hesitation. Also, did you notice that thing we flew into the sky just now? Qin Xiao said with a smile. I saw my master. He really stunned everyone in our Special Operations Battalion. We never imagined that people could fly. Shi Junmai said excitedly. That's called a hot air balloon. It's made based on the principle of Kongming lanterns. I have 10 here, and I'll teach you how to fly them. When the Turks attack, you should stay in the sky and use pearl grenades to bomb them, mainly to kill Kagan Jelly and Kagan Tuli. Capture the others alive if possible, as I need a large number of prisoners to build roads. So, each of you will have 10 hand grenades and 10 tear gas canisters. Use them sparingly. After defeating the Turkic wolf cavalry, I will lead you straight to the Turkic royal court, Qin Xiao explained. I understand, master. I will explain the situation to the Special Forces members, and there will absolutely be no mistakes, Shi Junmai assured him confidently. Also, once all the Turkic cavalry have entered the banks of the Wei River, you must order 10 excavators to block their retreat. We absolutely cannot let them escape, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, master. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Shi Junmai stood up and saluted. Brother-in-law, your Special Forces team only has 300 people. Isn't that too few? Should we add more people? Li Xiuning asked after thinking for a moment. This can indeed be increased, but there's no rush now. We'll select from the entire army after we resolve the Turkic issue, and we also need to catch up in terms of equipment. Therefore, it is necessary to create armor that is lightweight and impervious to swords and spears. However, once we enter the era of firearms and long-range shooting, armor becomes less useful. You need to think this through carefully. Whether it's armor or firearms, they all require a lot of steel. So, the most important thing right now is to find a large amount of iron or resources. Also, don't underestimate the barbarian settlements. Although they can't farm or grow crops, their lands contain vast amounts of various metal ores. Once you occupy them, you can mine them all, Qin Xiao explained. That's wonderful. We're currently short of metals. If we conquer the Turks, we can make up for this shortage, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Your Highness, the Shui brothers, Shui Wanjun and Shui Junjun, are waiting at the door, Lanner said as she entered from outside. Go, let them in, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Yes, Your Highness. Your humble servants Shui Wanjun and Shui Wanche pay their respects to the Emperor Emeritus, the Emperor, the Empress, Her Highness the Princess, and the Prince Consort, the two brothers said, bowing. Generals, please rise and dispense with formalities, Li Xiuning said expressionlessly. Generals, the main reason I called you here today is to have you undergo 2 weeks of special training in the Special Forces, where Deputy Battalion Commander, she will teach you martial arts. Are you willing? Qin Xiao said with a smile. No, the Shui brothers said in unison. The Shui brothers were very unhappy. They had pledged allegiance to Princess Pingyang, but now her husband was bossing them around and even telling them to learn from a mere boy. Why? Qin Xiao asked, frowning. Your Highness, in the army, strength is everything. We brothers respect your and Her Highness's strength, but we refuse to be trained by a kid who hasn't even grown a beard yet, Shui Wanche said loudly. Shi Junmai, the rest is up to you. You can handle it yourself, Qin Xiao said casually. Yes, master, Shi Junmai said respectfully. When the Shui brothers heard Shi Junmai call Qin Xiao master, they had a bad feeling, sensing that they would pay the price for their decision. You two think you're so great just because you're old? Ambition knows no age. Without ambition, 100 years is wasted. This is a saying my master gave me, and now I'm passing it on to you. Just tell me what kind of competition you want, preferably something you're best at, otherwise you'll lose badly later, Shi Junmai said casually. You brat, you've gone too far. Even if you're Prince Consort Qin's apprentice, today my brother and I will teach you a lesson about how to behave, Shui Wanche said angrily. Stop your nonsense and go to the training ground. Choose your weapons and have a good fight. Whoever wins will be in charge. The Emperor Emeritus and the Emperor are watching. Who the hell wants to watch you two argue? Qin Xiao teased. Several people arrived at the training ground, and Li Xiuning and his entourage naturally followed. They were not sure who would win, even though Shi Junmai was very strong. After all, it was 1 against 2. You two come at me together, so you won't deny it if you lose later. Shi Junmai said without hesitation. What? Shui Wanjun said in surprise. Kid, you're too arrogant, Shui Wanche said angrily. The two of them had been staying in the women's army camp for over a month and had gotten along well with Ma Sanbao. They had also heard about the prowess of the Shura Special Forces. However, soldiers have their own pride, and even if Qin Xiao came, he wouldn't be able to defeat them easily. All right, let's use mounted combat from the battlefield to test our skills, Shui Wanjun said, suppressing his anger. All right, bring it on. I'll give you 3 rounds to spare, Shi Junmai said, mounted on his horse and holding a long spear. The two brothers were displeased when they heard that it was another 3 moves. They remembered that Princess Pingyang had said the same thing. Could this kid really be that powerful? Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. When 2 lances were thrust at Shi Junmai, he dodged one and parried the other with his spear. The 3 warhorses brushed past him, turned around, and continued their fight. After 3 moves, Shi Junmai stopped defending and started attacking with every move, leaving the 2 brothers with no chance to fight back. Their helmets were knocked off, and they were disheveled and in a very sorry state. Seeing that the Shui brothers still wanted to resist, Shi Junmai inserted his spear into the middle of Shui Wanjun's arm, pressed down on his left shoulder, and then flicked it upwards. Shui Wanjun fell to the ground, his spear flying. Shui Wanche rushed over to rescue him. Shi Junmai stepped on the stirrups, leaped up, and with a move called splitting manhwa, his spear fell towards Shui Wanche's head. Shui Wanche had no choice but to use his lance to defend himself, but when the spear struck the lance shaft, he felt as if 1,000 pounds of weight were pressing down on his head. His warhorse could not withstand the weight, and its front legs buckled, instantly throwing Shui Wanche into the air. Good, excellent. Deputy Battalion Commander Shi's skills have improved quite a bit. 10 taels of silver as a reward, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Thank you for the Emperor's gift. Shi Junmai quickly dismounted and bowed. You 2 brothers are convinced now, aren't you? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Your Highness, we are completely convinced, the Shui brothers said loudly. Actually, being able to enter the Special Operations Battalion is an honor. Ordinary people simply cannot get in. The common people call us messengers of hell, but our real name is Shura Special Forces, Shi Junmai explained. You are the messengers of hell that the people talk about, an army that kills enemies and protects the people. I never thought we could join such a powerful army, Shui Wanche said excitedly. You 2 brothers must have misunderstood me. I'm only allowing you to join the Special Forces for half a month. After that, you'll bring the women's army from Wei's Pass to Liangzhou City to await orders. Once you join the Special Forces, learn everything there, especially how to train. I'll buy you a training manual later, Qin Xiao said patiently. Yes, Your Highness, the 2 said in unison. Chapter 167 The Allure of a Beautiful Woman. Sanbao, go to the glass factory and sell the 10 wolf kings that I had them make a while ago to the foreign merchants on the grassland at a high price. Each tribe can only buy 1, and make sure not to sell them to the same tribe twice. Your Highness, what price do you intend to set for it? Each wolf king is sold for 50,000 cattle and 100,000 sheep. Horses are not needed because they cannot exchange them for war horses, and nags are of no use. If you have gold or silver, that's fine too, but it must be paid in cash. Tell these merchants that this wolf is a divine wolf, the battle pet of the heavenly court's manifestation true lord, the howling sky wolf. Whoever possesses it will receive the protection of the gods and become the true master of the grasslands. Yes, Your Highness, I'll go and make the arrangements right away. Li Xiuning couldn't help but ask, Husband, isn't Erlang Shin's battle pet the howling celestial dog? How did that dog turn into a wolf? Haha, you have a good memory. I've remembered all the stories I told you. The grassland tribes worship wolves, so of course I have to deify my glass wolf in order to sell it for a high price. Oh, I see. You're so mean. Those barbarians are so pathetic for being your enemies. Li Xiuning overheard their conversation and was very curious. Why were they still doing business with them when war was about to break out? He couldn't help but ask, Brother-in-law, why are you still doing business with them now? Xiuning, this is the time to make money. You know the cost of glass products. Why not make such a profit? Besides, once the Turks are wiped out, will we still be able to make money off them? This time, I'm going to sell 10 steppe wolves to 10 different countries. Guess what will happen next? If I'm not mistaken, the various factions on the grasslands will believe themselves to be the rightful rulers and will fight to destroy the divine wolves of other factions. Once the war begins, it will escalate continuously. At that point, the power of the grasslands will be engulfed in endless warfare, leaving them no time to even consider attacking us. As expected of an emperor, your analysis is very thorough. As long as their war breaks out, their strength will be weakened. At that time, we will be in control and can destroy whomever we want. Brother-in-law, you're amazing, truly amazing. Your move is so effective that it kills without shedding blood, far more terrifying than starting a war, and you've made a fortune in the process. After listening to their words, Li Xiuning couldn't help but say, "You two brothers cooperate perfectly. I believe that as long as you work together, those barbarians on the grasslands will be wiped out sooner or later." Li Xiuming's original intention was to gain Li Yuan's approval. Upon hearing his words, he was overjoyed and said, "Thank you for your praise, father. However, this matter will surely be realized soon." Li Xiuning suddenly said, "Husband, I want to go to the Turkic royal court this time too." Upon hearing Li Xiuning's words, Qin Xiao quickly advised, "Xiuning, although you are also a general, you are now a mother of two. Let the men fight on the battlefield. You should stay home and take care of Xiao Jie and Nyonyo." Li Xiuning then advised, "Second sister, the family needs someone too. You should stay home and take good care of the two children. Otherwise, they will definitely be unhappy if you don't see either of them." Li Xiuning said indignantly, "I don't care about that. I'm definitely going. What if he gets bewitched by that vixen Princess Li Xiuning? Nonsense, utter nonsense. In the Tang Dynasty, which man of Qin Xiao's status and position didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? But what about him? He only has you as his woman, not even a concubine, and he didn't even take your maid Lanner as a concubine. Are you still not satisfied? Xiuning, I heard from my father-in-law that Princess Li Xiuning has been married to the Turks for nearly 30 years now. Even if she married at the age of 15, she would be 45 years old now. This woman is old enough to be my mother. How could your husband be so tasteless? He would even be interested in an old woman like this? I'm just curious about what kind of person this woman is, having married 4 khans of the Turks and instigated them to attack our Tang Dynasty." Qin Xiao explained desperately. Li Xiuning thought about it and agreed that Qin Xiao's words made sense. "All right then, but I have one request that you must agree to. Otherwise I will go with you to the Turkic royal court." "Xiuning, just say it. As long as it's reasonable, father will grant your request on their behalf. Once the Turkic army enters the banks of the Wei River, I will also participate in this battle." "Okay, I agree. However, everything must be arranged by Qin Xiao," Li Yuan said without hesitation. In the Turkic royal court, thousands of miles away, Princess Li Xiuning, who was over 40 years old, still possessed a graceful charm that was in no way inferior to that of an ordinary woman in her 20s, and even surpassed that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl on the grassland. Ever since the Turkic merchants brought her cosmetics from high-class women's clubs in Chang'an, Khan Jelly has doted on her even more, indulging her every whim, which has made her increasingly arrogant. Her hatred for the Tang Dynasty grew deeper and deeper. In addition, every time her grandson Yang Jingdao came to visit, he would cry and wail in front of her, which would encourage Jelly Khan to attack the Tang Dynasty. Upon hearing that Li Yuan had abdicated and Li Xiuning had ascended the throne, she had another idea. She thought that she could use this excuse to persuade Khagan Jelly to attack the Tang Dynasty. "Great Khan, now that the new emperor of the Tang Dynasty has ascended the throne, we can take advantage of the instability of the Tang court's regime and send troops to destroy the Tang Dynasty now. My beloved concubine, you have urged me to attack the Tang Dynasty several times before, but we have not gained any advantage and have suffered heavy losses instead. If we fail again this time, our Turkic people will be swallowed up by other ethnic groups. Great Khan, in our central plains there is the story of breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boats, where Xiong Yu's rebel army and the main force of the Qin army led by General Zhang Han fought a great battle at Julu. Undeterred by the powerful enemy, Xiong Yu led his troops across the Zhang River. After crossing, Xiong Yu ordered his entire army, sink the boats used for crossing the river, smash the cooking pots to pieces, and burn down all the nearby houses. The Battle of Julu resulted in a crushing defeat for the Qin army, and Xiong Yu's military prowess shook the other feudal lords. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why don't we learn from Xiong Yu, the hegemon king of Chu? Does my beloved concubine mean that I should mobilize all my troops and launch a full-scale attack? Yes, the Tang Dynasty is vast and sparsely populated. The Tang court itself only has a force of just over 200,000 troops, and it needs to take care of both the north and the south. The number of troops that can be mobilized will definitely not exceed 100,000. If we mobilize our entire army, along with the full forces of Liang Shidu, Lu Haida, Yuan Junzhong, and Yang Jingdao, we will have a force of 700,000. Do you think the 7 of us could lose to one of them? Does Li Xiuning have 3 heads and 6 arms, while you, Jelly Khan, can never defeat him? I am the overlord of the grasslands. How could I possibly be no match for a mere Li Xiuning? Moreover, I have 7 times the number of his troops. Wiping him out is as easy as wiping out an ant. It must be said that Princess Yiqing was quite cunning. With a combination of coquetry and provocation, she made Jelly Khan dizzy and obediently let her do as she pleased. Your Majesty is mighty. You are a true man and a true hero. Tonight, I will serve you well and make sure you are completely satisfied. Good, good. Tonight, I'll see how my beloved concubine performs. If you do well, I will be the king of Chu, and you will be my consort you. I will favor you every day and will not look for other women. Chapter 168 All-Out Mobilization. The next morning, although Kagan Jelly's legs were weak and he could not walk very well, he was overjoyed. He was very satisfied with Princess Yiqing's performance. Early in the morning, he issued several orders, summoning various forces to his royal court to discuss important matters. Princess Yiqing, dressed in her finest attire and full of energy, came out and happily fed Jelly Khan food and drink. This delighted Jelly Khan, who grabbed some meat from the plate and stuffed it into Princess Yiqing's cherry-like mouth, which Princess Yiqing gladly accepted. A person whose mind is blinded by hatred has lost all ideals and is only thinking about destroying the Tang Dynasty and restoring the Sui Dynasty. She doesn't care about anything else. Now, as long as she can get revenge, she is willing to die. 6 days later, the leaders from all over the country came to the royal court. The Khan was very hospitable and prepared a whole roasted lamb for them, which was the highest level of hospitality on the grassland. Kagan looked at everyone and said with a smile, "My lords, I have invited you all here today to discuss an important matter. Great Khan, just say what you need. As long as it benefits all of us, I believe the brothers here will definitely cooperate," Tilly Khan said, stepping forward. "Good. Tilly is still as straightforward as ever. I like that." Kagan Jelly laughed heartily. "Thank you for the compliment, Great Khan. Well, enough of the nonsense. Li Yuan has abdicated and Li Xiuning has ascended the throne in the Tang Dynasty. Are you all aware of this?" "Great Khan, I have also heard about this matter." Commander Liang stood up. "Well, whether you know it or not, I'm telling you now that this is the most unstable period for the Tang Dynasty. Once Li Xiuning starts to eliminate dissidents and stabilize the regime, it will not be so easy for us to attack again. Therefore, I have decided that everyone should go all out, without holding back, and wipe out the Tang Dynasty in one fell swoop. I want to learn from your Qin Xiao use decisive action of burning the boats and breaking the cauldrons," Khan Jelly declared boldly. "Great Khan, you are mighty. The Khan is so domineering. The reincarnation of the Great Khan." After a string of flattery, Jelly Khan felt as refreshed as if he had drunk an ice-cold beer on a hot summer day, almost shouting out in satisfaction. He felt as if he had truly become Xiang Yu, the overlord, with his domineering aura soaring to the sky. With a single shout, he commanded all directions to bow down. Jelly Khan glanced around and said, "I have an army of 500,000, and I have decided to send them all out. Now tell me, how many troops can each of you send out?" Liang Shidu, Lu Haida, and Yuan Junzhong were exhausted after losing 50,000 men each in their previous defeat, and their power was almost overthrown. Fortunately, Khan Jelly compensated each of them with 20,000 cattle and 50,000 sheep, which stabilized their regime. He then recruited 50,000 new soldiers to supplement the army, and now the total strength of each army is 60,000. In fact, the people under their rule no longer had able-bodied laborers, so these 50,000 soldiers were half farmers and half soldiers, and could be said to be weaker in combat power than the Tang Dynasty's militia. Because Yang Jingdao was protected by Princess Yiqing, he did not participate in the last battle, and his full strength was preserved. Now, he has become the most powerful of the 4 Han Chinese forces, with a force of 70,000. Jelly Khan was very clear about their resources, and no one dared to hide their strength. They could only honestly reveal their true strength. Yang Jingdao turned his head back and forth, wanting to seek the opinion of his great-aunt, Princess Yiqing. "Jingdao, you don't need to look for your great-aunt anymore. Your great-aunt has already reached an agreement with me on this matter. You will lead the 4 major forces of your Han people, and all 70,000 of your troops will be dispatched. Jili Khan said with a frown. Yes, Your Majesty. You will all send 50,000 troops. If I find out that you have sent even one less, I will kill you without mercy. If you are shirking your duties or not putting in the effort, kill you. Khan Jili roared expressionlessly. Yes, Your Majesty. All right, you may go back. Half a month later, we will meet at the foot of Helan Mountain and wipe out the Tang Dynasty in one fell swoop. We will then drink and celebrate in the Imperial Palace in Chang'an. Khan Jili gave the order. Great Khan, you are mighty. Okay, you guys go ahead. Zheng Dao, stay behind. Your great aunt has something to tell you. Princess Yi Qing was indeed prescient. This meeting would be their last. Afterward, they might meet every day, but sadly, they would no longer be in this world. When Yang Zhengdao arrived at Princess Yi Qing's tent, led by a maid, he found not only Princess Yi Qing, but also the historically renowned Empress Xiao. Grandson Yang Zhengdao pays respects to the Empress Dowager and great-aunt. Yes, Zhe, you may rise. The reason I called you here this time is to tell you something. This time, because of my deliberate instigation, Khan Jili has decided to send all his troops to fight the Tang Dynasty to the death. With the addition of several forces of our Han people, the military strength will reach more than 700,000. In this battle, Khan Jili will definitely win, and the Tang Dynasty will perish. Next, we will restore the Sui Dynasty. I will persuade Khan Jili that the Tang Dynasty's throne is yours to rule, but your current strength does not allow you to be too powerful. You must obediently follow his orders and become a vassal state of the Turks. Do not act rashly or think you are very capable and become arrogant. Once you have eliminated the Li family members, you must treat the civil and military officials well, especially your grandmother's brother Xiaoyu and Pei Ji, and other veteran Sui Dynasty officials. These veteran officials have disciples and former subordinates all over the country, and they enjoy high prestige in the court. As long as you can get their support, your regime will be more stable. And when military generals come to your door, Li Jing and Qin Xiao were both officials of the Sui Dynasty. You should also treat Su Maogong, Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Niu Jinda, and other such people with care, and make them loyal to you. This way you can stabilize the country. Princess Yi Qing explained patiently. Grandma, please forgive my boldness, but why are you so familiar with and knowledgeable about the officials of the Tang Dynasty? Didn't you marry into the Turkic Khaganate a long time ago? Yang Zhengdao asked curiously. Zheng'er, how dare you? Your great-aunt endured humiliation and hardship for the sake of restoring the country. The hardships she endured were unbearable for ordinary people. Her lifelong wish was to destroy the Tang Dynasty and restore the Sui Dynasty. Empress Xiao reprimanded her angrily. Sister, forget it. Zheng'er is young and ignorant. How could he know the good intentions of our generation? Princess Yi Qing sighed. I'm sorry, grandmother, great-aunt. Zheng'er was wrong. Zheng'er, let me tell you the truth. Our Turkic side has sent out countless spies to infiltrate Chang'an City, where they usually conduct business as merchants. Many of the messages came back from them, which is why I know so clearly about the important civil and military officials of the Tang Dynasty. You must remember what I said, understand? Princess Yi Qing sighed. I will heed your teachings, my great-aunt. Princess Yi Qing was very capable, but she still made a mistake by not taking Li Xiuning into account, and she was unaware of Qin Xiao's existence. These two were the key figures who led to the downfall of the Turks. Chapter 169 Bonfire Party. When all the alien merchants bought the glass wolf, they were so excited to see this nearly 2-meter-long, 1-meter-tall, 7-colored glass divine wolf that they knelt down and kowtowed frantically. Even when their foreheads bled, they continued to kowtow without a care, not feeling any pain at all. This may be the power of their faith that sustains them. For them, such a sacred object is something they would never dare to keep to themselves. After they finish worshipping it, they quickly organized people to personally escort it back to the grassland and present it to their leader. In just one day, all the shops owned by the foreign tribes in Chang'an City were closed down, and along the official road from Chang'an City to the grasslands, foreign merchant caravans could be seen everywhere, each with a tense expression. When Qin Xiao received Ma Sanbao's report, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Now, his goal had been achieved, and Lantian County had countless more cattle and sheep. Qin Xiao said with a smile, Sanbao, it is said that grassland tribes only hold bonfire parties and roast whole lamb when entertaining distinguished guests. Have the soldiers prepare. I invite everyone in Lantian County to the party, including all the soldiers. Yes, Your Highness. I'll go and make the arrangements right away. Ma Sanbao danced with joy. He was so excited to be able to follow such a magnanimous master, which made everything he did go very smoothly. As long as he did his job well, he would receive constant rewards. Father-in-law, Xiuning, you two emperors probably never interacted with the people like this before. In fact, sharing joy with the people is the only way to get closer to their lives and gain their support. Would you like to join us tonight? Indeed, this is the first time such a banquet has ever been held in the entire Tang Dynasty. It must be very lively. I'll go and have a look. Li Yuan said happily. Li Xiuning said excitedly. Since father is participating, I, as his son, should of course go too. Or I can call my elder brother over, since he has never participated before. You can call anyone you want. You can exchange sand for 1,000,000 sheep and 500,000 cattle. It's like getting them for free. Xiuning, all 500,000 cattle are yours. You can distribute them to various places to use as draft animals. On behalf of all the people, thank you, brother-in-law. Your move was absolutely divine, turning the impossible into the possible. My dear son-in-law, you are truly incredible. You can make glass that is even more beautiful than crystal from sand, and you can exchange such a low-cost material for so much wealth. Only you in the world can do this. Father-in-law, I was just trying to please him. If it were any other glass product, it would only be 100 or so sheep at most, and it would not have the same effect. That's what makes you so amazing. You grasped the enemy's thoughts and gave them a fatal temptation, reaping the greatest return with the least investment. I admire you, Li Yuan said with a smile. Husband, what are we going to do with all these sheep? Where will we get so much grass to feed them? Why don't we send some to Xiuning? After all, there are so many people in the palace, and the consumption is huge, Li Xiuning said with a frown. You're the mistress, so you decide what to do. However, the wool should be sent to the garment factory. Right now, the grasslands are about to descend into chaos, so I'll have the soldiers who buy wool and milk on the grasslands temporarily return. In this way, the wool supply will run out, and we can only rely on these tens of thousands of sheep to keep going. If it's really not enough, we'll have to suspend this production line, Qin Xiao explained. That's true. Once these glass wolves are brought back to the grasslands, conflict is inevitable, and who knows how long the war will last. Li Xiuning said helplessly. Qin Xiao comforted him. It doesn't matter. Once the entire grassland is incorporated into the Tang Dynasty's territory, getting as much wool as we want will be a piece of cake. Why worry about such a small matter? Anyway, we have enough cotton. Xiuning, take it easy. There are gains and losses. My son-in-law is right. From now on, the grasslands will all belong to our family. Why worry about not having wool? Li Yuan patted Li Xiuning on the shoulder. Father, I'm not upset about not getting any wool, but I'm worried that the workers will have no work and won't get paid, Li Xiuning explained. Xiuning, don't worry about that. They will definitely not be laid off. Once Xiuming's military academy is established, uniforms will definitely be made in a standardized manner. Brother-in-law is right. Once the uniforms are standardized, there will be at least tens of thousands of pieces. With such a large quantity, I am worried that other types of clothing will not be able to be produced. Xiuning, how's the newspaper going these days? Brother-in-law, it's almost done. We can open for business in about 10 days at most. Yes, get it done as soon as possible, and provide full coverage of this battle so that the people of the Tang Dynasty know that the Tang army can protect their peaceful lives and make them trust the court's capabilities even more. This is a good idea. As long as the people know the capabilities of the Tang army and the court's determination, they will be more willing to send their children to the army. Li Yuan clapped his hands in approval. An hour passed, and the people Li Xiuning sent summoned all the civil and military officials of the court. The group arrived in a grand procession at the square in Lantian County, which was specially set up by Qin Xiao. The open space can accommodate 100,000 people, and the auditorium inside can accommodate 20,000 people. Now, piles of firewood have been erected in the square, and on each pile of firewood is a whole, slaughtered sheep. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Such a thing had only been heard of on the grasslands. When had the Han people ever dared to put on such a grand show? How many sheep would it take to organize this? Your Majesty, how much do all these sheep cost? Have you struck it rich? Chen Yaojin asked secretly. What kind of wealth am I supposed to make? What was originally my private property has now all gone into the national treasury. I'm so poor I have to borrow money from you to get by. Li Xiuning complained bitterly. Your Majesty, with such a capable brother-in-law, how could you possibly be poor? I heard that all the cattle and sheep of the foreign tribes in Chang'an disappeared today. Even the shops are closed, and there are no foreigners to be seen on the streets. It's really strange. Chen Yaojin said, puzzled. You roughneck, how come you're being so meticulous today? Their sheep are right here on the shelf. Li Xiuning teased. Qin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. What? Could it be that Brother Qin bought all their cattle and sheep? That's impossible. Why would he need so many cattle and sheep? If he hadn't bought so many sheep, would you all be able to eat meat and drink wine to your heart's content tonight? However, this was achieved by exchanging 10 stained glass wolves for 500,000 cattle and 1 million sheep. My God, this is unbelievable. To acquire such great wealth with the cheapest resources, I admire you. I admire you. Chapter 170 The Wolf King Causes a Bloodbath. In the square, Ma Sanbao specially had the soldiers set up a temporary stage, equipped with sound equipment, with Qin Xiao as the host, and specially invited Li Xiuning to give a speech on stage. With Qin Xiao's guidance, Li Xiuning spoke in plain language that the common people could understand, which further enhanced his prestige among them. Next up was a grand chorus of women singing a modified version of Serving the Country with Utmost Loyalty, which got everyone fired up. Qin Xiao also sang, Treading Mountains and Rivers, and the whole evening was filled with excitement. One head of mutton wasn't enough, so they kept bringing out more. Ma Sanbao was very capable. He had prepared a lot of mutton, and everyone drank and ate heartily. Qin Xiao and his brothers from Wagong village seemed to have returned to the past, each of them offering toasts without showing any weakness, going back and forth, drinking until they were all staggering. They all knew that an unprecedented war was about to break out, and that their current indulgence was for the sake of a more vigorous charge into battle later. Wei Zheng, following the historical trajectory, was promoted by Li Xiuning to imperial censor, while Wang Gui, though spared from the previous massacre, was directly demoted to a commoner by Li Xiuning. Lantian County is now filled with streetlights, all of which are solar-powered and rechargeable. At night, it's even more lively than Chang'an City. It should be said that it's the first place in the world without a curfew. Li Xiuning was also very envious and had always wanted Qin Xiao to install streetlights in Chang'an so that the curfew could be lifted. However, Chang'an was too big, and most of Qin Xiao's personnel had been sent to Liangzhou. The first bonfire party in the Tang Dynasty lasted until late at night. No one knows how many people got drunk. All those who were drunk and unconscious were taken care of by the women soldiers. Li Xiuning and his wife returned to Qin Xiao's villa to rest. Li Yuan, needless to say, had already gotten used to the various facilities in the villa and felt it was much more comfortable than his palace. About 7 days later, the leaders of the various grassland tribes received the 7-colored howling wolf as a gift from the merchants they did business with in Chang'an. When they saw the domineering Wolf King, they were stunned. After regaining their senses, they immediately knelt down and kowtowed. After a series of ceremonies, the merchants were rewarded with many times more cattle and sheep, and some were even given official positions. Tuli, does heaven really intend for me to become the overlord of the grasslands, and has specially bestowed upon me the 7-colored howling wolf? It is said that this is the battle pet of Erlang Shan, the nephew of the Jade Emperor of Heaven. If you obtain it, you will be invincible and unconquerable. Jelly Khan proudly showed off the glass wolf to Tuli Khan, much to Tuli Khan's dismay, who truly didn't know how to respond. In truth, he also possessed an identical wolf, a gift from one of the merchants. Great Khan is wise and mighty. The grasslands will be yours sooner or later. As long as you conquer the Tang Dynasty this time and unify the grasslands, you will be the Wolf King of the grasslands. Tuli Khan said this against his will. In the days that followed, these leaders danced with wolves almost every day, and even when eating, they could only eat if they could see the 7-colored howling wolf. But the good days didn't last long. 7 days later, all the leaders learned that there were 10 identical Wolf Kings, which made them very unhappy. They began to gather their forces and attack the surrounding forces. However, no one dared to attack Jelly Khan and Tuli Khan, because they had already heard rumors that the Turks would mobilize more than 700,000 troops to attack the Tang Dynasty. Given their strength, no one was willing to risk offending them. Of course, Jelly Khan also knew about this matter, and he also knew that Tuli Khan possessed the same 7-colored howling wolf as him. Now that the attack on the Tang Dynasty was imminent, he could only pretend not to know and settle accounts with him properly after the victory. Just as Khan Jelly was leading his army toward Helan Mountain, the Shui brothers also set off with 20,000 troops. Their goal was to go to Wei's Pass and bring the women's army there to Liangzhou City to await orders. Just as Qin Xiao said, Li Yi also took action. He originally had 60,000 troops, but after the Shui brothers took 20,000 away, he now recruited another 10,000 troops, bringing his total to 50,000, in response to Jelly Khan. When Kagan Jelly led his army of 500,000 to the foot of Helan Mountain, Yang Jingdao, and Liang Dushi had been waiting for a long time. With this force of 720,000 troops, Qin Xiao still felt uneasy, as if someone was spying on him, but he didn't know what was going on. So he decided not to stay there for the night and led his army toward Yumen Pass. After several days of nonstop travel, they finally arrived at Yumen Pass. But when they saw this majestic pass, they were all dumbfounded. In the past, many soldiers used to walk back and forth on the city walls here. Today, there wasn't a single bird on it. Only a few flags were fluttering in the wind, and even the gate was wide open. Who can tell me what's going on? Jelly Khan roared. Great Khan, perhaps the commander guarding Yumen Pass learned of your arrival and that you personally led 1,000,000 wolf cavalry to attack them. So he became afraid and abandoned the pass and fled. Tili Khan explained. That makes some sense. Normally, they couldn't hold out against our 100,000 troops, let alone 1,000,000 wolf cavalry. Qin Xiao said smugly. In fact, Qin Xiao had never led such a large army before, and it was also his first time leading such a large army. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would develop a proud and arrogant attitude. In addition, the sycophants like Tuli Khan, Yang Jingdao, and Liang Dushi, who didn't know how to persuade him but instead flattered him relentlessly, caused Jelly Khan's ego to swell even further. Listen up, everyone. This time, we won't attack any city. Instead, we'll take Chang'an head-on. Once we capture Li Xiuning, the Tang Dynasty will be ours for the taking, Qin Xiao declared confidently. Great Khan, you are mighty. The Great Khan will surely prevail. Let's go. Straight to the heart of the enemy. Led by Qin Xiao, they passed through the gates of Yumen Pass and entered the territory of the Tang Dynasty. However, once inside, they could not see a single person, only the cawing of crows in the sky or trees. This made them feel very uncomfortable and uneasy, but they dared not say much, fearing that if they said something they shouldn't, they would be seen as undermining morale and be executed. And so, accompanied only by the sound of horses' hooves and the eerie cawing of crows, they traveled day and night until they reached the walls of Liangzhou City. The sight of such a magnificent city left them all in awe, especially for Qin Xiao and Qin Tuli, who had witnessed the city turn to ashes. How could they not be astonished to see it standing before them again? Chapter 171 Visit from Jianghu Sects. When Jelly Khan saw this magnificent city, he felt a sense of fear. He lacked confidence in his ability to capture such a powerful city. He knew that his advantage lay in direct combat, while his weakness was in siege warfare. He had already planned that once he captured Chang'an, he would come and try to persuade the defenders to surrender. If the defenders refused to surrender, he would besiege the city until they had no food and then surrender on their own. This time, he did not camp here, fearing that the city's troops would come to launch a surprise attack at night. In fact, his decision was correct. The Shui brothers had already stationed themselves in Liangzhou City, where the troops numbered nearly 200,000. 100,000 is the strength of the women's army, and the other troops come from various cities. Now, all of them are under the unified management and command of Shui Wanjun. Meanwhile, the martial arts sects also received news that the Turkic army of 1,000,000 men was attacking the Tang Dynasty, and they all gathered together for an emergency meeting. Gentlemen, the Turks are serious this time. They have mobilized 1,000,000-strong army to attack the Tang Dynasty. This will be another calamity for us Han people. What do you think? Should we help them or not? Ren Fei, the leader of the Azure Dragon sect, asked. Sect leader, I think we should wait and see. We'll make a plan when the real calamity for the Han people begins, said fourth elder, Fei Hanfeng. No, a monstrous talent has emerged in the Tang Dynasty. Qin Xiao easily destroyed the Xuanwu sect and effortlessly killed 2 grand elders at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. I suspect he has already reached that level. If he has already reached that level, then if we don't help him, and he blames us, we simply won't be able to withstand his wrath. Besides, with Qin Xiao around, will the Tang Dynasty be destroyed by barbarians? Elder Zhang Qingsong retorted. The Grand Elder is right. Then I will send you to meet with General Qin Xiao and hear his plan before we coordinate our actions, said Ren Fei, the sect leader, solemnly. Yes, master. The other sects shared the same thought as the Azure Dragon sect, fearing that if they didn't help, they would anger Qin Xiao, a demon who would destroy other sects at the drop of a hat, and they wouldn't be able to withstand Qin Xiao's wrath. Qin Xiao had also dispatched scouts and drones to keep a close eye on Jelly Khan's movements. When he learned that Jelly Khan had sent out 1,000,000-strong army, he was greatly alarmed. In the historical Wei River Alliance, Jelly Khan only sent 200,000 wolf cavalry, but this time he sent 1,000,000-strong army. Could it be that he was afraid of being defeated by Li Xiuning twice before, and this time he was making a desperate gamble? However, Qin Xiao wasn't worried. There wasn't much difference between 100,000 and 1 million. It would just mean wasting more pearl grenades. He could just buy more tear gas from the system. That evening, Qin Xiao was having dinner with Li Xiuning and the children when he suddenly sensed several different auras approaching his house. He quickly stood up and walked towards the front door. Seeing Qin Xiao's reaction, Li Xiuning asked anxiously, "Husband, what happened?" "It's all right, you go eat with the kids first. A few friends have come over. I'll go meet them," Qin Xiao said and walked outside. "Husband, be careful," Qin Xiao roared at the sky. "Those outside are the enemy. I advise you to go back. Otherwise you will lose your lives here. If you are friends, this general will treat you to good wine and food." "General Qin, you truly are a master. You already knew of our arrival before we even arrived. I admire you greatly." Elder Zhang Qingsong of the Azure Dragon sect pays his respects. Elder Wang Zhun of the Vermilion Bird sect pays his respects to General Qin. Elder Qin Ting of the White Tiger sect pays his respects to General Qin. Elder Qin Xiao of the Seven Killings sect pays respects to General Qin. What brings so many of you top martial arts sects here? Now, the barbarians are attacking our great Tang. We are all Han Chinese, and we will never allow the barbarians to wreak havoc on our land. Therefore, the sect leader specially sent me here to lend a hand to the general. I am willing to obey your orders. And you? Do you share the same goal as the Azure Dragon sect? Qin Xiao asked with a serious expression. We are all here to obey General Qin's orders. All right, since that's the case, then we're friends. My principle, Qin Xiao, is to treat friends to good food and wine, and to spare the lives of enemies. Please, let me treat you all to a drink, Qin Xiao said casually. Hearing Qin Xiao's relaxed tone, these people knew that he was not worried about the Turkic army at all, and had even come up with a plan to defeat them. They secretly praised their own wise choice. When the group arrived at the restaurant, Li Xiuning quickly instructed the kitchen to cook more dishes and had the servants bring out the wine, politely greeting everyone. Zhang Qingsong of the Azure Dragon sect pays his respects to Madame Qin. Zhang Qingsong was very clever. He did not address Li Xiuning as Princess Pingyang, but as Madame Qin. This meant that Qin Xiao was in charge, and they were only there for Qin Xiao's sake, and had nothing to do with the imperial court. When they saw Qin Xiao's two children, they had no choice but to reluctantly give them their personal jade pendants, which were symbols of their sect's status, and even allowed them to command the sect's disciples. Come on, let's have a drink first. Thank you all for your kindness to me, Qin. Thank you, General Qin. Gentlemen, this time the Turks have dispatched a 1,000,000-strong army, personally led by Khan Jieli. I intend to fight them to the death on the banks of the Wei River. No wonder General Qin didn't send any troops to stop them, allowing them to advance unimpeded. So that's how it is. However, I did manage to sneak into their camp at night. We captured a leader named Yang Zhengdao and questioned him. They were just shouting slogans about having 1,000,000 troops, but in reality, their actual strength was only 720,000, with 500,000 Turks and 220,000 Han Chinese. In order not to alert them, I released him, Zhang Qingsong explained. So it was all a bluff. This Yang Zhengdao is the grandson of Emperor Yang of Sui, Yang Guang. With the protection of his great-aunt Princess Yiqing, he has been doing quite well. Now that he's come out, the Turks are really going all in, Li Xiuning explained. Sai, why not be a proper Han Chinese? Why choose to be a lackey of barbarians? Do they really think Jelly is a good person? Zhang Qingsong sighed. It's all right. This time I'll make sure they never return. The banks of the Wei River will be their burial ground, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Then please give the order, General Qin. We can hurry back to report to the sect leader and send out disciples to join us in annihilating these barbarians, Zhang Qingsong said sincerely. Please give the order, General Qin. Gentlemen, here is my plan. The first wave is an air strike, the second wave is to block their retreat, and the third wave is to charge into battle. You will all act together in the third wave, and we will wipe them out together. Oh, I almost forgot. I need a lot of prisoners to repair the road. I'll give you 100 coins for each prisoner you capture, so you won't work for nothing. Yes, sir. Loner, take 20 bottles of baijiu back with everyone so that the brothers in the sect can also have a taste. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 172, Pre-Battle Preparations. After Qin Xiao saw off these people from various martial arts sects, he realized that each sect had sent a Grand Elder, with the highest level being the first level of the Golden Core stage and the lowest level being the peak of the 9th level of the Grandmaster stage. This was enough to demonstrate the sincerity of the various sects. Husband, These people are all senior elders of their respective sects, and they all call me Madam Qin. It's obvious they've come for you. It seems you have a lot of influence. Li Xiuning said excitedly. It must be because I destroyed the Miao Witch sect and the Xuanwu sect that they learned of my abilities. This time, they came to curry favor with me and are willing to lend me a hand. Since they've shown sincerity, I naturally accept it. It's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy, especially since they're both very capable. That makes sense. Since they are so friendly to you, they certainly won't go against the court in the future, so we don't need to worry about ministers being assassinated. Don't worry. They won't dare to do anything reckless. As an assassination organization, they're just trying to survive. I'll arrange a lucrative job for them, and they won't do this kind of murderous thing. There's probably a lot to do tomorrow, and I guess Shimin will be coming too. Let's get some rest early. Otherwise, we won't be able to sleep in tomorrow. Moreover, since having 2 babies, they come to wake me up first thing every morning. I really miss the days when I could sleep until I naturally woke up. You're so young, yet you're wasting your youth in bed. You're practically turning into a pig. Go to sleep. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I am a boar. You are a sow. Let's have another litter of piglets. Qin Xiao, do you want to die? How dare you call me a sow? Li Xiuning jumped up and grabbed Qin Xiao's ear. My dear wife, please spare me. I won't dare say it again. The two spent the night playfully fighting. The next morning, just as Qin Xiao had predicted, Li Xiuning arrived with several of his trusted confidants, without even having breakfast. The group greeted Qin Xiao and Li Xiuning and went straight to the restaurant, waiting for the servants to bring up breakfast. Cheng Yaojin, in particular, was so familiar with the place that he didn't act like an outsider at all. Shimin, the Turks have dispatched 72 cavalrymen this time, claiming to have 1,000,000 troops. Li Yi has also set off, with 50,000 soldiers under his command. Furthermore, this time a martial arts sect will be helping us fight the enemy. When the time comes, tell the soldiers not to clash with them, Qin Xiao instructed. Everyone was very surprised to hear Qin Xiao still calling Li Xiuning by his name. They kept wondering whether he had just said it casually or if he had the emperor's permission. Oh, that's 770,000 troops. This battle, where a smaller force defeated a larger one, is absolutely unprecedented and will surely be recorded in history. Everyone here will leave a significant mark on history, Li Xiuning said excitedly. I really didn't expect that Khan Jieli would do something so crazy. Is this a desperate gamble, a do-or-die situation? Cheng Yaojin said in surprise. It is indeed insane. In my guess, this must have been the idea of that old woman, Princess Yicheng. She must have told him about Xiang Yu's breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boat story. That old bastard Jieli also wants to become the hegemon of Chu. Li Xiuning analyzed. Jieli is overestimating himself. He's just a barbarian who wants to be the hegemon king of Chu. I think he's not even worthy to carry Xiang Yu's shoes, Li Jing said indignantly. Don't let your guard down. We only have 80,000 troops in Chang'an, and 20,000 of them are my second sister's women's army. If it weren't for my brother-in-law's presence, we would have no chance of fighting them head-on, Li Xiuning advised. A total of 50,000 pearl grenades were produced this time. I will keep 20,000 for myself. Xiuning, you can arrange the remaining 30,000 as you see fit. I will give you 5,000 tear gas grenades. You must draw Jieli's attention until the hot air balloons take off and begin bombing. Only then can you end the verbal battle. And only after the bombing is over can you send out a large army to attack, so as not to accidentally injure your own people, Qin Xiao instructed. Brother-in-law, don't worry. There will be absolutely no mistakes. I came to see you today to ask if there's anything I need to tell you. Li Xiuning said seriously. According to the report from the scouts I sent out, Jieli's army will arrive at the banks of the Wei River before dark today, which means they will launch an attack tomorrow morning. So you must get everything in place today. Tomorrow, as soon as the aerial bombardment ends, we will charge forward. Once the Turks realize the situation is not good, they will retreat. We must pursue them while we are ahead. There will be 200,000 troops in Liangzhou City to intercept us. If they can't stop them, the remaining defeated troops will enter the grasslands and flee to the Turkic royal court. We must continue the pursuit and, while we're at it, reclaim all the territories occupied by Li Yi, Liang Dushi, Yang Jingdao, and others. Of course, we must take them all down in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if we give them a chance to catch their breath, they will rise again from the ashes. After this war ends, you will reap unexpected rewards, whether it be salt lakes, metal mines, or boundless territory. You will become the first emperor in history to expand the territory the most. Li Xiuning was thrilled and couldn't help but say, Thank you, brother-in-law. This battle is also what I've been looking forward to. If we win, It will be enough to deter those restless barbarians around us and prevent them from making any rash moves. There was no real strategy in this battle. If there was any strategy, it was an open one. Technological breakthroughs, with firearms attacking cold weapons. The most important thing is the airstrike. As long as nothing goes wrong here, everything else can proceed smoothly and will definitely develop according to our plan. All right, brother-in-law, can we find a way to capture that old scoundrel Jilly alive? That old scoundrel has caused our great Tang so much trouble. We absolutely cannot let him die so easily, Li Xiuning said through gritted teeth. Xiuning is right, my good son-in-law. Think of a way to capture him alive. We need to torture him first to relieve my hatred. Back then, when the Tang Dynasty was first established, we were weak in everything. We were forced to submit to the Turks. But that old scoundrel Jelly is still not satisfied. He invades the Tang Dynasty at the drop of a hat, killing my people and taking many Tang citizens as slaves. I hope that this time he can save these poor people. Li Yuan said indignantly. Father-in-law, Xiuning, I will try my best to prevent the special forces from killing Jelly. I have already told the martial arts sects to take action. I need a large number of prisoners. I will buy each prisoner from them for 100 coins. I believe they won't kill indiscriminately for money, but I can't guarantee we can capture them alive. After all, with so many people involved in the war, we simply can't keep an eye on everyone, Qin Xiao explained. My dear son-in-law, don't force me. As long as you have the intention, that's enough. Xiuning, I've told you everything I needed to. After breakfast, you can go and implement it. Okay, brother-in-law. The group arrived in haste and departed just as quickly, all heading to prepare for tomorrow's epic battle. Chapter 173, The War of the Century. The next morning, Li Xiuning led his trusted generals Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiao, Li Jing, and Li Ji, riding white steeds, wearing white armor, and holding silver dragon spears. He looked imposing, like a reincarnation of Zhao Zilong from Changshan. But upon closer inspection, the aura changed. On his waist, there was a megaphone on the left and a walkie-talkie on the right, with binoculars hanging around his neck. Not long after they arrived at the banks of the Wei River, Qin Xiao and his wife also arrived with 20,000 women soldiers, who were now mainly engaged in business. Qin Xiao required that 3 months of intensive training be set aside each year. Although they did not have the combat power of special forces, they were far stronger than ordinary troops. Moreover, they ate meat every day and were physically stronger than other troops. Qin Xiao's armor today was black, a shiny black that gave people a sense of dread. Even the spear in his hand was black. Li Xiuning's armor, on the other hand, was bright red and very beautiful. The opposite bank of the Wei River was already densely packed with people and horses, leaving no empty space. Such a large number of troops was terrifying and extremely oppressive. Li Xiuning took out a megaphone from his waist. Please invite Khan Jelly to come out and speak. The sound resounded through the sky, stunning the people on the other side of the river. They thought to themselves, is the Central Plains really the legendary land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers? How could an ordinary person make such a loud sound? Who are you? What right do you have to speak to me, the great Khan of the Turks? A person speaking Chinese replied from the other side, presumably the so-called translator. I am Emperor Li Xiuning of the great Tang Dynasty. Quickly let Khan Jelly speak. Why are you pressing your army against the great Tang? Do you want to fight to the death? Li Xiuming's booming voice rang out again. Li Xiuning, you have defeated me twice and killed more than 300,000 of my Turkic people. I have come here to seek revenge. Today, I, the Khan, will lead an army of 1 million. Let's see how you defeat me. Ha! Do you really think that my great Tang Dynasty only has such a small number of troops? Then you are very wrong. Moreover, you don't need to bluff. All the miscellaneous people added up are only 770,000. Of your Turks, there are barely 500,000 of you chickens and dogs. The rest are just a rabble. I don't even consider your fighting strength a threat. Li Xiuning waved his right hand, and the high-powered sound equipment on the city wall broadcast, kill, kill, kill. This was a pre-recorded message that all the soldiers in the army had shouted together. At this moment, the sound was played through the audio equipment, and the ground shook. The Wei River, which was originally calm, became turbulent. Upon hearing this earth-shattering shout of kill, the Turkic army retreated in terror, feeling no pain even as they were trampled. Their war horses were also startled and neighed incessantly. Kagan immediately issued an order to stop the people's agitation. He did not want a stampede to occur before anything even started. However, he himself tried to remain calm, but he was also very puzzled as to why Li Xiuning had such a large army. Didn't the spies say that there were no more than 100,000 troops in Chang'an? But this sound couldn't possibly be made by 100,000 people. Just as Qin was still deep in thought, another voice rang out from the other side. It was serving the country with utmost loyalty, which Li Xiuning had designated as the national anthem of the Tang Dynasty, being played through a high-powered speaker. Although Qin did not speak fluent Chinese, he had been with Princess Yiqing for a long time and could understand almost everything. When he heard the song, he was stunned by its grandeur. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Li Xiuning finally smiled, a smile he hadn't shown in a long time. Qin Xiao had asked him to stall for time so that the special forces could take off in the hot air balloon. The loud sound was intended to both intimidate the enemy and mask the noise of the 10 excavators operating, effectively blocking the Turkic army's retreat. Li Xiuning, since that's the case, you can't expect us to have made such a long journey only to come here for nothing. Even if I were willing, my warriors would not agree. Disagree. Disagree. Li Xiuning ignored their clamor, picked up his binoculars and looked at the distant sky, where he saw 10 hot air balloons flying from the mountains toward the Turkic army. He knew that the Turks were about to be thrown into chaos, and all he needed to do now was continue to stall for time, while he could wait for the special forces to put on a show. Qin, I know you want travel expenses, but I can't make that decision alone. I need to coordinate with the civil and military officials present. Give me a quarter of an hour. Very well, I will give you a quarter of an hour. If you do not reply by then, I will send the Turkic wolf cavalry to trample your Chang'an city. Qin Xiao, a mission has arrived. Accept it quickly. Speak, esteemed system master. Not bad. You're a quick learner, very obedient. Mission, protect Jelly Khan. Don't let him die in this battle, or at least capture him alive. The reward for completing the mission is 10 heavy trucks, a salt harvesting boat, and other equipment. The penalty for failure is, go to the Turks and become their Khan. Don't ever come back. System, do you just like to mess with me like this? How am I supposed to capture Jelly alive with so many soldiers? What if he gets blown up by a bomb or falls off and gets trampled to death by a horse? This is not my concern. To put it simply, it's none of my business. This is your concern, kid. If you can't finish this, go herd sheep on the grasslands. Husband, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you shouldn't participate in this battle? Li Xiuning asked with concern. Upon hearing Li Xiuning's words, Qin Xiao's face turned even paler. If he didn't participate, how could he capture Jelly alive? Wouldn't he have to go to the grasslands to herd sheep, spending his days watching the wind blow and the grass bend low to reveal cattle and sheep? Wife, it's all right. I was just thinking about what my father-in-law told me yesterday, how to capture this Jelly alive. I'm very strong, as you saw last night. You're so mean, you big bad guy. There are so many people here, and you're still being so indecent. Jumai, please respond if you hear me. Yes, instructor, please give instructions. I want to capture Qin Jelly alive. Do not throw pearl grenades over his head. Anyone who disobeys this order will be court-martialed. Yes, sir. I will give the order immediately. Understood, instructor. I will pass the order down as well. He Panrin replied promptly. All right, after this battle, the Special Forces team will be promoted to division level. You two will be the division commander and deputy division commander, respectively. The rest of you will be promoted according to your merits. I hope you will work hard to kill the enemy. Yes, instructor. Chapter 174, A Great Victory. 10 hot air balloons arrived over the Turkic army and were distributed in various places. They had received Qin Xiao's orders, and none of them landed on the head of Qin Jelly. Everyone, fire tear gas and pearl bombs. Shi Jumai ordered. This time, they split into 2 groups. One group, led by He Panrin, used excavators to block the enemy's retreat, while the other group, led by Shi Junmai, used hot air balloons to bombard the enemy. With a loud bang, the first pearl grenade exploded. Many Turkic cavalrymen initially thought it was thunder, but after a series of sounds, Qin Jelly realized that something was wrong. But he didn't know what had happened. Many warhorses were startled and began to run amok, killing or trampling countless soldiers. The entire camp was in chaos. When Qin looked up at the sky, he saw huge spheres floating in the air, constantly dropping black spherical objects from the jar below. These objects either landed or exploded in midair, which terrified him so much that he almost wet his pants. It's no wonder he was so terrified. Humans are naturally afraid of the unknown, and Jelly Khan was no exception. He was completely terrified and had no idea how to command his army or what kind of orders to give. 20,000 precious hand grenades and 10,000 tear gas canisters kept the 50 Special Forces soldiers extremely busy. Their hands and feet couldn't stop moving. Fortunately, they had good stamina and didn't feel tired even after throwing them for half an hour. Seeing that the time was almost up, Qin Xiao took the lead and rushed onto Ba Bridge towards the Turkic army. Li Xiuning was not to be outdone and followed closely behind. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Changsun Wuji tried to stop him, but it was too late. Qin Xiao was anxious. If Jili died, he would be useless too. What good would it do to be the Khan of the grasslands? It was a godforsaken place. If he had to live there for the rest of his life, he would go crazy. At this point, seeing that the situation was hopeless, Khan Jili had no choice but to reluctantly issue a retreat order. He himself had already slipped into the middle of the army, which was also the safest place. For his own safety, he took off his royal robes and put on ordinary soldier's clothes. Capture the Khan alive. A reward of 10,000 strings of cash. Qin Xiao used his supreme internal energy, his voice resounding through the sky and reaching everyone's ears. Now, finding Jili Khan among this army of hundreds of thousands is like finding a needle in a haystack. When Qin Xiao gave the order to capture Jili Khan alive, the fighting on the Tang side became more constrained. The martial arts sects were fine. Each one was a master, and they could knock them unconscious with a single slap, then leave them to the side, where they were guarded. Each one was worth 100 coins. Don't underestimate these 100 coins. How much is more than 700,000 100 coins? Therefore, the sects were very enthusiastic. In their eyes, these Turkic soldiers were money. Qin Xiao did the same, controlling his strength perfectly. With one palm strike, he knocked out a group of people, but none of them died. The soldiers behind him even dismounted to pick up the bodies. Seeing Qin Xiao do this, Li Xiuning followed suit. Li Xiuning didn't care about any of that. He just wanted to kill to his heart's content. Anyway, he knew Jili Khan and was sure he wouldn't kill anyone by mistake. The Mo Dao soldiers were also very powerful. They cleaved a warhorse in two with a single slash. The hot air balloon had already flown to the mountainside and landed, where 100 special forces soldiers were already waiting with their horses. As soon as the hot air balloon that Shi Jun bought landed, they immediately handed over the armor. After they put on the armor, picked up their guns, mounted their horses, and charged towards the Turkic army. When the Turkic army arrived at the excavator, the leader immediately gave the order to use people to push and warhorses to pull these iron machines away as soon as possible. He Panrin and his more than 150 special forces members dared not stay on the vehicle and had already hidden in the distance. Seeing their actions, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge into the enemy's army. Although they were very strong, the Turkic forces were simply too numerous, and in the end, they managed to break through. However, at most only 300,000 or so escaped, about half of the troops. Fortunately, the death rate of the Turks in this battle was lower than in any other battle, less than 10%. Li Xiuning did not order a pursuit. He left that to Qin Xiao. He knew that Qin Xiao had set up an ambush in Liangzhou city, and he believed that as long as Qin Xiao went out, he would definitely capture Jili Khan alive. Your Majesty, you and Xiuning leave 20,000 troops to escort the prisoners. I will lead men to pursue them and guarantee to bring back Jili alive, Qin Xiao said confidently. All right then, be careful, all of you. When you return in triumph, I will personally go 10 miles outside the city to welcome you warriors. Li Xiuning said excitedly. My husband, please be careful and come back soon. I've gotten used to living with you, and the children will miss you too, Li Xiuning urged. Xiuning, take good care of the children at home. I'll be back soon. You know my skills, nothing will happen. I'll be back as soon as things are settled over there, Qin Xiao instructed. Okay, then take good care of yourself. It's getting cold over there, so don't catch a cold. Don't worry. Hand over all the prisoners to Sambao and start building the cement road from Chang'an to Liangzhou. Yes, my husband. Fellow heroes of the martial world, thank you for your great help. I, Qin Xiao, owe you a favor. All the prisoners you captured will be handed over to Ma Sambao in exchange for money, and the price will remain the same. When I return from the grasslands, I will host a banquet for you all at the secluded paradise in Chang'an. I hope you will grace me with your presence. I wish to share a drink and a good time with you all. Qin Zhao's voice reached everyone's ears. Thank you, General Xiahugua. Thank you, Duke Protector of the Nation. Brothers, let's go. Capture the Khan of the Three Kingdoms alive. As the smoke of war rises, we'll sing a song of longing for the north. Li Xiuning returned to her villa in Lantian County in a sullen mood. She really wanted to go with them, but then she thought that Qin Xiao was right. After all, there were 2 children waiting for them at home. If they both leave, and it will be for at least a month, the children will cry and make a fuss, which is something she can't bear to see. Li Xiuning also noticed that his sister was in a bad mood, but there was nothing he could do. The salt lakes and metal mines in the Turkic region all required Qin Xiao to finalize the deal. Moreover, if a protectorate is to be established there, Qin Xiao must send craftsmen to build it. The Turkic tents they currently use are absolutely unacceptable, as they offer no defensive capability whatsoever. As Li Xiuning finished explaining all the matters and was walking back, all the people of Chang'an came out to see that the current emperor was not afraid of powerful enemies and angrily rebuked Jeli Khan. He personally led his troops, charging into the enemy ranks at the forefront. Such awe-inspiring and domineering demeanor greatly enhanced his standing in their eyes. Your Majesty is mighty. His Majesty is so domineering. Long live the emperor. The sounds came in waves, lingering for a long time. Li Xiuning, riding on his warhorse, smiled and waved to all the people. Chapter 175 The Pursuit. Those who followed Qin Xiao to pursue Jeli Khan included not only the more than 300 members of the Special Forces team, but also generals such as Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, Li Ji, Li Daozong, Li Xiaogong, Qin Xiong, and Niu Jinda, as well as 60,000 generals. Li Xiuning even entrusted Qin Xiao with his most prized 5,000 Xuanjia soldiers and appointed him as the Grand General of the Expeditionary Army to annihilate the Turks, giving him command of all the troops. Qin Xiao's well-planned battle strategy convinced all the generals, who never imagined that battles could be fought so easily. Qin Xiao's martial prowess and prestige in the martial arts world completely won over these generals, who had no objections to their leader, who was older than them. They tracked after them until nightfall before stopping. In fact, everyone was starving. They hadn't eaten a single meal during the midday battle and hadn't eaten since. Everyone stopped to start cooking, setting up tents, chopping wood to build stables, and each soldier was doing their job, while several generals surrounded Qin Xiao. Grand Commander, are we able to wipe out the Turks and capture the Khan alive on our journey to the grasslands? Cheng Yaojin asked respectfully. Brother Cheng, why be so formal? Just call me Brother Qin. This time we must destroy the Turks, and of course we must capture Jeli alive. If we fail to do either of these things, we will have failed in this war. Grand Commander, this is war. There are no jokes in the army. I usually call you Brother Qin because you respect me, old chum. But now you are the Grand Commander, and I am your vanguard officer. How can we be so disrespectful? Why do you say that if we fail to achieve even one of the two things, we are considered to have failed? Such a great victory has never occurred in history. Cheng Yaojin asked in surprise. A top-notch plan should eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop to prevent future troubles. If we don't achieve a great victory, then we, the executors, can only be considered third-rate, or at most second-rate. That would be our incompetence. This requirement is too demanding. Does the strategy have to be executed perfectly? Cheng Yaojin said in surprise. General Qin is right. In the army, one must be strict with oneself in order to be invincible in battle, Li Jing said from the side. As expected of Brother Yao, a master strategist. I admire you greatly. Next, I will have His Majesty establish a military academy, and I will recommend you as the vice principal. Qin Xiao praised with a smile. Thank you for your recommendation, Chief Steward Xie. I will certainly not let you down. However, there are many things I don't understand, so please teach me, Li Jing said, bowing. That's no problem. In fact, the military will undergo a major reform, with standardized uniforms and changes to the titles of officers. The military system of conscription was abolished, and a compulsory military service system was implemented. Anyone who reached the age of 16 could join the army. Those who performed exceptionally well would become volunteer soldiers, essentially career soldiers. Those with outstanding performance would be sent to military academies and, upon graduation, would be promoted to officer. This idea is fantastic. If implemented this way, the army's combat effectiveness could increase several times over, and the Tang Dynasty would become the most powerful country in the world, Li Jing said excitedly. His Majesty has already agreed to this, and even agreed to recruit female soldiers to serve as medics and treat the wounded. Next, let's talk about how to establish a protectorate in the Turkic Khaganate. It would be best to establish a city in the Turkic territory to defend against invasions from various forces on the grasslands. Also, it must be heavily guarded to ensure the smooth establishment of the protectorate, Li Ji said after thinking for a moment. Brother Maogong, you're right. We do need a city for security. Otherwise, we'll be constantly attacked by various forces on the grasslands, and we won't be able to carry out our work at all, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Chief Steward Qin, you're too kind. With your talent, you must have thought of these things long ago. You just wanted to test us. Li Ji said modestly. That's true, but I've set up an ambush in Liangzhou. I don't know if that old scoundrel Jelly will pass through Liangzhou. If he doesn't, we'll have no choice but to pursue him to his lair. That's right. They're fleeing for their lives, so they'll definitely run to the safest place possible. Liangzhou City is now the second most powerful city in the Tang Dynasty. I don't think Jelly would dare to pass through there. Cheng Yaojin analyzed. What Yaojin said makes sense. I even suspect that Khan Jelly wouldn't dare to spend the night on our Tang Dynasty's land, because he's been scared out of his wits, Qin Xiao explained. If what you say is true, then we're in trouble. If they don't sleep, we'll suffer too, Qin Xiao said, frowning. Reporting to the instructor, we discovered that the Turkic army rested for a while, ate something, and then continued on their way without stopping to sleep. Came the scout's report over the walkie-talkie. Qin Xiao picked up the walkie-talkie and said, received. Keep a close eye on their movements and report to me constantly. Yes, instructor. Brothers, it looks like we're in for a tough time. Since Jelly doesn't want to sleep, we'll just have to keep him company. I will obey the Grand Commander's orders. Okay, after we finish eating, we'll continue the pursuit. We can't fall too far behind. If he asks other forces for help, we'll be in trouble, Qin Xiao explained. Qin Xiao ordered everyone to stop setting up tents and pack them up. Once the food was ready, everyone ate, and then the pursuit continued. Originally, Li Xiuning's 2 children slept with Lanner. Tonight, Qin Xiao wasn't by her side, so she specially asked the 2 children to come and sleep with her. But she still wasn't used to it and tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Mother, what's wrong? Are you worried about father because he's not here? Xiao Jie asked sensibly. Yes, your father went to chase after the bad guys, but I'm still very worried, so I can't sleep, Li Xiuning explained. Mother, don't worry. Father is a peerless martial artist. Those bad guys are no match for him. They'll be back soon, Xiao Jie comforted her. Mommy, Daddy is very powerful. He can even fly. How could he possibly lose to those bad guys? Let's take a nap, and maybe he'll be back tomorrow, Nyo comforted her. You two don't understand. Your father went to a very, very far place. There are endless grasslands there, and cattle, sheep and horses are everywhere, Li Xiuning explained. That place is so beautiful. You can ride horses all over the place, right? Why don't we go to the grasslands too? Nyo said happily. My sister is right. It's such a beautiful place. Let's go play there. Xiao Jie said with a smile. Your father is going to war. If I take you 2 little brats to such a dangerous place, he'll beat me up too. Don't even think about it. Go to sleep. Chapter 176 The Battle of Yumen Pass. Qin Xiao followed closely behind the army of Jelly Khan and did not sleep for 2 days and 2 nights, except for eating and short rests. The Turkic soldiers' weaknesses became apparent during the chase over the past few days. They ate beef jerky on horseback and didn't need to dismount to cook. This single point alone created a distance of 500 or 600 miles between them. Fortunately, Qin Xiao did not allow the army to rest. Otherwise, before they even left Yumen Pass, Jelly would have already reached his royal court. Reporting, instructor. Received, please speak. The Turkic army has already detoured towards Yumen Pass. Okay, keep a close eye on their every move. Yes, instructor. Man proposes, God disposes. This move by Jelly Khan disrupted Qin Xiao's entire plan. If Jelly were to escape from Yumen Pass, he would be free to roam, making it extremely difficult to annihilate him completely. Brother Yaoshi, you are in charge of the main army here. I will lead the special forces to stop Jelly first. If he escapes from Yumen Pass and enters the grassland, it will not be so easy for us to wipe them out, Qin Xiao explained. The Grand General is right. You must be careful. After all, the Turks still have more than 300,000 troops. If it is not feasible, do not force it. Let us plan carefully, Li Jing advised. Okay, thank you. Special Operations Battalion, follow me. When Qin led his special forces team to the vicinity of Liangzhou City, he took out a walkie-talkie and said, Shui Wanjun, Shui Wanche, please respond. Received, please speak. You must immediately dispatch 100,000 troops to Yumen Pass. I will go there now, and together we will pursue and kill the Turkic army and capture Khagan Jelly alive. Yes, General. After Qin Xiao gave the order, he continued to rush towards Yumen Pass. When he was about 50 miles away from Yumen Pass, he heard deafening shouts of battle. This puzzled him greatly. Why were there still Tang troops at Yumen Pass? Hadn't the order been given to withdraw them all long ago? Qin Xiao hurried over on horseback. The mighty Qin people will restore our land. The fight will not end until the blood is spilled and the soldiers are dead. To the west lies the mighty Qin, rising like the sun. A century of national humiliation, a wound that the seas cannot soothe. The world is in turmoil. How can there be peace and tranquility? With its elite warriors, Qin has none to rival it. When Qin Xiao heard this unified slogan, he was completely dumbfounded. This was the slogan of the Qin Dynasty soldiers. How could he hear it here after 1,000 years? According to unofficial historical accounts, Qin Xiao dispatched 600,000 of his million-strong personal guard to the Great Wall to prevent the Xiongnu from invading the Central Plains, and 400,000 to Lingnan to suppress the Baihui tribes. Could all of this be true? Qin Xiao thought about it and realized that Qin Shi Huang was a great emperor throughout the ages, who conquered the world and unified the six kingdoms. How could the country have perished after his death, when it fell to his son Hu Hai? There must be some unspeakable secret involved. Could the problem lie with this million-strong imperial guard? Did the Qin dynasty lose to Xiongnu because it no longer had a truly powerful military force? Ahead lies Yumen Pass. The Turks are fighting with an unknown force. Brothers, follow me and charge. Capture the Khan alive. Qin Xiao roared and charged ahead. When Qin Fan led his special forces team to the scene, he was stunned by what he saw. A group of troops with a strength comparable to that of the Turks were fighting against the Turkic army. Calling them an army is an understatement. They were more like beggars. Their weapons and equipment were extremely rudimentary. Their clothes were tattered, and their faces were covered in grime. Although their combat effectiveness was average and they didn't have many cavalry, their fearless spirit in the face of death was unmatched by most armies. Although the Turkic wolf cavalry were not weak in combat, they were exhausted after their defeat and endless escape. Now, the battle between the two sides was evenly matched. Brothers, kill the Turkic soldiers and capture Khan Jieli alive. Qin Xiao roared. Qin Xiao charged into the enemy ranks, rampaging through them unstoppable. The special forces, like tigers descending from the mountain, instantly disrupted the balance, and the number of Turkic soldiers killed rose sharply. However, Qin Xiao was in a bitter mood. He didn't know Jieli. When they were on the banks of the Wei River, Jieli didn't show up at all. It was the translator who spoke. Now, if he accidentally killed Jieli, he wouldn't even have a grave to cry to. System, could you please tell me which one is Jieli Khan? No problem. Please pay 50,000 guan for the prompt and 20,000 guan for the photo. You unscrupulous merchant. Do you think Jieli's photo is an antique painting? You even asked for 50,000 strings of cash just for a hint. Do you know how much grain 50,000 strings of cash can buy? Why don't you just rob someone? Take it or leave it. Once you or someone else kills Jieli, you'll be waiting for those horse-taming men to be galloping across this vast grassland all day long. System, can you make it cheaper? This is too expensive. I urgently need money right now. I need to build the capital and protect the city, and I'm having cash flow problems. Sure, the interest rate is 1% per day. How about that? A good deal. I've told you before, for things you want on short notice, I definitely need to make a profit. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Fine, I'll buy the photos. Okay, please keep your photos safe. Welcome to visit us. When Qin Xiao received the photos, his heart was bleeding, but he was completely helpless against this invisible and intangible system. He could only vent his resentment on the Turkic soldiers. However, once he saw Jieli's face clearly, he had no more scruples. He swept down a large group with one shot and knocked several away with one palm. Those around him were quite surprised to see Qin Xiao, who had been so hesitant just moments before, suddenly transform into a force to be reckoned with. But their morale was also boosted to its peak. This has really messed things up for the Turks. They were once wolves of the steppe, but now they're not even lambs in front of him. Just easy prey to be slaughtered. Many Turkic soldiers were terrified by Qin Xiao and retreated in droves. This caused great trouble for Jieli Khan and Tuli Khan, who were hiding behind them, as they were bumped into several times by the retreating guards. Jieli, a man of such high status, had never suffered such humiliation. In his rage, he lost his mind and slashed the guard who had bumped into him. When a particularly piercing scream rang out, Qin Xiao looked up and smiled. His smile was incredibly bright, even happier than the reward the system had given him. He leaped into the air and flew towards the direction of Jieli Khan. Fire arrows. Fire arrows at the person flying in the sky. Shoot him dead right now. Khan Jieli roared. But all the arrows that were shot fell to the ground before they even touched Qin Xiao, and Qin Xiao arrived at the side of Jieli Khan. Reaching out and grabbing his neck, Qin Xiao lifted Jieli into the air as well. He then lifted the person next to him as well. He only knew that this person should have some status, but he had no idea that he was Tuli Khan, the second most important figure in the Turks. Who among you speaks Turkic? Qin Xiao roared at everyone. The special forces soldiers looked at each other, but no one spoke, because none of them could speak Turkic. Damn it, when we get back, you'll have to add another subject. Learning Turkic languages, Qin Xiao said unhappily. General, I speak Turkic. Do you need me to say something to these Turks? Said a guard who looked like the leader. Thank you, General. Please tell these Turks that Khan Jelly is in my hands. Tell them to lay down their weapons and surrender, or else they will be killed without mercy. Qin Xiao instructed. When the general loudly translated Qin Xiao's words into Turkic, the Turkic soldiers closest to the front immediately dismounted and threw away their scimitars, and those behind followed suit, surrendering instantly. Chapter 177 The First Emperor's Northern Expeditionary Army. After all the prisoners were settled, the Qin Imperial Guard began to clean up the battlefield, piling up the bodies of their fallen comrades, while the special forces dealt with the corpses of the Turkic soldiers. General, may I ask your name? I just heard your slogan, which should be the slogan of the Qin army. Could you be the legendary First Emperor's personal guard? Qin Xiao bowed politely. Impressive, impressive. My name is Wang Yuan. You even know this. Judging from your appearance, you must be no ordinary general. May I ask your name? Wang Yuan asked in surprise. You don't even recognize Qin Xiao, the famous first-rank protector of the nation of the Tang Dynasty? He Panren said proudly. Battalion Commander He, don't be rude. If I'm not mistaken, General Wang should be a descendant of General Wang Jian or General Wang He. Qin Xiao said sternly. So you are the great general protector of the nation. No wonder your eyesight is so sharp that you could recognize my identity at a glance. Indeed, I am a descendant of General Wang Jian, Wang Yuan said calmly. So you really are a descendant of General Wang, a descendant of a prestigious family. You truly live up to your reputation. General Wang, why are you here to intercept the Turkic army? Qin Xiao asked curiously. Because their gathering place was at the foot of Helan Mountain. While we lived in Helan Mountain, we knew that the Turks were going to launch a large-scale invasion of the Central Plains. But I don't have the strength to confront him head-on, so I can only closely monitor his movements and look for an opportunity to help the Tang Dynasty, Wang Yuan explained. Just as Qin Xiao was about to continue the conversation, he heard the sound of 10,000 horses galloping. He knew that the Shui brothers had arrived, and as expected, they arrived in front of him in no time. Your humble servants Shui Wanjun and Shui Wanche pay their respects to the great general protector of the nation. You're late. Have your soldiers clean up the Turkic corpses. All weapons and equipment belong to General Wang and his men. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Yuan, the great general who conquers the north under the first emperor. These two are Shui Wanjun, the loyal and martial general, and Shui Wanche, the mighty and martial general, from my wife Princess Pingyang's women's army, Qin Xiao introduced. What? The first emperor has been gone for 1,000 years. How could there still be so many troops left behind? Shui Wanche exclaimed in surprise. Wanche, what the hell are you yelling about? You never want to study more, and now you're making such a fuss. You're making me lose face, not to mention you're one of my men. Qin Xiao teased. Ha ha. Qin Xiao's joke lightened the otherwise serious atmosphere, and the sound of countless hooves echoed in the distance. All right, Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin have arrived too. Let's wait until they get here before we continue our conversation. Qin Xiao said helplessly. About 15 minutes later, Li Jing's army of 60,000 men arrived. Seeing that they all looked exhausted, it was clear that they hadn't slept for several days and were truly worn out. Apart from those who are on guard duty and cooking, everyone else should go and rest. Although you haven't been fighting these past few days, you've been traveling day and night, which has been very tiring. Go and rest now. Pharmacists, please come with me to the reception room. I'll introduce you to General Wang. I guarantee you'll be quite surprised, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Once all the generals had arrived in the reception room, Qin Xiao sat in the main seat and introduced Wang Yuan to everyone again, which once again drew gasps of surprise from the crowd. General Wang, thank you for your help. If it weren't for your selfless interception, once they left Human Pass, they would be like fish in the sea, and it would have been much more difficult for us to annihilate their entire army. It's just a small favor. After all, we are all descendants of Yan and Huang, with the same blood flowing in our veins. Moreover, the first emperor originally intended for us to defend against foreign tribes. If the first emperor had died and Xiongnu had attacked the Qin state, we could only watch helplessly, because the first emperor decreed that no one could return to the capital without his imperial edict. My ancestor Wang Jian once asked the first emperor, if the Qin state is in trouble, may I return to the capital? The first emperor said, the Qin state can be destroyed, but the Huaxia people cannot be destroyed. However, if your 400,000 troops return, then southern Huaxia will no longer belong to Huaxia. This place no longer belongs to our people, so what does it matter if we, the Qin family, sacrifice ourselves for the sake of the entire Chinese nation and the whole people. Wang Yuan said, his eyes filled with tears. The first emperor was so great, truly worthy of being called the greatest emperor of all time. General Wang, there is something I don't understand, and I'm not sure if I should say it. Qin Xiao said with a smile. General Qin, please speak. I will tell you everything I know. Since General Wang Jian was sent to guard Lingnan, and you are his descendant, why are you in the north? Qin Xiao asked in confusion. Actually, our northern troops were led by General Wang He, who brought all the soldiers' families with him. My ancestors, General Wang Jian and General Wang He, had their families exchanged. You should know what that means now. Wang Yuan said, frowning. These two old generals have such noble sentiments. They are role models for us to learn from. Qin Xiao said excitedly. No one expected things to turn out this way. The achievements of the first emperor have been praised and criticized by later generations. But how many people know this little-known history? General Wang, according to what you just said, all your families are staying in Helan Mountain. How many of you are there? Qin Xiao asked. Our first generation numbered 2.6 million. After more than a dozen battles during the 5 barbarian invasions, more than 100,000 adult men died. Due to the harsh living conditions and food shortages on the mountain, there are currently about 1.5 million people remaining, with most adult men living there, totaling 350,000. More than 30,000 were killed in the recent battle. General Wang, I never imagined that you participated in the war of the 5 barbarian invasions. You are the true guardians of China. On behalf of all the soldiers of the Tang Dynasty, I salute you. I also hope you will join the Tang Dynasty family. The emperor of the Tang Dynasty is an enlightened and benevolent ruler who will never treat you as outsiders. I can guarantee that. Qin Xiao said confidently. All right, then on behalf of everyone in the Northern Expeditionary Army, I thank General Qin. I hope you will keep your word and treat us, the remnants of the Qin Dynasty, well, Wang Yuan said, frowning. Currently, you have 3 options. First, you can go to live in Kyoto or Chang'an City, or in Lantian County, which is my fiefdom, where you can live a relatively wealthy life. Secondly, I will move to Liangzhou City, which I built. It will definitely be fully completed by this time next year and will be the 2nd largest city in the Tang Dynasty. Third, we will go to live on the Turkic steppe, where I will build a city no smaller than Liangzhou, establish a protectorate, and mine salt lakes and metal mines. Qin Xiao explained. We, the Northern Expeditionary Army, don't like to take what's already taken. We'll go to the Turks and build cities with you, to protect this northern territory that the first emperor failed to conquer for the Tang Dynasty, Wang Yuan said excitedly. Chapter 178 Chasing Her Husband Across 10,000 Miles. General Shui, you all heard that, right? After you return, escort 20,000 artisans and a large amount of supplies to the Turkic royal court, Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, General. Brother Yaoshi, now that Khan Jieli has been captured, will you come with me to the Turkic royal court, or will you escort Jieli and the Turkic prisoners back to the capital? Qin Xiao asked. How about we send half our troops to escort these prisoners and Khan Jieli back to the capital, and the other half to go with you to the Turkic court? After all, if anything happens, we'll have someone to look after us, Li Jing explained. All right then, you decide who goes back to the capital and who goes to the Turkic Khaganate. When you get there, I'll treat everyone to roast whole lamb and beef, Qin Xiao said with a smile. The great general is mighty. Wang Yuan also screamed. Originally, as a soldier, heroes are judged by their strength, but when he saw Qin Xiao carrying Jieli and Tuli on the battlefield as easily as carrying chickens, he was deeply impressed. Now, he no longer wanted to be a homeless vagrant. He sent people to inquire about the character of the new Tang emperor and learned that he was a benevolent ruler who cared deeply for the people. This made him even more determined to join the Tang Dynasty. After all, the living environment on the mountain was too harsh, and it might not be able to continue for another few hundred years. We don't have much food here today, so we'll just have a simple meal. We'll replenish everyone's supplies when conditions allow. His Majesty will definitely hold a victory banquet to celebrate this great victory, Qin Xiao explained. Reporting to the general, my brother and I have waited so long, but we haven't gained any merit whatsoever. What should we do? Shui Wanche said excitedly. Now, if you want to gain military merit, the only way is in the north. Originally, I wanted you to go to the Turkic Khaganate as protectors. I wonder if you would be willing. Qin Xiao comforted him. Yes, of course I'm willing, Shui Wanjun said eagerly. General Wang, I will write a memorial regarding your appointment and that of your subordinates and submit it to the emperor as quickly as possible. I will also report your situation in detail. Qin Xiao explained. Thank you, General. General Shui, the Turkic prisoners should be escorted directly to Liangzhou City and made to build a road from Liangzhou to Chang'an City. Any extras should be assigned to work in Liangzhou City. Qin Xiao, congratulations on completing the mission. You are rated as 5 stars. Because you also captured Tuli Khan alive, you are hereby rewarded with 15 super heavy trucks and a complete set of salt mining equipment, plus 10 tons of diesel fuel. Qin Xiao was also very excited when he heard this. These 15 heavy trucks could carry a lot of supplies, which was exactly what Wang Yuan's side lacked most at the moment. After everyone went to sleep, Qin Xiao went to an empty open space and took out 15 heavy trucks from the system warehouse. He saw that each heavy truck had a load capacity of 30 tons. He excitedly climbed onto one of the vehicles and started it. When he looked at the fuel gauge, the tank was full, which made him both hate and love the system. Just as Qin Xiao was excitedly driving his heavy truck, problems arose at his home. Since his departure, Li Xiuning had been like a lost soul, listless all day and suffering from insomnia at night. Loner, tomorrow morning, we're going to the Turks to find our husbands. Now, have someone pack the children's and my things, as well as your toiletries, changes of clothes, and food for the journey, Li Xiuning instructed. Princess, aren't you afraid the prince consort will be angry? I've heard people say that if someone is usually very amiable, they can be very fierce when they get angry, Loner quickly advised. I can't worry about that anymore. Let him get angry if he wants. Let him hit me if he wants to. He's only been gone for a few days, and I'm already not used to it. If he stays in Turkic territory for a month or two, how am I supposed to live? Li Xiuning's nonchalant attitude amused Loner, who had followed Li Xiuning since childhood and had never seen her with such an expression. All right then, I'll go prepare now. Oh, let's go find Daddy. Nyo is so happy. Mommy, you're so good to us. You're not even afraid of getting a beating from Daddy, just so we can see him. Daddy's spanking hurts a lot. Xiao Jie said excitedly. Dad hit you? How come I didn't know? Li Xiuning asked in confusion. Yes, last time my sister and I were playing outside, we tried to catch Big White and the others' poop, and Daddy spanked us, Xiao Jie explained. Was Nyo beaten? No. Father said that since my sister is a girl and I am the older brother, I have to set a good example. I held back my tears, so of course you wouldn't know. That bastard Qin Xiao, Xiao Jie and Nyo were born less than half a quarter of an hour apart, and he still says the older brother must take the lead? What kind of bullshit is that? It's blatant favoritism towards girls over boys. I'll teach you a lesson. Li Xiuning thought to herself. Mother, don't blame father, it was my fault. You really shouldn't have grabbed that poop, it smelled so bad. Xiao Jie continued to explain. Xiao Jie is the best boy. I don't blame your father. Tomorrow we'll drive to find him and take you to see the vast grasslands and thousands of cattle, sheep, and horses. Yay, we can finally go play with Daddy. Nyo clapped her hands happily. You guys go to bed early. We'll get up early and leave tomorrow. The next morning, after Li Xiuning and the other 3 finished breakfast, they stuffed their suitcases into the trunk of the SUV and also put in several cans of gasoline from their home. She drove north, and only after she left Lantian County did someone report to Li Xiuning. Li Xiuning was helpless. Even his father, who was staying at his sister's house, couldn't stop her, let alone him. On Qin Xiao's side, everyone woke up early in the morning and were so frightened by the sight of so many steel monsters in the open space that they were speechless. On the contrary, the Special Forces soldiers were not surprised at all, because their barracks were also equipped with 2 Dongfeng Mengshi military off-road vehicles, and they had all learned to drive them. Although the 15 vehicles in front of them were much larger, they believed that the driving operations of these vehicles should be similar, and they would be able to master them after driving them a few times. Battalion Commander He. Each of these vehicles can seat 5 people in the front. They are specifically for hauling goods. Send someone up to familiarize themselves with them first. If they are satisfactory, drive them to Lantian County to pick up goods today. I'll write you a list later, and you can give it to Ma Sanbao. Also, send the memorial to the Emperor. But once you enter Chang'an, use the vehicle's loudspeaker to announce the victory so the people can share in the joy. Qin Xiao instructed. Yes, mission accomplished. Chief Steward Qin, does that mean we don't need to escort Jelly and Tilly back to the capital? Can we go to the Turkic royal court with you? Li Jing asked with a smile. Then we should send a general and several soldiers to escort him back. Okay, I'll arrange that. Chapter 179, Reporting Victory to the Capital. As Cheng Chumo and his team drove their convoy of heavy trucks toward Chang'an, they spotted a black SUV approaching them from afar. Knowing that this car belonged to Qin Xiao, they quickly pulled over and everyone got out to wait. Li Xiuning also saw them, stopped the car, opened the driver's side door, and got out. Qin Xiao and the others quickly went to greet her. "Greetings, Princess Pingyang," everyone said in unison. "Master's wife, why did you come out?" Qin Xiao asked curiously. "We've come out to find your master. Where is he now? And where are you going? How's the battle going?" Li Xiuning asked several questions in a row. "Master's wife. Master has already entered the grasslands and gone to the Turkic royal court. The battle is over. He captured Jelly Khan and Tuli Khan alive at Yumen Pass. We're on our way to Lantian County to haul supplies for the first emperor's personal guards. They're all starving and freezing, and they've already joined the Tang Dynasty." Qin Xiao explained Wang Yuan's situation to Li Xiuning in detail. Li Xiuning said with emotion, "So that's how it is. These people are truly great. Your master did the right thing. How could such loyal and righteous people be left to wander outside?" "Hello, uncles," Nyonyo said, pouting. "Nyonyo, Xiao Jia, we are your senior brothers, not your uncles," Qin Xiao quickly explained. "Why? Daddy said that we should call the older ones grandpa and grandma, those around his age uncle and aunt, and those older than us brother and sister." "Ha! Nyonyo, they are all your father's apprentices and subordinates, and they are of the same generation as you. You can just call them senior brothers or older brothers," Li Xiuning explained. "Oh, I understand." Nyonyo scratched her head, seemingly understanding. Li Xiuning asked curiously, "Is Jelly Khan in the carriage?" "Master's wife, he's in the carriage. I'll go and escort him down," Qin Xiao said quickly. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Several men dragged Jelly and Tuli, who were bound hand and foot, out of the car. The two men were disheveled and looked exhausted, completely unlike their former imposing selves. "You haven't even paid your respects to Princess Pingyang? Do you have a death wish?" Qin Xiao slapped them across the face. The sinner Jelly pays his respects to Princess Pingyang. The sinner Tuli pays his respects to Princess Pingyang. No need for formalities. You should be grateful that my husband was merciful and did not kill you on the spot. Otherwise, you would have been blown to bits on the banks of the Wei River long ago." Jelly frowned and dared not reply. He was deep in thought, realizing that Li Xiuning's words were indeed true. If those spheres in the sky had thrown those things at his head, he would have been dead. "Princess Xie Pingyang spared my life. Could you tell me who your husband is?" Kagan Jelly asked nervously. "Who captured you?" "That's Princess Pingyang's husband, and also our master, Qin Xiao, a first-rank general protecting the country," Du He said proudly. "So it was him? He's really amazing. No wonder the Tang Dynasty wasn't afraid of my Turkic million-strong army," Early Khan exclaimed in sudden realization. "You should all head to Chang'an as soon as possible. Tell the emperor this good news so he won't worry. I also need to go find Qin Xiao," Li Xiuning instructed. "Yes, sir." After they parted ways, Li Xiuning got into the car and drove north, while Qin Xiao and the others headed towards Chang'an. When Qin Xiao and his heavy truck arrived at the north gate of Chang'an City, the soldiers guarding the city panicked and quickly sounded the warning drum. Niu Jinda, who was in charge of escorting Jelly, quickly got off the carriage. When the general guarding the city saw him, he realized that there had been a misunderstanding and apologized and explained desperately. After the convoy was cleared to proceed, the loudspeakers inside the vehicles began broadcasting. "Great victory at Yumen Pass. We captured the Khans Jelly and Tuli alive, annihilated over 50,000 Turks, and captured 310,000 alive." The sound was loud and carried far, drawing crowds from the city of Chang'an. When they saw so many heavy trucks, they were all stunned. The news spread like wildfire throughout Chang'an, and everyone was filled with joy. Business at the Peach Blossom Spring was better than ever, with every seat filled, as everyone gathered to celebrate the victory. Meanwhile, the morning court session was in progress in the Taiji Hall. Li Xiuning heard the exclamations outside, and, thinking something had happened, frowned. "Shirkwan, what's going on outside?" Li Xiuning couldn't help but ask. "Your Majesty, we have won. The people outside are cheering and celebrating our victory," said the eunuch Shirkwan excitedly. Li Xiuning immediately stood up from the dragon throne and said, "Indeed, my beloved ministers, quickly follow me to welcome our hero's return." Just as everyone was about to leave, Niu Jinda, Qin Xiao, Du He, Qin Xiao, and Li Liang escorted Jelly and Tuli in. "This humble general greets your Majesty," Li Xiuning said impatiently. "My dear ministers, you have worked hard. Quickly tell me about the course of this battle." "Your Majesty, this is Chief Eunuch Qin's memorial. Would you like to take a look?" Niu Jinda took out the memorial. Let me see what the memorial says first." "Shirkwan, please offer the heroes seats and water." Li Xiuning personally took the memorial and began to read it. His brows furrowed. Then he showed a surprised expression, and after a while, his face broke into a broad smile. In about 15 minutes, Li Xiuning displayed countless expressions, making all the civil and military officials hold their breath for fear of disturbing him. The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After reading the memorial, Li Xiuning handed it to Feng Xianling and asked him to read it aloud. He then fell into deep thought. Only after everyone had read the contents did he look up and glance around. The first emperor was truly a great emperor of all time. What more do you, my beloved ministers, have to say? Li Xiuning exclaimed. Your Majesty, since these imperial guards are willing to become subjects of the Tang Dynasty, we should treat them well. These people are all meritorious officials of China. Du Ruhui stood up and said. Li Xiuning said solemnly, Minister Du is right. I hereby bestow upon Wang Yuan the title of General who guards the North, a second-rank official, and a reward of 10,000 strings of cash. As for the others, he may bestow titles and rewards upon them as he sees fit, and the Ministry of Personnel shall register them. Your Majesty is wise. Congelli, we finally meet again. You will eventually be my defeated opponent. Do you know why you have been defeated by me time and time again? Why? Because you, a dignified 7-foot man, the overlord of the grasslands, how could you possibly win if you listen to the instigation of an old woman? Those who follow the righteous path receive much help, while those who stray from it receive little. What kind of righteous path do you follow? Is it the righteous path of women? Ha ha. You. Jelly Khan couldn't catch his breath and, after holding it for a while, spat out a mouthful of blood. Quickly summoned the imperial physician. You mustn't die now. The Emperor Emeritus wants to see you. Chapter 180 The Turkic Royal Court. When Qin Xiao entered the grassland, he was stunned by the pleasant scenery before him. He had never been to this place before, whether in his previous life or in the Tang Dynasty. At most, he had only seen it in videos. But seeing it with his own eyes now gave him a completely different feeling. The Imperial Guard did not accompany them. Qin Xiao was very generous, giving all the war horses captured from the Turks to Wang Yuan and telling him to meet at the Turkic royal court. As you venture further in, you'll see herds of cattle, sheep, and horses everywhere. It truly is a scene of cattle and sheep grazing amidst the wind-blown grass, blue skies, white clouds, and boundless grasslands, with eagles occasionally soaring high in the sky. If you haven't been here before or haven't looked at a map, it's really easy to get lost because the entire grassland is basically the same. After several days of riding on horseback, Qin Xiao and his party finally arrived at the Turkic royal court, where they were guarded by only 5,000 soldiers. After a few rounds of fighting, they wiped them all out. When he saw Empress Xiao and Princess Yiqing, he was quite surprised. One was over 60 years old and the other was over 40, but they were indeed well preserved. Qin Xiao, the great general protector of the Tang Dynasty, pays respects to Empress Xiao and Princess Yiqing of the Sui Dynasty. Princess Yiqing dedicated her life to the development of the Sui Dynasty. After the Sui Dynasty fell, she single-handedly established the later Sui Dynasty, continuing the Sui Dynasty for 9 years in a unique way. Li Jing, you are a dignified official of the Sui Dynasty and a famous general of the Tang Dynasty. How could you let a mere boy command you? Don't you feel ashamed? Princess Yiqing provoked. Princess Yiqing, you don't need to sow discord. Chief Steward Qin is someone I admire. With him leading everyone is convinced of his authority. Since we've gotten this far, you should have guessed the outcome. This time, the annihilation of the Turkic army of over 700,000 and the capture of Kagan Jieli and Kagan Tili were all planned and executed by this so-called young upstart, Li Jing teased. No, absolutely impossible. The million-strong Turkic army could not have been defeated so easily by you. Princess Yiqing roared. Princess Yiqing, you have manipulated the 4 khans of the Turks with ease. I admire you. In order to restore the Sui Dynasty, you have encouraged your husbands to invade the Central Plains repeatedly. Have you ever thought about the suffering of the Han people? How many people have been torn apart from their families and killed because of your words? Are you Han or Turk? Qin Xiao roared. Of course I am a Han Chinese. I asked my husband to help me reclaim my Yang family's empire. Is that wrong? What does it matter if a few of those lowly people die? Their millions of lives are not worth a single hair of my Yang family. Princess Yiqing said frantically. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Why did your Sui dynasty perish after only 2 generations? It was because Yang Guang had the same mentality as you, and he didn't care about the people at all, which led to the loss of their support. If a country has no people, how can Yang Guang still be emperor? Who does he rule? You can still be a high and mighty princess? It's ridiculous. You're just a shameless woman who sleeps with anyone. Qin Xiao rebuked angrily. How dare you, you lowly commoner, treat me like this? If you have the guts, come and kill me. Princess Yicheng was blinded by rage. Men, strip this slut naked and throw her into the stable. Damn it. Let's see just how noble she really is, Qin Xiao ordered. Grand Steward Qin, could you please spare Yicheng for my sake? She only acted impulsively and offended you. Empress Xiao pleaded. You shameless woman, how dare you insult my husband? You're asking for trouble. A sound rang out. A shadow flashed past everyone's eyes, and a loud slap rang out, sending Princess Yicheng flying. Qin Xiao had clearly seen who it was, but he couldn't believe his eyes. He never expected his wife to come here and thought he was hallucinating. Xiuning, what brings you here? Where are the children? Qin Xiao asked quickly, snapping out of his daze. We drove here together, and Lanner is taking care of the kids outside, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Greetings, Princess Pingyang. Please, everyone, no need for formalities. Xiuning greets her maternal uncle's wife. Xiuning, you've grown up so much. It's been over 10 years since we last saw each other, Empress Xiao said excitedly. Yes, it's been a long time since we last met. My father asked me to send his regards to you, Li Xiuning said happily. At this moment, no one paid any attention to Princess Yicheng lying on the ground. She covered her swollen face with her hands, tears streaming down her face. But now no one pities her. She doesn't treat others like human beings, calling them lowly people and despicable people all the time. How could anyone sympathize with her? Auntie, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Qin Xiao, who is also the chief commander of the army leading the expedition against the Turks, Li Xiuning said happily. He is indeed a man of great talent. He has risen to a high position at such a young age, and he single-handedly annihilated more than 700,000 Turkic troops. He is truly remarkable. There has never been such a capable person in history, Empress Xiao praised. Thank you for the praise, Auntie. I only did what I could. If I hadn't stopped this war, the tragedy of the second 5 barbarian invasions would have been repeated for the Han people. You're right. We are Han Chinese, and we must never forget our ancestors because of our own selfishness. The 5 barbarian invasions led to the extinction of 1 in 10 Han Chinese. Such a tragic situation must never happen again. My cousin's wife is kind and righteous. Qin Xiao admires her. Qin Xiao, I am an old woman who is using my age to belittle Yicheng. She is actually a woman with a tragic fate. She dedicated her entire life's happiness to the Sui dynasty. She never lived a single day for herself. Qin Xiao listened to Empress Xiao's words, but did not give a reply. In fact, he agreed with what Empress Xiao said. He sat down next to a guqin and plucked a string. I remembered a song called Half a Lifetime of Snow, which perfectly describes Princess Yicheng's life. I couldn't help but start playing and singing it. Princess Yicheng wept bitterly, finally realizing her mistake. She had devoted her life to the Sui dynasty and was willing to sacrifice everything for it. But what had she gained in return? Suddenly realizing her mistake, she knew she could never go back because she had committed too many heinous crimes that could never be forgiven. As the song ended, everyone was immersed in the music. Li Xiuning also fell into deep thought, wondering what her fate would have been if Qin Xiao hadn't appeared. Thank you for your guidance, Chief Steward Qin. I know I was wrong. I have no face to see the people of Han. I hope you can take my ashes back and bury them in the Central Plains. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Princess Yicheng nodded, picked up the white silk ribbon beside her, and walked into the inner room. No one came out to stop her. They silently watched her disappear from everyone's sight. Chapter 181 Winning Hearts and Minds. Princess Yicheng chose her final fate, and everyone accepted it. After all, she had indirectly caused the deaths of countless Han Chinese people, and no one had the right to forgive her for the crimes she committed. Auntie, do you know if there's a salt lake nearby? Yes, to the northwest, less than 100 miles from here, there is a very large salt lake, but we have no way to mine it. Do you have a solution? Yes, I do have a way. All right then. If we can mine it, that would be wonderful. It could benefit countless people. However, it's getting late. Let's go tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, Auntie. Oh, by the way, Aunt, your younger brother, Minister Xiao, asked me to give you his regards. Oh, how is my brother's health? You're in good health. Once you get back, you and your siblings can reunite. Thank you. General Cheng, go and release all the Han people who are imprisoned and enslaved, Qin Xiao ordered. Yes, sir. Grand Steward. General Qin, find a few soldiers who can speak Turkic and have them gather the Turks in the surrounding area to organize a Han barbarian bonfire party tonight. Also, have the soldiers slaughter some sheep in the royal court. Yes, Chief Steward. All right, you all go about your business. Xiuning, quickly bring our two darlings in so your aunt can see them. Okay. Li Xiuning happily walked outside, holding Xiao Jie's hand in one hand and Niu hand in the other, and came back in. This is your great aunt. You two should greet her quickly. Hello, auntie, the two little ones said in unison. Good, good, you two are so good. Wow, you're twins, a boy and a girl, so adorable. I love you so much. Empress Xiao said excitedly. Daddy, hug me, Daddy, hug me. Niu began to whine. Okay, have you missed your father? Yes, I missed you so much that I asked my mother to bring us here to see you, Niu said, blinking her eyes. Li Xiuning was overjoyed, praising her precious daughter in her heart. She knew that if it were her own actions, Qin Xiao would definitely be angry. After all, there was a certain risk involved. Now that her daughter is taking the blame for her, Qin Xiao will probably not blame her. After all, she is still so young and doesn't understand things, which is understandable. Although Li Xiuning appeared very assertive in front of Qin Xiao, she was actually quite afraid of him. Every time she made a mistake, she could only beg for forgiveness. Sometimes she even wished she could take him a concubine, but Qin Xiao refused. Really? Children shouldn't lie, otherwise their noses will grow very long. Of course it's true. Niu and her brother miss you, and Mom misses you too. We've all lost weight without you by our side. Daddy, come and see if you've lost weight. Xiao Jia, let Daddy hug you too, then I'll know. Qin Xiao then squatted down and picked up his son as well. Looking at his two children, he felt very happy. It is indeed a bit lighter. How about Daddy treats you two to roast lamb tonight? Okay, thank you, Father. Li Xiuning breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that she had finally gotten through this situation thanks to the two little ones covering for her. In fact, Qin Xiao had already seen her expression, but he hadn't called her out on it. Qin Xiao, how is my grandson Yang Jingdao doing now? Empress Xiao asked. It's all right, he wasn't injured. He was captured alive by the soldiers of the Tang Dynasty. His Majesty is magnanimous and shouldn't make things difficult for him. However, he'll inevitably suffer a bit. I agree with that. He was spoiled by Yi Cheng in the past, and his life was too easy. Experiencing some hardship will make him grow up faster. The group chatted happily, and Empress Xiao asked many questions about the situation in the Central Plains. Before they knew it, it was getting dark. System, I want to purchase Turkic language. All right, I'll deduct 50,000 strings of cash from your account. A swindler. And next time, double it. Qin Xiao led everyone to the venue specially set up for the bonfire party. Countless bonfires had been set up and were blazing. A whole sheep was placed on top of each bonfire. Many Tang soldiers and Turkic herdsmen have already been applying seasonings to the sheep, all provided by Qin Xiao. He wants these Turks to know that what the Han people make is true gourmet food. Qin Xiao saw that countless Turkic herdsmen had already gathered before he walked onto the makeshift stage. My fellow Han brothers and sisters, I am Qin Xiao, the great general protector of the Tang Dynasty. I am late and sorry for making you suffer. Now you are free. From now on, you will never be bullied again, because the Tang Dynasty has now become powerful. The Turkic army has been wiped out by us, and their leader has been captured alive. As soon as Qin Xiao finished speaking, many Han people cheered and jumped for joy. Some burst into tears, while others hugged others and screamed, venting their emotions. Fellow Turkic herdsmen, I am Qin Xiao, the great general protector of the Tang Dynasty. I have some bad news to tell you. Your Jelly Khan and Tuli Khan have become prisoners of His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty. From then on, the Turks were incorporated into the Tang Dynasty and became part of the Tang territory. You are also subjects of the Tang Dynasty. I have good news for you. I will be mining salt in the Salt Lake. You will come to work there and will be paid 30 coins per day. I will also build a city here, establish schools and hospitals, and your children will be able to study for free and have 3 meals a day for free. Qin Xiao's voice, spoken in fluent Turkic, carried to every corner. Thank you, General. The great General is mighty. Xiuning, your husband is truly remarkable. I've lived in the Turkic Khaganate for nearly 10 years, and I still can't speak such fluent Turkic, Empress Xiao said in surprise. Li Xiuning said proudly. I didn't know he could speak Turkic, but he is really amazing and surprises me a lot. Next, I, the General, will treat you to wine and meat. As long as you obediently follow the rule of His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty, I guarantee that your future will be countless times better than it is now. I used to buy all your wool, goat milk, and cow milk, and I will continue to do so in the future. In fact, the price will be 10% higher than before, because we're family now, Qin Xiao continued to reassure them. Qin Xiao's words resonated with the Turkic herdsmen. In fact, in any era, Ordinary people don't care who the ruler is. What they care about is who can bring them a better life, and that's who they will support. Qin Xiao spent a fortune this time, purchasing hundreds of thousands of bottles of liquor from the system. It was precisely because of this action that he won the approval of all the Turkic herdsmen. They had never been treated like this before. The previous Khans, Jeli and Tuli, only ever took from them and never cared about them. Today, everyone has eaten, drunk, and had fun. Tomorrow, we will usher in a brighter future. I hereby declare the banquet open. After Qin Xiao's opening remarks, everyone started eating and drinking. Many people even went into the open space in the middle to dance, creating a very lively atmosphere. Chapter 182 Salt Lake Mining. In the dead of night, Qin Xiao flew alone to the place Empress Xiao had mentioned. He needed to get the salt harvesting boats and all the other equipment ready that night so that everyone could get them running tomorrow. When he arrived at the salt lake, he was stunned by the sight before him. The bright moon, like a silver plate, hung high in the cloudless night sky, and the moonlight, carrying a hint of chill, shone on the lake's surface. The scenery was so beautiful that Qin Xiao wished he could go back immediately and drag Li Xiuning over to admire it together. But he knew that was unrealistic, and he had to take care of business first. Upon arriving at the lake, he retrieved all the equipment he had been rewarded with by the system, and the salt harvesting boat entered the lake directly. Numerous houses sprang up on the open land by the lake, including salt processing and packaging plants, office spaces, and residential areas. All the supporting facilities here are complete, including photovoltaic power generation and heating systems. This reward made Qin Xiao very happy and felt that it was extremely valuable. After everything was arranged, Qin Xiao turned on and tested all the machines before returning to the Turkic royal court to continue sleeping. The next morning, after everyone had finished breakfast, Qin Xiao led everyone to the salt lake, and everyone was stunned by the scene before them. They didn't care whether the scenery was beautiful or not. They were amazed by the salt dredging boats and houses, and wondered how the great general had managed to do it. My lord, this salt lake is so big that it could supply the entire Tang Dynasty for 1,000 years without running out of food. This is wonderful. From now on, everyone can eat top-quality salt, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Qin Xiao explained with a smile. That's right. As long as we keep mining the salt here every day, we can supply the entire Tang Dynasty with a steady stream of salt. However, this place must be heavily guarded. Li Jing nodded and said, Chief Steward Qin is right. This place must be heavily guarded. It would be best to build a city here to better defend against the invasion of foreign tribes. Qin Xiao frowned and explained, if we're going to build this city, we have to start early. It's already September, and in 2 more months it will get cold. If there's frost, the cement will be damaged. There's no need to worry about that. Liangzhou City will send tens of thousands of craftsmen. Wang Yuan has so many people, and we have tens of thousands of soldiers here. With everyone working together, it will be completed very quickly. Moreover, we have 15 heavy trucks that can quickly haul the materials over, so there will be absolutely no delay in the construction schedule. If there really isn't enough time, we'll postpone building the city walls and focus on this area first, Li Jing explained patiently. Qin Xiao thought for a moment and said, Brother Yao, you're right. We'll do it your way. Now, select 500 soldiers with quick minds from the army, and I'll teach them how to operate these machines. Okay, we'll arrange it right away. After 3 days of on-site operation and explanation by Qin Xiao, all the soldiers learned how to operate all the machinery and equipment. Salt mining and packaging were on track, with daily salt production reaching 100 tons. The system's products are guaranteed to be of high quality. Wang Yuan's first group of people also arrived. Fortunately, Qin Xiao purchased countless tents from the system, which prevented the Qin Dynasty survivors from living in the open. The next day, the convoy led by Cheng Chumo returned, bringing with it plenty of food and clothing, which were exactly what Wang Yuan and his group needed most. They quickly loaded bags of processed and packaged salt on heavy trucks and sent them to Chang'an for Li Xiuning. They also loaded building materials from Lantian County and brought them back, including the 50,000 pearl grenades produced in the Lantian County arsenal. Qin Xiao believed that if there were any war now, it would be in the Turkic region. This place is also a major protective base, and it must not be allowed to be occupied or destroyed by foreign tribes. At present, the city walls have not been built yet, and it is easy for foreign cavalry to take advantage of the situation. 2 days later, the Turkic herders finally arrived, and Qin Xiao fulfilled his promise by letting them work there. Originally, these herders were just trying it out, but they didn't expect it to actually succeed, and the news quickly spread to the ears of other herders. Everyone came to apply for jobs, and Qin Xiao hired them all. Suddenly, more than 1,000 Turkic herdsmen were working here, and production increased rapidly. Qin Xiao quickly dispatched soldiers to search for minerals within the Turkic territory with metal detectors, as he remembered that the area contained countless metal mines. After finishing all his tasks, Qin Xiao finally had some free time to travel and take photos with his wife and children. However, the things they did in the Turkic region were being closely watched by the surrounding ethnic groups. Your Majesty, the Tang Dynasty has already destroyed the Turks and is now building a city there. What should we do? Asked Morong Xiaojun, the top general of Tian. When did the Tang Dynasty become so powerful? Qin Xiao sent an army of 700,000 to conquer the Tang. There must be something fishy about this. You must immediately arrange for people to investigate this matter thoroughly. Morong Fuyun said in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty. Reporting to the Khan, the war between the Tang Dynasty and Qin Xiao has ended, said Hekaina, the Uyghur general. Quickly tell me, who won? The Uyghur Khan Toobasi asked excitedly. The Tang Dynasty won, and the more than 700,000 troops sent by the Turks were completely wiped out. The fate of Qin Xiao is unknown, and the Tang army has already begun mining salt lakes near the Turkic royal court. How is that possible? When did the Tang Dynasty become so powerful? Back when Li Yuan was emperor, he still bowed down to Xiao and submitted to him. Why is it that when Li Xiuning came to power, he became so powerful that he could destroy the Turks? This powerful tribe, which even we dared not easily touch, was so easily wiped out by the Tang Dynasty. There must be another reason. We must find out the truth. Yes, Khan. Xianling, has Chief Steward Qin sent any news back? Li Xiuning summoned several trusted confidants to the imperial study to discuss matters that could not be resolved in the court. Fang Xianling quickly said, Your Majesty, I was just about to report to you that Chief Eunuch Qin sent someone to ask if we should send Empress Xiao and the imperial seal back together first. I wonder when my sister's family will be back. Are they not coming back so soon? Are they planning to send Empress Xiao back first? Li Xiuning asked in confusion. General Qin and his men have no way to leave the grasslands right now. On the one hand, various foreign tribes are watching them with covetous eyes. On the other hand, they must finish building the walls around the Salt Lake and the Protectorate before the frost to prevent invasion by foreign tribes. Alas, indeed, these two places are crucial. One is the source of salt for the entire Tang Dynasty, and the other is our foothold on the grasslands. They must be protected. Although Qin Xiao is my brother-in-law, he has sacrificed too much for the Tang Dynasty. This time, he personally provided all the materials for building the city on the grassland. Therefore, I have decided that all the proceeds from the sale of salt extracted from the Salt Lake within the next 5 years will belong to him, and after 5 years, the court will split the profits equally with him. Your Majesty is wise. Chapter 183 The Prince of Zhenbei. Li Xiuning solemnly said, Issue an order for Empress Xiao to return to Tang with the imperial seal of the state, and to bring back the ashes of Princess Yiqing of the Sui dynasty and bury them in the Sui dynasty imperial mausoleum. Yes, Your Majesty. This time, Qin Xiao has made the greatest contribution, and he has provided countless supplies to the remnants of the Qin dynasty, making them feel more at ease as subjects of the Tang dynasty. I have decided to appoint him as the Prince of Zhenbei. Do any of you ministers have any opinions or suggestions? Your Majesty is wise. We have no objections. Very well. The imperial edict will be sent by the caravan. When they return, all my beloved ministers will accompany me out of the city to welcome the return of our heroes of the great Tang dynasty. Then we will hold a victory celebration banquet. Your Majesty, we obey the decree. Qin Xiao, with his wife and children, drove his off-road vehicle around the grasslands, occasionally using a drone. He would have Li Xiuning operate it for the children to watch, while also observing the movements of the surrounding tribes. When he received Li Xiuming's imperial edict, he felt no joy. To him, it was simply a way to help his family. Before he entered the Tang dynasty, he was an orphan, and his tuition was paid by the director of the orphanage. After the director passed away, he did odd jobs everywhere, doing whatever could earn money. Actually, the reason he went on the trip was because a rich second generation paid him 10,000 yuan to be his assistant and carry things for him and his girlfriend. It was because he was carrying too much stuff that he slipped and fell into the valley and ended up in the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Qin Xiao cherishes the people around him and values family ties. As long as others treat him sincerely, he can repay them several times or even 10 times over. The imperial edict wasn't just for him. All the generals leading the army received rewards, including the special forces. As for the other soldiers, they would be rewarded separately upon their return to Chang'an. When Li Jing and the others received their rewards, they smiled happily. In fact, they were already dukes and didn't care about the rewards. Besides, they had already made a lot of money doing business with Qin Xiao. Their joy stemmed from the emperor's recognition and affirmation of their efforts, and also from the fact that their children, having joined the special forces, had been granted titles. Congratulations, Prince Jinbei. Congratulations, Prince Jinbei. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Thank you all, brothers. I am where I am today because of everyone's hard work. I hope we can work together to create a prosperous era for the Tang Dynasty in the future, Qin Xiao said with a smile. I am willing to join forces with the Prince of Jinbei to create a glorious era for the Tang Dynasty. Your Majesty, the matter has been investigated. There is a man named Qin Xiao in the Tang Dynasty, who is the consort of Princess Pingyang, Li Xiuning. The last time you sent Prince Murong to propose marriage, it was ruined by this man. His martial arts skills were unparalleled, and he held a very high position in the martial arts world. He rallied countless martial arts sects in the Central Plains to help him attack the Turkic wolf cavalry, which led to the defeat of Khan Jieli, Murong Xiaojun explained. So it was this bastard who ruined my plans. Otherwise, I would have already won the heart of my beauty and possessed countless riches. I will never let Qin Xiao go, Murong Fuyun said angrily. Your Majesty, they are currently building a city in Turkic territory, and they only have tens of thousands of troops. No martial arts sects are following them. Why don't we take this opportunity to send a large army to wipe them out? Murong Xiaojun suggested. That won't work. I heard that all the famous generals of the Tang Dynasty have come to attack the Turks this time. Even if we send all of them, we can only barely have 300,000 troops. Even if we win the battle against them, we will suffer heavy losses. If, at that time, Tibet or other forces attack us, we will have no ability to resist. Moreover, all the forces are fighting each other for the seven-colored Wolf King. So, you go and deliver the seven-colored Wolf King openly to the Uyghur Khan Tuobasi, and form an alliance with them to attack Qin Xiao together, Murong Fuyun explained patiently. Your Majesty is wise. I will go immediately to discuss the attack on Qin Xiao with Khan Tuobasi, Murong Xiaojun said excitedly. Murong Xiaojun led his army, loaded the seven-colored Wolf King onto a carriage, and headed towards the Uyghurs. Moreover, he deliberately leaked this news to various foreign forces. In fact, Murong Fuyun's meaning was very clear. I have already given the seven-colored Wolf King to Tuobasi Khan, and I will no longer compete with you for the legitimacy of the grasslands. Xiuning, how about we spend the new year on this grassland this year? Qin Xiao asked with a grin. Why? We don't have any relatives here. When we go back, we can live with Father Emperor and Emperor Shimin. Wouldn't it be great if the whole family could be reunited? Li Xiuning asked in confusion. I plan to wipe out the Tuyuhun next spring. This Murong Fuyun actually dared to set his sights on you, and I will definitely not let him off easily. Now that I have come to the grasslands, I will just wipe them out. It saves me the trouble of making the long journey from Chang'an. If it weren't for the city being built right now, I would have sent a large army to wipe out Tuyuhun. Qin Xiao said unhappily. Haha, my husband is so good to me. However, now that we've destroyed Tuyuhun, you'll have to arrange for people to govern it. That's going to be a troublesome matter, Li Xiuning explained. This is indeed a problem. Our Tang Dynasty is currently lacking in talent. If you give me another 5 years, once the first batch of students from Latian County School graduate, there will be someone to govern it. Therefore, I suggest that we do not start a war now. If they have not attacked us, we do not need to destroy them. Our main priority now is to stabilize this place. Otherwise, Shimin will have another headache. All right then, I'll listen to you. Let's build this place first and put everything else aside for now. As long as these alien races don't attack us, I won't provoke them. So, have you decided whether we should go back home for the new year, or spend it here? Of course we'll go back. We have a car, so we can come back after the new year. Or we can write a memorial to ask Shimin to appoint someone as the manager here, then we don't have to come. That makes sense. Back then, you suggested to Shimin that the Shui brothers, Wan Jun and Shui Shimin, be in charge of this place. Shimin should have listened to your suggestion. However, the city must be well built to have sufficient defense before we can confidently entrust it to them. Otherwise, an invasion by alien races would be a very troublesome matter, Li Xiuning explained, frowning. That's true. There are too many alien races around here. Once they find out we're mining the Salt Lake, which is a huge fortune, they'll definitely try every means to seize it. The most difficult ones to deal with are their alliances, Qin Xiao explained. Right now, they're constantly attacking each other because of your glass wolf. How could they possibly stop fighting so easily, let alone form an alliance? That's not necessarily true. There are clever people in the world. If someone organizes themselves and uses the benefits of the Salt Lake as bait, they might unite to attack us. Chapter 184 Feint to the East, Attack in the West. When Murong Xiaojun sent the seven-colored Wolf King to the Uyghurs in a grand manner, Tuoba Si was very excited. He personally came out to greet him and prepared a sumptuous dinner. Tuoba Si chuckled and said, "General Murong, you've given me the seven-colored divine wolf this time. Does your king intend to bring Tuyuhan under the control of my great Uyghur?" "Tuoba Khan, you may have misunderstood. My lord sent me here with the seven-colored divine wolf to express my lord's sincerity and desire for an alliance with you. Are you aware that the Tang Dynasty destroyed the Turks? Oh, so how should the alliance be formed? Who will be the leader? Of course, I know about the Turkic matter. It depends on who contributes more troops. Whoever does, so will take the lead. The king's intention is that the salt lakes of the Turks are already being mined by the Tang Dynasty, and these are more valuable than gold. If we join forces to conquer them, we will make a fortune. General Murong, your intelligence is definitely flawed. Do you know how many troops are currently guarding the area with the Turks? It's just a force of less than 100,000. My lord only invited the Khan to make money together as a precaution. Alas, your national strength is still too weak, and your intelligence work is not sound enough. The Tang Dynasty's military strength is not 100,000, but 400,000. Moreover, there is the Tang Dynasty's god of war, Qin Xiao, guarding the border. He has now been appointed as the Prince of Jinbei by Li Xiuning. Really? This Qin Xiao was originally a son-in-law who married into the royal family, and he broke the limbs of the king's younger brother. Now, he has become the Prince of Jinbei. What should we do? Khan, why did you say that the Tang Dynasty has 400,000 troops? Because the descendants of the Qin Dynasty's first emperor's personal guards also joined the Tang Dynasty, possessing 300,000 combat-ready soldiers. The Turks are now incredibly powerful, and it's impossible to take them down. Let me tell you another piece of news. Back then, after Kaganjeli was defeated and retreated, he could have escaped to the grasslands, but he was blocked by these remnants of the Qin Dynasty at Yumen Pass, which allowed the Tang Dynasty's pursuing troops to arrive and ultimately destroy him. Oh, I see. Thank you for informing me, Khan. So what should we do now? Are we just going to give up like this? That would be such a waste. No, in my opinion, we can do the opposite. The Tang Dynasty is currently strong and well-equipped on the side of the Turks. But what about their Chang'an? How many troops are left to guard it? How many troops can your Tuyuhan send at most? To be honest, since this is cooperation, you must show sincerity so that I, the Khan, can deploy troops and formulate battle plans. Your Majesty, we have a maximum of 300,000 troops. This is our maximum limit. All right, when you return, tell your king that I, the Khan, have a total of 500,000 troops. I will send 300,000 troops first, and you will send 200,000 troops to attack Chang'an together, with me as the leader of the alliance. When Chang'an is in dire need and asks Qin Xiao for help, he will definitely send a large number of troops back to reinforce Chang'an. At that time, we will send the remaining 300,000 troops out to attack the Turks and seize the Salt Lake. However, the spoils we plunder after our victory will be split 30 to 70, with you getting 30% and me 70%. Otherwise, pretend I never said anything. You can rest tonight and go back to tell your king tomorrow morning. Very well. I will tell the king everything about the Khan in detail. If the king agrees, then we will use the eagle to deliver the message. Okay, no problem. The next morning, before dawn, Murong Xiaojun hurriedly bid farewell to Tuoba Si and set off for Tian. He needed to tell Murong Fuyun the good news as quickly as possible. Tuoba Khan's method is really good. I think I've seen it in some Han Chinese military strategy book. We'll definitely make a lot of money this time, but it's a pity we only get 30%, Murong Fuyun sighed. Your Majesty, it should be the feint attack strategy from the art of war. 30% may not seem like much, but it's not a small amount either. After all, we've deployed far fewer troops, and the strategy was theirs, Murong Xiaojun advised. That's true. Then let the Flying Eagles carry the message. We agreed to send 200,000 troops to meet at Yumen Pass, with Tuoba Khan as our leader, to attack Chang'an, the capital of the Tang Dynasty. You will be the Grand Marshal of Tuyuhan. Murong Fuyun issued the order. Yes, Your Majesty. After sending out the message, Murong Xiaojun began to gather his troops. He needed to send them out as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. If the time dragged on too long and heavy snow fell, there would be no way to march, let alone fight. When Murong Xiaojun led his troops to Yumen Pass, it was already early November, a time when winter had already arrived. However, when these barbarians heard that they could enter the Tang Dynasty to plunder women and money, they were so excited that they didn't feel the cold at all. After the two groups joined forces, they did not linger or attack any cities, but headed straight for Chang'an. The troops bypassed the official roads and cities, and it wasn't until they reached Pingyang County that the caravan discovered their presence. When they saw the countless barbarian troops, they didn't hesitate to charge straight at them and turn around to head towards Chang'an. The convoy arrived at the north gate of Chang'an City and quickly ordered the guarding general to close the gate. All the vehicles stopped and awaited orders. Qin Xiao quickly drove a heavy truck toward the palace. Your Majesty, countless barbarian troops have suddenly arrived in Chang'an and are about to besiege the city. Please give your instructions, Qin Xiao said breathlessly as he entered the imperial study. How is this possible? To which faction do these barbarians belong? Li Xiuning, who was reviewing memorials, stood up in surprise. Judging from their clothing, they should be the Tuyuan and Uyghur forces. We just encountered them in Xinjiang territory, and they should be arriving soon. Their forces are fewer than the Turks last time, but no less than 500,000. Qin Xiao replied impatiently. Go and bring over all the pearl grenades from the Lantian County arsenal, and have Ma Sanbao send 20,000 female soldiers to guard the city, Li Xiuning ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. After seeing Qin Xiao leave, Li Xiuning quickly put on his armor, ordered Li Junxian to gather the imperial guards, and ordered Zhang Shige to assemble the Xuanjiao army. Once everyone had assembled, Li Xiuning personally led the army toward the north gate of Chang'an. Meanwhile, war had broken out in the north, and a barrage of arrows rained down from outside the city, killing many of the defending soldiers. Fortunately, the Special Forces soldiers, now in armor, were already defending the city walls, and each of their vehicles was equipped with 10 tear gas canisters, which temporarily slowed down the attack speed of the Tuyuan and Uyghurs. When Li Xiuning arrived here and saw so many arrows, based on his years of experience on the battlefield, he had already estimated the approximate number of the enemy. This puzzled him. Why was the enemy able to silently advance into Chang'an? Chapter 185. The enemy approaches the city. Niu Jinda also rushed over. Just as he was about to pay his respects to Li Xiuning, more than 10 heavy trucks arrived from behind, and countless soldiers jumped out of the back of the trucks. These were the women soldiers that Qin Xiao had ordered the convoy to bring back from Lantian County. Ma Sanbao jumped out of the passenger seat of one of the heavy trucks and quickly ran to Li Xiuning. All the heavy trucks turned around and continued to pick up people. Your Majesty, the women's army has arrived with 700 men, carrying 20,000 pearl grenades to report to you. Please give your instructions. Distribute the grenades quickly. Everyone, go up to the city walls to defend against the enemy. How many grenades are left in the arsenal? Li Xiuning ordered impatiently. Your Majesty, all the grenades are here. We will distribute them immediately. Fortunately, all the soldiers here have replaced their armor with steel, so arrows can't penetrate most parts of their bodies except for their faces and necks. When Li Xiuning arrived at the city wall, he was surprised to see the endless cavalry. He couldn't understand why there were so many foreign cavalrymen, and why they were attacking Chang'an without any warning. After all the grenades were distributed to the soldiers, the first wave of over 1,000 grenades was thrown. Countless explosions rang out below the city, and many cavalrymen, along with their horses, were blown to pieces. In an instant, tens of thousands of alien soldiers were beheaded, and the war horses, startled, began to rampage, throwing many soldiers off their horses and causing further losses. This stunned Marshal Tuoba Tao, who was in the rear, and he had no idea what was going on. While he was still hesitating, thousands more grenades flew into the army. The sudden explosion caught the foreign soldiers off guard and threw them into chaos. Li Xiuning ordered that 2,000 grenades be left behind and the rest be thrown out. Because the number of foreign cavalrymen was too large and their numbers too dense, the grenades had their maximum effect, killing or trampling hordes of cavalrymen. Helpless, Tuoba Tao had no choice but to order the retreat, leaving countless corpses outside the city. According to the statistics here, 18,000 pearl grenades wiped out nearly 100,000 cavalrymen, which was an unprecedented victory. But Li Xiuning knew that it was because the foreign tribes were completely unaware of the power of his grenades and concentrated their forces in one place, resulting in more than 30% of the horses being trampled to death. In the next battle, such results will be impossible. Moreover, he only has 2,000 grenades at hand. Even if the arsenal works overtime all night, how many can it produce? Qin Xiao, I order you to break out of the encirclement in heavy trucks and seek support from General Qin on the grasslands. Currently, the enemy still has about 400,000 troops, which is far beyond what our small force can defend. Yes, Your Majesty. We will depart immediately and will ensure that Chief Steward Qin returns quickly to provide assistance. Cheng Chumo said respectfully. To be on the safe side, Cheng Chumo dispatched 2 heavy trucks towards the Turkic region. The foreign cavalry could only watch helplessly as they drove away. Just now, they had witnessed the power of these vehicles made entirely of steel in Pingyang. A single collision could kill dozens or even hundreds of people. Cheng Chumo pressed hard on the accelerator, speeding up the car, because in another hour it would be dark, and then it would be impossible to drive this fast. Meanwhile, in a secret room, the remaining 4 powerful families were holding a meeting. There were no servants serving tea or water, because the matter they were discussing today was far too important. It could be a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of their families. Gentlemen, we are now barely clinging to life under Li Xiuming's oppression. If we can't find a way out, we can only sit and wait for our demise, Lu Yuwang said solemnly. Clan Chief Lu is right. We really shouldn't have followed Wang Guangming in opposing Qin Xiao. We brought this upon ourselves. Now, only Cui Xinyuan is living a good life, Zheng Kaiwan sighed. Clan Chief Zheng, there's no going back in life. There's no point in talking about this now. What we need to discuss now is how to break free from our cocoons and transform ourselves so that our clan can continue to shine, Cui Bo said, frowning. Now, the combined forces of the Uyghurs and Tuyuan, numbering 500,000, are at the city gates. If we reach an agreement with them and coordinate an attack from within and without, could we possibly destroy Li Xiuming? Lu Yuang whispered. Clan Chief Lu, this is a crime of treason, which could easily lead to the extermination of 9 generations of one's family. Prince Yin, Li Yi, was recently executed along with his entire family. Are we to follow suit? Zheng Kaiwan was already in a state of shock and fear as he spoke. Then may I ask Clan Chief Zheng, do we have any other better solutions? Are we just going to let our clan slowly decline and be destroyed in our generation? Cui Bo asked rhetorically. Then let's vote on whether to ally with the Uyghurs or sit and wait for our doom, and then decide who will go to negotiate with them, Lu Yuang suggested. The decision was passed unanimously with a vote of 3-1, appointing Lu Yuang as their representative to negotiate with the Uyghurs on how to coordinate an attack from within and without to eliminate Li Xiuming. As expected of the patriarch of a powerful clan, Lu Yuang was indeed very quick-witted. When he returned to the family, he had his servants find him a beggar's outfit to wear. Taking advantage of the darkness, he crawled out through the dog hole between the south and west gates and arrived at the Uyghur military camp. He was immediately discovered by the guards and taken to Tuoba Tao. But all of this was observed by people from various martial arts sects, who followed them silently. Ever since the last attack on the Turks, Qin Xiao had told them that he would invite everyone to drink in the secluded paradise when he returned. These sects all sent disciples to Chang'an to await his return. They weren't there for the wine, but rather to build rapport with Qin Xiao and cultivate a good relationship. Who are you? Why are you in my camp so late? Tuoba Tao asked, staring at Lu Yuang. Are you the Uyghur Grand Marshal Tuoba Tao? Lu Yuang asked without any hesitation. Yes, I am Marshal Tuoba Tao. Do you know me? I've only heard of it. Actually, we've done business together. I wonder if the Grand Marshal has ever heard of the 5 clans and 7 noble families of the Central Plains. Of course I've heard of that. Could you be? That's right. I am Lu Yuang, the patriarch of the Lu family, one of the 5 surnames and 7 prominent clans. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Tao was also very surprised. Why would the patriarch of this century-old family personally disguise himself as a beggar so late at night? My apologies, my apologies. Chief Lu has come in person. I am so sorry for not greeting you properly. May I ask what brings you here? Marshal Tuoba, I, the clan chief, would like to discuss a deal with you, and it's a huge deal. Then please tell me, Chief Lu, as long as this deal is profitable, I am willing to trade with you. Marshal Tuoba, although your army is strong and your forces outnumber Li Xiuming's in Chang'an by more than 10 times, the walls of Chang'an are several feet high and you have powerful weapons. There is no way you can take it down. Then I would be grateful if Chief Lu would be so kind as to offer his guidance. I dare not offer my advice. It is a win-win cooperation. My aristocratic families in the city still have 60,000 troops, while Li Xiuming himself only has 30,000 troops. There is simply no way to deploy heavy troops at the 4 city gates. We will coordinate from the inside and outside. Instead of going to the north gate, I will send 20,000 troops to each of the 3 gates, east, south, and west. Once any one of these gates is opened, you will only need to send 100,000 cavalry to each gate. Then you can enter without hindrance. At that time, Chang'an will be yours for the taking, and Emperor Li Xiuning of the Tang Dynasty will become your prisoner. Good, this is a good plan. Clan Chief Lu, please make any request your family may have. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely grant them immediately. Marshal Tuoba, our clan has already held a meeting to discuss this matter. After it is accomplished, we want 30% of the wealth of the entire Tang Dynasty. This really won't do. This time, Tuyuan mobilized 200,000 troops, but only 30% of them were deployed. You've only mobilized such a small number of troops, and you want to be the same as them? I won't be able to explain this to the Khan when I get back. My authority is limited to 20% at most. All right, I'll stand up for the other powerful families. It'll be a pleasure doing business with them. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Chapter 186 Collusion between Insiders and Outsiders. After Lu Yuang finished discussing the matter, he returned by the same route and entered Chang'an City. He secretly evaded the bad people and arrived at the place where the secret meeting had been held during the day. Clan Chief Lu, how did the talks go? Did Tuoba Tao agree to cooperate with us? Zheng Kaiwen asked impatiently. With the clan leader in charge, it's naturally a piece of cake to capture them. Brother Lu is amazing. I admire you so much. Tell me quickly, when do we start? Chuibo said excitedly. It has been agreed that we will send 20,000 troops to the southeast, west and north gates at the hour of Cho, 1 to 3 a.m., to kill the city guards, open the city gates, and welcome Tuoba Tao into the city. He is willing to give us 20% of the spoils. All right, let's allocate our forces and then act together to wipe out Li Xiuning in one fell swoop. Good. The four clan leaders began to discuss matters such as the deployment of their respective troops. The disciple who was eavesdropping outside Tuoba Tao's tent was a disciple of the Azure Dragon sect. He knew that the situation was urgent and he could not go back to report to his master, so he could only sneak into the palace at night to meet Li Xiuning. When he entered through Xuanwu Gate, although he managed to evade the city guards, he had already been spotted by the two masters, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. My friend from the martial world. The martial world has its own rules. You have crossed the line. Why did you break into the palace at night? If you don't have a reasonable explanation tonight, I, this Taoist priest, will have no choice but to spare your life, Yuan Tiangang said, revealing himself. Master, I am Qin Xiao, the eldest disciple of the Azure Dragon sect's Grand Elder. My master is a friend of General Qin Xiao, the protector of the nation. Today, I have no intention of offending you, but I have important matters to discuss with His Majesty the Emperor. All right, we'll take you there now. I hope you're telling the truth. If you dare to try anything funny in front of us, brothers, we'll make sure you die a horrible death, given you're only a grandmaster in the early stages. Yuan Tiangang warned. When Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng led Qin Xiao to the outside of the imperial study, Li Xiuning was deep in thought, needing to find a way to break the deadlock. Your Majesty, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng are outside requesting an audience with a person. Oh, please let them in. Greetings, Your Majesty. Master Yuan, Master Li, what brings you here so late at night? This must be a disciple of some martial arts sect. Your Majesty, I am Qin Xiao, the eldest disciple of Zhang Qingsong, the Grand Elder of the Azure Dragon sect. It is truly inappropriate of me to disturb your rest so late at night. But the matter was extremely urgent, and I had no choice but to sneak into the palace to see you, even without returning to my sect. I apologize for any offense I may have caused. I have heard from General Qin that your master Zhang Qingsong is his friend. I haven't had a chance to thank you for your help on the banks of the Wei River. Your arrival here so late tonight must be for important business. Please get to the point. All right, just as it got dark today, Lu Yuang, the patriarch of the Lu family, crawled out of the city through a dog hole to meet with the Uyghur Marshal Tuoba Tao, and discussed with him the idea of coordinating from the inside and outside, with the aristocratic families sending troops to attack the southeast, west and south gates to welcome them into the city. After the deed is done, the aristocratic families will receive 20% of the Tang Dynasty's wealth. Lu Yuang has already gone to discuss and plan with the other aristocratic families. Did they say when they would make their move? Yes, tonight at the hour of Cho, 1 to 3 a.m. Master Li, your kung fu is impressive. I would like to trouble you to go to the Cui family in Qinghe and convey my imperial decree to Cui Xinyuan to dispatch 20,000 troops to guard the east gate. Then go and summon Fang Xianling and his son, Niu Jinda and his son, Du Ruhui and his son, and Changsun Wuji and his son here. Gao Zhang, go and summon Li Junxian and Zhang Shigui here to me. Li Xiuning gave the order solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. On behalf of all the people of the Tang Dynasty, I thank you and the Azure Dragon sect. I owe you a favor, Li Xiuning said sincerely. Your Majesty, there's no need for such formality. My master sent me to wait for General Qin's return in Chang'an. I just happened to run into him. Qin Xiao said modestly. Brave warrior Qin, you have saved my life and the lives of all the people of the Tang Dynasty. If it weren't for your intelligence today, we would have been doomed. Li Xiuming's back was soaked with cold sweat. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if hundreds of thousands of foreign troops were allowed into Chang'an. It would become a living hell, and he would become a sinner for all time. Not long after, several people rushed over, and Li Xiuning told them what Qin Xiao had said. Fang Yi, do you still have 65 Special Forces members and 13 heavy trucks? Yes, Your Majesty. All right, send 4 heavy trucks to each of the 3 gates, east, west, and south, to ram the cavalry of the 5 aristocratic families. Afterwards, block the gate with the heavy trucks. There are 20,000 cavalry of the Cui family of Qinghai at the east gate. Be careful not to accidentally injure them. Zhang Shigui will lead 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers to the south gate. Li Junxian will lead the imperial guards to guard the north gate, and I will lead the remaining 2,000 Xuanjia soldiers to attack the west gate. Niu Jindao will accompany me. You few will wait here for news. Your Majesty, although we are civil officials, we have fought on the battlefield before. Moreover, we have received Qin's armor and spear, and we have learned the spear technique. Let us accompany you to fight on the battlefield. Changsun Wuji pleaded. All right, then you civil officials will transform into military generals tonight and quell these aristocratic families that are harming the people. After tonight, the term 5 surnames and 7 noble families will cease to exist, Li Xiuning said with boundless pride. Your Majesty is wise. Fang Yi, it's early midnight now. Your special forces team should go and prepare. We'll move in around midnight. This time, we must wipe them out in one fell swoop. As Your Majesty commands, we will take our leave now. Your Majesty, let me accompany you. Qin Xiao said quickly, standing up as Li Xiuning did not assign him any tasks. All right, then we'll have to trouble you, Warrior Qin. Master Yuan and Master Li, would you two like to break your vows today? Your Majesty, in fact, we have already broken the rules. Some time ago, the Miao which sent 10 elders to assassinate Prince Consort Qin in the dead of night. At that time, my fellow disciples and I rushed over to help and had already started killing. Tonight, of course we will go. So you already knew my brother-in-law. No wonder the ancient coins my nephew and niece wore around their necks were so similar to the 2 that Master Yuan treasured. Your Majesty, those 2 ancient coins are a gift from me. Prince Consort Qin has given me many books and astronomical telescopes, but I have nothing else to offer, so I can only present these treasured items, Yuan Tiangang said apologetically. After all, Li Yuan had offered him 1,000 taels of gold to buy it, but he had politely refused. Now, he was giving it to his grandson, which made him feel a little unkind. Master Yuan, you don't need to explain. Everything my brother-in-law brought out was of the highest quality. Today, if he hadn't brought out the hand grenade he invented, it would have been impossible to wipe out 100,000 alien cavalry. Unfortunately, there are still too few hand grenades available. Chapter 187 The Demise of the Aristocratic Clan. Fang Yi and the others assigned tasks to each other, drove the 12 heavy trucks to the vicinity of the 3 city gates, turned off the engines and lights, and waited quietly in the trucks. Not long after, the 20,000 private soldiers of the Cui family of Qinghai, who were stationed at the east gate, also arrived. After communicating with the special forces members, they hid in a concealed place. 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers led by Zhang Shigui also arrived at the south gate. After the special forces members got out of their vehicles and communicated with them, they quickly hid themselves. Li Xiuning personally led 2,000 Xuanjia soldiers and many experts to arrive one after another. After things were arranged, they hid in their respective places. At the beginning of the hour of Chou, 1 to 3 a.m., the ground in Chang'an shook as if an earth dragon had turned over, and the sound of countless horses' hooves rang out. How dare the powerful families be so arrogant? It was because they had calculated that even if Li Xiuning and his men knew now, there was nothing they could do to reverse the situation. They could only watch helplessly as the city gates were opened. But when the 3 groups of people arrived near the 3 city gates, they were greeted by the high beams of heavy trucks, which blinded them, followed by a collision with the trucks. Wherever they went, the cavalrymen and their horses were all knocked away, while the Tang soldiers hiding in the shadows picked up crossbows and shot down the panicked aristocratic cavalrymen. The heavy truck didn't even need to turn around. It just used forward and reverse gears to ram the private soldiers, killing them until they were crying for their parents. They had no idea how to deal with the iron vehicle in front of them. Li Xiuning, standing in the shadows, was dumbfounded. He never expected that the heavy trucks were invincible. Before they even made a move, these private soldiers were already terrified. As soon as any fleeing cavalrymen were spotted, the Tang soldiers hidden in the shadows would immediately shoot them down, leaving no one to escape. After an incense stick had burned, several soldiers hiding in the shadows began to emerge and surround the remaining private soldiers who had been terrified and rendered incapable of fighting. Half an hour later, the shouts of battle at the 3 city gates stopped. The Uyghur soldiers outside the 3 city gates were waiting for the gates to be opened, and they were very puzzled as to why the gates had not been opened for so long. Following Li Xiuming's orders, each city gate was given 500 pearl grenades. When the soldiers threw the grenades down, they had no time to react. 100,000 soldiers were deployed at each city gate, crowding together and unable to hide. The grenades also detonated at their maximum destructive power. Whether inside or outside Chang'an City, the roads were stained red with blood, a scene that could be described as a river of blood. The soldiers had finished cleaning up the battlefield. At Li Xiuming's command, all his troops were divided into 4 groups and sent to the 4 powerful clans. He intended to eliminate them completely that very night. The daytime battle had already made the people of Chang'an uneasy and unable to sleep peacefully. When the cavalry of the aristocratic families arrived, the entire city of Chang'an was awakened. As soon as the war ended, the people came out of their homes and onto the streets to see what had happened. The streetlights, which had been turned off, were all turned on after Li Xiuning gave the order. After all the powerful clans had been escorted to the square, Li Xiuning stood up, holding a megaphone. "My beloved subjects, you must have been terrified by the foreign invasion during the day. It must have been the sound of horses' hooves and shouts of battle that woke you up. What exactly happened? I will tell you now. These 4 powerful families colluded with the foreign tribes outside the city, intending to open the 3 city gates, east, south, and west, to let the foreign tribes into Chang'an to slaughter us. Fortunately, this hero named Qin Xiao braved difficulties to enter the palace and inform me. I personally led the soldiers of the Tang Dynasty to annihilate the 60,000 cavalry of the aristocratic family, thus preventing a tragedy from occurring. Now, I have brought these culprits who wanted to kill us here. Please tell me, what should be done with these traitors?" Li Xiuming's powerful words echoed throughout Chang'an. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" All the people of Chang'an shouted in unison, their voices resounding through the sky, startling the foreign tribes outside the city, who were curious about what had happened in Chang'an. "Very well. I will obey the will of the people and follow your wishes. These traitors will be executed along with their entire families. From now on, all traitors will be killed without mercy," Li Xiuning said decisively. "Long live the emperor. The emperor is mighty." The executioner raised his blade and felled, killing each member of the noble families one by one, sparing no one, not even children or the elderly. If it were Li Xiuning who hadn't met Qin Xiao, he would definitely have only executed the culprits and spared their families' lives. But Qin Xiao had told him to let the old man and the child go, so that the old man would plant a seed of revenge in the child, and when the child grew up, he would come back to take revenge on him, and even threaten the lives of those around him. What can you do when you lose your closest loved ones because of your kindness, and regret makes it all too late? That's the most foolish thing to do in the world. Li Xiuming's actions did not provoke resentment from the people. On the contrary, they made him even more respected in their eyes. The people had forgotten about the enemies outside and were as happy as if it were New Year's Day. Cheers and shouts rose and fell. When Li Xiuning saw the smiles of the people, his worries were also thrown to the winds. Outside the city, in the Uyghur camp, Tuoba Tao was furious and berated his subordinates. He even treated Murong Xiaojun of Tuyuan like a grandson. He was one of the most prominent figures in Tuyuan, and he had never been insulted like this before. He was furious, but he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Can anyone tell me what exactly happened in Chang'an? Where is Lu Yuang of the Lu family? What are the other families doing? Didn't they promise to open the city gates for us? Were they all lying? Grand Marshal Tuoba, I just heard countless shouts of killing outside the East Gate. In my humble opinion, their operation was exposed, and they were killed by Li Xiuning, Murong Xiaojun explained. How is that possible? Didn't Lu Yuang say that the Tang Dynasty has less than 30,000 troops in Chang'an, while their aristocratic family has 60,000 troops, twice as many as the Tang Dynasty? So what if Li Xiuning finds out? We can still defeat him in a head-on attack, especially since it's being done without Li Xiuming's knowledge, Tuoba Tao said, puzzled. However, Grand Marshal Tuoba, Li Xiuning has a black ball that makes a sound like thunder, And this black ball is extremely powerful, Morong Xiaojun explained. General Morong is right. The destructive power of this black sphere is astonishing. How many warriors did we lose just now? Reporting to Grand Marshal Tuoba, due to our army's lack of preparedness, we have lost more than 30,000 warriors. You bastards, after breakfast tomorrow morning, attack the city from 4 gates. We must take Chang'an before the snow starts to fall. Chapter 188 Practicing Skiing. When Qin Xiao's 2 heavy trucks arrived in Liangzhou City, it began to snow heavily. This worried him greatly, because once the snow blocked the roads, there would be no way to ride a horse or drive a car. He could only speed up and get to the Turkic Khaganate as quickly as possible. After entering the grassland, it was already covered in snow. Fortunately, he had driven this road countless times and was very familiar with it. Before Qin Xiao even arrived at the protectorate city, he started shouting into the walkie-talkie, calling Master, please respond if you receive this. Received, please speak. Master, something terrible has happened. Chang'an City is under attack by a combined force of the Uyghurs and Tuyuan, with a strength of 500,000. Please find a way to provide support immediately. What? These 2 alien races are incredibly audacious. I haven't even attacked them yet, and they've already taken advantage of Chang'an's vulnerability to launch a sneak attack. How much longer until you arrive? Master, I'll be there in about an incense stick's time, but the snow is getting heavier and heavier, making it impossible to ride a horse. What should we do? Qin Xiao advised, come back first. Don't worry about this. Your master will find a way to solve it. Yes, master. Husband, what should we do? The snow is already above our knees. How can we get to Chang'an to help? Li Xiuning asked worriedly. I have a way to do this. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. Qin Xiao patted Li Xiuning on the shoulder to comfort her. Qin Xiao went to a secluded spot at the back, purchased 10 sleds and hundreds of compasses from the system, and then approached Li Xiuning. Xiuning, this is called a sled. You slip your feet on it, and you can glide on the snow. Let me demonstrate for you first, Qin Xiao explained. Okay, then you can demonstrate it for me. Qin Xiao put on a sled and went into the snow. He explained as he sled, and at first he was relatively slow, but later he became more and more skilled and his speed increased, even surpassing that of a warhorse. Meanwhile, Li Jing and the others stood by watching, their mouths agape in astonishment, completely oblivious to the cold. In fact, each of them had a walkie-talkie and overheard Qin Xiao and Qin Xiao's conversation, so they came over specifically to discuss with him how to carry out the rescue. Xiuning, how is it? Have you learned it? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Li Xiuning said worriedly, I've basically mastered the key points of the movements, but I don't know if I can actually do it. Qin Xiao encouraged him. This is actually very simple. The most important thing is to master even force and body balance. With your skill level, you'll definitely get it in no time. Chief Steward Qin, may we give it a try too? Of course you can, but be careful and keep your direction in mind. The grasslands here are relatively flat and slippery. The problem is, you'll need to be able to see the terrain clearly once you get back to the central plains, Qin Xiao explained. All the military officers began learning to ski. For these highly skilled warriors, learning this was not difficult, and they had basically mastered it in less than half an hour. At this moment, Qin Xiao also arrived. When they saw many people using 2 sticks to propel 2 boards under their feet and sliding rapidly across the snow, they were all stunned. Deputy Commander Li, I have 100,000 of these sleds and 10,000 compasses stored in that warehouse. Make sure the soldiers learn the basic operation before dark today, and distribute 1 compass to each group of 10 men. We must use this sled to set off tomorrow to Chang'an to rescue His Majesty and the people. Wang Yuan's army must remain on high alert at all times to prevent enemy attacks. Yes, Chief Steward. Chuamo, have the Special Forces team members each get a copy as well. With your physical abilities, it should be easier for you to get started. Tomorrow, we'll head to Chang'an City for the rescue, while the main army will be led by Deputy Chief Commander Li. Yes, Master. Xiuning, you and the child stay here for now. Once I've settled things in Chang'an, I'll come and take you home, Qin Xiao advised. All right then. You also need to be careful and take extra precautions, Li Xiuning said worriedly. Don't worry. Your husband is very skilled in martial arts. He will definitely be fine. You stay here and take good care of yourself and the children. Yes, you can rest assured about that. Meanwhile, on the grasslands, within a radius of 50 miles around the Salt Lake, people could be seen everywhere. These were all Tang Dynasty soldiers practicing skiing. As arranged by Qin Xiao, everyone was divided into groups of 10. Those who had learned the skills taught those who hadn't, so that everyone could quickly master the techniques and set off smoothly tomorrow. Aside from mealtimes, everyone was studying diligently. Many people not only learned quickly, but also became skilled at figure skating, which made many others very envious. The Special Forces soldiers were indeed impressive. They learned everything in just 1 hour. In fact, they all acted as instructors, guiding those who didn't know how. At this time, Chang'an had already undergone 5 rounds of siege warfare, with more than 5,000 casualties on the Tang side. The private army of the Chui family of Qinghe also participated in the defense of the city. The Uyghurs in Tuohan were also exhausted from the fighting, having lost nearly half of their forces. In such harsh weather, being wounded meant certain death. Fortunately, the Tang Dynasty heeded Qin Xiao's advice. With the presence of military doctors, a medical school, and Sun Simiao, they could be saved as long as the patients didn't die on the spot. Jinda, how many pearl grenades do we have left? Li Xiuning asked, frowning. The arsenal is producing day and night, but it still can't keep up with our consumption. Currently, there are only 200 left. Now, the heavy snow has blocked the roads, and Chief Steward Qin and the others cannot come back to provide reinforcements. Although we have wiped out half of the enemy, they still have more than 200,000 troops. I really don't know how to continue to hold out. Your Majesty, please rest assured. You know the abilities of Chief Steward Qin. He is all-powerful and capable of anything. He should be here to rescue us soon. Actually, what I'm most worried about isn't that. What I'm worried about is Lantian County. After all, my brother-in-law's businesses are all there, and the Emperor Emeritus also lives there. This is indeed a serious problem. If they really dare to attack Lantian County, then order 13 heavy trucks to go and provide support. All right, give the order to keep a close watch on the movements of the alien army. Once they are spotted heading towards Lantian County, immediately order the heavy trucks to attack. Yes, Your Majesty. After bidding farewell to Li Xiuning, Neo Jinda hurriedly arrived at the north gate of Chang'an, which was their main battlefield and also the place with the highest number of deaths. He immediately relayed Li Xiuming's orders to the Special Forces members driving the heavy truck, because the Special Forces only obeyed Qin Xiao and Li Xiuming's orders, and he had no authority to issue any orders. Chapter 189 The Battle of Lantian County. Reporting to the Grand Marshal, we have investigated and confirmed that Lantian County is the fiefdom of Qin Xiao and Princess Li Xiuning of Pingyang. There are countless factories there, all producing goods. The goods shipped to the Turks were all produced in Lantian County. And there's more good news. Emperor Emeritus Li Yuan of the Tang Dynasty is also staying at Qin Xiao's house, the Uyghur general said excitedly. Ha ha ha, that's great. This news is just in time. You must be rewarded handsomely. You'll be promoted 3 ranks and given the command to lead an army of 50,000 to destroy Lantian County and capture Li Yuan alive. As long as we have this retired Emperor Taizong of Tang in our hands, would Li Xiuning dare to disregard his father's safety? Absolutely not. The Han people value filial piety above all virtues. Oh, by the way, how many troops are stationed in Lantian County? Reporting to the Grand Marshal, apart from the factory that manufactures explosive iron balls, which is guarded by 2,000 soldiers, there are no soldiers in other places. Originally, there were 20,000 of Li Xiuning's female soldiers, but they were all mobilized to defend Chang'an. Now, only ordinary civilians remain. Oh, that incredibly powerful iron ball was actually produced in Lantian County. That's fantastic. If we take over the area, all the weapons produced there will be ours. With such powerful weapons, we can dominate the world. Muter, you have made the greatest contribution this time. If you complete this mission, I will reward you with 100,000 cattle, 200,000 sheep, and 100 beautiful women. Thank you for your generous reward, Grand Marshal. I will immediately lead my troops to occupy Lantian County, Muter said excitedly. For a minor official like Muter, who had no background or power, he had previously led at most 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers. Now, he was promoted 3 ranks and could command 50,000 soldiers. This was something he had always dreamed of. Unexpectedly, he found out some information and his lifelong dream came true. Holding the military tally, he excitedly rushed out of the command tent to mobilize his troops. Snow was falling around Chang'an, but the snow could not dampen Muter's burning heart. He felt as if countless cattle and sheep were beckoning to him. He led his 50,000-strong army toward Lantian County. The heavy snow had already buried the horses' legs, making it impossible for them to run or even walk. Your Majesty, the Uyghurs have dispatched 50,000 troops to Lantian County. Please give your instructions. Neo Jindao ran into the temporary command post at the north gate, panting. What's the point of giving instructions then? Quickly send the special forces to stop them in heavy trucks. If the Emperor Emeritus is captured and Lantian County is occupied, all our efforts will have been in vain. Li Xiuning cursed anxiously. But Your Majesty, the snow is already too thick. Heavy trucks can't drive through at all unless we send people to shovel the snow, Niu Jinda said helplessly. Nonsense. Do you think those barbarians would let you shovel snow? No way. Everyone, think of a solution quickly, or it will be our annihilation. Li Xiuning said impatiently. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. The top sects in the martial arts world are all friends of General Qin. How could they possibly allow his fiefdom to be occupied? To be honest, my master and the entire sect, including the sect leader, are now stationed in Lantian County. Other sects are also there. There should be over 10,000 people, Qin Xiao said confidently. That's wonderful. With these 10,000 martial arts masters, the 50,000 Uyghur troops are sure to be wiped out. Please thank them for me, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Your Majesty, rest assured. Good news will arrive soon. We just need to wait here, Qin Xiao said confidently. Li Xiuning was still somewhat uneasy. Minister Yuan, Minister Li, you two are highly skilled in martial arts. I would like to trouble you to go to Lantian County to protect the Emperor Emeritus and the people. Yes, Your Majesty, we will go immediately. When Muter led his 50,000-strong army to Lantian County, they were greeted not by the common people, but by martial arts masters wielding long swords who could walk on snow without leaving a trace and fly through the sky. Before they could even react, more than 10,000 soldiers lay dead in pools of blood, turning the white snow crimson. The panicked soldiers tried to turn their horses around and flee, but the horses' legs were stuck in the snow and they could not move quickly. They became helpless lambs, waiting to be slaughtered by these martial arts masters. Shouts of battle mingled with pleas for mercy, and occasionally the clash of weapons. One by one, Uyghur soldiers fell into the snow, their blood staining the entire area red, and some of the snow even began to melt. Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng were also among them. They had arrived long before the 50,000-strong army, greeted the sect leaders, and expressed Li Xiuming's gratitude to them. Muter never imagined that he, as a general, would die here in less than 2 hours, making him possibly the shortest-lived general in Uyghur history. Thank you, sect leaders and elders. I will certainly inform His Majesty the Emperor and General Qin about this matter. We still need your protection here. I will go and see the Emperor Emeritus now, Yuan Tiangang said, bowing. Master Yuan, you're too kind. Please do as you please. This is what we should do. We would never allow barbarians to run rampant on our Chinese land. Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng bid farewell to everyone and arrived at Qin Xiao's villa. Unexpectedly, Li Yuan was happily playing chess with Sun Simiao, completely unconcerned about the foreign invaders approaching the city. Your humble servant pays respects to the retired emperor. All right, there are no outsiders here, so let's not stand on ceremony. Is there anything I can do for you? Li Yuan said without looking up. Yuan Tiangang explained. Your Majesty, just now the Uyghur Grand Marshal Tuoba Tao sent 50,000 troops to attack Lantian County. Your Majesty specially sent my brother and me to protect you. So what's the situation now? The 50,000-strong army has been wiped out by the martial arts sects and my 2 brothers. We are now cleaning up the battlefield. That's good. My son-in-law is very popular. In this time of crisis, all his friends came to help. Li Yuan said with a smile. Of course, your son-in-law wiped out 2 top-tier martial arts sects that tried to assassinate him. They know how powerful he is, so of course they want to get on his good side, Sun Simiao said with a smile. Li Yuan said proudly. So that's how it is. But in the end, it's still my son-in-law who's amazing. He's far away on the grasslands, thousands of miles away, and he still has so many heroes and warriors helping him guard his home. Sun Simiao replied. Of course, otherwise, how could we have wiped out the Turkic army of more than 700,000, captured the Khan of the western regions alive, and brought 1 million Qin people to join the Tang Dynasty? Chapter 190, Building the Ladder. The next morning, Qin Xiao bid farewell to Li Xiuning and her 2 children, and led his special forces team to set off. After a day of training, they had mastered all the skills. Each person carried a backpack containing food, pearl grenades, a rifle, and a crossbow. Everyone was wearing armor and helmets, with bulletproof glass in the front of the helmets. They were moving very fast, definitely at 80 miles per hour if measured by car speed, but they didn't feel cold. Meanwhile, Tuoba Tao, far away in Chang'an, also received the news that the 50,000-strong army he had sent out had been completely wiped out. He couldn't imagine why these warriors, who were as fierce as wolves on the grasslands, had turned into lambs when they came to the central plains. In less than 2 hours, the 50,000-strong army was gone. Now, only 200,000 troops remained. He didn't know whether to retreat or continue the siege. Grand Marshal Tuoba, we have now lost more than half of our troops. Should we continue the siege or retreat to the grasslands to reconsider? Murong Xiaojun said helplessly. Originally, Murong Xiaojun thought that with 500,000 troops, dealing with less than 30,000 troops in Chang'an would be an easy task. But he never expected that Li Xiuning possessed such a powerful weapon. Now, Tiohan only had 60,000 troops left, and Murong Xiaojun had no idea how to explain this to the king. In fact, this was also due to the poor intelligence of the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. They knew nothing about the details of the battle between the Tang Dynasty and the Turks, such as the pearl grenades, and even less about the help from martial arts sects. General Murong, I am at a loss as to what to do. Can you tell me what to do? Grand Marshal Tuoba, the roads are now blocked by heavy snow, so even if we wanted to retreat to the grasslands, it would be impossible. Moreover, Li Xiuning possesses such powerful weapons that we have no way to capture Chang'an City. Actually, we were wrong from the start. Our cavalry excels at charging across plains, but they know nothing about siege warfare. Chang'an City walls are over 3 zhang high. We couldn't possibly breach them with just a few ladders. Then tell me, how do we capture Chang'an? Grand Marshal Tuoba, what is the most convenient and effortless way to reach a high place? Of course, we'd use a ladder. Yes, our only option now is to build ladders. Since we have the bodies of 200,000 of our warriors here, let's use those bodies to build ladders. You mean using the corpses of our grassland warriors to build ladders? But they gave their lives to fight for us, and now we're ruining their bodies. The eternal heaven will blame us. No, if we don't defeat Li Xiuning, we will also become corpses on the ground. Qin Xiao may have sent a large army to wait for us at Yumen Pass. Only by capturing their emperor can we save our lives. All right then, tell me what to do. Build several human ladders, then build sentry posts, and pile the corpses against the city wall, building them in a stepped fashion from high to low, in the weakest point of his defense. Okay, then we'll do it your way. You'll be in charge of all the troop deployment. Your Majesty, the barbarian army of 50,000 has been completely wiped out by the martial arts sections. Senior Brother Yuan is at General Qin's house with the Emperor Emeritus and specifically ordered me to return to report that everything is safe and sound to you. Li Chunfeng explained. Oh, just as Chun Zhuangshi said, these heroes have been waiting in Lantian County for the barbarians to fall into their trap. We are truly grateful to them, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The Uyghur and Tuyuan armies are piling up corpses. Niu Jindao rushed in and said. Li Xiuning said casually. What's so surprising about collecting corpses? They probably just don't want their compatriots to be left to rot in the wilderness out of humanitarian concern. Your Majesty, they didn't just pile up the corpses haphazardly. They piled them all horizontally and even made them into a staircase pattern, Niu Jindao quickly explained. Li Xiuning said indignantly. Let's go up to the city wall and see what tricks they're up to. When Li Xiuning led everyone to climb the city wall, they saw many allied troops from foreign tribes carrying corpses to build a structure. Oh no, they want to use these corpses to build steps into the city. General Niu, immediately order everyone to pour flammable oil on these corpses and then set them on fire with rockets. My Lord Chun, I would like to trouble you to go to the Lantian County oil refinery and bring back as much gasoline as possible. I am afraid that we will not have enough gasoline for our firefighting operations. Li Xiuning said after calming down from his panic. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. The Tang soldiers immediately carried out the order, pouring hot oil onto the corpses leaning against the walls of Chang'an and quickly setting them ablaze. This startled the foreign allied soldiers who were piling up the corpses, and they quickly threw the bodies away and fled back. Murong Xiaojun, however, was unwilling to give up so easily. He continued to order his soldiers to move and pile up the corpses, believing that his forces were larger and would be faster than Li Xiuming's. Murong Xiaojun roared, "Keep building for me. Their fire oil is limited and will definitely run out soon. Whoever builds the steps that can enter Chang'an will be promoted 2 ranks and rewarded with 10,000 head of cattle and sheep. Archers and crossbowmen, shoot down those soldiers carrying corpses. Use grenades as needed. Don't let them get close to the city walls," Li Xiuning ordered, picking up a megaphone. Yes, sir. Li Xiuning never imagined that the barbarians would be so inhumane. In his mind, whether they were his own people or his enemies, once someone died, he would treat the dead with utmost respect and would never desecrate their corpses. However, Since it had already happened, he could only try to stop them from building the ladder as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they managed to climb in, his small force would be no match for them. Li Xiunin's status in the hearts of the people of Chang'an has now risen infinitely, and they are very excited to see that he has been personally directing operations these past few days. They spontaneously organized themselves to deliver food and drink to the soldiers, and many people even cleared the snow from the streets. Instead of being worried about the enemy's approach to the city, everyone's face was full of joyful smiles. Empress Zhangsun also brought the children over several times. Seeing her once energetic husband now looking tired and exhausted, she felt very sorry for him, but she dared not show it and could only keep encouraging him. Just as the Tang soldiers ran out of fire oil and watched helplessly as the enemy outside the city continued to build ladders, they were even on the verge of despair. Li Chunfeng led over 100 martial arts heroes into the city, each carrying 2 large iron buckets, which were then handed over to them. After the soldiers composed themselves, they excitedly took the gasoline from the men and began to pour it on the corpses. At a command, rockets were fired at the bodies, instantly igniting a raging fire. This gasoline burns even more fiercely than flammable oil, and the air is filled with the aroma of meat, an aroma that has a nauseating quality. Chapter 191 arriving just in time. After the soldiers retreated, they could only rest for 2 days. Seeing that Li Xiuning had broken this plan, Tuoba Tao came up with another idea: to organize all the troops to clear the snow and clean up the snow on the road from Chang'an to Lantian County. He knew that with his current forces, there was no way he could capture Chang'an, because Li Xiuming's firearms and oil were too powerful. He can only try to attack Lantian County. At present, he does not know how many troops are stationed in Lantian County that can destroy his 50,000 troops. But he didn't believe that his remaining 200,000 troops couldn't capture a small county like Lantian. When they were about to reach Lantian, they were met with a fierce attack. Although 1,000 men were killed, it was nothing compared to the 200,000 troops. Instantly, the battle descended into chaos. Li Xiuning quickly dispatched all his heavy trucks to provide support, but these heavy trucks were not invincible and could not get through the mountains of corpses. After more than half an hour of fighting, the alien coalition suffered more than 80,000 casualties, while the disciples of the martial arts sects also lost more than half of their number. The remaining disciples were also badly wounded. Apart from the true masters who were unharmed, they were exhausted. Both sides were already bloodthirsty and had no intention of stopping. Just during this final, desperate battle, Qin Xiao descended from the sky like a god of war. With spears sweeping across the battlefield and palm strikes annihilating entire groups, the alien coalition was stunned. Special Forces soldiers quickly seized warhorses and charged into the enemy ranks. Caught off guard, the allied forces of the alien races fell into chaos. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Tuoba Tao quickly sounded the retreat and immediately headed north. Qin Xiao's forces also quickly gave chase, and those who lagged behind were all killed. Ahead, a coalition of over 100,000 alien troops on horseback were fleeing, while behind them, a group of people were chasing on foot, some flying, and a small number gliding. Every now and then, someone would fall from their horse and die. After receiving the news, Li Xiuning personally led a large army in pursuit. After chasing for half an hour, the two forces separated, with only a small number of flying and gliding vehicles following closely behind. Tuoba Tao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he could escape, when countless moving black dots appeared in front of him. By the time he could see them clearly, it was too late. Li Jing's 80,000-strong army quickly charged into the enemy ranks. In the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the allied forces of the Uyghurs and Tian were completely wiped out. These people had caused great suffering to Li Xiuning and the people of Chang'an. He had no intention of keeping prisoners, except for Tuoba Tao and Murong Xiaojun. Thank you all for your great help. To show my sincerity, I will compensate each sect with 100,000 strings of cash as condolence money for the families of our fallen brothers. In Liangzhou City, I will also give each sect 10 shops, Qin Xiao said, bowing. General Qin is very generous. We are very grateful. Come on, I'll treat you all to drinks at the paradise beyond the world. In the future, if you need anything from me, just let me know. The sect leaders and elders, who were initially in low spirits due to the loss of so many disciples, instantly lost their sense of loss upon hearing about the compensation offered by Qin Xiao. A group of people excitedly headed towards Chang'an. Only then did Qin Xiao have time to speak with Li Xiuning. In fact, Li Xiuning was very grateful to these people from various sects, but they did not have much respect for him as the emperor. Li Xiuning recounted the events of the past few days to Qin Xiao in detail, which terrified Qin Xiao, who had never imagined that these barbarians would possess such cunning schemes. Your Majesty, this was my mistake, which almost led to a disaster. Why don't you demote me as punishment? Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Brother-in-law, that's not very meaningful. If it weren't for your invention of the pearl grenade, the gasoline, and your friends in the martial arts world, I would never have been able to withstand the attack of 500,000 troops. All right then, this will definitely not happen again next time. Actually, what's most important for us now is the implementation of compulsory military service and the establishment of military schools. Brother-in-law, you're right, but our population problem is still the biggest problem. If all the men join the army, then the birth rate will drop again. Oh, by the way, the Uyghurs and Tuyuan have lost 500,000 troops. They can only defend themselves now. Should we send troops to wipe them out next spring? I'll ask these two people first. They should be the generals of the Uyghurs and Tuyuan. All right, then you can conduct the interrogation. Qin Xiao tapped Tuoba Tao's body a few times. Tell me your name, current position, and all your plans for the future. What have you done to me? Why am I in so much pain? Please, just kill me. Tuoba Tao cried out in anguish. I only pressed a few acupoints on you, but I increased your pain by dozens of times. If I poke you with my finger, it will feel more painful than being stabbed. Qin Xiao chuckled and flicked Tuoba Tao's forehead. Tuoba Tao pleaded in agony. I'll tell you everything. Just please give me a quick death. Okay, as long as it satisfies me, I'll grant your request. My name is Tuoba Tao. I am the marshal of this allied forces and the first general under the Uyghur Khan Tuoba Si. We have joined forces with Tuyuan. The Uyghurs have 300,000 troops and the Tuyuans have 200,000 troops to attack Chang'an City. Once your Turkic army returns to reinforce, we will send out the remaining 300,000 troops to attack the Salt Lake. Impressive. You've even learned Sun Tzu's Art of War, which is a great treatise for us Han Chinese. It's a pity that your two countries have only scratched the surface. Warfare requires the right timing, the right place, and the right people. In this snowy weather, you lack both the opportune moment and the advantageous terrain. How could a mighty city like Chang'an be conquered by barbarians like you who only know how to ride horses and shoot arrows? And what about the manpower? You have even less chance of taking it. The walls of Salt Lake and the Protectorate City are already complete, and there are 300,000 combat-ready soldiers inside. Even if you had all 300,000 troops to attack, you couldn't possibly take them. Ugh, please, just give me a quick death. Ha ha. No wonder the Turks sent more than 700,000 troops and were easily wiped out by you. Why is it that our steppe forces have so many more troops than the Central Plains, yet we have never occupied the Central Plains? It turns out that the Central Plains are full of talented people, and that fighting is not just about brute force. I have truly learned something today. I beg General Qin to grant me death, and I hope to be reborn as a Chinese in my next life. Morong Xiaojun suddenly realized something. All right, I will grant your wish. In your next life, I hope you will learn more and not be barbarians again. Chapter 192 Sect Submission. Qin Xiao led Li Xiuning and all the main generals to the secluded paradise, where important figures from various martial arts sects were already waiting at the entrance. As for the other disciples, they had already been sent to eat elsewhere. They all knew that Qin Xiao could not possibly invite more than 5,000 people to dinner, not to mention that many generals from the Tang Dynasty court would also be coming, making it impossible to accommodate them all. Sect leaders and elders, please come in. Qin Xiao said politely. General Qin, please. Okay, let's go in together. The group went to a private room on the third floor, sat down and started chatting, creating a very lively atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a suggestion to make here, and I hope you will not take offense. General Qin, please enlighten me. You take on assassination missions simply to make money, while I, Qin, have plenty of ways to make money for you. So, I hope you will stop doing this kind of assassination business in the future. What if you take on jobs that involve killing my family or friends? Tell me, should I seek revenge? Qin Xiao advised. The entire third floor fell silent. The only sound was everyone's breathing as they digested what Qin Xiao had just said. General Qin, if our Azure Dragon sect were to join your ranks, what benefits would you bring us? Ren Fei asked expressionlessly. I can help you earn at least 500,000 strings of cash every year and raise your skill level by 1 level within 5 years, while you can continue to cultivate in your sect. Just send 2,000 disciples over each year to help. Major events are a different story, but absolute obedience is essential. If I discover you're indiscriminately killing innocent people again, don't blame me. Qin Xiao, for being ruthless. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Our Azure Dragon sect is willing to acknowledge you as our esteemed leader. Ren Fei bowed respectfully. The Vermilion Bird sect is willing to acknowledge you as its leader and follow your lead without question. The Azure Dragon sect is the same. The Seven Killings sect too. All right, from now on we're brothers. Come, everyone, greet His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty. Greetings, Your Majesty. You may rise. No need for formalities. What was supposed to be a banquet turned into a surrender ceremony, something Qin Xiao hadn't expected. Li Xiuning was also very excited. With the help of these powerful forces, expanding territory would be much easier. Brother-in-law, my sister, and the two little ones are still on the grassland. What are your plans? Li Xiuning asked impatiently. Of course I'll go and stay with them. We'll make plans after the snow melts. What are your plans for the Tuyuan and the Uyghurs? Alas, even if we conquer it now, we won't have enough manpower to govern it, and I don't know how to arrange things, Li Xiuning said helplessly. Then you decide for yourself. If these two forces dare to continue attacking the Salt Lake after the snow melts, they will definitely be wiped out by Wang Yuan. At that time, their country will be empty and they will have no soldiers to defend it. Even if you don't seize it, other powers will annex it. Therefore, I suggest you have a serious discussion with your ministers. Brother-in-law is right. I will bring this up at the morning court session so that everyone can discuss and come up with a solution that satisfies both sides. Okay, you can handle it yourself. Tomorrow, I'll head to the Salt Lake to meet up with Xiuning and the others. If there's anything you need to say, tell me now. The major issues have all been resolved, and there's nothing else to do. Besides, the heavy snow has blocked the roads, so there are many things we can't do even if we want to. Oh, by the way, the roads were blocked by heavy snow. How did you get here? I just saw the soldiers sliding on two long planks. Did you use those to get back? That's right. The snow on the grassland is even heavier than here. You can't drive a car or ride a horse. You can only get across by sliding on this thing called a sled. It's a miracle that this sled could get here in such a short time. I need to learn how to use it. You can ask Li Jing and Cheng Yaojing to teach you this. As long as you master the balance, you can learn it quickly. Okay, then I'll study hard tomorrow. Li Xiuning never put on airs in front of Qin Xiao, naturally referring to himself as I instead of Zhen, the imperial I. His trust in Qin Xiao was irreplaceable. Commander He, I will be leaving Chang'an City for the Salt Lake base tomorrow. You can stay here and spend the new year with your families. As for the matter of expanding the Special Operations Battalion, you can consult His Majesty. Make him agree to select recruits from the entire army, expanding to 5,000 men initially. We need quantity, but even more importantly, we need quality. Every Special Operations soldier must have the same capabilities as your current ones. Yes, General. He Panrin stood up and saluted. Okay, I'll toast everyone. Thank you, General. The grand banquet ended after everyone had drunk their fill. After everyone dispersed, Qin Xiao led the Special Operations Battalion back to Lantian County. My dear son-in-law, you're finally back, Li Yuan said with a smile. Greetings, General Qin. Yuan Tiangang stood up and bowed. Greetings, father-in-law. All right, we're all family. No need to stand on ceremony. Yes, Lao Yuan, there are no outsiders here, so don't be so polite. Li Yuan said with a smile. My dear son-in-law, your friends in the martial arts world have done a great job this time. If it weren't for them protecting Lantian County, all your businesses and I would have been finished. They really helped a lot. Now they acknowledge me as their leader and consider me one of their own. I've also given them money to compensate them. They will never take on assassination missions again. You did the right thing. What if someone paid them to assassinate important officials of the court? Wouldn't that be a great loss to the court? You came back just in time. By now, the enemy should have been wiped out. They were all wiped out. Xiuning had been bullied badly these past few days, so to vent his anger, not a single prisoner was taken. The annihilation of 500,000 troops has crippled both the Uyghur and Tuyuan powers. So these are the two forces. It seems they are not far from their demise. Actually, it would be easy to wipe them out. As soon as the snow melts next spring, we can wipe them all out and bring them into the territory of the Tang Dynasty. The problem is that we lack the management personnel to govern them there. This is indeed a major problem. However, if you incorporate the first emperor's 300,000 personal guards into the Tang Dynasty, there will still be so many people, which will alleviate the population problem of the Tang Dynasty. In fact, the most pressing problem for the Tang Dynasty right now is that it has too few people. With such a vast territory, many areas have become uninhabited, and much fertile land remains uncultivated. Father-in-law, rest assured, As long as these high-yield crop seeds are distributed to the people, and everyone has solved their food and clothing problems, and their granaries are full, who wouldn't want their family to prosper? Have you noticed that the number of babies born in Lantian County has increased significantly in recent years? This is the most obvious indication. Chapter 193, Returning to the Grasslands. Father-in-law, I won't be able to spend the spring festival with you this year. I'm going to the grasslands tomorrow to be with Xiuning and the children, and I won't be back until the snow melts, Qin Xiao explained. Li Yuan chuckled and said, Go. It's cold and desolate over there. You should go and keep the mother and her 2 children company. This old man has someone to keep me company, so you don't need to worry. Then when you have time, you can practice Tai Chi and play chess with your godfather. Okay, look, Jiansheng has come to keep me company, Li Yuan said with a smile. Greetings, Father Emperor. Li Jiansheng entered through the main gate and bowed. Brother-in-law, you've arrived. Qin Xiao, we are so grateful that you came back in time. Otherwise, Chang'an would have been in serious trouble, Li Jiansheng said excitedly. We're family. There's no need to be so polite. This is just what I should do, Qin Xiao explained. Qin Xiao is right. We're all family, so let's not be like strangers. We should all help each other out, Li Yuan said with a smile. Father is right. I was overthinking it. All right, let Qin Xiao go and rest first. He has to rush to the grasslands early tomorrow morning to accompany Xiuning and the others. Li Jiansheng advised. Qin Xiao, you should get some rest. Be careful when you're out and about. Especially take good care of the 2 children. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. You guys should get some rest too. The next morning, Qin Xiao set off after breakfast. Being alone, he had no worries and reached a speed of over 100 miles per hour. The cold air did not cause him any harm at all. He returned to the Salt Lake base in 3 days. Li Xiuning and her 2 children were overjoyed to see him and ran out of the house to greet him. Li Xiuning said excitedly, Husband, you're back so quickly. I thought you wouldn't be back for several days. Tell me quickly, how is Chang'an City now? Daddy, hug me. Daddy, I want a hug too. Okay, you 2 hug each other. Let's go inside and talk. Qin Xiao carried Niu in his left arm and Xiao Jie in his right arm as he entered the house. The house was warm and comfortable, which was also a standard feature of the system. Chang'an was attacked by a coalition of 500,000 Uyghur and Tuyuan troops. Fortunately, we had pearl grenades and gasoline at home, as well as help from martial arts sections. The situation was resolved without major incident, and all the enemy troops have been eliminated. Originally, they planned to launch a feint attack on Chang'an, then force us to return to defend it before sending troops to attack Salt Lake. But they didn't expect the heavy snow to block the roads, and they had no idea that we had so many troops guarding the Salt Lake, Qin Xiao explained. Li Xiuning sighed. It seems that intelligence is still very important. Their numb attacks are really going to lead to their utter ruin. Do you think they will continue to attack us? It's hard to say. The roads are blocked by heavy snow. Tuyuan and Uyghur have no idea about the situation in Chang'an. If they find out, they might very well take the initiative to seek peace with Ximen and become a vassal state of the Tang Dynasty. That's certainly possible. Another possibility is that they couldn't wait to attack us before they even received news from Chang'an, because the allure of the Salt Lake is too great. If they want to dig their own graves, then we'll grant them that wish. Anyway, let Ximen worry about the territory we've conquered. We can go home and live our lives. You are good in every way, except that you are a bit cynical. Look, Ximen has already appointed you as the Prince of Zhenbei. Why don't you help him share the burden? Now, the territory of the Tang Dynasty is getting bigger and bigger, and he is getting busier and busier. I have helped him. For example, I helped him build schools and cultivate talents. If, in a few years, these students have completed their studies, they will all be pillars of the Tang Dynasty. The problem is that it will take several more years. Right now, Ximen is so lacking in management talent. If we conquer Tian and Uyghur, I think he will send out his trusted confidants. Therefore, anything needs time to mature and become stronger. This is what we call foundation. The Tang Dynasty was established too recently, and now, everything is in ruins and we lack everything. That's true. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only take it slow. This year, our family will spend a different kind of new year here. I've already spoken to my father-in-law, and he knows about the situation. We'll visit him again next year when we go back to pay him a New Year's visit. He's with his godfather right now, and he's in a good mood. That's the only way. I had learned to ski and could have gone back with you, but I was afraid the 2 little ones wouldn't be able to handle it. Mommy, we can do it. Niu is very capable, Niu suddenly said from the side. Haha, my darling daughter is so strong, but but Daddy won't let you suffer from this cold. Besides, we're going to drive the car back, and our BMW will go back with us. But Big White and Little Black haven't played with me for so long. They'll miss me. What should I do? Nyo asked, blinking. They all have friends to play with, so they won't be lonely. As soon as the snow melts here, we'll go home. Oh, okay then. Is there any news from the Tang Dynasty? Morong Fuyun asked impatiently. Your Majesty, the roads are blocked by heavy snow, and we are unable to receive any messages, Morong Rongxin explained. Do you have any intelligence about the Salt Lake? Yes, the Tang Dynasty has 400,000 troops over at the Salt Lake. I estimate that the heavy snow will block the roads, so they won't be able to go to support Chang'an. With our 500,000 troops, we should be able to easily capture Chang'an. Yes, Your Majesty, Chang'an may already be ours, and Li Xiuning and Li Yuan are now our prisoners. Haha, well said. However, find out the situation in Chang'an as soon as possible. If Morong Xiaojun sends any news, report to me immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Has any news come from Chang'an? Tuoba Si asked, frowning. Your Majesty, no. The roads are blocked by heavy snow, and messages can't get through at all. Our only option now is to wait for the snow to melt, Yaluji explained. Tuoba Si said irritably. Isn't this going to take a long time? But I've been feeling uneasy lately, as if something big is about to happen. Great Khan, you can rest assured. We and Tuyohan have an army of 500,000. How could we not be able to take down a city like Chang'an with its defenses so weak? I guess Marshal Tuoba has already occupied the Tang Palace. I hope so. Chapter 194 Eating New Year's Eve Dinner. Qin Xiao spent time with the two children at the Salt Lake, building a snowman and playing with a few dogs pulling a sled. This made Nyo and Xiao Jie very happy and dispelled their desire to go home. Time flies, and the new year is here in the blink of an eye. This year's new year is the happiest year for these people who survived the later Qin dynasty. They have plenty of food, wear very warm new clothes, and live in brick houses. Compared to their previous living conditions, it was like heaven and earth, completely incomparable, and their happy life came from the great Tang Jinbei king in front of them. They were genuinely grateful to Qin Xiao and willingly built the city, knowing in their hearts that this place would henceforth be the territory of the Tang dynasty and their home. King Jinbei, on behalf of all the villagers, I would like to offer you a toast to thank you for giving us homeless people a stable home. Wang Yuan said, standing up with a bowl of wine in his hand. Qin Xiao chuckled and said, It's nothing. We are all descendants of Yan and Huang, sharing the same blood. Of course, we should help each other. Seeing you living a happy life makes me very happy. Thank you. From now on, we will definitely make contributions to the Tang dynasty and live up to His Majesty the Emperor and you for your care and concern. Wang Yuan drank the wine in his bowl in one gulp. All right, let's celebrate the new year today. Everyone drink and eat meat happily, and next year we'll build this place into a prosperous city, where children can all go to school and everyone can live a good life. Cheers, Qin Xiao said, standing on the main table. Cheers to the Prince of Jinbei. Cheers. Everyone stood up excitedly and shouted. Just as their enthusiasm was running high, a sentry came to report that many martial arts practitioners had arrived outside. It turned out that the sect leaders and elders who had submitted to Qin Xiao were waiting outside. In fact, with their abilities, they could have easily bypassed the sentries and entered, but he showed respect and did not do so. Qin Xiao knew what they were thinking, so he came out to greet them personally. In fact, Qin Xiao never expected that they would come all the way from so far away from the Central Plains, which was enough to show their sincerity. Ren Fei, on behalf of everyone in the Azure Dragon sect, wishes the Alliance leader a happy new year in advance. The Vermilion Bird sect has sent New Year's greetings to the Alliance leader. Thank you all, brothers. It's really kind of you to come all this way to see me. Let's have a few drinks tonight. Please come in, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Thank you, Alliance leader. A group of people entered the hall. This hall was specially designed and built by Qin Xiao. It has 3 floors and can accommodate 100,000 people. Of course, not all of them were invited to this banquet. The arrangements were made by Wang Yuan. Seeing so many people arrive, Wang Yuan quickly ordered the chef to prepare 2 more tables of dishes and also instructed his men to move the wine to the empty tables. Let me make it clear beforehand, you absolutely cannot use internal force to force the wine out. As you all know, this is a fine wine, and we absolutely cannot waste it. Everyone should drink according to their capacity, and I have absolutely no objection, Qin Xiao said with a smile. All right, we'll listen to the leader. Sect leader Ren, I heard from His Majesty that your Qinglong sect disciple Qin Xiaoming discovered the conspiracy of the 5 clans and reported it in time, thus preventing their conspiracy from succeeding. This is a great achievement, and you must not treat him unfairly. Alliance leader, you're such a busy person, yet you still think of him. If Qin Xiaoming knew, he would surely weep bitterly. I already knew this a long time ago, and I've already promoted him to one of the 10 protectors. That's good. As expected of a top-tier sect leader in the martial arts world, you are fair and just in rewarding and punishing people. I admire you. Alliance leader, please stop making fun of me. What are we first-rate and top-tier sects compared to you? My friends, Qin Xiao, are not distinguished by rank or status. As long as we are sincere friends, even if they belong to a third-rate sect, I will do my best to help them improve their strength. Thank you for your kindness, Alliance leader. After a lively New Year's Eve dinner, Qin Xiao purchased a lot of fireworks from the system and set them off, which made these people who had never seen fireworks before extremely excited. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Palace in Chang'an, Li Yuan, Li Xiuning, and Li Jiansheng were having New Year's Eve dinner with their civil and military officials, and everyone was all smiles. So much has happened this year, and everyone has gained a lot. The greatest credit for all of this goes to Qin Xiao, but unfortunately he's not here. On such a happy day, the biggest regret is that my second sister and brother-in-law are not here. Otherwise, it would be perfect, Li Xiuning sighed. That's true. My brother-in-law stayed in the grasslands thousands of miles away for the sake of the Tang Dynasty. He has sacrificed too much for the court, Li Jiansheng sighed. That's true. Whenever the Tang Dynasty was in danger, it was his intervention that turned the tide, Li Yuan said happily. If it weren't for my brother-in-law's help this time, we wouldn't have had enough supplies to settle the millions of Qin survivors. They would probably still be suffering from cold and hunger right now. Xiuning, what price did you set for the salt brought over from the Salt Lake? Li Yuan asked curiously. According to my brother-in-law, we'll sell it for twice the price of rice, and when production increases, we'll sell it for the same price as rice. Isn't this price too low? Coarse salt used to cost more than 10 times the price of rice. Now it's suddenly so low. Isn't Qin Xiao suffering a huge loss? Father, my brother-in-law himself never thought about making a lot of money here. He doesn't want to make money in terms of people's livelihood. He clearly distinguishes between things used by the poor and things used by the rich. For example, perfume sets, glassware, and spirits are things for the wealthy and are quite expensive, while rice, salt, and ordinary clothing are things that ordinary people can afford. Good. He has the world in his heart and is a man who can accomplish great things. In the future, you two brothers should learn more from him. You will definitely learn a lot. Yes, Father. Xiuning, has the name of the country for next year been decided? Your Majesty, it has been decided. It will be called Jingguan. What do you think? That's good. You've really put your heart into it. Remember what Qin Xiao said. Make a 3-year plan, and once you have the plan, work hard to implement it. Father, please rest assured, I will implement what my brother-in-law told me as soon as possible next year. This newspaper launch this year is really useful. Now, the people's trust in the court has increased a lot. That's good. Although we've never heard of many of Qin Xiao's ideas before, they are very practical. We can reap huge benefits from anything he does. Take the Pearl Grenade, for example. Without it, could the annihilation of the Turks, Uyghurs, and Tuyuan have been so easy? Absolutely not. I will heed my father's teachings. Chapter 195 Welcoming Crowds. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. Much of the snow had melted, and heavy trucks continued to deliver supplies and take back the salt. Qin Xiao bid farewell to everyone and drove his off-road vehicle back home, with his snow-treading, unmarked steed following closely behind. They didn't rush on their journey, but strolled around, stopping to enjoy themselves. After arriving in Liangzhou City, they spent 2 more days exploring and stayed 2 nights in their villa. At the current pace, it should be completed in less than 3 months, which is a cause for celebration. Once it is in normal use, it will generate a substantial source of income. After leaving Liangzhou City, many people were already working on the roadbed, most of them Turks. When they reached the border of Jingyang County, they saw a dense crowd of people standing on both sides of the road ahead. Not only were there officials from the imperial court, but also countless ordinary people from Chang'an, Wantian County, Jingyang County, and even Luoyang City. They all spontaneously organized to welcome Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao knew that these were all civil and military officials arranged by Li Xiuning to come out and greet him. And this place was far more than 10 miles away from Chang'an City. This was indeed a high level of protocol. After parking the car, he opened the door and got out. This humble general, Qin Xiao, pays his respects to your Majesty. Minister Qin, please rise and disregard the formalities. Welcome back in triumph, Prince Jinbei. Thank you all for your kindness and support. You've all worked so hard. Your Highness, you've worked hard. The Prince of Jinbei is mighty. Brother-in-law, let's throw a celebration banquet tonight to welcome your family back. Li Xiuning whispered. Let's go home. Li Xiuning roared. Please let the Emperor and the Prince of Jinbei go first, everyone said in unison. Li Xiuning got into his SUV and drove off first, with Qin Xiao following closely behind. He thought to himself that although the people lined the streets to welcome him with great enthusiasm, he felt that something was missing. After much thought, we realized that a military band was missing. If we had one, the occasion would have been even more grand, and the soldiers returning in triumph would have felt even more proud. Qin Xiao did not return to Lantian County, but went directly back to the palace with Li Xiuning. If they had not gone to Liangzhou City, they would have gone back to take a bath first before coming. Now they felt completely relaxed. Li Xiuning was also eager to see Li Yuan. After all, she hadn't even said hello to Li Yuan before the new year, and had secretly taken the child to find Qin Xiao. Now, I'm going back because I miss my father and also to apologize to him. When everyone arrived at the palace, Empress Zhang's son was already waiting for them. The two children went to play with Li Lizzie, and Li Xiuning greeted everyone before going to see Li Yuan with Qin Xiao. Haha, you're finally home. I've been waiting for you for so long. Today, Xiuning told me you were coming back, so I rushed over from Lantian County. Li Yuan said happily. Father, I pay my respects to you. Please forgive my unfilial daughter for not telling you I was going to the grasslands, causing you to worry about us, Li Xiuning said with tears in her eyes. I don't blame you. I know you've gotten used to being with Qin Xiao. Without him by your side, you haven't slept well at night, Li Yuan said with a smile. Father, how did you know I couldn't sleep at night? Have you also learned divination? Li Xiuning asked in surprise. I don't know anything about that stuff. Your precious daughter secretly told me. So, that morning, I deliberately got up late so you could leave with peace of mind, Li Yuan explained. Thank you for your understanding, Father. You found a good husband. He's the best in both martial arts and strategy. What's even more precious is that he's devoted to you. You must treat him well and not be temperamental, Li Yuan advised. I know now, Father. Qin Xiao is indeed very good to me. He always indulges me and does whatever I want. It is my good fortune to be able to marry him, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Father-in-law, Xiuning, please don't praise me. I'm easily flattered. Once I'm praised, I lose all sense of direction, Qin Xiao said with a smile. You're being silly again. I really shouldn't have praised you, Li Xiuning said coquettishly. Ha ha. Qin Xiao, you deserve great credit for wiping out so many troops from the Turks, Uyghurs, and Tuyuhun this time. And your development of the Salt Lake is also a great achievement for generations to come. You truly deserve to be called the guardian deity in the hearts of the people of the Tang Dynasty. Father-in-law, now that I have married Xiuning, I am considered a member of the royal family. It is only right that I do these things. After all, these are within my power. What you could do was within your power, but for others, it was harder than climbing to heaven. More than 1.2 million cavalrymen. That's a formidable number, and you wiped them out. Without your help, the Tang Dynasty would be doomed, and its people would be slaughtered at will by these foreign tribes, leading to another period of chaos and upheaval. Father-in-law, as long as I, Qin Xiao, am in the Tang Dynasty, there is absolutely no way we will be bullied by foreign tribes. If it weren't for the fear that Xiuning would not have the talent to manage those foreign tribes, I could go and wipe out a few more forces. Brother-in-law, please don't. I really don't have enough manpower right now. I managed to get the newspapers and banks you asked me to set up, but if I send more people to the grasslands now, it really won't be enough to cope. Li Xiuning and Empress Zhang's son walked in from outside. Let's take it slow then. But I have a solution that can solve the immediate problem. Brother-in-law, then please tell us quickly. All departments under the jurisdiction of the imperial court have official positions. For example, in the field of education, we can establish a Ministry of Education, which is at the same level as the 6 ministries. The government was responsible for managing schools across the country, which were divided into different levels. For example, the Imperial Academy was the highest level, and the Chancellor was a 4th-rank official. The teachers below could be divided into different levels. Other schools could also be arranged similarly. For example, in Lantian County Elementary School, the principal is a 6th-rank official, upper grade. The vice principal a 6th-rank official, lower grade. The director of studies a 6th-rank official, lower grade. The homeroom teacher a 7th-rank official, upper grade. And other teachers a 7th-rank official, upper grade, and so on. Brother-in-law, your suggestion is excellent. This way, education can be standardized. However, according to you, does that mean there will be middle school and high school after primary school? That's true. After primary school, there are middle school, high school, university, and even higher education. This can be gradually built up. Therefore, the official ranks in primary schools were relatively lower. However, these official positions differed from those in the imperial court. Their power was limited to the school, and they received a separate salary from the imperial court. Brother-in-law, you have to help me with setting up the Ministry of Education, and you'll also be in charge of setting up the military academy. Nobody else knows anything about it. You really know how to handle things. I was busy for half a year last year, and now that I'm back, I can spend more time with the kids, but you've given me another task. The capable should do more. Who told you to be so capable? I had no choice. I couldn't find anyone else who could do these things. Qin Xiao, please go through the trouble and help Xiuning. He is really helpless right now, and all of this was suggested by you. If you don't help him, who will? Li Yuan persuaded. Yes, brother-in-law. Ever since Erlang took over father's responsibilities, he has been busy every day. Fortunately, you helped him improve his physique. Otherwise, I was afraid he would collapse from exhaustion. Changsun Wugo also comforted him. All right, you must be the principal of the military academy. As for the 3 vice principals and other positions, you can arrange them yourself. Once the structure of the military academy is set up, the army can also follow this plan to separate military and political management. Brother-in-law, why do you insist on making me the principal? Li Xiuning asked, puzzled. Under any circumstances, military power must be firmly held in the emperor's hands. If you become the principal of a military academy, wouldn't those graduating military generals consider you their students? Students of the emperor, would they still rebel against their teacher? Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This suggestion is excellent, truly superb. Li Yuan clapped his hands in approval. Thank you, brother-in-law. We'll do as you say. Chapter 196 Grass Hula Dance Performance. The celebration banquet began, and Cheng Yaojin and his group toasted Qin Xiao with smiles on their faces. Qin Xiao accepted all the toasts and drank until his cup was empty. Such a capacity for alcohol is truly admirable. They simply cannot do it. Now, all the civil and military officials are completely convinced of Qin Xiao's abilities. Xiuning, I have a suggestion. What do you think? Li Yuan said happily. Father, please speak, so that everyone can analyze this together, Li Xiuning said respectfully. Those 2 scoundrels, Jieli and Tuli, have caused immense suffering to our great Tang Dynasty. They have murdered countless Tang citizens and plundered countless riches. This time, we defeated the Turks and captured those 2 alive. Let's have them come out and dance to entertain us. What do you think? Li Yuan said excitedly. Very well, your majesty is wise. Father-in-law, you are mighty. Qin Xiao, stop calling me father-in-law and father-in-law all the time. Just call me like Jinxing and Xiuning. You are my son-in-law and my son, Li Yuan said with a smile. I'm used to calling you that. I'll try to change it. Bring Jieli and Tuli to me. The Turks are skilled at grass skirt dancing, so prepare them for it. Li Xiuning ordered. Yes, sir. Everyone was having a great time, and the atmosphere was lively. But when the royal guards brought in Jieli and Tuli, the whole scene fell silent. Jieli, how does the food in our great Tang compare to that of your Turks? I see you've gained weight since you've been staying here for the past few months, Li Xiuning teased. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the great Tang Dynasty, as the saying goes, the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly, and you don't need to come and laugh at me, said Jieli Khan indignantly. Did you know that last November, the Uyghurs and Tiohan launched a joint attack on the Tang Dynasty with an army of 500,000, led by Tuoba Tao and Morong Xiaojun? You should know these 2, right? Guess what happened? Jieli Khan frowned and said, since you are holding a victory banquet here, it proves that they have lost, and you have won. I lost more than 700,000 men, so it is normal that they lost 500,000 men to you. You are very self-aware. However, they were not as lucky as you. I wiped out their entire army of 500,000, leaving not a single one alive, Li Xiuning said casually. Heavens, aren't you people who study the classics? Aren't you supposed to win people over with virtue? Why are you so cruel? Jieli Khan screamed. That depends on who you're dealing with. To reason with you barbarians, it's like talking to a brick wall. The only way is to fight violence with violence, to scare you into submission, so you won't dare to continue being so arrogant, Qin Xiao said with a smile. You must be Qin Xiao, the great general protector of the Tang Dynasty. We grasslands admire warriors, and you are indeed very capable. I greatly admire you. If you were in my Turkic Khaganate, I would certainly make you a king, said Khagan Jieli with great respect. Haha. Jieli, you don't need to do that. I have already appointed him as the Prince of Jinbei. You can't even protect yourself now, and you still want to appoint someone else as a prince. Li Xiuning said with a smile. King Jinbei, have you already captured my royal court? Alas, that's quite normal. You defeated so many of my troops, let alone a royal court with so few troops. Jelly Khan suddenly looked much older, like a deflated balloon. I have good news for you, Li Xiuning said cheerfully. I have already started mining your salt lake, and the daily output is several million caddies, enough to supply the entire Tang Dynasty. That's impossible. How could you possibly enter that bottomless salt lake and extract the salt from it? Kagan Jelly exclaimed in surprise. There is nothing in the world that my Prince Jinbei cannot do, and you barbarians simply do not understand. In fact, if you do not attack us now, I would like to let you live a few more years. Li Xiuning said triumphantly. So what do you plan to do with us now? Will you continue to imprison us or kill us? Kagan asked, his face showing panic. This is not up to me, but up to you. I've heard that you people on the grasslands all know how to dance the grass skirt dance. Today, I'm holding a victory celebration banquet and have invited all the civil and military officials. Why don't you two uncles and nephews come and dance to celebrate? If your performance satisfies everyone, then I will allow you to continue living a life free from want, and may even bestow upon you the title of Idle Prince and provide you with a stipend. If the dancing isn't exciting enough for everyone, then there's no point in wasting food in this world. You don't really like your Princess Yiqing mother, so let's meet in the underworld, Li Xiuning said casually. If Li Xiuning had said these words before Jelly Khan's defeat, he would have been furious. But now that he was a prisoner, his temper had been extinguished, and Jelly and Tuli began to discuss it in hushed tones. All right, we agree to your request, Kagan Jelly said, looking at Li Xiuning. Li Xiuning waved his hand, and the Imperial Guards immediately came over and took away the two brothers, Jelly Khan and his nephew. They were taken to an empty room on the side, where several eunuchs were already waiting. Several eunuchs made Jelly and his companion sit down and began to apply rouge and saliva to them. They stripped off their clothes, leaving them bare-chested, and put on specially prepared grass skirts for their lower bodies. This left them shivering from the cold, but they dared not resist and let the eunuchs do as they pleased. After they were dressed up, the Imperial Guards took them to the banquet hall. Suddenly, many women screamed. Originally, there were no women in the main banquet hall. They were all in the secondary banquet hall. After hearing the news, they rushed over to see what was happening, which is why so many women were screaming with flushed faces. The two old men, Jelly and Tuli, didn't care about losing face at all. Now, their lips were trembling and their teeth were chattering from the cold. They hoped to warm up by dancing as soon as possible. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty, may we begin our performance now? Kagan Jelly asked respectfully. All right, let your performance begin, Li Xiuning said, unable to suppress a smile. When Jelly Khan and Tuli Khan stood on the stage, they started vigorously wiggling their buttocks. This action made the people below burst into laughter, and some people even sprayed their wine before they could swallow it. The dance continued, the two of them working very hard, beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads. Several times, their grass skirts even fell off, but they managed to catch them in time, eliciting bursts of laughter from the audience. The two Khans, Jelly and his companion, danced for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, their bodies drenched in sweat. True to his word, Li Xiuning arranged for them to live in a villa in Chang'an, and also sent several servants and guards to attend to them. An unprecedented banquet ended amidst cheers and jubilation. This banquet would be recorded in the annals of history, and from that moment on, the Turkic people disappeared. Chapter 197, Establishing a Military Academy. Qin Xiao did not stay at the palace that night. Instead, he drove back to his home. He originally wanted to sleep in and wake up naturally, but things didn't go as planned. Early the next morning, before dawn, a group of assassins entered his villa. On the surface, they said nice things to Lan'er and the others, that the Prince of Jinbei and the princess were tired last night, and that they didn't need to tell them, and that they would make their own arrangements. But these people all had loud voices and didn't control their volume when they spoke. The noise had already woken up Qin Xiao and the others, who wished they could go down and beat them all up right away. Qin Xiao ran out of the room wearing shorts, leaned against the railing and yelled down. Hey, you guys, hurry up. Coming here so early is fine, but if you scare my son and daughter, I'll beat you up. This humble general pays his respects to the Prince of Jinbei. Cheng Yaojin was the first to stand up and say, Cheng Xiao, don't try that on me. You have the loudest voice. Your voice almost shook the roof tiles off my house, Qin Xiao said, clearly annoyed. Ha ha. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? No. Wait a moment. I'll finish washing up and then we'll eat together. Thank you, Prince Xinbei. Although Cheng Yaojin and his fellow generals were all older than Qin Xiao, they particularly enjoyed being with him. On the one hand, Qin Xiao was easygoing and generous, without any airs. On the other hand, Qin Xiao was very capable, and they could learn a lot from him. After Qin Xiao finished showering, the group went to the dining room together and sat down to eat. Although Qin Xiao was now a prince, he hadn't changed at all and didn't put on any airs, which made them feel very relaxed and comfortable. Prince Xinbei, His Majesty said that he wants you to take the lead in establishing a military academy. So he sent us here to be under your command, Li Jing said. First, we need to select a piece of land in Chang'an to build this military academy. In addition, we need to arrange the positions. One principal to manage the overall situation and 3 vice principals to be in charge of various areas. The department is divided into 3 main sections. The headquarters, with 1 chief of staff and 2 deputy chiefs of staff. The political department, with 1 director and 2 deputy directors. And the logistics department, with 1 minister and 2 deputy ministers. The headquarters was further divided into operations division, training division, and police division, each with a division chief, a deputy division chief, and a staff member. The political department is divided into cadre division, organization division, discipline inspection division, secretariat division, and academic affairs division. Each division has 1 director and 1 deputy director, as well as several clerks. The logistics department is divided into finance department, audit department, transportation department, combat support department, and medical department, with each department arranged in the same manner as above. Military ranks can be assigned according to the Special Operations Battalion system. Qin Xiao explained patiently. Wow, this structure is so complex, but very detailed. This will require a lot of job assignments, Cheng Yaojin said excitedly. Impressive. With this allocation, the division of labor is very clear. When will the design for the military uniforms be completed? I'd like to show it to His Majesty, and if he's satisfied, we'll finalize the design, Li Jing said excitedly. Military uniforms are divided into winter, summer, and autumn uniforms, and further divided into service uniforms and training uniforms. Please wait a moment while I go to the warehouse to find a set for you to see. Qin Xiao thought for a moment and decided that the modern Type 08 military uniform looked the best. After exchanging for a winter uniform with the rank of general, he then exchanged for a complete set of military uniforms with the rank of 5-star marshal, the size of which was determined according to Li Xiumin's height. He carried a pile of military uniforms into the living room, and everyone was stunned when they saw the uniforms Qin Xiao was wearing. They had never seen such beautiful military uniforms before. Your Highness, this outfit is so beautiful. I, Cheng Yaojin, have never seen such a beautiful outfit before. Could you give me one too? Cheng Yaojin said enviously. I can give each of you a set of clothes, but you can't have the rank insignia on your shoulders, Qin Xiao explained. Why can't we have it? The rank insignia on this shoulder is quite impressive, Cheng Yaojin asked, puzzled. This military rank must be granted by His Majesty. As for what rank each person will be granted, that depends on His Majesty's arrangements. My rank of general is already very high. His Majesty's rank of 5-star marshal is unique. Students in the military academy only have red plaques and no military rank. After graduation, they are all assigned the rank of 2nd lieutenant. Qin Xiao continued to explain. All right then. Please, Prince Xinbei, make us a set according to our body types. Li Jing said happily. Okay, I'll go get them for you. Here's a set of winter clothes for each of you. Please wait a moment. Thank you, Prince Xinbei. After Qin Xiao bought a set for everyone, he also specially purchased a set that included all 4 seasons and kept it there. As long as Li Xiuning agreed to this style, he could have the clothing factory make it. After everyone received their uniforms, the scene turned into a changing-up competition, with everyone incredibly excited. However, once they put on their military uniforms, they all looked spirited and energetic. Li Xiuning, upon seeing them, was also captivated by them. Husband, can you get me one too? This outfit really makes me look elegant. Now I finally believe the saying, clothes make the man. Okay, wait here, I'll go get it for you. Li Xiuning had no interest in reviewing memorials in the palace, so he went to the Lijiang Hall to chat with Empress Zhangsun to relieve his boredom. However, he couldn't calm down, and his wife, who knew him best, noticed this. Erlang, is something wrong? You seem distracted. You must have something on your mind. Empress Zhangsun asked with a smile. Today, Li Jing and his group of military officers went to my brother-in-law's place to consult about setting up a military academy, But they have been gone for more than an hour and haven't returned yet, Li Xiuning asked anxiously. That's normal. They're discussing things in detail, which takes time. After all, setting up a military academy isn't easy. It requires understanding the structure and details, Empress Zhongsun explained. Guanyanbi is right. I am more concerned about this military academy, so I was anxious. Erlang, why don't we go to my brother-in-law's house for lunch? We're all family here anyway, and we can ask him about the military academy while we're at it. Wouldn't that give you more confidence? Empress Zhongsun explained. Guanyanbi is truly my wise and capable wife. She considers everything so thoughtfully. All right, let's go eat together. It's been a long time since I've had crayfish. I wonder if we'll be lucky enough to have some today. Li Xiuning said happily. Then let's go? Should we bring Lizzie and the others along? So they can have playmates with Niu Niu and Xiao Jia, Changsun Wugo asked. All right, then we can just bring Lizzie along. We can leave Qin Xiao and Qin Xiao out. After all, we have important business to discuss, and it's not good to talk if it's too noisy. Okay, whatever you say. Chapter 198, Trying on Military Uniforms. Wow, you people are going too far. You didn't even tell me about these beautiful clothes, making me wait for you in the imperial study. Li Xiuning complained deliberately. This humble general pays his respects to your majesty. All right. Hurry up and bring me a set of new clothes too, so I can experience the new military uniform. Your majesty, the new military uniform of the Prince of Jinbei has long been prepared for you, and it is the only 5-star martial rank, which none of us have. Cheng Yaojin quickly explained. The Prince of Jinbei said that our military ranks must be personally conferred by His Majesty to be valid, as military ranks represent official positions. Cheng Yaojin continued to explain. Xiuning, this was specially prepared for you. Try it on and see if it fits. Qin Xiao handed over the military uniform and said, Thank you, brother-in-law. Second sister, you look really good in this military uniform, so dashing. Empress Zhongsun said excitedly. Should I ask your brother-in-law to get you a set to wear too? Can I? But this is a military uniform, and I'm not a soldier. Empress Zhongsun asked in surprise. You're not a soldier, but you're the empress, the mother of the nation. What's wrong with that? Li Xiuning said with a smile. Xiuning is right. Other women may not be qualified, but the two of you are definitely qualified, Qin Xiao added. Husband, what are you babbling about? Hurry up and get a set for your sister-in-law too, Li Xiuning said with a smile. Okay, I'll come get it right away. Qin Xiao handed a set of women's winter uniform to Li Xiuning, who then pulled Changsun Wugo into the room to change. Li Xiuning also changed into his military uniform. How do I look in this military uniform? Li Xiuning said smugly. Handsome, really handsome, definitely a top-tier heartthrob. Qin Xiao praised, giving a thumbs up. Prince Jinbei, His Majesty is already a 5-star Grand Marshal. So what's the meaning of you calling him handsome guy? Cheng Yaojin asked curiously. Well, anyway, you're nowhere near handsome, Qin Xiao said with a chuckle. Of course, I, Cheng Yaojin, am well aware of my own limitations. I am only qualified to be a general, not a commander-in-chief, Cheng Yaojin said with a smile. Qin Xiao explained, You don't know anything. When I say handsome guy, I mean a man who is handsome and dashing. What does that have to do with generals or marshals? Ha ha ha. Yaojin, the Prince of Jinbei, is right. Your appearance is indeed not handsome at all. Yu Qigong laughed heartily. Big Blackie, is this funny? You're like the pot calling the kettle black. You're even uglier than me. Do you remember what the Prince of Jinbei said about you when you first came here? Is this guy selling charcoal or mining coal? He looks like a piece of charcoal, and he dares to come here and cause trouble, Cheng Yaojin said, imitating Qin Xiao's tone. You've got it wrong. That was the Prince of Jinbei talking about you, Yu Qigong quickly explained. Haha, you two are such a pair of clowns, Li Xiuning said with a chuckle. Erlang, do I look good in this military uniform? Changsun Wugo asked shyly as she came down the stairs. Wow, she's definitely no less beautiful than your second sister. She's both heroic and charming. Not bad at all, Qin Xiao praised. Just as my brother-in-law said, you suddenly looked quite striking in your military uniform. You seemed particularly energetic, Li Xiuning praised. Your Majesty, these uniforms look even more imposing when worn with military ranks. Look at us, the few of us without ranks, and the 4 of you with ranks. You seem to be a whole level weaker, but your 5 gleaming gold stars are particularly intimidating, Cheng Yaojin explained. Yao Jin's eye is still as sharp as ever. He saw the drawback at a glance. It is true that the lack of military rank weakens the momentum. However, my brother-in-law said that we must hold a grand conferment ceremony for you to truly reflect the value of soldiers, Li Xiuning explained. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Everyone said in unison. Greetings to your majesty the empress, Prince Junbei, her highness the princess, and all the dukes, Ma Sanbao said as he entered from outside. Sanbao, you're here? I was just looking for you, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Your highness, I heard that you and the princess have returned from the grasslands, so I rushed back. What are your orders? Ma Sanbao said excitedly. Shimin, are you satisfied with this style of military uniform? If so, then have Sanbao send it to the garment factory for mass production according to this style. Qin Xiao asked Li Xiuning, turning his head to ask. Of course I'm satisfied. Such a nice military uniform. What more could I ask for? We can mass produce it now. But, brother-in-law, you're going to have to spend money again. Li Xiuning said happily. It's nothing. Money is meant to be spent. As long as we live a few more years, the imperial treasury will definitely be full. Qin Xiao comforted him. Then I need your assistance. Otherwise, how could I become powerful so quickly? Sanbao, there are clothing patterns on the table, as well as the drawings I've made. We'll make 4 sizes for each style, and produce 200,000 sets first. We'll start with the one I'm wearing, and make the others when we have time, Qin Xiao explained. Yes, your highness. Brother-in-law, even if each person has 2 sets, 200,000 sets can only supply 100,000 people. That's still not enough. After all, there are still more than 300,000 soldiers in the Turkic protectorate. Take it slow. You can't get fat in one bite. This quantity is too large, and we may not be able to supply enough raw materials, Qin Xiao explained. That's true. Sanbao, shut down the other garment production lines for now and focus on producing military uniforms, with a target of 1 million sets. If we don't have enough workers, we'll continue to recruit, and we'll also purchase a large quantity of raw materials. Yes, your highness. If there are no other instructions, I will take my leave. Go. Ma Sanbao bid farewell to everyone and left in a hurry. At this moment, a servant came over to tell Qin Xiao that the food was ready and asked if he wanted it served. Let's go to the restaurant and eat and chat, Qin Xiao suggested. Walk. There weren't many people this time, and a round table was enough for everyone. The group arrived at the restaurant led by Qin Xiao. Shimin, if you want to establish a military academy, you must choose a place to build the school. Moreover, a military academy is different from other schools. In addition to the teacher's office building, classroom building, comprehensive building, and dormitory building, it also has a military academy. We need a large space for all the classes to train, and some of those spaces need to be large enough to accommodate the entire school, Qin Xiao explained. Very well, I will have someone find a suitable site to build a military academy. However, the layout of the building must be planned by you, brother-in-law, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Chapter 199 Issuing Paper Money. The next morning, Qin Xiao was having breakfast with his wife and children when Yin Libin rushed in. Seeing that he was covered in sweat and panting, it was clear that he had run there. Old Yin, what's the matter that you're in such a hurry? Couldn't you have come on horseback? Qin Xiao quickly stood up and said, Greetings to the Prince of Junbei and Princess Pingyang. All right, no need for formalities. You're still out of breath. Sit down and have some breakfast. We can talk about it after you've eaten, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Thank you, Prince Junbei and Princess Pingyang. You seem to be in a hurry, so let's eat and talk at the same time. Your Highness, it's like this. The arsenal has now encountered a bottleneck. It only has 1 pearl grenade and no other products. Isn't that too limited? Yin Libin said seriously. Yes, that's true. It was my oversight that I didn't consider this matter. It's not your fault. The main problem is that you're too busy. You've been busy with things on the grasslands, and I haven't been able to see you even though I want to. I learned you had returned yesterday, but General Ma told me that His Majesty, the Empress, and a group of military officers were all with you, so I felt embarrassed to come and request an audience. Therefore, I rushed over early this morning. I'm already full. You can continue eating while I go get the finished drawings and explain them to you. Thank you, Your Highness. Qin Xiao decided to produce bolt-action rifles first, partly because metal mines had not yet been mined in large quantities and iron and copper were in short supply, and partly because if everyone got used to automatic rifles, this single-shot rifle would never be available. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. In fact, although this rifle can only hold 5 bullets, it has a long range, reaching 500 to 1,000 meters, and can be fitted with a bayonet to fight the enemy. Equipped with a scope, it can be used as a sniper rifle, and even more so during military parades. It's a multifunctional rifle. Qin Xiao retrieved the blueprints from the system and returned to the living room, where Yin Libin had already finished eating and was sitting on the sofa. Old Yin, Take a look at this blueprint first. If it's feasible, produce 2 according to this blueprint to test the effect, Qin Xiao explained. Yes, Your Highness, then I will take it and see, and try to make 1. Yin Libin said respectfully. Xiuning, I'm going to the palace to find Shimin. Why would you want to go see him at this time? I want him to build a bank and implement paper money so that copper coins can be recycled. The cartridge cases for this kind of gun must be made of copper. All right, go ahead. Come back soon so your 2 darlings won't keep asking you all sorts of questions. Okay, Lao Yin, you can get in my car and get off here. It'll save you from walking such a long way again. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. After Qin Xiao drove Qin Libin to the arsenal, he exchanged banknotes from the system. The front of the banknotes featured Chang'an City, and the back featured the Great Wall. The face values are divided into 1 cash, 2 cash, 5 cash, 10 cash, 2 cash, 50 cash, 100 cash and 1 string, 2 strings, 5 strings, 10 strings, 20 strings, 50 strings, and 100 strings. After taking care of all that, they specifically found Ma Sanbao to arrange a paper money factory, and while no one was around, they bought the paper money making machine. After finishing everything, he drove towards the imperial palace in Chang'an. As the car entered Xuanwu Gate, the soldiers guarding the city were overjoyed to see Qin Xiao and made way for him, allowing him to enter the imperial study without any hindrance. Upon hearing the sound of the carriage, Li Xiuning personally ran out to greet him. When he saw Qin Xiao coming down with colorful papers, he was filled with curiosity. Brother-in-law, what kind of painting is this? How can it be so beautiful? Li Xiuning asked curiously. These are the banknotes I told you about before. Take a look, and if you think they're acceptable, then print them like this. Qin Xiao handed over a few bills. Brother-in-law, this paper is different from ordinary paper. It feels very good to the touch. The front is of the entire city of Chang'an, and the back is of the Great Wall. Li Xiuning asked in surprise. Qin Xiao picked up a banknote and demonstrated. Yes, if you hold one up to the light and look at it carefully, you will discover another secret, which no one else can forge. Wow, this is amazing. There's even a painting inside. Erling, what surprised you so much? Changsun Wugo walked over and asked. Guanyanbi, come and see the paper money your brother-in-law invented. It's simply amazing, Li Xiuning said excitedly. Oh, then I'll have to take a good look at it. Li Xiuning pointed to the watermark and demonstrated the action for Empress Zhangsun to see. When she saw the watermark, she was very surprised and couldn't understand how the painting was done. Brother-in-law, this is amazing. How was this painting done? And it looks like Erling's portrait. Changsun Wugo asked excitedly. Your sister-in-law has good eyesight. I originally wanted to print Shimon's portrait on the front, but I thought it would be better to use his portrait on the watermark. From now on, any banknotes without his portrait will be fake, Qin Xiao explained. Brother-in-law, you're so thoughtful. But the banks aren't finished yet, so we can't issue paper money. Li Shi asked, puzzled. The bank can be built slowly. Let's find a larger shop to start operating and issue this banknote. I have already built the banknote factory. As long as you agree, it can be printed at any time. Today, Yin Libin came to me and said that the arsenal was only producing pearl grenades, which was too limited. So, I decided to have him produce another type of rifle, which must use copper for the bullet casings, and there is a severe shortage of copper at the moment. Therefore, we can only start by working on the copper coins. As for the rifle, it is not the long spear we use, but a weapon similar to a crossbow. It can be fired 800 paces, can be loaded with 5 bullets at a time, and a bayonet can be mounted on the gun head, allowing for both long-range and close-quarters combat, Qin Xiao explained patiently. Wow, this is a good thing. After it is produced, I must go and see it and test its effects. Brother-in-law, I will discuss this banknote with the ministers at the morning court tomorrow. Why don't you take the trouble to attend court tomorrow as well, so that I can explain things in more detail than you do. Once it's approved, it can be printed and distributed in large quantities, Li Xiuning explained. Since you put it that way, I'll reluctantly attend one court session, but I don't know the rules of court, so don't blame me if something embarrassing happens. Qin Xiao warned first. Don't worry. Even if you don't understand, it's okay. With your achievements, I don't think even Wei Zheng would dare to say anything against you. That old Wei is the kind of person who doesn't even show mercy to you, the emperor, let alone me. Actually, you may not know it yourself, but your iron-fisted methods have already intimidated many people. When they see you, they are only afraid and do not dare to play tricks. Chapter 200 Ministry of Commerce. Shimin. Actually, there is a better and faster way to make the Tang Dynasty even stronger, but this way may face great resistance. Brother-in-law, please tell me quickly, what is the solution? Have you noticed that it's very difficult to support a country by collecting agricultural taxes? And the wealth of any one of the 5 clans and 7 noble families is greater than that of the imperial court. Why is that? Hasn't it always been the case that only agricultural taxes are levied? How many dynasties have truly created a golden age since ancient times? The imperial court levies taxes on farmers. Powerful families exploit the interests of ordinary people, and merchants buy goods from farmers at low prices and then resell them at high prices. Which of these factors benefits the farmers? Furthermore, if a rebellion breaks out, the farmers will be the first to be targeted. In the traditional social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, are farmers truly ranked second? Brother-in-law, what you said makes sense, but how can we change the current situation? Reduce or eliminate agricultural taxes and replace them with commercial taxes, taking 1/10 of the total tax, or even lowering it further. This would increase the government's tax revenue. No wonder you said there would be resistance. Many people will indeed oppose this business tax, since it will affect the interests of many officials. However, isn't 1/10 too little? Taking a 10% cut is already quite high. Some things have very high profit margins, but many other things only have a 30% or 40% profit margin. After deducting labor and transportation costs, there's not much left. Even if you want to implement a commercial tax, you should first win over those people in the imperial court, lest they all come out to oppose it. However, now that the 5 powerful clans are gone, the resistance will be relatively smaller. What my brother-in-law said is true. Should we set up a department to implement this? Of course we need to. We should set up a Ministry of Commerce, on the same level as the other ministries, to specifically manage commercial matters. Do you have any good candidates? After all, this is a very unfamiliar area for everyone, and this minister must know about business. Why don't we let Wu Shuriwei be the minister? After all, he was a merchant in his early years and has experience in this field. If he really can't handle the job, then we can find someone else. In fact, Qin Xiao's idea was very simple. Ever since Wu Zetian's father died, she was persecuted by her 2 brothers and forced into the palace, which made her personality cruel and extreme. As long as her father doesn't die early, she won't be bullied by her 2 older brothers, and she won't be able to seize the Li family's throne later. If Wu Shuriwei were transferred to Chang'an, with his and son Ximiao's medical skills, it would be impossible for him to die of illness so early, which could change the fate of many people. That's fine. Duke Inghua, Wu Shihua, did indeed make his fortune through business during the Sui dynasty. He is currently the governor of Yuzhou. Tomorrow, I will issue an imperial edict to recall him. As long as you can manage the commercial tax properly, I guarantee that your national treasury will be several times larger than in previous years. In fact, the main reason for the demise of every dynasty is the depletion of its national treasury. If you have money, you can make up for many things with money. Okay, I'll follow my brother-in-law's arrangements. Also, you'll need to take care of the Ministry of Education. We'll have them come to you for advice later. Okay, I understand. I'll tell them how to do it. If we want to improve the medical field, we need to establish a Ministry of Health and local health bureaus, etc. To put it bluntly, the government should have the same departments at the local level as local governments. This would allow for dual management. For example, the Ministry of Education could manage the local education bureaus, and the local officials could also manage them. The Education Bureau can supervise any school in the area. This way of management will prevent any single department from becoming dominant. In fact, any department needs to be supervised by other departments. Why did the imperial court establish the censorate? It was to supervise the emperor and prevent his erroneous decisions from being implemented. Since even the emperor could make mistakes, how much more so could local officials? Brother-in-law, you're right. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. I will definitely do as you say. All right then, I'm off. If I don't go back soon, the little ones at home will be looking for me again, Qin Xiao said proudly. Brother-in-law, Lizzie will have to trouble you. Changsun Wugo said politely. What are you saying? Lizzie is your daughter, but she is also my daughter. Brother-in-law, remember to attend the morning court session tomorrow. Sigh, my life is really tough. It's much more comfortable to stay on the grassland. I'm leaving. Our brother-in-law is good in every way, except that he's too attached to his family, too doting on his children, and too unambitious, Li Xiuning sighed. Erlang, throughout history, there have been many loyal ministers and famous generals who were killed by their kings because of their great achievements. Bai Qi, Lanling King, Han Xine, Peng Yu, and so on, all died unjustly. Peng Yu, in particular, suffered the most tragic death. Empress Lu devised a plan to have Peng Yu's retainers falsely accuse him of treason, leaving Pingyang with no way to defend himself. After being brutally murdered, their bodies were made into soup and distributed to various kings and lords of different surnames. Such a method of making an example of someone was truly excessive. As the saying goes, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. When the birds are all gone, the good bough is put away. When the enemy's state is destroyed, the strategist is killed. Wouldn't my brother-in-law worry that we would treat him the same way, so he doesn't want to participate in court affairs? Empress Zhongsun asked after thinking for a moment. How could my brother-in-law have such concerns? His abilities are such that even 1,000,000 elite soldiers couldn't stop him. Moreover, my respect for him is as clear as day, and I have never thought of harming him, Li Xiuning said excitedly. But your brother-in-law doesn't know what you're thinking. Distrust often stems from suspicion. I hope you can have an open and honest talk with him. Or I could talk to my second sister and make sure they don't have any suspicions about us, so they don't feel any burden towards us, said Empress Zhongsun after thinking for a moment. Guanyinbi, let's do as you say. We'll find some time to have a good talk with them. We still need their help to conquer the country and create the Tang Dynasty. Besides, my brother-in-law has saved my life many times and is our great benefactor. We absolutely cannot let them have any bad misunderstandings, Li Xiuning explained. Okay, let's find some time to go and have an honest talk with them. And once we've laid things out, there won't be any problems. Qin Xiao had no idea that Li Xiuning and his wife would have such thoughts. As a modern person, he certainly knew what kind of people Li Xiuning and his wife were. He wasn't worried at all that his achievements were too great and that Li Xiuning would become wary of him, because he knew how magnanimous Li Xiuning was. After returning home, having dinner with my family, I stayed with them until they fell asleep. He went to the arsenal alone, set up the rifle and bullet production lines he had purchased from the system, and then went home to sleep with peace of mind.